in a world ravaged by apocalyptic chaos. At the moment the end descended, Yi Lang, a descendant of the homeland, bound himself to the Doomsday system while gazing at the moon. With a mere score of 85 or above, one could not only enhance their physique, but also indulge in exquisite culinary delights. Overjoyed, Yi Lang was about to exclaim, "I do not consume beef," when the system abruptly activated a favorability module. What? Even in the midst of doom, one must elevate the favor of beautiful women? Yet, as Yi Lang gradually uncovered the truth of the apocalypse, a shattered world, he came to a realization. Favorability? Live streaming? Collapse? Huh. Since the world is so absurd, why not embrace the absurdity even further? Thus, while others struggled for survival in this ravaged end, Yi Lang reveled in unrestrained freedom. Not only were countless beauties surrounding him, eager for a taste of the finest cuisine, but he also ascended to the status of leader among hundreds of female streamers. Ultimately, when Yi Lang achieved sanctity through sheer physical might, colliding with and vanquishing numerous empowered beings, the viewers in the live stream went into a frenzy, and the empowered beings utterly deranged. Chapter 1. The Dawn of Destruction, the manhwa system binding. Liu Bei 1. There is still room in the vehicle, please secure yourself. The fare is a fresh brain. This is not the community's warrior. Disaster persists, and survival endures. Wishing the esteemed readers of this book vitality and vigor. Ding, ding, ding. A barrage of message notifications chimed incessantly. On a bed adorned with Hello Kitty patterns, measuring 5.76 square meters, a hand, veined and robust, emerged from beneath the covers. Yi Lang picked up his phone and opened the messaging app. Building 3, Room 1006. By Jean. Yi Lang, I implore you to save us. My mother and I cannot hold on any longer. Where are you? I've sent you a photo. Image, image, image. Ding. Task target detected that meets the requirements. Name. By Jean. Age. 18. Height. 172 cm. Weight. 51 kg. Internal score. 100 points. Blank slate. Comprehensive rating. 90 points. Model physique. Meets system requirements. Host. Please take her in promptly. Yi Lang's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied. Only if you come here yourself, otherwise, be gone. He then opened another message. Building 1, Room 1318, Xiongting. Yi Lang, please save me. Which building and room number are you in? I will come find you immediately. I will do anything you wish. I am on the verge of starvation, I beg you. Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile as he typed his response that I shall reiterate. Send a full-body photograph devoid of beauty filters or enhancements. If you do not comply, kindly leave. Furthermore, I still prefer the defiant version of you from before. I would appreciate it if you could revert. Subsequently, Yi Lang shared a segment of a chat record. You filthy security guard, do not presume that a mere morsel of bread and water grants you the liberty to act as you please. You are nothing but detritus of society, audacious enough to issue such repugnant announcements. Words like lowly man and common male fail to encapsulate your essence. How is it that you, the scum of this world, have not been devoured by the lurking beasts below? The nation shall come to our rescue in due time. You, who seek to insult women amidst chaos, will be the first to face retribution. This was Yi Lang's response on the first day of the apocalypse when he altered the announcement in the Golden Island Owners Group to welcome beautiful ladies to my place for food and drink. Private inquiries welcome, accompanied by images of bread and bottled water, which provoked a furious retort from Xiongting. In truth, Xiongting was not alone. The group was flooded with indignation. However, as an owner, Xiongting possessed a slight advantage over the security guard Yi Lang, allowing her to chastise him directly in private, and her words were the most scathing. Within mere moments, 1 Building 1318 Xiongting. Yi Lang, Brother Lang, I apologize. I should not have insulted you. I can no longer endure. I have not eaten for 2 days. Please, I implore you to save me. If you provide me with food, I will accept whatever treatment you wish to bestow upon me. Upon witnessing Xiongting's pitiful plea, yet noting her failure to send the full body image, Yi Lang chose to ignore her. It seemed she was not desperate enough, yet Yi Lang remained untroubled. Now, on the 4th day of the apocalypse, the lower 10 floors were overrun with bizarre flora and fauna, and even the upper 10 floors offered no sanctuary. Everyone was compelled to secure their doors and await the so-called rescue. But would there truly be salvation? The authorities incessantly advised everyone to remain indoors to avoid the onslaught of unknown creatures. Yet not a single announcement regarding organized rescue had surfaced. This was indeed the end of days, the genuine apocalypse. The sun hung high, casting a sinister crimson hue across the sky. A miasma of green waves engulfed the earth, with stout vines crawling over lowly structures, their dark green stems swollen with grotesque growths. From the depths of the vegetation, one could faintly hear roars and low growls, as if a colossal beast roamed within. Moreover, the water sources had inexplicably run dry, and unsealed provisions rapidly decayed. Everyone was confined within their homes, struggling for survival. Yet curiously, the electricity and internet remained untouched. Thus, food and water became the most precious and scarce resources. However, Yilang found himself unperturbed by such shortages. This was solely due to the fact that during the cataclysmic upheaval, he learned from his countrymen, gazing at the moon, determined to outwit everyone. Then, inexplicably, a system was bound to him. Although the name of the system was rather frivolous, it proved to be quite powerful. In addition to providing 3 loaves of bread and a 5-liter jug of purified water daily, it offered something even more enticing. For beauties who met the system's criteria, not only could they indulge in exquisite delicacies, but they could also enhance their physical well-being. Yilang was curious and inquired whether it sufficed for a beauty merely to sit down for a moment. The system's blunt response was simply full. In that instant, Yilang understood and felt a twinge of shame for his own naivety. How could one remain oblivious to the absurdity of the system's name? Thus, Yilang was unperturbed by Xiongting's reluctance to yield. He continued to sift through the information. Room 1504, Yao Shi. Yilang, I will pay for it. 5,000 yuan for a jug of water. As long as you deliver it to me, the 5,000 is yours. Think about it. This is more than your monthly salary as a security guard. There was another who seemed even more out of touch, actually wanted to purchase water, and she expected him to risk his life to carry it to her home. Did she think this was the apocalypse, where a single call warranted a delivery alongside the removal of garbage? Yilang promptly deleted her from his contacts. Although he had encountered Yao Shi before and found her striking an outdoor beauty streamer, it mattered little. Such an oblivious woman deserved to be left in the lurch. Yao Shi had made a slight error. Yilang's salary as a security guard was significantly higher than 5,000, amounting to a commendable 7,000. Yilang was an athlete, a national martial arts champion, brimming with ambition before he stepped out into the world. That was until a campus recruitment event. What? I'm a national martial arts champion, a first-class athlete, and you offer me a mere 2,000 a month? Not even a dog would tolerate such an insult. Yilang brandished his medals and certificates in indignation. However, upon seeing the amused expression on the recruitment manager's face, Yilang could no longer contain himself. Gripping the edge of the table with fury, he declared, "You want raise it? Then, welcome home, esteemed resident. We are here to ensure your safety." Indeed, upon leaving campus, Yilang had become a security guard, tasked with safeguarding the peace and serving resident Xiao Dan. He had circumvented decades of missteps. It was only thanks to his exceptional physical attributes and a secondary fire safety certification that he secured the position. Yet, it must be said being a security guard proved to be surprisingly pleasant, especially in such an upscale community. Aside from monitoring surveillance and checking fire safety points, most of his time was spent seated, playing games. Alas, such fortune would no longer be his to enjoy. Yilang rose from his bed, donned his security uniform, and traversed the lavishly decorated living room, arriving before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. He gazed upon a scene reminiscent of a hellish realm, which bore no trace of change from the previous day. Yilang sighed and returned to the sofa. This spacious flat on the 17th floor certainly did not belong to Yilang. It was owned by Wu Dan. Do not misunderstand. Wu Dan merely had a habit of leaving the keys beneath the doormat, and, as a security guard, Yilang happened to be privy to this little secret. Thus, when the apocalypse struck, it was only natural for Yilang to occupy this residence. He retrieved 3 pieces of bread and a 5-liter bottle of purified water from the system space for today's provisions. Arranging them alongside the 4 pieces of bread and 2 bottles of water already on the coffee table, he snapped a photo and shared it in the owner's group of the beautiful villa at Golden Island. Instantly, the previously tranquil group erupted with activity. Unit 1104, Li Mingshan. Brother Yilang, I haven't eaten anything in 3 days. I beg you, show some mercy and send me some bread and water. Unit 1201, Fei Xiang Lantian. Yilang, am willing to pay 10,000 for a bottle of water. Unit 1402, Zhang Chong. Brother, I have elderly and children at home. We truly cannot hold on any longer. Please help us. Yilang coldly observed these messages without responding. There was no need to reply. He was not some great benefactor, inclined to selflessly aid others. It was enough that he refrained from declaring, "I do not eat beef." Yilang scrolled through the group messages with an unperturbed heart until he noticed a message from the chairperson of the owners' committee, Jiang. Chapter 2. By Jean and by Xiao playing the real game. Unit 1105. Chairperson Jiang Fangzhou. Yilang, I apologize for my harsh tone a couple of days ago. I'm truly sorry. Could you help me? I'm on the verge of dying of thirst. I only need a bottle of water. I beg you. Yilang smirked. He preferred the earlier, righteous demands from Chairperson Jiang for him to surrender supplies. Had it only been a few days, and now he could no longer endure? Unit 1002, Dawa Youth. Yilang, do you need a beauty? How about a handsome lad who can burp like a baby? I'm also about to collapse. Yilang's lips twitched, swiftly scrolling past. Where did this effeminate boy come from? He truly wanted to throw a punch and see if he cried like a baby or roared like a beast. Unit 1515, Fan Jingjing, Stinky Security Guard. Beast, in the face of disaster, not only do you refuse to share food and water with women, but you also use supplies as a means to insult them. You are inhuman. You will face retribution. Yilang nearly faltered under the weight of 20 years of pent-up frustration. After scrolling for a while, the messages were predominantly pleas for resources and accusations of him objectifying women. Yilang set his phone down and picked up a piece of bread, chewing slowly with a cold gaze. In truth, his food supply was meager. The system allocated him merely 3 pieces of bread and a bottle of water each day. Yet, to accommodate more eligible beauties, Yilang restricted himself to 2 pieces of bread daily, saving the remainder. This was all for the sake of creating such an effect. As long as beautiful women seek out, one can indulge in exquisite culinary delights. The specifics of this grandeur are shrouded in mystery, with the system merely hinting that success in sheltering a beauty will reveal all. What exactly does it entail? What pinnacle of excellence does it promise? At this moment, in room 1006 of Building 3, Bai Jean and her mother, Bai Xiao, stare at the phone screen with expressions of sheer indignation. With a resounding thud, Bai Jean slammed her phone onto the table, her chest rising and falling in agitation, though the movement was not overtly pronounced. With a hoarse voice, she cursed that despicable security guard, that worthless, vile man. I had already agreed, even sent the photos, yet he still refuses. It drives me mad. Beside her, Bai Xiao's face momentarily flickered with despair, quickly masked by a fad of composure. She swallowed hard, though her throat felt as parched as if set ablaze. Xiao Jin, do not let anger consume you. Let us consider alternate solutions. Mother was never in favor of this course of action, so let us abandon it. Bai Jean's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she clenched her jaw. Mother, you cannot give up. Whether in life or death, we shall face it together. I cannot leave you behind. A pang of sorrow pierced Bai Xiao's heart as she grasped her daughter's hand tightly, her voice trembling. Xiao Jin, I know you care for me, but there is no but mother. I will try harder if necessary. I shall send a few more revealing photos. Bai Jean interrupted, though the latter part of her statement was difficult for her to articulate. Tears glistened in Bai Xiao's eyes, filled with a mix of compassion and helplessness as she gently caressed her daughter's cheek. Xiao Jin, do not compromise your dignity, I would rather. Suddenly, a sharp crack resonated from the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, a fissure rapidly spreading across its surface. Fortunately, the glass did not shatter completely. The 2 women exchanged terrified glances, their hearts pounding with trepidation. The crack in the glass reflected their pallid faces, and Bai Jean clutched her mother's hand tightly while wielding a sharp kitchen knife, her gaze fixed on the outside world in fear. Outside, dark green vines had already enveloped the window frame, undulating slowly as if imbued with life, peering into the room. The tendrils of the vines swayed gently, seemingly in search of an entry point. Faint buzzing sounds echoed, reminiscent of mosquitoes, yet louder and more resonant, sending chills down their spines. Bai Jean bit her lip, disregarding her mother's protests, and resolutely approached the floor-to-ceiling mirror. She yanked off her knitted outerwear, revealing a form-fitting black camisole that scarcely accentuated her curves. Her porcelain shoulders and delicate collarbone, along with her elegant swan-like neck, appeared particularly alluring in the dim light. Bai Jean inhaled deeply, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes as she swiftly captured several photographs. After a moment's reflection, she deemed her efforts insufficient. Gritting her teeth, she allowed one strap of her top to slip down gently, adopting a pitiful expression and retaking a few shots. She accompanied the images with a message for that insufferable security guard. Meanwhile, Yilang was engrossed in a live stream titled Reality is the Game. The screen displayed a young, portly man on a rooftop balcony, brandishing a selfie stick with an exuberant and frenzied expression. Greetings, esteemed viewers. I am your host, Zhang Dayton. Welcome to the final episode of the Reality is the Game series, which commences now. I am currently on the rooftop balcony, and, as you can see, the bizarre vines have completely overtaken the exterior walls encircling my home. Ha ha ha. The live chat erupted with comments. Benign beginnings. Dayton, while we pride ourselves on being the most daring hosts online, please do not jest with your life. Hurry back. Johnny 1. The host is incredible. User 597546966. I can't believe it. There are hundreds in the stream. And you're doing this? Konnichiwa. Record it. Record it. Or the moderators will shut it down. Rascally Jester. Konnichiwa, my friend. Do we even need moderators? The host might log off in real life any moment now. A level 47 Ula has gifted the host Carnival X2. HUA level 12 has gifted the host Little Hearts X9. Ha ha ha. Thank you all for the gifts. Zhang Dayton appeared unfazed by the encroaching vines and the faint, ominous growls and hums beneath the green tide. Leaning back against the balcony's edge, he gripped the selfie stick tightly, a haughty smile spreading across his face. Haha, allow me to demonstrate true courage to all you esteemed viewers. Do you see the vines beneath me? How large are those tendrils? Are they sharp? Ah, look, they are waving at me. The audience in the live chat was taken aback. This was far too real and frightening. The comments abruptly ceased, replaced by a flurry of diverse gift effects flooding the screen. Carnivals, sports cars, little hearts rolling incessantly. It seemed that no words could adequately convey the shock of the host's actions. The only recourse was to shower him with gifts to ensure his well-being. Amidst the torrent of gift effects in the live stream, Zhang Dayton's grin grew increasingly audacious. Yet in the next instant, a dull thud pierced through flesh, accompanied by a harrowing scream. Zhang Dayton's body suddenly trembled, and the hand gripping the selfie stick shook uncontrollably, causing the live stream to sway violently. Yet, true to his reputation as the most audacious streamer on the internet, even as the sharp vines twisted wildly across his chest, his maniacal laughter showed no signs of abating. Dear family, I think I should log off now, ugh. This time, I truly must sign off. Haha, please, let's shout out. Shout out our live streams. Number. As the final word was painfully uttered, Zhang Dayton collapsed into a pool of blood on the balcony, his body still entwined with the frantic vines. The live stream was instantly engulfed in silence. In the next moment, the comments erupted. It's all about authenticity. It's all about authenticity. It's all about authenticity. Safe travels. It's all about authenticity. It's all about authenticity. Chapter 3. The 10th layer of descent, the path of mother and daughter widens. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged forth like a tidal wave, filling the screen with sentiments of authenticity and well wishes such as safe travels. Various gift effects intertwined, from the minuscule hearts worth a dime to the extravagant carnival gifts valued at 3,000 yuan, all shimmering across the display. Gradually, the carnival effects became a continuous spectacle. It seemed that the audience had come to a realization. Money had become nothing more than worthless paper. Why not indulge in extravagant spending at this moment? To punctuate this thrilling live stream with the most audacious finale, golden confetti erupted in the live stream, and magnificent fireworks ascended, enveloping the entire screen in a resplendent glow. It felt as though the scene had transformed into a solemn tribute, yet the vibrant music of the carnival infused the atmosphere with an eerie sense of joy and festivity. Yilang also joined in the barrage, exchanging his remaining 99 diamonds for a pair of sunglasses to offer as a gift, sending off the audacious Zhang Dayton in style. The livestream had yet to conclude. The camera revealed Zhang Dayton's corpulent form, sprawled in a pool of blood, visibly withering at an alarming rate. In the next instant, a deafening hum reverberated, and a dark mist surged forth from the green tide, rushing toward Zhang Dayton's lifeless body at breakneck speed. The live stream screen abruptly plunged into darkness, the only sounds echoing in the void being the ominous hum and the dull thud of mandibles piercing flesh. At that moment, the number of online viewers surpassed 100,000, yet the atmosphere was eerily silent. It was as if the audience before their screens held their breath, fearing that the strange black mist might creep through the internet and invade their space. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, finally, the first comment broke the silence. Is that a mosquito? Like cold water splashing into hot oil, the live stream erupted in chaos. Impossible. What mosquito is the size of a soccer ball? It is a mosquito. I saw it clearly. Its mouth parts are as long as chopsticks, buzzing. Are you kidding? How much blood would it need to consume? It could drain a person dry. A user named Aji Woola chimed in. I've seen such mosquitoes before. Just the other day, my girlfriend was bitten on her abdomen and fainted on the spot. When she woke up, the wound had swollen to the size of a steam bun. User 5975469666 responded, Aji Woola. Doesn't tea that mean your girlfriend has 3 buns now? Ha ha ha. Aji Woola replied, User 5975469666. She died. The wound became necrotic. User 5975469666, feeling remorseful, said, Aji Woola, I'm sorry. I'm jumping off a building now. Laughter filled the chat, with another user remarking, the guy upstairs must be regretting it and wishing he could slap himself. I truly deserve this. Huh. Brother, 966. Go downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes. Don't take the stairs or the elevator. The atmosphere in the live stream remained buoyant despite the bizarre swarm of mosquitoes, instead sparking a wave of dark humor. No one knows how long they can live, so why not revel in the online world? After all, it serves as a means to vent one's inner fears and despair. Moments later, with a buzz, the black mist dissipated and the live stream was restored to brightness. However, the corpulent figure of Jean Darren was nowhere to be found. The screen displayed nothing but a desiccated skeleton shrouded in tattered, translucent skin, with even the bloodstains on the ground vanished. Yilang silently exited the live stream, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms, and inhaled sharply. Ding! Startled by the sudden notification sound, Yilang glanced at his phone. A message from Bai Jean in room 1006 read, Image, Yilang. I am willing to do anything. Just please agree to take in my mother and me. I truly beg you. Yilang's eyes brightened as he beheld Bai Jean in the photos, her hair cascading around her shoulders, clad only in a black camisole. One strap slipping down her arm while she unconsciously pressed down on the lace edging. She wore a pair of washed blue shorts, and her legs, as white as jade, stood out strikingly in the dim light. Her gaze was filled with pleading and helplessness, her expression reminiscent of a small, aggrieved wildcat, igniting a fire within Yilang. This time, he sensed Bai Jin's sincerity. Yet this was an apocalyptic world where even a hint of compassion was perilous. Bai Jin's arrival was welcome, as it met the system's requirements, but her mother would only increase risk and bring trouble. Maintaining his cold demeanor, Yilang typed, Remove me from your friends list. At that moment, the slipping strap revealed a glimpse of spring, and Bai Jin was fixated on the screen. Beside her, Bai Xiao wore a complex expression, biting her lip gently. She averted her gaze from the screen, tenderly pulling up her daughter's strap to conceal the exposed skin, her heart heavy with endless helplessness and sorrow. Ding! The sound of a WeChat notification echoed painfully in the still, dim room. Both mother and daughter shuddered at the same time. Perhaps it was a trick of the mind, but even the vines outside seemed to quiver at the sound. The glass they clung to emitted a faint creak. Both women held their breath, staring at the screen, and the next moment, despair washed over them. A flicker of resolve flashed in Bai Zhao's eyes as she seized a kitchen knife, bringing it to her neck. She glared at her terrified daughter, Bai Jin, and shouted, Xiao Jin, you must leave now. If you don't go, I will end my life before your eyes. Mom, please don't. How can I live without you? Bai Jin cried, tears streaming down her face as she struggled to reach her mother. The resolute gaze of Bai Xiao was unmistakable, as the sharp blade pressed against her neck rendered her motionless. Helplessly, she stood in place, tears blurring her vision, with an overwhelming sense of despair and powerlessness flooding her heart. The persistent cracking sound of the glass further frayed their nerves. In a moment of determination, Bai Xiao felt the knife plunge deeper, a trickle of crimson seeping from her delicate neck. Bai Jin, in a hoarse scream, cried out, Mom. No. At that moment, Bai Xiao was engulfed by fear. Who could face death with composure? As the icy blade grazed her tender skin, she was terrified, yet she dared not reveal an ounce of hesitation. Her daughter still had a chance to live, and she was willing to sacrifice herself to secure even the slightest hope for her. Though life might be arduous and filled with humiliation, at least there was still life. With this thought, a fierce glint appeared in Bai Xiao's eyes, This beautiful woman had resolved to sacrifice herself for her child. Gripping the kitchen knife tightly, she prepared to act. Suddenly, Bai Jin's eyes widened in realization, sparkling with hope. "Mom, I have an idea. We can both survive." Bai Xiao's hand trembled but did not lower. It remained poised against her neck, her gaze a mixture of doubt and hope. In a flurry, Bai Jin retrieved her phone and opened the camera. "Oh, Mom, we've both been foolish. That Yilang said he wanted a beauty, and you fit the bill. Look at my brain. Please put the knife down." In an instant, Bai Xiao froze, her lips parted slightly, the knife clattering to the ground. With a snap, Bai Jin hurriedly took a photo and swiftly sent it to Yilang. Observing her mother's stunned expression, Bai Jin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She chuckled softly, just about to speak when suddenly, with a crack, the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window shattered. Chapter 4. Bai Jin and Bai Xiao enter the wolf's den favorability module. Who cares? Ding. Task target detected. Name, Bai Xiao. Age, 36. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 120 Jin. Inner quality, 99 points. Widow. Overall score, 92 points. Chow thief. You still pretend? The system requirements have been met. The host is urged to take her in promptly. Instantly, Yilang, reclining on the sofa, straightened up. In the photo, Bai Xiao wore a camouflage spaghetti strap dress, the skirt voluminous and ethereal, adorned with several shimmering chains at her waist, accentuating her figure and femininity. Strangely, her slightly parted lips and dazed expression, combined with the faint trickle of blood along her pristine neck, created an arresting image. The blood, almost cruelly, followed the graceful curve of her neck, cascading down to her collarbone, settling into the shallow crescent of her cleavage. The sensation of maturity, sensuality, voluptuousness, and fragility caused Yilang's heart to race uncontrollably. He shifted in his seat and typed swiftly, "Unit 1706, take the elevator up, I will swipe my card." Meanwhile, a low hum filled the air as the remaining curtain was pushed aside by a mosquito the size of a football, its grotesque silhouette looming large. First one, then countless others transformed the curtain into a gigantic bulge, a swarm of mosquitoes emitting a chilling, buzzing sound. Bai Jin rushed forward, grasping a kitchen knife, and pulled Bai Xiao's hand as they dashed toward the door. With a sharp crack, the curtain rod broke, and the mass of mosquitoes surged into the room like a dark cloud. Just as the situation became dire, the door slammed shut, and the mother and daughter leaned against it, gasping for breath. How fortunate they were. They exchanged a glance, each recognizing the relief and lingering fear in the other's eyes. However, as they gazed down the dimly lit corridor, where the overhead light flickered ominously, emitting a crackling sound, their smiles of survival faded. Gripping each other's hands tightly, they hurried toward the elevator. Yilang stood at the elevator entrance on the 17th floor, clutching an elevator card, his brow furrowed in concentration. At Meishu Golden Isle, each floor is independent, with owners permitted to access only their designated levels via card swipe. However, Yilang's card was an exception. It not only granted access to any floor, but also enabled the activation of emergency passageways through the external electronic access system, undoing the restrictions of any individual floor. It was 2028, a time of remarkable wonders. At this moment, Yilang had already unlocked the 10th floor. Yet he wondered why Bai Jin and Bai Xiao had not yet arrived. The numbers on the display had not changed. This was unusual. The elevators at Meishu Golden Isle were known for their speed, and logically, they should have arrived by now. He took out his phone and opened the surveillance software. The third elevator was empty. The corridor's camera appeared partially obstructed by clutter, rendering the view unclear. Suddenly, the elevator numbers began to flicker, 7, 8, 9, and then it paused at 10. Yilang's gaze fixed intently on his phone screen, and indeed, he saw the elevator doors slowly open, revealing the figures of Bai Jin and Bai Xiao. They entered the elevator in a state of utter panic, desperately pressing the closed door button. Just as the doors began to close, a loud thud resonated. The image on his phone jolted violently. Yilang's expression darkened. What sort of creature was this? The mother and daughter clung to each other in terror, as if they had just endured some harrowing ordeal. Fortunately, the elevator continued its ascent. 11, 12, 13. Suddenly, a sharp glint flickered in Yilang's eyes. In the surveillance footage, Bai Jin was seen tucking a knife into the leg of her denim shorts. As expected. You and your daughter are about to face dire consequences. The The elevator continues its ascent. 15, 16, 17. Ding. Before the doors fully open, Yilang, who moments ago wore a frostbitten expression, suddenly transforms into a visage of sheer terror. Quick, follow me. There's a monster in the corridor. Bai Jin and her daughter Bai Xiao, still reeling from their earlier fright, are abruptly seized by Yilang, who grasps Bai Jin's wrist and drags both of them toward room 1706. The mother and daughter are evidently shaken, their anxiety now heightened. Upon hearing the urgent shout from the man clad in a security uniform, they abandon all else and dash after Yilang, their faces marked by fear. With a resounding slam, the door is forcefully shut. Ding. The system detects a suitable candidate. Engaging the affinity module. Bai Jin's affinity level. -17. Disgust. Please take note, host. You foul security guard, what are you doing? I'll fight you. The system's voice lingers in Yilang's mind, yet he swiftly executes a shoulder throw, sending the bewildered Bai Xiao crashing to the ground. Instantly, she gasps for breath, overwhelmed by the suddenness of it all. Yilang's movements are rapid and fierce. Bai Jin, startled, lets out a scream, but her hand barely grazes her denim shorts before, bang, Yilang pivots and delivers a powerful right hook, striking Bai Jin's liver. Her eyes widen in shock, her body arching painfully as she clutches her abdomen, gasping for words that escape her lips. Without pausing, Yilang seizes Bai Jin's hands, producing a pair of fluffy pink handcuffs, swiftly securing them. Bai Jin's face pales in terror, the earlier blow rendering her incapable of sound. She can only quiver, her mouth trembling in muted despair. Yilang, maintaining his impassive demeanor, hoists Bai Jin's handcuffed wrists and hangs them from a metal hook on the door. Bai Xiao, witnessing her daughter being struck, shackled, and suspended, lies on the ground, paralyzed by pain, her body feeling as though it has crumbled. She stretches her right hand towards her daughter, unsure whether to reach for her or to strangle the fiend before her. Yilang's gaze sweeps over Bai Xiao, disregarding her struggles entirely, and he extracts a sharp kitchen knife from the right leg of Bai Jin's shorts. Only then does he utter his first words. I took you in out of kindness, clearly stating the terms. Agree to them, or leave. Yet you dare to plot against me and steal my provisions? Is there no law? Is there still law? With a resounding roar, a sharp glimmer flashed through the air. No. On the ground, Bai Xiao witnessed Yilang's actions, and her maternal instincts compelled her to finally cry out. Struggling to prop herself up, she braced for the anticipated horror. Yet, the scene she envisioned did not materialize. Instead, she saw Yilang thrust the razor-sharp kitchen knife, its blade facing upwards between Bai Jin's legs, driving it straight into the door panel. Mom, what's wrong? Are you okay? Don't be scared. What's beneath you? Hearing her mother's anguish scream, Bai Jin assumed that Yilang had inflicted some unspeakable harm upon her mother, prompting her to shout in alarm. However, as she turned her head, the movement tugged at her hands, which were suspended from an iron hook, sending a wave of tearing pain through her. Yet, this was not her primary concern. Despite her height of 172 centimeters, the doors of the luxurious villa exceeded 2 meters, suspended as she was. Her feet could only stretch straight, barely allowing her toes to touch the ground. As she turned her head, the skin on the inner thigh distinctly felt the cold. Hard contact, and there, an ominous chill emanated as if a blade were pressed against her. And indeed, that was the reality. Seeing that Bai Jin had no chance of escape, Yilang finally eased his tension and exhaled a breath of murky air, attending to the system prompt that had just flashed in his mind. What was that? The favorability module? Is this some sort of infatuation system? Chapter 5, A Thorough Search. Ding ding ding, Bai Jin's favorability. -17 dislike. Please pay attention. Host. It seemed the system was taken aback by Yilang's audacious actions, the information slightly disjointed. Yilang furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why the system incorporated a favorability module and continued to examine the details. Bai Jin's favorability. -36. Aversion. This was likely recorded at the moment he executed the shoulder throw on her mother. Bai Jin's favorability. -58. Loathing. This was the present moment. At last, Bai Jin comprehended what was embedded in the door panel beneath her. This wretched security guard. Is he even human? Is he a dog? Does a person stoop so low? She was still a young maiden, acutely aware of the chilling dread enveloping her. Doubts began to creep in. Ding ding ding. It plummeted further to -61. Hatred, and it continued to descend. Yelong's lips twitched. Should he eliminate her outright, or use her before doing so? Then Yilang turned his attention to Bai Zhao's favorability. The first entry read -7, dislike, 10 points higher than her daughter's initial score. Yilang pondered for a moment and understood the reasoning. Compared to the humiliation inflicted upon her daughter, at least preserving her daughter's life likely contributed to the 10-point increase in favorability. The next entry swiftly changed to -30, aversion. Without a doubt, this shoulder throw must be the first for Bai Zhao in over 30 years. It seems the psychological shadow cast upon her is not insignificant. Immediately, 2 notifications ignited a surge of murderous intent within Yilang. One indicated that her favorability had plummeted to -62, hatred, likely due to the explosive punch he had dealt to Bai Jin. The final notification read, Bai Zhao's favorability, -100, carnivorous skin, with the system warning that her favorability had reached a freezing point, indicating a strong inclination to eliminate the host. Yilang's gaze turned icy as he mused regrettably. Although they were a remarkably beautiful mother-daughter duo, and Bai Zhao was a good mother, she had already sealed her own fate. It appeared that favorability played a significant role, at least in understanding a woman's psyche. Just as Yilang prepared to act, a sudden prompt made him hesitate. Bai Zhao's favorability, -23, disgust. To his surprise, it seemed she recognized that he had not harmed Bai Jin, resulting in a 77-point increase in favorability. It seemed there was considerable room for maneuvering with Bai Zhao's favorability. Yilang cast a mischievous glance at the restrained Bai Jin. Ding ding ding. The favorability rose to -20, and, astonishingly, it continued to climb. This mother-daughter pair was indeed intriguing. Yilang decided to bide his time. Struggling to prop herself up, Bai Zhao let out a silent sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It was merely to restrain her daughter, but was this insufferable security guard a normal person? Could a normal person commit such acts? Although he could save both her daughter and himself, would following him lead to a better fate? After that fall, she felt as if her bones were about to shatter. How could he do such a thing to his own daughter? Surely, couldn't he be a pervert? Yilang paid no mind to the trembling Bai Zhao, who was propping herself up and staring at him. He suddenly stood up and walked toward her. Ding! What was he planning? Panic surged within Bai Zhao. Yilang ignored her fearful gaze and the favorability prompts echoing in his mind. Yilang, what are you doing? Don't! Hearing her mother's anguished cry, Bai Jin dared not make any sudden movements. It was no joke. A small blade could lead to disaster. She urgently called out, Mom, what's wrong? Ding! Yilang, what are you doing? Don't touch my mother. Yilang searched for hidden weapons on Bai Zhao, who lay flipped over, facing upward. Amidst the shouts ringing in his ears and the system notifications in his mind, Yilang felt a twinge of annoyance. He exerted a slight pressure with his hand while casting a stern look at the panicked Bai Zhao. In pain, Bai Zhao, recognizing his intent, shouted towards her daughter. It's fine. Yilang is just checking for weapons. Don't worry. The cries of Bai Jin ceased, and the favorable impressions in his mind also came to a halt. Yilang let out a cold snort and continued his search. Bai Zhao endured the pain, her gaze intricate and conflicted. He first removed Bai Zhao's wedge heels, grumbling about the inconvenience of having to untie the straps. Yilang meticulously examined her feet, even prying apart her toes to scrutinize them thoroughly. Bai Zhao pressed her hands tightly against her mouth, desperately stifling any unusual sounds emanating from her feet. She feared that another sound might provoke her daughter to lose control, transforming her into a woman. Ding! Bai Zhao's favorability, -16, a disgust, huh? It was -18 just a moment ago. How did it increase by 2 points? What is wrong with her feet? Yilang continued his actions, not particularly gentle, as the moment was not yet right. He could not afford to take life-threatening risks for other pursuits. Next, he moved to her calves, carelessly pinching her smooth, elastic skin before moving upward. Fortunately, Bai Zhao wore a dress today, which made things easier. Bai Zhao gritted her teeth, striving to control her emotions while reassuring herself that her daughter was unharmed. Ding! Oh, the little girl isn't foolish. She has to do something. At this moment, Yilang softened his demeanor slightly, becoming a tad more attentive. Ding, ding, ding. Bai Zhao's favorability continued to rise with each thorough search. Eventually, he even inspected her hair strands. Only then did Yilang finally feel at ease. Exhausted, he sat rigidly on the ground, catching his breath. He glanced at Bai Zhao, who had her hands pressed firmly over her mouth, tears already soaking her eyes. Her left hand had bitten through to the flesh, blood clinging to the corner of her mouth, creating a hauntingly beautiful sight. She, like Yilang, felt weary and distressed. Thankfully, it was over, finally over. Yilang perused the system notifications in his mind, discovering a wealth of updates regarding Bai Zhao's favorability. This woman was indeed intriguing. Now it stood at Bai Zhao's favorability, 0, bystander. Observing 2 notifications indicating a 3-point increase in favorability, Yilang shook his hand, his expression turning more playful. This was certainly problematic. Suddenly, he broke into a grin. A bystander? That status would soon change. Yilang approached the table. Lifting a bucket of water, he twisted off the cap and gulped down several mouthfuls. The water spilling from the corner of his mouth caused Bai Zhao, lying on the ground, to involuntarily swallow her saliva. Instantly, her throat felt as if it were being scorched by flames. Yet, she dared not speak, her wide, beautiful eyes fixed upon him. She observed this tall man clad in security uniform, watching him drink with wild abandon, wiping his mouth carelessly, and approaching her with the water. Bai Zhao's eyes sparkled with sudden brightness. Yilang observed the surging affection blossoming within his mind, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He tilted his head back and opened his mouth, gazing at the astonished expression of Bai Zhao. Wider, he commanded. Obediently, Bai Zhao widened her mouth, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. In the next moment, a cascade of water poured forth, bringing a long-awaited relief. Bai Zhao closed her eyes tightly, allowing the liquid to glide over her parched lips and flow into her thirsty throat. Each drop felt like a refreshing rain, alleviating the searing pain within. She swallowed greedily, even as she choked, yet she persevered, suppressing her cough as she continued to gulp down the life-giving liquid. Tears mingled with water droplets, trickling down her cheeks and dampening her blouse. Yilang observed this extraordinary scene, his gaze deep and inscrutable, lost in thought. It was only when Bai Zhao's belly began to swell slightly that he slowly withdrew the bucket. He set it down and gently inquired, "Are you finished?" Bai Zhao, her expression one of satisfaction, nodded slightly, tears marking her cheeks as she whispered, "I'm fine, thank you." Ding. Bai Zhao's affection level, 21, favor. A faint smile played on Yilang's lips, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Favor? He chuckled softly, knowing it would soon change. In the midst of Bai Zhao's bewildered and anxious gaze, Yilang turned towards the bedside table and opened a drawer. Chapter 6. Go away. You look as thin as a stick insect. Your mother is coming. Yilang, please, there is no need for this. I didn't mean to. The sound of tearing tape filled the air as Yilang remained silent, methodically wrapping the adhesive tape emblazoned with letters around Bai Zhao's wrist, his movements deft and swift. Bai Zhao struggled, her voice tinged with tears. Yilang, really? You don't have to do this. The constriction of the tape stirred a sense of unease within her. Ding. Yilang remained undeterred, continuing to bind Bai Zhao's ankles. Meanwhile, Bai Jin, suspended nearby, felt her legs tremble slightly from the prolonged tension in her toes. Her complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Sensing a commotion behind her, she spoke urgently, "Mom, I'm fine." She is fine. Bai Zhao and Yilang spoke in unison. Bai Jin was taken aback, momentarily lost in thought, and surprisingly fell silent. However, her flushed ears betrayed the turmoil within her heart. Bai Zhao and Yilang exchanged a glance, and she caught the glimmer of approval in his eyes, causing her to lower her head in embarrassment. Yet, as Yilang beckoned her gaze upward, she was met with his resolute and handsome visage, setting her heart racing uncontrollably. She inhaled deeply, striving to calm herself, masking her emotions with a composed facade. Here, Yilang wrapped a strip of lettered tape around her slender neck. Ding ding. The system's prompts rang out twice, indicating the extent of Bai Zhao's emotional fluctuations. What a troublesome security guard. Yet Yilang was not the one who was unwell. He had his own intentions. Observing the tape coiled around Bai Zhao's wrists, ankles, and neck, Yilang displayed a satisfied smile. However, the incessant dinging in his mind was quite irksome. He directly addressed the system, asking, "System, how can I silence the affection prompts? They are incessant." The system was silent for 2 seconds. If it were sentient, it might have responded with expletives. Who is responsible for this incessant barrage? Your chaotic actions have caused others to be in such turmoil. How could it not be volatile? Unfortunately, the system remained impassive and replied mechanically. The host can silence the affection prompts by silently reciting it in their mind. The same process applies for reactivation. Note that the affection level of the task target is crucial. Please take it seriously. Once Yilang silenced the prompts, he instantly felt much more at ease. He paid no mind to the immobile Bai Xiao and stood up to approach Bai Jin. Yilang, what are you doing? Don't. Bai Xiao's warning. Upon witnessing Yilang's fierce expression as he abruptly turned, faltered on her lips. Indeed, it was time to face reality. Had she not envisioned this scenario in her mind? Her own daughter, alas, this was fate. Yet as a mother, she struggled to voice her request, her tone timid. At least, let me leave. Under the weight of his fierce gaze, she shuddered, quickly amending, no. I meant, at least let Xiao Jin have a sip of water. Yu Yilang was momentarily touched by Zhao's maternal instinct. He turned to pour a glass of water before continuing towards Bai Jin. At that moment, Bai Jin's legs had long trembled like a sieve. Exhaustion had set in, and her feet began to cramp from prolonged tension. Still, she gritted her teeth in perseverance. The chilling glare from Yilang instilled fear within her, filling her with shame and indignation. She did not wish to become a woman in such a manner. At that moment, Bai Jin inwardly wished that the detestable security guard would arrive soon. Anyone would be better than a kitchen knife. She hoped for an end to her torment. With a swift motion, Yilang yanked the sharp blade embedded between Bai Jin's legs out of the doorframe. Her body instantly weakened, and her wrist throbbed painfully. Yet what did the tearing of her wrist and arm matter at this point? Look up. The commanding tone prompted Bai Jin, acutely aware of Yilang's unpredictable temperament and extreme behavior, to obediently comply. In the next moment, a stream of sweet nectar flowed into Bai Jin's mouth and down her throat. Bai Jin, with her beautiful eyes wide open like her mother Bai Xiao, greedily drank and swallowed. Even as the overflow trickled in her collar and splashed on her feet, she paid it no mind. It was only when an entire cup of water had been poured into her mouth and over her body that the sound of her swallowing ceased. Bai Jin involuntarily let out a satisfied sigh, just about to speak when she exclaimed, "Ah, what are you doing? Don't touch me, you filthy security guard." No. Yilang, with a face full of irritation, slapped Bai Jin's backside. Am I to be reprimanded for simply removing your shoe? At that moment, Bai Xiao on the ground could hardly bear to watch. Her daughter's reaction was indeed exaggerated. Reflecting on this, Bai Xiao's face flushed once more. However, Yilang's search would not be halted by Bai Jin's cries. Just like her mother, he meticulously examined her until he felt reassured. Subsequently, Bai Jin was secured to the shoe cabinet behind the door. Clenching her silver teeth in indignation, she glared at Yilang. Yilang paid her no heed. After all, a few glares posed no real threat compared to the potential dangers. Though no one could conceal a blade there, one could never be too cautious. Yilang did not intend to thoroughly search her out of malice. He picked up a bottle of water and washed his hands with great care. Then, he tore off the adhesive tape from Bai Xiao and pulled over a chair, brandishing a sharp kitchen knife while playing with it beside Bai Jin. He spoke calmly. Since you have agreed to my hospitality, I have provided you with water as promised. Therefore, there is no need for me to elaborate on what comes next. At that moment, Bai Xiao struggled to sit up, looking at her daughter with a heart full of sorrow and helplessness. Tears streamed down her face as she felt deep anguish for the torment her daughter was about to face. Yet, Bai Jin suddenly raised her head, looking unafraid at Yilang. Though her cheeks flushed and her heart trembled with fear, she remained resolute, shouting at Yilang, "Come on. I'm not a person who goes back on my word. Let us get it over with. I will go with you to the room. I, Bai Jin, am not afraid of you. While you may possess my body, you should step aside. You're as skinny as a stick insect, so shut your mouth." Yilang could no longer tolerate her incessant chatter and barked back at Bai Jin. Then, disregarding the stunned Bai Jin, he turned to Bai Xiao and instructed, "You take the water and wash up in the bathroom." Upon hearing this, a bolt of shock seemed to strike Bai Jin's mind. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock as she stared at Yilang, frozen in place. Bai Xiao gazed at Yilang in disbelief. Pondering the implication, was he suggesting that the young should be forsaken for the old? Yet, recalling her daily regimen of meticulous care and nurturing, her body remained youthful and firm. Bai Xiao understood, perhaps he was no ordinary man. As her face flushed crimson, akin to a drop of blood, she grasped a water jug and retreated to the restroom. Bai Jin finally came to her senses, exclaiming, "No, this cannot be. Whatever grievances you have, direct them towards me." In Chapter 7, retracing the path you took and enhancing one's constitution, a sharp crack resounded as Yilang delivered a resounding slap to Bai Jin's face. The force of the blow sent Bai Jin staggering, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of her mouth. Yilang's gaze was icy, devoid of any compassion. Bai Jin clutched her cheek, gritting her teeth, her expression still hostile. With another swift motion, he struck her again, this time with even greater force, sending Bai Jin crashing to the side. In the restroom, Bai Xiao was washing her hands, her eyelids twitching at the sound, yet she continued her task. It was better for herself than for little Jean. Observing the bloodstains on Bai Jin's delicate face and the crimson at her lips, Yilang's voice cut through the tension. This is your final warning. If you remain oblivious to the situation, I shall cast you out. Bai Jin fell silent, her head bowed in contemplation. It was only when Bai Xiao emerged, clutching the nearly empty water jug and clad in an ill-fitting silk nightgown, covering her chest, that Bai Jin mustered a strained and complex smile for her mother. After appreciating the scene, Yilang turned to the bashful Bai Xiao and inquired, "What was it that pursued you as you entered the elevator?" Bai Xiao's face turned pale, her shyness forgotten in the face of terror as she stammered. It seemed like a crocodile, or rather, a gecko resembling a crocodile, large in size and swift in movement. Had we not run for our lives, it would have caught us long ago. A weight settled in Yilang's heart. It appeared that the 10th floor had indeed fallen, and no other floors were safe. Fortunately, the fire escape door leading to the 17th floor was sealed. However, the urgency to enhance their strength could not be overstated. Gourmet. Let me witness the true function of the dog system and discover its ultimate prowess. The exquisite culinary creations were currently in progress. Cycle: 2 hours. Process: pan frying, stir frying. Ingredients: pork belly, eggs with ear mushrooms, cucumbers, etc. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the first task target. Completion: 9. Insufficient. Increase 2 points in Constitution. Affinity level: 27. Activating Strength Growth Module. Host: Yilang. Constitution: 8. The average for adult males is 5. Spirit: 1. Please allocate points with caution. Ding. The basic food and water configuration of the system has doubled. Currently 6 pieces of bread and 2 barrels of water per day. Ding. Exquisite cuisine has been delivered and automatically stored in the system space. Ding. System notification. Although the completion and affinity levels do not meet the minimum requirements. Given that this is the host's first task completion, a reward of 1 body part enhancement is granted. Enhance body parts, right index and middle fingers. Yilang, embracing the smooth figure of Bai Xiao, perused the system notifications. The information was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily dazed. Especially just now, the notifications rang incessantly. Some were from Bai Xiao, others from Bai Jin, but the majority were from Bai Jin. The excitement was palpable. Yilang disregarded the affinity prompts between the mother and daughter and focused on the system information. 9. Insufficient. In an instant, Yilang's eyes widened. As if in a dream, Bai Xiao turned over, leaving Yilang with the sight of her flawless back. At that moment, Yilang had no inclination to admire such beauty. He quickly donned a pair of shorts and stepped out of bed, ignoring the piercing gaze of Bai Jin. He marched straight towards the sofa. Once seated, he gulped down several mouthfuls of water before solemnly addressing the system. System, rolling my eyes already, and it's only 9? Surely, there must be a mistake? The system replied coldly. This system does not make mistakes. Please improve the quality, host. Yilang felt disheartened. Was it really this difficult? How was the 2-point constitution calculated? Ding. System notification. Upon the first acquisition of each task target, constitution increases by the full amount. Based on affinity, 0 minus 20 equals 1 point, 21 minus 40 equals 2 points, 41 minus 60 equals 3 points, 61 minus 80 equals 4 points, 81 minus 99 equals 5 points. 100 points of affinity doubles to 10 points. For subsequent acquisitions, constitution increases by the limited amount. Based on affinity, 0 minus 21 equals 0. 1 points, 21 minus 40 equals 0. 2 points, 41 minus 60 equals 0. 3 points, 61 minus 80 equals 0. 4 points, 81 minus 99 equals 0. 5 points, 100 points of affinity doubles to 1 point. Yilang's expression fell instantly. System, in this apocalyptic world, why must there be such a trivial affinity system? Would it not be more straightforward to simply provide a direct boost? Alternatively, one could consider loyalty. Even the value of servitude surpasses affection. The system remained silent, offering no response. Yilang's eyelids twitched involuntarily as he cast a glance towards Bai Jin. At that moment, Bai Jin, observing Yilang's bare torso, which bore distinct signs of rigorous training, felt a flicker of panic in her eyes, which were otherwise filled with animosity. Yet, she defiantly glared back, gritting her teeth and retorting, "What are you staring at? Don't think I fear you. If you dare to touch me, I will bite off that wicked part of you. Go ahead, try me." Yilang's fury surged as he rose to his full height, closing the distance between them with rapid strides, undeterred by the incessant warnings echoing in his mind. Bai Jin curled into herself, her fists clenched tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yet she maintained her fierce gaze upon Yilang. He picked up a pink leather belt, advancing towards her, but halted at the last moment. "Yilang, brother, dear brother, spare Xiao Jin. She is still young. What strength do you possess to confront me? Forgive her this once." The sight of Bai Xiao, kneeling on the ground, clutching his shorts with one hand while her nightgown was hastily held to her chest with the other, filled him with a fleeting sense of compassion. As he gazed at the pale Bai Xiao, the ferocity within him somewhat subsided, and he brazenly seated himself. "Bai Jin," he intoned, his voice as frigid as the ice of midwinter, "I do not lack for a woman like you. I possess the means to ensure a comfortable life for both you and your daughter, yet I could just as easily bring about your demise. Starvation, thirst, falls, or being bitten to death, all lie within my grasp. What grants you the audacity to act so brazenly before me? Or do you truly fear not death?" Upon hearing such grim fates, Bai Jin's countenance finally betrayed her terror. Her face turned as pale as parchment, her lips quivering, struggling to voice any words. Bai Zhao's fear was even more pronounced. With every utterance of death from Yilang, her body trembled uncontrollably. In the end, she relinquished her grip on her nightgown, tears streaming down her face as she clutched at Yilang's shorts, pleading, "Good brother, I implore you, do not harm her. She is my only daughter." Yilang regarded the stark white Bai Xiao with a cold stare, remaining silent. "I will obey. I will heed your every command. Bai Jin will also listen. I will teach her, and she is very obedient." Bai Xiao exclaimed, suddenly turning to Bai Jin, shouting, "Xiao Jin, apologize to Yilang at once." Seeing her mother kneeling bare and begging for mercy, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded on her behalf, Bai Jin felt a pang in her heart, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. She managed to whisper, "I'm sorry, Yilang, I will be obedient." "Speak louder." Both Yilang and Bai Xiao bellowed in unison. Bai Jin took a deep breath, his voice trembling yet striving to resonate. "I am sorry, Yilang. I will be obedient." Yilang ceased to impose further on Bai Jin, letting out a cold snort before addressing Bai Xiao. "Go to the dressing room and put on something that brings me joy." Chapter 8. The Pinnacle Gastronomy. How about a large watermelon? Unfazed by the blinding light, Bai Xiao shakily rose and stumbled towards the dressing room. Yilang continued to peruse the system notifications in his mind. The foremost message read, "System notification. If affection level is negative, physical enhancement will not be granted." Yilang's expression twitched, a flicker of disdain stirring within. Why should physical enhancement be contingent upon affection? Was there some hidden secret? He then inquired, "Will the basic configuration still double?" The system fell silent for a moment before replying, "Yes." Yilang smiled, relief washing over him. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. If the basic resources would indeed double, one loaf of bread roughly equated to 1 cubic decimeter. 3 loaves of bread combined with 5 cubic decimeters of water would yield 0.008 cubic meters. A single doubling would result in 0.016 cubic meters, and 2 doublings would produce 0.032 cubic meters. Given that the Earth's volume is approximately 108,321 billion cubic kilometers, if doubled according to this ratio, it would require merely 10,416,625 doublings to fill the Earth in one day. To burst the entire universe would necessitate only 3,231,045 doublings. A glint of madness flickered in Yilang's eyes as a cold smirk curled upon his lips. In that case, what does it matter? He dismissed the impractical fantasy and continued to scroll through the notifications. In an instant, the once whimsical Yilang transformed into a figure of exasperation. "System, could you explain what Spirit One means? Am I a fool? Please refrain from insulting yourself. The average mental strength of an adult human on Earth is 1." You are merely slightly below that, the system replied. Yilang's expression did not brighten at the system's answer. He remained gritting his teeth. This is discrimination against us athletes. Fine, even if it's 1, there must be a specific value. So tell me. Throw 1 came to reply. Well, I must be a fool. Yilang sighed deeply, tears of frustration streaming down his face. Once again, I must remind you not to insult yourself. Moreover, mental strength is unrelated to intelligence. It is a different form of power. In comparison, physical strength is equally formidable. Additionally, upon interacting with a task target of 100 affection points, you will receive free attribute points, allowing you to enhance either mental strength or physicality. Yilang's eyes brightened slightly, a smile finally gracing his lips. Achieving 100 affection points might be challenging before the apocalypse, but now, in this dire moment, it merely required employing a few strategies, a realm in which he was well-versed. Fortunately, there exists a freedom attribute point. It appears that I must indeed take some initiative towards the task objectives. However, what does the cautionary addition to mental strength imply? What consequences might it yield? Will it drive one to madness? Yilang inquired curiously of the system, yet it remained resolutely silent. A flicker of irritation crossed Yilang's eyelids, and he chose not to press further. At that moment, Baijin gazed at Yilang, who was clad only in a pair of shorts, with a look of sheer horror. What on earth is he doing? How terrifying! Why does his face alternate between crimson and yellow? Is he a traffic light? What a bizarre sight! Unbeknownst to Yilang, Baijin had already classified him as peculiar. System, why is there only a physical constitution attribute? Should there not also be strength and speed? Physical constitution is a comprehensive representation, encompassing strength, speed, and more. Enhancing physical constitution will augment all aspects of capability. The system's explanation was succinct, prompting Yilang to refrain from further inquiry. He began to flex his index and middle fingers, feeling them become remarkably agile and powerful, pliable at will. Excitedly, he asked System, to what extent have my fingers developed? Can they pierce through steel plates? Please refrain from such fanciful thoughts. Only upon achieving a task objective favorability of 100 will the host be rewarded with enhancements to physical attributes, augmenting them to tenfold that of an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yilang's gaze, yet he quickly reignited his determination. Tenfold it is. I shall become the most formidable finger on the entire planet. Ha ha ha. Kind reminder, the host's statement is inaccurate. The system has detected individuals among Earth's ordinary populace whose fingers are no less remarkable than the host's. Yilang paused. A fleeting image of a renowned male instructor from a certain island, famed for his fingers, crossing his mind. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and began to feel exhilarated. Exquisite cuisine. He was eager to discover what constituted such culinary excellence. System, have I met the requirements for exquisite cuisine? Quickly, let me see what this culinary masterpiece is. Ding. Exquisite cuisine has been placed into the system space. Please check at your convenience. Before Yilang could examine it, Bai Xiao timidly emerged from the wardrobe. Instantly, his eyes lit up, and he stood upright. Before him stood an enchanting young woman, adorned in a simple white long-sleeve shirt accented with a green and white checkered bow, paired with a pleated skirt of the same hue. She was a vision of elegance, crowned with a black cat ear headband. Her hands gripped the hem of her pleated skirt as she cautiously approached Yilang, her expression a blend of shyness and embarrassment, averted from Yilang and even more so from the daughter beside her. At this moment, Bai Xiao was filled with indignation. Whose home is this? What manner of clothing is found in the wardrobe? After much effort, she finally found a somewhat decent outfit. Yet, upon noticing Yilang's gaze upon her, uncertainty crept in. Yilang, captivated by her innocent sweetness intertwined with a hint of voluptuous allure, was momentarily stunned. Baijin, witnessing the disgraceful demeanor of the odious security guard, could not help but scoff and turn away. Observing her mother's somewhat snug attire only deepened her resentment towards Yilang. She felt a flicker of discontent towards her mother for adhering to the whims of this insufferable guard and dressing in such a pure and alluring manner. Yilang, however, paid little mind to any culinary delights. With a peculiar shout, he dashed towards Bai Xiao, lifting the bashful girl and racing towards the bedroom. Baijin, restrained by handcuffs, could not help but roll her eyes in exasperation. Her current distress stemmed not only from concern for her mother, but also from having consumed too much water earlier. leaving her unable to relieve herself while being bound. Why couldn't that insufferable guard hurry up? Unfortunately, he was not inclined to do so. Yilang, with his athletic physique clad merely in a pair of boxers, settled onto the sofa alongside the somewhat limp Bai Xiao. Furthermore, he shifted his position to reveal the stylishly designed coffee table, ensuring Bai Jin could see it. He intended to show off. With a flick of his right hand, 3 half-meter-long watermelons suddenly appeared on the table. How can it be watermelons? Wow, where did that come from? Oh dear, I'm scared. He paid no heed to Bai Zhao's astonishment, nor Bai Jin's fear and panic. Yilang, momentarily taken aback, quickly inquired of the system. System, is this exquisite delicacy merely watermelon? While watermelon is delightful, how can it be deemed extraordinary? Ding. System prompt. Exquisite delicacy refers to the food that the task target desires most urgently when the host helps her reach her peak state, rather than the host's interpretation of excellence. In truth, the host merely plays the role of a chef. The genuine customer is the task target. Yilang comprehended, yet felt a sense of dismay. After all this effort, I am merely a chef? Why can't it be my favorite food? This system seems rather servile. He resolved not to be influenced and to turn the situation around. He then looked at Bai Xiao, her eyes sparkling and lips slightly parted in disbelief. In this post-apocalyptic world, after all this time, you don't crave sumptuous meats, but instead desire watermelon? Bai Xiao was taken aback, uncertain of Yilang's intention or how he knew of her deep yearning for watermelon, especially as he conjured up 3 before her eyes. Upon seeing the succulent watermelons, her spirits lifted slightly, and she softly replied, I have always loved the watermelons grown in my hometown, but sadly, they are too fragile to transport. Even if wrapped in countless layers of foam, some would still crack upon removal. During my childhood, I often accompanied my father to the fields to savor those split melons. Their sweetness was unparalleled. In these apocalyptic days, with little food and no water, I find myself both parched and famished. Longing for a slice of watermelon, what a comfort it would be, as if I could find peace in death. Yilang understood. This was a nostalgic taste sensation from my youth, and since watermelon serves both as nourishment and hydration, it is no wonder I yearn for it so intensely. Are you a superhero? No, are you a deity? How could you possibly conjure up a watermelon? Observing Bai Zhao's anxious yet reverent expression alongside Bai Jin's incredulous and trembling form, Yilang's vanity reached an exquisite peak. With a serene smile, he declared, I possess extraordinary abilities. You may request whatever you desire in the future. Really? Then I wish for a steak. Bai Zhao's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Yilang, though a hint of disbelief lingered. Yet, in the face of an apocalypse, what was there to doubt? Yilang felt a twinge of awkwardness. Not now. You must wait. Bai Xiao looked puzzled. If it is possible, then it is. If not, what does wait mean? Chapter 9. Official Notification. Codename, Red Sunday. Why is there no rescue? Yilang was displeased. Listen, what do the people say? He stood bending slightly and grasped the bewildered Bai Xiao, ready to risk it all for the girl. At that moment, however, Bai Jin interjected, Yilang, I can't hold it any longer. Please, let me go to the restroom. Bai Xiao gasped and stood up, but her legs wobbled, and she stumbled into Yilang's quick embrace. With urgency etched on her face, she implored, Yilang, dear brother, hurry. Xiao Jin can't wait. Please release her. Yilang, who had been calm moments ago, suddenly turned cold. Release? How could I possibly do that? Have you not noticed Bai Jin's favorability rating? At that instant, Yilang mentally reviewed the favorability prompts in his mind. The rating had plummeted to -91, bordering on loathing. Were it not for her role in enhancing Bai Zhao's favorability, he would have already acted decisively. However, a few prompts caught his attention. 2 hours prior, the favorability had dropped by 5 points, coinciding with their entrance into the room. An hour and a half ago, another 5-point drop occurred, likely when the system dispensed its exquisite delicacies. Half an hour and 10 minutes ago, 2 more drops of 3 points each followed, both linked to the delivery of 2 large watermelons. Next time, you must remind Bai Xiao to keep her voice down. It would not do for the little girl to overhear. Yilang coldly rejected Bai Zhao's pleas, but nonetheless approached Bai Jin and released one of her handcuffs, allowing it to rest against his own hand. As for Bai Xiao, her favorability has reached 75, infatuation. So what is there to worry about? Abruptly seizing Bai Jin's hand, he pulled her along while carrying a bucket of water, leading her into the restroom. Bai Jin, her face flushed with embarrassment, protested, Yilang, if you don't let go, I won't be able to relieve myself. Yilang remained silent, his cold gaze fixed upon her. Bai Jin, filled with a mix of shame and indignation, exclaimed, "In this manner, I cannot remove my pants." Yilang chuckled, his tone laced with mischief. "You shouldn't need to remove your pants now." Ding. Being. Favorability. -93. The sound of water splashing echoed. Under the compassionate gaze of the blushing Bai Jin, Yilang used pure water to flush the toilet clean. He then brought Bai Jin to the sofa, handcuffing her hands. Picking up a sharp kitchen knife, he plunged it into a watermelon. With a crisp crack, the watermelon split open, revealing several fissures. After hastily slicing it, Yilang seized a piece and took a hearty bite. Under Yilang's suggestive glance, Bai Xiao hurriedly followed suit, indulging in a piece as well. Bai Jin had already swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. Yet Yilang made no move to offer her any, leaving Bai Xiao hesitant to feed her. Finally satiated, Bai Xiao confirmed that the watermelon from her hometown was indeed delicious, deserving of the title of exquisite delicacy. Yilang patted his belly, eyeing the eagerly watching Bai Xiao. With a playful smile, he mused, "Does your daughter want some watermelon?" Observing Bai Xiao nodding vigorously and Bai Jin attentively listening, Yilang picked up a piece and leaned it closer to Bai Jin's mouth, teasingly commanding, "Open wide." After finishing the watermelon, Yilang wiped his saliva-covered hand on her. Subsequently, he removed his slippers and rested his feet upon her smooth, long legs. "Aunt Xiao Xiao, tidy up a bit," he instructed. Bai Xiao's face instantly turned crimson. Had she not just been addressing him by several different titles in the room? What generation was this? Not daring to think further, she obediently stood up, disregarding the subtle discomfort from the friction, and began to clean up. Meanwhile, Yilang perused his phone. It was now the 4th day of the apocalypse, yet miraculously, the internet and electricity had not been interrupted, exuding an absurd atmosphere. The official rescue information on the microblog still had not been updated, but a pinned announcement had sparked heated discussions among the public. Official announcement: "Please do not go outside. Please do not go outside. Please do not go outside." On June 1st, 2028, an unknown global upheaval occurred, posing a significant threat to human life and the environment. This worldwide disaster has been designated code Name Red Sunday to ensure the utmost protection of life and property and to maintain social order and stability. The following urgent notification is hereby issued. 1. Current dire circumstances. A sudden and unprecedented ecological anomaly has emerged globally, with land overtaken by rampant vegetation that obscures visibility and hinders passage. Among the aggressive flora, mutated vines have developed tendrils exceeding several dozen centimeters in diameter and soaring higher than 10 stories, exhibiting strong predatory instincts as they actively ensnare living beings for sustenance. Insects have undergone significant enlargement, with mosquitoes reaching sizes comparable to fists or even soccer balls, proliferating rapidly and posing a high risk of disease transmission through their sharp proboscis. Cockroaches, locusts, and other pests exhibit considerable destructive capabilities. Furthermore, animals such as cats, dogs, lizards, and birds have increased in size by several to hundreds of times, displaying ferocious temperaments and having attacked humans on multiple occasions. 2. Safety precautions. Citizens are urged to remain indoors, securely closing all doors and windows, and reinforcing them with sandbags and wooden boards to prevent the intrusion of mutated flora and fauna. The world's water resources are depleting rapidly, and the water supply system has collapsed. Therefore, it is imperative to seal and conserve any stored water to avoid contamination and waste. Exposure to food accelerates spoilage. All types of food should be promptly vacuum sealed or stored in airtight conditions and kept in a cool, dry environment. It is essential to maintain calm and rationality. Refrain from spreading rumors and stay attuned to official information while cooperating with government directives. 3. Maintenance of social order. Security agencies will rigorously combat acts of robbery, theft, assault, rumor-mongering, and violent crimes that exploit the chaos, administering severe and swift legal repercussions. Government departments are wholly committed to maintaining the operation of essential infrastructures, such as electricity and networks, while monitoring social dynamics in real time to ensure that unlawful activities are brought to light. 4. Leadership message. In the face of this unprecedented calamity, the government stands united with all citizens, sharing a common destiny. It is crucial for everyone to strictly adhere to the requirements of this notification. Relay the information to one another and collectively fortify our defenses. Subsequent measures and information will be disseminated promptly through broadcasting, television, and online channels. Emergency Management Office of the Government, June 4th, 2028. Yilang felt a heavy weight in his heart upon reading this message. The government's 3 warnings to refrain from venturing outdoors instilled a chilling dread. Why has disaster befallen us? What is the truth behind this apocalypse? Why has the government delayed in initiating rescue efforts, leaving citizens to fend for themselves in isolation? This is uncharacteristic of the Dragon Nation. Historically, wherever disaster strikes, there emerges a group of valiant figures bearing crimson banners. This has been validated through countless calamities. Until the final moment, the Dragon Nation would never willingly forsake any of its citizens. This is also the reason why the Western powers have never dared to underestimate us. Why does the Dragon Kingdom appear so powerless in the face of a minuscule yet ominous red sun? Can mere flesh and blood monstrosities truly withstand the might of firearms? Surely, they cannot. Carbon-based life forms are ultimately fragile when confronted with guns, missiles, and even nuclear weaponry. But what, then, accounts for this predicament? Chapter 10. The Struggle for Survival in a Dystopian World. Beneath this pinned official announcement, the comment section erupted with fervor, curiously dominated by messages of support. Some individuals shared protective strategies, while others inquired about methods for stockpiling supplies. A greater number expressed their commitment to adhere strictly to government directives, uniting to confront this crisis. The official account promptly responded to these comments, addressing inquiries, instilling confidence, and urging collective solidarity to weather the storm. Simultaneously, the authorities highlighted comments from relevant departments and scholars on maximizing food storage, risk mitigation, and insights into various mutated organisms. Conversely, messages of skepticism, heartfelt pleas for help, genuine disclosures of apocalyptic calamities, and calls for self-preservation were swiftly deleted or obscured. This led to a peculiar harmony within the comment section. Yilang keenly observed a few distinct messages, one of which appeared to be from an individual claiming to have awakened an extraordinary ability, capable of conjuring anomalous flames that could incinerate all. Accompanied by an image, this message flickered past, leaving Yilang unable to scrutinize it in detail, nor did he pay it much mind. Another message seemed to originate from an entomologist urging the public to swiftly acquire knowledge about various insects, particularly social insects like mosquitoes, bees, and ants, which pose significant danger and a considerable risk of invasion into homes, an adversary beyond human capacity to combat. Conversely, solitary or non-social insects and animals were deemed relatively safe. By merely securing doors and remaining indoors, these now massive creatures could not easily penetrate inside. The entomologist noted that the smaller the organism, the greater its size amplification. Conversely, larger species experience comparatively minor increases. He added, however, that plants were an exception, as their growth patterns were more intricate and lacked discernible. Despite Yilang's swift fingers, he failed to capture a screenshot. Meanwhile, the chatty, whimsical, and vitriolic messages, alongside those promoting cult-like ideologies, were drowned in a sea of positivity, garnering no attention. Yilang closed Weibo and opened Doulang. In contrast, Doulang felt more authentic. For reasons unknown, some raw, bloody, and brutal videos lingered longer on Doulang, occasionally remaining uncensored, starkly displayed for all to see. Yet, most prevalent were the videos pleading for help, as netizens employed every resource at their disposal to survive. Most captured their homes in the ruins with trembling hands, tearfully recounting the plight of the unfortunate, imploring compassionate parents to contribute some supplies to rescue this wretched soul. The comments beneath were rife with dark humor, as if no one regarded the lives of others or their own mortality with any seriousness. In retrospect, in 2028, although the Dragon Kingdom triumphed in the trade war against the United States, the lives of the populace had not improved. The economic toll was immense, compounded by resource scarcity and environmental degradation. Meanwhile, advancements in soft technologies, intelligent robotics, and functional machinery rendered the lives of ordinary citizens exceedingly arduous. Even Yilang, a national martial arts champion, found that to secure a security position, he was required to obtain a second-level fire safety certification. People had grown accustomed to seeking a sliver of amusement amid despair, using mockery to mask their inner fears. There were also the clever ones. Those who once feared censorship were now liberated in their true natures. They yearned to showcase their graduation photos, the audacity of which was astonishing. Yi Lang, however, remained unfazed. He merely wished to bury his gaze into the screen of his phone. Witnessing the unbecoming display of Yi Lang, Bai Jin dared not make any bold moves. Sneering quietly before averting her eyes, Yi Lang rubbed his feet and continued scrolling through videos. This indulgence was quite something. The previous borderline streamers were tolerable, but the most challenging were those who had previously refrained from such antics. One video captured Yi Lang's attention. A streamer named Bai Yun Yao, clad in a modest ensemble, disdainfully proclaimed, "What? I am a serious graduate of a prestigious 985 university and an official League of Legends streamer. You expect me to tread close to the line? Even dogs wouldn't do that, for it is merely a matter of two edges." The once demure streamer suddenly transformed into a sultry figure, striking suggestive poses. Yi Lang couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief, irresistibly drawn into her live stream. There he beheld Bai Yun Yao in a sleeveless, high-neck black dress, daringly cut to reveal her skin along the sides, the tailored silhouette accentuating her enchanting form. Most bizarrely, she wore a veil of black lace over her eyes. At that moment, she was making heart shapes with her hands at her chest, swaying her upper body in a half circle, exclaiming her gratitude for the little hearts from her admirers. Yet, dear brothers, especially those in the same city, could you spare some supplies for Yao? She hadn't eaten or drunk anything for several days and lacked the strength to move. The comment section was a gathering of seasoned connoisseurs of suggestiveness. Mr. Hang remarked, "I warned you. You were born to thrive in this realm. You scolded me back then. How does it taste now?" Bai Yun Yao's eyes sparkled, filled with a mix of indignation and allure. Behind the camera, several local gentlemen utilized drones to airdrop water and bread to him, prompting him to obediently close his mouth. Luo Bo, with a crisp and fragrant tone, remarked, "Mr. Hang, my dear brother, your discerning eye is commendable. However, perhaps the host is always prepared. This performance rivals that of seasoned professionals next door." Mr. Wong from Jiafu Supermarket exclaimed, "Truly splendid. Indeed, it is the element of contrast that reigns supreme. Host, we are not far apart. Do perform another dance for us." Upon spotting Jiafu Supermarket, Bai Yun Yao's eyes sparkled with delight. "Welcome, Brother Wong. Allow me to dazzle you with an even more exhilarating dance." As the rhythm of the garlicky dance began to resonate, Bai Yun Yao swayed her body in sync with the music, her enchanting gaze peeking through delicate black lace and sheer fabric, her movements exuding both fervor and elegance. At last, she reached the climactic moment. Her expression turned dreamy, her crimson lips slightly parted. With her pristine, elongated hands clenched into fists, one raised, the other lowered, she fervently danced to the rapid drum beats. The live stream exploded in excitement, with comments flooding in like a torrential waterfall. "Cannot bear it. Who has turned me into air?" cried Tu Guang. "I don't understand. Is the host punishing invisible spies?" inquired Zailang. "Host, just hold on a little longer. It's almost there." Urged Hishan. "Brothers above, quite impressive indeed. I have concluded. 10 more seconds," shouted the 8th-level Gale. Bai Yun Yao clearly knew how to maximize the heat of the moment. She began to hum. Chapter 11. When a man ignites, a woman's presence becomes inconsequential. A full 10 seconds of vigorous dancing unleashed a myriad of admirers. Yi Lang was among them. Indeed, the 8th-level Gale was he. The atmosphere in the live stream reached its zenith, as Bai Yun Yao, panting, flashed a seductive smile. "Thank you for your support, dear brothers. But alas, my hands are weary. Which kind-hearted brother could airdrop some sustenance for me? I am right here in the community." Ignoring the barrage of gift effects on screen, Bai Yun Yao continued her earnest plea for provisions. She was not foolish. In times like these, money held little value. Food and drink were the true lifesavers. At that moment, Mr. Wong from Jiafu Supermarket sent a comment. "I have plenty of supplies here, and our communities are quite close. Why don't you come to me directly? I have a small aerial vehicle." In 2028, the flying economy of the Dragon Nation flourished, with drones and small aerial vehicles becoming indispensable means of transportation and crucial for material delivery. Mr. Wong was not deceiving anyone. Upon seeing this comment, before Bai Yun Yao could respond, the livestream's comments erupted. Wow, Big Brother must have a lot of supplies. I too am in a nearby community. Please save me. I'm on the verge of starving. Little gummy bear. Big Brother, check my profile. I can dance too, and I could do even more. In the realm of grand ambitions, a bold figure proclaimed, Brother, do not be so rigid about gender. I possess resources while you wield strength. Together, we shall become invincible with our dual blades. I happen to know a remarkable technique for sheathing both swords simultaneously. Undeterred by the clamor of the barrage, Bai Yun Yao swiftly added Mr. Wong from Jiafu's supermarket as a friend and hastily concluded her broadcast. This left many online spectators lamenting the loss. Yet they acknowledged that this girl might finally achieve a comfortable life, should Mr. Wong indeed own a supermarket. With the excitement waning, Yi Lang continued scrolling through the feed. Meanwhile, Bai Jin, feeling uneasy at the sight of Yi Lang, who was clad only in shorts, occasionally burst into laughter that felt both inappropriate and nervous. Is this a ploy to gather strength against me? What should I do? Yet what choice do I have? My mother? How could we? But if he insists? What if he wants to include me? Her mind was a tempest of confusion and anxiety. After awkwardly scrolling through several channels targeted towards women, Yi Lang disdainfully closed the app. It seemed that the algorithm for tailored streaming had faltered due to the influx of suggestive content. Nevertheless, it must be said that the male streamers had little competition from their female counterparts. A chill ran through Yi Lang as he observed the lasciviousness of the comment section. This was truly a struggle for survival, where everyone sought to push boundaries for mere sustenance. In a matter of moments, Yi Lang encountered numerous posts that had previously belonged to other genres, now desperately attempting to straddle the line. Artists had shifted from painting to crafting hearts. Chefs had transitioned from noodle tossing to serving little maids. Dog trainers had moved from training pets to training themselves. And those who once focused on sheep now turned to sculpting abs. As long as one was bold enough to shed their inhibitions, there would always be a niche audience willing to pay. Perhaps a benefactor would even drop supplies or whisk someone away, providing a means of survival. Yi Lang understood this and respected it, yet a sense of absurdity and disarray permeated the atmosphere. At that moment, Bai Xiao had tidied the coffee table and the floor. Observing Yi Lang's incessant laughter while engrossed in his phone, she wisely chose silence and took the liberty of changing the sheets. Her gaze towards Yi Lang softened considerably. Noticing the coffee table was now pristine, Yi Lang retracted his foot from Bai Jin's abdomen, sitting upright. He pointed, and in an instant, the table was laden with bread, bottled water, and 2 halves of a watermelon. Yi Lang shifted closer, unreservedly wrapping his arms around Bai Jin. Her attempts to resist were quelled by the ferocity in Yi Lang's eyes, rendering her motionless, though her body tensed with anxiety. Yi Lang then beckoned Bai Xiao, who had resigned herself to the situation, to approach. After embracing the beautiful young woman, he opened the camera on his phone and handed it to Bai Jin, calmly suggesting, "Let us 3 take a group photo, ensuring we capture everything on the coffee table as well." Bai Jin, feeling helpless, trembled as she pointed the phone at the trio. "Smile, for heaven's sake. Do not wear such a mournful expression." Both Bai Jin and Bai Xiao shuddered simultaneously, managing to force a faint smile. Snap! Yi Lang took the phone back, scrutinizing the photo with care. At that moment, Bai Jin swiftly distanced herself the instant Yi Lang released his grip. Paying no heed to her, Yi Lang noted that the photo's clarity was satisfactory and that it included all the necessary elements. Promptly sharing it in the Owner S group for the luxurious villa community, accompanied by the caption, "Only accepting beautiful ladies." Interested parties may privately message for photos. Meanwhile, the group was still mourning the tragic news of the 10th floor of Building 3 being overrun with heavy casualties. Yet, Yi Lang's message fell like a stone into a pond, creating immediate ripples. Jiang Fangzhou, the chair of the Owner S Committee for Unit 1105, responded, "Yi Lang, what time do you think it is? Are you still engaging in such shameless activities? Are you here to flaunt? If you possess even a shred of humanity, you should surrender all food and water to be distributed by the Owner S Committee. Rest assured, the party and the nation will not forget your contributions." Fang Mingda from Unit 1309 echoed, "Indeed, Yi Lang, the chair is right. The 10th floor of Building 3 has been overtaken by terrifying beasts and plants. Other floors are not safe either. This is a critical moment. We must unite." Anyone with surplus supplies should hand them over to the Owner-S Committee for collective distribution, so we can all weather this crisis together. Li Wenxuan from Unit 1415 added, "Yes, Yilang, you must consider the bigger picture." Several other members of the committee chimed in supportively. Yilang merely snickered, choosing not to respond. Li Mingshan from Unit 1104 stated, "I support the committee's proposal. It is not just Yilang. Everyone should contribute their supplies for centralized management, so we can all survive." The group buzzed with agreement, with supportive comments flooding in. However, some astute individuals like Waiting for the Wind from Unit 1511 remarked, "Li Mingshan from Unit 1104, of course, you wish for centralized distribution since you have no supplies. But why should others give their hard-earned stockpiles to you?" Li Mingshan retorted, "Waiting for the Wind from Unit 1511, so you must have plenty of supplies at home, right? Why don't you hurry and share with everyone?" Waiting for the Wind replied, "Fool, don't spout nonsense. I have none either. I suspect you hoard plenty of water and food, feigning poverty to acquire more." Li Mingshan shot back, "Waiting for the Wind from Unit 1511, how dare you?" The verbal battle escalated, with the group filled with accusations and counterarguments. Building 3, Room 1001. Fan E. Everyone, please cease your commotion. Have you not yet grasped the gravity of the situation? Just 2 or 3 hours ago, the entire 10th floor succumbed to chaos, overrun not only by bizarre, animated vines and mosquitoes the size of soccer balls, but also by a colossal gecko. Although I have never encountered a gecko of 4 or 5 meters in length, there is no doubt that it was indeed a gecko. Many of our neighbors have been devoured after being unable to escape as that creature crashed through their doors. Building 3, Room 1511, Waiting for the Wind. Fan E from Room 1001, is this for real? Do not frighten us without reason. If such a terrifying gecko truly exists, how did you manage to survive? Building 3, Room 1217, Li Shui. Is there really a gecko of that size? It can break down doors? Does that imply that the entire Building 3 is unsafe? Building 3, Room 1101, Jiang Xiao. Indeed, what can we do? Who can save us? Many owners from Building 3 began to panic. At that moment, Yilang's expression darkened. Although the stairwell door on the 17th floor was secured with a password lock and was quite sturdy, the thought of a 4 or 5 meter monster breaking through it was not entirely implausible. How could they ensure their safety? Yilang glanced at Beiyin, feeling an intense disdain for the system's favorability function, yet he forced himself to endure it for the sake of his physical condition. Bai Jin felt flustered under Yilang's occasional scrutinizing gaze, feeling as though she were being intimidated. What was the point of such intimidation? Unbeknownst to her, Yilang was resolute in his decision to employ some unconventional tactics. Chapter 12. What of ethical standards? Taking a deep breath, Yilang resumed his perusal of the messages in the group. Building 3, Room 1001, Fan, Waiting for the Wind from Room 1511, I assure you, my word are true. I escaped by hastily climbing the stairs to the 11th floor. I owe my gratitude to Brother Wang Wei and Sister Qin Ling from Room 1102. Their timely opening of the stairwell door and their hospitality saved me from peril. I propose that we fortify the stairwell door on the 11th floor. A mere lock will not suffice, or else we may all face a similar threat. Building 3, Room 1102, Wang Wei. The password lock on the stairwell door is broken. I merely secured it with a lock I found at home. We are all neighbors here. If one is in distress, should we not lend a hand? Young Fan is being overly formal. At that moment, in Room 1102, after sending his message, Wang Wei cast a reproachful glance at the young Fan, who was sitting cautiously on the sofa. The look conveyed a sense of admonishment for expressing gratitude in the group. What an earnest young man he was. Watching Wang Wei's barely concealed smile, Fan scratched his head, feeling a bit shy as he smiled back. In Building 3, Room 1217, Li Shui remarked, even if the stairwell door is sealed and the large gecko cannot ascend, what about those eerie vines? What the mosquitoes? Are we not merely awaiting our demise? In response, Fan E from Room 1001 proposed, I suggest we lift the blockade, allowing those on the lower floors to ascend to the higher ones. By consolidating our strength, we can collectively confront the impending danger and await rescue from the state. This approach significantly enhances our chances of survival. Upon hearing this, the residents of the 11th and 12th floors unanimously agreed, for the villas at Golden Island are spacious enough to accommodate more individuals without issue. Conversely, The owners of the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th floors remained largely unconvinced. It was absurd. This was an apocalyptic scenario, with food and water already scarce. The lower floor residents were unwilling to leave their homes, especially considering the risk of bringing no supplies, which would force them to resort to consuming their own provisions. Moreover, in such dark times, trust was a rare commodity. Who would dare open their doors to outsiders? Fan Yi's intentions were indeed suspect. Yi Lang continued to peruse the messages in the group chat, yet found no valuable information, prompting him to exit the conversation. An overwhelming sense of urgency washed over him. The sinister vines, swarms of gigantic mosquitoes, and geckos powerful enough to break through doors rendered him incapable of finding solace. He observed Bai Jin, whose anxious expression mirrored his own, and with a furrowed brow, he implored the system, "Is it impossible to bolster my physical constitution through forced intimacy? Even by a single point?" Ding. System alert. This system is the Apocalypse Intimacy System, not a leveling system. Please focus on developing positive relationships. Moreover, intimacy is of utmost importance. Please explore this on your own. Yi Lang cursed inwardly, lamenting the system's ineptitude. As he reviewed Bai Jin's intimacy ratings, a smirk spread across his face, alleviating his previous distress. Bai Jin, intimacy, -89. This must have been when he had offered her watermelon, resulting in a direct increase of 3 points. Bai Jin, intimacy, -88. This was likely when he had requested her to clean up after herself, surprisingly yielding an additional point. A wicked grin crept onto Yi Lang's face. It appeared that the young girl possessed certain qualities of which she herself was unaware. Furthermore, his strategy seemed to be effective. Given the excruciating difficulty of improving intimacy with someone like Bai Jin, extraordinary measures were indeed warranted. The rationale behind Bai Jin's hellish difficulty rating was self-evident. Any normal girl would find it exceedingly challenging to maintain a relationship with a mother under such circumstances. However, Yi Lang did not find it particularly daunting, having endured the rigorous training of that woman, who embodied a hellish experience. At the thought of her, Yi Lang's expression turned as frigid as eternal ice. Being accustomed to the fluctuating hues of his face akin to a traffic light, felt a mix of embarrassment and urgency, having consumed too much watermelon. She now found herself in need of a restroom. Yet, she was resolute in her desire to avoid reliving the previous encounter. As Yi Lang listened to the chime of the affection indicator, he observed the flustered Bai Jin, feeling somewhat perplexed. What could be troubling this young girl? At that moment, Bai Xiao comprehended Bai Jin's predicament. Casting a sidelong glance at Yi Lang, she whispered a few words into his ear. "No way." Yi Lang shook his head, firmly declining. "I can help her to the restroom, but changing her clothes? That's crossing a line, isn't it?" "Oh, just let me finish," Bai Xiao urged. Noticing her daughter's face was flushed to the point of embarrassment. Unable to restrain herself, she gave the man a light slap, only to realize her reaction and glance nervously at Yi Lang, finding him unperturbed before continuing softly. "It's not you. I will assist her with the change." "You are simply insufferable." At last, Yi Lang understood, scratching his head and letting out a hearty laugh. He nodded. "All right, go choose a pair of pants and some undergarments, and help her in the restroom." Bai Xiao quickly rose and made her way to the wardrobe. Moments later, she emerged with 2 pieces of fabric, helping her daughter as they entered the restroom. Yi Lang reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. After a while, Bai Xiao emerged from the restroom, leading the shy Bai Jin by the hand. Yi Lang instantly stood upright. He beheld Bai Jin, who had traded her tattered hot pants for a pair of seamless charcoal gray leggings. Coincidentally, they bore a daring design similar to that of the previous streamer. Bai Yunyao, with cutouts on the sides that revealed her fair, dewy skin, strikingly unblemished despite having gone 4 days without a shower. Bai Jin's hands were still restrained by pink fuzzy handcuffs as she lowered her head, her cheeks aflame, avoiding eye contact. Earlier in the restroom, she had complained to her mother about the choice of such revealing pants and undergarments. Yet Bai Xiao had helplessly replied that it was indeed the most conservative option available. Bai Jin inwardly scoffed, pondering what the former occupant of this house must have done. The discomfort was unbearable. As Yi Lang approached her step by step, her heart raced in her chest. Panting, he suddenly pulled Bai Xiao towards him. Before her eyes, 2 generous plates of steak and glasses of red wine appeared on the table, causing Bai Xiao's eyes to sparkle with delight. She finally believed Yi Lang's words. The steak and wine were the finest delicacies she had savored at a banquet years ago, lingering in her memory ever since. The fact that this almost godlike man could conjure such a feast was utterly astonishing. With her affection for him soaring to 93, Yi Lang chuckled with satisfaction. Upon noticing Bai Xiao's affection rating at 86, his pride swelled even more, all thanks to the fruits of his labor. Yi Lang's gaze towards her softened. Stop staring and taste it. Isn't it your favorite flavor? Bai Xiao clearly felt a stir of emotions, but upon glancing at her daughter, she hesitated. Yet her eyes, filled with earnest longing, remained fixed on Yi Lang. Bai Jin, come over here. Don't be shy. It's more lively when the family eats together. Yi Lang beckoned to Bai Jin, patting the seat beside him. Bai Jin rolled her eyes in annoyance. Family? Who do you think you were to play the role of the father? However, the steak was simply too tantalizing, its aroma and appearance captivating, rising with steam. It made her involuntarily swallow. What kind of days had she and her mother endured recently, having not lit a stove? Now, confronted with the steaming steak, she could hardly contain herself. Seeing her daughter obediently take a seat beside Yi Lang, Bai Xiao couldn't help but sigh with relief. Her daughter had resisted Yi Lang due to her own influence, but at least she wasn't throwing a tantrum anymore. In this apocalyptic world, being in the presence of a man who seemed almost divine was an immense stroke of luck. In comparison, what did those ethical constraints matter? Chapter 13, Only Mother is Good, dedicated to Ms. Bai Xiao, Zhana Chong. At this moment, Yi Lang was enjoying Kobe filet mignon alongside Bai Xiao, sipping on a 2002 Lafite second label. The surface of the grilled steak was fragrant and crisp, forming an enticing caramelized crust. Upon cutting it open, the inside was tender and juicy. Yi Lang gently sliced a piece and placed it in his mouth. It truly melted away, much to his liking. The red wine, however, was not particularly pleasant, perhaps due to Yi Lang's limited experience with it. Bai Jin was nearly drooling at this point. After days of hunger, having only consumed a few pieces of watermelon, that annoying security guard had denied her the bread earlier, and now, gazing at the steak rich in myoglobin, her stomach growled audibly. As if he heard her stomach's protest, Yi Lang cut a piece of steak and offered it to Bai Jin's lips. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. But before she could open her mouth, Yi Lang's irritating voice interrupted. If you want to eat, you can, but now that we have steak and wine, we're just missing some music. Sing a song, and not only will I let you eat, but you'll have your fill. Bai Jin's face instantly shifted from anticipation to embarrassment and annoyance. She turned her head away, biting her silver teeth, refusing to look at the bothersome man. Yi Lang chuckled lightly, unperturbed. He relished the challenge of taming disobedient little girls. Ignoring the prompts in his mind, he urged the complex-faced Bai Xiao to continue enjoying the steak. The system's reward of exquisite steak was not only delicious, but also plentiful. The two had finished an entire bottle of red wine, yet still had not finished their 2 servings of steak. Yi Lang had half of his portion remaining, while Bai Xiao had only touched a quarter of hers. At this moment, Bai Xiao gently rubbed her slightly swollen belly, humming in satisfaction. Though she felt a pang of sympathy for her daughter, she discerned that Yi Lang was engaging her daughter in a rather novel game. As a mother, all she could do was silently observe. After all, the worst that could happen was merely that. With this thought, Bai Xiao's mindset became considerably more relaxed. She smiled as she watched Yi Lang teasing her daughter with a steak, while little Jean consistently turned away, refusing to sing. Unbeknownst to Bai Jin, if she had known her mother's thoughts, she would have surely been incensed. This insufferable security guard. If he wouldn't feed her, then so be it. Why must he insist she sing before granting her food? How utterly detestable. She had already managed to rub the steak against her lips, and it smelled divine. Bai Jin swallowed hard, yet resolutely withheld her agreement, though her turns of the head gradually slowed down. Yi Lang noticed that the little girl, when he brought the steak closer to her, was intentionally nudging it a little more. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The little proud one claimed to refuse. Yet her body was honest. Seeing that his daughter seemed to have no way out, Bai Xiao, feeling sorry for her, cleared her throat to break the stalemate. Little Jean, why not sing a song? Mommy would love to hear you. Upon hearing this, Bai Jin widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at her mother. Mom, is this even related? Are you really my mother? Bai Xiao chuckled. If I weren't your mother, Yi Lang would have long devoured you. Would he go to such lengths otherwise? Just then, Yi Lang became intrigued. He stood up and turned on the home audio system, placing the microphone before Bai Jin. He then evenly sliced the steak and set in front of her, grinning as he said, Go ahead, sing any song you wish. Once you're done, all this will be yours. Bai Jin gazed at the neatly cut steak, swallowing hard. Yet her youthful modesty left her hesitating, her cheeks flushing as her eyes darted between the steak and the microphone. Yi Lang, unhurried, continued to play. He moved beside Bai Xiao, and amidst her startled exclamation, he lifted her onto his lap. Though she was momentarily flustered, seeing her beloved mouth agape, she understood his intentions. After rolling her eyes dramatically, Bai Xiao settled onto Yi Lang's lap and began to feed him steak. Witnessing this, Bai Jin was immediately provoked, muttering to herself, "What a pair of shameless lovers, ugh." The thought that this woman was her mother made her involuntarily clench her teeth. The two of them thus engaged in a playful game of feeding each other. Before Yi Lang could even savor the steak, a satisfied hum escaped him, prompting Bai Xiao to wiggle her body and laugh merrily. Bai Jin's anger intensified with each passing moment, not only directed at that insufferable security guard but also at her own mother. How could a mother behave in such a manner, leaving her own daughter in hunger while indulging in flirtation with a lover? Suddenly, Bai Jin's eyes sparkled with mischief as a playful smile graced her lips. Seizing the microphone, she proclaimed loudly, "Since you all wish for me to sing, I shall oblige. Here is a song. Only Mother is Good in This World, dedicated to Ms. Bai Xiao." Instantly, a burst of laughter erupted from Yi Lang, who was embracing the stunned Bai Xiao. At that moment, as Bai Xiao listened to her daughter's resonant rendition of Only Mother is Good in This World, her face flushed crimson, as if she might bleed from embarrassment. She shot a glare at her rebellious daughter. Was she intentionally humiliating her mother? This was utterly outrageous. Just wait until Xiao Lang devours you. You won't be laughing then. As the spirited performance concluded, completely ignoring the duo's animated expressions, Bai Jin began to feast heartily. The tender, succulent steak brought tears to her eyes. "Oh, how delicious! Mother, no, grandmother, this is simply exquisite." Yi Lang and Bai Xiao chuckled at the sight of Bai Jin, who was munching and humming in delight. Their laughter intertwined with the sounds of their own enjoyment. Meanwhile, in room 1716 of Building 2, Su Chong, clad in his security uniform, was busily slicing the remnants of the sofa's leather into the pot. "I must be blind to have paired with such a useless man," he muttered. "Look at Yi Lang, always sharing bread in the group, while I'm stuck here eating sofa leather." At that moment, Wang Zhenjin, dressed in an ill-fitting haute couture evening gown, unleashed her tirade at Su Chong. He forced a sheepish smile, attempting to placate his girlfriend. "Ah Jean, it's my fault for letting you go hungry. Let us fill our stomachs first, and I'll think of another way." Wang Zhenjin sprang up, pointing an accusing finger at Su Chong as she continued her verbal onslaught. "You worthless fool. What other way can you think of? Once we finish the sofa leather, what will we eat next? Excrement?" Su Chong furrowed his brow, but persisted in his lowly assurances. "Ah Jean, I will find a way, I promise. I'll borrow something from another homeowner soon." Noticing the fleeting frown on Su Chong's face, Wang Zhenjin's demeanor shifted to one of vulnerability. "Ah Chong, I don't mean to scold you. I'm just so hungry. Who would lend us food now? We are both security guards. Yet how do we end up in a place with so little food? Look at Yi Lang, flaunting his meals and water daily, and today he even showed off a watermelon. It pains me. What good are these tattered clothes in this homeowner's house?" As she witnessed Ah Jean in a state of despair, tear at her own clothing and collapse to the ground in silent sobs, Ah Chong immediately discarded the piece of leather he had been holding. With a pained expression, he rushed to embrace her, gently patting her back and murmuring words of comfort. "Ah Jean, please do not cry. Just hold on a little longer. I will think of a way." In the next breath, his teeth clenched in anger. He cursed. That Yi Lang is simply fortunate beyond reason, managing to find such an abundance of food. This fool dares to unfriend me on WeChat. All he had to do was send over a few bags of bread. He truly is worthless. Back when we worked together, he was always pestering you. If I ever crossed paths with him, I would break his legs and seize all his food and water. At this moment, Ah Jean was equally incensed, echoing his sentiments indeed. He is nothing but a selfish scoundrel, and he was once my colleague. Noticing Ah Chong's curious gaze, she felt a flutter of anxiety and quickly added, "He is utterly heartless, showing no regard for our past camaraderie." Ah Chong, unfazed, merely nodded in agreement, his jaw clenched in frustration. Ah Jean breathed a sigh of relief. She had narrowly avoided disclosing her secret of sending Yi Lang an unfiltered, unedited selfie without makeup. What wrong had she committed as a woman? The real culprits were Yi Lang, that scoundrel, and the worthless man before her. With a sense of indignation, she picked up her phone and scrolled through the group chat to pass the time, for sitting in silence only heightened her hunger. As she perused the messages, the group chat was filled with pleas for food and water. Suddenly, one message caught her attention. Sitting up straight, her eyes lit up as she beckoned to Ah Chong. Ah Chong, come quickly. Look at the photo Yi Lang posted. That mother and daughter duo. Aren't they the ones from Building 3? The beautiful widow and her lovely daughter? Ah Chong leaned in for a closer look and recognized the pair, feeling a surge of excitement as he quietly remarked, indeed, they are quite well known. The plain girl and explosive mother. It seems Yi Lang is quite fortunate. Oh dear, if you consider this, since the mother and daughter from Building 3 have taken refuge with him, it strongly suggests that Yi Lang is likely in Building 3 as well, and perhaps, like us, on the 17th floor. Ah Chong's eyes sparkled with realization. It is quite possible the 18th floor is a non-residential level, so he must be on the 17th floor. Let us think. Who among the residents typically hides their keys under the doormat or in the flower pot? Wu Den, 1706. They both exclaimed almost in unison. In the next moment, they exchanged sinister smiles. Chapter 14. A mother and daughter together at this moment. Yi Lang embraced both mother and daughter, exuberantly singing Borrow, 500 years from heaven. As the final note of I truly wish to live for another 500 years reverberated, he pulled them both down onto the sofa. Having satisfied their hunger and thirst, Bai Jin's resistance began to wane. The emotional highs and lows of the day, coupled with her fluctuating feelings towards Yi Lang, led her to a state of numb acceptance of their reality, though she still harbored a desire to sink her teeth into that insufferable security guard. The fact that he had taken them in, allowing them to continue living, complicated her feelings. Moreover, the notion that her mother had discreetly shared a rather embarrassing speculation, if true, meant she could indulge in whatever she desired. Even if she refrained from ordering for herself, she could encourage her mother to think of her favorite dishes, which would suffice. Bai Jin silently calculated this in her mind, her eyes betraying a hint of resignation and compromise. What Bai Jin believed was her secret thought was, unbeknownst to her, tacitly understood by both Yi Lang and Bai Xiao, who exchanged knowing glances. Yi Lang was influenced by the fluctuating affection levels in his mind, decreasing by 1 point, increasing by 3, a continuous cycle that had brought him to a negative 39 by that afternoon. Though still filled with disdain, it was a marked improvement from outright hatred, suggesting that this back-and-forth dynamic must persist. Bai Xiao, meanwhile, caressed her daughter's lustrous black hair, her heart swelling with pride. She understood her daughter best. Although Bai Jin did not voice it, she was gradually coming to terms with their circumstances. From the moment she had observed her daughter willingly being held by Yi Lang while he sang several songs, Bai Xiao knew that Bai Jin had begun to psychologically rely on this man. Although her daughter's inner demons lingered, it was evident that Yi Lang's approach to women would eventually help her overcome them. As this thought crossed her mind, Bai Xiao's cheeks flushed, and she gently pinched Yi Lang's arm. He was taken aback, confused, thinking it was merely Bai Xiao expressing a craving for steak once more. As night fell, the oppressive sounds and the piercing buzz of insects began to reach the ears of many residents on the 11th floor of Building 3. Geckos and mosquitoes were indeed creatures of the night, particularly the former. Terrified, they once again voiced their support for a proposal in their group chat, raising both hands and feet in agreement. However, the opposition from the higher-ups in the chat was significant. Few believe in the goodness of humanity amidst impending doom. Reluctantly, the residents of the 11th floor took it upon themselves to reinforce the stairwell door. Some brought hammers and nails, others gathered wires and wooden planks, and those without tools moved furniture and heavy objects, working together to seal the stairway securely. A sense of relief washed over them. Yet, the boundless darkness and the terrifying sounds render one restless. There is no choice. Everyone can only offer each other solace and remind one another to seal their windows, draw the curtains, and avoid turning on the lights. Upon returning home, Wang Wei sighed, uncertain of when such days would come to an end. But he knew they must persevere and await official assistance. He then turned to his wife, Qin Ling, saying, "Please prepare dinner quickly. Since our young brother Fan Yi is here, let us indulge in something nice. Take out the dumplings from the fridge and boil them." Fan Yi immediately waved his hands in refusal, exclaiming, Brother Wang, you are truly generous. Though I am younger, I greatly admire your magnanimity. However, under these circumstances, we cannot be too particular. As long as there is something to eat, that suffices. Sister-in-law, you are a wonderful person. If it weren't for you and Brother Wang saving my life, I would have long been lost. I am so grateful to you both. You're like my own siblings. As he spoke, Fan Yi grasped Qin Ling's hand and knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Slightly embarrassed, Qin Ling had yet to respond when Wang Wei promptly helped Fan Yi up, patting his shoulder, his tone exceedingly warm. Brother, what are you saying? We are neighbors, and helping one another is only natural. Besides, I have stockpiled plenty of food. It's merely a matter of sharing chopsticks, nothing to fuss over. Qin Ling, touched by the sincerity of this young man, gently patted Fan Yi's shoulder and softly reassured him. Xiao Yi, do not cry. We are neighbors, and it is only right to lend a hand. Please get up. Fan Yi wiped his tears and managed to rise, his eyes still glistening with red. Wang Wei patted his back, smiling. All right, enough tears. Let us eat first. A full stomach will give us the strength to face what lies ahead. Qin Ling also smiled tenderly, turning to the kitchen to begin her preparations. The atmosphere within the room gradually eased, although the darkness outside persisted. The warmth of the moment infused a sense of comfort within their hearts. Meanwhile, in apartment 1716 of Building 2, Asian and A Chong finished their meal on the couch, but remained ravenous. Damn it, this Yilang has actually blocked me. A Chong fumed, throwing his phone in anger. Asian's face mirrored his fury. She clenched her teeth, a flicker of despair crossing her eyes. A Chong, what should we do? She has blocked both of us. How can we still threaten him? A Chong took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Do not panic, Asian. I will message him in the group and see if he responds. With that, A Chong picked up his phone and messaged Yi Lang in the group. Security, Su Chong. Yi Lang, I saw the pictures you posted. It seems to be about a mother and daughter, right? Which building are they from? Is it Building 3? Yi Lang, please add me so we can discuss in detail. The dialogue unfolds with a surprising revelation. Is it really a mother and daughter? I had thought they were sisters. How fortunate is that Leaf Lang? Wang Feier from Building 1 exclaims, Oh my, Leaf Lang, you beast. How could you commit such a morally reprehensible act? Your disrespect towards women will surely bring about retribution. Li Lan from Unit 1602 adds, Indeed, such a brute deserves to be physically castrated. It is an affront to both humanity and divinity. Let us unite and ensure he pays for his transgressions. Fan Jingjing from Unit 1515 interjects, and what of that mother and daughter? As women, how could they resort to exchanging their bodies for sustenance? To engage in such acts together is a disgrace to all women. At that moment, Leaf Lang, oblivious to the murmurs, is pouring purified water into a large basin in the bathroom. Bai Xiao and her daughter, Bai Jin, watch him with concern, attempting to dissuade him. But their pleas are in vain. His words leave them blushing. Bai Xiao, you've lost so much water. Your skin must be slippery and sticky. How could you not wash? I prefer to embrace you when you are clean and smooth. Bai Xiao's face turns crimson, embarrassed by his teasing. Bai Jin rolls her eyes at the absurdity of this shameless security guard acting like a lecherous father. Yet, witnessing her mother's flustered demeanor, she realizes this is a mutual indulgence. Leaf Lang notices Bai Jin's eye roll and chuckles, continuing, Once your mother finishes washing, you can have a turn with the remaining water. It would be wasteful to discard it. A delightful chime from the system coincides with Bai Jin's excited exclamation. Really? Overjoyed, she had prepared herself for a showerless ordeal. Yet what woman does not cherish cleanliness? Her excitement radiates, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Leaf Lang, smiling, retrieves the key to the handcuffs and frees Bai Jin, saying, All right, you two may go wash. He then gently closes the bathroom door behind him. The mother and daughter, filled with exhilaration, disregard any shyness as they hastily shed their garments. Chapter 15, Exposure. A dash into the bathroom, listening to the rustling sounds from within. Leaf Lang's lips curl into a subtle smile. Though the bathroom door is frosted, he can still discern the silhouettes of two graceful figures bustling about. Bi Xiao, voluptuous and full-figured, cautiously lifts water to pour over her neck. Despite the coolness of the water, her determination to maintain cleanliness prevails. The slender and graceful Bai Jin playfully splashed water with her hands, albeit at a noticeably slower pace than her mother. as the unpleasant security guard at the entrance insisted that her mother wash first, claiming he would need her later. Bai Xiao observed her daughter's actions with warmth in her heart. She first washed her feet before stepping into the bathtub. Without waiting for Bai Jin to refuse, she pulled her in and embraced her. The bathtub was sufficiently spacious for the two of them, fitting perfectly without any water spilling over. Meanwhile, Yilang waited outside, feeling somewhat stiff. However, he was not in a rush, believing that good things come to those who wait, allowing the situation to unfold naturally. The mother and daughter were washing with great care, while Yilang sat patiently outside. He took the opportunity to open his social media, discovering numerous friend requests. A subtle smile crept onto his lips, realizing that many could no longer endure the dire circumstances. On the fourth day of the apocalypse, without cooking or stockpiling food, many individual supplies of food and water must have dwindled significantly. Yilang meticulously sifted through the requests, promptly rejecting those from men. He verified the requests from women one by one, initially asking for a photo. If they declined and continued to chatter, he simply ignored them. Any profile pictures that did not meet the system's requirement of an 85 score were deleted without hesitation. He methodically carried out his tasks until he had filtered through all the friend requests, finding none that met his criteria. In reality, it was rare for someone to achieve an 85 score without makeup. Among the several photos in social circles, a few were indeed quite beautiful. But the system only assessed the primary real-time images of the host, leaving Yilang uncertain about the true appearances of these women, so he set them aside. He did not believe that on the 5th day, 6th day, or even beyond, these proud young women would remain uncompromising. At this moment, Yilang noticed a notification from the owners group of the beautiful villa on Golden Island and promptly opened the group chat. After a few seconds of scrolling, his expression grew increasingly grim. That scoundrel Su Chong had actually guessed his address, although Yilang had not intended to keep his secret for long. This was rather swift. He took a deep breath, quickly regaining his composure. Since Su Chong knew his address, he had not immediately chosen to expose it, but rather sought to add him as a friend. The motive was easy to discern. He likely intended to extort food and water from him. But could he be given any? Certainly not. This greedy individual would only take more and more. Moreover, Yilang was uncertain whether Wang Jinjin was with him. This pair of unscrupulous individuals often took advantage of small opportunities. Now, in the apocalypse, believing they had found a weakness in him, they would likely seek to consume him whole. Yilang let out a cold laugh. After all, it merely accelerated the timeline, and there was nothing particularly frightening about it. With the system in his possession and his martial training, it would be laughable to succumb to fear. He replied directly in the group, Su Chong, do whatever you wish. Do you think I fear you? At that moment, Izhen, who was eagerly staring at her phone screen, revealed a look of disappointment. Su Chong, somewhat exasperated, thought to himself, this insolent wretch, why is he unafraid? With all this food and water at his disposal, how can he flaunt his wealth in the group without fearing the repercussions of having his address exposed and facing the wrath of the masses? Asian bit her lip and softly remarked, have you forgotten? That fellow is quite the fighter. When trouble arose previously, he single-handedly faced 3 opponents without faltering. Besides, we are not yet in dire straits. We wouldn't risk our lives over mere food. Even if he incites the collective fury, he must first step out for us to confront him. If he stubbornly remains hidden in his house, what can we do? Su Chong clenched his teeth, feeling both resentment and helplessness. He could not help but complain, why is the security door of this luxurious villa island so impenetrable? Does that mean we can do nothing to him? At this point, Asian began to feel fear creeping in, worrying about starving. She trembled as she suggested, A Chong, why don't we plead with him? I truly can't bear this hunger any longer. A Chong's expression darkened. He was even hungrier, having given most of the previous meal to Asian. Yet, he held no grievances, grateful that someone as beautiful as her would choose to accompany a mere security guard like himself. However, the thought of begging Yilang made him uneasy. This fellow had shown interest in Asian before, and if it weren't for his sincerity winning her over 4 days ago when she agreed to be his girlfriend, Yilang would still be reveling in his own pride. If A Chong were to lower himself and plead, wouldn't he that only invite further disdain? Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. Asian, we cannot capitulate. We shall expose him to the group and then unite with several owners from the 17th floor of Building 3 to compel him to yield. He is alone, How can he possibly contend with so many of us? Ajan hesitated, asking, "But how do we get over there? Shall we use a flying device?" Achong nodded. Noticing her lingering uncertainty, he gently reassured her, "Do not worry. The two buildings are so close that we can reach it in mere seconds. Those creatures in the sky are not that perceptive. If we are careful and avoid their gaze, we can reach Building 3 without issue. Once we rally everyone, even Yilang cannot withstand our combined force. Once we seize his food and water, we will have ample supplies to sustain us until rescue arrives." A glimmer of hope sparkled in Asian's eyes as she finally nodded in agreement. Achang no longer hesitated and sent a message to the group. "Security guard Su Chong. Yilang, that scoundrel, resides at 1706 in Building 3. Esteemed residents, we must unite against such a vile individual who, emboldened by his possession of food and water, brazenly disrespects women. He cannot stand against all of us alone. If we stand together, we can compel him to surrender his supplies, ensuring our collective survival. Those with courage, gather at the entrance of 1706 with weapons. Let us confront him and make him aware of the wrath of the many." After the message was dispatched, a peculiar silence enveloped the group for a moment, before the messages surged like stones cast into a lake, creating ripples of outrage. "Building 3, room 1217, Li Shui. This wretched security guard is actually in our building. Did he steal someone else's apartment? He is indeed a criminal. Building 3, room 1711, Wang Dawei. He is on our floor. Building 2, room 1309. Homeowner committee member Fong Mingda. Wang Dawei from 1711. Brother, since you are so close to him, you should participate in the action. We cannot allow such a person to roam free. Building 3, room 1711, Wang Dawei. But I have been ill these past few days. I feel weak and fear I may be unable to contribute. Other homeowners on the 17th floor, you should unite to confront this man. Building 3, room 1701. Shin Dajiang. Wang Dawei, are you truly ill, or are you simply afraid? I have little respect for cowards like you. Building 3, room 1701. Shin Dajiang. Security guard Su Chong. Count me in. I have long found Yilang distasteful. Let us act together to seize his provisions and rescue that poor mother and daughter. Building 3, room 1705, Lu Fong. Security guard Su Chong. My husband and I will join as well. Such heinous acts must be stopped. This scoundrel, who disrespects women, deserves a severe beating, and we must save the mother and daughter. Building 1, room 1316, Wang Feier. Lu Fong from 1705. I support you, sister. Building 1, room 1602. Lilan. Lu Fong from 1705. I support you, sister. Building 2, room 1515. Fan Jingjing. Lu Fong from 1705. I support you, sister. Building 2, room 1002. Dawa Youth. But Yilang is merely trading food and water. Why do you all label him a criminal? At this moment, Ajing and Aqiang paid no heed to the heated discussions in the group, and each took a kitchen knife, heading straight to the rooftop. They first carefully observed the sky for any dangers before swiftly entering a small aircraft. Yilang, observing the fervent sentiments expressed in the homeowners group, felt a chilling coldness wash over him, though he was not truly afraid. Despite the uproar in the group, very few were daring enough to come. Even if they did arrive, the number willing to take action was remarkably scant. At this moment, Yilang's physique had reached an impressive score of 93, thanks to Bai Zhao's diligent efforts. This not only equated to the strength of 2 adult men, but also reflected his youthful days of engaging in numerous brawls. The notion that a few individuals could intimidate him was nothing short of a delusion. After a moment of contemplation, Yilang made his way to the kitchen and retrieved a chef's knife. He then proceeded to the wardrobe, where he found some garments adorned with metallic sequins, from which he removed the iron pieces and stuffed them into his pockets. Subsequently, he entered the bathroom with determination. Chapter 16. May the stars bless us. The battlefield after the apocalypse, a piercing scream resonated, causing Yilang's eardrums to throb painfully. He beheld the sight of the panic-stricken Bai Jin, her bare form clinging to the equally unclad Bai Xiao. Although Bai Xiao had prepared herself mentally for the unexpected, the abrupt intrusion of Yilang still caught her off guard. While soothing her daughter with gentle pats on the back, she cast a puzzled gaze at Yilang. His behavior throughout the day suggested a genuine concern for her daughter's feelings, which was contrary to his usual demeanor. What could have prompted such a change? At that moment, Yilang was momentarily entranced by the enchanting scene before him, tempted to indulge his desires. However, recalling the vexing system's capricious affinity ratings, he resolutely restrained himself. Yet, he would not let this opportunity to garner goodwill slip away. Quickly, he adjusted his expression, adopting an urgent and resolute tone. By Xiao, by Jean, there are individuals intent on seizing our food and water. I must go out to confront them. If I do not return, by Xiao, please take care of yourself and your daughter. Upon hearing this, panic and confusion flooded Bai Xiao's eyes. She momentarily disregarded her own daughter. Swiftly rising from the bathtub to grasp Yilang's hand, her voice laced with urgency. Xiao Lang, what is happening? Please don't frighten me. Bai Jean, crouched in the bathtub, wrapped her arms tightly around herself, her anxious gaze fixed on Yilang. Yilang struggled to divert his attention from the two exquisite forms before him, his mind racing with recollections of various performances he had witnessed. Ultimately, he resolved to emulate the legendary character Ji Zunbao. A fleeting expression of sorrow and reluctance crossed his face as he gazed lovingly at Bai Xiao and Bai Jean, inhaled deeply, and declared with conviction, "There's no time. You will understand everything through the group messages on your phone shortly. Once, I had a sentiment that I forgot at the beginning, in the middle, and at the end. I will tell you both 4 words. I love you." With that, he retrieved all the bread and water from the System S space, including 2 halves of a watermelon and a steak. Although Bai Xiao and Bai Jean found humor in Yilang's forgetfulness, their eyes glistened with gratitude at the sight of the nearly overflowing food and water covering the bathroom floor. Bai Xiao clutched Yilang's hand tightly, shaking it fervently, her voice trembling. "Xiao Lang, can't we just stay here? We can hide at home. The security door is sturdy. As long as we don't open it, they cannot enter." Yilang felt a slight dizziness, yet he shook his head resolutely. "No, they are well prepared, and I am uncertain of the tools they possess. However, you and Jeaner can rest assured." He tilted his head back, silently invoking the blessings of the stars, and finally, with great effort, squeezed out a single tear. He then gazed deeply at Bai Xiao, continuing, "I will fight fiercely for the 2 of you. You are my woman, and Xiao Jean is like my daughter. At least for now, I regard her as such." Bai Xiao was already teary-eyed, tightly enveloping Yilang in her embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Yilang held the smooth Bai Xiao, gently caressing her exquisite back, his body feeling as though it might explode, yet his eyes were filled with a tender, reluctant gaze directed at Bai Jean. In the next moment, he abruptly pushed Bai Xiao away and strode purposefully towards the bathroom door. As he grasped the doorknob, he cast one last glance at the elegant mother and daughter, a look that would linger in their memories for a long time. Yilang exited the bathroom, slamming the door shut. In his mind, the incessant chimes of approval rang out. His expression had transformed, now adorned with a sinister grin. Life is but a performance, reliant on one's acting skills. This routine, though somewhat stiff, proved effective. At that moment, 7 or 8 residents stood lined up in the corridor, predominantly men, with only one woman among them. Each wielded various weapons, mostly kitchen knives and hammers. Leaning against the door, Yilang addressed the visibly startled residents on either side with a steely tone. "Is it just you lot? I expected more." On the left, Chun Dajiang swallowed hard, tightening his grip on the hammer, and tremblingly declared, "Yilang, do not presume we lack the courage to act. You are the one who committed the crime by coercing that mother and daughter. We are merely acting in defense of justice. Even if we were to kill you, it would be deemed justifiable self-defense." Beside him, Lu Fong clung to her husband, Fan Siyuan, her complexion pale, yet she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Indeed, Yilang, you deserve this. Moreover, if you can surrender the food and water, we may yet spare your life." Yilang chuckled, a knowing glint in his eye as he replied, "Lu Fong, did you not say you would beat me to a pulp to rescue them? Why the sudden shift to demanding food and water? Are the sisters no longer coming to their aid?" Lu Fong, caught off guard, flushed with embarrassment, her frustration boiling over as she retorted, "Of course we will save them. I simply forgot to mention it. Besides, why are you so arrogant? There's so many of us, armed to the teeth. Why do you not just surrender?" Yilang let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Surrender?" He glanced at the 5 residents further down the corridor and suddenly drew the kitchen knife, charging towards Lu Fong and the others. A piercing scream resonated through the air as Lu Fong and Fan Siyuan, terrified, turned and fled. In their haste, they pushed against each other, desperate to escape the scene first. Beside him, Chun Dajiang was also taken aback, dropping the hammer from his grasp and turning to flee. Observing their panicked retreat, Yilang curled his lips into a cold smirk, firmly planting his feet. A thought flickered through his mind, a rabble. He then turned his attention to the 5 homeowners positioned to the right in the corridor. They stood frozen, exchanging glances, clearly shaken by the earlier scene, none daring to advance another step. Yet, emboldened by their numbers, they remained, one man swallowing hard and bravely stating, "Yilang, do not force us. We merely wish to survive." An older homeowner spoke earnestly, "Yilang, none of us desire conflict. You possess ample water and food. Share some with us, and we can all weather this storm together. Why escalate to mutual destruction?" Yilang's gaze sharpened as he stepped forward a few paces, dismissing the need for further dialogue. If they sought his provisions, they would have to come for them. The 5 homeowners exchanged apprehensive glances, clearly intimidated by Yilang's audacious demeanor. This was not how the encounter was supposed to unfold. They had anticipated that Yilang, seeing their numbers, would be compelled to relinquish his supplies. Did he not fear death? Caught in a dilemma, the crowd hesitated until a burly homeowner suddenly shouted, "Everyone, charge together. Don't let him intimidate you." Without hesitation, he advanced towards Yilang. Witnessing this, the others found their courage, clutching their tools tightly and following suit. Yilang chuckled coldly. There were indeed the bold among them, precisely the type he had been waiting for. Amidst the bewildered stares of the onlookers, Yilang sheathed his kitchen knife at his waist and drew forth a gleaming, circular object from his pocket. He then spoke, "Have you heard of Shaoli's flying daggers? Yi Kai, consider yourself enlightened." With a flick of his wrist, the enhanced projectile transformed into a silver streak, aimed directly at the burly homeowner at the forefront. A scream erupted from an older homeowner behind him as he collapsed, the silver streak piercing his shoulder and instantly staining his shirt with blood. "HM, did it miss?" Yilang felt a twinge of embarrassment as he quickly adjusted his stance. Before the dazed homeowners could comprehend the situation, fear washed over their expressions, and he launched another attack, then a third, and a fourth. In a flash of silver, the burly homeowner finally screamed and fell to the ground. "Oh my God, they're killing us!" The 3 homeowners standing behind him instantly broke down, dropping their tools and fleeing back to their homes in a frenzy. Even the homeowner who had just fallen, momentarily disregarding his injuries, scrambled to join the ranks of those escaping for their lives. Only the burly man remained, clutching his thigh in terror as he gazed at the advancing Yilang. Brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I only wanted something to eat. I won't dare anymore, I swear. Please don't kill me." Yilang looked down with cold indifference, baring his white teeth in a chilling smile. "Now you realize your mistake? It's too late." The man trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the scene. Chapter 17. Heijun, who said there is only one path to a woman's heart. Crack. Yilang captured the man's abject fear in a photograph. The man's cries abruptly ceased, leaving him bewildered. In the next moment, he regained his senses and, disregarding the pain in his thigh, scrambled towards his home, repeatedly expressing gratitude for Yilang's mercy. Yilang felt a shiver at the sight of the stains on the man's pants. Crack, crack. He took 2 more photos. Satisfied with the clarity, Yilang stowed away his phone. It was not yet time for bloodshed. Yilang decided to wait a while longer. Surveying his surroundings to ensure no one dared to approach, he slowly made his way to the entrance of the 18th floor. Meanwhile, Su Chong and Wang Jinjin were anxiously swiping their cards at the rooftop entrance, but the access door remained unresponsive. "Chong, hurry up. It's dangerous out here." Asian's voice trembled noticeably as she frequently glanced at the sky, fearing the approach of some monstrous creature. Who could have imagined that the access control at the rooftop was malfunctioning, and their flying vehicle had run out of power? They were neither able to enter nor return. A truly maddening predicament. Moreover, that scoundrel Yilang had expelled them from the group chat, rendering them unable to seek help. Su Chong, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, continued to attempt entry while reassuring her, "Don't worry, it will be fine soon." Asian snatched the access card from him, exclaiming, "Let me try." Suddenly, Yilang's voice echoed from behind the door, "No need to try." Both Su Chong and Asian froze momentarily. "Yilang, is it you, you scoundrel? Open the door." Su Chong's face turned grim as he pounded on the door, shouting, "How are you speaking to your father?" Such foul language. Stay outside quietly. Ajin pulled Su Chong behind her, her tone urgent yet pleading. Yilang, I beg you let us in. It's truly too dangerous outside. Yilang scoffed lightly, saying with a smirk, What's the matter? Am I his father and not yours? Call me Daddy and I'll let you in. Ajin bit her lip, hesitating. Behind him, Chong was seething with rage. He forcefully pushed aside Ajin and shouted, Yilang, do not take things too far. There are monsters outside. Refusing to open the door is tantamount to murder. You will pay for this too. Upon hearing this, Yilang erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Ha, you fool. Do you think this is the apocalypse? I refuse to open the door for you. It would be best if you all perish. It would spare me the trouble. Chong and Ajin exchanged glances, despair spreading in their eyes. With tears welling up, Ajin trembled as she pleaded, Yilang, I beg you. We truly do not wish to die. Chong clenched his fists, powerless to argue, allowing fear to consume him. At that moment, Yilang stood behind the door with an icy demeanor, his gaze betraying a hint of mockery and cruelty. You may enter, but only you, Chong. I will open the door for you. As for him, I cannot care less if he dies. Chong's fury ignited, his eyes turning crimson as he cursed. Yilang, you beast, may you meet a wretched end. I knew you had designs on Ajin before, but she is my girlfriend now. Abandon any hope. Yet Ajin's eyes glimmered with an unspoken thought. The tension outside escalated, the wind howling as if the monsters were growling in their ears. Ajin bit her lip and pulled Chong away from the entrance, whispering something in his ear. No, I cannot agree. You are my wife. How could I let you take such a risk? Wouldn't that be akin to willingly donning the green hat? Chong's expression was frantic, shaking his head vehemently. Ajin's eyes flashed with urgency and resentment. Did this man truly wish to drag her to her demise? Taking a deep breath, she spoke in a tone that was both plaintive and pitiful. This is merely a temporary strategy, a ruse to get him to open the door. It is ultimately for your survival. Besides, I have a knife in hand and another hidden in my waist. If he dares to act recklessly, I will not hesitate to defend myself, even if it means taking my own life. My body is meant for our wedding. Chong, taken aback, embraced Ajin. His voice choked with emotion. I'm sorry. I was too anxious. I trust you completely. I'm just afraid for your safety. I would rather confront that beast myself than let you take any risks. We can deceive him by saying you will enter alone, and once he opens the door, we can rush in together. Ajin inwardly cursed his foolishness, but kept her thoughts to herself. Chong, this is futile. Yilang is not that Navi. If we fail, we will truly be waiting for death. We must proceed, as I suggest, is our only glimmer of hope. However, in that moment, Ajin felt an overwhelming desire to push Chong away and immediately plead with Yilang to let her in. The outside world was far too perilous. Every passing second posed a life-threatening danger. Ajin took a deep breath, calming her emotions, and gently reassured him, Fool, while you wish to shield me from danger, I fear even more for your safety. If he harbored lustful intentions towards me, he would not easily inflict harm. As long as I could gain entry, I would plunge the dagger into his heart. Once he was dead, we would be secure. Chong was evidently taken aback by Ajin's fierce words, standing frozen, a myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes. Witnessing Chong's bewilderment, Ajin felt a deeper disappointment for this ineffectual man. How could he still hesitate when they were being hunted? Ajin suppressed her frustration and coldly declared, No more hesitation. We either perish together or you heed my command. Chong finally nodded in anguished agreement, yet he tightly grasped Ajin's hand, his voice trembling. You must be careful. Do not let that beast take advantage. Under no circumstances. Ajin, somewhat irked, interrupted his futile ramblings and resolutely approached the door. She immediately adopted a delicate and helpless demeanor, playfully saying, Langu, no, Daddy. You just said I could enter myself, right? If you let me in, I will obey your every wish. At that moment, Yilang was observing the surveillance video on his phone, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips as he teased, You will truly obey me in everything? Even if I desire to play a chilling game with you? Ajin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, feeling somewhat awkward, especially with her boyfriend nearby, who was visibly agitated, his eyes glinting with rage. Yet in her desperate bid for survival, she weakly responded, I can. Chong, clearly on the verge of insanity, was on the brink of shouting, but Ajin quickly covered his mouth with her hand. Ignoring Chong's pain and humiliation, Ajin steeled herself and continued. I have never even been in a relationship. Just allow me to enter, and I will comply with anything. Yi Lang was taken aback. How could she feign innocence when her wealth of experiences belied her claim? He was disinclined to engage with such a deceitful woman. However, who said there was only one path to a woman's heart? A glimmer of cruelty flashed in Yi Lang's eyes as he ordered Su Chong to step back, further back. At that moment, Chong felt as if his heart were being torn apart, yet he could only retreat, helplessly witnessing a Jeanne risk herself to save him. Through the surveillance, Yi Lang saw that Su Chong had retreated to a safe distance and nodded in satisfaction. He pressed the door lock, abruptly swung the door open, and seized Jeanne by the wrist, swiftly executing a low sweep that sent the unsuspecting Jeanne crashing to the ground. A piercing scream escaped her lips as she lay on the floor, struggling to rise. Yi Lang's speed had been too swift, as Chong had yet to make a move. The door was forcefully slammed shut by Yi Lang. At that moment, Yi Lang approached Jeanne, who was struggling on the ground amidst Su Chong's incessant threats and curses. Chapter 18. A Chaotic Private Life? Straying from the path. Yi Lang, why are you so ruthless? I am but a woman, Jeanne pleaded. Yi Lang pressed his foot firmly on her back and bent down to retrieve 2 kitchen knives from her waist and sighed. Woman? In the apocalypse, there is no distinction between genders. They're only enemies. He then yanked the panicked Jeanne to her feet and pushed her against the door. Yi Lang's strength was formidable, causing Jeanne to emit a pained groan. Outside, Chong halted his pounding on the door upon hearing Jeanne's moan. Jeanne, what is wrong? He shouted. Yi Lang, you beast. Do not lay a hand on her. If you dare touch her, I will haunt you even in death. Please. Yi Lang, don't hurt her. She's a good girl. I have never even touched her. Yi Lang's right hand, like a vice, clutched at Jeanne's nape as he coldly scrutinized her, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A good girl? Are you? Overwhelmed with fear at the madman gripping her, Jeanne could only stifle her tears and tremble as she replied, I just want to survive. Yi Lang, please don't harm me. I will do anything you ask. I'm not a good girl. That was all a lie to Chong. I could do many things. I will serve you well. Please don't hurt me. Outside, Chong stood frozen, grappling with the implications of her words. The anguish of her plea pierced his heart, and he sank helplessly to the ground. Yet, suddenly, he rose again. No, this must be Jeanne's desperate ploy to survive. She had to be coerced into saying such things. Yi Lang showed no mercy. Seeing Jeanne immobilized, he brandished the kitchen knife with a swift motion. Jeanne felt a chill, yet relief washed over her. As long as he tasted her essence, he would not part with her. After all, his provisions would become hers. In this dire place, her boyfriend outside was feeling somewhat ashamed. But what did it matter? A girl must do what she must to survive, even if it meant courting danger. Moreover, Yi Lang was strikingly handsome and well-built. She felt she had little to lose. Chong listened to the sounds of Jeanne being struck and her head colliding with the door, his heart wrenched with anguish. Fortunately, it finally ceased. Her torment was over. A flicker of hope remained in Chong's heart, thinking perhaps after Jeanne endured this suffering, Yi Lang would relent and allow him inside. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the door swung open, and Jeanne was violently thrown out, landing heavily against Chong. Instinct for survival ignited within the two, and they simultaneously unleashed a torrent of curses upon Yi Lang. Yi Lang discarded the water bottle and stepped away from the entrance of the 18th floor with a sense of satisfaction. As he departed, he reflected on the prompts swirling in his mind. His physique now stood at 103, and he felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through his body. It was difficult to articulate this sensation, but if one were to encapsulate it in a single phrase, it would be vigorous as a dragon, robust as a tiger, with a strong constitution. Moreover, a culinary delight had manifested within the system's space, a steaming hot pot. A faint smile graced Yi Lang's lips. The occasional thrill of being unrestrained felt exhilarating. As for discarding Asian after use, he bore no psychological burden whatsoever. She was merely a superficial green tea. Before the apocalypse, she coveted his beauty, and after the world fell apart, she flirted with Su Chong, even claiming he was the one entangled with her. Su Chong had outlived his usefulness and was cast aside with a mere kick, not to mention having hidden 2 knives. These were all reasons why Yi Lang had no desire to take her in. In fact, 3 days prior, Yi Lang had received a full-body photograph of Asian, in which she wore nothing at all. Name, Wang Jinjin. Age, 23. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 89 gene. Inner quality, 15 points, chaotic personal life. Overall rating, 85 points, perfectly compatible with this system. Meets system requirements. Please take her in as soon as possible. Wang Jinjin, despite her tumultuous experiences, was quite attractive. However, her insincerity rendered her rather unlikable. Having had boyfriends and past experiences is inconsequential. Who doesn't have a history? Yi Lang harbored no obsession with purity. Yet, her insistence on being a pristine original was somewhat excessive. What is true, and what is not. One cannot simply assert otherwise without misleading the honest. Furthermore, what was she thinking, ending up as a security guard in a high-end community with such looks? It was evident to all. This was also the reason Yi Lang had consistently ignored her overtures before the apocalypse. Yet, there were indeed naive individuals who mistook such a worn-out person for a treasure. Ajun, you have suffered. That beast deserves no mercy. After tormenting you, he cast you aside. I would haunt him even in death. A Chong tenderly held the pale, gasping Asian. She had just revealed the inhumane torment she endured. Despite her desperate pleas and cries of anguish, Yi Lang had refused to allow her inside, even in anger ejecting her from his presence. A Chong was deeply moved by Asian's affection for him, yet he harbored an intense hatred for Yi Lang's shamelessness and cruelty. Unable to restrain himself from cursing him, Asian's body was still somewhat weak, her mind and body entangled in a complex web of emotions. It was a pity that she was destined to perish so soon after her first intriguing experience. She resigned herself to fate, feeling that having such a novel encounter before her end was worth it. She gazed at A Chong, who held her tenderly, his expression filled with concern. A warmth enveloped her heart knowing that someone loved and cherished her until her last moments. Although she did not reciprocate his feelings, deceived him, and contemplated abandoning him, did it truly matter? In Chapter 19, the earnest A Chong finally rose, a blend of green and azure light surrounding them. Even if she was destined to accompany him in death, it was a form of atonement for her actions. As for confessing before her demise, it was a jest. The thrill of deception was simply too intoxicating. At least in her final moments, she felt a flicker of emotion. With that thought, she lifted herself and pressed her lips against A Chong's. A Chong was momentarily taken aback, but soon ecstasy filled him. At last, his heartfelt affection had moved Asian, granting him the kiss she had previously denied. He eagerly savored her lips, feeling that even if death were to come at that instant, he would have no regrets. After a prolonged moment, A Chong, gasping for breath, looked at Asian with hopeful anticipation. Asian, we are both bound for death. Please grant me this. Asian was, of course, reluctant. She had yet to undergo artificial restoration. If she surrendered that piece of herself, her facade would be shattered. With a sorrowful expression, she gazed at A Chong, her voice tinged with grievance. A Chong, at such a juncture, how can you still think of such matters? I wish for us to depart this world untainted. Once we reach the other side, after our marriage, I shall wholly give you my pure self. A Chong's desires were instantly extinguished, and he embraced this wonderful girl tightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. What fear was there in death when he was with such a beautiful, pure, and loving girl? Yet, in his emotional fervor, A Chong held her too tightly and, realizing his mistake, suddenly pushed Asian away. Disbelief etched across his face. What is happening? You said Yi Lang merely struck you. Asian, I cannot believe this. You wouldn't deceive me. At that moment, Asian, mortified and filled with indignation, covered her face with her hands. Even the most liberated of women would wish to vanish in such a situation. She yearned for the monsters from the sky to descend and consume her, and A Chong too. Everyone privy to this knowledge must perish. Ding dong. The faint sound of A Chong's phone notifying a new friend request broke the tense atmosphere. He hastily opened his phone, as if seeking an escape. Yet in the next instant, his expression shifted from disbelief to an ominous snarl. He begrudgingly accepted the friend request from Yi Lang, who had requested clarity on the matter of death, still shrouded in deceit. Ding dong, ding dong. A Chong gazed at the precious girl he cherished, only to be confronted with an utterly shameless and seductive nude selfie, along with a disgraceful chat log evidently sent by a Jun to Yi Lang. He was shattered. The truth dawned upon him. The girl he held dear, whom he believed to be utterly pure, was, in reality, a wanton harlot. As their lives approached an inevitable end, a Jun still sought to deceive him. No, even in death, she would continue to delude herself. She wished to package her tarnished body as a beautifully adorned, yet foul, cake of excrement to feed to him. What had he done to deserve such treatment from this wretched woman? Chong stood there, stunned, his teeth biting into his flesh. After an initial flurry of panic, Jean's mind began to whirl, and in an instant, she realized that with death looming, there was no need for pretense. Casting aside her shyness, she rose, gazing at Chong with calmness. Chong, she said, since we are both facing death, I will speak the truth. Just now, Yilang coerced me, so in a broader sense, I'm still a good girl, pure at heart. I understand that you may struggle to accept this, but with death imminent, there is little left to hide. Chong's face contorted with rage as he regarded the composed Jean before him. She still wished to deceive herself. Should the honest be deceived? Should the honest meet their demise? Chong's voice dripped with icy disdain as he spoke. You claim to be a good girl? Jean paused, her expression shifting to one of indignation. Chong, I have already told you. Those words were meant to deceive Yilang. As a helpless girl, what is wrong with telling a few lies in the face of danger? Chong was taken aback by the audacity of this woman, who dared to shout at him as if she were the one wronged. At that moment, he longed to slap himself, wishing he could rid himself of this vile creature. In a surge of defiance, Chong finally acted resolutely. He seized Jean by the throat, his eyes blazing with fury as he hissed, You wretched harlot, deceitful scum. You've been lying to me all along. Even as death approaches, what have I done to offend you? Speak. What have I done to deserve this? As Jean struggled for breath, her vision blurred. She recalled the earlier notifications. She realized he was aware of her betrayal. Was this the sensation of impending death? It didn't seem so terrible. At least she wasn't being devoured by a monster. Jean resigned herself to her fate. She gazed at the fiercely contorted face of Chong, pondering whether this time it would finally be settled. As Chong's grip tightened, Jean's complexion flushed a deeper shade of crimson, and in a fleeting moment, a glimmer of green flickered in her eyes. However, the next instant, she erupted into a violent cough, regarding the now relaxed Chong with curiosity, perplexed as to why he had refrained from ending her life. Could he still harbor feelings for her? Alas, how naive she was. Chong, observing Jean's calm acceptance of her fate, felt his fury intensify. With a chilling sneer, he uttered cruelly, I shall not allow you to die so easily. With that, Chong picked up a moldy mop handle, its surface riddled with splinters and barbs, and advanced menacingly towards Jean. Fear gripped her. The woman who had once faced death without flinching was now retreating in terror. She watched as Chong, brandishing the jagged stick, scrutinized her legs with a sinister grin. Finally, desperation overtook her, and she pleaded, Chong, what do you intend to do? I was wrong, I apologize. Please strangle me, or I'll jump. You need to lay a finger on me. As she attempted to flee, she was no match for Chong's wrath, and he struck her leg with the stick, sending her sprawling to the ground. Before she could rise, Chong thrust the weapon with brutal force. A piercing scream, one that seemed to transcend human capacity, echoed through the air. Time became meaningless as Chong stared at Jean's lifeless body, a smile creeping across his face. A wave of comfort washed over him, leaving him feeling almost weightless. Unbeknownst to him, a fleeting azure glow flickered within his eyes. Chapter 20. The distinction between affection levels of 99 and 39 covered in blood. Chong remained oblivious as he approached the balcony of the 18th floor, contemplating a leap into the abyss below. Suddenly, a resounding bird call shattered the silence. Ah-ha-ha-ha, the Black Cat Sheriff. Ah-ha-ha, the Black Cat Sheriff. Yilang hummed a tune, his steps light as he made his way to room 1706. Not only had he rid himself of two wretches, but he had also eliminated the threat posed by the building's owner, filling him with elation. Meanwhile, in the owner's group, the members fell into a deathly silence upon receiving Yilang's gruesome photographs and menacing messages. It was horrifying, 1 against 8, with 2 injured. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. And yet, Yilang had dared to inflict harm? Did he not fear the repercussions of the law? Yilang, of course, felt no fear. As he neared the door, he smeared a bit of the dried blood from the floor onto his face. At this moment, clad in a beige nightgown, Bai Jin held her nearly in tears daughter Bai Xiao, gazing anxiously at the door. Were it not for Bai Jin's desperate grip, Bai Xiao would have rushed out to find Yilang long ago. Yet, as a mother, how could she bear to leave her daughter alone in a perilous world? Thus, She could only look sorrowfully at the door, praying for the man who truly dwelled in her heart to return safely. If he were to come back, she would grant any wish he might have. Perhaps Bai Xiao's fervent prayers were answered. With a click, the door swung open. Amid the astonished expressions of Bai Xiao and Bai Jin, Yi Lang entered the room, his weariness masked by a resolute smile. Ah! With a joyful scream, Bai Xiao leaped into Yi Lang's embrace, her tears soaking his collar. Bai Jin's eyes also glistened, though she was uncertain of her own feelings. Yi Lang understood. The incessant chime of affection alerts echoed in his mind since he had left. As he embraced the sobbing Bai Xiao, his gaze lingered on Bai Jin, a look so intense that it made her heart race. Blushing, she averted her eyes, unable to meet his gaze. Yi Lang's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently stroked Bai Xiao's back, soothing her. It's all right, Xiao Xiao. I'm back now. Am I not? How could I ever bear to leave you and Jiner behind? Don't cry. I will always protect both of you. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao cried even harder. Xiao Lang, are you hurt? Was it dangerous? Did they hurt you? You mustn't put yourself in danger. We can't be without you. Seeing Bai Xiao on the verge of tears again, Yi Lang quickly reassured her. Your man is quite formidable. Who could possibly harm me? You don't know. Those ruffians trembled at the sight of me, not daring to utter a sound. 2 of them were turned into sieves by my little flying daggers and surrendered obediently. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Bai Xiao and Bai Jin gazed at the triumphant Yi Lang with awe, their eyes filled with tenderness. Yet, upon noticing his casual wipe of the blood from his face, their hearts ached. Unable to contain herself any longer, Bai Xiao stepped forward and took Yi Lang's hand, playfully saying, tomorrow morning, I'd like a more sumptuous breakfast. Bai Jin shot her mother an exasperated look as she dragged Yi Lang into the bedroom. This dog of a man, even now, still doesn't trust me, thinking he is so impressive with those eyes. Oomph. Though she felt disgruntled, she nonetheless secured his wrist. As night deepened and the room was bathed in soft light, Yi Lang held the smooth form of Bai Xiao, perusing the system notifications. Bai Xiao. Favorability. 99. Yi Lang smiled gently to himself, reflecting that his performance had not been in vain and that his recent efforts had greatly contributed to this moment. His physique had reached a remarkable 113, and he felt capable of engaging in a fierce battle for up to 300 rounds. However, seeing Bai Xiao, who had already fallen into a deep slumber, alongside an array of breakfast delicacies such as buns, noodles, tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, and soup dumplings in the system space, he ultimately could not bring himself to wake her. Instead, he placed a soft kiss upon her forehead. System, I feel that my body and the enhanced dexterity of my fingers are somewhat misaligned. What could be the reason for this? Ding. The host's rapid increase in physical abilities and specific body parts may lead to temporary coordination imbalances. It is advisable to engage in adaptive training in combat, as fighting is the quickest way to master one's own body. Yi Lang understood that the strength he had recently acquired required refinement through practice or real combat. He resolved to resume his training regimen the following day. Nevertheless, Yi Lang harbored some unvoiced questions, such as why the system insisted on fostering positive favorability. Especially in such a post-apocalyptic world, why not take a more direct and forceful approach? Moreover, what did a favorability score of 100 truly signify? What might transpire or be unlocked? Though he speculated, he was acutely aware that the system's responses would likely not align with his conjectures, yet he questioned whether the system was infallible. At that moment, Yi Lang checked Bai Jin's favorability. Bai Jin, favorability, 39, admiration. A smile broke across his face, not only because of Bai Jin's favorability itself, but also as a validation of his own deductions. With this thought, he rose from the bed. Exiting the bedroom, he approached Bai Jin, who was restrained and resting on the sofa. In truth, Bai Jin was not asleep. The noise was too loud, and she could not fathom how such sounds could be so melodious and prolonged, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. It was nearly 2 in the morning, yet sleep eluded her. She heard the heavy footsteps and recognized it was that insufferable man. Panic gripped her heart. What could he want? Did he think her mother was inadequate and seek her instead? Having enhanced his physique, Yi Lang could now discern Bai Jin's trembling eyelashes and tightly closed eyelids, even in the darkness. This little girl was attempting to feign sleep. Amused, Yi Lang decided to tease her. He approached her side, leaning in close to her exquisite face, feeling the warmth of his breath gently caress her delicate skin. Bai Jin's restless eyes and quivering lashes betrayed her anxiety and tension. Yilang gazed intently at Bai Jin, attempting to interpret each subtle reaction of hers. Slowly, he began to speak. Since your mother is ineffective and you are now asleep, then, Parvat Nu. Chapter 21. The transformation of Bai Jin's mindset. Fan E commits murder. Abilities? Yilang observed Bai Jin sit up in a panic, her cuffed hands protectively clasped against her chest. He chuckled softly, "Don't be anxious. I was merely teasing you. As long as you don't agree, I won't lay a finger on you. I simply find you incredibly beautiful while you sleep, and couldn't resist the urge to provoke you a little. If it weren't for the reward, I wouldn't even think of touching you," he mused silently. Being, taken aback by his words, felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. This insufferable man, he called me beautiful. See, I told you no man can resist my charm. Her lips curled into a proud smile as she retorted, "At least you have good taste. But why did you say I resembled a cockroach earlier?" The latter part of her statement would have been lost on yesterday's Yilang. He chuckled knowingly and replied softly, "That was because you were so fierce at the time, all claws and fangs. But now," Bai Jin, curious, pressed, "Now what? Speak. Now you resemble a little kitten, making one unable to resist wanting to hold you close. Hey, if you're going to talk, why did you actually pull me close, you rogue?" Bai Jin struggled to break free. Her cheeks flushed as she shot him a glare, though a strange sensation stirred within her. Yilang laughed lightly, releasing her and stepping back, his gaze gentle. "Jiner, you are truly beautiful, more lovely than flowers, more enchanting than the night." Bai Jin's heart raced, her face growing warmer as she lowered her gaze to avoid Yilang's intense stare. You always say such embarrassing things." Noticing her genuine shyness, Yilang ceased his teasing. He produced a bottle of water and opened his mouth. Bai Jin obediently opened her mouth, allowing the water to flow smoothly down her throat, quenching her parched lips. Yilang tenderly wiped the moisture from her lips, his touch gentle and his eyes filled with affection. Feeling this tenderness warmed her heart. She looked up, meeting Yilang's gaze, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in her eyes. Yilang chose not to pursue the moment further, understanding that this young girl had her own significance. The opportunity to elevate Bai Zhao's favorability by 100 points likely lay within her. Conversely, Bai Jin's own opportunity rested with Bai Zhao. He was fully aware of the dynamics between mother and daughter. As he prepared to leave, Yilang turned back and earnestly said, "Jiner, if you need to use the restroom and find it inconvenient to remove your pants, just message me." You scoundrel, go away." Ignoring Bai Jin's flustered outburst, Yilang settled into bed after relieving himself. The warmth of her soft presence surpassed even the finest wine, and that night, Yilang slept exceptionally soundly. Meanwhile, Bai Jin found herself unable to drift off, no matter how hard she tried. She tossed and turned, her mind flooded with Yilang's soft whispers and tender glances. Her heart a tumult of both annoyance and sweetness, emotions surging within her like a relentless tide. At that moment, in room 1102 of Building 3, Wang Wei and Qin Ling lay in bed, both slightly breathless, evidently having just endured a fierce battle. Qin Ling, hesitantly resting atop her husband, spoke softly, "Old Wang, do you think it was right for us to take in Fan E? Although we have stockpiled ample food and water, an additional man could strain our resources. Moreover, what if he harbors ill intentions?" Wang Wei, slightly irritated, interjected, "Men handle matters. Women should not meddle. Fan E is a fine young man. What harm is there in sharing some food? He even helped tidy up the house, especially the kitchen, which is now spotless. Besides, with monsters roaming about, an extra pair of hands means added strength. You simply lack perspective." Qin Ling bit her lip, a flicker of grievance in her eyes, but she merely sighed. "I know Fan E is a good lad and diligent, but there are no buts." "Go to sleep," Wang Wei retorted, his annoyance palpable as he turned away. Drifting off to slumber, Qin Ling, recognizing it was her husband's decision, chose to remain silent. After all, Fan E was hardworking, honest, and kind-hearted, leaving little room for concern. After a moment of contemplation, she too closed her eyes and succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, at the door, Fan E, gripping a sharp knife, heard the voices within the room fade into silence, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. The clock silently ticked towards 3 in the morning when a piercing scream shattered the stillness of the house. Wang Wei, his face contorted in terror, clutched at his throat. which had been pierced. He attempted to utter a sound, but his damaged throat betrayed him, producing no voice. Blood gushed forth, staining the sheets as his wide eyes brimmed with horror, bubbles of blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. He struggled for breath. Yet each desperate gasp only hastened the flow of blood. At that moment, Qinling found herself pinned down by Fan Yi, utterly vulnerable. She gazed at her husband, who was clearly beyond saving, and amidst her despair, she found a flicker of resolve. Ignoring her peril, she wrestled fiercely, hurling curses. Fan Yi, you beast! We took you in with kindness, offered you food and drink, and you repay us with such treachery. Is your heart made of stone? Silence! Fan Yi roared, his eyes alight with madness. You do not comprehend. This is the apocalypse. Do you know what it feels like to be mere centimeters from the mouth of a monster lurking beneath? I will survive at any cost. Only by seizing ample provisions and water can one survive on the top floor. I cannot perish, yet you all can. What makes you virtuous? Wang Wei cast a final glance at his wife, surrendering to despair and anguish, ceasing his struggle. Qinling's body quivered suddenly, her expression transforming into one of seduction. Her tone soft and laced with temptation. Dear brother, please do not kill me. Have you not long savored the pleasures of a woman? I am well preserved. Allow me to serve you. Fan Yi momentarily appeared taken aback, yet his demeanor quickly shifted to one of amusement, his foot remaining unmoved. He merely traced the blade across the voluptuous curves of the woman below. Really? Even with your husband's corpse beside you, you truly wish to serve me? The hatred in Qinling's eyes flickered and vanished in an instant as she eagerly nodded, her face adorned with enticing allure. Of course, I adore youthful vigor like yours. Come quickly, dear brother. Fanny laughed, a wild and untamed sound. Qinling joined in, having achieved her aim. Yet in the next moment, the sharp blade plunged into Qinling's left breast. Her laughter ceased abruptly, and she struggled in pain, but the weight of that foot rendered her immobile. Turning to gaze upon her husband, tears streamed down her face. Husband, I could not avenge you, nor even take a bite of flesh. Am I truly so useless? Wait for me, my love. Linger is coming to find you. As Fan Yi released his foot from the lifeless Qinling, he squatted down to scrutinize the pure and indignant woman, her eyes fixed upon her husband. I told you this is the end of days. How could I possibly trust you? Besides, can death not still be of use? Fan Yi's tone was chillingly cold, a flicker of barely discernible malice glinting in his eyes. Chapter 22. The search for new beauties begins. In a space of 576 square meters, upon a bed adorned with playful rabbit ear designs, a delicate jade hand emerged from beneath the quilt. Bai Xiao pulled up the covers and slowly sat up, her alabaster skin exposed to the cool air. She gazed affectionately at Yilang, who was curled up beneath the duvet, still clinging to the blanket in slumber. A tender smile crept onto her face. He looked utterly adorable in this state. Even at this age, he needed to sleep with his beloved Bebe. Gently, she adjusted the quilt to cover his exposed shoulder, a warm sensation blossoming in her heart. This tranquil and cozy morning felt as though time itself had slowed. She leaned down, placing a soft kiss upon his forehead, her eyes brimming with joy. Yilang's brow slightly furrowed, and he slowly opened his eyes. The scene before him caused a momentary dizziness, his lingering drowsiness abruptly fading away. Aunt Xiao Xiao, I'm not fond of this method of waking me up. Please choose another next time. Bai Xiao's hand, which was fastening her strap, paused momentarily before she realized, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she softly replied, All right. Ultimately, Bai Xiao was unable to secure it properly. The two then entered the living room, feeling refreshed. There, Bai Jin sat gracefully on the sofa, her cheeks slightly flushed, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Bai Xiao. At that moment, Bai Xiao wished she could bury her head in a fluffy pillow until Yi Lang retrieved a series of freshly prepared, delectable breakfasts from the system space, alleviating their awkwardness. Yi Lang cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Jiner, do eat more. This is all made with your mother's hard work. Oh, Xiaolang, how could you? You rogue. I shall ignore you from now on. Amid their playful banter and rolled eyes, Yilang chuckled heartily as he began to enjoy the abundant breakfast. His favorite was the soy milk and fried dough sticks. He first dipped the sticks in the soy milk, allowing them to soak thoroughly before taking a big bite. The delightful aroma of the fried dough mingled with the rich essence of the soy milk, providing immense satisfaction. Bai Xiao relished her meal, thoroughly content. as the flavors reminded her of the bustling markets of her childhood. After breakfast, Yilang shared the photos he had just taken in the homeowners group. Once the pictures were sent, he paid no heed to the group's reactions, striding directly to the gym in nothing but his boxers. The gym was modestly equipped, with most of the apparatus being lightweight. Thus, Yilang resorted to exercising on his own. Taking a deep breath, he felt the stretch of his muscles and the surge of power within, commencing a series of foundational exercises, striving for perfection in each movement. Beads of sweat gradually forming on his back. As his breathing intensified, Yilang sensed his control over his body improving. Bai Xiao, observing him hanging upside down on the pull-up bar while performing crunches, couldn't help but gaze with sparkling eyes, gently biting her red lips. Bai Jin, feeling shy, dared not look directly but caught glimpses of Yilang's toned physique, stirring an unusual feeling within her. Ding, Bai Jin, favorability. 41, after a rigorous 2-hour workout, Yilang finally felt his energy waning. He wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, standing firm with his feet apart, settling into a horse stance as he began to inhale deeply, drawing in his abdomen, then exhaling while expanding his belly. After 5 minutes of this breathing technique, Yilang's breath gradually steadied, his complexion becoming as radiant as jade. This was a breathing method, and the soul moved from the 8 extremes fist that he had not abandoned. Bai Xiao couldn't help but softly exclaim, "Xiaolang, your breathing technique is quite unique. What is it? You seem so rejuvenated, and your aura has become much steadier after performing it." Yilang's expression flickered with a moment of pain, quickly masked by a facade of composure. This was the breathing technique from Bajiquan, a method to regulate one's breath. Nothing particularly alarming. Bai Xiao did not press further, gently taking Yilang's hand and guiding him to the yoga mat. She softly said, "Come, let me give you a massage. Otherwise, you might wake up with sore muscles tomorrow." Yilang smiled and nodded, lying down to allow Bai Xiao's gentle fingers to knead his taut muscles. After a while Yilang felt little discomfort, Bai Xiao was already breathless and flushed. It was best to cease, otherwise it might lead to dire consequences. Having just consumed the Huaying Dan the previous night, a day's interval was prudent. Yilang patted Bai Xiao's backside, signaling her to stop, and chuckled softly. "All right, that will suffice." Ignoring Bai Xiao's mild protests, Yilang headed to the bathroom for a quick rinse. Currently, the system provided a daily basic supply of 12 loaves of bread and 4 5-liter bottles of water, which was ample. Yilang settled on the sofa to check his notifications. Following the events of the previous night, the owner's group had directed their ire towards him. The casual insults had diminished significantly, replaced by numerous requests for food and water. He disregarded these, turning his attention to messages from friends. First, he examined the photos sent by women. Many required no reminder from the system, and he promptly deleted them. A few others were uncertain, relying solely on the system's judgment. Name, Bai Yu, age, 25, height, 166 centimeters, weight, 47 kilograms, inner quality, 90 points, currently has a husband. Overall score, 84 points, what a pity, does not meet system requirements. Yilang sighed. This woman appeared quite lovely without makeup. Her figure was alluring, yet it fell short of the required 85 points. Reluctantly, Yilang made the hard decision to delete her. Wait, what did currently has a husband mean? Meanwhile, in apartment 1517 of Building 3, Zhang Xiang looked anxiously at his girlfriend Bai Yuyu's phone. Bai Yuyu, unwillingly, observed as she suddenly saw a friend's request being denied. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. Yet before she could speak, Zhang Xiang erupted with fury. "How about you delete me? Damn it, you foolish woman. I told you to dress modestly, but you wouldn't listen. Now look where it's gotten us. Are you trying to starve me?" Bai Yuyu's eyes welled with tears. "Darling, how can you say that? I have my dignity too. You weren't like this before. What has changed in you?" Zhang Xiang's anger flared, and he slammed his hand on the table. "Can dignity fill our stomachs? Do you have any idea what the situation is outside? I'm doing this for our survival." Bai Yuyu choked back her sobs, at a loss for words, and could only lower her head as tears streamed down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Yilang continued to peruse messages from his friends, when suddenly his eyes lit up. A notification appeared. Name, Xiong Ting. Age, 21. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Inner strength, 995 points. Golden minor. Comprehensive score, 93 points. Meets system requirements. Please take her in promptly. Chapter 23. The awakening of powers. Is the storm fierce? Do I fear the storm? Inside Building 1, Room 1318. Xiangting anxiously stared at her phone screen, her heart filled with trepidation. She had not eaten for 2 days, truly 2 days. Now, she could only pin her hopes on this despicable security guard, who dared to inflict harm while possessing resources. Xiangting bit her lip, her fingers trembling as she typed. Langu, can I come to your place? As long as you agree, I will do whatever you wish. Yet, she hesitated to press the send button, her tears welling in her eyes. Remembering her sister's words, she recalled that in her sister's building, people had already started killing for food. Her sister urged her to find a powerful protector quickly. Taking a deep breath, she finally pressed send. She then continued to observe the flattery and pleas directed at the contemptible security guard in the group chat, seeking some semblance of comfort. Suddenly, her expression froze, and she hurriedly retracted her message to Yilang. In an instant, she transformed her previously sorrowful demeanor into one of satisfaction, sending a new message. Despicable security guard. You're nothing. Not even worthy of dog. Do you think you can gloat for much longer? Just wait to die. At that moment, Yilang was utterly bewildered. After reading Xiangting's plea for refuge, just as he was about to respond, he saw her retracted message followed by her insults, leaving him in a state of astonishment. Yilang furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, when suddenly a thought struck him. He opened the group messages, revealing a flood of flattery and adulation directed at Fong Tian from room 1609 in Building 2. Resident from room 1515, Fan Jingjing. Wow. Handsome guy, you're incredible. Us girls are saved. You can definitely protect the women in our community. Chairman of the Residence Committee from room 1105, Jiang Fangzhou. Fong Tian from room 1609, young brother. You are the warrior of our community. The nation needs talents like you. Please shoulder this great responsibility and welcome to become a member of the Residence Committee. Resident from room 1316, Wang Feier. Brother Fong Tian, you're so impressive. Can I come live with you? I would feel so safe being with you. Youth from room 1002, Dawa. Wang Feier from room 1316. Aren't you supposed to support your sisters in resisting the objectification of women? Yilang's expression turned grim as he scrolled through the chat, discovering a link to a video by Fong Tian. Upon clicking it, his demeanor shifted drastically. The video, filmed in a bathroom, featured a young man standing before the camera, eyes tightly shut, one hand covering his left eye. As stirring music played, the young man slowly opened his right eye, which shimmered with flames, accompanied by the invocation of Amaterasu. In the next moment, a searing flame erupted from his hand, the heat so intense it distorted the air around it. Yilang perused the comment section, noticing that many users did not question the authenticity. Instead, they shared their own images showcasing hands emanating flames, glacial light, or crystalline ice. The weight of anxiety that had burdened Yilang lifted entirely. He returned to the chat, where Fong Tian's name dominated the conversation, inundated with sycophantic praise and adoration. In Unit 1609, Fong Tian was typing with an air of triumph. I have awakened the capable of incinerating all. I hereby declare an open invitation to beautiful women. As long as you are willing to submit to me, I shall grant you safety and shelter. Ha ha ha. After sending the message, an arrogant grin spread across his face. Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze, and he hastily retracted his message. In Unit 1202, Basu Guanyin declared, I have also awakened my powers and can unleash lightning, piercing through anything. Picture, picture, picture. In Unit 1308, Sister Zhao chimed in. My daughter too possesses the ability to emit ice crystals. Picture. In Unit 1112, Zhang Yida added, Mine too is fire. This morning it startled me, almost igniting the house. Picture, picture, picture. In Unit 1002, the youth from Dawa exclaimed, Has everyone awakened their powers? Mine allows me to unleash razor-sharp wind blades. In Unit 1711, Zhao Dahai threatened, Yilang, prepare for your demise. I have awakened my powers and can now shoot water swords. You thought you could shoot me in the leg and flaunt in the chat? This time, I will end you. Let me clarify once more. The photos from last night, my pants were soaked in blood, not urine. In Unit 1715, Ma Weigua added, Zhao Dahai from Unit 1711. Count me in. This scoundrel Yilang ambushed me, hitting my shoulder. Young people lack honor. I was careless and did not evade. This time, I have awakened fire abilities and will make Yi Lang pay dearly. The chairman of the homeowners committee, Jiang Fangzhou from Unit 1105, urged Zhao Dahai and Ma Weigua, ensure that all of Yi Lang's food and water are confiscated and distributed by the committee. We must save the community from peril. Yi Lang's expression grew increasingly grim, and both Bai Jin and her daughter noticed the group messages, their eyes shimmering with complex emotions. System, may I inquire what is happening? Why have so many awakened their abilities? Can I also awaken? Ding. As long as a person possesses a normal level of mental acuity, there's a chance to awaken abilities upon meeting certain conditions. The host's mental strength is 0. 1, far below the normal standard, rendering the possibility of awakening exceedingly low. A surge of despair welled up within Yi Lang. He hurriedly pressed on with his inquiries. If I meet the mental standard, how can I awaken? What are the specific conditions? Ding. System notification. Conditions include intense external stimuli, life-threatening crises, severe emotional fluctuations, or emotional shocks. There are no specific conditions, but they are largely related to individual emotions and feelings. Yi Lang understood, and despair seeped deeper into his heart. The average mental strength of humanity on Earth was 1. This meant that now, any person, given significant emotional or feeling fluctuations, could potentially awaken their abilities, except for himself. What was the point of it all? Although he possessed a system that could enhance his physique, how could a mere mortal withstand fire and lightning? Why did fate always seem to conspire against him? Just when he felt a semblance of comfort, it would unleash a tempest, rendering even breathing a struggle. Was his plight not already sufficient? Did the universe truly wish to torment him further? A flame of anger ignited within Yi Lang. This was a matter of life and death. Must he simply await his demise, or retreat into obscurity? To hell with the ability users. Even if he had been battered to the brink before the apocalypse, he would still have the audacity to curse everyone beneath the moon. What would he do now? He would risk everything, forsaking the reward of 100 favorability to vanquish them all. Yi Lang pondered relentlessly. Firstly, his current physique was at 118, stronger and more agile than that of 2 adult men. Moreover, this physique empowered him with the confidence that he could take on 10 opponents barehanded. Additionally, he possessed a right hand that had been enhanced tenfold, enabling him to launch darts or similar projectiles at extraordinary speed. Lastly, he was not entirely devoid of opportunity to awaken abilities. Yi Lang recalled the reward of free attribute points upon achieving a favorability of 100 with his task target. This meant that if it were by Xiao, he would receive 1 free attribute point. If it were by Jin, achieving 100 favorability would grant him 10 free attribute points. Even though the system was highly dismissive of mental strength, he could no longer afford to concern himself with such matters. With this thought, Yi Lang couldn't help but glance at Bai Xiao and Bai Jin, the mother and daughter pair. But in the next moment, ding, Bai Xiao. Affection level, 98, ding, Bai Jin. Affection level, 39, favor, chapter 24. The method of response. Bai Xiao exerts her utmost efforts. Yi Lang felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. He chuckled softly. Women. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Yi Lang approached Bai Xiao and Bai Jin. Speaking with calm resolve, Xiao, I require your assistance. Jiner, your mother and I will remain indoors until evening. I've placed water and bread on the table. As he spoke, Yi Lang retrieved 2 bottles of water and 2 pieces of bread from the system space, placing them on the table before unfastening Bai Jin's handcuffs. He then took Bai Zhao's hand and led her toward the bedroom. Just before entering, Yi Lang turned back to Bai Jin and said with indifference, Jiner, I love you, just as I love your mother. Your mother and I would exhaust our last drop of blood to ensure your safety. Ding, Bai Xiao, affection level, 99 ding Bai Jin, affection level, 48. Upon entering the bedroom, Yi Lang did not act hastily. Instead, he gazed tenderly at Bai Xiao, speaking with warmth and determination. Xiao, I know Jiner is your lifeblood, and thus she is mine as well. To ensure her survival, we may indeed need to fight with every ounce of strength we possess. Bai Xiao felt a flush rise to her cheeks, beginning to speculate about Yi Lang's urgent demeanor. After all, in this apocalyptic world, she found it difficult to be surprised by any peculiar occurrences. As Little Lang said, for the sake of Jiner's life and that of the young man, they would fight with all they had. At 8 p.m., Yi Lang finally emerged, leaning against the wall for support. He first addressed the worried Bai Jin. Jiner, Go inside and take good care of your mother. She is exhausted, so encourage her to drink plenty of water. Bai Jin nodded eagerly and rushed into the bedroom. Yi Lang then proceeded to the bathroom for a quick rinse, before fixing a penetrating gaze upon his reflection in the mirror. A smile spread across his lips, growing more pronounced and unrestrained. Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving the task objective of 100 affection points for the first time. System notification: Supreme Delicacies, Sirloin Beef, 5 kilograms Sirloin Steak, has been distributed. System notification: Supreme Delicacies, Egg Tart, 1 kilogram Egg Tart, has been distributed. Congratulations, host. Constitution level: 05, current constitution: 123. System notification: Supreme Delicacies, Semi-Rare Bus, 3 kilograms Semi-Rare Cheese, has been distributed. System notification: Supreme Delicacies, Sirloin Beef, 5 kilograms Sirloin Steak, has been distributed. Congratulations, host. Constitution level: 05, current constitution: 128. System notification: Supreme Delicacies, tenderly pan-seared French foie gras, 3 kilograms goose liver, has been distributed. System notification: Supreme Delicacies, D. Saint-Cien, has been distributed. Congratulations, host. Constitution level: 05, current constitution: 133. System notification: Supreme Delicacies, Caramel Cheese Pudding, has been distributed. System notification: Supreme Delicacies, Black Truffle Wagyu Fried Rice, has been distributed. Congratulations, host. Constitution level: 05, current constitution: 138. System notification: Supreme Delicacies, Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, 5 kilograms Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, has been distributed. Congratulations, host. Constitution level: 05, current constitution: 143. System notification: Supreme Delicacies, Roasted Duck, has been distributed. System notification: Supreme Delicacies, Cream Cake, has been distributed. System notification: Supreme Delicacies, Large Watermelon, has been distributed. System notification: Supreme Delicacies, Large Watermelon, has been distributed. System notification: Supreme Delicacies, Large Watermelon, has been distributed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task target: Bai Xiao, affection level: 100, never regret. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Ding. Yihuan completion rate: 27, striving with all might. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 instance of body part enhancement. The enhanced part is the right arm. Ding. Congratulations, host. The large watermelon has been added to the system's daily distribution as a basic configuration. Yi Lang clenched his right hand, feeling the surging power emanating from his arm. The muscle definition more pronounced than ever. An unprecedented wave of confidence surged within him. Furthermore, the 2 reinforced fingers on his right hand had also undergone this enhancement. If he were to snap someone's head, wouldn't it be akin to cracking a nut? Yi Lang noticed 2 affection prompts for Bai Jin. Bai Jin, affection level: 51, favor. Bai Jin, affection level: 61, like. Both affection levels were recorded in the afternoon. What could have caused this? At that moment, Bai Jin, stunned by the scene before her, felt a pang in her heart, disregarding her shyness as she rushed over in immense concern. She picked up the blanket from the ground and covered her mother's battered body. Opening a bottle of water, she gently brought it to her mother's lips, softly calling, "Mom, please drink some water. You really must hydrate. Dehydration is not an option." Bai Xiao struggled to open her eyes, finding her daughter gazing at her with deep concern. She managed to force a smile that was more painful than tears and softly reassured, "Mom is fine, just a bit tired." As she spoke, she opened her mouth and swallowed the water her daughter offered. The cool liquid slid down her throat, providing a slight rejuvenation. After draining the entire bottle, Bai Xiao's eyes finally regained a glimmer of moisture. She quickly grasped her daughter's hand, speaking urgently, "You must check on Xiao Lang. He is going to confront that monster on the 10th floor for our family." Bai Jin's heart tightened, and she rushed out. She saw Yi Lang wielding a wooden stick with a kitchen knife strapped to its end, preparing to exit. Unable to contain herself, she burst into tears, throwing her arms around him, pleading, "Brother Lang, don't go. You have no idea how large and ferocious that monster is. Let us run away, leave this place, and find somewhere new to live." Yi Lang turned to embrace Bai Jin, gently stroking her hair, his voice steady yet tender. "Jiner, do not worry. I will be careful. I haven't devoured you yet. How could I abandon you?" At that moment, Bai Jin disregarded her shyness, tightly holding onto Yi Lang's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. All right, as long as you return safely, I will feed you whatever you desire. You must come back, safe and whole, and bring my heart with you. Yi Lang, ignoring the rising feelings in his heart, suddenly kissed the beautiful tear-streaked face before him. Bai Jin responded with a mix of awkwardness and fervor, their heartbeats colliding within their chests. Their lips met, breaths mingling as their foreheads touched, eyes sparkling with determination and reluctance, as if to engrave each other's likeness deep within their souls. After a long moment, Yi Lang gently pushed Bai Jin away, turning to leave, and with a resounding thud, he closed the door behind him. Bai Jin collapsed on the ground, her vision blurred by tears. After a long pause, she rose and turned to see a sumptuous dinner laid out on the table, accompanied by a pile of bread and water. The tears she had just managed to suppress surged forth again as she whispered, "Brother Lang, Jiner is waiting for you, always waiting." Chapter 25. An Invisible Female Streamer? The first encounter with the big socks at this moment. On the 10th floor of Building 3, a colossal gecko, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, was curled in the corner of the corridor, its scales shimmering with an eerie blue light, its blood-red eyes menacingly fixed on the stairwell. Surrounding it lay gruesome remnants of bones and tattered clothing, the air thick with a nauseating stench of blood. Occasionally, mosquitoes the size of footballs would pass by, prompting it to snap its enormous jaws wide open, extending its long, bifurcated tongue to ensnare the insects, crunching them down and swallowing them whole. The sound of chewing echoed hauntingly through the dimly lit corridor, sending chills down one's spine. At this moment, Yao Shi, who was clandestinely live-streaming the giant gecko, was thoroughly startled. Residing in apartment 1504 of Building 3, she had inexplicably awakened a unique ability last night, a power of invisibility. Not only could she render herself invisible, but she could also cloak small objects she touched. Moreover, judging by the gecko's reaction, it appeared that her power could obscure scents as well, significantly dampening sounds. This revelation filled Yao Shi with elation. Was she not the destined child of fate? At that moment, in her live-streaming room as a war correspondent, the number of viewers had already surged into the tens of thousands and was still on the rise. While some streamers had previously attempted to broadcast from perilous scenarios, such as Zhang Daiden, who met an unfortunate fate, Yao Shi's stream was markedly different. It was akin to filming a monster up close. She could even discern the intricate patterns in the giant gecko's walnut-sized eyes. The barrage of comments in the live chat resembled a flurry of snowflakes. Patrick Starr: "Miss, are you not an outdoor comedy streamer? What are you doing here?" Chicken Kuan: "The streamer is amazing." Cheeky Clown: "Is that really a gecko? Even crocodiles aren't that big, right? Look at it open its mouth. Good heavens, those big teeth could leave quite a bruise." User 5975469666. Cheeky Clown: "Isn't that a mix of East and West?" Cheeky Clown: User 5975469666. "Good grief, brother. Haven't you thought of jumping off a building yet? Aren't you waking up at midnight to slap yourself and then leap from the rooftop?" User 5975469666. "Goodness, did you watch Zhang Daiden's live stream? You can even remember that? Fine, I might as well jump. Skewers are just skewers. By the way, how has the giant gecko not noticed a streamer? Could it be invisible? Old pervert 111. Invisible. Does that mean she's not wearing any clothes? Please, miss, turn the camera. Young man in black pants. Please. Young lady with a handful of sunflower seeds. Please. One Big Bird 37. Gifted the streamer a carnival 1. Even dogs don't do this 52. Gifted the streamer a carnival 3. Seeing the explosive popularity of her live stream, Yao Shi was overjoyed. She had finally made it big and had not been easy. Unable to contain herself, she typed, "Thank you to all the esteemed viewers for your support. I will frequently broadcast such monster explorations in the future, so please follow me to avoid getting lost." Despite the frenzied barrage of comments, Yao Shi focused intently on capturing every detail of the giant gecko. Suddenly, with a startling ding, the elevator doors opened, nearly causing her to lose control in fright, prompting an involuntary gasp. Instantly, the giant gecko turned its head, its walnut-sized eyes fixated on her direction. Yao Shi's heart raced as she held her breath and swiftly moved aside a few steps. In the next moment, a sharp sound echoed, like lightning, the gecko's tongue snapped out, instantly striking the wall. Yao Shi, still shaken, gazed at the barbed, slimy appendage stuck to the surface. It was a near miss. That fearsome, grotesque tongue almost struck her face. The livestream chat erupted, comments flooding the screen. Insomniac fried rice. Wow. That tongue. It's like a tentacle monster. Lisbon notebook. What tentacle? Where's the tentacle? Where's the notebook? Be careful, streamer. At this moment, the gecko ceased its assault, instead rising slowly and directing its gaze towards the third elevator. Yao Shi, intrigued, aimed the camera at the elevator entrance. She was curious about how anyone else could access the elevator besides herself, especially someone who had descended to the 10th floor. Inside the elevator, Yi Lang held a homemade spear in one hand and a fire axe retrieved from the corridor in the other, patiently awaiting the doors to open. Yi Lang had envisioned this scenario the day before. He preferred to extinguish danger in its infancy. For the past couple of days, he had been utilizing the remaining cameras to monitor the gecko's movements. Yi Lang discovered that the gecko's vision was quite poor, relying almost entirely on sound and touch to navigate. Moreover, its large size made maneuvering in the corridor cumbersome. This realization offered Yi Lang a strategic advantage. Just before entering the elevator, he ultimately allocated his attribute points to enhance his physical constitution. One reason for this was to ensure safety, while another was his nagging suspicion that the system undervalued mental prowess in favor of physical strength. This cautious allocation left him feeling uneasy. Could there be pitfalls associated with mental strength? Without dwelling on it further, Yi Lang took a deep breath as the elevator doors slowly opened. After stepping out, his pupils dilated sharply, and his heart raced like a drum. Who could have anticipated that a gecko, typically preying on mosquitoes, would transform into such a terrifying creature when magnified hundreds of times? It measured over 4 meters in length, its body adorned with grayish, warty scales, each the size of an adult's palm. Its abdomen pressed against the ground while its limbs twisted like a spider. Suction cups at the tips emitting a nauseating sound against the tiles. Most horrifying was its triangular head, with pupils the size of yellow beans narrowed into thin slits, emitting a guttural roar as its forked tongue licked its barbed fangs. At that moment, this monstrous beast charged toward Yi Lang with astonishing speed, compressing the air and producing a deafening roar. Yi Lang's expression turned fierce as he surged forward with newfound determination. As he beheld the looming maw filled with sharp fangs, Yi Lang, reminiscent of a javelin thrower, swung his arm with great force, directing the long hair of his right hand towards the monstrous beast's gaping mouth. The spear shot forth like a bolt of lightning, piercing the air with precision, yet it merely ricocheted off the beast-hardened scales with a sound akin to metal clashing. With the spear launched, Yi Lang deftly darted into the left room of the corridor, narrowly evading the incoming, slimy, barbed tongue. This perilous scene was captured live by the hidden Yao Shi, who was exhilarated, sensing her moment of fame. She struggled to steady her trembling hands, fearing the loss of any detail. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in the war correspondent's live stream surged wildly. Wang Zai Zi. Incredible. Salty sesame candy. Fierce. A big bird, oh my. This maneuver is stunning. Though the aim could use some work, the reflexes are nothing short of extraordinary. Young man in black pants. This guy is audacious, attempting to take on the giant lizard as if it were a mere gecko. Absurd, it won't break through its defenses. Ji Kuan. This security brother is the modern-day Wu Song. Young man in black pants. Ji Kuan. How do you know he's security? Why not a police officer? Don't be so envious. What do you think, brother? Ji Kuan. Young man in black pants, because I am indeed security. At that moment, Yi Lang remained oblivious to the live stream. He hastily rose from the ground and rushed out, just in time to witness the colossal beast struggling to turn, its massive tail striking the floor and walls with a thunderous crash. Yi Lang would not wait for it to complete its turn. He swiftly produced a metal shard. With his right arm's muscles tensing, his bicep propelled his forearm, which in turn drove his wrist, and his fingers flicked sharply. The metal shard spiraled forth like a dart, tracing silver arcs as it aimed for the tender pink flesh nestled between the beast's abdominal scales. A chilling scream erupted from the creature as the soft flesh was deeply embedded with several sharp silver shards, although most were deflected by its tough exterior. In the live stream, comments flowed. Patrick Starr, what in the world? Is that little Lee's flying knife? Iron Crutch Lee from the production team. Little Lee's knife never misses. This guy is like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, yet the force is remarkable. No cilantro ice cream. This young man is so handsome. Why is he just a security guard? Puff pastry is sticky. Sister, are we still clinging to that pre-apocalypse mindset? Now it's all about resources and strength. If you don't want me, I'll gladly go. Young man, give it your all, defeat the monster, and then treat me like one. Wang's Eye Z. What is going on with the live stream? Why are there so many big socks? Did I enter the wrong channel? Chapter 26. The Spittle-Soaked Data Cable. Watching abs while being electrified, Yilang was just about to unleash another barrage of celestial blossoms when the colossal beast managed to turn its massive form with great difficulty. It was evidently enraged, its scaled armor flaring open like a carp bursting forth from water, instilling a sense of dread. Fierce crimson light flickered in its eyes as it lunged towards Yilang. Without hesitation, Yilang took flight, swiftly slipping into the dilapidated room behind a broken door. However, this time the beast did not pursue. Its four suction cup-laden claws came to a sudden halt, halting its charge. The sheer force of its inertia cracked the tiled floor beneath, sending shards flying. The beast let out a low growl, extending its head into the room that the loathsome insect had entered. Yet, the doorway was far too narrow for it. As it strained to push through, its scales scraped against the doorframe, producing a grating sound. It could not force its way inside. A cold smile crept across Yilang's lips as he seized a shard of iron and hurled it forth. Clang, clang, clang. The iron shard struck the beast like a torrential downpour, sparks flying from its scaled hide. Most were deflected, yet a few lodged themselves into the tender flesh of its neck. The beast writhed in agony, instinctively retreating until it vanished from sight. Observing the retreating form of the beast, Yilang did not immediately pursue. Instead, he activated his phone to check the surveillance, revealing the beast clinging to the wall outside the door. It opened its massive maw, its terrifying tongue slithering out like a venomous serpent dripping with slime. Yilang recognized that the moment had arrived. With his left hand, he picked up an empty wine bottle from the room, while his right hand brandished a fire axe. With a sudden surge of strength, he smashed the bottle against the doorframe, shattering it into a myriad of fragments. Instantly, the beast's slimy tongue shot out, lunging towards the scattering shards. Crack! The grotesque tongue firmly adhered to the doorframe. Seizing the opportunity, Yilang swung the fire axe with all his might, bringing it down decisively. The beast emitted a heart-wrenching scream as its tongue was severed by the axe's blade, blood gushing forth and staining the doorframe crimson. The creature writhed in agony, its scales contracting from the pain. Yilang seized this moment to charge out, raising the axe to strike at the beast's head. Yet, in the next instant, the beast let out a deafening roar, its tail suddenly severing and snapping forward like an iron whip, striking Yilang mercilessly. With a resounding thud, Yilang was flung several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he rose, a fierce determination flickering in his eyes as he tightened his grip on the axe, advancing slowly towards the beast. At that moment, Yaoshi finally recognized Yilang, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face. It was Yilang, the insufferable security guard, the one who had sought to barter her body for supplies. How could he possess such strength? The audience in the live broadcast room was utterly astonished, and the comments flooded the screen. Jikuin, wow, dude, you're not Wusong. You're Xiangyu. After being struck by such a formidable tail, you can still rise. A large bird. Has there been an awakening of some extraordinary physical ability? Such strength, speed, and defense. Truly a human war god. Not a fan of cilantro ice cream. Wow. My husband is so fierce and domineering. Puff is a bit sticky. Little flirt, weren't you disdainful of the security guard? Why are you vying for my man now? Sugar, sugar baby, it's been so many years since the divorce, and I unexpectedly see you here. By the way, the child is now in the 3rd year of middle school, has consistently ranked first in the class for 3 years, but has her temper, always getting into fights. The child often asks where dad has gone. If there's a chance, come back and see the child. I often think of you too. Qing Bao has money. Sugar, sugar baby. Stop with the love-struck nonsense. Let us not forget, Qing Bao's man is quite formidable. Yilang's gaze grew even more fierce, his steps resolute, as the axe blade glimmered coldly in the light. At this moment, the giant beast had lost its tail and tongue, rendering its ranged attack capabilities utterly null. Yilang switched the fire axe to his left hand and swiftly withdrew a metal shard with his right, launching it forward with great force. Thud thud. Another anguished howl echoed as a portion of the metal shard embedded deeply into the beast's soft flesh. The creature writhed in agony, its scales oozing blood. The next instant, the beast bolted down the corridor in a frenzy. Yilang followed at a measured pace, wielding the fire axe. There was no exit in the corridor. It could not escape. As anticipated, the beast crashed into the wall and bounced back, its eyes reflecting despair and ferocity. It swiftly turned, having lost its tail, yet somehow became even more agile. The beast continuously roared, its mouth stained with crimson blood, threatening Yilang not to approach. Unfazed, Yilang advanced with unwavering steps, his eyes gleaming with cold resolve. Finally, the beast could no longer contain itself. It opened its maw filled with sharp fangs and lunged at Yilang. This time, Yilang did not evade. He grasped the end of the fire axe's handle with his right hand, raising it high above his head. With his right arm taut, his muscles surged with power. The fire axe shot forth like thunder, plunging its blade into the beast's skull, blood gushing forth. The beast let out a mournful cry as it lunged toward Yilang, crashing to the ground, its massive inertia rolling it closer to him. The axe blade, clearly not long enough, failed to penetrate the skull completely. Yet, Yilang's strength was extraordinary, though the blade did not fully breach. It had severely injured the beast's brain. Blood gushed forth as the creature writhed uncontrollably, unable to rise. Yilang tore off the tattered security uniform and picked up the fallen spear, gripping it tightly as he advanced slowly towards the beast, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Yaoshi was mesmerized, not only by the gruesome battle, but also by Yilang's chiseled 8-pack abs, nearly drooling in awe. It wasn't just her. The viewers in the live stream were equally enthralled. A user exclaimed, "I can't take it anymore. He's so strong. Help." Another chimed in, "Why can't Dolong introduce a one-button kissing feature? Oh, my heart." Yet another declared, "I want a one-touch feature." Someone else remarked, "With a physique like that, I'd accept defeat in an instant." The comments flowed in a frenzy, filled with admiration and excitement, momentarily forgetting the apocalyptic survival crisis. Unbeknownst to Yilang, who was focused on aiming with his self-made spear, the chaos in the chat continued. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer shone in his eyes as he thrust downwards. With a sickening sound, the spear pierced through the giant beast's eye and into its brain, silencing its thrashing body. Yilang finally sighed in relief, sitting down on the ground with a bright smile. The scene, reminiscent of wildflowers blooming amidst a bloody battlefield, captivated Yao Shi's heart, her eyes sparkling with admiration and infatuation. The barrage of comments and gift effects surged like a tidal wave in the livestream. However, Yilang's subsequent actions left the viewers bewildered. Chapter 27, Dread. Enjoying Bai Jin's bathing service, Yilang slowly rose and took a few photographs. He then gripped the spear embedded deeply in the giant gecko's eye socket and pulled with force, blood splattering everywhere. Without pause, he wrenched the fire axe from its skull. Then, amidst the confusion of Yao Shi and the livestream audience, he struck fiercely at the gecko's neck. In the livestream, a user commented, "Dude, you're incredible. Be ruthless, be bloody." Another added, "He is impressive, but is he really trying to chop off the gecko's head? What use is that? Can it even be eaten? Is it poisonous?" Someone speculated, perhaps he's keeping a trophy, like some cannibal tribes in Africa who preserve the heads of their prey. By the way, where have all the viewers gone? It's the apocalypse, and they can't handle this level of bloodshed. Puff is a bit sticky. Hush, don't speak. It will be fine soon. Mining in progress. User 5975469666. Mining? What does that mean? The mischievous clown. User 5975469666. Haha. Caught you again. I knew you wouldn't jump off. User 5975469666. Mischievous clown. Ah, are you a devil? Yilang possessed immense strength and swiftly severed the large lizard's head. Subsequently, he carried the bloodied head and entered the elevator. Yaoshi could not help but swallow hard. She wanted to join him in the elevator, but found her legs weak, leaving her to watch helplessly as Yilang vanished behind the elevator doors. After the elevator numbers began to flicker, she finally exhaled and checked her livestream. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Wow. The livestream had actually attracted 100,000 viewers. Thank you, main sponsor, and thank you all for your support. Please help by clicking follow. Thank you. Yet the viewers ignored Yaoshi's excited voice and continued to flood the screen with similar comments. Catch up. Get in the elevator together. Streamer, hurry up, or I'll unfollow. Yaoshi's face stiffened. She wanted to, but the elevator was too cramped, and given Yilang's ferocity, he was likely to desire her body. Wouldn't following him be akin to delivering herself to the sun? No matter how much he liked him, she wouldn't offer herself up so easily, unless... Upon seeing comments threatening to unfollow if she didn't T-stream Yilang, she became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her, and she shouted into the livestream, "Everyone, don't worry. I believe you can guess. I have the ability to become invisible. I will closely monitor that man and 1T miss a single battle of his." The livestream finally quieted down, but a few comments made Yaoshi's cheeks flush. Not eating cilantro ice cream. Main sponsor, since you can become invisible, please livestream when that man is bathing. I want to see what he's packing. Puff is a bit sticky. Well said. Also, if possible, streamer, please touch that man's abs for me. I want to know if they are as hard as iron. Or any other hard place will do. Well said. Agreed. Begging. Yaoshi hastily ended the live stream. She took a deep breath, cursing the indecency of these viewers in her heart. Yet her heartbeat quickened due to their bold requests. Her cheeks flushed, and her gaze became dazed as she found herself smiling foolishly. At this moment, Yilang arrived at room 1706, carrying the large lizard's head. Upon opening the door, Bai Jin was supporting the seemingly recovering Bai Xiao, who stood up excitedly. Yilang, observing the mother and daughter rushing towards him, smiled and called out, "Don't come over. I'm dirty. Wait until I clean up before you hug me." Bai Jin and her mother finally came to a halt, their eyes brimming with concern and admiration. Yilang first instructed Bai Jin to fetch a roll of plastic wrap, then proceeded to carefully encase the head of the large gecko before placing it in the middle of the corridor. Following this, he slowly entered the bathroom under the watchful gaze of the mother-daughter duo, who were filled with reverence. Bai Xiao felt a stirring in her heart and gently patted her daughter. Bai Jin understood the unspoken encouragement, feeling shy yet mustering her courage to follow him into the bathroom. At that moment, Yilang was removing his blood-soaked trousers, revealing a physique that was both robust and striking. Bai Jin's face flushed and her heart raced, yet she attempted to maintain her composure, stammering, "My mother sent me here, so please don't misunderstand." Yilang glanced at Bai Jin's affection level, which stood at 78, infatuated, and smiled without saying a word. Carefully, Bai Jin lifted a bucket of water and, at Yilang's indication, began to pour it over him. The droplets cascaded down Yilang's chiseled muscles, washing away the blood and revealing his natural skin tone. If the viewers in the live stream were to witness this scene, it would undoubtedly provoke an uproar. Bai Jin felt her legs weaken and her breath quicken. She had encountered handsome boys with abs online before, yet none had evoked such an intense reaction within her. Every muscle on Yilang's body seemed meticulously sculpted, making him all the more alluring amidst the blood and scars. She struggled to suppress her inner turmoil, continuing to pour water, her gaze inadvertently lingering on his solid chest, well-defined abs, and strong thighs. Suddenly, her grip faltered, and the bucket slipped from her hands. In a flash, Yilang stood up, swiftly catching the falling bucket and simultaneously embracing the unsteady Bai Jin. Their eyes locked, and the sound of their heartbeats reverberated in the quiet air. Yilang gazed at Bai Jin, whose eyelashes fluttered like a startled deer. Without hesitation, he released the bucket, and as water splashed everywhere, he captured her lips in a kiss, soft and cool, as Yilang, clad in his boxers, took Bai Jin's hand to exit the bathroom. Bai Xiao appeared somewhat astonished at how swiftly events had unfolded. Yilang glanced at Bai Jin's affection level, now at 89, beloved, and smiled, eager to discover the rewards of achieving a perfect 100 in this initial challenge. Bai Xiao, no longer preoccupied with doubts, accepted that it was merely a matter of time. She had prepared a meal and urged the two to sit down and eat. Yilang first shared the photo in the homeowners group before enjoying a sumptuous dinner with a mother and daughter. During the meal, the two women inquired with concern about Yilang's health and the details of the recent battle. Yilang simulated lightly, succinctly recounting the events of the fight without delving into excessive detail. Bai Jin listened quietly, her eyes sparkling with admiration and reliance on Yilang. Dinner unfolded in a warm ambience within Unit 1505 of Building 3, where Yao Shi, brimming with excitement, uploaded the edited video onto the Dolan platform. Time was of the essence, and in that brief moment, several clips had already surfaced. Meanwhile, the owner-s group chat erupted with fervor. In Unit 1002 Dawa, a youthful resident exclaimed, "Yilang, wow, incredible. Have you awakened your extraordinary abilities as well?" Jiang Xiao from Unit 1101 chimed in, "Wow. Is it the massive gecko from the 10th floor? Did Yilang slay it? Splendid." Li Shui from Unit 1217 added, "Yilang, this is fantastic. Now our Building 3 is safe. Thank you, Brother Lang." Fei Xiang from Unit 1201 quipped, "Li Shui from Unit 1217. Weren't you just insulting the security guard? Why the sudden change to Brother Lang?" Li Shui shot back, "Mind your own business, you lowlife." Zhang Chang from Unit 1402 remarked, "Ma Weigua from Unit 1715. Zhao Dahai from Unit 1711. Weren't you two demanding a price from Yilang? Why the silence now?" Chapter 28. The Fong Lang Squad and the Traitor, Second Senior Brother. The wretched security guard at this moment, in the bedroom of Unit 1102, Fan, he lay upon the bed of Wang Wei and Qin Ling. The couple's bodies had long since vanished, replaced by fresh bed linens adorned with embroidered mandarin ducks frolicking in water. Only a few dried bloodstains traced a grim path from the bedroom to the kitchen, hinting at the tragic fate of the unfortunate couple. Fan, he gazed curiously at his hands, now transformed into monstrous claws covered in scales. A flicker of thought coursed through him, and the sharp nails and dark scales retracted into his flesh, soon reverting to the appearance of an ordinary human hand. A sinister smile crept across Fan Yi's face. He then picked up his phone and posted a message in a newly created group chat. "Demonic Claw. The Fong Lang Squad is officially established. Please acknowledge receipt." Fire God Fong Zhong, received. Water God Zhao Dahai, received. Thunder King Ba Shi, received. Flame Demon Ma Weigua, received. Ice Queen Chun Shuilian, received. Earth God Li Gang, received. Princess Aisha Fan Chi, received. In Unit 1318, Xiong Ting found herself in a state of distress, tightly hugging her knees on the floor as the image of the wretched security guard flooded her mind. Reports from residents on the 17th floor of Building 3 confirmed that the terrifying head of the massive lizard now lay in the middle of the corridor. All of this seemed to mock her naivety. Tears streamed down Xiong Ting's face, and she began to cry silently. However, it was not long before her stomach growled, a reminder that tears would not satiate her hunger. Her slender, unadorned fingers grasped her phone, contemplating a message for Yilang. Yet her gaze fell upon her earlier post. "Stupid security guard, pathetic male, even the dog doesn't want you. How long do you think you can revel in your arrogance? Just wait to die." In a fit of despair, Xiong Ting cast her phone aside, her long fingers instinctively massaging her stomach, as if that might quell her hunger. As she continued this gesture, a faint blush crept onto her charming face, heralding a night destined for unrest. Within an apartment, Tang Xiaowan lay sprawled on her bed, engrossed in Dolong. She was elated. The detestable woman from yesterday had perished, drained of life by mosquitoes. Yet, her joy was tempered by the sorrow of her father, which cast a shadow over her spirits. Despite his marriage to a younger woman, he had never shown any favoritism towards his children. Suddenly, Tang Xiaowan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her phone screen. "Hey, Dad, come quickly." She sprang up, rushing out of her bedroom without even putting on her shoes. At that moment, Tang Long sat on the living room sofa, his gaze somewhat vacant as he polished a photograph of a beautiful woman. Hearing his daughter's frantic calls, he hastily set the picture aside, his expression shifting to one of stern resolve. Tang Xiaowan dashed over, pointing at the screen as she thrust her phone towards him. "Dad, look. Do you see who's in this video?" Curiosity piqued, Tang Long took the phone and scrutinized the footage. In an instant, his countenance darkened. As the video unfolded, his expression grew increasingly grim, particularly when Yilang appeared, wielding an axe with a single hand and launching it forward. With a resounding thud, Tang Long slammed the phone onto the coffee table. "Hey, what is wrong, Dad?" Tang Xiaowan picked up the phone with concern, inspecting it to ensure it was unharmed and still playing Yilang's impressive video. Relieved, she smiled brightly and exclaimed, "Dad, you recognized him, right? Second senior brother is incredible. He is not your senior brother." Tang Long bellowed, evidently incensed by his daughter's words. "How dare you yell at me, you old man? yelling at a child who lost her mother at a young age. Boo-hoo. A fleeting shadow of pain crossed Tang Long's face as he beheld his daughter's woeful expression. His demeanor softened, and he offered a conciliatory smile. Xiaowan, I didn't mean to. Please don't cry. I apologize. Tang Xiaowan observed that the tried-and-true tactic had once again proven effective, and she immediately brightened, playfully declaring, This time, I shall forgive you. But there must not be a next time, hum. Her expression quickly shifted to one of excitement as she exclaimed, Old man, that is my second senior brother. He has become so powerful now, single-handedly vanquishing such a large gecko. Let's go find him. Tang Long, feeling somewhat exasperated, awkwardly replied, Xiaowan, he is no longer your second senior brother. He has long since exited the sect. Have you forgotten? Who agreed to that? He neither submitted a letter of resignation nor received any disciplinary action for leaving. Besides, you never publicly announced his departure. How can he not still be my second senior brother? Xiaowan staunchly refused to acknowledge the old man's claims, for in her heart, her second senior brother would forever remain just that. Tang Long sighed, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes as he murmured, Xiaowan. He himself publicly announced it. There should still be a video of his resignation on that platform. Xiaowan stubbornly shook her head, her eyes glimmering with determination. I do not care. As long as the resignation process is not complete, he is still my second senior brother. Tang Long, feeling helpless, found himself at a loss in dealing with his daughter. Unable to scold her or convince her otherwise, so he chose silence. Observing her father's silence, Xiaowan suddenly clung to his arm, coaxingly saying, Dad, please take me to find my second senior brother. Our apartment is only 12 stories high. Sooner or later, those strange vines will cover it completely, and we will be doomed. Moreover, we have so many supplies, we can share more with him. Aren't you afraid he might starve? I wouldn't mind if he went hungry for a couple of days. It is absolutely impossible to find him, unless I were to perish. Tang Long had begun to utter a harsh retort, yet ultimately found it impossible to curse his former apprentice, even if he had turned against the teachings. Dad, stop being so stubborn. Let us go find him. The more people we have, the stronger we become. Besides, with my second senior brother's prowess, we would be much safer. If you refuse to go, I will go alone. Tang Long's face contorted in frustration, yet he still firmly replied, even if you shout it to the heavens. I will not agree. Xiaowan's eyes darted, her lips pouting as she began to wail. Oh, Mom, why did you have to leave so early? Leaving me alone to endure this old man's temper? Woe is me. Upon hearing her words, Tang Long's heart tightened painfully. He wished to comfort his beloved daughter, but the thought of that wayward disciple hardened his resolve. He abruptly stood, his footsteps quickening as he headed towards the balcony, attempting to escape the sound of his daughter's tears. He merely left the words, I'm going out for a smoke. Seeing this, Xiaowan wiped her tears, somewhat frustrated, and shook her fist. She resumed watching the unfinished video, murmuring, Second senior brother. Oh, second senior brother. Do you still count as my second senior brother? Xiaowan misses you dearly. Chapter 29. The Sleeping Beauty, That Woman. After enjoying a romantic dinner with Bai Xiao and Bai Jin, Yilang instructed Bai Jin to select a bedroom for the night, then embraced the somewhat weary Bai Xiao as they made their way to the bedroom. Bai Jin cast a worried glance at her mother, feeling an urge to speak, yet the modesty of a young lady rendered her speechless. After changing, Yilang lay down beside Bai Xiao, gently enveloping her in his arms, causing her to tremble slightly and turn pale. Fearful, she pleaded, Xiaolang, let me rest for a day. I truly cannot. You may have Bai Jin instead. Yilang chuckled softly, replying, Do you take me for beast? There is nothing left. Fear not. I shall simply hold you and sleep peacefully. As for Bai Jin, the time is not yet ripe. However, Yilang gazed playfully at the blushing Bai Xiao, adding, If you insist on my indulging, then I shall be a beast and ignore you. Bai Jin sat on the sofa, cupping her face in her hands, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Why did he not desire her? Should she offer herself willingly? Or should she maintain her reserve? What if he truly did not want her? Torn by these thoughts, her gaze frequently strayed toward the bedroom door. The void of experience left her feeling particularly helpless in the face of such complex feelings. Both anticipation and fear surged within her, a tide of contradictory emotions difficult to quell. Shaking her head, she resolved to stop overthinking and rose to head toward another bedroom. Yet inexplicably, Bai Jin found herself compelled to pick up a pair of pink, furry handcuffs. Biting her lip, she steeled herself and clasped them around her wrists before hurriedly dashing into the bedroom. Meanwhile, Yaoshi was consumed by the frenzy of watching her newly released video. Her eyes glazed and her lips murmuring, "It's gone viral. It's really gone viral this time." On Doulang, merely 2 hours after posting, her video had already amassed over 1 million views, with likes and shares skyrocketing, while comments flooded in like a tidal wave. The skewer is a skewer. The video is undeniably real. I watched the live stream. Living just for Wong Bingbing. Damn it, I can't believe this. I haven't even finished recording and you deleted it. How are the subsequent scriptwriters supposed to survive? Even dogs don't guarantee 100 authenticity. This guy must have awakened some extraordinary ability. Impressive indeed. Jing Jing, the cool guy is so handsome. I'd love to use his washboard to do my laundry. Puff. I beg you, please delete it. Ding dang, wait a minute. I've awakened a fiery ability. I can't even kill mosquitoes, yet this guy is soloing giant lizards. Makabaka, you are not alone. I have ice powers. 1 minute to freeze a cup of water. Who else can do that? Qian Luji. To this guy in a video, all I can say is, you're impressive. In a moment of striking intensity, the atmosphere within the Wuyo Media building felt charged as Wang Tianlai's handsome visage bore the weight of frost. A resounding crash echoed through the office, sending a shiver through the gathered crowd. With an impassive demeanor, Wang Tianlai retracted his slightly trembling hand, his expression unwavering as he thundered. Who can enlighten me on how someone managed to single-handedly slay a large gecko? You all confidently asserted that our video would serve as humanity's first shot in the resistance against monstrous beasts. Yet, before that shot has even been fired, they have already seized the stronghold. Silence enveloped the room as the employees exchanged bewildered glances. All right, Tianlai, none of us anticipated such formidable individuals emerging at this juncture. However, there is no need for concern. We are well equipped for this. When it comes to orchestrating and promoting, we are the true professionals. Wang Tianlai regarded his planner, Meng Hao, with appreciation, saying, "Ah, you truly understand my intentions. I entrust the forthcoming operations to you. I have but one stipulation. It must be striking, it must exude dominance, and it should leave women worldwide swooning at my denim-clad feet. I aspire to reign over the entire globe. Ha ha ha." With that, Wang Tianlai departed, flanked by 2 female hosts, leaving Meng Hao and the rest of the office in a state of disbelief. How utterly absurd. That makes 4. Meng Hao suppressed a curse with great effort and began to direct the team into action. Not only Wang Tianlai and his crew, but nearly every new media outlet and company opted to unveil their own reigning hosts. The times had changed, and the official narratives could no longer obscure the truth. Those who could dominate the realm and stockpile resources sought to seize the initiative. Thus, within a remarkably brief span, the comments section beneath Yao Shi's video shifted dramatically. The Heavenly King descends. You are astonished by a mere security guard who valiantly vanquished a gecko? Our brother Tianlai has dispatched 2 with the power of his extraordinary flame. Heavenly King, indeed, you glorify a mere security guard. Have you never experienced true excellence? Brother Tianlai is far more handsome, having bested 2 formidable foes. Lin Jun reigns supreme. No arguments accepted. Our brother Lin Jun has awakened the power of lightning, obliterating a swarm of basketball-sized mosquitoes with a single strike of his electric domain. Lin Jun, the paragon of elegance. Within a grand edifice, an extraordinarily beautiful woman languidly tapped her red-high heels, while the men in the room knelt, hands on the ground, utterly captivated by the ethereal presence before them. Some, equally obsessed, stood in a row, seemingly losing interest in teasing these men. With her beautiful eyes half open, she absently scrolled through her phone. Suddenly, the woman laughed, as if the entire world had brightened. Caught you, my little man. Chapter 30. Letting go of concerns, Yao, she sent the sun away. Yilang was not sleeping soundly. He dreamt of many people and various events. Consequently, by morning, Bai Xiao and her daughter Bai Jin were already awake while he remained asleep. Bai Jin looked at Yilang, curled up in the blanket and clutching the edge as he slept, with a face full of affection. When Bai Xiao had informed her, she had hardly believed it. This man, so fiercely brave, actually slept with a stuffed toy like a child. Gently pulling the blanket, Bai Jin noticed Yilang's tightly furrowed brow and felt a pang of sympathy. What burdens could trouble him so deeply that even in slumber, he frowned. She reached out to smooth his brow, observing his resolute and handsome features, which restored a sense of tranquility. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her heart raced. At that moment, Bai Xiao, having finished brushing her teeth, approached. She patted the lovesick Bai Jin, signaling her to leave. Bai Jin, somewhat dazed, inquired, "It's already past 8. Aren't we waking him?" Bai Xiao, her face slightly flushed, retorted playfully, "He doesn't have to work. Let him sleep a bit longer. You should tidy up and wash some clothes. You're growing up and can handle chores now." Bai Jin was not incapable, but felt curious. Seeing her mother's bashful and eager demeanor, she instantly understood. She shot her mother a reproachful glance, stomped her foot, and stepped out of the room. A delightful smile curved Bai Zhao's lips. She realized her daughter was feeling a bit jealous of her mother. This was a good sign, as it relieved Xiao Lang from worrying too much. As an elder, she ought to step in and assist the two younger ones. With that thought, Bai Xiao cast a glance at the still sleeping Yi Lang, inwardly grumbling about the rogue who disregarded her feelings when he desired her. Now that it was her daughter's turn, he seemed to devise all sorts of strategies. Albeit it had only been 3 days, yet it was certainly better than the immediate affection he had shown to her. Shaking her head in resignation, Bai Zhao's eyes sparkled as she pulled her hair back into a ponytail, lifted the covers from the bed, and nestled in. Yilang, in excellent spirits, sat at the table enjoying breakfast. Although the wake-up service had not been entirely consistent, it must be said that Bai Xiao's health had indeed improved. Such a swollen injury had remarkably healed overnight. Enjoying the freshly made sandwich, Bai Xiao felt a profound sense of contentment with her days, relishing the pleasure and satisfaction of eating her favorite foods. Which woman does not yearn for such a life? The sole drawback may be a somewhat inadequate culinary skill. Yet, judging by Yi Lang's demeanor, he could easily manage to prepare a meal or two. Contemplating this, Bai Xiao glanced back and forth between Yi Lang and her daughter, who wore a face of palpable resentment. She found it perplexing that Yi Lang would choose to disregard the stunning Xiao Jin. Was it due to their relationship? Should she reveal the truth to him? Or was it simply distaste? The thought of Yi Lang needing to knead and shape dough every morning and night led Bai Xiao to a semblance of understanding. Bai Jin, oblivious to her mother's thoughts, was engrossed in her sandwich while scrolling through Doulong. At 18 or 19, a young girl quickly forgets her troubles, even amidst a world seemingly on the brink of collapse. She found joy in the content of a streamer who steadfastly refrained from crossing any lines. Suddenly, Bai Jin paused, leaning in for a closer look. After confirming her discovery, she gasped and eagerly presented her phone to the two engrossed in their breakfast. Yi Lang, upon closer inspection, had his face turn ashen as he took the phone. Seeing himself featured on Doulong triggered unwelcome memories. However, as he continued to watch, confusion crept in. Wasn't this from the time he was alone with the large gecko? How could someone have captured this moment and shared it on Doulong? Moreover, what was the difference between this and a direct confrontation with the gecko? The clarity of his abdominal muscles was almost too detailed. Who had been lying on his stomach to take such a shot? Yi Lang quickly scanned the streamer's profile, recognizing her immediately. Yao Shi, the outdoor streamer. With a cold chuckle, he refrained from seeking out this audacious woman for retribution. She would not escape unscathed. He delved into the comment section, eager to gauge the public's authentic appraisal of his abilities. A flicker of hope remained in his heart, a naive belief that his physical prowess could rival extraordinary abilities. Even if he could not prevail, as long as he was not instantly vanquished, he would find contentment. However, upon reading the pinned comments, Yi Lang's heart sank. He first examined the post by the user who had insulted him, known as Tian Wang Lai. In the pinned video, a man named Wang Tian stood on a balcony, gazing skyward, flanked by a group of terrified women who cowered behind him. As ominous sounds echoed, 2 grotesque, triangular heads suddenly emerged at the balcony's edge. They were 2 large geckos, bearing their menacing fangs as they rapidly ascended the balcony, lunging toward the group of women. At that moment, a powerful and rapid drumbeat surged forth. The fearless king took a bold step forward. Just as 2 colossal beasts were about to consume him, he erupted with power. He transformed, akin to a super scion, his entire being engulfed in flames. With merely a flick of his wrist, the 2 ferocious creatures ignited instantly, soon reduced to charred remains. A brief video of mere seconds showcased a perfect blend of visuals, music, and movements, revealing the king's majestic aura. Yi Lang stood frozen, astonished by his overwhelming strength. How could this be? After all his efforts to defeat one, this individual effortlessly eradicated two with a mere gesture? Yi Lang's expression darkened as he scrolled through the subsequent comments. He opened a pinned video of Lin Jun, where another flick of the hand unleashed a storm of lightning, causing a swarm of mosquitoes the size of footballs to tremble and fall lifelessly to the ground. He then viewed Wu Feng's clip, where yet again, a simple motion dispatched formidable foes, Feng Ming, Cheng Shui, and Lu Ming, all vanquished with a mere wave. Was that truly a hand gesture? It resembled a butcher's knife poised at Yi Lang's throat. Yi Lang had his doubts, pondering why the giant geckos in Wang Tianlai's video hadn't utilized their primary method of attack, their tongues. Yet, the comments below were filled with admiration, educational insights, and serious challenges to duel at the peak of the purple Forbidden City. Such praise left Yi Lang incredulous. With a sullen expression, he powered down his phone. Once again, could he not enjoy a few carefree days? He decided to set aside these thoughts, noticing Bai Jin's affinity level at 90 beloved. A twinge of regret surfaced, but this was not the time for such concerns. Just as he intended to lead Bai Jin to the bedroom to enhance their bond, a friend request notification popped up on his phone. Initially indifferent, he was taken aback upon seeing the name Yao Shi. A sinister smile crept across Yi Lang's face. After accepting the friend request, before he could act, a flurry of notifications ensued. Yao Shi sent several full-body photos in quick succession. Name, Yao Shi. Age, 19. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Inner score, 995. Avid gamer. Overall rating, 91. Gentle and easy to topple, complying with system requirements. The host is urged to take her in promptly. Yi Lang found himself bewildered. What was happening? He hadn't even spoken yet. How had she already made her move? In truth, Yi Lang had underestimated the situation. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Curiosity piqued. He retrieved his phone to monitor the scene outside, only to find the corridor empty. A realization struck him. It was the elusive Yao Shi, who possessed the ability to become invisible. Yi Lang rose with a cold smirk. Retrieving a powder box from the bathroom, he dispensed some foundation into his palm and approached the door. With a swift motion, he flung the door open. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Task objective detected. Gaining task objectives affinity. Ding. Yao Shi affinity 56. Likes ding. Da 11. Affinity 40. Favor. Yao Shi, clutching her abdomen, gazed in astonishment at the bottle of purified water in Bai Jin's hand. Was this really intended for her cleansing purposes? In a world where a single bottle of water could be life-saving? Bai Jin, however, paid no heed to the surprise of this woman named Yao Shi. She felt a twinge of discontent. Although she was mentally prepared for the presence of other women in the household, she had not anticipated it would occur so swiftly. Moreover, Yao Shi's demeanor reeked of vulgarity. Her height and physique starkly contrasted with Bai Jin's. Bai Jin couldn't help but glance at her own chest. Feeling a pang of regret, Yao Shi was undeniably her rival. Yi Lang settled onto the sofa, observing the damp Yao Shi with a cold gaze. State your previous words clearly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that my next punch won't land on your face. Ding. Yao Shi affinity. 42 likes. How domineering, Yao Shi mused. She then spoke with a touch of madness. I came to propose a collaboration. Surely you've noticed, my ability is invisibility. Not only can monsters not detect me, but even humans find it difficult. I can stream your battles live in high definition and produce video clips to showcase your valiant figure to the world. Doesn't that sound exhilarating? Yi Lang, growing impatient, bluntly rejected her. You may leave. I have never engaged in live streaming, nor do I have any interest in it. Disappointment flickered in Yao Shi's eyes, yet she remained undeterred. Do you not wish for more people to witness your prowess? Do you not desire countless women to adore you? Do you not aspire to establish a new force and reign supreme? Yi Lang frowned, his tone resolute. I do not. Yao Shi bit her lip, seemingly struggling to accept this outcome. She regarded this gallant man, presuming he yearned for fame and power like others she knew. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to salvage the situation. Surely you require resources? Resources that are inexhaustible, enough for a lifetime. You have no idea how terrifying it is when women pursue a star. They would willingly offer their hearts to you. Yi Lang, feeling exasperated and on the verge of declining once more, suddenly experienced a revelation as if a thunderclap echoed in his mind. Beautiful women. Affinity through heartfelt offerings. Yi Lang understood. He had an epiphany. Despite the tempestuous emotions raging within, Yi Lang maintained an air of icy composure as he nonchalantly remarked, "Resources? I'm never lacking in that regard." He gestured towards the table behind Yao Shi, which was astonishingly laden with a variety of breakfast items, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, sandwiches, and more. Yao Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. Even amidst the apocalypse, he still indulged in such feasts? With a dismissive wave of his hand, Yi Lang explained, "I merely woke up late today and opted for a quick meal." In that instant, Yao Shi's gaze towards Yi Lang shimmered with newfound admiration and longing. Her feelings for him had evolved into a complex tapestry. Initial disdain and aversion had gradually morphed into curiosity and appreciation, culminating in admiration and infatuation. This man was indeed a paragon of the archetypal hero in apocalyptic narratives, debonair, formidable, and abundantly resourceful. Yet, it was a pity he did not broadcast his exploits. As a woman destined to dedicate her life to streaming, she felt that men would only hinder her progress, even if they were as dazzling as he. With a reluctant glance back at Yi Lang, she sighed, preparing to take her leave. However, his two words halted her in her tracks, and a flicker of hope ignited in her eyes as she fixated on him. Streaming, or rather becoming a broadcaster, where one pleads for gifts, no. Now, it was about resources, held no allure for her. Yet, if her battles could inspire hope and courage in others, helping them find the will to survive in this desolate world, perhaps she would be intrigued. Yi Lang mused himself. Indeed, Yao Shi is a woman born for streaming. Even before the world fell into chaos, he had heard tales of her fearless broadcasts, outdoor adventures, survival challenges, extreme trials, and haunted house experiences. She dared to embrace it all. Strangely, she seldom solicited gifts, merely seeking attention, as if the act of streaming itself provided her with the greatest satisfaction. Before Yao Shi could utter a word, Yi Lang continued, "Yet, how can I trust you? You possess the ability to become invisible. If you were to betray me mid-battle, it would surely spell my demise." He raised a hand to silence her assurances and stated bluntly, "You know well that the only way to earn a man's unconditional trust is through something profound. Take a moment to ponder before you respond." Yao Shi stood frozen, her eyes reflecting a momentary struggle as two inner voices waged a silent battle within her mind. One spoke of the willingness to sacrifice their life for the sake of a live broadcast, dismissing the notion of chastity as trivial. Another exclaimed, "Such a valiant man possesses an eight-pack. What are you, you shameless creature, still hesitating for? Go on now, devour him immediately." Yao Shi's heart blossomed with joy, yet the remnants of her modesty restrained her from succumbing to the impulse to leap forward. She struggled to suppress the upward curve of her lips, engaging in earnest banter. "Alas, it is unavoidable. I have promised to be your woman, to lay my head upon your abs each night. No, to accompany you to bed every evening. And then, with your two pecs, I shall extract the essence, to bear you two children. In time, we shall become the Pan Jinlian and Shimanqing of the live-streaming realm." "Ah, no, I mean Hongfu and Li Jing." Yi Lang was increasingly perplexed, wondering who truly bore the brunt of the circumstances. Perhaps the online adage that women's lust exceeds that of men's was indeed accurate. In other words, the majority of women were seasoned veterans, merely concealing their true selves in public while revealing their essence behind closed doors. Beside them, Bai Xiao remained relatively composed. She had long prepared herself, even if it involved her own daughter, let alone other women. However, Bai Jin found herself somewhat displeased. Her initial assessment proved correct. Yao Shi was indeed a flirt, her demeanor radiating a provocative allure akin to a lustful feline, utterly shameless. Yet, Yi Lang found himself quite taken with her. As a man of action, he relished the company of theorists. The encounter of theory and practice promised to be nothing short of revolutionary. With this thought, Yi Lang decided to put on a show. He extended his hand, and with a sudden exclamation, swoosh, a bucket of water materialized before Yao Shi. Amidst the eye-rolling of Bai Xiao and Bai Jin, Yao Shi stared at the man before her in utter astonishment. "Ding! Yao Shi, affection level 93. What kind of supernatural ability is this?" Yao Shi began to inquire. But Bai Jin burst into laughter, clearly having conjured some indecorous thoughts. Yi Lang, eager to showcase his prowess to the young lady, suppressed his urge upon witnessing her curious gaze, merely casting a fierce glare at Bai Jin, who seemed to have stirred his ire. Disregarding her, Yi Lang turned to Yao Shi and instructed, "Go, clean yourself up. I have a penchant for cleanliness." This time it was Bai Xiao who chuckled. Her cheeks flushed as she shot a disapproving glance at the man whose words contradicted his actions. "You claim to be fastidious, yet you indulge so heartily." Yi Lang urged Yao Shi to hasten to the bathroom to wash the vegetables, casting a mischievous glance at Bai Xiao and Bai Jin. "How dare you laugh at me? You shall face the consequences." Yao Shi continued her actions of cleansing with water in the bathroom, albeit with a hint of anxiety. Was this merely a warm-up? Despite her extensive theoretical knowledge and her fondness for props, she had never truly experienced such an endeavor. Did it require his utmost effort? As Yi Lang embraced Yao Shi and stepped into the bedroom, he cast a fleeting glance at Bai Jin, accompanied by a notification. Bai Jin, affection level 91. Indeed, this girl harbored secrets. His previous series of provocative maneuvers aimed to unveil her innermost self. Clearly, the outcome was promising. The woman had brought him not solely humiliation and suffering. At least in certain respects, she had imparted valuable lessons to Yi Lang. System notification. Supreme Delicacy KFC Village Bucket, KFC Family Bucket in a Bucket, has been distributed to system space. System notification. Affection level of Yao Shi has risen to 95. System notification. Affection level of Yao Shi has risen to 96. System notification. Supreme Delicacy Apple Milkerine with coconut jelly, pearls, and taro paste, set of 5, has been distributed to system space. System notification. Affection level of Yao Shi has risen to 98. System notification. Affection level of Yao Shi has risen to 99. System notification. Supreme Delicacy Wei Long Wong, 1 pound pack of Wei Long, has been distributed to system space. System notification. Affection level of Yao Shi has reached 100. System notification. Wei Long Wong, 1 pound pack of Wei Long, has been added to daily basic configuration. Yi Lang tore open the Wei Long and placed it into Yao Shi's mouth, breathlessly assuring her of his unwavering support for a live broadcast. In a moment of blankness, Yao Shi finally reached the pinnacle of 100 affection points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Host physique has been enhanced. Current physique, 263. Congratulations, host. Interaction completion has risen to 39, slight increase. Congratulations, host. You have received a body part enhancement. Enhanced part, left arm. System's basic food and water configuration has doubled. Currently 12 loaves of bread, 4 buckets of water, 2 large watermelons, and 1 pack of spicy strips daily. At this moment, Yao Shi, with a face full of satisfaction and sweetness, nestled in Yi Lang's embrace, playfully traced circles on his chest muscles with her delicate fingers. Yi Lang, too, felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Yao Shi bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of novelty. He felt as though his body could effortlessly fell a bull with a single punch, warmth radiating throughout him. With a slight exertion, the pulsating muscles of his chest elicited a gasp from Yao Shi. The corners of Yi Lang's mouth curled upward, unable to contain his delight. It had been a challenging journey, yet he had finally achieved another 100 affection points. Fortunately, Yao Shi was unconventional. Otherwise, such ease would have been unattainable. Moreover, the enhanced part was, astonishingly, his left arm. This meant that his arms possessed tenfold the strength of an ordinary person, allowing him to reclaim a modicum of confidence. Once a person possesses confidence, their spirits soar, and such exuberance can often startle those around them. Observing the pleading, vulnerable gaze of Yao Shi, Yi Lang's heart softened. He gently kissed her forehead and tenderly reassured her, "Do not be afraid. Rest well before we engage once more. Rise now, it is time for lunch. And we have KFC and apple milk tea awaiting us." Yay! Alas, it was ultimately Yi Lang who assisted Yao Shi in donning her clothes. As he supported her, still slightly unsteady on her legs, they emerged to find Bai Xiao and Bai Jin seated at the table. "Ah, is that not the outdoor streamer, Yao Shi? Our illustrious host? I thought I heard the voice of a provocative streamer," Bai Jin remarked with a teasing tone, causing Yao Shi to blush even deeper. Bai Xiao gently tapped her daughter and stepped forward, taking Yao Shi's hand with a warm smile. "Yao Shi, since you and Xiao Jin are a similar age, I shall call you Xiao Shi. Please, take a seat. I prepared a cushion for you. Sit a little closer. It's perfectly fine." Yao Shi felt a surge of gratitude towards this understanding older sister and couldn't help but exclaim, "Thank you, sister. You are truly kind." Bai Jin, however, was not pleased. "No, you cannot call her sister. If you do, that would imply I am younger than you." "Mother, look at her." Before Bai Xiao could respond, Yi Lang stepped forward, gently embracing Bai Jin and planting a playful kiss on her pouting lips. "You all can discuss your titles among yourselves. Yao Shi shall call you sister. Xiao Jin, you are so adorable. You are my favorite." Ding. Bai Jin, affection level 92. Yi Lang chuckled inwardly, realizing that to handle this little girl, a touch of possessiveness was necessary. In moments when it was just the two of them, she was the favored one, and such favoritism could not be fully expressed. Now, with the presence of Yao Shi, who was seemingly her opposite in many ways, this tactic proved effective. It appeared that the opportunity for a physical transformation was imminent. Once everyone was seated, Yi Lang snapped his fingers, and in an instant, as the portal of the system space closed, a feast of KFC's full village bucket, cola, apple milk tea, and Wei Long Wong appeared on the table. "Wow!" the three women exclaimed in unison, their eyes gleaming with delight at the sight of the indulgent fast food. Not only were they excited, but Yi Lang also shared their enthusiasm. KFC possessed a unique allure. After a certain time without it, one would crave it intensely. Yi Lang typically indulged in it on the first day after receiving his paycheck, often encountering children who had overcome their aversions to food after a visit to KFC. Much to their parents' amusement, without hesitation, the three women began to feast. Bai Jin took a hearty bite of the spicy chicken burger, followed by a sip of icy cola, her satisfaction palpable as she sighed contentedly. She turned her head to glance at the equally engaged Yao Shi, unable to suppress her vague praise. "Yao Shi, although your appearance is somewhat displeasing, your taste aligns perfectly with my preferences." Yao Shi, perceiving the little sister's tsundere demeanor, chuckled softly and pushed the oversized milk tea towards Bai Jin. "Sister, do try this." Bai Jin eagerly accepted it, undeterred by any reservations, and took a sip, her eyes instantly curving into crescent moons. "It's so delicious. Even in the apocalypse, I can still enjoy milk tea, especially with added apple milk green. It's truly a blessing." Unable to contain herself any longer, she grasped Yao Shi's hand and sweetly declared, "Sister, you're simply wonderful. I'll be counting on you to prepare more delicious treats in the future. My mother's favorites are steak and watermelon, just like the young people today. Please make more, don't hold back. Yi Lang can manage." Chapter 33. Xiongting and Xiong Yuan, sisters together, double the joy. Yao Shi's face flushed crimson, and she stole a glance at Yi Lang, who was flamboyantly enjoying his drink, thinking to herself how remarkable his abilities were. It was exhilarating, and she adored him deeply. Turning back, Yao Shi shyly addressed Bai Jin, "Sister, of course, but tonight isn't feasible. I need a rest." Bai Jin understood completely, having witnessed her mother's exaggeratedly swollen condition. Tenderly, she squeezed Yao Shi's hand and shot a glare at Yi Lang, indignantly stating, "He's just an unflagging beast. He's making my sister suffer." Yao Shi felt a surge of affection for this younger sister, and the two began to happily share the same cup of milk tea. After lunch, Yi Lang, as usual, shared a few photos in the group chat before commencing his workout. His physical condition surged by 10 points, and he felt slightly out of sorts. He needed to quickly adapt. Yi Lang had an inkling that the next battle was imminent. Following his workout, he rinsed off briefly and lay down on the yoga mat. This time, Bai Jin and Bai Xiao were there to massage his muscles, having somehow unearthed a bottle of essential oil, which they began to apply to his body. The hard, contoured, and heated muscle lines made their hands tremble slightly. When their eyes accidentally met, they both saw a glimmer of spring water in each other's gaze, and in the next moment, they hurriedly averted their eyes, meticulously continuing to massage. Meanwhile, Xiongting lay limply on the floor, utterly unwilling to move even a finger. On the other end of the video call, Xiong Yuan anxiously called out, Elder sister, Xiongting, what's wrong? Can you hear me?" Xiong Yuan paced the room with a worried expression, tightly gripping the phone as she repeatedly called her sister's name. Xiong Yuan's exquisite visage was etched with concern at that moment. She yearned to soar to her sister Xiongting's side and tend to her capricious sibling. Her sister had emerged into the world a mere minute before her. Although she was indeed her sister, her immaturity was strikingly evident, rendering her less mature than her younger sibling. After the passing of their parents, the two sisters had relied on each other, enduring hardships that only they could truly comprehend, particularly as they were stunningly beautiful twin sisters. They had to contend with an endless stream of ill-intentioned individuals. Having finally reached adulthood, Xiong Yuan had gained some renown as a broadcaster, while her sister had secured a place in a prestigious graduate program at a top university. Just as they were on the brink of a brighter future, calamity struck. What cruel fate had befallen them? Xiong Yuan contemplated using an aircraft to reach her sister, yet the risks were formidable. The building she inhabited had descended into chaos, and other factions would certainly not allow her to leave with supplies unscathed. What was she to do? What had happened to her sister? Hadn't they agreed to seek refuge with someone named Yi Lang? Moreover, judging by Yi Lang's combat videos, if he was not as compromised as they were, he was undoubtedly a formidable warrior. What on earth was her sister up to? As Xiong Yuan continued to call out, Xiong Ting finally responded. Lifting her phone to view her sister's anxious visage on the screen, tears streaming down her face. Oh, little Yuan, I feel as though I am dying. I may never see you again. You are all alone in this world. What will you do? I'm so sorry, little Yuan. I'm so sorry. Xiong Yuan's heart tightened painfully as she observed her sister lying weakly on the floor, her lips pallid, but her face still bearing a hint of color. She forced herself to regain her composure and, trembling slightly, spoke softly, "Sister, do not panic. Take your time and tell me everything. I refuse to believe that fate is so cruel as to take you away from me." At this point, Xiong Yuan could no longer contain her emotions. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she pressed her hands tightly over her mouth to stifle her cries. "Sister, I implore you, share everything with me." Xiong Ting managed a faint smile, yet the worry in her sister's eyes caused her lips to quiver as she choked out. "Little Yuan, I have failed you, and I'm sorry for worrying you. You must promise me to live well." "Xiong Ting, please tell me what is happening. You must explain," Xiong Yuan interrupted, her voice rising in desperation. Sensing her sister's fury, Xiong Ting trembled, even as she was on the verge of starvation. At last she spoke. "Little Yuan, I have made a terrible mistake. I have not eaten for 3 days. Yesterday, I resolutely decided to reach out to Yi Lang, sending my photos and information. However, upon witnessing many in the group awakening their extraordinary abilities, I began to believe that Yi Lang's fate was sealed. As you can imagine, my disdain for that loathsome security guard is profound. He objectifies women and exploits their vulnerabilities. Consequently, I retracted my information and instead berated him. Now, there is no one left to rescue me. I fear I may perish from hunger." That wretched security guard even had the audacity to post pictures of himself enjoying KFC and milk tea today. "Oh, Xiao Yuan, I am so sorry, I lament." Xiong Yuan felt a sharp pang of pain, clutching her jaw, realizing how her sister had managed to turn the situation into such a mess. She fixed her gaze on the video featuring Yao Ting, her expression earnest. "Send me the message where you scolded Yi Lang, quickly." Xiong Ting hesitated, but eventually forwarded that message along with Yi Lang's boastful photos. Upon seeing the images of that detestable security guard, Xiong Yuan gasped at the thought of how he thought he was superior, believing he could bask in his glory indefinitely. To disparage others' professions, to judge their character, to curse them to death, and to claim they are beneath even a dog. Such behavior is indeed excessive. If I were Yi Lang, I would be tempted to take drastic measures against my own sister. Who else could possibly save her? Those with extraordinary abilities? Perhaps not. She is an extraordinary being herself. And how potent is she really? Moreover, aside from Yi Lang, no one possesses such ample resources. What should she do? Surely, she cannot allow her sister to starve to death. Xiong Yuan began to scrutinize the photograph closely. The first thing that caught her eye was a table laden with KFC burgers, snacks, beverages, and the trendy apple milk tea that had gained popularity before the apocalypse. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Although these streamers didn't lack for food or water, nothing compared to the delectable meals from before the end times. Her gaze shifted to the individuals in the photo. Yi Lang, clad only in a pair of boxers, was undeniably handsome, boasting a physique that was rare even in the streaming industry. Then there were the 3 women in the picture, all stunning beauties, nestled contentedly beside him, radiating happiness. Xiong Yuan felt a headache coming on. Her sister had little advantage among these 3. They all possessed long legs, graceful poise, and enchanting voices. While her sister was indeed beautiful, was she truly worth Yilang's effort? Moreover, her sister had insulted him more than once. What to do? Xiong Yuan examined the photograph once more, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up her eyes. She spoke urgently. Sister, I have a plan. I'll send a few photos of us together, and you can forward them to that Yilang. You just say, which one is the elder sister, and which one is the younger sister. Tell them we are twins and can stick together. Be quiet. Xiong Ting struggled to sit up, her expression grim as she interrupted her sister's words. I would rather starve than. You should be the one to be quiet, you foolish woman. A brainless fool with a large chest. If you weren't my only relative, I wouldn't care about you at all. Remember this. I only want you to survive. Compared to your survival, your chastity is worthless, whether it concerns you or us both. Besides, do you even have any chastity left? You haven't let your nails grow for years. I'm more worried that no one would want you. If it weren't for your foolishness, would I even think of using myself as a bargaining chip? Xiong Ting felt a bit embarrassed by her sister's reprimand, yet she remained resolute in her disagreement. That's out of the question. If it's just my sacrifice, that's one thing, but dragging you into it, I might as well die. Xiong Yuan was nearly exasperated to death by her sister's stubbornness, her chest heaving as she gritted her teeth and said, What do you think this is? It's the apocalypse. Many small streamers in our company are selling seafood for a bottle of water or a few pieces of bread, and they've even fought over it. And you're still daydreaming. As long as he can keep you alive, I'll give him whatever he wants. Trust me, or if you die, I won't live either. We'll go down together and curse those heartless parents. Xiong Ting wanted to protest, but upon seeing her sister's serious and earnest gaze, a chill ran through her heart. She understood that her sister was capable of such actions. She also recognized that her sister spoke the truth. The brutality of the apocalypse exceeded imagination. However, the thought of them both sacrificing their dignity was still hard for her to accept. Yet she knew that dignity paled in comparison to life. The two sisters had grown up scraping by under harsh conditions, having long discarded such notions, and now that life had improved, they wished to reclaim what was lost. After a moment of silence, she finally nodded, her voice soft yet resolute. All right then, let us do it your way. A glimmer of relief flashed in Xiong Yuan's eyes as she quickly picked up her phone and began to compose a message. Send in the message I'm about to send you, and make sure your tone is sincere. Sister, remember this. I only have you, and you only have me. No matter what humiliation we endure, as long as we are alive, there is hope to rise again. Just like when we were children, finding a lollipop on the ground and cleaning it, it's still sweet. Surviving is the only chance we have to regain our lost dignity. Once dead, we lose everything. Please, for my sake, I beg you to live. Xiong Ting's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded earnestly. At that moment, Yilang felt an exquisite comfort. Two delicate hands kneaded his entire being, as if they could sweep away all his fatigue. He closed his eyes, relishing this fleeting tranquility, yet a subtle urgency stirred within him. Earlier, he had stumbled upon several trending videos of extraordinary battles showcasing various supernatural abilities. The bizarre powers and their terrifying potential sparked an inexplicable anxiety within him. After all, these were abilities that bordered on the realms of magic and immortality. With his mere physical prowess, how could he defend against such elemental assaults? Water, fire, wind, each elemental ability could be lethally devastating. This was no mere exaggeration. Had he not witnessed the ferocity of these powers? For instance, a water manipulator could siphon the moisture from a person's body. How could Yilang counter that? A wind manipulator could deplete the oxygen in the vicinity. How could he fend that off? A lightning wielder could extinguish the brainwaves within a person's mind. How could he withstand such an attack? An ice manipulator could freeze the blood within a body. How could he protect himself? A fire manipulator could elevate a body's temperature to a perilous 50 or even 100 degrees. What could he do? Taking a deep breath, Yilang forced himself to calm down, his mind racing to devise a strategy. He found it peculiar that the battles depicted in online novels rarely portrayed such direct forms of attack. Yet, the absence of such depictions in fiction did not guarantee their absence in reality. As long as he remained ignorant of how to counter the direct effects of these abilities on the human body, his heart would remain restless. Perhaps, if his physical attributes reached a certain threshold, he could withstand such assaults. Contemplating this, he inquired of the system, What level of physical prowess must I attain to endure the onslaught of supernatural abilities? Ding. System prompt. Trust in the strength of the human body. When your mind is brimming with muscle and a single punch can shatter space, no supernatural ability will intimidate you. Yi Lang offered a wry smile. No matter how formidable his muscles, how could he contend with unseen forces? System, I need specific metrics. How many points must my physical attributes reach to withstand the direct impact of supernatural abilities on the human body? Ding. System prompt. If the host refers to an ability, such as a water manipulator draining moisture from a body, then the host's physical attributes must not only reach 100 points, but they must also undergo a complete physical enhancement. Additionally, the host is reminded to positively develop their affinity and improve interaction quality. This is crucial. Yi Lang sighed in resignation, a bitter smile gracing his lips. With his current physical attributes at merely 263 and having undergone enhancement only twice, he was still a far cry from his goal. Amidst a moment of distress, his phone vibrated suddenly, and a message captured his attention. Xiong Ting. Yi Lang, I am aware that no words can rectify my transgressions. Here is a photograph of my sister and me. If you could provide us shelter and sustenance, we would be entirely yours. You may do as you please. My sister is at Wuyo Media Building in this city. The beautiful anchor Yuan Yuan is her. Picture attached. The system detected a task target that met the criteria. Name, Xiong Yuan. Age, 21. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Inner qualities, 995 points. Sister complex. Overall score, 93 points. Identical. Meets system requirements. Host, please take her in quickly. Yi Lang immediately stood upright. In the photograph, Xiong Ting and her sister Xiong Yuan were nestled together, exuding youthful vitality with their delightful smiles. One had long hair cascading down, dressed in a white tank top paired with denim shorts. The other sported a high ponytail, clad in a rainbow tank top with black shorts. The sisters' contrasting temperaments, one serene and poised, the other playful and vibrant, were discernible, yet their appearances and figures were nearly indistinguishable. Yi Lang found himself momentarily unable to tell which was the elder sister and which was the younger. The next image featured Xiong Yuan alone. Her delicate features radiated a hint of gallantry, as she wore a sleek black off-shoulder sweater that accentuated her graceful neck and shoulder line, paired with high-waisted jeans. Her long and slender legs exuded confidence and allure. Yi Lang recognized at once that Xiong Yuan could captivate both men and women alike. He was enthralled, while Yao Shi and Bai Jin exchanged furtive glances, turning away in disbelief. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Yi Lang typed a reply. Didn't you say you wouldn't even give it to a dog? What's happening now? Do you think I would accept something unwanted even if you offered to? Chapter 35. The Legendary 2. Upon reading his response, Xiong Ting's face drained of color, tears welling in her eyes. Xiong Yuan noticed her sister's distress and quickly asked, Sister, what did he say? Please tell me. Trembling, Xiong Ting sent the message. After reading it, Xiong Yuan's eyes flickered with a fleeting rage, soon replaced by determination. Sister, keep sending messages. This is not the time for pride. Just tell him. At that moment, Yi Lang was fixated on his phone screen, a cold smirk playing on his lips. He mused. You know to swerve when the car hits a wall, you know to flee when stocks plummet, and you know to wipe away the snot when it drips. Now you come to plead with me? It's too late. After all those times, your sweet talking was like honey. If I don't play you until your face blossoms with embarrassment, I won't bear the surname E. Ding. Xiong Ting. Woof woof, Yi Lang, I am truly sorry. I implore you to save me. I speak sincerely. If you take me in, I shall repay you by toiling like an ox or a horse, even serving as a chicken or a dog. Yi Lang chuckled, his laughter filled with joy, and typed in response. Have you thought it through? Have you studied e-commerce too? On the other side, Xiong Ting's face instantly flushed upon seeing Yi Lang's reply. Without hesitation, she forwarded the message to Xiong Yuan. Upon reading the message, Xiong Yuan's face turned crimson as well. What a lewd person he was, truly a lascivious fellow. Yet, there was no choice but to have her sister reply. Xiong Ting, we are ready. We will agree to anything. After sending the message, Xiong Ting glared at her sister in a mixture of embarrassment and disbelief. Xiong Yuan also felt her cheeks heat up, but forced herself to explain, claiming that these were merely the words of female streamers in those live broadcasts. She wasn't that vulgar. Upon receiving the message, Yi Lang became quite animated, realizing there was nothing more to say. I will send you the elevator and top floor access codes. Take the flying vehicle over and message me when you reach the rooftop. After sending the message, Yi Lang did not check his phone again, instead turning to the blushing Yao Shi and asking, I forgot to ask, how can you freely move between floors? Can you really pass through walls? Yao Shi smiled slightly, softly explaining, after awakening my invisibility ability, I wanted to go to the rooftop for a live broadcast, so I tried the access code for the 16th floor. Can you believe it? It was actually 0316. I don't know who the fool was that set such a password, as if they were afraid no one would know. Similarly, the 17th floor was 0317. I tried it, and it actually worked. However, it didn't work for the 18th floor. On my way back, I found an elevator card on the ground, and the back of the card had the elevator control password written on it. What kind of talent are our community security guards? Oh dear, boss, I'm not referring to you. I didn't mean it. Yao Shi looked at the visibly displeased Yi Lang with a face full of terror and quickly clarified. Truly, I didn't mean it, boss. I was wrong. Yi Lang was not so easily appeased, pulling her into his embrace and raising his hand. Yao Shi cried out in distress, only ceasing when tears glistened in her eyes. Observing her evident discomfort, Yi Lang spoke with a fierce tone. Do you understand your mistake? Yao Shi, with her hands covering her backside, looked pitiful, knowing she would never dare again. Yi Lang chuckled and pulled Yao Shi closer. That is more like it. Let me give you a little rub. Oh no, please don't. Upon reading Yi Lang's response, the sisters Xiongting and Xiong finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Sister, do you still have the strength? Hurry over and let me know when you arrive. Xiongting's eyes were filled with determination. After giving her sister an affirmative reply, she struggled to her feet and prepared to leave. After pondering something, she returned to wash her hands with the remaining water before stepping outside once more. After gathering strength from Yao Shi, Yi Lang arrived at the door of the top floor. Before long, Xiongting's message arrived. Through the surveillance, Yi Lang observed that only Xiongting was present, and her demeanor appeared normal, prompting him to open the door. Ding, task target detected. Initiating task target's favorability. Xiongting, favorability, -36, dislike. With a swift motion, Yi Lang delivered a punch. Ding, Xiongting, favorability, -46, aversion. He proceeded to inspect Xiongting, who lay on the ground, gasping for air. Ding, Xiongting, favorability, -52. Subsequently, Yi Lang carried Xiongting, resembling a lifeless creature, back. He placed her on the floor and, witnessing her retching without producing anything, felt no compassion. Only when she ceased her heaving and could sit upright did Yi Lang fix his cold gaze upon her. His tone frigid. Now what should you call me? A flicker of humiliation crossed Xiongting's eyes as she spoke weakly, yet with resignation. Master. Yi Lang waved his hand dismissively. No. Confusion flashed in Xiongting's eyes, and her voice grew even fainter. Husband? Yi Lang scoffed. Do you think you deserve that? Keep thinking. Xiongting truly appeared perplexed, tears welling in her eyes. In a fleeting moment, she seemed to realize something. Her lips trembled as she finally managed to utter two words, Dad. Yi Lang's expression darkened, and he quickly interrupted, Don't say things that can't be broadcasted. Call me brother-in-law. Ding, Xiongting, favorability, -53. Ding, Xiongting, favorability, -54. Ding, Xiongting, favorability, -55. At that moment, Xiongting seemed to have exhausted all her strength. She sat limply on the ground, her eyes filled with despair and helplessness, exuding a pitiful aura of hopelessness. It was utterly disgraceful. How could a person sink to such depths of shamelessness, compelling her to call him such? You'd better be sensible, and don't give me that pitiful look. This is a clear transaction, and I shouldn't be made to feel like a bully. The three women watching from the side rolled their eyes in unison, wishing to remove the offensive word from their thoughts. Xiongting wished to roll her eyes as well, but upon seeing the whip in Yi Lang's hand, she cowered. She could only suppress her pitiful expression, slightly straighten her back, and await Yi Lang's forthcoming words. Yi Lang, somewhat satisfied, finally inquired, You mentioned your sister, Xiong has agreed and is currently waiting for me at Wuyo Building. Why isn't she coming herself? Xiongting pressed her lips together. The situation on her end is rather complicated. It appears she cannot make it. Observing Yi Lang's furrowed brow, Xiongting felt a pang of anxiety and hastily added, But you can go. We keep our promises and will never go back on our word. Yilang Sukofud, wondering if he was being treated as a fool or if they thought him easily deceived. Push her slightly closer, immediately. Without hesitation, Xiongting gently nudged her sister forward. Xiong Yuan soon accepted Yilang's friend request. She anxiously typed, eager to convey something on behalf of her sister. But the next message that arrived caused her face to flush crimson. Chapter 36. A dislocated jaw accepted Yilang. Sent a few photos that cannot be broadcasted for verification. I want to discern the differences between you sisters. That vile security guard, lewd and despicable, it infuriates me. Xiong Yuan cursed vehemently, but still trembled as she sent a few private photos from her album. Yilang leisurely gazed at the screen, a playful smile gracing his lips. Ding! The notification sound of WeChat chimed, and Yilang promptly opened it. Ah, true to her name indeed. Yilang smacked his lips and typed a reply, barely passing. I will check your sister S shortly. Without waiting for a response, he continued typing. Briefly described the current situation at Wuyo building and explain why you cannot come. Otherwise, Xiong Yuan, ready to unleash a torrent of curses at the first message, halted upon reading the second. After contemplating, she decided to share the truth with Yilang. Xiong Yuan. When the apocalypse struck, many staff members and male and female broadcasters were trapped inside Wuyo building. It was manageable at first, but as food and water began to dwindle, the situation became dire. In the past 2 days, deaths have started occurring within the building. With no other options, they have resorted to their original profession, live streaming for alms. Surprisingly, it has been quite effective, and many staff members are relying on their broadcasters to request more food. So, I genuinely cannot come, but you can bring my sister. I assure you that once you arrive, you can do as you please. Yilang's eyes brightened, and he quickly typed. Are there many female broadcasters there? Are they attractive? Xiong Yuan muttered a curse under her breath, referring to him as a lecher, and typed back. There are many, probably around 200 to 300, with both major and minor streamers. Most of them are quite beautiful on camera. I cannot speak for their bare faces. As Yilang read this message, he envisioned the towering structure of the Wuyo building and compared it to his current 17-story residence, silently making a decision. He swiftly typed, how many ability users do you have? What are the predominant abilities? Are they formidable? Xiong Yuan furrowed her brows, gritting her teeth as she replied. There are quite a few ability users, roughly 1/5 of the population. Most possess common elemental abilities like fire, water, and ice. But a few have unique powers. My ability allows me to manipulate objects with my mind, which is quite powerful. If you can bring my sister safely to me, Xiong Yuan hesitated, contemplating the last phrase before revising it too. If you can bring her over, then you could have both of us. Yilang scoffed. How am I supposed to get there? If you're too afraid to let your sister risk traveling by aircraft, why would it be safe for me to bring her? Xiong Yuan paused, taken aback by his audacity. Why would he be afraid of flying? Modern aircrafts could easily evade any bird, equipped with sonic and infrared deterrents. With a few drones as cover, how could her sister not manage? Yilang, noticing the question mark Xiong Yuan had sent, shook his head slightly. He was well aware that the danger was minimal, yet minimal danger does not mean there is none. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to remain in his room, quietly enhancing his strength. Once his physical capabilities reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to obliterate the earth with a single punch, wouldn't it be far more advantageous to step out invincible? With 4 women by his side. As long as his body could withstand it, he could significantly enhance his physique in just 2 or 3 days. However, the Wuyo building housed 200 to 300 unclaimed beauties. If even 1/10 of them, 20 to 30, met the system standards, to what extent could his physique be elevated? It was a dilemma, a true quandary. At that moment, Xiongting's stomach growled incessantly, her eyes glazed over, losing focus. Sensing the right moment, Yilang pointed with his right hand and uttered a word, sa. Instantly, a sumptuous and weighty plate of lightly seared French foie gras and black truffle beef fried rice appeared before Xiongting. Ding. Xiongting. Affection level, -16, dislike. Xiongting was too astonished to react, immediately kneeling down and devouring the meal ravenously. It was exquisite, utterly delightful. What kind of liver was this? So tender and smooth? And how fragrant was this beef fried rice? Alas, I had never savored such delicacies before the impending doom, yet here I was, partaking in them at this very moment. Yilang gazed intently at Xiong Ting, who was kneeling on the ground, ravenously devouring her meal with her hands. His thoughts were inscrutable. As he noticed her movements slowing and her swallowing becoming laborious, he retrieved a portioned milk tea from the system's space and offered it to her. Xiong Ting, curious yet unhesitant, took a hearty sip. What is this? A milk tea? An apple milk green with added ingredients? Nearby, Bai Jin rolled her eyes, fully aware that no woman could resist the allure of milk tea, especially at this time. Observing the delighted expression on Xiong Ting's face, Yilang smiled and nodded. Drink slowly. There's plenty more. She mumbled, her mouth still busy savoring the milk tea. Only when Xiong Ting let out a satisfied sigh, declaring herself unable to eat another bite, did Yilang inquire, "Are you full?" With gratitude, she nodded, "I am full. Thank you, it was truly." Yilang interrupted, "Was it delicious?" Once again, she vigorously nodded, "Yes, it was delightful. I have never." Yilang interjected, "That is splendid. Now, do you know what you wish to do next?" "Absolutely clear. But could you allow me to wash up?" "A small bottle of water would suffice." Xiong Ting felt utterly humiliated, yet mustered the courage to voice her request. Observing her mortified expression, Yilang found amusement in her discomfort. "Not necessary." Cough, cough, ugh. Yilang continued to sit unabashedly, indifferent to the shy and sympathetic expressions of the three women nearby, and coldly commanded, "Proceed." Xiong Ting, slumped in her seat, shivered slightly and staggered out of the restroom. It was only after Bai Jin disdainfully flushed the remnants of food and phlegm down the toilet that this ordeal came to an end. Yilang, noticing Bai Jin's mixture of disgust and fear, pulled her into his embrace, tenderly kissing her forehead. "Jiner, do not be afraid. I would never treat you that way. You are the most cherished person to both your mother and me, and I shall always protect you gently." Chapter 37. A Special Target. Why can neither hit the mark? Bai Jin's tense body gradually relaxed, the fear in her eyes dissipating as she spoke in a playful tone. "You scare me to death just now. I thought you were a pervert." Bai Xiao and Yao she exchanged glances, both realizing what the other was thinking. "Is he not?" Yilang chuckled softly, his gaze profound. "This is just the beginning. Besides, do you not enjoy it?" Bai Jin's cheeks flushed slightly as she averted her gaze, pouting, "I dislike you." Ding. Bean. Affection level 98. Yilang's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he gently stroked Bai Jin's hair, silently contemplating, soon, very soon. After teasing Bai Jin for a while, Yilang proceeded to the gym to commence his daily training. Bai Jin, Bai Xiao, and Yao Shi indulged in way-long snacks and milk tea, admiring Yilang as he sweat profusely in the gym. Their laughter chimed like silver bells, creating an atmosphere of pure delight. Meanwhile, Xiong Ting sat alone in a desolate corner, her gaze vacant, her heart brimming with resentment and helplessness. Upon receiving a caring message from her sister, Xiong Ting mustered a semblance of cheerfulness, replying blandly to her sister's concern, though she could not conceal the bitterness within. Everything she had consumed 2 hours earlier had been expelled, and it was that annoying Bai Jin who had caused it. Now, she was even hungrier than when she first arrived, and the perspiration from her earlier exertion clung her clothes to her body, her hair matted and sticky, creating a most unseemly appearance. That wretched creature, possessing such incredible abilities, had emerged yet still refused to provide her with sustenance. Why deny her a moment of respite? Oh, she had been offered something, but she had already expelled it. Could she not be granted a little more? Xiong Ting watched the three pristine girls savoring their snacks and milk tea, frolicking joyfully, and a sense of injustice surged within her. Nevertheless, she bore her hunger and discomfort in silence, refraining from voicing her thoughts. This time, it was not merely physical endurance and breathing. Yilang had commenced training in the precision of the flying dagger. He could not rely on mere chance each time. Furthermore, the iron sequin garments in the locker room were nearly depleted. Yilang retrieved a wooden cutting board from the kitchen and placed it on a shelf 10 meters away. Taking a deep breath, his eyes sharpened like an eagle's, and the iron piece in his hand sliced through the air like a meteor, hitting the shelf with pinpoint accuracy. Damn it, why was it so inaccurate? Is it not true that the greater the strength, the more precise the dart? What could be the reason? In times of uncertainty, one seeks counsel, and Yilang opened along, searching for streamers specializing in darts and flying knives. After watching several videos, he gleaned crucial points from mastering the dart. First and foremost, it required unwavering practice, necessitating a profound interest in the art of darts. Furthermore, the magnitude of force and the manner of exertion are crucial. One cannot simply rely on brute strength to achieve miraculous results. It is advisable to begin with lighter darts, practicing with gentle pressure. Ultimately, one must focus intently, adjusting one's breathing rhythm until body and mind are in harmonious unity. This can be practiced through methods that resist distraction. Yi Lang, having gained insight, retrieved a bottle of unfamiliar water beads from the bedside table. These small, round beads, once soaked, were pleasantly resilient yet shattered with the slightest pressure. Holding these delicate orbs, Yi Lang, instructed by Jean, fetch a bucket of water to help clean Xiongting. Be swift, for I shall require it shortly. You lecher. Being swift playfully, yet obediently assisted Xiongting to her feet and led her to the bathroom. Ding! Xiongting, affinity. 13. Xiongting felt a surge of excitement. She could no longer endure the unpleasant amalgamation of sweat and vomit clinging to her. The prospect of a bath was delightful. Perhaps this foul security guard possessed a modicum of conscience. Bai Jin quickly washed Xiongting, then brought the bashful girl, clad in a somewhat small bathrobe, before Yi Lang. Yi Lang, satisfied, planted a kiss on Bai Jin's lips before turning to Xiongting, his tone icy as he commanded, "Lower your hands." Ah! A startled gasp escaped Xiongting. Her face instantly flushed, yet she complied and let her hands drop. Indeed, one lives up to their name, Yi Lang praised. Then, amidst Xiongting's incredulous gaze, he began to draw circles with a pen, though she yearned to resist. The chilling indifference in Yi Lang's eyes instilled an unspoken pressure that left her with no choice but to submit to his whims. Hit the bullseye. Inform me if you strike elsewhere, Yi Lang coldly instructed Xiongting, who stood 10 meters away. Ding! Xiongting, affinity, minus 42, disgust, Xiongting tremble. Her heart burning with humiliation as she noticed the amused expressions of the three women. She was desperate to retaliate against this beast. Yet thoughts of her sister and the potential consequences restrained her, forcing her to endure the indignity and fury. This newfound interest would enhance her mastery of delicate force. And what distraction could rival this? Yi Lang felt an overwhelming sense of pride in his genius. Did I hit it? And no. Then why the shout? Right, sorry. I'll be more careful next time. Did I hit it? Yes. Left or right? Left. But I aimed for the right. Damn it, continue. Amidst the astonished gazes of the three women and Xiongting's seething embarrassment, Yi Lang finally made significant progress. He is now capable of striking the bullseye repeatedly, leaving Xiongting in awe and even increasing her affection for him. Indeed, as the saying goes, a bad boy is irresistible to a good woman. Ignoring the peculiar gazes from the three women, Yi Lang casually spoke, and a sumptuous dinner was laid out on the table. Yi Lang and the three ladies indulged in a fusion of Western and Chinese cuisine, a juxtaposition of high-end and humble fare. Steak accompanied by a medley of vegetables. Foie gras paired with hamburgers, red wine with cola, and caramel pudding served alongside spicy snacks. The four of them paid no heed to Xiongting, who watched longingly. They savored their meal with great delight, while she could only swallow her grievances, quietly kneeling to the side. As usual, Yi Lang shared pictures of the family feast in the group chat, and then he approached Xiongting with a plate in hand. "Open your mouth," he instructed. Xiongting hesitated for a moment, then joyfully complied. Yi Lang placed a perfectly cut piece of steak in her mouth. Instantly, she was enchanted by the tender and succulent morsel, a delicacy she had never experienced before. The notification chimed. Xiongting, affection level, 42, like. In that moment, all her resentment seemed to dissipate. She couldn't help but look up at Yi Lang, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Yi Lang was momentarily taken aback. Did her affection increase by 100 points just like that? Was she merely a glutton? Observing the satisfaction on Xiongting's face, he felt a playful urge arise within him. He scooped a spoonful of caramel pudding and gently brought it to her lips. Watching her devour it like a greedy cat, he saw her eyes turn into crescent moons of delight. The notification chimed again. Xiongting, affection level, 44. As Xiongting savored the dessert, traces of caramel adorned the corners of her mouth. Yi Lang chuckled softly and reached out to delicately wipe the caramel away with his finger. Understanding the cue, Xiongting took his finger into her mouth, licking it clean. For her, this was now a trivial matter. Yi Lang then presented a can of cola to her lips. Xiongting opened her mouth wide, taking large sips with a beaming smile. The notification sounded once more. Xiongting, affection level 46. Bai Jin could no longer bear to watch. All the attention was on her, yet this insufferable man was stealing the show. And that frivolous Xiongting was even more detestable. Bai Xiao and Yao Shi, however, seemed less concerned. Yi Lang clearly had a penchant for feeding others, and he certainly possessed his own charms when it came to women. Yi Lang felt a sense of contentment as he observed Xiongting kneeling on the ground. Mouth agape for his offerings. A soft notification chimed in his pocket. Yi Lang picked up his phone to check, and his expression darkened instantly. Trouble was brewing once again, as fate seemed intent on thwarting his happiness. Chapter 38. The Golden Miner's Disastrous Defeat. In a conversation with my senior, I received a message from a youth in room 1002 of Building 2. Yi Lang, there are some individuals gathering supernatural beings to target you. Is this message sufficient to exchange for a KFC burger and a cola? Yi Lang, momentarily disregarding the game he was engrossed in, cast the plate before Xiongting and promptly accepted the friend request, typing a response. Is this true? I swear on my honor, my senior, my mother. Before long, a reply arrived. You are quite ruthless. You must be a senior. I swear, on my honor, my mother, that what I say is the truth. Yi Lang furrowed his brow and continued typing. Do you know who they are? Are they all supernatural beings, or are there ordinary people among them? Can you describe how he added you? The youth in room 1002 responded. I'm not sure. Someone I don't recognize added me on WeChat. After I accepted, he asked if I wanted to join the Vala team and listed your 5 major offenses. When I declined, he blocked me. He added, but I suspect there are quite a few of them, considering how much you must know about how much people despise you. Yi Lang's lips curled in a sardonic smile as he typed. Send me a screenshot of that person's conversation. Within moments, the screenshot arrived. Indeed, the youth spoke the truth. A person named Walking on Waves vehemently enumerated Yi Lang's so-called offenses, his words brimming with hostility. Yi Lang scrutinized the 5 accusations, unable to suppress a cold laugh. The charges stated, 1. Failing to rescue those in peril. In critical times, possessing ample resources but refusing to contribute and assist others in overcoming difficulties. 2. Bullying and insulting women, objectifying them. Leveraging his resources to exploit women without a shred of respect. Even resorting to coercion against a mother and daughter for his own lewd pleasures, showcasing his despicable character. 3. Oppressing the weak. Using brute force to intimidate the vulnerable. Acting tyrannically without an ounce of compassion. 4. Openly harming others. The residents of the 17th floor merely sought some resources from him, yet he brutally injured them. His methods cruel and reprehensible. 5. Suspected murder. Security guard Su Chong and his girlfriend Wang Jinjin have been missing, likely cruelly murdered by Yi Lang. Though this individual twisted the truth, from a certain perspective, he was indeed correct, at least partially. However, this would not extinguish Yi Lang's resolve to eliminate him. To eradicate future threats, taking a deep breath, Yi Lang sent a message to the youth. Do you only desire a burger and a cola? The youth replied, Senior? Is there a mission from the organization? Yi Lang responded, You are quite perceptive, my dear junior. Room 1618, it is unoccupied, and the key is in the flower pot nearby. The access code for the corridor door is the 2nd floor number. Moreover, I shall use a drone to airdrop 2 hamburgers and 2 cups of cola. Yi Lang paused for a few seconds before continuing to type. The task assigned to you by the organization is loyalty. Conceal your identity and await further instructions. Can you manage that? In apartment 1002 of Building 2, a youthful student named Dawa replied, Rest assured, Senior, I understand. I will hide my identity and patiently await orders. Without fail, Yi Lang nodded in satisfaction and continued typing. Dawa, can your wind-based ability deplete the air in a certain area? Yi Lang breathed a slight sigh of relief and replied, I forgot to mention, 1618 is likely the residence of a single female senior. Whatever clothing or toys may be inside, please exercise restraint and take care of yourself. At that moment, the student in apartment 1002 felt his face flush crimson. A few seconds later, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes, and with a slight smile, he murmured, Senior Wa? Mom. Yi Lang smiled subtly. He felt quite reassured about this Taoist student, for those outside their circle would not grasp such obscure humor. Moreover, this group is characterized by unity. Even if deceived, The losses are minimal. As for the corridor access code, even Yao Shi could guess it, so it was naturally easy for others to decipher. Yi Lang pondered his current situation and formulated a preliminary plan. The initiative was in his hands. As long as he maintained his composure, he felt relatively confident in dealing with a few ability users who lacked mastery over forbidden spells. Despite his confidence, he deemed it prudent to enhance his physical strength further. Yi Lang observed Xiong Ting, who was already rubbing her belly and burping, with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Have you had enough to eat?" he inquired. Xiong Ting instinctively replied, "Yes." However, when she heard Yi Lang's next question, "Was it delicious?" her face turned pale, realizing that the delightful meal had been for naught. Yet, she obediently tied her hair back. Yi Lang chuckled lightly and waved his hand, saying, "No need for that this time." "Really?" The surprise in Xiong Ting's eyes and the rising favorability rating of 63, brought joy to Yi Lang's heart. "This time, we shall truly indulge." Amidst the collective eye rolls of the three girls, Yi Lang carried the bathrobe-clad Xiong Ting into the bedroom. Yi Lang began to toy with and check the system prompts, which announced, ding, Xiong Ting, favorability 74, infatuated, and ding. System notification, supreme culinary delicacy, spicy lobster, has been issued to the system space. Bing, Xiong Ting, affection level 79, Bing. Xiong Ting, affection level 81, beloved Bing. System notification, supreme delicacy tiramisu, 3 kilograms, has been issued to the system space. Bing, Xiong Ting, affection level 84, Bing. Xiong Ting, affection level 87, Bing. System notification, supreme delicacy snowy emperor, 3 kilograms, has been issued to the system space. Bing, Xiong Ting, affection level 89, Bing. System notification, braised pork with preserved vegetables, bowl, has been issued to the system space. Bing, congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 4 points in physical strength. Current physical strength 303. Bing, the basic configuration of food and water has doubled. Currently, 24 pieces of bread, 8 bottles of water for large watermelons, 2 packets of spicy strips per day. At this moment, Xiong Ting was sound asleep, and the enhanced physical strength of Yi Lang was beyond what a mere golden miner like her could withstand. Although the affection level had not reached 100 points. To eliminate any risk this evening, Yi Lang could not afford to be overly concerned. After putting on his boxers, Yi Lang got out of bed and stretched a bit, feeling the surging power within him. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolutely fixed on the darkening sky outside the window. Upon emerging, Yi Lang disregarded the resentful glances of the 3 women and addressed by Xiao. "Annie Xiao, please go inside and rest, and take care of my sister-in-law. You have experienced this before and are quite familiar." Bai Xiao's face flushed slightly as she nodded in agreement. However, Yi Lang's choice of address made her ponder. What would he call Xiao Jin then? If he referred to Xiong Ting as sister-in-law, what would he call her twin sister? Little sister-in-law? Seeing Bai Xiao agree, Yi Lang turned to Yao Shi and said, "We will start the broadcast tonight." Yay! Chapter 39. Soaked? The Frenzy of the Big Socks. Yao Shi jumped up in excitement, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. Yi Lang instructed the 3 women to find him a suitable top from the wardrobe, for his security uniform had been torn during his solo battle with the giant lizard. This was also why he was currently at home without a shirt. As for why he was only wearing boxers, well, it was not for convenience. The 3 women exchanged glances and quickly rummaged through the wardrobe. However, as they continued to search, their expressions began to change. "What on earth is this?" Bai Jean exclaimed in distaste, holding up a pair of revealing pants. Strangely, the yoga pants she held were largely empty in the middle. What was the difference between these and open-crotch pants? Bai Xiao's face also turned slightly red as she held a skin-tight spider suit, reminiscent of Spider-Man's costume, albeit in black and complete with a zipper. She envisioned Yi Lang clad in that spider suit, unable to suppress a slight smile, her heart brimming with anticipation. However, she quickly reconsidered, surmising that Yi Lang would never don such attire, and thus dismissed the thought. Yao Shi, true to her role as a streamer, adeptly unearthed a relatively decent white shirt amidst a pile of embarrassing garments. Its size clearly indicated it belonged to a man, leaving her puzzled as to why it was in Wu Dan's wardrobe. Moments later, Yao Shi's realization dawned upon her, and she inwardly scoffed at Wu Dan's frivolity. Yilang, having adorned himself in the shirt and adjusted his collar, felt quite pleased with his appearance. The four women shared in his satisfaction, particularly Yao Shi, whose eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement, as if she could already envision the electrifying atmosphere of that evening's live stream. As was customary, Yilang grasped a metal disc and, wielding a fire axe, led the invisible Yao Shi out the door. Meanwhile, Zhao Dahu sat on the living room sofa, a smug expression on his face as he called out to his wife, who was bathing in the bathroom. Hui, make sure to wash thoroughly. Your husband is now a deity of water, and tonight I shall show you what true splashes are all about. In the bathroom, Su Jiahui rolled her eyes slightly. Inwardly cursing, he just loves to boast. His abilities in that regard are rather lackluster. His splashes are more like a joke. How unfortunate it is to be tethered to this inept man. If only that pair of little pups hadn't perished, I could use their comfort now. Despite her thoughts, she replied, You're the best, dear. Tonight, we shall indulge. There is no choice. Previously, she had been the dominant one, and he had to comply with her wishes. Now that he had awakened his powers, the tables had turned, and she had to yield to him. Once I awaken my abilities, let us see if you dare to be so arrogant. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air, causing Zhao Dahu's demeanor to shift to one of seriousness. He rose and approached the door, his heart alert. Peering through the peephole, he saw no one outside. However, he noticed a box in the corridor, marked with the words F.A. Lang Team. After a moment's hesitation, he glanced through the peephole once more, confirmed the absence of anyone, and cautiously opened the door to retrieve the box. At that moment, the Battlefield Reporter's live stream began to gain traction, the viewer count rising steadily, and the barrage of comments increased. A large bird remarked, The streamer truly keeps her promise. She has caught this guy so swiftly. Wang Zaizi added, Brother Xiang Yu has indeed arrived. Let us give the streamer some praise. Ji Kun inquired, By the way, did the security brother really not notice the streamer? This invisibility technique is astonishing. And why is he acting so sneaky? Not eating cilantro ice cream exclaimed, Hubby is here. Puff Pastry commented, Hubby looks so handsome in that white shirt today. Zhao Dahu, with his peripheral vision still scanning the surroundings for danger, picked up the box, curiosity piqued, and was just about to open it. With a swift whoosh, Yilang unleashed several icy glimmers from around the corner of the corridor, aimed directly at Zhao Dahu. Perhaps due to an enhancement of his mental acuity, Zhao, who had been on guard, instinctively leapt forward to evade the attack. However, in his bewilderment, he barely caught a glimpse of the assailant before scrambling to retreat into the safety of the room. Yet, the projectiles pursued him relentlessly. This time, he had no chance to dodge. A piercing cry escaped Zhao Dahu's lips as two iron shards embedded themselves in his abdomen, blood instantly staining his shirt. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his wound, his eyes filled with terror and rage. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted in chaos. Iron Crutch Lee from the production team exclaimed, Wow, Little Lee's flying daggers are back in action. It seems his aim has improved a tad. Patrick Starr added, Indeed. Previously it was a handful, now just a couple. What exactly are those iron pieces? They're so shiny. Old Wong, the connoisseur, remarked, If my eyes do not deceive me. That appears to be some kind of sequin fabric. Patrick Starr responded, Wow, this guy has style. Call me Chu Yushin interjected. Hey, aren't you all a bit off topic? He is trying to kill someone. Shouldn't we be calling the police? Puff, a little sticky, retorted, Call me Chu Yushin. What kind of naive thinking is that? What time is it now? What is wrong with killing a few people? You think the police will even pick up? Coriander Ice Cream chimed in, Exactly. My husband is so handsome, while that middle-aged man is ugly and bald. He must have provoked my husband. He deserves it. Yet Lang hesitated, realizing he had only a few iron pieces left. He was uncertain about the extent of the injuries and ability user might sustain to be incapacitated. Although he contemplated killing Zhao Dahu outright, he needed to extract some information first, and his aim was to garner favor during the live stream. Excessive brutality might frighten his audience. Alas, the burden of possessing such powers was indeed vexing. Meanwhile, Zhao Dahu gritted his teeth, glaring at Yilang with raw hatred, and shouted, Yilang, you beast! How dare you harm others without cause? The law will not spare you. The live stream comments began to express discontent, seemingly voicing their dissatisfaction with Yilang's unprovoked aggression. Yet, these murmurs were swiftly drowned out by a wave of support for Yilang. He declared with righteous fervor, Shut your nonsense. You all gathered in such numbers to kill me and seize my provisions. You even formed a Destroy Yi squad to bring me to my demise. What? Should I just stand by and wait for you to slay me? In the live stream, Coriander Ice Cream commented, "Listen, my husband is acting out of desperation. They're trying to kill him. Why should he fight back?" Sugar Sugar Treasure added, "Exactly. What about those who are just spewing nonsense? In an apocalypse, all you so-called saints should be wiped out." Zhao Dahai struggled to rise, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. His voice was sincere. "Yilang, I acknowledge my wrongs. But you had already finished me during our first encounter, and my thigh wound is yet to heal. As for the Fa Lang squad, we have not yet taken any action. Could you grant me a chance? I assure you, I shall no longer oppose you. Spare me this once, and I am willing to exchange all the intelligence I possess." Yilang let out a cold laugh, his gaze tinged with disdain, as he approached Zhao Dahai with a fire axe in hand. With a thud, Zhao Dahai fell to his knees, pleading for mercy, his voice choked with tears. "Yilang, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please don't kill me." Suddenly, the tearful Zhao Dahai swung his hand, and a transparent water sword shot straight towards Yilang's chest. Yilang deftly sidestepped, the water sword narrowly missing him and striking the wall, sending droplets splattering. In retaliation, Yilang swiftly hurled a shard of metal, which embedded itself like lightning into Zhao Dahai's previously swinging wrist. "Ah!" Zhao Dahai screamed in agony as blood gushed from his wrist, which hung limply. Yilang lunged forward, seizing Zhao Dahai's left arm, and with a sharp crack, he broke his bone. Observing Zhao Dahai's face turn pale with pain, beads of sweat rolling down as he continued to wail, Yilang finally exhaled, having grasped the release mechanism of the supernatural ability. It indeed required a wrist motion to activate. In a moment of life or death crisis, Zhao Dahai had attempted to cast a spell with a wrist movement. It seemed the deduction was correct. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in the live stream shifted, with no one paying heed to the thrilling tension of the ambush and counterattack. The viewers, enamored by Yilang's white shirt, now drenched in water and clinging to his muscular physique, inundated the chat with fervent messages. "Oh my goodness, ladies, come and see this. I can't take it anymore. Who turned him into a shirt model? My goodness, my man, don't run away. With a figure like that, I can't even. I'll accept anything for a glimpse of him." Chapter 40. The Unfaithful Wife, or perhaps twins. Seeing the situation under control, Yilang discreetly gestured towards Yao Shi. Then, like dragging a dead dog, he pulled Zhao Dahai into the room. Yao Shi was immensely excited, relishing this effect. A damp shirt would surely drive the viewers wild. She licked her lips, sensing a decrease in the previous friction-induced pain, her gaze transforming into one filled with springtime allure. Anxiously, she closed the live stream and followed him inside, leaving behind the lamentations of the viewers and the outcries of male fans. Yilang dragged the screaming Zhao Dahai into the room, where the sound of rushing water from the bathroom continued to echo. The battle was brief, and, at that moment, Su Jiahui had yet to finish her bath. "Hui, run quickly, there's danger." Zhao Dahai, enduring excruciating pain, shouted in a weak voice, his strength diminished by the loss of his arm. "Huh? What did you say?" Su Jiahui, perplexed, peeked her head out from the bathroom, her damp hair clinging to her skin, still adorned with unwashed suds. Yilang dashed forward, delivering a swift blow before she could fully comprehend the situation. With practiced skill, he bound the hapless Su Jiahui, resembling a cooked shrimp, and tossed her into the corner. Throughout this, Zhao Dahai's cries echoed, forbidding this and that, as if to question Yilang's character. Yet, it must be said, she was rather slippery, fresh out of the shower. Ding name, Su Jiahui, age, 38, height, 161 centimeters, weight, 100 kilograms, inner score, 30 points, 1 current husband, 2 young pups, overall rating, 61, immoral, does not meet system requirements. Yilang cast a sympathetic glance at Zhao Dahai, reducing the force of his slap. With a sharp crack, Zhao Dahai stumbled back, losing several teeth. Seeing Zhao Dahai finally quiet down, Yilang spoke. "Now, tell me about the Fa Lang team." Once outside, Yilang retched twice. It was his first time killing face-to-face, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed. That despicable woman deserved death. Her husband was still alive, and yet she shamelessly enticed another. She ought to take a good look in the mirror. Her features had long since sagged. Yao Shi's voice resonated with indignation. How could such a vile woman exist? Yilang took a deep breath, striving to soothe his own turmoil, and reassured her, well, I wasn't seduced, was I? With a beauty like you by my side, how could I possibly be interested in such riffraff? I certainly trust my husband. I simply disdain such women, utterly disgusting. To seduce you, she even slandered and humiliated her own husband, driving him to his demise, albeit he was already near death. Yet, how pitiful he was to realize the true nature of his partner only at the end. Yao Shi's tones softened, though a nameless anger lingered, evidently in sympathy for Zhao Dahai. Yilang gently patted Yao Shi's head in the air, speaking softly, not all women possess your kindness. Some are painfully pragmatic. For them, only self-interest and desire matter. Notions of moral boundaries mean nothing in their eyes. Yao Shi nuzzled Yilang's hand, murmuring, Husband, you are right. But how can there be such shameless and malicious individuals in this world? To think that one could sustain a paramour with their husband's wallet. And not just any paramour, but a pair of twin brothers. Did you not witness how Zhao Dahai died, his eyes wide open, glaring at that wretched woman? In my opinion, the husband ought not to have allowed that vile creature to pass away with such ease. Yilang sighed softly, reflecting on his own shortcomings. How could he be so ineffectual, too timid even to enact vengeance? He resolved to amend this in the future. Instead of seeking out the awakened fire-wielder Ma Weigua, Yilang returned home directly. The expressions of the three women, whether joyful or anxious, did not concern him. He retrieved Zhao Dahai's phone, located the Phalateum, and composed a message to send forth. Water God, Zhao Dahai, when shall we take action? I can hardly wait to turn that Yilang into a sieve. Fire God Fong Zhong. Indeed, leader, when shall we commence? Thunder King Ba Shi, I suggest we proceed tomorrow. With so many of us possessing abilities, there's no reason to fear a mere ordinary man, just a bit stronger than average. Under my purple sky divine thunder, he amounts to nothing. Flame Demon Ma Weigua, I concur with Brother Ba Shi. My fire abilities are not to be underestimated. Ice Queen Chen Shuilian, absolutely. That Yilang is a mere lowly man. Best to resolve him swiftly to spare more women from his tyranny. Princess Aisha Fan Shi, leader, please expel Zhao Dahai. He is Yilang, and there's a video of him killing Zhao Dahai on Dolong. Princess Aisha Fan Chi exited the group chat. Flame Demon Ma Weigua. What the hell? Flame Demon Ma Weigua exited the group chat. Water God Zhao Dahai was expelled from the group chat. Yilang observed the notification of Zhao Dahai's expulsion from the chat with a faint smirk, thinking to himself, the show is about to begin. Meanwhile, within apartment 1715, Ma Weigua's complexion shifted dramatically as he urgently called out to his wife, Wang Huiying, quick, gather your things. We must leave this place at once. He stumbled into the kitchen, frantically collecting the last remnants of food, his heart brimming with fear and unease. Wang Huiying, taken aback, quickly grasped the situation and began hastily packing their belongings. Old man, is it that Yilang is coming after us? I told you not to be so reckless. At your age, you should not be chasing after the young ones to break down doors and seize their provisions. Look what has happened now. Ma Weigua, exasperated, stomped his feet and shouted, stop the chatter. Move quickly. Simultaneously, in apartment 1516, Li Gang was also hastily instructing his wife to pack their belongings. We must evacuate immediately. Li Gang's wife, Zhang Lina, momentarily froze before urgently inquiring, what has happened? Has a monster intruded? Li Gang, without hesitation, swiftly responded, we shall not ascend upstairs, but rather descend. Meanwhile, a similar commotion unfolded in room 1603 of Building 3. Yilang was intently monitoring the surveillance feeds, observing Ma Weigua and others hurriedly exiting with their luggage, making their way to the stairwell. He watched as they unlocked the door and descended floor by floor until they reached the 14th floor, rushing towards the corridor. Suddenly, Yilang's brow furrowed. He spotted a mysterious figure, donning a baseball cap and a mask, whose piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the screen and fixate upon him. In the next instant, the surveillance feed from the 14th floor abruptly went black. Yilang quickly switched to other cameras, only to find them all malfunctioning. A surge of realization coursed through him as he attempted the feeds from the 13th, 12th, and 11th floors, yet darkness prevailed. Taking a deep breath, he set his phone down, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured to himself, the claws of evil. In Chapter 41, Within room 1102 of Building 3, Fan he removed his cap and mask, revealing a youthful visage marked by a hint of cruelty as he muttered incessantly. Ding! The kitchen timer chimed, prompting Fan E to enter, emerging with a plate of succulent, juicy roasted meat, which he began to devour with delight. After savoring the final morsel, no larger than a grape, he contentedly licked his lips. Subsequently, he swiftly composed a message for a group chat titled Hunters. The claws of evil. The prey is hooked. Prepare yourselves. Fong, received. Spike, received. Iron block, received. Iron hand, received. At that moment, within room 1410 of Building 3, the women, including Wang, Huiying, and Zhang Lina, retreated to the bedroom. In the living room, Ba Shi, Ma Weiguo, Li Gang, Chen Shulian, and Yang Fong exchanged anxious glances. Their expressions tense. Breaking the silence, the youngest among them, Ba Shi, feigned nonchalance, exclaiming, this marks our first assembly as the wave-cutting squad. A cause for celebration. His words lightened the atmosphere, prompting Ma Weiguo to chuckle in agreement. Indeed, though that young Yilang is hardly a threat, we are individuals of stature and ought not to confront him, a mere security guard, in a head-on clash. United, we render him inconsequential. Chen Shulian softly echoed. By coming together with a unified purpose and taking the initiative, we shall surely eliminate that lowly man. Li Gang also became excited, exclaiming that with the 5 of them, each possessing powers of water, earth, fire, and thunder, defeating Yilang would be a piece of cake. Laughter erupted among the others, and the atmosphere in the living room grew increasingly lively. However, Yang Fong furrowed his brow and inquired about the group leader's absence. Recalling that it was he who had suggested gathering on the 14th floor of Ba Shi when there was trouble in Building 3. Does anyone have Mo Zhao's WeChat? Let us check in with him, he asked. The group shook their heads, indicating they did not. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Fong took out his phone and opened the group chat, only to be taken aback and hurriedly beckoned the others to take a look. Mo Zhao had transferred leadership to Ba Shi and left behind a message before exiting the chat. Mo Zhao wrote, Dear comrades, I regret to inform you that I can no longer fight alongside you. Yesterday, a large bird shattered my window, resulting in my wife's tragic death and leaving me severely injured. By the time you read this message, I will have already jumped down to duel with the monsters in the green tide. To hell with the apocalypse. A somber silence fell over the group, their faces reflecting sorrow, while a flicker of doubt crept into their minds. Was Mo Zhao truly jumping off or merely too frightened to join them? Ba Shi, however, was preoccupied, feeling a surge of excitement at becoming the new group leader. This was not just a minor role. It signified his position as the leader of this extraordinary team. Clearing his throat, he solemnly declared, Since Mo Zhao is no longer with us, we must unite even more. While Yilang may not be formidable, he has an invisible ally, and we must proceed with caution. As night fell, he suggested that everyone stay at his home, taking turns to keep watch and remain vigilant. Tomorrow, we will devise a detailed action plan to ensure our success. Though each had their own thoughts, they nodded in agreement. Fortunately, there were enough spacious rooms for everyone, and they quickly settled in. Meanwhile, Yilang, having ensured that Xiong Ting, Bai Jin, and Bai Xiao were monitoring the surveillance on the television, embraced the invisible Yao Shi as they entered the bedroom. It was time to bolster their strength. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, Yilang slept uneasily, sensing an approaching danger in his dreams that left him gasping for breath. It was only when Bai Xiao pulled the blanket off his head that he felt some relief. Last night, Bai Xiao had not kept watch, as Yao Shi was unable to bear the burden of her old and new injuries. Bai Xiao was indeed a caring older sister, gentle, resilient, and quick to recover. As Yilang opened his eyes, he saw Bai Xiao and Yao Shi, both with their hair tied in ponytails, busily attending to various tasks. Ignoring them, Yilang turned his attention to the system notifications. The system notifications indicated the distribution of various culinary delights: pancakes, chive pockets, steamed buns, and more. It was evident that Yao Shi had a penchant for traditional Chinese breakfasts, while Bai Xiao favored a more Western approach. As they emerged, Yilang observed Bai Jin comfortably resting on Xiong Ting's lap, soundly asleep. Despite her fatigue, Xiong Ting remained resolute, her gaze fixed on the screen. With a gentle smile, Yilang encouraged both women to indulge in their breakfast, suggesting they return to their quarters for a well-deserved rest afterward. Bai Xiao tenderly stirred her daughter awake, offering a slight apology to Xiong Ting. It was heart-wrenching to witness this young woman, just a couple of years older than her own daughter, bearing such significant injuries, yet persevering through the night. Xiong Ting felt a deep gratitude toward Bai Xiao, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, but she bravely smiled in response. She was resilient, yet she too craved the warmth of compassion. Yilang, perceptive to Xiong Ting's quiet distress, feigned ignorance and softly urged, "Please eat, and afterward, rest well." With a wave of his hand, an array of delectable breakfast items appeared on the table, filling the air with enticing aromas. Xiong Ting felt a surge of warmth as she saw the sumptuous spread before her, although it lacked her absolute favorite dish. The mere presence of such abundance in a post-apocalyptic world was a source of immense satisfaction, especially considering her near starvation the previous day. With a gentle smile gracing her lips, she picked up a pancake and took a delicate bite, the delightful flavors washing away her fatigue. Yilang, notijin her contentment, couldn't help but wear a subtle smile of his own. "Wow, tiramisu, brother-in-law, you are wonderful," she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. With a kiss that spoke volumes, Xiong Ting expressed her gratitude. Yilang, enjoying the moment, reveled in the delight of this little foodie, finding it easy to cater to her whims. Xiong Ting's joy radiated, while Yilang maintained an air of calm, his heart buoyant with happiness. However, she was quite adept at socializing, promptly slicing the cake into 5 portions and presenting them to the ladies and Yilang. Her piece was the smallest, while Yilang's was the largest. The young girl was indeed broadening her horizons. As Yilang accepted the generous slice of tiramisu, a smile danced at the corners of his eyes, silently commending Xiong Ting's thoughtfulness. He only indulged in a small portion, choosing to share the remaining 2 slices with her and Bai Jin, as their rapport had yet to reach 100. Such is the reality of relationships. Unfortunately, the opportunity for Bai Jin to attain that coveted level of affection seemed intertwined with her mother, just as Xiong Ting's chance lay with Xiong Yuan. It appeared that a strategy was in order. Chapter 42, Joint Training of 2 Women, Special Enhanced Regimen After Breakfast. The 2 ladies returned to their bedroom to catch up on sleep, while Yilang made his way to the gym to commence his training. Given his current physique, conventional exercises such as push-ups, pull-ups, and squats no longer sufficed. Yilang resolved to incorporate weights into his regimen. "Are you really going to have us both together?" "Indeed, boss. 2 at once might be a bit overwhelming for you." "Enough chatter. You 2 get on with it. I can handle it." "Hey, who told you to grope around?" "Hold tight. I'm about to begin." The 2 women sat cross-legged on Yilang's back, embracing each other closely. With each push-up, they rose and fell in unison. A sheen of sweat formed on Yilang's brow, his muscles taut, finally eliciting a sensation within him. Yet it was still insufficient. He could endure more, pondering that perhaps the presence of women was somewhat lacking. After completing 300 push-ups, the trio took a moment to hydrate. Yilang had lost considerable moisture, while the 2 women were puzzled by their own thirst. Yilang then resumed his weighted training, progressing to squats. Following there were pull-ups, crunches, and planks, each exercise pushing the boundaries of his endurance. Upon finishing the entire sequence, Yilang finally felt his stamina depleted. He then settled into a horse stance, commencing a series of breath control exercises, inhaling while drawing in his abdomen, exhaling while expanding it. Once his breathing steadied, Yilang slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance sparking within them. He then initiated his unique dart training. The water balloons in his hands flew forth like arrows released from a bow. "Ah, did I hit?" "No, just a slight tickle. Don't distract me. It's already challenging enough." "Hey, did I hit?" "Where?" "Right in the center." "Drat, fell so low. I must aim higher." After concluding his dart practice, Yilang picked up a fire axe and began to train with it. His movements were grand and fluid, the axe slicing through the air with the swiftness of the wind. He chopped, struck, pierced, swept, blocked, intercepted, shaved, crashed, severed, and wrapped, each swing resonating with the sound of air being cleaved. Although Yilang sought to forget certain aspects, the essence of his training inevitably revealed itself in every stroke and technique. If only there were a saber with a ring-shaped hilt, Yilang mused dreamily. "Old man, there's another one. Quickly, cut it down." Tang Xiaowan shouted exaggeratedly, her tone lacking urgency and instead tinged with excitement. Tang Long let out a hearty laugh. wielding the saber with the grace of the wind, the blade glinting as it precisely severed the thrashing vines. "Ah, you old man. How can you still laugh amid such peril?" Tang Xiaowan exclaimed, stomping her feet in frustration at her father's nonchalant demeanor. She had intended to use the ferocity of the vines as an excuse to spur her father into seeking out their second senior brother, but given his relaxed attitude, that plan was clearly futile. Tang Long sheathed his sword and stood with a light chuckle. "Xiaowan, what do you think of my swordsmanship? Can protect you well? Let's ascend the stairs quickly and not waste any time." Tang Xiaowan huffed in annoyance, refusing to speak further, her lips jutting out in a pout as she turned and made her way upstairs. "Ah, that hurts. What's wrong, Xiaowan?" Tang Long noticed his daughter grimacing as she clutched her ankle, blood seeping between her fingers, staining her white socks. She had evidently been cut by shards of glass on the floor. Tang Long's expression shifted drastically, and he rushed forward to scoop up Tang Xiaowan, dashing up the stairs. In the next moment, a deafening hum filled the air as a swarm of gigantic mosquitoes descended like a dark fog. They rushed through the window frames, their menacing proboscises glistening ominously in the sunlight, aiming directly for Tang Xiaowan. At the critical juncture, Tang Long swiftly maneuvered inside the building with Tang Xiaowan in his arms and slammed the door shut behind them. The sound of mosquitoes the size of soccer balls colliding against the door sent jolts of anxiety through the father and daughter. Tang Long braced himself against the door, the force of the impact causing his arms to tremble slightly, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Tang Xiaowan bit her lip tightly, a flicker of terror flashing in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, Tang Long managed to speak with difficulty. "I agree. Let us go find Yilang." Meanwhile, within the Wuyo Media building, Xiong Yuan, clad in a sharp suit, was being attended to by two makeup artists, her exquisite yet spirited visage gradually taking shape, radiating determination and confidence. Upon learning that her sister was out of danger and could eat, drink, and sleep well, she regained her former vigor. As she occupied herself with her phone, she suddenly stumbled upon a video featuring a certain Yao something bridge, her body jolting slightly. The footage showcased Yilang, agile as a leopard, launching darts with the swiftness of lightning, and beneath his damp shirt, his abdominal muscles were, well, not too shabby. Xiong Yuan felt her cheeks flush slightly, her heart racing as she hastily opened the comment section. What greeted her were an array of fervent remarks. "Brother is so handsome. Dad, kill me." The fervent comments of the fans flooded the screen. Xiong Yuan let out a light scoff, harboring a profound disdain for the sycophantic remarks of the men. True love lies within the same gender. The opposite sex merely serves the purpose of procreation. As the countdown from the live stream director reached its conclusion, Xiong Yuan swiftly adjusted her mindset and entered the live broadcast room. The lights focused on her elegantly beautiful yet spirited profile, and before she uttered a word, the barrage of comments in the live chat surged forth like a tidal wave. "My husband. Hey, my husband is so handsome. I adore you. Little octopus. Indeed, when we girls are striking, boys become irrelevant. Little octopus. Handsomeness is a feeling, unrelated to gender. Qian Qian Junzi. Sister, you're so cool. I want to date you. Yang mi yang mi. At this moment, I feel an overwhelming desire to pursue a girl, yet I am helpless as I am a girl myself." The members of Wang Tianlai's group were evidently exhilarated, their eyes fixed on the massive corpse of a lizard displayed in the center of the conference room. The lizard's body was riddled with ghastly wounds, clearly inflicted by a creature of similar size. Deep claw marks remained on its thick scales, as if narrating an intense and gripping battle. Wang Tianlai exclaimed with excitement, "Such a colossal monster must have never been slain by anyone. Even a multitude of people joining forces would not suffice. Ha ha, I am destined to become a sensation nationwide. How can that pathetic security guard compare to me? Ha ha." Meng Hao paid no heed to Wang Tianlai's overzealous theatrics. He too felt a surge of exhilaration, stating, "Our luck is truly exceptional. Tianlai, you are indeed the chosen one. We must operate wisely. Perhaps we can seize this opportunity to ascend as the strongest in the nation. In time, not only will we possess endless resources, but the number of people seeking to align with us will also increase, allowing our power to expand rapidly." Wang Tianlai's eyes gleamed with ambition as he nodded in agreement. "I have always been the chosen one. It is you, Meng Hao, who possesses discernment. The subsequent operations shall rest in your capable hands. I have but one request. It must be handsome and imposing, so that women across the globe shall fall at my feet. I intend to dominate the entire earth. Ha ha! Wang Tianlai left with two distinctly different beauties, departing from the office staff in a state of disbelief. One person quietly lamented to a nearby comrade. He has uttered that line before. Does he have no other words? I'm cringing with embarrassment. How are we to work for such a fool? The nearby comrade, though in agreement, gently reminded, you should refrain from speaking too much. Is it not better to work alongside him? Each day, an abundance of supplies is airdropped, and many women have willingly cast themselves into our midst. Did you not receive one just yesterday? What is there to be dissatisfied with? The man chuckled awkwardly and remarked, well, I just feel that there are plenty of ability users. Finding someone else is surely better than seeking him out. The brother beside him rolled his eyes. Do you think anyone can thrive in this live streaming industry? Take you, for instance. Even if you possess abilities, can you compare to his good looks? Can you charm supplies like he does? Do you exude the same regal aura he possesses? So, let's be honest and just follow along. At least we won't have to worry about food or women, and what is not to enjoy in that? Ahem. At that moment, Manhwa interjected, breaking the murmurs. All right, enough idle chatter. The priority now is to seize this opportunity and maximize the traffic. Props team, present, responded three brawny men from the corner in unison. Manhwa addressed them. Prepare all props within an hour. Is there any issue? No. Manhwa nodded in satisfaction, then called out, special effects team. Here, I require a plan within half an hour. Let us start by showcasing this giant lizard itself. The effects must be stunning and align with the upcoming plot. Understood. Makeup team, present. Quickly tend to the wounds. The security footage has been released, and we need to draw the traffic in swiftly. Action team. Simultaneously, as Yilang's video went live, other teams sprang into action. Chapter 43. Yibaowa? Comfort from the four women in Chongsam's by Jean and Xiongting did not awaken until lunchtime. After enjoying a sumptuous hot pot, procured through unconventional means with the four women, Yilang arrived at elevator 3, only to find, as expected, that it was out of order. He tried the other elevators, all to no avail, clearly sabotaged by someone. Yilang frowned in contemplation, realizing that this adversary possessed a modicum of intelligence. With the surveillance destroyed and the elevators rendered useless, he had no choice but to take the stairs. However, it was evident that the stairwell on the 14th floor had been heavily booby-trapped. After a few moments of thought, an idea sparked in his mind. He grasped the elevator doors and, with a sudden burst of strength, managed to wrench them open. Utilizing a flashlight, he cautiously peered inside, his enhanced vision revealing that the elevator, originally on the 17th floor, was now suspended far below. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Yilang carefully reached for the hoisting cable. With his extraordinary upper body strength, he began to descend hand over hand down the cable. After a full minute of effort, he finally reached the top of the elevator compartment. Once stable, he took a moment to catch his breath and stretch his arms. He had just counted silently, descending nearly 6 floors. This indicated that the elevator had come to a halt around the 11th floor. A cold smile crept upon his lips as he mused inwardly. The demonic claws? Just wait until I reduce you to mere chicken feet. However, he first needed to eliminate the supernatural beings on the 14th floor. Once that was accomplished, this lurking individual would have nowhere to escape. After spending 2 minutes climbing to the 17th floor, Yilang forcefully closed the elevator door and strolled back home with an air of calm. Upon inquiring with the women, and confirming that there were no anomalies in the surveillance above, he plopped down onto the sofa, deep in thought. First and foremost, the 5 supernatural beings in room 1410 had to be dealt with. This way, the demonic claws would become isolated and thus more manageable. To confront the old schemer, one must first sever his minions. Yet, one could not dismiss the possibility of other hidden tricks, or that the 5 supernatural beings in 1410 might be mere bait. Nevertheless, this was an overt scheme. Yilang had to eliminate those 5 beings, for if he did not, they would come after him. What, after all, was the purpose of these 6 beings, including Zhao Dahai, being placed so conspicuously by the demonic claws? Xiaolang, the watermelon is ready. Do give it a taste. Just as Yilang was immersed in contemplation, Bai Xiao approached with a plate of neatly cut watermelon pieces. Accepting the fruit, he speared a piece and popped it into his mouth, the sweet juice providing a slight reprieve. As he gazed at the voluptuous and alluring beauty before him, a spark of desire ignited within him. Since clarity eluded him, his only path forward was to increase his strength. Curiously, despite receiving the same punishment, Yao Shi and Xiong Ting did not recover as swiftly as Bai Xiao. Yi Lang attributed this to the fact that a mature woman could endure more than a young girl. Just as Yi Lang grasped Bai Xiao's hand, intent on enhancing his physique, Yao Shi suddenly exclaimed urgently, brandishing her phone, Boss, you must see this. Someone online has reported you by name, claiming you are a fraud and asserting that our live streams and videos are all fabricated." Yi Lang's brow furrowed as he took the phone and swiftly scanned the screen. In the next moment, his complexion darkened and a fierce glint shone in his eyes. Lu Sheng was quite fortunate. Although he had been on the brink of starvation yesterday, today a mysterious individual had approached him, offering a substantial amount of food and water in exchange for a named report against a certain someone. That individual was none other than Yi Lang, the very person he had once knocked down with 3 punches years ago. Ha! It's that clown who boasted of being invincible in 8 Extremes fist, yet was thoroughly humiliated by an ordinary instructor in my martial arts school. He recalled the jester's solemn proclamation that ancient martial arts were lethal techniques. He even claimed that Tai Chi required 3 years of seclusion, while 8 Extremes could kill in a day. How utterly absurd. Yi Lang chuckled to himself, finding the situation almost ludicrous. Upon stepping into the arena, as the referee signaled the commencement, one would expect a display of readiness, yet there was a moment of hesitation. In an instant, I unleashed a devastating blow, causing the jester to double over as if he were a boiled shrimp, tears streaming down his face. Following that, I delivered a left hook. It must be said, those who practice traditional martial arts possess remarkable resilience, for he did not succumb immediately. He even dared to retaliate, but while I was positioned to his left, he inexplicably aimed his strikes to the right, his fists raining down like raindrops, seemingly intent on suffocating me by depleting the air around. Ultimately, I executed a right swing, and the jester was sent flying, landing on the ground like a lifeless dog. Yi Lang, fixated on the video of Lu Sheng, felt a surge of pride mixed with a deepening darkness, the cold glint in his eyes almost tangible. Yet, Lu Sheng in the video continued to mock him unabated by his fury. I recall there should be a video of that jester's disgraceful exit on Dolan. For those who doubt, a brief search will suffice. To think such a fool claims to belong to a school of martial arts. It must be a place filled with jesters. Naive netizens, how could you possibly believe that such a buffoon could single-handedly vanquish monsters? It is utterly ludicrous. In conclusion, I must assert, whatever ancient martial arts or combat techniques exist, they pale in comparison to modern fighting. With a sharp clap, Yi Lang slammed his phone onto the table. His expression as hard as iron, fists clenched with knuckles whitening. He offered no rebuttal, for the truth was largely indisputable. As a result of this incident, a once-esteemed national champion of Bajiquan found himself plummeting into disgrace, becoming the target of public ridicule. A small faction of netizens affectionately dubbed him Yi Baogu, nailing him to the pillar of shame, as if he had become synonymous with laughter. It was during this dismal period, while wallowing in alcohol and nightlife, that he encountered the first woman of his life, who would become his endless nightmare. But whom could he blame? His senior brother? He was merely adhering to the traditions of their school. Could he blame his junior brother? He had still been but a child, hardly grasping the weight of the situation, despite a flicker of doubt in his heart. Ultimately, he directed his ire inward, attributing his failure to a lack of mastery in martial arts, to his own arrogance and carelessness. The reality remained. He had lost, defeated by an ordinary coach from a boxing gym, rendering his past beliefs and glory utterly worthless. Yet, why did Lu Sheng's declaration that traditional martial arts were worthless provoke such anger and sorrow within him? Bai Xiao and her 3 companions watched Yi Lang with expressions filled with concern and empathy, having never witnessed him in such a state of disarray. While Bai Jin had seen Yi Lang's face shift through a spectrum of emotions, it was her first encounter with his profound anguish. Yao Shi and Xiong Ting also set aside their phones, eager to offer comfort, yet were halted by Bai Xiao. Let him find solace in solitude for a while. Yi Lang remained in silence for a full hour, his expression gradually softening, though the cold light in his eyes lingered. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, Yao Shi, and Xiong Ting, each adorned in variously colored slit cheongsams, standing quietly like four blooming flowers. Observing their meticulous attire and the concern etched upon their faces, Yi Lang inhaled deeply, allowing a smile to quirk at the corners of his mouth. As if dispelling all shadows, he dedicated a song, Chinese Kung Fu by Tu Honggang, to everyone present. Chapter 44. The big socks were actually them. The support of the female streamers with the unveiling of Lu Sheng's video and the exposure of Yi Lang's withdrawal video. A tempest erupted across the internet. The comments beneath Yao Shi's video exploded with a torrent of mockery and invective. Yuzu Juice, wretched security guard. Luo Shui Wei Liang, a fraud, just a fraud. Claiming to be a master of Baji Quan, truly laughable. Doghead Rainbow Bubble. Haha, I said it all along, this Yao whatever's video is scripted and staged. You all didn't believe it. Now look who's been slapped in the face. Half drunk, half awake. Even a skewered dog wound, T come out to speak. Passion fruit. And those big socks, open your eyes. How could you be deceived by such a character for so long? What to eat but? This Yi Lang is indeed quite handsome, and his physique is remarkable. That six-pack. Passion fruit. What to eat? Big socks can looks fill your stomach? Can a good physique suffice? In this era, resources reign supreme, strength commands respect. What use is a weakling and a fraud? Heavenly King strikes me out. Exactly. What is there to cling to with such a fraud? Unlike my brother, who is not only handsome but also powerful. He single-handedly took down a giant lizard. Wang Tianlai. My brother is the best. Wang Tianlai, what is a lizard? My brother annihilated 7 cockroaches the size of tigers with his lightning abilities. Lin Jun, the ice and snow goddess. Wu Feng is the most beautiful. Wu Feng is the strongest. Feng Wu Wanga. This time it's a double ponytail. Look how big and long. As the final echoes of the chorus faded, the last remnants of gloom within Yi Lang dissipated entirely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of elation. The eyes of the 4 women shimmered with unwavering determination, as if they had been inspired by Yi Lang's song. Ding by Jean, favorability. 99 Ding Xiong Ting. Favorability. 95. Could the 4 women truly doubt whether Yi Lang was a fraud? Without even considering his performance in several battles, his extraordinary physique alone was irrefutable evidence. At this moment, amidst a cacophony of insults and derision from the outside world, this man stood resolutely unperturbed. His soaring voice seemed to pierce through the chaotic fog, striking directly at the heart. How could one not be enamored? A surge of inexplicable trust and support welled up within the 4 women. They understand that true strength lies not in external evaluations, but in the steadfastness and capability of one's inner self. Yi Lang's composure and resilience are precisely what they admire. Regardless of the tumultuousness of the outside world, their choices remain unwavering. They are not the only 4 who are steadfast in their decisions. In the comments section beneath Yao Shi's video, a user named Not Eating Cilantro Ice Cream expressed their unequivocal support for Yi Lang, asserting that authenticity cannot be feigned, nor can falsehood be genuine. Another commenter, Passion Fruit, retorted, questioning whether Not Eating Cilantro Ice Cream had been brainwashed for publicly supporting Yi Lang, asking for their credentials. Not Eating Cilantro Ice Cream replied, I'm a small round one. This is my alternate account. Check out my pin video. Wan net glim nai juang. Is that truly you? I can't believe it. You don't play games, and yet you come here to chase stars. Yuan Bien chimed in, stating that Nai Yuan's voice navigation was still in operation, indicating that she knew this woman would eventually return, cheering for both Nai Yuan and Yi Lang. The influence of a small round one should not be underestimated, as her followers, fans, and those who admired her voice flooded the comment section, all expressing support for her and Yi Lang, while some criticized her for neglecting her responsibilities. However, not all were supportive. A fraction of her followers became defensive. Nai Yuan's night pot exclaimed, a small round one. How could you call Yi Lang your husband? What does that make me? Nai Yuan's toilet chimed in. A small round one. How could you even consider watching Yi Lang bathe? Do you owe us nothing? For heaven's sake, refund us. After becoming a father remarked, oh, 2 guys who deceive for sustenance. Have you stepped in their shoes? Even if Nai Yuan truly offered everything for free, it wouldn't deprive you 2 of a meal. In the Weiyo building, Meng Hao was furiously fixated on the comment section of Yao Shi's video, cursing, how did that damn small round one come to stir the pot? Wasn't she supposed to be offline? Control the comments, act quickly, everyone mobilize now. In the comment section of Yao Shi's video, King of Heaven appeared, questioning whether a nearly offline female streamer deserved such adulation, labeling her merely as a foolish charmer. Alien Ku echoed this sentiment, decrying the evident deception and criticizing the female streamer for defending him, claiming it was a disgrace to all women. Menghao's actions were swift, yet he underestimated the influence of a female streamer with 30 million followers. Tuan Yuan declared, "Aha! Dare to insult us, we all stand united. Align with me." Wang shouted, "Counterattack!" Yuan Bien joined in, "Counterattack! Tang Yuan Eko, Kunterattack, Guan and Kunterattack." But Menghao was not alone in this battle. Within the building, Lin Jun's team began to engage. Lin Si Yun Si Fei Po Kint, Tuen Yuen. Do not think that sheer numbers can distort the truth. The eyes of the people are sharp. Tuan Yuan retorted, "Snowy mud horse pen. Circle round. Bright mud horse pen." Junlin Tianxiaowan. Look, this is the quality of the fans from Naiyuan, foul-mouthed and uncultured. Where are the sisters of the Lin family army? Jun, lacking in manners. Lin, lacking in manners. As the tone of the comments began to shift dramatically, the most abstract succubus on the internet emerged. "Pudding is a bit sticky. I am the rabbit-eared girl, and I wholeheartedly support Yilang. Dead but still wanted to eat bunnies. Oh no. Xiong Lily, be good. Let us honestly become teachers and not wade into this murky water." Rabbit girl Xiao Chunan. "The sky is falling. Rabbit, you are not only lustful, but also a gold miner. Give me half." I'm not surprised at all to hear such flirtatious words from Rabbit's mouth. Inside the Huaxing Media Building, Wu Feng's team applies for battle. Feng Wu Jiu Tian Qian. Indeed, no wonder the succubus understands men so well. It turns out she is a habitual seducer. Where are Wu Feng's fans? Feng Wu Wangge. ABA. Seamless love sister. ABA. At this moment, that woman arrived. Eating cute duo. "I am Chao Yang, and I wholeheartedly support Yilang. Country chicken. Be good. Let us honestly mix noodles. We only have a few 100,000 fans. Do you really want to cross paths with Wu Feng? Country chicken, brother. Have you forgotten? We're not mixing noodles anymore. We're now dressing as little maids. Go, duh. I can accept that you don't have high standards. There's nothing more to say. Yilang is amazing. That's all." The comments section became increasingly chaotic, and soon, Feng Ming, Cheng Shui, Lu Ming, and others joined the fray. However, the fighting strength of the Big Sox was not to be underestimated. "It's Wan. I am the bad control, and I wholeheartedly support Yilang. Chow, thief no. 1. The composure of the old Huya artist. But can you really dislocate your jaw? Ye long is amazing. Fan Xiaoxian. Amina. And I wholeheartedly support Yilang. Bandlaw in a wedding dress. Promise me, it's fine to fall and deliver the sun, but don't send the big hammer. Vuvu, ye long is amazing. Little bear hard candy. I am Ear, and I wholeheartedly support Yilang. Haza bao, Mea. Have you forgotten the Sue by Daming Lake? Ye long is amazing. The flames of war in the comments section intensified, as if Doomsday had not arrived. Netizens eagerly participated in this chaotic battle, elevating the heat of Yaoshi's video to a level it did not deserve. The absurdity and collapse grew more pronounced. Chapter 45. Little Junior Sister? I am Little Lang's aunt. 1410 inside. The captain of the Ba Shi team exuded confidence. "Li Gang, is the trap at the staircase ready?" Ready, Captain. You can rest assured," Li Gang quickly replied. Now, one cannot offend Ba Shi. After all, living in his house, he is still the captain. He thought to himself. Ba Shi nodded with satisfaction and turned to Ma Wei Guo, inquiring, "Are all the protective gear ready?" Ma Wei Guo affirmed, "Yes, everything is prepared. You need not worry, Xiaoba." Ba Shi furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a twinge of displeasure at the nickname, but quickly composed himself and replied coldly, "Do not be careless. Have you conducted the tests? Can it withstand the fierce thrust of a blade?" Ma Wei's expression turned serious as he responded promptly, "Tests have been conducted. There is absolutely no issue. It remains unscathed, even from a fierce stab." Ba Shi then addressed Yang Fong. "Yang Fong, are all the necessary items prepared? Is the quantity sufficient?" Yang Fong subtly clenched his fists, evidently harboring some dissatisfaction toward the young captain. Yet he maintained his composure and replied, "Everything is in order, and the quantity is ample." The cold glint in Ba Shi's eyes flickered momentarily. He had long deciphered Yang Fong's intentions, but now was not the time for internal strife. For the sake of his beautiful wife, he temporarily suppressed his annoyance. Damn it. They hardly brought any supplies, consuming his resources while still acting high and mighty. Once they dealt with Yilang, if he remained unwise, he would learn what it truly means to be a captain. He then turned gently to Chun Shuelian and asked, Sister Shuelian, are there any anomalies in the surveillance? Additionally, the command will rely on you. I trust in your abilities. Everything is normal. We have rehearsed long enough, so rest assured. Bagu, Chun Shuelian replied with a charming smile. Observing her radiant demeanor filled Ba Shi's heart with tenderness. He adored beautiful women. He swiftly reined in his emotions and stated solemnly, remember, success or failure hinges on this one endeavor. Everyone must give their utmost effort. Victory is imperative. Yao Shi, listening to the unified shouts from within, couldn't help but smirk. She tucked away her homemade megaphone and pulled out her phone to send a message to Yilang. Subsequently, Yao Shi stood lost in thought for a moment. The earlier experience had been exhilarating. How could one possess such strength? Yilang had actually held her and descended the elevator shaft using the guiding steel cables to the 14th floor. His solid arms and warm embrace quickened her heartbeat, making her legs feel somewhat weak. However, upon inspection, she noted lingering swelling. Perhaps it was best to take a day off, lest Xiong Ting voice her objections. Shaking her head to dispel the clutter of thoughts, Yaoshi took a deep breath and opened the Battlefield Reporter's live stream. As soon as she did, the comments flooded in like a tidal wave, as if these individuals had been waiting on her account. Tuan Tuan Yuan Yuan. 30 million troops watching in real names. Yuan Yuan Quan Quan. Brother-in-law, go for it. Xiao Chun number 1. Quiet down, everyone, we are still children. Yilang, go for it and defeat everything, including the rabbit-eared girl. Xiao Chun number 2. Brother, I knew you had a hint of Minotaur traits. Lang Yi, could you send me a strand of rabbit-eared maiden's underarm hair? I wish to steep it in water, Sob. Hometown, chicken langu. You should have no interest in a mixed noodle dish, for she is already married, isn't she? Giddy, giddy, hometown chicken. My dear brother, I initially had no interest, but your words have piqued my curiosity. Chao Zhe number 1. Giddy, giddy, how come I hear my affairs? Langu, give it your all, triumph over all obstacles, and have the older woman perform a pole dance for you later. Banned from Dolaw, the mighty hammer. No one can resist the mighty hammer. Langu, press on. Bao Gu. Oh my, although the most beautiful dancers of Douyu have arrived late, they have arrived nonetheless. At this moment, Yilang was inside the elevator shaft on the 14th floor, clinging to the wall like a gecko, holding his breath with utmost concentration. Ding! Upon seeing a message from Yao Shi, a sinister grin spread across Yilang's face. Old man, can you manage? Did you purchase your pilot's license? We've already circled twice, and yet we have yet to land. Tang Long, with a face full of anxiety, was piloting the 4th-generation new energy flying vehicle. The speed was astonishing, akin to flying a fighter jet. The helipad at Meishu Golden Island Building 3 was exceedingly small. A moment's inattention could send them careening past it. He exerted a semblance of calm, gripping the control stick tightly, and feigned composure as he declared, I acquired my license back in the 1st generation. This 4th generation merely shifts from gasoline to electric. The principles of control remain identical. Hold on tight. We are about to descend. Tang Xiaoan instantly grew tense, her hands gripping the safety belt as her heart raced. The flying vehicle traced an arc through the air, landing steadily on the helipad, the tires emitting a slight screech as they met the ground. Tang Xiaoan exhaled deeply, her taut nerves finally easing. Tang Long discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his expression returning to one of pride. Xiaoan, how was that? I told you it was not difficult, right? But to be fair, the internal combustion engine is forever the champion. Electric motors still have a long way to go. Tang Xiaoan had no time to listen to the old man's self-aggrandizement. She urgently called out, Oh, old man, stop the chatter. Let us quickly find second senior brother. Tang Long paused momentarily, then silently picked up the luggage and 2 large curved sabers, trailing behind Tang Xiaoan. Just as they were about to move forward, they suddenly spotted a burly figure arrive ahead of them at the top floor entrance, hastily inputting the access code before entering. They thought nothing of it, assuming it was a resident of the complex, and continued toward the door. Tang Xiaoan, feeling a bit anxious, punched in the access code. Click. Yes. That person did not deceive us. The code is completely correct. Old man, hurry up. Tang Xiaoan was exhilarated. Her cheeks flushed with anticipation at the thought of soon meeting Yi Lang, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Tang Long remained somewhat silent, not merely reluctant to confront his rebellious disciple, but also pondering the peculiar presence of the burly man he had encountered earlier. The door creaked open, and Tang Xiaoan eagerly dashed inside, closely followed by Tang Long. At that moment, Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, and Xiong Ting were anxiously fixated on Yao Shi's live broadcast, their minds preoccupied with the unfolding events, utterly oblivious to the revelry in the comment section, as they feared missing any vital detail. Knock, knock, knock. Second senior brother. Xiaoan is here. Quickly open the door. The three women were startled by the sudden knocking, exchanging glances filled with unease. Bai Xiao seemed to recall something, hastily rising to rush toward the door, peering through the peephole. Outside stood a girl of similar age to her daughter, excitedly pounding on the door, accompanied by a middle-aged man whose expression was a mix of emotions. He bore a heavy load of luggage, and astonishingly, 2 broad swords were slung over his back. A sense of apprehension gripped Bai Zhao's heart. Just as she hesitated, another knock resounded. Yi Lang, I know you're inside. Open the door, or I shall cry. You better not tease me. Listening to the girl's voice and observing the middle-aged man's attire, Bai Xiao found it hard to believe, yet still managed to inquire. Are you Yi Lang's junior sister and master? Upon hearing Bai Zhao's voice, Tang Xiaoan's hand trembled slightly, a flicker of grievance crossing her eyes. Yet she steeled herself to respond, Yes, I am Tang Xiaoan, and behind me is Yi Lang's master, Tang Long. Who are you? Is Yi Lang inside? Bai Xiao hesitated before speaking. I am Yi Lang's aunt. Chapter 46. A breeze in the confined space that was not swept by Xiao continued. Yi Lang. PISNT home. Perhaps. She hesitated further. Perhaps you could come in, Tang Xiaoan. However, she added, but Master Tang, I apologize. Our home is filled with women, and it is somewhat inconvenient. Could we kindly ask you to wait outside? When Yi Lang returns, I shall invite you in and make amends. At these words, Tang Xiaoan appeared momentarily taken aback, incredulity flashing in her eyes as she queried, All women? Are there still women inside? Is second senior brother in danger? Bai Zhao's face flushed, and she chose not to respond, signaling Bai Jin and Xiong Yuan to conceal the kitchen knives. At that moment, Tang Long interjected, Xiaoan, do not be rude. I must ask this lady where Yi Lang currently is. We indeed have urgent matters to discuss with him. Your assistance would be greatly appreciated. A deeper concern darkened Bai Xiao's gaze as she pondered for a moment before slowly replying, Yi Lang has gone to face peril. What did you say? What? Within the confines of 1410, after the 5 members of the wave-cutting squad rallied each other with fervent encouragement, they donned their eclectic protective gear, ready to embark on their mission. Each member brimmed with confidence, not in their own abilities, but in the unwavering strength of their companions' formidable powers. Although they had yet to experience it firsthand, the palpable aura of their extraordinary abilities seemed to permeate the air, striking at the very core of their hearts. When Bashir unleashed his lightning powers, it appeared as though he illuminated the entire realm, the blinding brilliance leaving everyone awestruck. By the time they regained their senses, a teacup 5 meters away lay shattered into fragments. Li Gang's earth spikes could suddenly erupt from the ground, as solid as iron. Though slender, they were enough to instill a sense of dread. Yang Feng's wind blades were exceptionally fierce, etching deep gashes into walls in the blink of an eye. Ma Weigu's fire abilities emitted an intense heat, capable not only of cooking but also of melting glass in an instant. Chun Shuiyan's ice powers could freeze a bottle of cola into ice cubes, which fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Additionally, Chun Shuiyan served as the tactical commander for the female team in League of Legends, bringing forth ample experience in teamwork. The group exchanged knowing smiles, their hearts swelling with pride. Bashir was the first to open the door, and they streamed out in succession. Though a tinge of anxiety lingered, steadfast smiles adorned their faces until swish, 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 ouch, oh my, I'm bleeding, Yi Lang exclaimed. Suddenly, he sprang from the elevator shaft, his form akin to lightning, as he hurled a metal shard like a dart, striking precisely among the 5. Before they could react, Yi Lang charged at them with an axe raised high. But midway through his advance, he abruptly pivoted, narrowly avoiding a wind blade that grazed his cheek, embedding itself in the wall, leaving behind a curious mark. Just a paint chip? And what was Yang Feng doing with a fan? Was he channeling Zhuge Liang? Not only was Yi Lang bewildered, but the livestream viewers were equally perplexed. Wang Zaizi, What is that guy with the fan doing? Is he showing off? Please call me Drinkwater. If I'm not mistaken, like me, he is a feeble wind wielder. As the name suggests, he needs wind to unleash his power. Patrick Star, please call me Drinkwater. Haha, don't make me laugh. Without wind, how can he function? Wouldn't he be useless? Please call me Drinkwater. What the above said isn't entirely correct. Although he cannot release wind blades without wind, he can still lessen his weight. After all, breathing involves air. You didn't claim your wind blades could slice through iron like mud? How could you not even chip some paint? Ma Weigua, trembling, pointed at Yang Fong, his face a portrait of disbelief. Yang Fong felt a bit embarrassed, lightly waving his fan as he explained, I may have exaggerated slightly. This fan is indeed a bit small. But yesterday, during your demonstration, it was not like this, was it? Yang Fong continued to clarify, there were too many people yesterday. And we opened the window to let in some air, you understand. I curse your ancestors. No wonder you insisted on ventilation yesterday. Claiming that iron mesh windows posed no threat, it was all for the sake of the breeze. Yang Fong, slightly irritated by Ma Weigua's retort, responded without restraint, hello. Just look at the armor you crafted. It couldn't even withstand a piece of iron. Didn't you see how Ba Shi was writhing in pain, unable to utter a word? Ma Weigua's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hastily sought to defend himself. Enough, let us not quarrel. Yi Lang interjected. Chun Shuyan's gaze was sharp as she swiftly interrupted the dispute. Yi Lang, wielding an axe with a fierce demeanor, approached with a deliberate pace, though a hint of uncertainty lingered within him. Everyone, be prepared, especially you, Li Gang. When Yi Lang steps into range, it will be your turn to act. Li Gang's face paled slightly, and his gaze became somewhat unfocused as he nervously touched the cloth pouch at his waist, managing a reluctant nod towards Chen Shuilian. Yi Lang's steps were steady, each footfall resonating like a drumbeat in the hearts of the onlookers. Closer, now is the moment. Li Gang moved. In an instant, Li Gang's eyes widened, and he abruptly drew the soil from his pouch, tossing it towards Yi Lang. However, he overestimated his strength. The powder did not reach Yi Lang's feet, but instead struck Ma Weigua in the face. An eerie silence enveloped the scene for a second. What are you doing? Ma Weigua exclaimed, astonished, his face covered in dust, incredulously turning to Li Gang. I just wanted to increase the impact. Chun Shuilian, deeply focused on her command, had not noticed the commotion beside her and was urging, Li Gang, hurry up, unleash the earth spikes, quickly. Li Gang thought he could not afford to hesitate any longer. With a wave of his right hand, a few scattered earth spikes suddenly erupted beneath Yi Lang's feet, pricking the soles of his shoes. A bit uncomfortable. Yi Lang chuckled, his stride unwavering. Indeed, you are in for a tough time now. Chun Shuilian's jaw dropped in shock, her finger trembling as it pointed at Li Gang. Yang Fong was the first to speak, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. You claimed your earth spikes were as hard as iron, yet they couldn't even penetrate a shoe sole? As for your previous demonstration, I can only say that Ba Shi's ground was quite dirty yesterday. Feeling the bewildered stares of the crowd upon him, Li Gang felt a mix of shame and annoyance. It's not entirely my fault. Each of you boasts about your abilities. I was simply compelled to respond. The viewers in the live broadcast room were nearly beside themselves with laughter. Xiao Chunin #1 exclaimed, is this short and feeble display truly the culmination of Earth-type abilities? Xiao Chunin added, though we are familiar with each other, I can still accuse you of defamation. Haven't you heard? It's because the ground is too pristine. Try throwing us onto a construction site, and you'll see how quickly you're incapacitated. Yuan Quan Quan remarked, to be honest, these few ability users are quite clever, albeit lacking in common sense. Haha, keep it up, brother-in-law. Chun Shuilian was visibly distressed, her mouth agape as she struggled to find her words. Yet, upon seeing Yi Lang approach with a sinister grin, she assumed the role of tactical commander, urging, Ba Shi, stop wailing and utilize your lightning ability. Even if your claims are exaggerated, at the very least, it could blind him momentarily. Then we shall unleash our blades. I refuse to believe he can survive this. Ba Shi, gritting his teeth through the pain, exhibited a moment of resolute determination, fervently praying for the Thunder God and the Electric Mother to bestow their protection. He waved his right hand towards Yi Lang, and in an instant, a bright light flashed. Yi Lang furrowed his brow, blinking as he continued to advance. Before the others, who were poised to fire their weapons, could inquire, Ba Shi murmured in disbelief, This shouldn't be happening. I've tested this numerous times. It was so dazzling. The viewers, almost dying from laughter, already grasped the answer. Were you eating? One commented. You tested that indoors. Another quipped, causing the laughter to erupt further. I can't take it anymore. I genuinely wish to advise Brother Lang to show mercy. These fools are too amusing. At that moment, Chun Shiulian's face fluctuated between crimson and pale, her eyes filled with a complex blend of hope as she gazed at Ma Weiguo. Her expression seemed to convey, if you also behave like this, I shall immediately shed my trousers, perform acrobatics, and then defecate on you before I perish. The lesson proved that overthinking negativity invites disaster. Suddenly, Ma Weiguo retrieved a windproof lighter from his pocket. Chapter 47. The socks engulfed in flames just as Chun Shiulian was about to remove her trousers. Ma Weiguo deftly swayed his right hand amidst the tallest flames, sending a fist-sized fireball soaring directly towards Yilang. Yilang could evade. Yet upon seeing the dark red flames, he resolved to test their potency. The fireball, exceeding 600 degrees, was too enticing to ignore. As the five of Chun Shiulian and a million viewers gasped in unison, the fireball struck Yilang squarely in the abdomen. The explosion erupted into a larger inferno. But the moment was fleeting, lasting merely 0.1 seconds. Before Yilang could register the searing heat, the flames extinguished, leaving only a few charred patches on his exposed skin, mere remnants where his shirt had been singed. Yaoshi was nearly terrified to death, almost gasping in shock. But upon seeing Yilang unscathed, albeit disrobed, she was struck by his impressive display as he tore off his shirt with a flourish. Not only did she think so. In a live stream, comments poured in, darling. Exclaimed Tang 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 Bao, darling, love me. Cried Tiangzi Ganlu, darling. You're all dirty. Come wash at my place. The water's a perfect 37 degrees. Suggested Iji Xiao Yuan Yuan. I knew you wouldn't show your true self unless provoked. Hurry back to the stream. In Si Tang Yuan, Iji Xiao Yuan Yuan. Is that even clean water? Questioned Yuan Yuan Bien Bien. Darling, could you take a break for a few days? My freshly done nails are a bit sore. Lamented to Aaron Yang. Rabbit, we know you're flirt, but don't give it away so easily. Where's your spirit of teasing us, Xiao Chunan? Asked Xiao Chunan 1. Bro, haven't you realized? In front of us. She is a seductress. But before Lang Gu, she is a charmer, noted Xiao Yang. I used to think I was a looks person, then an abs person. Later a fingers person, but now I understand. I'm simply a hopeless romantic. Uncontrollable. I'm on my way, darling. Regardless of the ecstatic reactions in the live stream, Chun Shiulian was genuinely at her wit's end. It seemed she recalled something, her heart heavy with despair as she muttered, I understand now. It's because of the meal you cooked yesterday. There was a fire on the stove. What could Ma Weiguo say? He could only nod amidst the despairing gazes of the three beside him. At that moment, Chun Shiulian wished she could eliminate the four incompetent teammates surrounding her. The quartet, however, had thick skin and, facing the life-and-death crisis, still attempted to grasp onto Chun Shiulian as their last hope. Chun Shiulian, gazing into the eyes of the four university-like individuals, felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate them all and then end her own life. Let all be destroyed. Struggling to her feet, she retrieved a water gun. Yes, just an ordinary one, the kind that shoots water with a simple push. She was unsure why the Bada family possessed such a thing. Aiming at the relentlessly approaching Yilang, she pushed the trigger in a state of resignation. The stream of water arced beautifully, splattering onto Yilang's chiseled abs, droplets cascading down the taut musculature, dampening his pants beneath. Yilang did not flinch. He already had his answer in mind. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to experience the potency of his ice-based abilities. Yet, why was this water a bit chilly? As Chun Shiulian, under the watchful gaze of her four incompetent allies, despondently waved her hand, a snap echoed. The remaining water droplets on Yilang's body instantaneously crystallized, resembling the glistening exterior of candied hawthorn. With a slight flex of his muscles, Yilang shattered the icy shell into countless sparkling shards. Chun Shiulian watched with delight as the faces of her four teammates turned ashen, feeling an immense satisfaction. Let you all experience my despair, she thought triumphantly. Ha ha ha. No one shall find solace. Let none live. I have truly lost my mind, ha ha ha. It is not just Chun Shiulian who has succumbed to madness. The audience in the live stream, those clad in large socks, have also gone mad. Xiaohua 123. Ice candy abs? Xiao xiao puff. I can't take it anymore. My fingers are cramping. You all carry on. Potato no spit. My pants are soaked. Wow. How'd he hide a beer bottle in his trousers? Me air. Who can withstand this? Me nah. It feels more painful to want a child than to give birth to one. Facepalm, bad control. Loudly tell me what to say when faced with temptation. Antenna short circuit baby. Not enough. Susu. No te no. This lady has small assets. Not enough. Shweshi Willian. Didn't you freeze a bottle of cola in an instant yesterday? What about today? Chun Shiwillian gazed at the despairing Bashur and sneered sarcastically. A fool is a fool. That cola was in the refrigerator's preservation compartment. At this point, despair permeated among the five, their faces etched with fear and helplessness. Yi Lang continued to approach, the sharp blade of his axe glinting coldly, each step akin to treading upon their very hearts. The five had lost all will to resist, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Yi Lang smirked, his steps unrelenting, silently counting. 1, 2, 3. Chun Shiwillian, 2, was inwardly chanting the same in the face of despair. Act. In an instant, the five, who had been quaking in hopelessness just a moment ago, suddenly unleashed an astonishing force, striking in unison. First, Li Gang hurled a handful of soil, and, almost simultaneously, Yang Fong swung his fan with great force. In an instant, a tempest laced with dust rushed forth, enveloping Yi Lang in a haze of yellow. The next moment, wind blades, earth spikes, electric flashes, ice arrows, fireballs, and an array of kitchen knives and scissors hurtled towards Yi Lang. But would Yi Lang truly be struck? Long before the apocalypse, Yi Lang had memorized the habits of the residents in the 3 high-rise buildings of Meishu Golden Island, who often placed their keys beneath flower pots or doormats. Knowing that the 5 from the wave-cutting squad were in room 1410 and that he had to descend from elevator number 3, the battleground could only be the corridor between elevator number 3 and room 1410. Thus, the invisible Yao Shi, following Yi Lang's instructions, had quietly opened the doors of 2 adjacent apartments for this very situation. One was room 1407, a bit farther away, precisely where Yi Lang's footsteps first paused. Indeed, it was also the only spot where Yi Lang dodged the wind blade. While battling Zhao Dahai, Yi Lang discovered that the attack speed and strength of an ability user, rather, a nature-type ability user, was somewhat lacking. Not only were there no forbidden spells, which Yi Lang had feared, but even Zhao Dahai's water sword merely left shallow marks upon the wall. When Yi Lang confirmed his suspicions through Yang Fong's wind blade for the second time, he finally felt a sense of relief. Consequently, he chose to endure the subsequent earthen spikes, lightning, fireballs, and ultimately the ice attacks. It was proven that his decision was indeed correct. His body remained utterly unscathed under the onslaught of supernatural forces. However, this was also due to his extraordinary physique, which still posed a significant threat to ordinary individuals. Yi Lang, of course, did not trust the FA presented by the 5. Their comical antics, mutual accusations, and even the slogans heard by Yao Shi could very well be fabrications. Thus, understanding that their supernatural abilities were insufficient, the purpose of their behavior was readily apparent. It was nothing more than a deliberate display of weakness, luring the enemy in for a fatal strike. Yi Lang maintained a vigilant demeanor and repeated mantras within the 20-meter distance. Every step and motion was meticulously crafted. He aimed to confuse his adversaries, making them believe him a fool, while ensuring they remained oblivious to his awareness of their folly, all while exerting pressure to provoke their actions. This was a treacherous art. Fortunately, Yi Lang had practiced and possessed a modicum of strength. Moreover, he had Yaoshi backing him. The thought of that foolish girl tugged at his heartstrings. During their close encounter, they discovered a secret about Yaoshi's body. If she sustained a wound or bled, her invisibility would reveal vulnerabilities, as the injuries or blood would become exposed to the air. As they traversed those few dozen meters, the girl consistently signaled Yi Lang with her crimson fingers, concealing them in her mouth once she finished. The wind blades, earthen spikes, electrical bolts, fireballs, and ice attacks had caused her to bite her fingers 5 times, each time ensuring they no longer bled. At that moment, within room 1409, Yi Lang's inner turmoil was impossible to restrain. Before the yellow mist had fully dissipated, he charged out wielding his axe, thinking to himself, the hunt was about to commence. Chapter 48, Kill, Kill, Kill. The initial manifestation of demonic claws. Chun Shiulian and her companions unleashed all their attacks in a fervent rush. They gazed at the silent yellow fog, their faces adorned with triumphant smiles, as if they could already envision Yilang's fall. The live stream flooded with question marks, as viewers seemed unable to believe that the man would succumb. Suddenly, from a yellow mist emerged a bare-chested Yilang, brandishing the magic-suppressing axe overhead. In the midst of Chun Shiulian and her companion's astonishment, Yilang swung his axe downwards. Crack! The swiftest among them, Yang Fong, could only raise the handle of his fan in defense. The axe blade pierced through the fan's surface, striking Yang Fong squarely on the forehead. Instantly, a spray of red and white erupted forth. Yang Fong collapsed to the ground, and only then did the other four regain their senses, retreating in terror. Let's go together. Chun Shiulian, despite being a woman, was the first to react. She screamed as she drew a water gun, but the moment had changed. Yilang no longer granted them any respite. Before the water gun could unleash its stream, Yilang swung his axe in a fierce arc. The toy water gun shattered instantly, and the force of the axe remained unyielding. Its blade poised to cleave her slender neck. Blood gushed forth as Chun Shiulian clutched at her throat, but before her hand could reach, she felt like a marionette with severed strings. Ba Shi, Li Gang, and Chun Weigua, witnessing the scene, were struck with terror, screaming as they turned to flee. Yet their movements could not possibly match the speed of Yilang, who possessed a physique of sheer power. With extraordinary swiftness, he unleashed a series of axe strikes. The axe, resembling a boulder, sent Ba Shi, who had fresh wounds, and Ma Weigua, who bore old injuries, flying. Li Gang had barely taken a few steps when Yilang pursued him, leaping with agility. The axe blade sliced through the air, striking the back of Li Gang's head. A sound akin to a watermelon bursting echoed, and Li Gang collapsed, his brain splattering. At that moment, Ba Shi and Ma Weigua, having been forcefully thrown to the ground, lay there in shock. Yet upon witnessing the gruesome spectacle, the instinct to survive overcame their pain, and they struggled to rise and escape. However, Yilang's strikes were so forceful that they felt as if struck by a train. Unable to rise, they could only weakly lean against the wall. Yilang approached slowly, axe in hand, as Ba Shi, in a fit of despair, screamed, "Don't come closer, I beg you. I'll kill you," while frantically waving his right hand. As he did so, brilliant light flickered like neon, illuminating the scene. Similarly, beside him, Ma Weigua wailed in despair, exerting his last strength to grasp soil powder from a bag, vigorously swinging his left arm. A cloud of yellow mist erupted forth. The two coordinated seamlessly, one casting dazzling light, while the other released a fog of yellow. If not for the bloodshed and their expressions of utter despair, one might have been compelled to dance to their bizarre performance. Yilang, however, ceased to admire their strange display. With two swift strikes, the axe blade severed both of their arms in a flash. Before they could even let out a cry of anguish, the axe descended violently. Ba Shi and Ma Weigua's necks were almost simultaneously cleaved open, connected only by a thread of flesh, as blood sprayed forth like a fountain. At that moment, the livestream room fell into a profound silence. With a heaving retch, Yilang vomited uncontrollably, and the barrage of comments in the chat exploded. "This is too brutal," exclaimed one viewer. "Yilang has gone mad. How dare he kill?" In Hunan, Wu Yinzu exclaimed, "Ugh, those are 5 people, not 5 chickens." The barrage of comments erupted with cries of murderer. From Grapefruit Juice, Luo Shui Wei Liang, and Rainbow Bubble, the screen was flooded with accusations, as everyone, being ordinary individuals, had never even harmed a chicken in times of peace. Witnessing such a gruesome and bloody scene, it was only natural for them to express their indignation, even though they understood that in this apocalyptic world, if Yilang did not eliminate them, they would inevitably turn on him. He could not simply wait passively to be slaughtered, could he? While they might comprehend the harsh truth, this was the internet, where even a mere spitting could be amplified and condemned by countless netizens, let alone the act of murder. Online, everyone assumed the mantle of moral superiority, and the justice wielded from behind keyboards arrived with alarming ease. Yet, not all were self-righteous. Many endearing supporters continued to rally behind Yilang. Little Flower 123 remarked, "I am perplexed by what kind of peculiar saints you all are, incessantly branding him a murderer. If Yilang does not kill them, must he merely cleanse his neck in preparation for their blades? You consistently stand on your moral high ground, condemning Yilang, who fights for survival. But this is the end of days. Self-preservation is the only imperative. Wake up. I, for one, have grown fonder of him. Rabbit Ear Girl agreed, as did Chow Yang. Little Round, Me Air, and Bad Control, each expressing their increasing admiration. Yi Lang was oblivious to the criticisms and support within the comments. He felt as though his very bile might be expelled. It was not solely the act of killing that repulsed him, but the sheer nauseating nature of it all. Some unidentified red and white substance had splattered into his mouth. He was uncertain how long he had been retching until a gentle, invisible hand patted his back, providing some relief. A warmth spread through him. Although unseen, he knew that Yao Shi must be terrified and disgusted at that moment. Yet she persisted, stepping over the blood and shattered bones to offer him comfort. This made Yi Lang yearn to embrace her without a second thought, but he restrained himself. The battle was far from over. Suddenly, a series of abrupt claps shattered the surrounding silence, followed by a chilling voice that declared, "Marvelous, simply marvelous, ha." Yi Lang turned abruptly towards the direction of the third elevator, his body subtly shifting to shield the concealed Yao Shi. The figure before him was imposing, broad-shouldered, with a fierce gaze and taut muscles radiating a palpable aura of menace. A long scar stretched from the corner of his left eye to the corner of his mouth, giving him a particularly sinister appearance. Especially notable were his large hands, knuckles protruding, rough and powerful, their color reminiscent of rusted iron. At this moment, he approached with measured steps, a hint of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. Yi Lang rose to his feet, his gaze like a piercing beam, fixated on his opponent, his heart brimming with caution. He tightened his grip on the already fractured axe, exerting a slight pressure until the handle snapped with a sharp crack. Yi Lang's eyes remained locked on the man as he swiftly hurled the broken axe handle towards his adversary's throat. Yet, the man did not flinch or evade the incoming projectile. Instead, his smirk deepened. In an astonishing display, his right hand transformed into a dark, iron-like fist, smashing the axe handle into fragments that scattered like shrapnel. "Goodness, you lack martial ethics." In the next instant, the man clumsily lunged to the side, narrowly avoiding the axe that hurtled towards him like a bolt of lightning. "I thought you were invincible. What a pretense." Upon hearing Yi Lang's taunt, the man's eyelids twitched violently, his murderous intent intensifying, as he silently hoped that when he eventually crushed Yi Lang's bones, the latter's resolve would be harder than the bones themselves. Fool. Chapter 49, Blood-Spitting Boy, Through the Guts, practicing for 2.5 years. At this juncture, the audience in the live stream was filled with curiosity and anticipation. Shout tune in, wow, the finale. Thankfully, I didn't relieve myself, almost missing the ultimate duel. Big girl, look at that man's hands. They look as if they've cracked walnuts for over a decade. So dark and cool. Double ponytails. EW, he's so ugly. My husband is way more handsome. Go, darling, defeat him. Peach, the word defeat is misused. Darling, make him suffer. The man was evidently incensed by Yi Lang's sharp tongue. His face turned ashen, fists clenched tightly, rage almost bursting forth from his eyes. What's the matter? Need to relieve yourself? Go to the restroom. I can't wait any longer, die. The man, thoroughly provoked, bellowed and charged at Yi Lang, raising his iron fist to strike his face. Yi Lang's eyes flashed with brilliance. He did not evade, but instead met the blow with a fierce punch of his own. With a resounding bang, their fists collided, shaking the very air around them. Yi Lang staggered back a step, stabilizing himself as he flexed his trembling hand. What a formidable punch. My physique is 6 times that of an adult. Yet I felt a tingling numbness. Yi Lang muset. Turning his gaze to the man, he chuckled softly, observing the once arrogant figure now struggling to rise. Moving his arms as if to shake off the pain, blood trickling from his lips, clearly in discomfort. Yi Lang laughed lightly. So you have a hard punch? Yet why feign superiority? You look like a wannabe demon king. Come over and meet your demise. The man's eyes widened in fury, ready to rush forward, but then, as if struck by a thought, he began to cackle wickedly. Yi Lang's eyes were ablaze with fury, ready to unleash a torrent of invective. Yet the other party spoke first. I shall employ modern combat techniques, while you utilize Baji Quan. Let us not only ascertain our superiority, but also determine our fates. Yi Lang's complexion darkened to a shade of iron. His teeth clenched as he fixed a piercing gaze upon the challenger. The man sneered, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he slowly continued. Or perhaps, deep down, you believe Baji Quan will falter? At that moment, Tang Long had just descended from the steel cable, emerging from the elevator, and overheard this exchange. Yi Lang stood rooted in place, his silence stretching into an awkward lull in the live stream. What is going on, Brother Lang? Isn't he the national champion of Baji Quan? Get in there, a young man remarked. Could he be haunted by past shadows? Another mused, evoking memories of a once great player who had since abandoned basketball. Come on, Brother Lang. You're a living war god. Don't let us down, urged a voice. Go for it, darling, cheered another. Tang Long's brow furrowed deeply, his chest heaving with indignation, clearly pushed to the brink of rage. You traitor! Even if you have forsaken your master, what of your warrior's blood? What of your principles? You are truly worthless. Doubting your own fists? How laughable! The man taunted, observing Yi Lang's evident turmoil. But was Yi Lang truly, as the challenger suggested, lost in thought? He gazed at his own hands, exhaling a deep, troubled breath, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. He abruptly lifted his head, his voice low yet firm. Tell me your name. The man paused, then sneered. You may call me Demon Claw. You know my name? Baji Yi Lang. Prepare yourself. Yi Lang disregarded Demon Claw's banter, and though his torso was bare, he performed a respectful gesture, interrupting. Let us proceed. Demon Claw, unfazed, observed Yi Lang's courtesy with a mocking laugh, then assumed a boxing stance. Come now, let us see if you can endure more than 3 strikes this time. No sooner had he finished speaking than his iron-like right fist surged toward Yi Lang's face with a whistling force. Yi Lang ducked and sidestepped instinctively, intending to deliver a hook to the ribs. However, after a brief hesitation, Demon Claw's left fist was already upon him. Yi Lang evaded, seizing Demon Claw's wrist, using the momentum to flip it, and delivered a powerful elbow strike aimed squarely at his opponent's face. Yet, Demon Claw reacted with remarkable speed, bending to avoid the blow. In the next instant, both combatants unleashed strikes to each other's liver simultaneously, producing 2 resounding thuds. Yi Lang staggered back a step while Demon Claw spat a copious amount of blood toward the sky. Yet, he appeared oblivious to the pain, his fighting spirit only intensifying. The fervor in the live-streaming room surpassed even that of the 2 combatants, as the barrage of comments erupted within mere seconds of their clash. Incredible, exclaimed one viewer. The collision of traditional martial arts and modern combat is utterly exhilarating, remarked another. An enthusiastic participant added, this is far more thrilling than any hidden weapon. Amidst the fervent commentary, a certain bad control declared, my husband looks so handsome. Behind the scenes, a mysterious figure observed with keen interest as the battle escalated. The glimmer in the eyes of the demonic claw intensified, launching a fierce assault aimed directly at Yi Lang's face. Rather than retreating, Yi Lang advanced, his fists moving like the wind as he swiftly transformed his techniques, delivering a powerful 8 extremes punch straight to the chest of his opponent. The demonic claw sidestepped, countering with a hook punch. Yi Lang, agile as ever, evaded the blow and immediately executed a swift side kick targeting the claw's midsection. With a disdainful grunt, the demonic claw crossed his arms to block, then suddenly seized Yi Lang's ankle with a forceful tug. Yi Lang used this momentum to leap into the air, delivering a devastating downward kick. The demonic claw, stepping back and raising his arm, absorbed the impact. However, the strength of Yi Lang's strike, enhanced by his formidable physique, caused his arm to tremble and blood to spray from his mouth. At that moment, Yi Lang felt a twinge of disgust. Fighting was one thing, but spewing blood everywhere felt like a theatrical display. It seemed the demonic claw had awakened some supernatural ability to enhance his hands, yet his physical limitations were evident. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Yi Lang seized the moment while his opponent was still unsteady, transitioning from a punch to a palm strike aimed at the claw's ribs. The demonic claw emitted a muffled groan, pain radiating through his side. Yet he managed to stabilize himself, only for the blood he had just staunched to erupt once more. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he clenched his teeth, retaliating with a left punch that sliced through the air, targeting Yi Lang's jaw. Yi Lang tilted his head just in time, but the demonic claw's dark right fist followed in quick succession, threatening to land a blow to his face. With no time to dodge, Yi Lang raised his arms, executing a double elbow block that absorbed the thunderous strike. Their figures intertwined as fists and feet collided, the air thick with the scent of impending violence. The livestream chat swelled like a tidal wave, the audience fervently cheering for this epic confrontation. Meanwhile, the demonic claw, bloodied but grinning mockingly, taunted, "Is this your 8 extremes? I see traces of modern combat in your techniques." Unfazed, Yi Lang pressed the attack, dismissing the taunts as mere chatter. The demonic claw, with a cold smirk, intensified his assault, each blow aimed at vital points. After enduring several strikes thanks to his reinforced arms, Yi Lang finally found his opening and unleashed a penetrating kick aimed directly at the demonic claw's abdomen. Ugh! The demonic claw gasped, as Yi Lang followed up with a powerful strike. "Damn it, how revolting. Are you spewing blood like a fountain?" Yi Lang frowned, seizing the opportunity to grasp the claw's arm, advancing with the swiftness of the wind, closing in on his opponent at center. Immediately, Yi Lang executed an elbow strike, his right shoulder sinking as he accumulated energy, unleashing a move he had diligently honed for 2.5 years. One that instantly ignited the live stream. The Taizhan KO. Chapter 50. Xiao Wan's affection, an old man's roar Ji Kuan, brother. Living is for, guarding the best Kuan Kuan. In 2028, have you ever heard my tale? Singing, brother. Dancing, brother. Basketball, brother. Yi Lang gazed at the bloodied figure of the magic claw, resembling a lifeless dog, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Little brother, you sell $10 water bottles for $9, a discounted bottle." The magic claw, momentarily stunned, swallowed hard, struggling to rise, a trace of a smile evident on his lips. "Do you think this is the end?" he said, a sinister light flickering in his eyes as his muscles swelled dramatically, his iron hands growing visibly larger until they resembled gigantic fans. Both Yi Lang and the viewers in the live stream simultaneously thought of 6 words: fists as big as sandbags. Yi Lang's expression grew serious. He inhaled deeply, his arm muscles tensing as he swiftly adjusted his stance. It was time to get serious, Yi Lang mused. The magic claw, in a frenzy, swung his enormous fists toward Yi Lang. Rooted to the ground, Yi Lang slightly shifted his body to evade the frontal assault, countering with a thrusting elbow strike to the ribs. The impact felt like colliding with an iron block. It was clear that not only had his hand strengthened, but his overall physique had improved significantly. The adversary staggered but barely spat blood, continuing to throw punches. The combination of blows came fast and furious, like a torrential downpour. Left hooks and right swings creating a gust of wind. Yi Lang retreated while lowering his posture to dissipate the force. Seizing an opening to deliver an elbow strike that grazed the magic claw's chin, blood splattering forth. Following this, Yi Lang delivered a powerful punch straight to the opponent's solar plexus. Seizing the moment while the magic claw bent forward, he added a precise short strike. Watching the magic claw stagger backward, a gruesome sight with blood spilling profusely, Yi Lang furrowed his brows. This volume of blood was unusual. A normal person would not bleed so profusely yet remain standing. Furthermore, even after the surge of abilities, there remained a considerable gap between the magic claw and himself. Those enormous hands could not compensate for the overall disadvantage. The magic claw's expression twisted in pain as he wiped the blood from his lips and discreetly ingested something. Suddenly, the sinister light in his eyes intensified, his sclera turning pitch black. His fists swelled once more, striking wildly. Yi Lang, surprised by the enhanced speed of the drug-fueled magic claw, raised his arms in a crossguard. With a resounding thud, Yi Lang's arms trembled violently, causing him to involuntarily retreat 3 steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Witnessing Yi Lang's injury, the viewers in the live stream became restless, inundating the chat with messages of encouragement. "Yi Lang, keep fighting. Be careful, darling. Defeat that scoundrel." Observing the blood at the corner of his disciple's mouth, Tang Long could no longer contain himself. He charged forward with fury, shouting, "You ungrateful disciple, step aside and let me handle this." Yi Lang was momentarily taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face as complex emotions flickered in his eyes. However, the massive fist was already upon him. There was no time for hesitation. Yi Lang did not hold back any longer. He deftly sidestepped the left punch of the demonic claw, blocking the subsequent right punch with a bent arm. Amidst the gasps from Tang Long and the viewers, he crouched low, transforming his palm into a fist in a thrusting motion. Crack! A piercing scream echoed through the air, akin to the sound of an egg shattering. Even though the demonic claw had become almost inhuman, the excruciating pain caused it to curl up instantly. Yet, the onslaught was not over. Tang Long and the viewers collectively gasped again as Yilang's fingers shot towards the demon's eyes like lightning. With a soft pop, the demon's eyes were instantly sunken, blood streaming down its cheeks as it howled in agony. Yilang did not allow it to suffer for long. He formed his hands into a hammer-like shape and struck with a thunderous blow. The demonic claw collapsed heavily, falling silent. Meanwhile, in the live stream, a viewer remarked, "Is this Bagwazang?" Another quipped, "Reverse it, and it's more like 8 Extremes fist." A third chimed in, "I feel a chill running down my spine." Mina exclaimed, "Uyoy." My husband won, he looks so handsome. Yaoshi abruptly closed the live stream, her gaze fixed curiously on the 2 masters and disciples before her. "Master. Don't call me master. Uncle. I'm not that old." "Old man. Huh? No, I mean dad." "Ah, you ungrateful disciple. I knew you had feelings for Xiaowan. You'll pay for this." Tang Long's expression darkened as he rose abruptly, throwing a punch toward Yilang. Yilang stood still, tears welling in his eyes. Tang Long's fist halted just an inch from Yilang's nose, his rage still simmering but now mixed with a hint of exasperation. "Your junior sister is waiting for you at home. Don't keep her waiting too long." With that, Tang Long retracted his fist and hurriedly turned to leave. His posture slightly hunched. Yilang gazed at Tang Long's retreating figure, his heart a whirlwind of emotions, tears silently cascading down his cheeks. He took a deep breath, wiped away his tears, and called out to Yao Shi as he made his way toward the elevator, with Yao Shi trailing closely behind, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and concern. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yilang felt somewhat embarrassed as he watched Tang Xiaowan counting her fingers with an amused expression. "Second senior brother, can you handle this? You're aiming for the heavens. How come I never realized you had such abilities before?" Before Yilang could respond, Bai Xiao, whose mood had already lightened, blushed and interjected, "Xiaowan, you can't blame Xiao Lang entirely. We were the ones who sought his refuge." Indeed, Bai Jin, Yao Shi, and Xiong Ting all nodded in agreement. Tang Xiaowan chose not to say anything further, merely shooting Yilang an exasperated glance before turning to leave, declaring, "I won't be an eyesore in front of you anymore. I'm leaving, you insufferable second senior brother. I detest you." As Yilang heard the heavy slam of the door, he managed a wry smile. He did not find anything amiss in taking in beautiful individuals. Rather, the notifications in his mind had caught him off guard. Ding. Name, Tang Xiaowan, age, 18, height, 163 centimeters, weight, 87 gene, inner self, 100 points, blank slate, overall rating, 94, Sundara with a gentle demeanor. Easily toppled, meets system requirements. Host is urged to take her in promptly. Ding. Task target meeting requirements detected. Initiating character target favorability. Ding. Tang Xiaowan. Favorability, 69. Infatuation. Yilang shook his head helplessly, although he had some speculation about the feelings of this junior sister. Seeing the favorability rating of 69 left him somewhat at a loss. It was not that the junior sister was undesirable. It was his master who would not dare to act so boldly. A single misstep could lead to downfall. After leaving, Tang Xiaowan's expression fell, tears welling in her eyes, feeling both wronged and angry. She muttered under her breath, "Insufferable second senior brother, wicked second senior brother. I won't pay you any mind from now on." It was not until she reached the door of room 1715 that she managed to compose herself. "Old man, hurry and open the door. I'm hungry." Tang Long had tidied up the house and, upon hearing Tang Xiaowan's voice, immediately opened the door to greet her. As soon as she stepped inside and saw her father, her tears burst forth, and she rushed into Tang Long's embrace, sobbing, "Old man, the second senior brother bullied me." Tang Long gently stroked her head, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes as he softly said, "Stop crying. Let us eat first, and you can tell me what happened slowly." Tang Xiaowan nodded through her sobs, while Tang Long turned to the kitchen, his back still slightly hunched. Chapter 51. Insufferable second senior brother, I truly will not pay you any mind again. At this moment, Bai Xiao set down the water bucket, squatting beside Yilang, her face filled with concern as she tenderly caressed the bruises on his abdomen. The bathroom was enveloped in a misty haze, and Bai Xiao's fingers were gentle, yet carried a hint of firmness. Suddenly, her expression froze, and she gazed in astonishment at the noticeably faded bruise, murmuring to herself. Xiaolang's physique is truly extraordinary. Without further contemplation, Bai Xiao lifted her head and earnestly declared, Xiaolang, you must never take risks again. You need to remember that we are here at home, and we all worry about you. Her voice was gentle, and her eyes brimmed with concern. A warmth enveloped Yi Lang's heart. Disregarding the water, still dripping from his hair, he tightly embraced her amidst her startled exclamation. Ah, you're wet. The physique of 318 Yi Lang, with damp hair and a slightly flushed face, sat at the dining table alongside Bai Xiao and the three other young women. With a whoosh, the four ladies beheld the enormous durian pizza on the table, their faces lighting up with surprise. After resolving the issues with the Fa Lang team and a magical clause, Yi Lang felt an immense sense of relief. He chuckled lightly and said, So, how does Aunt Xiao Zhao's culinary skill measure up this time? Ah, Xiaolang, are you trying to get yourself killed? You're such a tease, boss. You should just go away. The four women playfully scolded him, or rather, three of them did. Xiangting found it difficult to voice her thoughts. After a bout of laughter, the four ladies began to happily indulge in the durian pizza, its rich and pungent aroma permeating the air. Yi Lang refrained from eating. He always found the scent of durian too overpowering to tolerate. Curiously, the majority of the girls seemed to relish it, even deeming it the finest fruit. Instead, Yi Lang savored the spaghetti Bai Xiao had just prepared. Observing their joy, a gentle warmth surged within him. Bang, bang, bang. Second brother, open the door. Yi Lang recognized Tang Xiaowan's voice and hurried to answer. Second brother, are you having instant noodles with them? Look what I brought for you. It's braised pork paired with rice. She exclaimed. I must tell you, the old man and I. Tang Xiaowan's words faltered, as a scent seemed to waft through the air. Was that durian? She wrinkled her nose, thrust the tray into Yi Lang's hands, and incredulously stepped inside. The sight before her left her momentarily speechless. The four ladies of varying figures gathered around the table, with a steaming, massive pizza, durian pizza, no less. Their cups still held half a glass of cola. Rubbing her eyes to confirm her vision, she pouted and burst into tears. Wah, you deceitful second brother. I was worried you wouldn't eat well, so I brought you braised pork, yet you're here secretly enjoying durian pizza with them. Boo-hoo. I will never speak to you again. Yi Lang hastily set down the tray and embraced the tearful Tang Xiaowan, who was attempting to flee. You've misunderstood. It's not what you think. I didn't tea. Oh dear, I don't know how to explain this properly. Observing him flustered as he patted Tang Xiaowan's back. Attempting to soothe her as she wept uncontrollably, the four women set aside their slices of pizza and gathered around. Xiaolang, why don't you head to the bedroom for a while? Rest assured, we shall clarify everything. Yi Lang lay in the bedroom, scrolling through Weibo. A video by Yao Shi, lasting half an hour, vividly chronicled the demise of the 5 members of the Killwave team and the malevolent claws that ensnared them. Strangely, this time the comment section was not inundated by the armies of various streamers. The comments from netizens fell into 4 distinct categories. The first comprised fervent admirers of Yi Lang's prowess, with enthusiastic remarks such as Brother Lang is formidable, and Brother Lang is amazing. The second category featured comments from devoted fans, exclaiming, Hubby is so handsome. Hubby loves me. Is Hubby's abs cool? I could warm them up with my 2 faces. The salivation dampened the data cable as they scrolled through Douyin, causing Yi Lang to feel a surge of elation. If these ardent fans were his mission targets, their initial affinity would surely soar to 50. The third category contained condemnations of his bloody violence, with sentiments largely echoing the same theme. That was a life. Regardless of the circumstances, one must not take a life. Your actions are too cruel. Once society regains order, Yi Lang will certainly face execution. Many share this perspective. However, there were also numerous voices of reason defending him, arguing that survival is paramount in the apocalyptic context. Though harsh, Yi Lang's actions were a means of self-preservation. He was not in the wrong. Yi Lang briefly skimmed through these comments before dismissing them. It was already the 8th day of the apocalypse, and it was laughable that some were still entangled in moral dilemmas. The fourth category of comments was particularly intriguing, engaging in discussions regarding supernatural abilities. Netizens observed Yi Lang's encounters with 2 distinct types of ability users, whose performances were starkly contrasting. Firstly, there are the nature-type ability users, encompassing water, fire, earth, ice, lightning, wind, and so forth. These users often struggled to showcase their true capabilities when confronted with a formidable opponent like Yilang. However, the comments from the section were more candid and blunt. Pi, what do you mean they struggle to exert their powers? They are utterly useless. Nature-type abilities may appear glamorous, but in practice, they are woefully inadequate. They even require corresponding materials to enhance their powers. What a hindrance. Do you not understand, Pi? One cannot dismiss the nature-type abilities outright. Despite their limitations, they can yield remarkable results in specific environments. Jikuin, spare me. Are we to cook and drink iced cola in a cramped space with wind, but no sweeping? I have long informed you that practitioners of nature-based abilities are merely superficial. It is truly laughable to witness your adulation for individuals such as Wang Tianlai, Lin Jun, and Wu Feng. It is the practitioners of systemic abilities who reign supreme. Zhou Xingxing 9527. Jikuin, do not hastily dismiss nature-based practitioners. They possess their own advantages. Moreover, how can you assert that there are no formidable nature-based practitioners? One must maintain objectivity. Do you not agree, my friend? Jikuin, Zhou Xingxing 9527, because I am indeed a practitioner of nature-based abilities. Double ponytail, but systemic practitioners are rather unattractive. Nature-based practitioners are far more handsome. Yilang observed the ongoing debate, lost in contemplation. Are nature-based practitioners truly weak? Perhaps in certain circumstances, that may be the case. Yet cannot be generalized. Against ordinary individuals, nature-based practitioners can indeed pose a significant threat. However, when confronted with someone of his caliber or against systemic practitioners, they may appear somewhat inadequate. Yet, this is merely a reflection of the present moment. Yilang remained skeptical that the capabilities of practitioners would remain static. Although the evolutionary mechanics of abilities were unknown to him, if nature-based practitioners could evolve or enhance their powers, the magnitude of their potential transformation would be staggering. While systemic practitioners are undeniably strong at present, it remains uncertain whether they will continue to dominate nature-based practitioners in the future. Though he had only encountered one systemic practitioner, Mo Zhao, he gleaned insight into the larger picture. Mo Zhao's abilities included the aberration of his hands, coupled with a significant enhancement of his physical constitution, far exceeding that of a nature-based practitioner. Furthermore, Mo Zhao could even unleash a burst of power, transforming his already resilient iron-like hands to an enormous size, further augmenting his strength. In the end, it seemed Mo Zhao's spirit was somewhat unhinged, his gaze reflecting a feral intensity. Strangely, this frenzy did not last for long. He soon regained his composure. Whether this was due to the limited duration of his abilities or impending demise remained unclear. Yet, a curious smile graced Mo Zhao's face, as if he beheld something extraordinarily beautiful. Chapter 52. How can there be such an irreverent ability? The second senior brother is doomed. Yilang set down his phone, somewhat entranced. Suddenly, a chorus of astonished voices from young women pierced the air. What? I refuse to believe it. How can there be such an irreverent ability? What? You can all attest to it? What? You've proven it countless times? What? You two can even corroborate each other? Yilang realized this was Tang Xiaowan expressing disbelief that a beautiful woman could utilize her ability to choose her favorite food. A wry smile tugged at his lips. Indeed, his ability, or rather, the system's ability, was somewhat irreverent. Yet what a delight it is. At this moment, Tang Xiaowan widened her eyes, staring incredulously at Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, Yao Shi, and Xiong Ting. The words they spoke seemed to her like a fantastical tale, yet the seriousness in their gazes compelled her to believe. Furthermore, just as they had mentioned, there was not a single trace of cooking in the kitchen, nor anything edible in sight. How then did such a large durian pizza come into existence? It could only be the manifestation of Yilang's extraordinary abilities. Tang Xiaowan took a deep breath, attempting to quell the shock within her. It was astonishing, truly astonishing, but also rather absurd. In that moment, she began to understand Yilang's inclination towards having so many women around him. With such an extraordinary and delightful power, what girl could remain indifferent? Even she, Tang Xiaowan, quickly shook her head to dispel such unrealistic thoughts from her mind. Just then, Yilang emerged from the bedroom, under Tang Xiaowan's expectant gaze. He cleared his throat and waved his hand. Instantly, a cup of perfectly portioned milk tea appeared on the coffee table. Wow, Tang Xiaowan exclaimed in delight, hastily opening her mouth to take a sip. Ding! Tang Xiaowan, favorability, by muito jing. Tang Xiaowan, favorability. 75, senior brother, your abilities are truly remarkable, almost like magic. Tang Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with excitement, a hint of the sweet aroma of milk tea lingering on her lips. Unable to resist, she took another sip, her heart brimming with curiosity and admiration for Yi Lang's powers. Yi Lang smiled and gently patted the young girl's head. From now on, if you desire anything to eat, just let me know. Well, tell Bai Xiao and the others no, just them three. He made a couple of transitions in his statement, but continued, whether it's you or master, as long as you wish for it, I can prepare a full banquet for you. Bai Xiao, Yao Shi, and Xiong Ting flushed crimson at the mention of a full banquet. It was astonishing. The youthful girls were evidently quite precocious. Tang Xiaowan understood the underlying implication and shyly turned away, just as she exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Jin, both blossoming with a rosy hue on their cheeks. Having grasped the extent of Yi Lang's abilities, Tang Xiaowan returned home, holding a slice of durian pizza and a large plate of sirloin steak. Dad, hurry and open the door. I can barely hold this. Hearing his daughter's voice, Tang Long quickly tucked away a photograph and opened the door, only to be momentarily stunned. As he took the items from her, he inquired, where did the steak and pizza come from? Tang Xiaowan gently closed the door, a proud smile gracing her lips. Of course, it was a gift from her second senior brother. Eagerly, she seized a slice of durian pizza and stuffed it into her mouth. The rich aroma of durian and the gooey stretch of cheese instantly captivating her palate. She still displayed a semblance of filial piety, deliberately pushing the steak towards Tang Long. Mumbling, look, your disciple is being dutiful. It was perplexing to her how the two of them could be so awkward with each other. Tang Long fell silent for a moment, refraining from responding. He picked up his knife and fork, slicing a piece of steak and savoring it. After a few chews, he cast a complex gaze towards Tang Xiaowan. This was not a frozen steak, but rather tender and juicy, evidently fresh beef. Xiaowan, tell your father how this Yi Lang obtained his powers. Tang Xiaowan bit her lip and ultimately relayed Yi Lang's extraordinary abilities to Tang Long, albeit omitting some minor details. Upon hearing this, Tang Long's initial astonishment gradually morphed into contemplation. He set down his utensils, inhaling deeply. Xiaowan, are you saying Yi Lang can conjure food out of thin air? And infinitely? Yes, Dad. My second senior brother's ability is truly miraculous. Tang Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with pride. He said that as long as we wish for it, he can create any delicacy. Observing his daughter's enthusiasm, Tang Long believed her to a significant extent. He ceased further inquiries, merely nodding in silence, although a tempest brewed within his heart. After dinner, Tang Long sat alone in his study, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Time passed, and eventually he picked up his phone, dialing a newly saved number, his tone grave. Yi Lang, we need to talk. All right. As Yi Lang stepped out, he noticed Tang Long gazing through the corridor window, staring into the night shrouded in a green tide. The green waves surged with the wind, deepening in hue, as if a colossal beast lurked within, poised to devour all. Yi Lang approached Tang Long, hesitating momentarily. You can call me if you wish. Master, Yi Lang exclaimed with delight, looking at the stubborn old man, warmth flooding his heart. He realized that Tang Long had finally accepted him back as his rebellious disciple. A glimmer of amusement danced in Tang Long's eyes, yet his tone remained serious. Yi Lang, I ask you, Xiaowan claims you can create food from nothing, and that it is limitless. Is this true? Yi Lang nodded, extending his hand, and a loaf of bread materialized in his palm. Witnessing this firsthand, Tang Long's doubts began to dissipate. His tone lightened. Your ability is indeed remarkable. Xiaowan was right after all. That child returned home, incessantly chattering about wanting to indulge in lavish meals with her second senior brother. Duck with milk tea at every meal. Ha ha ha. Yi Lang smiled as well, saying, Master, as long as Xiaowan is happy, I can provide her with any delicacy. Tang Long patted Yi Lang on the shoulder, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. Very well, Master believes in you. He then handed Yi Lang a large knife wrapped in cloth. Instantly, Yi Lang's eyes glistened with tears as he accepted the blade with trembling hands, uttering, Thank you, Master. Tang Long sighed softly, his gaze distant. From now on, you must never abandon the knife in your hand. Yi Lang gripped the hilt firmly, his eyes resolute, nodding earnestly. Also, regarding your actions today, Tang Long ultimately refrained from finishing his sentence. Yilang did not press for clarification. Both master and disciple understood that issues of mindset cannot be resolved by others. They must be contemplated independently. Their exchange was brief. After giving Yilang one last pat on the shoulder, Tang Long turned and departed, leaving Yilang standing alone in the corridor, tightly clutching the weighty knife. Upon returning home, Tang Long found Tang Xiao one munching on spicy strips while scrolling through her phone. Occasionally, she wiped her hands and furiously typed, "Old man. These people are utterly foolish, claiming that the second senior brother should not kill. Are we just supposed to wait for others to come and attack us?" Tang Long frowned and approached her, gently patting her head. "Xiao Wan, don't be too agitated. The words online should not be taken to heart." Tang Xiao Wan pouted and continued typing. What do they know? In the face of impending doom, survival is paramount. The second senior brother has done nothing wrong. Those keyboard warriors merely hide behind their screens and whimper. Tang Long shook his head in resignation, taking out his phone to quietly watch Yilang's video, his expression calm, lost in thought. Chapter 53. What? Bai Jin is the little sister-in-law? Xiaolang, get up and kick. At that moment, the four women were nestled on the sofa. Engrossed in a classic sitcom, Love Apartment, they erupted in laughter at the comedic scenes, the sofa seemingly rippling with their joy. Their forlorn, fair legs intertwined, creating a striking visual. Upon seeing Yilang return, they quickly stood, concern etched on their faces as they gazed at him. Yilang's excitement was still palpable, and he responded with a cheerful smile to their worried expressions. Upon noticing the knife in his hand, the women understood the source of his exhilaration and genuinely rejoiced for him. Yilang hurriedly sat down between Bai Jin and Xiong Ting. Under the curious gazes of the four women, he carefully unwrapped the cloth, revealing a pristine, glimmering knife. The blade shone like a mirror, reflecting their astonished and excited faces. Yilang gently caressed the blade that had accompanied him for many years, unable to contain the surge of excitement within him as he dashed towards the gym. Bai Jin gazed at Yilang's departing figure and the now vacant seat beside her, her heart a tumult of emotions. The sight of the young girl's expression did not escape Xiong Ting's notice, solidifying a determination within her. Upon arriving at the gym, Yilang exuberantly brandished the blade, each movement executed with a fierce vigor. Chop, slash, thrust, flick, block, intercept, shave, crash, cleave, white bind, entwine. The gleam of the blade danced as Yilang's silhouette spun rapidly under the lights, sweat soaking his attire, yet failing to conceal the fervor in his eyes. This was far more manageable than wielding an axe. Had he been equipped with this knife earlier, Chun Shuoyan and her companions would surely have faltered within half a minute. Yilang continued to swing the blade, repeatedly practicing each motion, an ocean of confidence and strength swelling within him. It was only when his arms began to feel weary and weak that he gradually ceased his movements. Observing his drenched attire, he was about to head to the shower when a chime echoed. Bai Jin, affection level 100. Congratulations, host. Please interact with the task target promptly to receive substantial rewards. Yilang was taken aback, his mind swirling with astonishment. What had transpired? He had done nothing. So how had Bai Jin's affection for him reached its zenith? Earlier, Bai Xiao had witnessed Yilang bursting into the gym, his face alight with excitement as he wielded the blade, her eyes filled with fondness. A faint smile graced her lips as she murmured to herself, "Little Lang, it brings me joy to see you happy." Subsequently, she noticed her daughter gazing longingly at Yilang's retreating form, stirring something within her. After much hesitation, she took Bai Jin's hand and softly said, "Little Jin, come with me. I have something to discuss with you." Bai Jin, puzzled, followed her mother into the inner bedroom. Bai Xiao closed the door, her gaze complex as she looked at Bai Jin and spoke softly. "Little Jin, you are not my biological daughter." Bai Jin froze, shock and confusion flickering in her eyes. "Mom, what are you saying? Are you telling jokes at this hour?" Bai Xiao suddenly enveloped her daughter in a tight embrace, tears glistening in her eyes. "Little Jin, please let me finish. In my heart, you are my daughter, and I know you recognize me as your mother. However, it is imperative that I reveal the truth about your origins." Realization dawned on Bai Jin, understanding that Bai Xiao was not jesting. With a trembling voice, she asked, "Mom, what's going on?" "So, in a strict sense, does that mean I am your sister-in-law?" Yilang sat in the bathtub, his tone laced with disbelief. As the water in Bai Zhao's hand came to a halt for a few seconds, her tone became complex as she addressed Yilang. If we must discuss it this way, then yes. Yilang wiped the water from his face, his voice tinged with pity. Just because you shared a bed with him for the first time and your husband was overwhelmed with excitement, you have to support his sister for 18 years? Bai Jin continued her actions, a faint smile of bitterness gracing her lips. Xiaolang, you do not understand. Our families have been close for generations, and Bai Yuntao died because of me. Since I have become a daughter-in-law of the Bai family, I am destined to be a part of them for life. His mother, overwhelmed with grief and a high-risk postpartum situation, could not raise the child. Naturally, they feared that as a young widow, I would be unable to withstand the loneliness, so they entrusted me with a child to anchor me. Upon hearing this, Yilang expressed his frustration. What kind of reasoning is this? They would allow you, at such a young age, to live in widowhood while bearing such a heavy burden? Bai Xiao, undeterred, continued to rub Yilang's back with a towel. Xiaolang, this is my fate. Moreover, I have long considered Xiao Jin as my own daughter. This bond has transcended blood ties. Had it not been for my determination to keep this a secret, Yilang, curious, interrupted. Why leave it half said? What do you mean? Bai Zhao's face flushed, and she gently patted Yilang's shoulder, playfully reproaching him. If it weren't for your emotional turmoil preventing you from fully embracing Xiao Jin and her deep affection for you, she's nearly turned into a resentful woman these past few days. Can't you see that? Yilang stood up, facing Bai Xiao, extending his arms for her convenience as she continued her ministrations, a playful smirk on his face. Isn't this your fault? Had you spoken sooner, I would have taken care of Bai Jin long ago. Would I still be waiting now? Bi Xiao chinkened helplessly, letting out a soft sigh. Fortunately, it is not too late now. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed as she moved to rub Yilang's legs. She shot him an exasperated glance and said, I understand your resolve now. It is destined to be yours sooner or later, so why rush? Yilang chucked it lightly. In no hurry at all. By the way, you mentioned you followed the child's surname. What was your original surname? Bai Xiao paused for a moment, a hint of nostalgia flickering in her eyes as she replied softly. My original surname was Zhu, as in Zhu Ping, the elder sister. Zhu Xiao. No one would believe your families aren't closely connected. Bai Jin's face flushed, dismissing the playful gaze from the man. After exerting considerable effort to finish rubbing Yilang's back, Bai Xiao straightened, gently massaging her aching shoulders, helped him put on his clothes, and adjusted his collar, softly advising, do not keep Xiao Jin waiting too long. Yilang nodded, striding towards the bathroom door, ready to step out. Xiaolang. Bai Xiao abruptly halted Yilang, her face reflecting indecision. She intended to express that Xiao Jin had just uncovered the truth and had wept profusely, her emotions still in turmoil. He must be gentle. Yet, she was suddenly reminded of the scene she had witnessed in Bai Jin's bedroom the previous night, as well as her incoherent murmurs in her sleep. Bai Xiao swiftly altered her tone and uttered 4 words. Stand up and kick. Chapter 54. Battling until dawn. All limbs intact, Bai Jin donned a beige lace nightgown, her fair and delicate skin glowing softly like jade beneath the lace in the gentle light. Upon noticing Yilang's entrance, her crimson lips parted slightly. Brother. A warm reminder returns. Just like her mother, an extravagant meal with 15 servings at no extra cost is on the way. If it does not appeal to you, feel free to skip it. Thank you. Ding system notification. Supreme cuisine. Guanjiang Bao, extra large soup dumplings, has been issued. Ding system notification. Supreme cuisine. Caramel pudding, bowl of caramel pudding, has been issued. Ding system notification. Supreme cuisine. Potato sticks, 3 kilograms of French fries, has been issued. Ding congratulations to the host for achieving the first milestone in the 100 affection task. Ding completion rate. 62. Pass. Ding congratulations to the host. 10 free attribute points awarded. Ding congratulations to the host. 1 enhancement of a body part granted. The reinforced area is the legs. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a remarkable physical enhancement. Immunity to extreme temperatures. The system has doubled the basic provisions of food and water. Currently, 48 loaves of bread, 16 barrels of water, 8 large watermelons, 4 packets of spicy strips, and 1 roasted duck. The system announces the exquisite delicacies. Bridge rice noodles, served in a basin, cosmic cup, served in a basin, and durian mil fai, half a meter high. Congratulations to the host for earning an additional attribute point, bringing the total to 11. More exquisite delicacies have been released. Giant donut, the size of a hula hoop. House cake in a tub, and Colonel's chicken, 5 pounds of chicken pieces. Another attribute point has been earned, raising the total to 12. The system continues to announce the exquisite delicacies. Yangzhou fried rice, served in a basin. Hunan braised noodles, served in a basin. And Northeast rice bun, 5 pounds. An additional attribute point has been earned, now totaling 13. The system announces the remaining delicacies. Odin in a tub. Buddha jumps over the wall in a tub. And Peking duck, which has now been added to the system's daily provisions. The first experience should belong solely to Xiaolang and Xiaojin, and no one should intrude. It is evident that Yi Lang did not rise to the occasion when it came to himself. Nevertheless, the day will inevitably come when he must bear these burdens. It is essential to form an alliance, the girls thought, gritting their teeth. As Yi Lang emerged, marked with scratches and bite marks, to relieve himself, Bai Xiao hurriedly pushed him into her bedroom while he was in the midst of pulling up his pants. She then swiftly proceeded to Bai Jin's room with water in hand. The scene before her was distressingly familiar and even more shocking than before. Bai Xiao sighed with a heavy heart, gently covering Bai Jin's scarred body with a blanket. She tenderly caressed Bai Jin's cheek, softly calling out, Xiao Jin, drink some water first, then you can sleep. Bai Jin struggled to open her eyes, and upon seeing Bai Xiao, her little mouth curled into a smile. Mom, no sister-in-law. Yi Lang is not human, sob. Yi Lang was reclining on a plush bed measuring 576 meters in circumference, perusing the notifications in his mind. Noticing the impressive tally of 15 peak culinary achievements and a completion rate of 61 for interactions, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, reflecting that his enhanced physique was indeed somewhat exaggerated. It seemed that solo competitions were no longer feasible. It was time to engage in multiplayer contests. Upon seeing the 14 free attribute points, a surge of joy coursed through him, for he could finally augment his strength once more. However, his expression soon turned contemplative as he pondered whether to invest a few points into mental acuity. If enhancing his mental prowess could awaken latent abilities, would that not strengthen him further? Yet, he felt an inexplicable reluctance towards increasing his mental capacity, a sentiment whose origins eluded him. Perhaps it stemmed from the system's subtle disdain for mental power, or perhaps from the weighty caution implied in the words exercise prudence, accompanied by 3 exclamation marks. Was there truly a risk associated with mental enhancement? Was his current mental prowess beneficial or detrimental? After much deliberation, Yi Lang took a deep breath and resolutely decided to allocate all his free attribute points to his physique. With a chime, Yi Lang, physique 453, a surge of overwhelming strength erupted within him, akin to a roaring river. He felt an unprecedented power coursing through him, each muscle exulting, every bone resonating in harmony. He recognized that this choice was undoubtedly correct. Such tangible enhancements were the most reliable. The unknown risks of mental enhancement filled him with trepidation. At that moment, he resembled a beast awakening, poised to embrace new challenges. Yi Lang continued to examine the notifications regarding his physical enhancements. To his astonishment, he discovered that both of his legs had been directly reinforced, a revelation that filled him with joy. He felt as if his legs were made of iron and steel, brimming with strength. Should he now execute a downward strike with his leg, he could likely sever an arm. Those familiar with fitness understand the paramount importance of leg strength. It is the cornerstone that supports the entire body, much like the roots of a great tree, deeply anchored in the earth, allowing it to flourish. This enhancement not only amplified his power, but also solidified his foundation. Yi Lang felt an immense sense of pride. In this treacherous apocalypse and the age of universal abilities, he finally possessed the means for self-preservation. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. Ah! Chapter 55. The Younger Sister's Fire Ability. The elder sister's healing ability, Bai Xiao, had just been giving Bai Jin some water. Bai Jin had lost too much fluid and gulped down an entire bottle before regaining her composure. Bai Xiao gazed tenderly at her younger sister, her eyes brimming with pride. Her precious sister had truly grown up today, blossoming into a young lady. Observing Bai Jin's still rosy cheeks, she mistakenly believed she was merely shy. She was irresistibly compelled to grasp her hand and whisper words of comfort. However, as soon as she made contact with Bai Jin's hand, an intense heat surged through her. Bai Xiao instinctively recoiled, letting out a startled gasp. What? Bai Jin, taken aback, was bewildered by Bai Xiao's reaction. Just as she was about to inquire, she noticed flames erupting from her hand, igniting a corner of the blanket. Ah! Bai Jin cried out in alarm, and the flames were extinguished in an instant. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open with a loud bang. Yi Lang rushed in, his gaze piercing as he scanned the room, relieved to find the two women unharmed. However, his relief quickly turned to horror upon seeing the scorched blanket and smelling the acrid scent of burnt fabric. He promptly yanked the blanket away and retrieved a bucket of water from his system space, dousing the blanket to prevent the fire from spreading. Subsequently, Yi Lang hurried to Bai Jin's side, meticulously checking her for any signs of burns. Upon seeing her flawless, porcelain skin and scathe, he finally felt at ease. Just then, Yao Shi and Xiong Ting arrived, drawn by the commotion. Bai Jin, completely unclothed, blushed crimson at the sight of so many onlookers. She quickly embraced Yi Lang, using his body to shield herself, indignantly exclaiming, "You beast! Get them out of here, don't crowd around." Yi Lang chuckled and exchanged a knowing glance with Yao Shi and Xiong Ting, who, understanding the situation, discreetly stepped outside with amused smiles. Gently patting Bai Jin's back, Yi Lang whispered, "It's all right. We're all family here. There's no need to be embarrassed." Nestled in Yi Lang's embrace, Bai Jin's heartbeat gradually steadied, though a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. "Brother, have I awakened a fire-related ability? Why so suddenly?" Yi Lang nodded, explaining, "It is possible for anyone to awaken an ability. Perhaps your emotional turmoil was too intense last night." Bai Jin's cheeks flushed as she shot Yi Lang a reproachful glance. "It's all your fault. You're not even human and don't treat me as one. I won't talk to you anymore." Yi Lang, captivated by Bai Jin's playful demeanor and her slender form illuminated by the light, felt a stirring within him. At that moment, Bai Xiao cleared her throat and approached with a nightgown in hand, gently saying, "Xiao Jin, put on this dress." Bai Jin accepted the nightgown, but despite her embarrassment, she struggled to rise and don it. Yet, anyone observing could tell she was still in pain. Ultimately, with Bai Xiao's assistance, she managed to slip into the nightgown, her delicate features still marred by a slight frown. Just then, Yi Lang abruptly grasped Bai Xiao's wrist, noticing the red mark on her palm. Concerned, he asked sister-in-law, "Did you burn your hand? Let us get you to the bathroom. I'll fetch some water to wash it." Bi Xiao's face flushed, and she thought to herself how ingenious this person was. She replied gently, "It's nothing. It hurt a lot just now, but it's not so painful anymore." Yi Lang carefully examined the palm of Bi Xiao's hand, parting her fingers to scrutinize closely. Once he confirmed there was no serious injury, he released her hand. With a tone laced with excitement and uncertainty, he said, "Sister-in-law, try to silently wish for the red mark on your palm to vanish." Bi Xiao, perplexed yet compliant, closed her eyes and concentrated. After a moment, the red mark on her palm gradually faded away. "Wow, have I awakened a special ability too?" Bi Xiao opened her eyes, gazing at her palm in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. At that moment, Bai Jin, despite her pain, couldn't help but lean in closer, her face alight with joy. "Sister-in-law, I know. You must possess healing abilities. It's often written like this in novels, and healing powers are truly rare. This is wonderful." Bi Xiao, her face radiant with excitement, stared at her palm, exhilarated. She wasted no time and tugged at Bai Jin's nightgown. Amidst Bai Jin's embarrassment and indignation, she cautiously began to heal her injury. Yi Lang observed intently. He watched as Bi Xiao's hand gently rested upon Bai Jin's wound, a soft glow flowing steadily. In no time, the injury was restored to its former state. Witnessing this, Yi Lang's mind began to race with possibilities. Bai Jin, clearly aware of Yi Lang's awkward demeanor, quickly pulled down her nightgown to cover herself and shot him a glare. Even though her injury had healed, the sensation of vulnerability lingered, akin to being tossed about by a mighty wave. Yi Lang chuckled awkwardly, averting his gaze to Bi Xiao. Bi Xiao gently urged him to sit on the bed, then placed her hands on the bruised area of his abdomen, kneading softly. The gentle light flowed once more, and the bruise gradually faded. Yi Lang felt a warm current, the pain swiftly alleviating, prompting him to exclaim, "This ability is truly remarkable." In truth, even without Bi Xiao's healing, Yi Lang's injuries would have healed soon enough. His extraordinary physique was not to be underestimated. Feeling a bit dizzy and somewhat disheartened, Bixiao said to Yilang. Xiaolang, I haven't slept all night, and I'm feeling rather fatigued. How about we postpone this until next time? I'll make it up to you once I've rested. A flicker of concern crossed Yilang's eyes as he softly replied, Sister-in-law, it seems your fatigue is more than just mental exhaustion. Overexertion of your abilities can also deplete your energy. You should rest well, and so should the younger sister. I'll go find someone else to play with. The two women were left in a state of bemusement by his disparate addresses. Bai Jin shot him a reproachful glare, while Bixiao shook her head in resignation. Yilang waved goodbye with a smile and exited the room. Upon entering the living room for a sip of water, Yilang noticed a recent increase in his affection for Xiong Ting, now rated at 96. A surge of emotion prompted him to head towards her room. Meanwhile, Tang Long had spent the night in restless contemplation, gazing at a photograph in his hand. The woman in the picture wore a radiant smile, reminiscent of his two deceased wives, stirring a profound sorrow within him. He tucked the photograph into his pocket, rose to toast 2 slices of bread and fry an egg. Setting the breakfast on the table alongside a box of milk, Tang Long nodded in satisfaction. He anticipated that upon waking, Xiaowan would inevitably complain about the bread being burnt and the egg lacking tenderness. A gentle smile graced his lips as he gazed at his daughter's bedroom, filled with warmth and reluctance. After one last glance, he resolved without hesitation, grasped his formidable blade, and stepped out of the house with unwavering determination. In Chapter 56, titled The Final Lesson, the heart must be ruthless, the blade steady. Within room 1410, 5 mangled corpses lay in the center of the living room, their grotesque wounds staining the floor with blood, the air thick with the acrid scent of death. 3 women and a young boy knelt beside the bodies, their eyes hollow and devoid of spirit, as if their souls had been extracted. The dried tears on their faces bore witness to their endless sorrow and despair. The 3 women were Wang Huiying, wife of Ma Weigua, Zhang Lina, wife of Li Gang, and Su Fan, wife of Yang Fang. The boy was Chun Shuelian's younger brother. All 4 mourned their departed loved ones and harbored a deep-seated hatred towards Yilang, the executioner who had so mercilessly stripped away their dearest lives. Though their tears had ceased, the wounds in their hearts remained unhealed. Their gazes brimmed with unending resentment and a barely perceptible glimmer, as if they wished to etch Yilang's name into their very bones. I shall kill him. The boy choked, fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. Wang Huiying gently stroked the boy's head, her tear-filled eyes revealing a hint of resolve. Child, we all desire vengeance, but we currently lack the means. Revenge requires calmness and strategy. We cannot act impulsively. We must learn to endure and wait for the right moment. Zhang Lina and Su Fan nodded in silent agreement, their faces etched with determination for retribution. Just as they were about to speak, a thunderous bang startled them, and they looked up in terror towards the door. It swung open violently, revealing a figure wielding a large blade standing at the threshold. Tang Long stood there, expressionless, his gaze as cold as ice. The 4 individuals felt a tightening in their hearts, instinctively shrinking back in fear. I am Tang Long. Once we are below, do not mistake the person. His voice was deep and resolute, akin to a chilling blade slicing through the air. No sooner had he spoken than he strode in. Amidst the terrified gazes and cries of the 4, they struggled to rise and flee. Yet Tang Long's blade was swift and sharp, his great sword swinging relentlessly, its cold gleam severing sorrow and resentment in an instant. The 4 cursed him as a butcher, lamenting that even women and children were not spared, their voices filled with despair and wretchedness. A flicker of complex emotion crossed Tang Long's eyes, swiftly transforming into a resolute indifference. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his blade and struck down each one in turn. Where the blade fell, blood splattered, and the cries within the room gradually faded away. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Tang Long stood amidst the chaos, his body smeared with blood. The air was thick with the scent of iron. His great sword fell to the ground, yet his gaze remained eerily calm. Without a second thought, Tang Long slowly turned and exited room 1410. Upon reaching the corridor, he retrieved his phone, activating a live stream he had learned to operate just the previous night. The screen illuminated, and Tang Long gazed steadily into the camera. He noticed a surge of viewers flooding into his stream, the comments rolling in like a tidal wave. He spoke slowly. Greetings, I am Tang Long, the master of Yilang. I wish to ask you to record this video documenting my final battle. I am a complete failure, a failed husband, a failed father, a failed master. My life is filled with regrets and remorse. Yet today, I wish to impart one last lesson to my wayward disciple, my rebellious child, and my precious daughter. I hope you can find meaning in survival amidst the apocalypse and continue to live on. His voice was low and steadfast, and even the spectators' chatter began to quiet, as if they were all taken aback by his resolve and tragedy. Tang Long first directed the camera towards the grim scene in room 1410, the bloody tableau rendering the live stream utterly silent, as if the viewers were holding their breath. In the next moment, with a resounding crash, Tang Long hurled the bottle in his hand against the corridor window. Glass shards scattered, and the night wind howled in. He set his phone down, gripped his blade firmly, and fixed his gaze intently on the darkness outside. Brother Bao. Oh no, Master Tang, hurry and withdraw. Jikuan, with so much blood in there and on Master Tang as well, how many mosquitoes must there be? Master Tang, run. Rascal clown. Don't you two upstairs see? Master Tang has no intention of living. Brother Bao, is he going to commit suicide? No, that would sadden his ex-husband. The reunion. Don't shout randomly, Brother Bao. Langu is clearly our ex-husband from the Nayuan family. A resounding buzz echoed from outside the window, and Tang Long's gaze sharpened as he gripped the hilt of his knife, poised for action. In the next instant, a cloud of black mist swiftly enveloped the entire window as a mosquito the size of a soccer ball, with its menacing proboscis, lunged forward. Tang Long let out a furious roar, swinging his blade to meet the assault, the blade slicing through the night like a flash of lightning. The ferocity of his strikes sent a gust of wind, and wherever the blade struck, mosquitoes fell, blood and flesh scattering. He completely abandoned defense, attacking relentlessly, pouring all his strength into each strike. Even as mosquitoes pierced his flesh, he showed no sign of retreat. With a maneuver reminiscent of an old tree's gnarled roots, he entangled and dispatched the mosquitoes that clung to him. Despite their overwhelming numbers, Tang Long's technique was precise, each blow infused with tremendous force. Gradually, the ground became littered with the carcasses of mosquitoes, the air thick with the stench of blood. Though the size of the corridor's windows was limited, Tang Long's desperate fighting style effectively halted the onslaught of the swarm. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted once more, despite the early hour. The viewership had exceeded 100,000. What a sight! This is the Blade God. Incredible. Master Tang, keep it up. Survive. Seeing Brother Lang's knife skills is impressive. It turns out he has a renowned master. Go, Master Tang. Tang Long's blade continued its relentless dance, his gaze growing increasingly fierce, as sweat mixed with blood trickled down his cheeks. With each swing, he exuded an air of resoluteness, as if severing the regrets within his heart. Though the mosquito swarm was fierce, they gradually retreated under the unmatched might of his blade. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner, a sneaky man suddenly appeared before the door of room 1401. He cautiously pushed the door slightly ajar, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that room 1401 had two doors, an iron security door outside and a wooden door inside. He whistled softly toward the room, and immediately, sounds of scraping on the floor and a tremendous crash echoed from within. The man glanced at the surveillance camera, a hint of obsessive delight crossing his face. Then, he produced a key for the security door, gently inserting it into the lock and turning it. With a resounding click, the wooden door was violently smashed as if struck by a monstrous force, splintering into pieces. The iron security door was forcefully flung open, and the unsuspecting man was thrown back by the overwhelming power, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet his smile remained undiminished. In the next moment, a colossal shadow with soaring twin ponytails spread from the shattered doorway, enveloping the man entirely. Chapter 57, Master, I will surely take good care of the junior sister. A colossal cockroach, as black as iron and reminiscent of a bull, suddenly charged forth. With a fearsome roar, it viciously sank its mandibles into the man's skull. A sickening crunch echoed as the man instantly met his demise, blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. The beast shook its head, casting the lifeless body aside. Its crimson gaze shifted towards Tang Long, the low growl reverberating through the air. At that moment, Tang Long finally discerned the true nature of the creature, and a shiver ran down his spine as he grinned widely, welcoming the formidable adversary. ignoring the onslaught of mosquitoes. He turned his phone's camera toward the monster and whispered, "Xiaolang, pay attention." With that, he thrust his sword into the swarm of insects, his body smeared with blood and several mosquitoes feasting upon him. Like a fierce yak charging forward, he collided with the approaching monster, executing a technique known as Tai Shan Kao. In the live stream hosted by Yilang, the 9th-generation successor of the Tang family, S8 Extremes, viewers watched in awe and admiration as Tang Long, risking his physical form, toppled the dual ponytail monstrosity. Comments flooded in. True Tai Shan Kao. Master Tang, fierce. Wishing Master Tang a safe journey. I feel nauseated. How can that monster devour a person like this? The cockroach has chewing mouthparts, so it's normal for juices to splatter. By the way, this cockroach looks disgusting when magnified 100-fold, especially with those barbed spines. I can never look at ponytails the same way again. The guy above must be from the north. Down south, our cockroaches are this big before the apocalypse. Indeed, there are even larger ones. They could eat people before the end, but back then, they couldn't finish their meals. True, but we weren't afraid. Once the ponytail creature had its fill, it would leave, very manageable. Yes, we just fed it Fujin people. Once it was satisfied, it wouldn't eat us, haha. This time, Brother Lang is truly in danger. Upon sighting one cockroach, it implies at least 100 are nearby. 5 or 6,000, brother. You must be from Guangdong, right? At that moment, Yilang was nestled in bed with the smooth-skinned Xiongting, who had been so disturbed the previous night that she had not slept a wink and was now deeply slumbering. Observing the rising affection level for Xiongting in his mind, alongside receiving 3 prompts for peak culinary delights, Yilang smiled with satisfaction. Such carefree, indulgent days were truly delightful. After planting a gentle kiss on Xiongting's forehead, Yilang donned a pair of shorts and stepped out of the room. Upon exiting, he spotted by Xiao tending to Yao Shi's injured hand. Yilang hastily approached, grasping Yao Shi's delicate hand and examining it with great care. Only after confirming it was perfectly healed did he exhale in relief. He then moved to Bai Jin's side, his gaze descending. Bai Jin, flustered and irritated, covered her nightgown and retorted, "Everything is fine, no need for your inspection." Yilang offered an awkward smile, questioning why she could not recognize his good intentions. He led them to the dining table, where an array of breakfast delicacies awaited. The 4 of them indulged in the sumptuous meal, exchanging playful banter, creating a wonderfully warm atmosphere. At that moment, Yao Shi awoke, quickly freshening up before savoring her favorite rice rolls. The breakfast concluded amidst laughter and joy. Yilang lounged on the sofa, one arm around Bai Jin, the other scrolling through his phone. Bai Jin, no longer shy, nestled closer to him. After breaking through that barrier, their relationship had grown even more intimate. Suddenly, a frantic knock echoed through the room, accompanied by Tang Xiaowan's anxious voice, "Second senior brother. My dad is missing. Is he with you?" Startled, Yilang rushed to the door and opened it. "Second senior brother. I called him several times and no one answered. Have you seen him?" Tang Xiaowan's face was etched with urgency. Yilang furrowed his brow, quickly contemplating the situation. He reassured her, "I haven't seen Master. Don't panic, Xiaowan. Let's search for him together. Perhaps he went out to practice so as not to disturb your sleep." He swiftly donned his pants, ready to pull Tang Xiaowan outside to look for him. Just then, Xiongting's urgent voice interrupted their actions. "Sister-in-law, come quickly. There's a video of Master Tang on Dolong." Yilang and Tang Xiaowan were momentarily stunned before hurrying to Xiongting's side. As they discerned the video content, Yilang's heart sank. Tang Xiaowan's face turned pale, tears streaming down her cheeks. The video was brief, but at the moment it froze, it captured Tang Long's body being crushed, as he executed a stunning move to topple a gigantic cockroach. "Dad!" Tang Xiaowan cried out in despair, instantly fainting. "Xiaowan, what happened to you?" Yilang sivifli jafter, his heart racing with anxiety. Bai Xiao and the other 3 girls hurried forward to assist. Once they laid Tang Xiaowan on the sofa, Yilang felt a slight sense of relief. His gaze remained fixed on the video, horrified as he watched the monstrous cockroach's enormous front legs penetrate Tang Long's body, its grotesque mandibles tearing through flesh and blood, ultimately crushing and devouring his bones. Yilang's vision turned crimson, his teeth clenched tightly in rage. He was consumed by an overwhelming desire to rush onto the battlefield depicted in the video and personally rend that monster to shreds. Although his heart blazed with fury, Reason implored him to remain composed. The immediate priority was Tang Xiaowan. Uncertain of how long she had been unconscious, Tang Xiaowan slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Yilang's face, filled with concern, she quickly sat up, grasping his hand tightly, her voice urgent. "Second senior brother, I must find the old man. He is not dead. He is in such good health that he must have defeated that monster. Come, we must seek him out." Witnessing Tang Xiaowan's struggle to find Tang Long, Yilang felt a deep ache in his heart. He suddenly embraced her tightly, his voice laden with pain. "Xiaowan, Master is gone. Even his body has been devoured by that beast." Tang Xiaowan's body stiffened in his embrace. Tears streamed down her face as she clung to Yilang, her sobs rendering her speechless. "No, that cannot be true. He would never abandon me. You must be jesting, right?" When I cried, the old man would always come to comfort me. He fears my tears the most. With that, Tang Xiaowan began to wail uncontrollably. "Mother, mother, the old man is bullying me. Please punish him. Make him come back and soothe me. Woe is me. Mother, he is all I have left. I beg you, please do not take him away. Why not take me with you instead? Please, take me away." Yilang's heart ached as he watched Tang Xiaowan tear at her own hair. He could only grasp her hands firmly, preventing her from inflicting further harm upon herself. "Xiaowan, do not act this way. Master would not wish for you to suffer in such a manner. Remember his words. He hoped for us to live on." Gradually, Tang Xiaowan's cries subsided. Her gaze became vacant, and the traces of her tears remained on her cheeks as she trembled and spoke. "Live on? How can I live without him?" Yilang's heart was in tatters as he gently caressed her hair, his tone resolute. "You still have me. I will ensure that you live, and live better than before the apocalypse." Ding. Tang Xiaowan. Affection level 80. Infatuation. Yilang disregarded the system prompt and continued. "I will also find that monster and tear it apart to avenge Master." Ding. Tang Xiaowan. Affection level 89. Devotion. Chapter 58. The government has never abandoned us. Rebellious disciple. Unfilial child. 34. 10. 9. 8. A silver-haired general stood before the control panel, his eyes fixed intently on the screen displaying the countdown to the nuclear missile launch. His voice was low and resolute, each number resonating like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. In the solemn and austere base, all personnel held their breath, their fingers flying across the keyboards, fearing even the slightest error. 3, 2, 1, launch. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the general issued a command, and a nuclear missile emblazoned with a 5-star red flag soared through the sky, trailing a long plume of fire towards the colossal beast lurking in the ocean. With a thunderous roar, a massive, scaled claw erupted from the water's surface, generating towering waves. These waves, reaching the height of a 20-story building, resembled a moving wall of water, shimmering with an eerie, bluish glow. The majority of the creature's body remained submerged, and each swing of its enormous claw sent monstrous waves crashing forth, obliterating the coastal defenses. The soldiers stationed on the shore, already battered and bloodied, wore tattered uniforms stained with mud and gore. Clutching their weapons tightly, they incessantly fired at the enormous monstrosity that surged forth from the depths of the sea. However, the bullets merely left shallow white marks upon the creature's armored shell, inflicting no discernible damage. Yet, not a single soldier faltered. The roars of the warriors, the thunder of gunfire, and the beast's growls intertwined, filling the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. Within the base, time seemed to stand still as everyone fixated on the screens, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Suddenly, a blinding flash illuminated the screen, followed by a tremendous explosion that sent a colossal column of water erupting into the air. "It succeeded. We did it!" the general exclaimed with fervor, prompting jubilant cheers and embraces among the personnel within the base, as they celebrated this hard-won victory. In a quaint office, secretary he stood beside the elderly man, his eyes reflecting a flicker of excitement as he gazed at the dazzling white light on the screen. At that moment, his phone rang. It was the general from the launch base. "Hello, General, what is the situation?" Secretary he promptly answered the call. "Secretary the missile launch was successful. The beast has been struck, and all signs of life have vanished." The general's voice carried a note of fatigue, yet it was predominantly filled with joy. Quickly relaying the conversation's content to the elder, Secretary he's tense demeanor finally relaxed, a look of relief spreading across his face. He sighed softly, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. "Wonderful, splendid," the elder murmured, a glint of liberation in his eyes. Secretary, please summon Dean Yuan. Nodding in acknowledgement, Secretary, he promptly exited the office. Before long, a sprightly elderly man entered the office in haste, urgency etched across his face. The elder gestured for him to sit. Dean Yuan, we have emerged victorious. The beast could not withstand the might of the nuclear missile. As they gazed upon the exuberant expression of Director Yuan, the elder continued, the most crucial aspect now is your research work. You must expedite your results to shield the citizens of Longwa from the impending doom. Director Yuan nodded solemnly, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Rest assured, we shall exert our utmost efforts. Moreover, our research has already made preliminary progress, with some critical data fully analyzed. We will hasten our pace to ensure completion in the shortest possible time. A chorus of cheers erupted, celebrating this triumph. Unbeknownst to them, a colossal octopus lay in stealthy repose in the depths of the ocean, witnessing the giant beast obliterated by a nuclear explosion akin to divine wrath. A flicker of human-like terror crossed the octopus's gaze as the creature's remains slowly sank to the seabed. Without hesitation, the massive cephalopod glided forward, its sharp tentacles probing into the gaping wound of the fallen beast, relentlessly searching for something. Suddenly, the tentacle paused, as if it had located its target. It swiftly withdrew, revealing a crystal radiating an otherworldly luminescence. This gem emitted an eerie blue glow in the dark abyss. A glimmer of greed sparkled in the octopus's eyes as it cautiously consumed the crystal. In the next instant, its body swelled dramatically, its strength seemingly surging. Additionally, the light of intelligence in its eyes intensified, as if unlocking some forbidden power. Abruptly, the giant octopus unleashed a thunderous roar, sending titanic waves crashing across the sea surface. Meanwhile, the creatures on the shore, which had previously scurried about like headless flies, suddenly seemed to receive a directive. They halted their chaotic movements and began to rally in an orderly fashion, launching a coordinated assault in one direction. In a disordered encampment, soldiers sat together, their expressions weary yet illuminated by a flicker of determination. When a brilliant light streaked across the sky, they erupted in unison, their tightly clenched fists finally relaxing, revealing long-lost smiles. One young soldier, filled with excitement, grasped his comrade's shoulder. "Master, that was a nuclear bomb. We have finally triumphed. Haha, we need no longer fear those monsters." Fang Tianming struggled to quell his excitement, turning to the jubilant Tang Xiaohu. "Indeed, Xiaohu, we have sacrificed so much in this battle. But at last we glimpse hope. Now we can diligently rebuild our homeland and restore order. Before the military, all strange flora and fauna shall be eradicated. Soon, Bashal Raturnoma. As the two gazed at the immense mushroom cloud, an indescribable fervor surged within them, as if all their hardships and sacrifices had been vindicated in that singular moment. After a brief respite, the two returned to their dormitory. They needed to seize the opportunity to rest. Although the most terrifying behemoth had been vanquished, the remaining creatures, devoid of leadership, posed little threat. Nonetheless, the task of clearing the remnants remained formidable. At this moment, as they lay on their beds, scrolling through Douyin, Tang Xiaohu suddenly sat up with a start. "Master brother, the man in the video is my father." Fang Tianming was momentarily taken aback, quickly leaning in to scrutinize the phone screen. As he beheld the title announcing Tang Long, the ninth-generation successor of the Tang family's 8 extremes, his expression faltered slightly. Soon after, he caught sight of Tang Long's figure in the video, and his countenance grew increasingly grave. "Father, Master," both cried out in despair as they witnessed Tang Long charge toward the colossal beast. Chapter 59, A Shift in Mindset. The rebel arises Xiao, one had already drifted off to sleep. "Xiaolang, are you all right?" Bai Xiao inquired softly, concern etched in her eyes as she sat beside Yilang. Yilang clenched his fists, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the phone screen. He had watched this video countless times, committing every detail to memory. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. Xiao, I am fine. Have Xiaowan sleep in your room for the next few days. Please take good care of her and ensure she doesn't lose hope." Bi Xiao nodded, gently resting her hand on Yilang's shoulder, her voice tender. "Don't worry, I will. You must also take care of yourself and avoid acting impulsively." Yilang calmly nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand, Xiao. Rest assured, even for your sake, I will not act recklessly." Bai Xiao said nothing further, merely clasping Yi Lang's hand tightly, her eyes shimmering with compassion and emotion. Meanwhile, the owners' group on Meishu Golden Island erupted in chaos as they fervently discussed the enormous cockroach featured in the video. Building 3, Apartment 1405, Zhou Yakin. Oh my goodness, that giant cockroach is on our floor. Who can save us? It's all that Tang Long's fault. If it weren't for him, the beast wouldn't have been drawn here. Building 3, Apartment 1101, Jiang Xiao. Zhou Yakin from Apartment 1405. Are you out of your mind? That's Yi Lang's master. Retract that message immediately. Zhou Yakin hastily deleted her message. Building 3, Apartment 1101, Jiang Xiao. Retracted message. Building 3, Apartment 1511, Deng Feng. That terrifying cockroach is right here in Building 3. No one is safe. We need to devise a plan. Building 3, Apartment 1507, Zhang Xiang. What plan could possibly work? Did you see how massive that cockroach is? It's as big as a cow, and there's more than one. Who could possibly handle that? Building 1316, Wang Feier. I sensed something amiss on our floor. Just now, I heard peculiar noises from downstairs, and it might be this enormous creature. Building 1515, Fan Jingjing. I wonder how our community sanitation is managed. We pay such a hefty amount annually, yet the homeowners committee remains inactive. Building 1105, Homeowners Committee Chair Jiang Fangzhou. We cannot be blamed for this. The cleanliness of public areas is entrusted to a cleaning company, but we have no authority over individual homeowners' hygiene issues. These cockroaches must have emerged from someone else's residence. Building 1711, Wang Dawei. Everyone, please cease the commotion. The most pressing concern now is to find a solution to these monstrous pests. Cockroaches can gnaw through doors. Yi Lang disregarded the uproar in the homeowners group. He went to 1715 to gather a few tools and arrive at the entrance of the third elevator. Following the guiding steel cable to the top of the elevator shaft, he pried open the maintenance cover. Armed with a fire axe he had found, he struck the steel plate atop the elevator with great force. The plate emitted a dull thud under the impact of the axe, and cracks began to spread. Yi Lang took a deep breath and struck again. Finally, a substantial opening was cleaved into the plate. Grasping the edges of the fissure, he pulled with all his might, and the steel plate began to yield. After dislodging the internal ceiling light, he revealed an opening through which he could pass. Cautiously, Yi Lang entered the elevator shaft and discovered that the elevator door had been jammed with a wrench. He pried the door open with both hands and removed the wrench from the outside, allowing the elevator door to finally close smoothly. Satisfied that the elevator was operational, he repeated this process to repair the other elevators one by one. Upon returning home via the elevator, Yi Lang sent a message in the Meishu Jindao homeowners group. On the 9th day of the apocalypse, I believe your food supplies are running dangerously low. Without further ado, if any lovely ladies wish to trade food and water, please add me and send a photo. If you meet my requirements, come to 1715. I have lifted the elevator's floor restrictions. The access codes for each hallway are the building number followed by the floor number. For instance, the code for the 17th floor of Building 3 is 0317. However, I must caution everyone. Entry without my permission will bear consequences. After sending the message, Yi Lang, with a calm demeanor, ignored the ensuing discussions in the group and proceeded to the gym to practice with his knife. Meanwhile, in Building 1507, Zhang Xiang lay languidly on the sofa, weakly glancing at the messages in the group. Turning his head, he cast a displeased look at his wife Bai Yu, who was busily cutting the sofa upholstery. His anger flared uncontrollably. Stop cutting already. Will sofa fabric fill your stomach? Huh, I ask you, can sofa fabric satisfy hunger? A fleeting expression of grievance crossed Bai Yu's eyes, yet her actions remained unceasing, her demeanor somewhat numb. This is all we have to eat now. If we don't consume the sofa's leather, we will starve, she remarked. Zhang Xianglai abruptly stood up, his tone growing increasingly harsh. I told you to wear less clothing and send it to Yi Lang, but you refused. Now, it seems I must accompany you to starvation. Zhang Xianglai, are you even a man? Bai Yu retorted, her voice tinged with hurt. We have been married for just over a month, and not a single day has been enjoyable. Now you wish to offer me in exchange for food? You are nothing short of a beast. Zhang Xianglai's eyes widened in fury as he shouted, a beast? Being a beast is still better than starving to death. The pangs of hunger gnawed at him. After over 20 years of life, he had never felt such an intense hunger. Suddenly, his tone softened. Wife, I am sorry. I am truly starving and cannot endure it any longer. Please, go to room 1706. Seek him out. Plead with him. He will surely provide you with food. I beg you. Bai Yu's tears streamed down her face as the knife in her hand slipped from her grasp. Choking back her emotions, she asked, Do you know what it means for me to go to him? Zhang Xianglai slumped back onto the sofa, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes as he whispered, I do, but I have no other options. Please. With tear-filled eyes, Bai Yu gazed at her husband, her heart torn. She was hungry too and had never before experienced the torment of such profound hunger. Yet, her principles and moral boundaries forbade her from making such a humiliating choice. He has already rejected me. Perhaps we should endure for a few more days. Who knows, official rescue might arrive, she mused. Zhang Xianglai persisted, urgency lacing his words. Wife, if I cannot hold out for 2 more days, I will perish from hunger. The last time he turned you away was because you were overdressed and appeared sorrowful. This time, change into something else, smile, and plead with him. Perhaps he will relent. Bai Yu looked at her husband with a heart turned to ashes, devoid of the strength to argue. Perhaps this was what they meant by the greatest sorrow being a heart that has died. She recalled how considerate and gentle her husband had once been, a senior executive with a respectable social standing. Now, for a morsel of food, he had become so abject as to wish to offer his new bride to another, fearing she might be rejected. How absurd! How utterly ludicrous! With great difficulty, Bai Yu rose and coldly declared, Fine, I will plead with him. I will change into something beautiful to beg him. Are you satisfied now? As she slowly walked toward the wardrobe, each step felt like treading on shards of glass, her heart bleeding. Zhang Xianglai's gaze was complex, yet it quickly transformed into a fervent desire for survival. He nodded eagerly, wonderful. Wife, wear the wedding dress, wear the wedding dress. Chapter 60. The Distorted Yilang. The bride superposition state, it was not merely Zhang Xiang who visited the Bai family. On the 9th day of the apocalypse, 3 buildings housed over 300 families. Those with ample provisions were now exceedingly scarce. Everyone struggled to endure, as a palpable sense of despair permeated every corner. Many who had previously disregarded Yilang, looking down upon his actions, began to reconsider. After all, when faced with the prospect of starving to death, what value do chastity and dignity hold? Having completed his sword practice, Yilang rinsed himself off briefly and stepped out of his home under the scrutinizing gazes of the women. Upon arriving at 1715, he opened his phone, and immediately, a flurry of 99 messages flooded in. He first perused the messages from friends he had previously added. From Unit 1205. Chun Suchin. Yilang, may I stay with you in exchange for some food to take home? My husband and I are on the brink of collapse. I beg you. Please. I only need 3 loaves of bread. Imaj ding. Name, Chun Suchin. Age, 27. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Inner quality, 90 points. Overall score, 87 points. 1 current husband. Meet system requirements. Please take her in at your earliest convenience. Yilang replied calmly, Certainly, 3rd building, 1715. Bring a flying device. Inside, 1205. Chun Suchin and her husband, Sun Yang, stared intently at the phone screen. Upon reading Yilang's response, they erupted in joy, embracing each other in celebration. However, in the next moment, they exchanged an awkward glance. Sun Yang forced a smile. Suchin, we are doing this for survival. Do not overthink it. Just grit your teeth for 2 or 3 minutes, and it will be over. Chun Suchin nodded silently, choosing not to speak further. Just as her husband had said, all men were the same. It was merely a matter of enduring for a brief moment. From Unit 1107, Li Fong. Yilang, can I exchange 1 use for a barrel of water? There are elderly and children at home. We are close to our breaking point. Images ding. Name, Li Fong. Age, 3rd. Height, 161 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Inner quality, 85 points. Overall score, 79 points. Does not meet system requirements. Yilang replied calmly. You do not meet my requirements. Consider yourself deleted. He then promptly removed her from his friend list. As for her claim about the elderly and children at home nearing their limits, it was of no concern to him. In Building 3, Room 1306, Lu Min lamented. Brother Lang, I'm still a novice. My first blood is incredibly precious. Could you spare me 10 pieces of bread? She sent multiple images along with her message. Ding. Name, Lumen. Age, 19. Height, 167 centimeters, weight, 44, 5 kilograms, inner score, 64, overall rating, 88, playful restored, meets system requirements. Host, please take her in promptly. Yilang scoffed disdainfully. Is artificial restoration even valid? He typed in response, 3 pieces of bread. If you disagree, then leave. Inside room, 1306. Lu Min lay on her bed, incessantly rubbing her stomach. The floor was strewn with various snack wrappers. Upon seeing Yilang's message, she erupted in furious expletives. You wretched security guard. I used to look at you as a mere act of charity, and now you dare treat me like this? I could have had any devoted admirer 10,000 times better than you. Ugh. With that, she angrily tossed her phone aside, tears brimming in her eyes. Yet, the gnawing hunger compelled her to retrieve her phone and respond, "All right, I'll be there shortly." Thus, Yilang continued to sift through messages and friend requests. Cold and efficient. The once haughty women who had looked down upon him now bowed their heads, beseeching him for a transaction. Some even sent particularly pitiful messages, mentioning children at home or elderly relatives in need of care. However, Yilang dismissed any women who did not meet the system's criteria, deleting them from his contacts. For those who passed his standards, he urged them to arrive swiftly, lest they miss their chance. After careful consideration, he found a few women with scores exceeding 85. He instructed them to ensure their presence at 17:15, then switched off his phone. Approaching the window, he inhaled deeply, catching a glimpse of his reflection in the glass. A bittersweet smile crept onto his face. He had finally reached this point, reduced to a merciless machine for transactions. Suddenly, a rapid series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Checking the surveillance on his phone, Yilang was taken aback to see a tall woman in a pristine white wedding dress standing at his door. Her head was bowed, obscuring her features, but her urgent knocking betrayed her anxiety. He hastily opened the door, and as she lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes met his. "Yilang, please. I beg you. Let's make a transaction." Initially stunned by her elegantly tailored, snow-white wedding gown, Yilang's heart sank as he recognized her face. It was Bai Yu. Disappointment washed over him. Previously, the system assessed her photograph and rated it a mere 84, falling short of the required standards. Despite her fervent enthusiasm, there was no choice but to resign to this reality. As for the notion of not wasting time, after all, idleness breeds idleness. Yilang expressed that there were numerous splendid women yet to arrive, making it unnecessary to squander energy on one incapable of enhancing his prowess. Just as he was about to decline, a notification chimed. The target was in a special state, and her overall score had temporarily risen to 86. Name, Bai Yu, age, 25, height, 166 centimeters, weight, 47 kilograms, inner quality, 90 overall score, 86, bridal overlay state. Recently married to her first love, meets system requirements. Please accept her promptly. Ding. Bai Yu. Affection level. 21. Favor. This was the effect of the live broadcast. Yilang was taken aback, but quickly welcomed by Yu inside. Upon entering, she immediately spotted the burgers and cola laid out on the table. Her eyes lit up, and she struggled to suppress the urge to dive in, casting a pitiful glance at Yilang as she softly pleaded. "May I eat something first before we proceed with the transaction?" Yilang nodded, gesturing for her to feel at ease. Ding. Bai Yu. Affection level. 26. Bai Yu lifted the hem of her wedding gown and lunged towards the table. She seized a steaming hot burger, trembling as she stuffed it into her mouth, chewing voraciously. Tears streamed down her cheeks, mingling with the food as she swallowed. Observing her ravenous feast and hearing the incessant notifications of increasing affection, a faint smile tugged at Yilang's lips. With one hand clutching the warm burger, she took a moment to sip the chilled cola, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. It's so delicious. Oh, this burger is divine, and the cola is so refreshing. She had never imagined that the junk food she once overlooked could be so exquisite, perceiving it as the most delectable fare in the world. In her heart, Bai Yu brimmed with gratitude towards Yilang for providing her with burgers and cola during such time. Even bread and purified water would have sufficed. Oh, Yilang is truly wonderful. How can there be such a kind person in this world? Yilang regarded Bai Yu's expression of contentment and the occasional glimmers of gratitude in her gaze, yet felt no stirrings within. He understood that once the transaction concluded, it would be fortunate if she did not utter a single curse at him. After Bai Yu had eaten her fill contentedly humming, Yilang calmly remarked, "Please wash up. It's time to prepare for the transaction." Bai Yu's body trembled. Yet she did not hesitate to carry the bucket of water handed to her by Yilang as she made her way to the restroom. Just before entering the bathroom, she shyly inquired, "Yilang, do you have any pajamas?" "No need for pajamas. What I desire is a bridal gown." Chapter 61. Yilang, you are utterly inhuman. Woe is me. Outside room 1715, three exquisite women awaited. Although they appeared somewhat disheveled due to lack of food and hygiene over the past few days, their beauty and grace remained undeniable. The trio consisted of Chen Suqin, Lu Min, and Wang Fei'er. Indeed, it was the same Wang Fei'er who had, just days prior, berated Yilang in the group chat, accusing him of being a beast who disrespected women and would face consequences. At this moment, the three women exchanged awkward glances, though none showed any intention of leaving. This was primarily because Yilang had affixed a note to the door of room 1715, which read, "Please wait in line." The three women felt compelled to comply silently. Having taken this step, they reasoned that it would be unwise to retreat simply because they had to wait a few minutes. Indeed, they all believed it would merely be a matter of minutes before their turn arrived, granting them sustenance. However, as time passed, an unsettling feeling began to surface. Chen Suqin voiced her confusion. "Why is it taking so long? It's been 30 minutes, and it's still not over?" Lu Min bit her lip and responded uncertainly. "Perhaps the preparations are rather complex? Or does he have some special requirements?" Wang Fei'er frowned, her impatience growing. "What is with all this fuss at a time like this? I feel as though I'm starving to death. I can't take it anymore. I need to sit." With that, Wang Fei'er disregarded her elegant demeanor and plopped down onto the floor. The lack of food and water had left her utterly exhausted, nearly devoid of the strength to stand. Chen Suqin and Lu Min exchanged glances, letting out resigned sighs before they too settled down beside her. As the minutes ticked away, their patience began to wane. Chen Suqin could no longer contain her murmurs. "What on earth is Yilang up to? Does he not realize we are on the brink of starvation?" Just as the other two were about to respond, a sudden, harrowing scream erupted, distinctly different from previous sounds, sending a jolt of fear through the three women. The chilling cry tightened their hearts, and their exchanged glances were filled with trepidation. Could Yilang be a pervert? The sound was far too terrifying. Chen Suqin's voice quivered. Lu Min's complexion turned pale, and Wang Fei'er bit her lip tightly. Their mingled feelings of confusion and dread urged them to flee. Yet the thought of what awaited them upon returning compelled them to remain seated. The agonizing screams persisted for nearly half an hour before finally subsiding. With a creak, the door finally swung open. A pale-faced beauty, drenched in fragrant sweat, emerged slowly from the shadows, clad in a crumpled wedding gown. With one hand supporting herself against the wall and the other clutching the back of her skirt, she staggered forward, muttering incessantly, "You are not human. You are not human." Without casting a glance at the three women, she clutched a plastic bag and wobbled off in the direction of the elevator. The three women exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts filled with uncertainty. Next, a refreshing voice emanated from the inner room, startling them. Although Chen Suqin felt a pang of fear, she steeled herself and ventured inside. Upon entering, she was captivated by the sight of Peking duck laid out on the table. The duck was sliced paper thin, gleaming golden and exuding a tantalizing aroma. Accompanying were spring pancakes, sweet bean sauce, white sugar, shredded cucumber, scallions, hawthorn strips, and garlic paste. Merely gazing at the feast almost made Chen Suqin drool. Before she could utter a word, Yilang urged, "Eat. A hearty meal will prepare you for work." Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Suqin dashed to the dining table and ravenously began to eat. Forgetting the etiquette of rolling the pancakes, she grabbed a slice of roasted duck, dipped in sweet bean sauce, and stuffed it into her mouth. The flavors burst forth, as if all her hunger and fatigue had dissipated into thin air. Meanwhile, Yilang perused the recent system notifications. Ding! System notification, Ultimate Cuisine, meat wrapped in crispy crust, similar to that of Zhonghua Hotel, has been issued. Ding! System notification, Ultimate Cuisine, Gongbao chicken, served in a bowl, has been issued. Ding! System notification, Ultimate Cuisine, braised lioness head, basketball-sized meatballs, has been issued. Ding! System notification, Ultimate Cuisine, KFC Village Bucket, has been issued. Ding! Chen Suqin, affection level, 69, infatuated. Ding! Congratulations, host. Physical fitness, for current fitness, for 198. Ding! The basic food and water provisions have doubled, currently consisting of 96 pieces of bread, 32 buckets of water, 18 large watermelons, 8 packs of spicy strips, and 2 roasted ducks. Yilang's gaze flickered, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He continued to observe Chun Su-chin's affection level, which had soared from -16 to 31, and he nodded inwardly in approval. Sated and refreshed, Chun Su-chin was directed to the restroom to clean herself up. She was then placed on the trading table, like a wild wolf ready to pounce. Outside, only Wang Fei'er and Lu Min remained, exchanging anxious glances, their hearts racing with trepidation. Time ticked by, and as noon approached, there was still no sign of Chun Su-chin's return. Having already been deprived of food and drink, both women were now increasingly famished. Wang Fei'er could no longer contain her desperation and pleaded with Lu Min, "Dear sister, I have not eaten or drunk anything for 2 days. Could you please allow me to enter first? I truly cannot endure this any longer." Lu Min, however, was unwilling, as she herself was also famished. The enticing aroma wafting from the room had only intensified her hunger. Biting her lip, she coldly replied, "Why should I? Who isn't hungry? Just wait patiently outside." A flicker of despair crossed Wang Fei'er's eyes as she slumped helplessly to the ground, silently praying for Chun Su-chin to emerge swiftly. After a chilling scream pierced the air, less than half an hour later, Chun Su-chin finally exited the room, her face as pale as ever, stumbling with each step. She clutched her skirt at the back and held a bag in her hand. Wang Fei'er and Lu Min rushed forward, urgently inquiring, "What on earth happened? Did Yilang harm you?" Chun Su-chin shook her head, her gaze vacant as she continued to move forward. "Are you very hungry? If not," Lu Min suddenly declared magnanimously to Wang Fei'er. No. Wang Fei'er hastily interrupted, her voice trembling. "You go first." I suddenly don't feel hungry anymore. You go next." Lu Min, left with no choice, could only brace herself and step into the room. Well, if it isn't my dear sister." Yilang's teasing voice rang out suddenly. Lu Min was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, shyly replying, "Brother Lang, I have no experience. And you are embarrassing me like this. How naughty of you." Yilang merely smiled without responding further, having no intention of revealing her true self. "Let's see what happens." He then tilted his chin, indicating the dining table. Following his gesture, Lu Min's eyes widened in astonishment. The table was adorned with an array of desserts, including cream cakes, tiramisu, and caramel pudding. Unable to resist any longer, Lu Min lunged toward the table, savoring the sweet cream melting in her mouth, almost forgetting all her troubles. Indeed, sweet treats are a balm for the soul. At that moment, Wang Fei'er, too weak to stand straight, leaned against the wall, yearningly gazing at the door. She prayed fervently for it to open soon, as her hunger had become unbearable. Suddenly, a piercing scream startled Wang Fei'er, causing her to jump. Wait, why is it happening so quickly? She was at a loss, and Lu Min was equally bewildered. After what felt like an eternity, the door creaked open. Lu Min was unceremoniously thrown out by Yilang, as if she were a discarded rag doll, landing on the ground with a thud and groaning in pain. Watching Yilang pull the dazed Wang Fei'er inside, a cold smile gracing his lips as he shut the door. Lu Min struggled to rise, but found herself utterly devoid of strength. The pain, which had been unnoticed during the journey, now surged with such intensity that it nearly robbed her of breath. She could only slump onto the ground, seeking a moment of respite. Yet, the sudden scream that pierced the air invigorated her momentarily. Indeed, the agony of others seemed to warm her heart, as if alleviating her own suffering. When Yilang reemerged to unceremoniously toss Wang Fei'er out, Lu Min's presence had vanished from the scene. "Yilang, you are inhumane. I merely spoke ill of you in the group, and you subject me to such torment?" Wang Fei'er shouted, her face a mask of grievance. Yilang, however, paid her no heed, simply offering a cold smile before retreating to his chamber, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a heart full of resentment. Gritting her teeth, Wang Fei'er mustered the strength to stand, inching her way towards the staircase. Upon returning home, Yilang first indulged in a long, cleansing shower, scrubbing vigorously. He then sank onto the sofa, perusing the system notifications. After reviewing over 20 messages, a satisfied smile curled at the corners of his mouth. His physical constitution now stood at 598. Lu Min and Wang Fei'er had, after all, embarked on the wrong path from the very beginning. The increase of 3 points in his constitution could be attributed to the heightened initial favorability due to the live broadcast. Numerous delectable offerings had been bestowed upon him. Hot pot, barbecue, spicy skewers, bubble tea, and more. All perfect for a change of palate. The system's basic provisions had also been enhanced. Ding. Food and water in the system's basic configuration have doubled, currently comprising 768 loaves of bread, 256 barrels of water, 144 large watermelons, 64 packets of spicy strips, and 16 roasted ducks, bringing him closer to his goal of bursting the universe with abundance. Noticing that mealtime approached, Yi Lang rose from 1715 and headed home. In a lavishly adorned room, a stunning woman sat quietly by the window, gazing at the setting sun. The screen of her phone displayed the message Yi Lang had posted in the Golden Island Homeowners group. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with mirth as she softly mused, "Soon, we shall meet, little man." She then waved her hand behind her, and several men, their faces alight with fervor and obsession, responded in unison, "Yes," before swiftly exiting the room. Upon his return, Yi Lang found Tang Xiaowan already awake, watching television with Bai Xiao and the other three women. Though her spirits remained somewhat subdued, the presence and deliberate cheer of the four women rendered her despair less overwhelming. Upon seeing Yi Lang return, Tang Xiaowan hastily rose to her feet, a flicker of complex emotions passing through her eyes as she forced a smile. "Senior brother, do not be overly anxious in your pursuit of strength. I believe you will surely avenge my father." Yi Lang nodded slightly, a reassuring smile gracing his face as he softly consoled her. "Do not worry, I have it under control. You must be hungry. Come, let us eat." With that, he turned towards the table and opened the gateway to his system space, an array of delectable dishes instantly filling the dining table with an enticing aroma. Upon spotting roasted duck and milk tea, a glimmer of light returned to Tang Xiaowan's otherwise dim eyes. After sharing the photographs in the owneress group, Yi Lang urged everyone to take their seats and indulge. He pulled Tang Xiaowan beside him, deftly rolled up some roasted duck, and handed it to her. As she took a bite, a wave of emotion washed over her. Memories of the days before the apocalypse surfaced, when her grandfather would often take her to that renowned duck restaurant. The echoes of laughter and warmth seemed to linger in the air. Now, seeing tears well up in the corners of Tang Xiaowan's eyes, Yi Lang gently patted her back and softly reassured her, "Do not cry. Master fears your tears more than anything, and so do all of us brothers. Enjoy your meal. If you lose weight, Master will surely feel heartbroken watching from above." Tang Xiaowan nodded earnestly, striving to swallow her tears as she began to eat heartily. After the meal, Yi Lang continued his relentless pursuit of strength. With the complex gazes of the women upon him, he calmly stepped out of the house. After escorting the most beautiful woman to his room, a unique training session commenced. When Bai Yu stumbled back home clad in a disheveled wedding dress, Zhang Xianglai paid no heed to his wife's distress and suffering. Grabbing the bag from her hand, he tore it open and began devouring the bread in an uncouth manner. Witnessing Zhang Xianglai's ravenous consumption, devoid of any words of comfort, a chill surged through Bai Yu's heart. A bitter smile appeared upon her face as she sighed softly and quietly retreated to the bedroom. Closing the door behind her, tears finally streamed down her cheeks. The feelings of helplessness and grievance surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming all her fortitude. She shed the wedding dress, a symbol of their love, revealing her body marred with bite marks and bruises. Catching a whiff of the unfamiliar odor clinging to her, she felt a wave of nausea. What tormented her further was her inability to even bathe, leaving her to endure the stench and pain that eroded her body and spirit, as if dragging her into an abyss of despair. That beast, having ravaged her like a tempest, had not even granted her the request for a moment's cleanliness. Whatever. It won't lead to anything anyway. Perhaps this is the last flicker of compassion from that beast. Yet, as Bai Yu caressed the marks and bruises adorning her body, a distant thought crossed her mind, causing her gaze to momentarily drift into a haze. Meanwhile, Zhang Xianglai, having devoured an entire bag of bread, let out a satisfied burp and languidly reclined on the sofa. At last, he felt a semblance of life returning to him. In that moment, Zhang Xianglai was overwhelmed with happiness, nearly brought to tears. He had never realized bread could be so delectable. Each morsel, dissolved by his saliva, seemed infused with the vitality of life, filling the void in his empty stomach. That fleeting satisfaction temporarily allowed him to forget the apocalypse and the sacrifices made by his wife. However, the thought of his wife darkened his expression. Observing Bai Yu's unsteady steps and the disheveled wedding gown, he initially dismissed it, but now guilt surged within him, accompanied by a profound discontent. Did he simply give in? Was it not an option to refuse? Or did she desire to comply? Zhang Xianlai's fury grew more intense. Unable to unleash his wrath upon Yilang, he redirected his anger towards Bai Yuyu. He sprang to his feet and strode towards the bedroom. Now invigorated after his meal, he forcefully flung open the bedroom door. Bai Yuyu, dazed, looked up through tear-filled eyes to see her husband's face. She mistakenly believed he had come to console her, only to be met with a chilling remark. Are you truly this despicable? Not even putting up a fight? Get out. Chapter 63. The complete form of Chao, the thief. Killing a cockroach to alleviate hunger. A similar scenario unfolded in many households today. These men, enveloped in hunger and despair, projected their suffering onto their wives. They disregarded their tears and wounds, as if all misfortune was deserved by them. The humiliation they felt was undeniably inflicted by their spouses. They transformed their anger into blades, striking at those closest to them, the very ones who sought to save their lives. These wives endured a dual torment, both physically and mentally exhausted, yet had nowhere to voice their grievances. They could only curse their own weak and heartless husbands. Such disputes reached a crescendo amidst the colorless gas seeping through the cracks of the door. This gas acted as a catalyst, intensifying every thread of resentment, escalating the arguments further. The tears of the wives intertwined with the roars of their husbands, forming a portrait of despair. Meanwhile, within Unit 1715, Yilang, having seen off the last traitor, locked the door and slumped wearily onto the sofa. He reluctantly glanced at the system prompt. Host Yilang. Constitution, 708. The basic configuration of the system doubles food and water. Currently 12, 288 loaves of bread, 4096 barrels of water, 2, 304 large watermelons, 1, 0, 24 packets of spicy strips, 256 roasted ducks. He then closed his eyes weakly and drifted into a deep slumber. In his dreams, Yilang seemed to return to that rented room, a place that had given him boundless happiness and satisfaction, yet was also steeped in humiliation. When he awoke once more, he found himself gazing into a pair of beautiful eyes filled with concern. How long have I been asleep? Yilang asked hoarsely, directing his question at Bai Xiao. She first brought water to his lips, watching as he slowly drank before softly replying, You have slept through the entire night. It is now midday of the second day. Yilang slowly sat up, surveying his surroundings, a feeling of disorientation washing over him. This is truly madness. Xiaolang, your state last night frightened us. Bai Xiao said gently, her eyes brimming with care. You have no idea how we waited in anticipation yesterday. You never returned. When we opened the door and found you in a deep slumber, our hearts shattered. Her voice quivered as she continued. I tried to heal you with my abilities, but it was of no use. I could only watch helplessly as you lay there with your eyes closed and brow furrowed. Seeing the beautiful woman on the verge of tears stirred a pang of compassion within Yilang. He gently embraced Bai Xiao, soothing her back as he whispered, I am sorry for making you worry. Leaning against him, Bai Xiao's tears silently fell. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. But please, do not put yourself through this again. If you wish to enhance your strength, you can come to us. I can see that even in such circumstances, you were not truly happy yesterday. That is why you suffered so. We would rather bear everything than see you endure any more torment. Yilang held her tightly as her words echoed in his heart, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Indeed, such matters were coveted by every man. Yilang was a man as well, brimming with vitality and vigor. However, relentless battles could lead to exhaustion. Furthermore, this experience was different from that day with Bai Xiao. Their hearts were intertwined, their spirits connected, each loving the other deeply. That unspoken understanding and profound affection far surpassed mere physical pleasure. Last night was solely aimed at enhancing strength, a mechanical repetition devoid of emotional exchange, leaving him feeling hollow and fatigued. The anguished cries and painful moans that echoed in his ears further unsettled him, as he grappled with a sense of discomfort that came with being human. Not overwhelming, but sufficiently profound. Yilang inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. Do not worry. I will manage. I will not find myself in this predicament again for a while. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhao's eyes shimmered with a hint of solace as she gently caressed his cheek and softly replied, That is good to hear. We are all by your side, and we will support you at all times. The two exchanged tender words before returning to room 1706. Upon their arrival, they found the four women had been waiting for a considerable time, their faces weary yet unable to conceal their concern. Brother, senior brother, boss, brother-in-law. The warmth enveloped Yi Lang's heart as he softly reassured, "Rest assured, I am fine. You must be hungry. Let us eat." With a wave of his hand, the dining table was soon adorned with an array of delectable dishes, each a feast for the senses. The four women said little more, gathering around the table, and the atmosphere turned instantly cozy. After their meal, Yi Lang plunged into the gym. The rapid enhancement of his physique rendered him unable to fully harness this newfound strength. Just earlier, he had accidentally crushed several bowls while eating. He wielded a large saber with fervor, each stroke infused with his utmost effort. The blade glimmered as sweat flew from his brow, and gradually, his movements became increasingly fluid. It was not until nightfall that Yi Lang emerged from the gym. Fatigued, yet invigorated. Returning to the living room, he found the four women watching him with great concern. Yi Lang smiled and shook his head, signaling that he was unharmed. Tang Xiaowan's expression was complex, a blend of worry and emotion. She understood the reason behind her senior brother's relentless efforts over the past few days, as he seemed intent on exhausting every ounce of his vitality. Though she wished to dissuade him, she recognized his unwavering determination. With a soft sigh, she gently said, "Senior brother, I understand that your heart aches as mine does. However, there is no need to rush." As Yi Lang savored a hearty bite of steak, he paused momentarily upon hearing her words. "Xiaowan, I comprehend your feelings, but I fear that master may drift too far away." He lifted his gaze to meet Tang Xiaowan's tear-filled eyes, his voice low yet resolute. "I must retrieve master's flesh and garments. On the third day, we must prepare for his burial. We cannot allow him to depart without a proper resting place." At that moment, Tang Xiaowan was overwhelmed with emotion, bursting into tears as she threw herself into Yi Lang's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. He gently patted her back, his gaze growing ever more steadfast. In their culture, when a family member sadly passes away, it is customary to observe a 3-day mourning period. The deceased's body is laid to rest in the home for 3 days, allowing time for distant relatives to pay their respects and adhering to the traditional belief that 3 days is the time for the spirit to linger or confirm its departure. During this period, rituals such as guarding the wake, preparing the altar, and announcing the bereavement are conducted. Relatives must don mourning attire and adhere to stringent ceremonial customs, such as abstaining from meat and refraining from personal hygiene practices. On the evening of the third day following the deceased's passing, a ritual known as sending the soul is conducted. This ceremony signifies the farewell of the departed spirit to the underworld, during which paper effigies of vehicles, belongings, and other essentials are prepared. During the rites, mourners are expected to weep profoundly, incinerating these paper offerings, garments, and personal items from the deceased's life as a gesture of farewell. In these apocalyptic times, although strict adherence to these ancient customs is no longer requisite, it remains imperative to reclaim the master's remains and garments. Otherwise, the master may castigate this disobedient disciple on the 7th day after death. While the junior disciple may not comprehend the gravity of the situation, it is the elder brother's duty to shoulder this responsibility. At this moment, Tang Xiaowan found herself at a loss for words to express the overwhelming emotions swelling within her heart. In her darkest hour of despair and anguish, Yi Lang stepped forth, shouldering all burdens on her behalf. Matters she had nearly forgotten were etched in his memory, and he bore the immense cost of this commitment, even risking his life. Tang Xiaowan gazed at the man before her, tears shimmering in her eyes, her heart brimming with boundless gratitude and reliance. After consuming 3 jin of beef, Yi Lang finally paused, wiping the grease from the corners of his mouth. Noticing the concerned expressions of Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, Xiong Ting, and Tang Xiaowan, he chuckled lightly, patting his belly and feigning nonchalance. "Fear not, I am well fed. A few monsters shall suffice to settle my appetite." The four women looked at him with a mix of tenderness and admiration. At last, Tang Xiaowan could no longer hold back her tears. She stepped forward, gently grasping Yi Lang's hand, her voice choked with emotion. "You must return safely. We are all waiting for you." Yi Lang said nothing more, merely tousling Tang Xiaowan's hair with a steadfast yet gentle gaze. He then picked up the curved blade, took the now invisible Yao Shi's hand, and turned to exit. Chapter 64. Encountering the abdominal muscles. The brash hero emerges as Yi Lang and Yao Shi reached the 14th floor. The sight that greeted them sent shivers down their spines. In the corridor, 2 cockroaches, each as large as a bull, were crawling languidly. Their broad exoskeletons shimmered with a dark metallic sheen, and 6 robust appendages, resembling iron, were adorned with sharp barbs. As they moved, their claws scraped against the floor, sending sparks flying and emitting a chilling, grating sound. Two stout antennae swayed like black spears in the air, producing a sound as they sliced through the atmosphere. Their enormous compound eyes resembled clusters of writhing purple grapes. Most unnerving of all was their massive mandibles, which opened and closed ominously, revealing glistening strips of crimson flesh and tattered fabric caught within. The ground and walls were splattered with blood, remnants of a gruesome feast, while the air was thick with a nauseating stench. Yilang observed that several households without security doors had their entrances gnawed to fragments, strewn across the floor. The fate of those inside was all too evident. This horrifying spectacle sent a chill down Yilang's spine. The war correspondent's live broadcast was filled with gasps of shock, and the barrage of comments flooded the screen. "This is utterly terrifying," exclaimed one viewer. "Is Yilang really going to take on the monsters solo again? Isn't tackling 2 cockroaches a bit ambitious?" Another chimed in. "Yilang is formidable. Let the Southerners witness the nightmarish existence before the end. Northern men can stand strong too." A third commented, "Is it really the same? Before the apocalypse, our Southern twin tails would fly into our mouths. Even if they are as large as cows now, they still can't fly into our mouths, right?" A user quipped, "Caught you again. I knew you wouldn't jump, haha. It may not fly into the mouth, but it can certainly shove a person into one." Another responded, "That guy jumped off a building yesterday. I'm his brother, thanks." Yilang signaled to Yao she to take cover. He then emitted a brief, yet mocking sound towards the 2 colossal beasts. Instantly, the giant cockroaches ceased their movement, their antennae and sensory hairs standing on end, and they emitted a deep, menacing hiss in unison. In the next moment, their powerful hind legs propelled them forward like small mountains, lunging at him. As Yilang watched them charge, images of Tanglong's earth-shattering impact flooded his mind. Feeling the surge of power within him, he stomped his foot forcefully, cracking the ground, and surged forward. In the midst of Yao Shi's terrified gaze and the astonished attention of viewers in the live stream, Yilang charged like a human beast, colliding head-on with the leading cockroach. With a resounding crash, the shockwave kicked up dust all around. The front cockroach was sent flying back, colliding with the one behind it. They tumbled together, emitting pained shrieks. Yilang steadied himself, disregarding the blood trickling from his mouth, and tore off his shirt, revealing a physique chiseled like stone. His muscles bulged and tensed, surging forth with explosive power. The massive blade in his hand descended like lightning, its gleams slicing through the air, striking precisely at the neck of the cockroach above. Crimson blood erupted forth, and the screech of the struck cockroach was abruptly silenced as its massive body thudded to the ground. In the live stream, the comments erupted. "What the hell?" exclaimed one user. "When did Yilang become so reckless?" Another pondered, "Yilang is incredible, a true man facing it head-on." A viewer cheered. The room was abuzz with excitement as the conversation flowed. One exclaimed, "My husband is incredible." Another chimed in, "His abs are magnificent, and his chest muscles are equally impressive. He possesses strength in every aspect." A small voice added, "His abdominal definition is exquisite, unlike my own roughness." Yet another insisted, "Oh, come now, maintain a semblance of decorum." Meanwhile, a cockroach, previously incapacitated, struggled to rise. Its eyes glinted with malice as it lunged once more at Yilang, observing its robust appendages, adorned with menacing barbs. Yilang felt no trepidation. With a firm grip on the hilt of his blade, he deftly parried and ensnared it. The blade cleaved through the air, striking with precision into the joint of the creature. A sharp crack signaled the severing of a leg. Utilizing the momentum, Yilang pivoted, evading the cockroach's lethal strike, and countered with a thrust to its abdomen. The creature emitted a piercing wail, retreating in agony. Just as Yilang prepared to pursue, a sudden buzzing filled the air. A horde of mosquitoes, like a dark chain, surged through the window. Yilang's gaze sharpened, yet he did not flinch. The mosquitoes, resembling a cloud the size of a soccer ball, enveloped him with a cacophony of wings. In an instant, they surrounded him and the 2 bloodied cockroaches. Yilang felt the sharp proboscises of the mosquitoes prick his skin, yet they could not penetrate. His remarkable physique, enhanced beyond measure, rendered his skin as impenetrable as iron. This newfound strength transformed his combat style into one of directness and ferocity. Such prowess rendered stealth inappropriate. With a disdainful snort, Yilang unleashed a powerful tremor, scattering the swarm. The mosquitoes, realizing there was no blood to be drawn from him, redirected their frenzy towards the cockroaches, viciously biting them. The cockroach that Yi Lang had slain was soon reduced to a desiccated husk. The other, besieged by the mosquitoes, shrieked in desperation. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Lang struck it down in a single blow. The live stream erupted with fervor, comments cascading like a waterfall. One viewer remarked, "How has Brother Lang become so powerful? Mosquitoes can't even pierce his skin?" Another added, "Isn't this evidence of some sort of cheat? We should report it." A third speculated, "Has his physique evolved again? I can only make one hand stronger. How can he harden his entire body?" Yet another chimed in, "Mine only hardens a small area. His entire body is exceptionally fortified." A playful voice suggested, "To the two gentlemen above, may I inquire about your strength? Let's become friends." And finally, someone cautioned, "Quick, help your partner turn over. Don't digress." Does this mean that all of us with abilities could reach Brother Lang's level in the end? The dawn of spring seems to have arrived for our system of extraordinary abilities. Haha. Those who once derided us as unappealing, the oversized socks, now stand revealed. We are far superior to that group of naturalists. Haha. Yi Lang swiftly dispatched the remaining mosquitoes with his blade, but upon closer inspection, his expression soured. These two were not the colossal cockroach that had slain Tang Long. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted, and a scarred giant cockroach emerged from a nearby building. To make matters worse, it was followed by a horde of slightly smaller cockroaches, each exuding an aura of menace, their eyes glinting with cunning and ferocity. Upon seeing the scar, Yi Lang chuckled, a smile of delight crossing his face. Chapter 65. What is wrong with me, giving you a bath? With a mocking taunt, the giant cockroach unfurled its wings. Not only it, but the smaller ones behind it also spread their wings. The ensuing scene became a nightmare for many southern viewers in the live stream. The swarm of cockroaches surged towards Yi Lang like a black tempest, plunging the live room into silence, save for the sound of rapid breathing. Yi Lang did not utter a word. He merely tightened his grip on the broad-bladed sword, charging into the black storm with a frenzy. His figure flickered amidst the chaos, the blade slicing through the night sky like lightning, each stroke precise and unerring. Wherever the blade struck, the smaller cockroaches fell one after another. The cacophony of cockroach shrieks intertwined with the sound of steel piercing flesh, filling the air with a metallic scent. Though tardy, the swarm of mosquitoes descended like a dark cloud, rapidly joining the fray. A cold glint flashed in Yi Lang's eyes as his strikes grew ever more ferocious. Be it mosquitoes or cockroaches, he wielded his sword mercilessly. Each blow unleashed a torrent of bloodshed. Time became a blur, and at last Yi Lang ceased. His broad-bladed sword was stained with blood, yet miraculously remained intact, neither dulled nor shattered. The corridor lay strewn with the carcasses of giant cockroaches and mosquitoes, leaving no space to step. Only the scarred giant cockroach remained, gasping for breath, still issuing desperate shrieks. The mosquito swarm had long since dispersed, with only a few lingering in the corners of the ceiling, emitting faint buzzing sounds. The mosquitoes, having mutated to the size of soccer balls, had inexplicably gained a semblance of intelligence, learning to evade danger. Yi Lang fixated on the scarred giant cockroach, his mind replaying the horrific moment it had collided with Tang Long, tearing him apart and devouring him. Taking a deep breath, Yi Lang slowly lowered his sword and advanced step by step towards the giant cockroach. Fear flickered in the creature's eyes as it struggled to retreat, but was too weak to escape. Yi Lang raised his iron fists, resembling a madman, and brought them down with tremendous force. With each strike, crush, hammer, smash, strike, cleave, shake, hook, lean, an unquenchable fury emanated, the sound of splintering bones resonating clearly. When Yi Lang finally ceased, the head of the colossal cockroach was utterly deformed, a gruesome mass of flesh and blood, devoid of any further movement. He gasped for breath, his eyes flickering with exhaustion and relief. Must it? The rebellious disciple Yi Lang has avenged you. Yi Lang laughed heartily towards the heavens, tears cascading down his cheeks. Though he had shed not a single tear in the days following his master's demise, now the floodgates opened, releasing the pent-up sorrow that had long been confined within. Kneeling beside the carcass of the cockroach, he allowed tears and sweat to intermingle. In the live stream room, viewers fell silent, and gradually, words of condolence and respect appeared on the screen. My condolences. Salute. It was as if, Through the screen, everyone could feel Yi Lang's profound grief. The deep bond between master and disciple evoking deep emotion. Once his emotions settled, Yi Lang slowly rose and seized the massive blade, beginning to eviscerate the cockroach. The blade sliced through, exposing the creature's abdomen, its innards and pale flesh scattered across the ground. Yi Lang meticulously searched, and at last, he discovered some partially digested fragments of flesh and remnants of clothing within the gastric pouch, belongings of Tang Long. With trembling hands, he carefully extracted these remnants, placing them into a prepared plastic bag. Just as he was about to rise, he noticed something unusual beneath his feet. Looking down, he found a piece of white, fluffy matter congealed within the giant cockroach's brain. Slightly larger than a ping-pong ball, it appeared to have subtle layers and emitted a faint glow. Intrigued, Yi Lang gently picked it up and stored it away. Yaoshi had long since closed the live stream. Yi Lang, curious about the warm, smooth object in his hand, discarded all the cockroaches and mosquitoes, yet only found similar fluff within a few larger cockroaches. The rest yielded nothing. Without further thought, he collected these wisps and quietly took Yao Shi's hand, departing in silence. Upon returning home, Tang Xiaowan spotted the plastic bag in Yi Lang's hand and burst into tears, disregarding the bloodstains as she flung herself into his embrace. Yi Lang, along with several women, consoled her for quite some time before her sobs finally subsided. Subsequently, Tang Xiaowan, still sniffling, accepted the plastic bag and placed it into a small wooden box, gently closing the lid and cradling it in her hands, tears once again blurring her vision. Yi Lang tenderly stroked her head, softly reassuring her, "It's all right. In less than 3 days, Master won't blame us. We must be strong. Master in the heavens wishes for us to live well." Tang Xiaowan nodded earnestly, hastily wiping her tears away. She grasped Yi Lang's hand and led him towards the bathroom. Speaking as they walked, "Senior brother, allow me to wash you thoroughly. The stench of blood clings too heavily to you." Yi Lang, feeling flustered, quickly waved his hands in protest. No, I can manage on my own." However, Tang Xiaowan remained resolute. "Senior brother, you have done so much for me and my father. What harm is there in washing you? Or do you not wish to fulfill the old man's dying wish and let him depart in peace?" With no other option, Yi Lang reluctantly allowed himself to be pulled into the bathroom. As he glanced back, his pleading eyes were met with the disdainful glares of the girls, who thought to themselves, "He takes advantage and then plays the innocent. Humph, what a dog of a man." Ultimately, nothing inappropriate transpired. The 7-day mourning period for their master had not yet concluded, and they had yet to lay him to rest. A chill crept down Yi Lang's spine. Despite Tang Xiaowan's persistent insistence, even resorting to playful threats and verbal sparring, Yi Lang clung to his final shred of rationality and refused to acquiesce. He understood her eagerness to repay him with her very being for all that he had done, but this was not the right time. Their master spirit was watching. Moreover, to claim that 99 favorability from Tang Xiaowan would be a tremendous loss at this moment. Seated upon the coffee table, Yi Lang was engrossed in examining a white, fluffy mass of flesh that glimmered faintly under the light, seemingly harboring some arcane energy. At that moment, Bai Jin approached with a curious expression, plopping herself onto Yi Lang's lap. "Brother, what is this? I see you've been studying it for ages." Yi Lang tightened his embrace, softly explaining, "I extracted this from a cockroach's head." Brother, that's disgusting. Why would you dig that out?" Ignoring the little girl's look of revulsion, Yi Lang held it up teasingly, bringing it close to Yao Shi's face and pretending to place it in her mouth, causing her to recoil and laugh uncontrollably. Suddenly, Bai Jin froze, her gaze fixated on the mass, a peculiar light flickering in her eyes as she whispered, "Brother, this thing seems a bit off." Yi Lang was taken aback, about to inquire further when a flame unexpectedly erupted from Bai Jin's hand, startling her into a quick flick of her wrist. The flame extinguished almost instantly, leaving her pale as she trembled and said, "Brother, it seems to slightly enhance my mental power." In that brief moment, my fire-based abilities surged uncontrollably. Yi Lang furrowed his brows, clutching the mass tightly. He quickly called over Bai Xiao, gently requesting, "Aunt Xiao, please try holding this mass and see if you experience any reaction." The fluctuations of Bai Jin's abilities had already captured the attention of the other girls. Bai Xiao, Xiong Ting, Yao Shi, and Tang Xiaowan all gathered around. Bai Xiao cautiously accepted the piece of meat, her brow furrowed. After a moment, a glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes. This substance seemed capable of awakening latent abilities, yet the fluctuations were exceedingly unstable. Moreover, her tone was tinged with uncertainty, as it appeared to elicit a resonance with her mental energy, leaving her mind in a state of disarray and discomfort. Chapter 66. Has Xiaowan transformed into a cat girl? The formation of the dominant clan. Upon hearing this, Yi Lang felt a heaviness in his heart. He took the meat and examined it closely, yet he found nothing unusual. His meager mental energy, labeled as 01, showed no reaction whatsoever. He then handed it to Yao Shi. Upon receiving the meat, Yao Shi's expression turned serious. After a brief moment, she spoke softly. I sense some fluctuations in my mental energy, though they're not intense. Additionally, I feel a sense of discomfort, as if some lingering thoughts are wandering in my mind, indescribable in nature. At this juncture, Yi Lang harbored some suspicions, yet nothing was fully confirmed. Just then, Tang Xiaowan took the meat, and suddenly she let out a piercing scream, flinging the meat away with trembling hands. To everyone's astonishment, a pair of furry ears gradually sprouted from her head. In a state of panic, Tang Xiaowan touched her head, her eyes filled with confusion. Yi Lang quickly stepped forward, grasping her hand in an attempt to soothe her emotions. The others exchanged glances, a wave of unease washing over them. Tang Xiaowan's voice trembled as she cried out, "How could this happen? I feel something emerging from my head. Ooh, second senior brother, I won't turn into a monster, will I?" Yi Lang's response was somewhat peculiar. He struggled to reach out and touch the pair of cat ears atop Tang Xiaowan's head, gently reassuring her, "Fear not, you have merely awakened your abilities, which is a fortunate occurrence. Furthermore, your transformation is not unappealing at all." With tears welling in her eyes, Tang Xiaowan looked uncertainly at Yi Lang and the other four women, softly asking, "Really?" "Indeed," Yi Lang and the four women replied in unison, their eyes sparkling, which only served to heighten Tang Xiaowan's anxiety. Upon retrieving her phone to take a selfie in front of a mirror, she discovered that a pair of cat ears had indeed sprouted atop her head. These furry ears, adorably enchanting, added a touch of vivacity to her already beautiful visage. As she gazed further, she exclaimed, "Second senior brother, you're annoying. Stop tugging at my tail." "Oh dear, Aunt Bai Xiao, why are you also grabbing my tail?" "Sister Yao Shi, you're being excessive. No rubbing your face against me." "Sister Xiong Ting, didn't you just say something about her?" "Sister Bai Jin, no putting in your mouth." Amidst the cacophony of laughter and merriment, Tang Xiaowan, though shy, could hardly conceal her excitement. Meanwhile, the Weo building was experiencing some anticipated upheavals. Inside the building, Wang Tianlai sat at the head of the conference table, his countenance somewhat grim as he gazed sternly at the assembly. "Are you forcing my hand? Have you forgotten the benefits I have bestowed upon you? Without me, would you be enjoying such comfort today?" With each utterance, Wang Tianlai's ire escalated, culminating in a near shout, "Your present success is entirely due to my toil and dedication." "Huh? What have you truly contributed? What labor have you exerted? Is it merely the act of procreation?" A murmur arose from beneath, prompting Wang Tianlai to glare menacingly. "Who dares to speak in whispers? Stand up and voice your thoughts." The room fell into an oppressive silence. Yet, one of his colleagues could not restrain himself. Sun Eru sprang to his feet, declaring, "It was I who spoke." "Wang Tianlai, aside from your posturing and smiling for the cameras, what have you actually done? You may change women daily, but all the labor has been carried out by us. You merely enjoy the fruits of our labor." Wang Tianlai's complexion turned a shade of deep blue as he slammed his hand upon the table. "Sun Eru, do you dare to slander me? Let us not forget that the women you sleep with are here because of my influence. And what the lavish meals. Have they all been fed to the dogs?" This remark elicited disapproving expressions not only from Sun Eru but also from the other attendees. At that moment, Planner Menghao stepped forward, calmly interjecting, "Tianlai, please compose yourself. We are all striving for the betterment of the team. There is no need to disrupt the harmony." While Eru's words may be blunt, they carry truth. The team's progress relies on the collective effort of each member. As a leader, you must embody respect and unity. The current circumstances necessitate integrating our extraordinary abilities into the filming process. We must innovate and break through, rather than engage in internal strife. Your contributions are undeniable, yet no single person can bear the weight alone. Only through collective effort can we achieve greatness. Wang Tianlai inhaled deeply, casting a complex gaze upon the attendees. His eyes lingered on Zhao Lang for a few seconds before he gradually took his seat. At this juncture, Zhao Lang also rose, speaking in a gentle and agreeable tone. Brother Tian Lai, manhwa is right. We are a team and ought to support one another. Together, we shall grow stronger and achieve brilliance. There is no need to jeopardize our future over fleeting emotions. Wang Tianlai regarded the young, extraordinary ability user before him. Although Zhao Lang lacked his looks and experience in charming women, he possessed formidable arm mutation abilities, as hard as iron, capable of effortlessly lifting hundreds of pounds. Inyist, Wang Tianlai had once unleashed an attack of extraordinary fire upon him, only for Zhao Lang to crush it with a single hand. Zhao Lang smiled, his gaze earnest. Brother Tianlai, your abilities are unparalleled, and likewise, my strength is well recognized by all. Each of us possesses unique skills, and it is through collaboration that we can achieve mutual success. What do you think? Observing the attentive expressions of Zhao Lang, Meng Hao, and Sun Eru, Wang Tianlai felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement, his tone softening as he replied, "Very well, I concede." Instantly, the conference room erupted into a thunderous applause. At that moment, one of the female staff members suddenly changed her expression and shouted, "Yi Lang has posted a video." This time, he single-handedly slaughtered over a dozen giant cockroaches and countless mutated mosquitoes. The crowd was taken aback, quickly retrieving their phones to check. Before long, Meng Hao abruptly stood up and declared, "Let's commence our actions." Simultaneously, various organizations sprang into action. The latest video featuring Yao Shi garnered unprecedented attention, surpassing all previous uploads. With views skyrocketing past 100 million. The content was simply too shocking. Yi Lang's prowess seemed almost beyond that of any systematic ability user. Alone, wielding a knife, he had dispatched more than a dozen colossal cockroaches and innumerable mutated mosquitoes. What was most astonishing was the moment he executed a powerful strike that sent a giant cockroach flying. Furthermore, the proboscis of the mutated mosquitoes was unable to pierce Yi Lang's skin. He was no mere individual. He resembled a human killing machine. Consequently, while the comments below the video were manipulated by interested parties, they dared not belittle Yi Lang. Instead, they sought to elevate their own prominent streamers in a different manner. How splendid the weather is. Yi Lang's strength is indeed remarkable, yet the combined might of our two brothers is not to be underestimated. Just look at their achievements, remarked Wang Tianlai and Zhao Lang. The weather is delightful. Our brother Zhao Lang and Yi Lang are both systematic ability users, their powers differing only by a hair's breadth. Witness Zhao Lang's mutated arm, which shattered a giant cockroach with a single punch. The spectacle was equally breathtaking. Sao Lang Iseli Liingun had also partnered with a systematic ability user named Liang Yen, whose nails could transform into bone claws, sharp beyond compare. The slogans from their supportive fans, such as "June has no empty words" and "A gentleman's promise," rapidly flooded the screen, creating an overwhelming momentum. Meanwhile, Huanqing's Lin Feng collaborated with one called Wu Dan, who could morph her legs into razor-like blades. The duo of these goddesses boasted a vast fanbase, with rallying cries like phoenix dances through the skies and soared intent of a sincere heart dominating the comment section. Various organizations seized the opportunity to promote themselves, causing the comment section's fervor to escalate continuously. Yet, they all cautiously avoided directly disparaging Yi Lang, instead emphasizing the unique advantages of their own streamers in a bid to secure a foothold amidst the fierce competition. Meanwhile, Yi Lang was occupied comforting the tearful Xiong Ting, who was overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 67. Assisting Xiong Ting in awakening her abilities. Sisters, we must unite. Woe is me, you all possess extraordinary powers. Yet, I am left empty-handed. This is sheer favoritism. I have entrusted everything to you, even my heart, and yet you treat me thus. Whoa, you wicked fiend. I shan't speak to you again. At that moment, Xiong Ting wept inconsolably, her face a portrait of sorrow. Yi Lang quickly enveloped her in a comforting embrace, whispering gently, "Dear sister-in-law, please do not cry. Each individual has the potential to awaken their abilities. It is merely a matter of time. Furthermore, this is not within my control." Upon hearing his words, Xiong Ting's tears flowed even more fiercely. "You deceive me. Ani Bai and Lil Jean have both told me they acquired their powers because of you. You are indeed biased, blaming me for my previous score on WeChat. Whoa, I have already apologized, yet here I am, weeping." Yi Lang found himself both amused and exasperated. finally grasping Xiong Ting's misunderstanding. He leaned in and whispered a few words in her ear. Instantly, she ceased her sobbing, gazing at him with disbelief. Moments later, her cheeks flushed as if they might bleed, and she murmured, "Do I truly need to endure such a multitude of times? Wouldn't that lead to my immediate demise?" Yi Lang shrugged. "That is the answer. I have laid it bare for you. Whether you can withstand it is entirely up to you. Do not accuse me of favoritism." Xiong Ting bit her lip, her eyes a tempest of yearning and trepidation. Eventually, she nodded, taking a deep breath as if summoning her resolve. "Tonight, do not regard me as human. I vow to accomplish the task." In truth, Xiong Ting was a fiercely determined young woman. Though her demeanor was soft and somewhat naive, her spirit was unyielding. Having lost their parents at a tender age, she and her sister, Xiong Yuan, relied on one another for solace. The hardships they endured were known only to them. Xiong Ting constantly strove to embody the role of the strong elder sister, silently shouldering all burdens. Yet, time and again, it was Xiong Yuan who stepped forth to shield her, leaving her with a blend of warmth and helplessness. She yearned for strength, not solely for self-preservation, but to safeguard her sister as well. Moreover, it was also a desire to possess what others had. This was not vanity, but rather a longing for equality, a shared belief held by two children who had lost their parents and leaned on one another for 2 decades. Thus, the previous night, Xiong Ting approached her battle with Yi Lang, her heart brimming with courage and determination. She would not concede, even amidst the agony. She would grit her teeth and persist. However, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, and gradually, she was mercilessly overwhelmed, nearly incapable of defense. In the end, she swayed like a delicate flower in a tempest, at the mercy of the storm. Fortunately, her objective was achieved. When Auntie Bai, her face etched with concern, entered to tend her wounds, Xiong Ting felt a flicker of relief amidst the turmoil. Xiong Ting gazed at her dear elder sister, proudly raising her ice crystal-covered right hand, only to succumb to unconsciousness shortly thereafter. Yi Lang, feeling a twinge of regret, examined Xiong Ting's affection level, which read, "Xiong Ting, affection level, 99, beloved." After an entire night of effort, he had not managed to reach a perfect score of 100. It appeared that, like Tang Xiaowan, a catalyst was necessary. Indeed, after bringing Tang Long home, Tang Xiaowan's affection had also peaked at 99. Yi Lang remained unperturbed. Good things are worth waiting for, and he decided to let events unfold at their own pace. He continued to sift through the system notifications in his mind, discovering numerous alerts regarding exquisite culinary delights, predominantly featuring hot pot, barbecued meats, grilled fish, and skewers. This made sense, as these dishes were ideally suited for the two sisters to enjoy together and were relatively affordable. Yi Lang felt a fleeting pang of emotion at the profound bond between Xiong Ting and Xiong Yuan, intensifying his yearning for companionship. Under Xiong Ting's relentless efforts, Yi Lang's physical constitution had improved to 743. A smile graced his lips as a surge of ambition welled within him. What the apocalypse? With the entire world devoid of abilities, he would rely solely on his iron hands and a formidable blade to conquer this desolate realm. Yet, just as his fervor surged, he found himself encircled by the women, who launched a verbal assault. "Xiao Lang, it's not that we mean to criticize, but you have gone too far. Xiao Ting fainted this morning. Indeed, you have no idea how swollen her injuries were. I exerted considerable effort to heal her. We understand your eagerness to increase your strength, but you cannot disregard Xiao Ting's well-being. Exactly. At the very least, allow her a moment to breathe or find a teammate." With a decisive clap, Yi Lang seized the two girls, Bai Jin and Yao Shi, effectively silencing their uproar. He then urged Bai Xiao to continue speaking. Blushing, Bai Xiao bit her lip and continued, "Thus, we deliberated and decided to form pairs. I will team up with Xiong Ting, while Bai Jin and Yao Shi will pair up, creating an alliance of offense and defense, supporting one another." As Bai Xiao's face grew increasingly flushed and her voice dwindled to a whisper, Yi Lang, despite feeling elated, maintained a serious demeanor, his tone tinged with reluctance and anguish. "Such an arrangement is difficult for me to accept. My love for each of you is unwavering and all-encompassing. I wish for every moment to be shared wholly among us. Therefore, any Xiao, you need not say more, I must decline." The three women, Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, and Yao Shi, could easily discern the ulterior motives of the scheming man before them, disagreeing with the piercing gaze akin to that of a ravenous wolf. "Why must you sit so rigidly?" Bai Xiaoyu's tone was laced with a hint of indignation. "Do you wish for our demise?" "Indeed, last time I nearly perished." "So did I." Observing the three women glaring at him with their strikingly beautiful eyes, Yi Lang ceased his playful banter. Teaming up was permissible, yet restrictions on members and the number of participants were unacceptable. In a contest involving multiple players, adaptability and teamwork were paramount. Imposing limitations was utterly unreasonable. The three women finally deciphered the ulterior motives of this unscrupulous man. With their silver teeth clenched, they exclaimed in unison, "No way." However, in the end, they succumbed to Yi Lang's unwavering resolve and audacity. He audaciously proclaimed that should they refuse, he would become a man none of them could possess. This provoked a mix of irritation and amusement, leading them to reluctantly acquiesce. What other choice did they have? After all, both peak experiences and culinary delights hinged upon this man. While the three women negotiated with Yi Lang, Tang Xiaowan quietly observed from the sidelines, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. She yearned to voice her thoughts, questioning her own situation amidst their pairings, yet ultimately lacked the courage to speak up, standing silently with her heart awash in conflicting feelings. What was the matter with the second senior brother? Did he truly intend to wait until the old man's seventh day? This was the apocalypse. Merely surviving until tomorrow was a struggle, leaving little room for such conventions. That wretched second senior brother was insufferable. Yet, no one anticipated the abrupt turn of events. With the release of a notification video from the Elder, the sky of the Dragon Kingdom fell. Chapter 68. The 10th day of the apocalypse. The sky has fallen during lunch. Yi Lang and his companions feasted lavishly. The aroma of braised pork wafted through the air, while a refreshing fruit salad provided a delightful reprieve. Last night, Xiong Ting, at the behest of the other women, ordered an abundance of light vegetables, fruits, and beverages, claiming that the daily indulgence of rich dishes could become monotonous and a change was necessary. The sirloin steak was tender and juicy, accompanied by tangy and spicy shredded potatoes that whetted the appetite. The rich broth of Buddha jumps over the wall was exquisite, and the caramelized cherry tomatoes melted in the mouth. As for the staple, the women chose cross-bridge rice noodles, while Yi Lang opted for Yangzhou fried rice. After their meal, the women sipped on rosemary-infused sparkling water, scrolling through Dolong while watching Yi Lang, clad only in shorts, sweat profusely in the gym. That blissful moment felt reminiscent of a time before the apocalypse. Yet, even in those pre-apocalyptic days, they had never been so close to a man with sculpted abs. The temptation to touch was indeed overwhelming. They exchanged glances, their lips curling into subtle smiles, secretly grateful to have aligned themselves with a man capable of providing such exquisite culinary delights and peak experiences. However, their joy was short-lived. In the next moment, several mobile phones simultaneously erupted with urgent alerts, their screens engulfed in a blinding crimson hue. The sound of the alarm shattered the tranquility, and the expressions of the women shifted dramatically. Yi Lang swiftly halted his actions, leaning closer to the screen of his phone. There, a video emerged, reminiscent of the familiar visage of an elderly man known to the people of the Dragon Nation. His hair was a silvery white, and his countenance exuded warmth. Yet his smile could not conceal the anxiety reflected in his eyes. His voice was steady, yet imbued with an unmistakable urgency. "Children, today marks the 10th day of the blazing sun. I am acutely aware of the feelings you have harbored while sheltering at home, awaiting rescue. As a guardian figure, I can only extend my apologies through this microphone. Our military, police, and security forces have been entirely devoted to the coastline over these last 10 days. The creatures that have emerged from the sea are far more terrifying than any monsters depicted in science fiction. Even nuclear weapons are powerless against them. We have suffered a crushing defeat. First and foremost, I implore you to remember an unbreakable rule. Steer clear of all coastlines, including river estuaries. The ocean harbors countless monsters, and although they were once palatable before their mutation, there are also unknown, fearsome giants lurking beneath the waves. For days ago, satellites captured images of a moving island in Jiaozhou Bay, which reconnaissance aircraft later identified as the back of a colossal beast. 3 days prior, an even larger giant octopus was discovered. Now, a 300-kilometer stretch of coastline has become a no-go zone, with many cities and our compatriots rendered uncontactable. I am now compelled to impart some critical information for survival in this apocalyptic scenario. This is the last gift the authorities can offer you. Regarding sustenance, insects with hard shells or elytra, such as cockroaches, locusts, longhorn beetles, and ladybugs, harbor a pure, white flesh within them, rich in fats and proteins, and are safe for consumption. As for water sources, the seemingly terrifying tumors on vines release a non-toxic juice that can be easily filtered for drinking. Additionally, aggressive mutated plants, such as cacti that can launch sharp needles and carnivorous sundews, store water within their roots or stems. This information has been gleaned at great peril by the children in the courtyard. Next, I shall address the subject of superpowers. Many children are already aware of, and some have even awakened, these abilities. However, there remains a lack of understanding regarding how these powers are awakened, utilized, and enhanced. The children in the courtyard have organized their findings, categorizing the superpowered individuals into 3 broad types: systemic abilities, natural abilities, and a rare few with unique powers. These abilities may prove vital for survival in this dire situation. To awaken and enhance these powers, one must not only experience intense emotional fluctuations, but may also benefit from certain luminous, gelatinous substances found within the brains of mutated organisms. Consuming them may awaken and enhance extraordinary abilities, yet this could entail psychological side effects, the precise impact varying from individual to individual. Grandfather, I apologize to you all. I did not have the opportunity to ascertain how to mitigate these adverse effects. Fundamental electricity and networks are no longer within our grasp, as if a mysterious force is intervening. Furthermore, I beg your forgiveness regarding the reasons behind the apocalypse. I cannot elaborate further on these matters. In summary, we were mistaken. Grandfather, I am deeply sorry. However, there is one thing that must be conveyed. The era of the Red Sun may be drawing to a close. But what shall succeed it? Endless night? Acid rain? Or something even more dreadful? Yesterday, young Zhang in the courtyard suddenly claimed to have heard voices in the night sky, proclaiming, the novice phase of the Red Sun is nearing its end. It felt as though a mysterious power was warning us. The demise of the Red Sun is merely the beginning, and the true apocalypse is imminent. This is not superstition, but a forewarning we must heed. My heart is filled with regret, remorse, and guilt as I witness the suffering of others. It bleeds for them. Grandfather, I am sorry. I am sorry for those elderly who perished of hunger in the air raid shelters, for the children who did not live to see salvation. But please remember, our ancestors survived ancient floods, plagues, and famines not through steel and concrete, but through an indomitable spirit ingrained in their very bones. Moreover, I am growing old and perhaps becoming somewhat verbose. Please do not trust any shelters or rescue teams that claim to be sanctioned by the government. They're falsehoods. I can assure you that all our armed forces have embarked upon the true battlefield. Thus, children, you must rely solely on yourselves. Unity and mutual assistance are your only paths to survival in this twilight of the world. I believe that our nation possesses an unwavering resolve. Above all, do not relinquish hope. No matter how arduous, live on to witness tomorrow's sun. Gauga, gauga, gauga bang. The elderly man's persistent cough gradually diminished, his hands falling weakly to his sides, until he ultimately collapsed with a resounding thud. Alongside him fell the hopes and beliefs of countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, Yilang's expression darkened like turbulent waters. Although he had anticipated this moment, when it finally arrived, an overwhelming wave of sorrow and helplessness surged within him. This was the government, the last bastion of support and hope in the hearts of countless citizens. Some struggled to survive in the face of the apocalypse. Others grit their teeth, searching for life amid the ruins. Some quietly uphold their beliefs, waiting for the dawn's light. They all share a common hope and faith to await the government's rescue and reconstruction. Yet now, all of this has become mere illusion. Observing the trepidation and helplessness in the eyes of the women surrounding him, Yilang inhaled deeply, a flicker of determination igniting within him. He comprehended that from this day forth, he would become their sole pillar of support. He must embody strength, no matter how arduous the path ahead, guiding them through this apocalypse. Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, Yao Shi, Xiong Ting, and Tang Xiao one clustered closely around him, clutching his clothing as if it were the last lifeline. However, he thought to himself, alas, I am but clad in a single pair of shorts. Do refrain from pulling too hard. Bai Jin, you impudent girl, do not tug downward. Xiong Ting, I mention her, not you. Unlike the sense of reliance and the final thread of hope he provided, many in the desolate corners of the ruins had already relinquished their last vestige of hope. In a streaming room, a young man named Li Mingda smiled at the camera, addressing the viewers. Hello everyone, my name is Li Mingda, and I am here to learn from the most audacious gendarme on the internet. This is my first and last live broadcast, as Chapter 69 unfolds. Titled Despair Spreads and the Crisis of his Sister-in-Law, Li Mingda pivoted the camera, revealing that he stood perilously on the edge of a balcony, with an unfathomable abyss of green tide beneath him. Behind the scenes, a voice implored, "Brother, please do not act impulsively." Another chimed in, "Brother, I remember you. Your reactions are too swift. You go ahead, and I shall follow shortly." User 5975469666 pleaded, "One and only, my brother, please do not do this. How shall I survive?" A cheeky jester remarked. User 5975469666, I knew you weren't your brother." Li Mingda gazed at the scrolling comments on the screen, his expression unwavering. "My girlfriend was killed by mutated mosquitoes. She was bitten while attempting to save me. Previously, I lacked the courage to join her, always fantasizing about government rescue. In those days, as a rich heir, how many women would I not have? But now all is finished. Li Mingda, choose to bid farewell to this world in this manner. I hope my departure awakens others to cherish those around them. Farewell to this world once brimming with hope." Now steeped in despair, with a deep breath, he unsheathed a knife and carved a deep wound into his palm. Instantly, blood dripped through his fingers. In the next moment, swarms of mosquitoes surged like a dark mist, plunging the live stream into darkness. Behind the scenes, the voice urged, "Brother, please do not act as impulsively as the main character. Thank you, brother. It is too late for me. In this wretched apocalypse, I will." The voice continued to call out, "Brother, are you still there? If so, please respond." In the live stream of Gummy Bear 3, a voluptuous girl with exquisite features gazes despairingly at the screen, expressing her disdain. "You wretched lot, you repulsive beings, every day you compel me to expose myself. If you crave nourishment, seek it from your mothers." With a laugh, she exclaims, "I've longed to berate you lascivious creatures. It feels liberating." Despite her fierce words, tears cascade down her cheeks. In a defiant act, she tears off her padded bra, unashamed. "Though I despise you all, I am not devoid of sentiment. I am grateful for your companionship over these days. Now that you've had your fill, I too must depart. I hope my mother hasn't ventured too far." She sobs. With a swift motion, she removes her hairpin and carves a deep gash across her chest. In the next instant, a swarm of mutated mosquitoes floods through the open window, converging upon her. In her final moment, she cries out to the screen, her voice trembling with emotion, "Wishing all you gentlemen peace and joy." The once vibrant live stream descends into an eerie silence, the only sound being the hum of buzzing insects. Shortly thereafter, familiar patrons of the stream begin to flood the chat with messages. "Thank you, Tang Tang, safe travels. I'm sorry. Safe travels. Sorry, safe travels. Sister, you go ahead. I still have one last pack of Instant Hot Pot at home. I wish to finish it before I depart." This grim scene repeats in various corners, despair spreading like a plague, as the light fades from the eyes of every struggling survivor. It is more than mere despair. When the official announcement of lawlessness is made, the reverence for justice crumbles instantaneously and moral boundaries disintegrate. The darker aspects of humanity are magnified, with selfishness, madness, and desire prevailing. In another live stream hosted by Brother Jiang, the screen reveals a beautiful woman being choked. Ma Gang's dark, rotund face appears on camera, grinning with arrogance. Dear audience, the authorities are gone now. I can do as I please. I can take anyone I desire. This wretched woman has always looked down on me. Today, I shall show her before you all." The ensuing visuals are heart-wrenching, evoking tears. Yet, the barrage of comments in the live chat is not solely filled with condemnation. "Beast, truly devoid of conscience. You shall face retribution. Get a rest. With the authorities gone, what retribution is there? This is the apocalypse, a brutal apocalypse. Away cease. Enough, enough, enough. Drinking and driving do not mix. This is the way it should be. The end is nigh, and women are destined to become mere playthings for men. Yi Lang, along with several women, scrolled through Dolong videos, their faces betraying a myriad of complex emotions. The government's announcement shattered the last vestiges of hope for all, obliterating the final defenses within their hearts. Yet, such a notification was a necessity for the authorities, for it compelled the populace to confront the stark reality, relinquishing any lingering fantasies, thus prompting them to prepare for the worst. Indeed, even the harshest truth holds more significance in this moment than an illusory hope. Yi Lang understood that, from this day forth, a tempest was brewing. The days ahead would only grow more arduous. Order had collapsed, and survival had become the sole objective. Each individual would be forced to confront the darkness lurking deep within, faced with the choice to either struggle for survival amidst despair or succumb to chaos. All that Yi Lang could do was to strive to protect those he cherished. As for everything else, he lacked the time or inclination to concern himself. At that moment, however, Xiong Ting's anxious voice shattered the silence. Brother-in-law, Xiong Yuan is in danger. What should I do? Can you save her, brother-in-law? Inside the Wuyo building, Xiong Yuan found herself trapped in a bedroom, the door barricaded with an array of belongings. Yet the sounds of pounding and shouting from outside left her trembling, her clothes soaked with sweat and tears. The system's ability users, led by Zhao Lang, had gone mad. They sought to redefine the order of the building. Everyone, especially women, were to submit to their control. Xiong Yuan bit her lip, her heart heavy with despair. These individuals, once at the bottom of the hierarchy, had transformed into ravenous beasts, their eyes fixated solely on desire and power. The way they treated Wang Tianlai and the other nature ability users was akin to the treatment of dogs. Xiong Yuan understood all too well that if she were captured, her fate would be far grimmer. She glanced around, realizing the windows were sealed and the sole ventilation shaft was far too small for escape. What should I do? What should I do? Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Zhao Lang's iron arm pierced through the door, and Xiong Yuan screamed, retreating to the corner of the room. In desperation, she sent her sister, Xiong Ting, one final message. Sister, Zhao Lang and his crew are coming in. I will never allow those beasts to prevail. In my next life, I will be the sister, and I will protect myself. Trembling, she concealed her phone within her bosom, her gaze flickering with a sense of resolve. Zhao Lang's arm continued to tear the door, splinters flying. Beside Xiong Yuan, two kitchen knives rose ominously, one pointed toward the door, the other toward her own throat. Finally, Zhao Lang's arm broke through the last barrier, and the door collapsed with a thunderous crash. His grotesque visage appeared in the doorway, his eyes alight with fervor. As Xiong Yuan was about to unleash her powers, a shrill video call interrupted her. A glance revealed it was her sister, and with Zhao Lang entering the room, she contemplated her own demise. She answered the video call. In the next instant, Yi Lang's face appeared on the screen. Speaking in a calm tone, he handed the phone to Zhao Lang. Chapter 70. The astute Zhao Lang was brimming with excitement, his eyes sparkling with fervor. He had long set his sights on Xiong Yuan. She was beautiful, with a stunning figure, and moreover, she was a lesbian. For him, she was the epitome of the perfect prey. With the government now dissolved and the nature-based abilities rendered ineffective, the system-based abilities users could finally act with impunity. Zhao Lang tore away the last barrier, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Xiong Yuan, who appeared puzzled. Who was she speaking to? Why was she smiling? Was she not showing enough respect for the beast? Anger simmered within Zhao Lang, as he resolved to thoroughly torment her later. Yet, upon seeing Xiong Yuan approach with an air of confidence, phone in hand, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Zhao Lang, I am Yi Lang. Let us discuss matters. Zhao Lang was momentarily taken aback, the sight of Yi Lang in the video causing a tremor within him. How could this formidable man possibly know Xiong Yuan? Zhao Lang's hands trembled slightly, the ferocity in his eyes diminishing, replaced by a flicker of fear. Yi Lang, you know Xiong Yuan? Yi Lang patted the anxious Xiong Ting and replied nonchalantly, she is my sister-in-law. Instantly, Zhao Lang's complexion turned ashen, his clenched fists losing their strength. Yi Lang, I had no idea she was related to you. I shall depart at once. Wait, Yi Lang's voice was sharp, continuing, release all the beautiful women you've captured. Zhao Lang's expression darkened. Yi Lang, you're being unreasonable. Xiong Yuan may be your sister-in-law, but what do those women have to do with you? Please, his voice dwindled, fading into silence as he caught sight of Yilang's gaze, one that sent shivers through his very soul, cold and merciless. I have spoken. The choice is yours. Comply, or bear the consequences. Remember, I am not threatening you. I am stating a fact. Outside the frame, Xiongting hurriedly retrieved a kitchen knife as directed by Yilang. Yilang took the knife, his gaze as frigid as ice, fixed intently on Xiaolang. I hear you are known as Iron Arm. I wonder how you compare to me. As he spoke, Yilang, under Xiaolang's watchful eyes, gripped the blade with one hand and applied a slight force. In an instant, the blade twisted into a spiral shape. Xiaolang was left dumbfounded, cold sweat pouring down his brow, as the last vestige of hope within him dissipated entirely. Is this truly human? My iron arm is merely a bit more rigid and a tad stronger. Yet it is still flesh and blood. How could a human hand crush a blade in such a manner? Xiaolang trembled, forcing a faint smile. Brother Yilang, I will do as you say. Release them at once. With that, Xiaolang turned and hurried away. Xiong Yuan let out a sigh of relief, her voice brimming with excitement. Yilang, thank you for saving me and so many of my sisters. That S mistaken. Huh? What do you mean? Xiong Yuan looked at Yilang, puzzled. Yilang remained silent, coldly regarding her. However, Xiongting was behind Yilang, frantically gesturing to her sister. In an instant, Xiong Yuan understood. Her face flushed as she awkwardly corrected herself. Thank you, brother-in-law. I will be obedient from now on. Yilang's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Contact me anytime if something arises. Additionally, I have 2 tasks for you. First, verify whether Xiaolang has complied. Second, gather comprehensive information about the entire building, including floor distribution, personnel structure, and surveillance layout. Xiong Yuan felt a wave of anxiety. The implication of his words was clear. He intended to come over, wasn't he? The thought sent a shiver down her spine, but she steeled herself and nodded. Understood, brother-in-law. I will handle it promptly. After hanging up, Yilang noticed that Xiongting had finally reached 100 points of affection. Just as he was about to speak, Xiongting excitedly leaped into his embrace. Brother-in-law. Thank you, truly thank you. Yilang gently patted her back. It's all right. I can't neglect my little sister-in-law. Rest assured, we will be over in just a few days. That strange vine has already reached the 13th floor. It won't be long before it reaches us. When that time comes, do hif. Xiongting, overwhelmed with emotion, suddenly blushed deeply, casting a playful glare at the man. At that moment, Yaoshi softly interjected, Boss, I believe now is the time for you to release a video, offering hope to those who admire and support you. The platform is filled with despair and thoughts of suicide. They need to see a glimmer of hope. This is merely my suggestion. The decision rests with you. I just feel that even in these dire times, I do not wish to exist in a world devoid of vitality. Yilang was taken aback, then fell into deep contemplation. He was no saint. Merely taking care of himself was sufficient. Yet, Yaoshi had a point. If everyone perished, especially the women, how could he possibly grow stronger? As this thought crossed his mind, Yilang nodded slightly, a flicker of determination glimmering in his eyes. Secretary Yao, you are right. I will contemplate how to proceed with this video. At that moment, within the Wuyo building, Zhao Lang and several other extraordinary individuals were embroiled in a heated dispute. We must release them, Zhao Lang stated with utmost seriousness. Brother, have you lost your mind? Why are we doing all this? One of his companions exclaimed. The beautiful women we painstakingly captured, and you won't let them go just like that? Indeed, brother, these wretches used to scorn us, and you know it well. Another chimed in. Now that we have grown powerful and the authorities are no more, shouldn't we take full advantage of them? Yes, what the second brother said is correct, echoed the third brother. Observing the fervent expressions of the extraordinary individuals around him, Zhao Lang slammed his hand down upon the conference table with a resounding thud. The table splintered under the force, shards scattering everywhere. Silence, he commanded, and the room fell into a hushed stillness, all eyes fixed on Zhao Lang's formidable presence. He surveyed the room with a cold glare and spoke in a low, grave tone. I do not wish to let them go either, but this is Yilang's demand. Who among you dares to oppose it? What? Yilang's demand? How could that monster concern us? Zhao Lang raised a hand to quiet them. Xiong Yuan from the 19th floor is my sister-in-law. He is not far removed from us. Moreover, he explicitly stated that all the beauties in the building must be released, and failure to comply will have dire consequences. As the crowd exchanged glances, Zhao Lang continued. Do you truly believe we can overpower him together? Noticing the silence, with some shaking their heads like a metronome, Zhao Lang, though unwilling, made his decision. Release them all. However, if any of the beauties seek refuge, we shall not impede them. Turning to the quivering Meng Hao in the corner, he addressed him. Meng Hao. Yes, Brother Zhao. How may I assist you? The live broadcasts must continue, adhering to the original format. We are not adept at procuring resources or recruiting beauties and talents. We must rely on those inept individuals for that. After releasing these female streamers, you are responsible for soothing their emotions and ensuring they commence broadcasting promptly. All planning for the entire building will be under your unified command to guarantee the success of the broadcasts. Meng Hao nodded vigorously, though his expression reflected uncertainty. What about the male streamers? Zhao Lang scoffed. We will dispose of a few. The others will merely suffer superficial injuries. Hurry and have them apply makeup and resume their broadcasts. If they refuse to comply, we wouldn't mind eliminating a few more. Sigh, very well. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Watching Meng Hao's departing figure, Zhao Lang fell into deep contemplation. Although he harbored a fear of Yi Lang, it was unnecessary to go to such lengths. His objective was to ally himself with Yi Lang, to acknowledge Yi Lang as his leader. From Yi Lang's words, it seemed he would be arriving in the next few days. What would happen to his own people then? Moreover, he had also offended Yi Lang's sister-in-law. Thus, Zhao Lang desired to undertake these actions as leverage in his bid to align with Yi Lang. To follow such a formidable individual was the only assurance of survival in this brutal apocalypse. Women would always be in abundance. The key was to preserve one's life and status. Chapter 71. Jumping from the building with Yao Shi, validating the elder's words. Do you trust me? I do. Are you afraid? With you by my side, I fear nothing. Very well, then allow me to give you a taste of free fall. Yi Lang, cradling the invisible Yao Shi, stood at the edge of the 18th floor balcony, his tone relaxed. Yao Shi tightly shut her eyes, her heart racing like a drum. Yet she feigned calmness. However, the phone she held remained steady. At that moment, the live stream's chat was inundated with messages. Xiaohua 123. Don't, my husband. If you can't survive, why jump? Ji Kuan. If you have given up, then I might as well not live. Chaoyang. Husband, this isn't real. You're joking, right? Rabbit Ear Girl. Husband, don't scare me. If I can endure, why would you give up? A little round. Husband, please don't. Bad control. Husband, don't. Mina. Husband, please. Me Air. Husband, please. Upon seeing the barrage of comments, Yi Lang's expression darkened, his lips twitching slightly. Who informed you that I intended to jump? Although I do plan a leap. It's not the kind of jump you all are imagining. This height is trivial, and the green tide below is 2 or 3 meters high. I won't be harmed. The viewers in the live stream collectively exhaled in relief. A little round. You scared me. I thought you wanted to give up on life. Rabbit Ear Girl. Now I understand. Just be careful. Rabbit Girl Xiao Chun in. Brother Lang is truly mischievous. Look how frightened our Rabbit Girl is. Production team's Iron Crutchley. Wait. Brother Lang just said he still intends to jump. Wang Zai Zi. No way, it's impossible to survive that. Brother Lang, please don't. Yi Lang paid no further heed to the chat. At that moment, he leaped off the building with Yao Shi in his arms. The wind held around them, and Yao Shi bit her lip, her heart racing in an instant. Yet Yi Lang laughed effortlessly. The breeze against his face felt invigorating. The two plummeted rapidly, Yi Lang adjusting his posture. In a mere 35 seconds, Yi Lang pierced through the verdant tide, crashing heavily onto the soft grass below. The impact created a substantial crater, sending blades of grass flying in all directions. Yao Shi opened her eyes to find herself unscathed, her gaze filled with admiration for Yi Lang. He gently set Yao Shi down and rubbed his slightly aching legs, speaking with a casual tone. See, I told you it would be fine. With my physique and a cushion of 2 to 3 meters, I am impervious to harm. The viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. Is this even human? It's a monster draped in human skin. Yet, Yi Lang paid no heed to the thoughts of the netizens. At that moment, they seemed to be enveloped in a sea of green, surrounded by a surging tide of foliage, as if transported to another realm. Yi Lang surveyed his surroundings, noticing that the once unassuming weeds now towered like miniature trees. Remarkably, they appeared to possess a consciousness, gently converging towards the two, their leaves brushing against one another, producing a rustling sound. Moreover, the flattened grass quickly regained its stature. Yi Lang, undistracted, chose a direction and brandished his large knife, which sliced through the obstructing weeds with a gusty flourish, revealing a narrow path. Before long, he discovered one of the objectives of his journey, the Venus flytrap. Previously measuring merely a few inches to a couple of feet, this specimen now loomed at an astonishing 5 meters tall. Its mouth-like leaves opened wide, exposing sharp serrations, as if ready to devour anything in sight. As Yi Lang approached, the flytrap seemed to sense a threat, its leaves quivering slightly, the serrations glimmering ominously. Yet, Yi Lang displayed no fear, gripping his knife tightly as he advanced. In the next moment, the Venus flytrap launched a sudden attack, its massive jaws snapping towards him. Yi Lang's gaze sharpened, his agile form sidestepping with precision, the knife deftly slicing into the gap between the leaves. A deep gash was carved into the thick foliage, juices splattering forth. The wounded leaf quickly folded and retreated, only for 2 more leaves to swiftly replace it, attempting to ensnare Yi Lang once again. With a cold smirk, he danced forward with nimble steps, his knife flashing like lightning as he struck the new leaves, inflicting further damage. The flytrap emitted a low, throaty growl, its leaves quaking violently, juices spilling everywhere. Just as Yi Lang prepared to close in, the serrations on the flytrap's leaves suddenly shot towards him. Yi Lang's eyes narrowed. He immediately crouched low, sweeping his knife to deflect the incoming serrations. The blade met the serrations with a resounding clash, producing a sharp, metallic sound. After this assault, the flytrap appeared visibly weakened, its leaves losing their vibrant green hue, and its attacks becoming sluggish. Seizing the moment, Yi Lang leapt into the air, bringing his knife down upon the flytrap's main stem, the blade sinking deeply into the wood. The Venus flytrap emitted a chilling shriek as its leaves delivered a decisive blow, cleaving through its base, causing the plant to crash to the ground, its leaves drooping in defeat. Leafwave gestured for Yao Shi to approach. She hurried forward, her eyes wide with astonishment at the fallen giant plant. Leafwave raised the severed stem of the Venus flytrap towards the camera, revealing a steady stream of transparent liquid flowing from its cut surface. After consulting the system regarding whether his significantly enhanced physique could withstand ordinary toxins, he received an affirmative response. Under the watchful eyes of the online audience, he unhesitatingly consumed the clear liquid. Ignoring the gasps and praises flooding the chat, Leafwave continued. The water source within the mutated stem of the Venus flytrap is non-toxic and potable, with a subtly sweet flavor. As for its strength, it is not excessively formidable. With the right tools and protective gear, the 2 magical claws, those I dispatched, can be easily managed. Without heeding the audience's reactions, Leafwave pressed onward toward his next objective. Shortly, he arrived at a dense thicket of towering thorns. The thorns, as hard as iron, intertwined with one another, reflecting a harsh light under the crimson sun. Sensing Leafwave's approach, the thicket quivered slightly before unleashing a barrage of sharp spikes, descending like a torrential rain. With unwavering resolve, Leafwave swung his large blade with the grace of the wind, deflecting the spikes with ease. He advanced steadily, the thicket continuing to launch its spikes, though with diminishing force. Maintaining an impenetrable defense with his blade, he dispatched the dagger-like spikes one by one. After 5 successive assaults, the thicket finally ceased its onslaught, its branches drooping in exhaustion. Taking a deep breath, Leafwave swiftly approached the core of the thicket, skillfully severing the main trunk with his blade, causing the thicket to collapse. Noticing the broken stem lacked a distinct water source, he struck the base with his knife several times until a slender stream began to seep forth. He cautiously collected it, tasting it to find it equally sweet. Addressing the camera, he declared, the roots of the thicket also contain a potable water source, though not as abundant as that of the Venus flytrap. It suffices for a family of 3 for a day. He then picked up a sharp thorn and pressed it against his palm, continuing, the thicket possesses slightly greater offensive power, yet its attack patterns are relatively straightforward. By mastering the rhythm, avoiding concentrated assaults, and utilizing protective equipment, a single supernatural being can manage it. Once again, disregarding the chat's exclamations of admiration and affection, Leafwave silently rose and continued on his journey. This time, they were heading toward the residential building, where they would finally confront the most despairing of mutated plants, the eerie vines. Chapter 72, Brother Lang. We are determined to end you, as Yi Lang arrived at the foot of the apartment building and gazed upwards, even with his mental preparation. He couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The entire structure was enveloped in a dense mass of robust vines, resembling a verdant fortress. The awe-inspiring sight from below was unlike anything seen through a window. The eerie vines coiled like a giant python, with shattered glass and twisted steel faintly visible through the gaps. Such a scene, typically confined to the realm of science fiction, felt startlingly real in this moment. Yi Lang tightened his grip on a knife in his hand. Yet, recalling the initial affection levels of Bai Yu and her 7 companions from the previous night, and the opportunity to swiftly enhance his strength, he took a deep breath, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Yi Lang cautiously advanced, directing a short, derisive sound towards the writhing vines. It was evident that the peculiar vines were incensed by this unexpected provocation. Suddenly, they twisted violently, with countless tendrils lunging at Yi Lang like sinuous appendages, filling the air with the pungent scent of vegetation. Yi Lang quickly retreated, positioning his large knife across his chest. Calmly observing the trajectory of the vine's assault, he seized the moment, his blade striking precisely at the vulnerable points of the tendrils, severing them instantly and causing their sap to splatter. Thankfully, the vines were not as resilient as he had imagined. With a slight sense of relief, Yi Lang continued to slash at the tendrils, each strike landing with unerring accuracy. However, as he continued, Yi Lang sensed something amiss. The vines seemed relentless in their assault. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the points of severance were healing rapidly and regrowing at an astonishing pace. Yi Lang furrowed his brow. Brute force alone would not suffice to completely eradicate the bizarre vines. He had to locate their core to resolve the issue once and for all. But with so many tendrils intertwined, how could he discern which one held the core? Just as he was pondering this dilemma, Yi Lang's attention was drawn to a massive tumor amid the vines, its surface shimmering with an eerie blue luminescence. This tumor was evidently much larger than those on the tendrils. A thought sparked in his mind. Perhaps this tumor, or the stem beneath it, was the very core of the vines. He inhaled deeply, swinging his large knife with urgency as he charged toward the glowing blue tumor. The peculiar vines seemed to sense the impending threat, tightening their grip and frantically ensnaring Yi Lang. Caught off guard, one tendril swept across his leg, momentarily halting his movement. In the blink of an eye, countless tendrils entwined around him like venomous serpents. Fortunately, Yi Lang reacted swiftly, positioning the blade of his curved knife outward against his chest. Seeing the tendrils severed by the blade, he seized the opportunity to break free from their confines and once again charged towards the tumor, his gaze fierce. The glint of his blade slicing through the air like lightning, aimed directly at the pulsating blue radiance. The tendrils writhed violently, attempting to obstruct, yet the resolve of Yi Lang remained unshaken. At last, the blade made contact, and the azure tumor erupted in a sudden explosion. However, instead of venom, a faintly green, translucent liquid gushed forth. As the liquid splattered, the tendrils seemed to momentarily freeze, then writhed even more frantically, as if enraged, lunging at Yi Lang like a furious giant python. Yi Lang continued to wield his mighty blade, his physique bolstered by enhancements, allowing him to navigate the onslaught of tendrils with ease. With each strike of his blade, the tendrils snapped in response. Yi Lang also noticed that after the enormous tumor was breached, the growth rate of the tendrils had noticeably slowed, and the healing at the breakpoints was no longer swift. Seizing the opportunity, he quickened his assault. The glimmer of his blade wove a tapestry of destruction, causing the tendrils to disintegrate. Spotting a thick, dark green stem exposed where the tumor had been, Yi Lang did not hesitate to cleave it down. Dark green sap gushed forth, and the tendrils immediately wilted. After a few more decisive strikes, the tendrils ceased all movement. Gasping for breath, Yi Lang surveyed his surroundings. The tendrils lay still, and he finally exhaled in relief. However, this was but one plant. Gazing at the endless jungle of tendrils enveloping the building, a sense of helplessness welled up within him. He addressed the live stream, saying, "As you can see, the attack power of these peculiar tendrils is indeed formidable. Even I must exercise caution. However, once the core tumor is destroyed, the tendrils will gradually lose their vitality. Then, we must locate the main stem and sever its life force entirely to eradicate these tendrils systematically." He then scooped up some of the light green sap from the ground and took a sip, feeling a significant resurgence of energy. Subsequently, he sliced open another tumor on a tendril. The sap within was somewhat diluted, but after sampling it, he continued. The sap from the core tumor is not only non-toxic, but also possesses nourishing properties, capable of rapidly restoring stamina. While the sap from the smaller tendrils has minimal efficacy, it can still serve as a source of hydration. However, I advise that when dealing with these strange tendrils, it is best to operate in teams, supporting one another, and never to venture alone. In fact, if nature affinity ability users could enhance their prowess, it would be considerably easier to tackle these foes in conjunction with system-based ability users. The comments from viewers in the live stream surged in a frenzy: admiration, inspiration, astonishment, fervor, and an outpouring of emotional declarations, including a whimsical desire for Yi Lang to father their children. With a slight smile, Yi Lang continued, "Regarding the issue of water sources, I have confirmed the government's notification. Now, let us discuss the mutated cockroaches I dispatched yesterday. To be frank, these mutated cockroaches are quite formidable, particularly their hardened exoskeletons and sharp spines. However, their abdomens and connecting joints are relatively vulnerable. Moreover, although they have become more ferocious, their bodies are adorned with sharp barbs. However, the habits remain largely unchanged since the apocalypse. Their vision and hearing are quite feeble, relying primarily on touch and smell for navigation. I firmly believe that if we exploit their weaknesses with proper coordination, capturing and hunting them should not prove to be a formidable task. As for the flesh of cockroaches, I have not tasted it, but I can attest that their bodies indeed contain a considerable amount of white meat. And I can also confirm the presence of the fluorescent fiber substance within their brains." Gazing at the frenzied barrage of comments, Yi Lang paused momentarily, his gaze resolute. With the government fallen, we must rely solely on ourselves. I do not wish to preach grand philosophies, but I sincerely hope that everyone survives. Our ancestors faced challenges that may have been even more daunting than those we encounter now. I refuse to believe that we are weaker than they were. I aspire for our generation to become the pioneers of a new world, to craft our own legend with wisdom and courage. For now, we still have electricity and the internet. If despair overtakes you, I encourage you to watch my battle streams and videos. As long as I have not given up, I hope none of you will succumb to despair either. Otherwise, the lack of visitors in my streaming room would render me rather embarrassed. The chat room finally quieted a bit, as a young woman casually remarked, "There's nothing to say, Lang Gu. I certainly won't walk in front of you, will I?" Another chimed in, "How does that brother speak? Lang Ye, I definitely won't die behind you." And yet another exclaimed, "What is the fuss upstairs? Lang Gu, if you die, I shall perish too." A girl declared, "I want to live and die with my husband." To which another responded, "Together in life and death." Yi Lang, his expression darkened, signaled for Yao Shi to turn off the stream. This group of netizens seemed to have tongues poisoned, each one chanting death upon death. "Yet I shall not perish." Suddenly, a sight before Yi Lang caused his heart to plunge. Chapter 73. Dear Socks, I will silently support you from behind. Yi Lang beheld a swarm of mutated ants densely gathered beneath the community building. They were of considerable size, comparable to adult cats or dogs. A dark mass that was impossible to quantify. Some had already ascended to the second-floor windows, their antennae waving as if probing for something. Yi Lang's countenance grew grim as he suppressed the unease within, clutching the invisible Yao Shi, and leapt upwards. Following the lifeless vines, he swiftly reached the window of the 14th floor. It was only upon entering his home that his heartbeat began to steady. He summoned the women, his expression grave. "In the coming days, we must prepare for evacuation." "Why the sudden urgency, Xiao Lang?" one inquired. "I discovered a massive swarm of mutated ants beneath Building 3. Their numbers astounding and their size immense. They have already begun to ascend." Observing Yi Lang's troubled expression, Tang Xiaowan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Even you cannot handle them? The swarm of cockroaches has been effortlessly dealt with. Are these ants truly more formidable?" The cockroaches, despite their larger size, number merely in the dozens, perhaps a few hundred at most. In contrast, that colony of mutated ants comprises thousands, and their rapid gnawing at doors and windows suggests they could easily breach our defenses. "Where shall we go, and how shall we proceed?" Observing the eager expression on Xiong Ting's face, Yi Lang nodded. "We shall travel to the Wuyo building via an aircraft." Once Xiong Yuan has assessed the situation in the coming days, we will set off. Hooray! Xiong Ting leaped with excitement, and the other girls shared in her joy with faint smiles. After informing the group, Yi Lang rose and headed to the gym to commence his training. He felt that his mastery over his rapidly growing abilities was still insufficient and sought further enhancement. When Yaoshi sent out the video, she deliberately sought Yi Lang's input. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to add some content at the end of the video. Upon its release, it ignited a spark of hope in the hearts of countless despairing individuals. This spark quickly spread, transforming into a beacon of hope, inspiring many to bravely confront the apocalypse. Although they were currently left to struggle for survival on their own, at least the information provided by the authorities regarding food and water was genuine, and Yi Lang had offered specific guidance. By fostering teamwork and exercising caution, they might just navigate through these trying times. The concluding message of the video moved innumerable fans who admired and supported Yi Lang deeply. I am Yi Lang, and I wish to convey a message to my beloved supporters. No matter what difficulties you face, never lose hope. I will silently stand by your side. To mi chedif but xiao juan juan, tu e niang, tang 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 bao, king bao ziu kian, suang ma wei, mi tao tao tao, gao zang, hu gong gong. Xiaohua 123, Mina, Mier. Remember this. Should anyone dare to bully you, message me directly. Moreover, I advise those who take advantage of the absence of authorities to oppress the weak and insult women to think twice before provoking me. Yi Lang. Otherwise, I assure you, I will make you regret it. The fans were utterly exhilarated. Mina exclaimed, Darling, I adore the way you pamper me. It's incredibly handsome. Xiaohua 123 chimed in, I have exquisite taste in men. I'm utterly in love with you, darling. Xiao Yuan declared, I would endure any pain to bear you 10 children. Chao Yang joked, when my time comes, I'll just do a handstand and hold it back. Xiaohua 123 called out, Darling. Not only did Yi Lang's supporters feel uplifted, but countless individuals teetering on the brink of despair reignited their flickering hope upon viewing the video. Indeed, if our ancestors managed to survive tenaciously in far harsher conditions, how could we, as modern individuals, dare to surrender? Now, solutions for sustenance and water have emerged, instilling a greater hope for survival. Moreover, there exists the internet and platforms like Douyin. The electronic pickled vegetables have not yet surrendered. Perseverance is essential, for it is merely a matter of enduring a few hardships. However, not all who view this video share in the joy. Within the confines of Unit 1507, Zhang Xianglai gazes at the screen with a grim expression, a surge of inexplicable jealousy and anger welling up within him. His eyes are drawn to his wife, Bai Yu, who is equally engrossed in her phone. You wretched woman, is it pleasurable to witness your paramour basking in the limelight? Surely, he has ensnared your heart, leaving you reluctant to part with him. Observing the fury and darkness in her husband's eyes, Bai Yu feels a tremor within her, choosing not to retort. They have quarreled countless times, and she is weary of it all. Especially since Zhang Xianglai awakened his extraordinary abilities, his temper has grown increasingly volatile, often resorting to threats and abuse. Unfortunately, her water-based powers are far too feeble. Yet, he is not entirely mistaken. Just yesterday, she found herself contemplating him in a dream, uncertain if she had spoken in her sleep. What a wretched creature. Does he truly believe that he can remain arrogant for long? A neighborhood patrol is about to be established, and I shall be among its ranks. Just wait and see. As Zhang Xianglai has asserted, discussions regarding the formation of the patrol team are fervent within the community group. Chairman Jiang Fangzhou of the Owners Committee in Unit 1105 proclaimed, Greetings, fellow homeowners. I trust you have all seen the government's notification. There will be no rescue forthcoming, but we must take matters into our own hands. After careful consideration, the Homeowners Committee has decided to form a patrol team. This initiative will not only safeguard our security, but also allow us to hunt down mutated creatures to procure food and water. Zhang Xianglai of Unit 1507 interjected, I support this decision. As an extraordinary ability wielder, I wish to join. Li Mingshan of Unit 1104 queried, how will the acquired food and water be distributed? Furthermore, what price must we pay to receive your provisions? Chairman Jiang Fangzhou responded, food and water will be allocated according to need. We shall not be selfish like certain individuals. Naturally, members of the patrol team will receive a greater share based on their contributions. Thus, I hope each household can lend a hand and participate in the patrol. As for the cost, accepting assistance entails assuming corresponding responsibilities, including aiding in patrols, maintaining community order, and cleaning public areas. This is not a transaction, but a necessary collaboration for survival. I hope for your understanding and support. Sun Yang of Unit 1205 declared, I am willing to join the patrol team and contribute my strength. Moreover, I must remind everyone that the establishment of this patrol team is urgent. A grave incident occurred on our floor yesterday. The atmosphere in the group suddenly turned tense upon hearing Sun Yang's words, prompting everyone to click on the video. On the screen, a man clad in a black jacket and wearing a baseball cap skillfully pried open a door lock with a slender piece of wire and swiftly slipped inside. Moments later, a bloodied woman stumbled out, desperately crying for help, her voice piercing and anguished. The man pursued her relentlessly, striking her down with a single blow and dragging her back into the dwelling. What ensued was all too apparent. The scene abruptly cut off, leaving a chilling impression. In another video, two robust men forcefully smashed a door, bursting in, followed by the sound of terrified screams and a struggle. Before long, a figure was dragged out, leaving a long trail of blood on the floor. The two clips rendered the group silent, a palpable fear spreading through each member's heart. Resident 1308, Fanshi exclaimed, "Oh my, this is horrifying. I agree we must form a patrol team, not just for the monsters and food, but to prevent such heinous events from occurring again. I'm an ice-type ability user, and I wish to join the patrol team." Resident 1316, Lu Peng added, "I am a system-type ability user, and I would like to join the patrol team." Youth from Unit 1002, Dawa, chimed in, "I am a wind-type ability user, and I wish to join the patrol team." Soon, over 10 homeowners expressed their willingness to participate, and the atmosphere in the group gradually shifted to one of determination and unity. Chairman Jiang Fangzhou of the Homeowners Committee from Unit 1105 stated, "Thank you all for your support and bravery. Given the urgency of the situation, we must act immediately. An emergency meeting will be held tonight at 9 p.m. to discuss the details and plans for forming the patrol team. We will gather at Unit 1702, and I urge everyone to attend punctually. Furthermore, to ensure effective patrols, all aerial devices from the 3 buildings must be coordinated for use, ensuring no area remains unchecked. If anyone requires usage, they must apply to the patrol team and gain approval to avoid conflicts." Yilang, upon reading the messages in the group, could not suppress a cold smile. The real drama was about to unfold. The true claws of darkness were set to emerge. Chapter 74. The Patrol Team? A first perfect interaction with my sister-in-law after dining with several women. Yilang proceeded to the gym to continue his training. The rapid increase in his physical prowess necessitated relentless exercise to harness this newfound strength. Just as he was performing handstand push-ups with 2 fingers, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Yilang frowned slightly and walked toward the entrance. Peering through the peephole, he saw an elderly woman with graying hair. Her dark skin was etched with deep lines, and her kindly face bore traces of weariness and urgency. Yilang opened the door, and the elderly woman, somewhat embarrassed, implored, "Mr. Yi, might you spare me a morsel of food? My grandson is terribly hungry. I beseech your assistance." Yilang's brow furrowed deeper as he coldly declined. "I'm afraid I cannot help you." A glimmer of despair flickered in the woman's eyes as her voice trembled. "I beg you. Even a bit of leftover food would suffice." Yilang continued to refuse with calm detachment. "There is none." The old woman sighed in resignation, turning to leave, her hunched figure appearing particularly forlorn. Yilang watched her as she limped toward the doors of other residents, his hand hesitating on the door before ultimately closing it. Yao Shi, who had been silently observing the entire scene, felt a tumult of emotions within her. She sighed softly. "That elderly woman is from our floor. She's quite kind. She just moved here from the countryside to help care for her grandson, only to encounter this calamity." Yilang furrowed his brow slightly and inquired gently, "Is it just her and her grandson at home?" After a moment's thought, she shook her head. "There should be a daughter-in-law as well, but she is rather fierce." Yilang pondered for a moment, reluctant to meddle in the affairs of others. Yet, the image of the elderly woman with her white hair and unsteady gait stirred a ripple of compassion within him. Moreover, there was a distinct scent of blood about her, and upon noticing her limping left leg, he commanded, "Secretary Yao, please place 2 bags of bread at the old woman's doorstep shortly. and ensure it goes unnoticed. Yaoshi was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded, a flicker of warmth in her eyes. All right, I will be cautious. Yilang turned and returned to the gym to continue his workout. She silently regarded his retreating figure, reflecting inwardly on the seemingly callous man who concealed an unrecognized tenderness within his heart. After an hour of exercise, Yilang checked the time. It was nearly 9 o'clock. He took out his phone and opened a surveillance application. The screen vividly displayed real-time footage from Unit 1702. The clarity of the image prompted Yilang to commend the meticulousness of his junior, Hua. On screen, a group of individuals, both men and women, were gathered in the living room, animatedly discussing matters. From this day forth, the patrol team of the beautiful villa on Golden Isle is officially established. We welcome all neighbors to join us in safeguarding our home. As a middle-aged man concluded his statement, enthusiastic applause erupted in the living room. The man's expression turned serious as he continued. To make a resounding start, the patrol team will execute its first mission tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Our target is the mutated cockroaches on the 12th floor of Unit 2. Upon meticulous investigation, we discovered 2 mutated cockroaches within apartment 1203. If we unite our efforts to eliminate them, we shall acquire an abundance of edible flesh. What are your thoughts, everyone? The group exchanged glances, and after a brief moment, they all nodded in agreement, their eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. Very well, let us proceed by having each of you briefly describe your unique abilities to facilitate better collaboration. A young woman stood first, her voice resonating clearly. My name is Fan Chi, and I am an ice elemental user capable of launching ice arrows. Following her, a robust man spoke in a deep tone. I am Zhang Chong, a system elemental user. My elbow joints can harden like steel, granting me formidable attack power. I am Fan, a system elemental user, and my nails are exceedingly sharp, he added, standing last with a slightly nervous demeanor and a shy smile. Observing this scene from outside the phone, Yilang couldn't help but smile joyfully. Even after the surveillance feed was terminated, the smile lingered on his face, becoming even more radiant upon seeing Xiong Ting. Ding's system notification, Supreme Cuisine, rifle leg, extra large handgun leg, has been issued. Ding's system notification, Supreme Cuisine, towel roll, 3-pound towel roll, has been issued. Ding's system notification, Supreme Cuisine, seafood hot pot has been issued. Ding, congratulations, host, for achieving the first milestone of the 100 affection points task. Ding, completion rate, 66, pass. Ding, congratulations, host, for earning 1 free attribute point. Current free attribute points, 1. Ding, congratulations, host, for 1 instance of body part enhancement, enhanced area, torso. Ding, congratulations, host. The seafood hot pot has been added to the system's daily distribution-based configuration. Ding's system notification, Supreme Cuisine, Zeus bowl of sushi, has been issued. Ding's system notification, Supreme Cuisine, tempura, 3-pound tempura, has been issued. Ding's system notification, Supreme Cuisine, Mexican wrap, half-meter long Mexican burrito, has been issued. Ding, congratulations, host, for earning 1 free attribute point. Current free attribute points, 2. Bai Xiao truly embodies the role of a caring older sister. Recognizing that Xiong Ting's injuries have not yet healed, and voluntarily taking on the responsibility of a support unit. Such heartfelt camaraderie is truly moving. After breakfast, Yilang, as per his routine, engaged in morning exercises. With the enhanced physique of 763 and the augmented strength of his torso, his movements became increasingly agile and powerful. Now, both his limbs and torso had undergone enhancement, leaving only his head above the neck unenhanced. The little wolf also underwent a transformation, appearing even more fearsome. This instilled Yilang with a profound confidence for the impending battle, a sentiment echoed by the members of the patrol team. They gathered in the morning, brimming with vitality as they set off in formation. Confronted by the mutated cockroaches, they swiftly overwhelmed them with an unstoppable force. Yilang meticulously observed the actions of each member of the patrol team, even recording their movements for later review. A subtle smile played at the corners of his lips, as if he were savoring an unspoken delight. In contrast, the members of the patrol team were genuinely relishing the tender white flesh extracted from the mutated cockroaches. As Captain Jiang Fangzhou chewed on the fried white meat, he frowned slightly, remarking, "It's a bit tough and has an odd taste. As long as it's edible." "It's fine, Captain Jiang. I'm starving. Anything tastes good to me," Fang Mingda replied, joyfully indulging in his meal. A glimmer of satisfaction sparkled in Fong Mingda's eyes as he thought to himself, "It has been a whole day without food. Finally, I can fill my stomach." Watching his teammates devour their portions, he too hastened his eating. Despite the less-than-ideal flavor, every morsel felt incredibly precious at that moment. Fan Yi also partook of the white meat, savoring each bite with a demeanor that remained shy and earnest. After the patrol team had their fill, they gazed at the remaining substantial portion of white meat, smiles of contentment gracing their faces. "Captain Jiang, how shall we allocate this white meat?" Li Wenxuan's question caught Jiang Fangzhou slightly off guard. After a moment of contemplation, he replied solemnly, "We shall allocate 10 pounds per person. The remainder will be set aside as reserve supplies, with a portion distributed to other homeowners." "What? No way. Why should we?" Chapter 75. The Arrival of Scholar Hua. Weo Media, here they come. As soon as Jiang Fangzhou finished speaking, a chorus of dissent erupted within the team. "Captain, we fought hard for this. Why should we share it with others? Besides, there are plenty of homeowners in Building 3. It won't be enough." "Indeed, Zhang Chong is right. We can't share." Following Zhang Chong's words, the team members echoed their agreement, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Jiang Fangzhou seemed to have anticipated this reaction. He calmly regarded them and said, "We won't be giving it away to every household, nor will it be without cost. First, we will prioritize the capable ability users. If they are willing to join our patrol team, our strength will significantly increase, making resource acquisition much easier. Secondly, for ordinary homeowners without abilities, if they have women or young girls who can provide logistical support, such as maintaining tools, cooking food, doing laundry, and, well, should we send it or not?" As Jiang Fangzhou spoke, the eyes of the crowd brightened, and many nodded in agreement. Zhang Chong was the first to voice his thoughts. "Captain, you're brilliant. Haha. In this apocalypse, if they want my food, they must pay a price." "Indeed, in this apocalypse, women are meant to be our playthings," he laughed heartily. "Soon enough, we and our little brothers will be well fed. Ha!" Suyanbo, masked, furrowed his brow, finding himself believing his senior's words even more. He discreetly glanced at the 4 individuals in the corner. Their expressions were calm, devoid of the ecstatic joy displayed by the others. It seemed these 4 were the ones his senior had instructed him to keep a close watch on, the creators of this revelry. A sense of vigilance stirred within Suyanbo. He resolved to closely monitor their movements to provide his senior with further intelligence. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. The thrill of participating in this game alongside his senior was exhilarating. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing heart and continued his observation. Although his senior could monitor the situation through surveillance, his own perspective on the ground would capture more nuanced details. Yilang was also observing everything through the surveillance footage. Calculating in his mind, he was eager to see how the plans directed against him would unfold and what true face the mysterious individual would reveal. A slight smirk played on his lips, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Lunch remained sumptuous, thanks to Xiong Ting's efforts. The aroma of hot pot wafted throughout the room. Tender slices of meat danced in the boiling broth, while fresh vegetables soaked up the savory liquid, their colors tantalizing. The group gathered in a circle, devouring the feast with gusto. Whenever thirst struck, they sipped on cola or milk tea. After the meal, Yilang thoughtfully provided everyone with large watermelons and tiramisu. The sweet watermelon burst in their mouths, refreshing and cooling, while the creamy texture of the tiramisu intertwined with the aroma of coffee, offering a touch of sweetness and satisfaction. Post-lunch, several women languidly reclined on the sofa, scrolling through their phones, occasionally bursting into peals of melodious laughter. This was even more delightful than life before the apocalypse. In the past few days, Bai Xia would occasionally weigh herself, anxious about gaining weight. Unlike Bai Jin and Tang Wan, who were still youthful, she feared that gaining weight would make it harder to lose later. Despite that dog of a man insisting that the feel is better, what woman doesn't care about her figure? Meanwhile, the community chat was filled with praises for the patrol team's bravery. In Building 2, Room 1107, Li Fong exclaimed, "Wow. The 2 mutated cockroaches were easily dealt with by the patrol team. Amazing." Building 2, Room 1210, Zhang Suqin. "I am immensely grateful to the patrol team. I can hardly believe that we have mutated cockroaches on our floor. Thanks to them, we can finally feel at ease. The members of the patrol team are true heroes." Building 3, Room 1401, Qian Song. Indeed, the brothers of the patrol team have done remarkably well. Building 1, Room 1703, Sun Fulai, well done. The members of the patrol team beamed with pride as they read the praises in the group chat. However, Jiang Fangzhou quickly reined in his smile and cautioned in a low voice, "Let's not be blinded by superficial acclaim. What is there to be called a hero? We must aspire to be formidable leaders." With that, Jiang Fangzhou sent the meticulously crafted message to the owners group. Patrol team leader Jiang Fangzhou, hello everyone. I trust you have all seen the actions of our patrol team. This is merely our duty. Ensuring your safety is our obligation. However, we are seeking to recruit capable and responsible members, as well as logistical personnel. Candidates for the patrol team must possess abilities, while logistical roles are reserved for young and attractive women. As compensation, we shall distribute 2 pounds of the white meat seen in the video. Spots are limited and will be filled on a first-come, first-served basis. The moment the message was sent, the group fell into an eerie silence. On the 11th day of this apocalypse, the people were not naive. Why specifically young and attractive women for logistical roles? They were all aware of the ulterior motives, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts. The patrol team was numerous and empowered by abilities. Who would dare to question them? They were not as accommodating as Yilang. The members of the patrol team paid little heed to the silence, confident that beautiful women or their relatives would eventually approach them. After all, faced with hunger and the unknown, the instinct for survival often compels one to compromise. They understood this well. At that moment, Zhang Xiang, Sun Yang, and others looked on with eager anticipation, their eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. They understood all too well, for their wives had once made similar choices in despair, whether willingly or under duress. Now, it was their turn to revel in this privilege, and a twisted sense of pleasure welled up within them. Su Yanba quietly observed the expressions of these individuals, recalling his senior's instructions. These men harbored a grudge against his senior, and he knew he must watch them closely. Yilang also scrutinized the group, exhibiting a greenish glow, secretly chuckling to himself. What a remarkable coincidence that they all awakened to systemic abilities. That fibrous meat truly was extraordinary. After inhaling the smoke emitted from the meat, the women experienced a tumultuous surge of emotions, as if they had transformed into the ravenous, mutated cockroaches. Among them, Tang Xiaowan's reaction was the most pronounced, her eyes glistening with a primal gleam. The reactions of the 4 young women, Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, Yao Shi, and Xiong Ting, were somewhat subdued. It remains uncertain whether this was due to their shared identity as nature-based abilities users, unlike Tang Xiaowan, or other factors. Yilang, having inhaled the smoke from the meat-like substance, felt a sense of caution arise within him. Yet, he only sensed a slight restlessness in his body, while his mind remained remarkably lucid. Rather than succumbing to primal instincts, he found himself invigorated and alert. Upon inquiring about the nature of this phenomenon, the system elucidated. This fluffy meat substance constitutes a unique amalgamation of spiritual and physical essence. It appears to be a semi-finished product capable of amplifying the emotional fluctuations of abilities users. Given that your mental strength is nearly negligible, you remain unaffected. However, the murderous intent contained within this substance can awaken your latent combat instincts and desires for slaughter. Furthermore, it serves to fortify your willpower and enhance certain capabilities in the future. Upon hearing this, Yilang was intrigued and promptly asked the system about these future capabilities. The system responded, "The specifics of these capabilities remain indeterminate for now. Please expedite your physical enhancement." Yilang comprehended the urgency of the situation, solidifying his resolve to journey towards Wuyo building. It seemed imperative to gather more of these fluffy meat substances. Yet, the implication that this was merely a semi-finished product raised questions about what the final product might entail. Perhaps a crystal core? A sense of foreboding crept over him, as numerous details corroborated the elder's warnings. The despair enveloping countless individuals during the apocalyptic dawn might merely signify a novice phase. If this was the case, one could only imagine the true horrors awaiting in the formal trials or the genuine apocalypse. With a sense of urgency, Yilang recognized the need to enhance his strength swiftly. Once he dealt with the shadowy figures behind the scenes, he would need to make haste to Wuyo building. It was high time to significantly elevate his abilities. Taking a deep breath, a determined glint flickered in his eyes. Yesterday, Bai Xiao had shared a bed with Xiong Ting. Today, however, the contrasting pair of Bai Jin and Yao Shi, the two young girls, were playfully squabbling as they squeezed into a single bed, showcasing a remarkable camaraderie. The previous night, their exuberance had been so spirited that it was Bai Xiao who had to administer a playful slap to their backsides to rouse them in the morning. Rubbing their sleepy eyes, Bai Jin and Yao Shi grumbled in dissatisfaction, yet obediently climbed out of bed. However, upon catching sight of an array of KFC and McDonald's breakfast laid out on the table, their drowsiness dissipated instantly, and they rushed towards the delectable offerings. The night prior, they had fervently debated whether KFC or McDonald's was superior, insisting that Yi Lang adjudicate their dispute. Thus, this morning, they were presented with a feast from both establishments. As they savored their delicacies, they playfully teased one another about their audacity, the debate transforming into laughter, creating an atmosphere of ease and joy. With a physique of 783, Yi Lang felt his body considerably lighter. He was diligently exercising in the gym, beads of sweat pouring down, his muscular definition becoming increasingly pronounced. Observing Yi Lang as he trained in his bare skin had become a staple for the girls. They either chuckled or jested, but never forgot to hand him towels and water. However, Tang Xiaowan found herself shy, her cheeks flushed, stealing glances elsewhere. Her heart secretly exclaiming in astonishment at how splendidly the second senior brother's physique had transformed. Yao Shi and Xiong Ting, the two seasoned veterans, exchanged knowing smiles, playfully exaggerating their voices to tease. Second brother, your physique is truly remarkable. It seems our junior sister wants to touch it. You two little rascals. I'm going to compete with you. Watch my little cat charge. Wow, behold my dance of ice and snow. The ghostly blade strikes unseen, maneuvering. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha ha. This is fantastic. Other people's wives are truly delightful. Meanwhile, within the confines of apartment 1702 in Building 2, Zhang Fangzhou, Zhang Xianglai, Sun Yang, Zhang Chong, and several other patrolling team members emerged from various bedrooms, their faces beaming with satisfaction. Upon seeing each other, they exchanged smiles, reveling in their shared joy. Zhang Fangzhou patted Zhang Chong on the shoulder and chuckled softly. So how about it? The decision to recruit logistics was indeed wise, wasn't it? Zhang Chong nodded, a glimmer of wickedness flickering in his eyes. Absolutely. This life is simply too indulgent. With food, drink, and women to enjoy, this apocalypse is truly delightful. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, the captain's strategies are remarkably astute. Today, I truly experienced how blissful Yi Lang's existence is. Zhang Xianglai's words abruptly silenced the room. The expressions of everyone soured, a heavy silence enveloping them, the atmosphere growing oppressive. Most of the patrol team harbored grievances against Yi Lang, some even nursing a vendetta over lost wives. Yet, they dared not act rashly. Yi Lang's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, far beyond their capacity to confront. Thus, though resentment simmered within, they could only endure, the weight of their metaphorical hats pressing down upon them, making it hard to breathe. Each time thoughts of that wretched woman at home and her entanglements with Yi Lang crossed their minds, their anger flared fiercely, yet they had no outlet for their fury. Fan Yi and the others observed the situation with calmness. It only required a spark to ignite the long-suppressed rage. The catalyst was already in place. Yi Lang, watching the situation unfold on the monitors, fell into contemplation. What exactly was the trigger? How could the puppet master be drawn into the fray? Was it truly necessary to immerse oneself in the chaos, to unveil the truth? Yi Lang quietly made a decision, aware that his time was running short. Afternoon, he and Tang Xiaowan held a simple funeral for Tang Long. In the face of impending doom, there was no need for elaborate rituals. Yi Lang and Tang Xiaowan bowed 3 times before the box containing Tang Long's remains and clothing. In place of the unfilial grandson, Tang Xiao, Yi Lang delivered a few words of lamentation, essentially wishing for the deceased to find peace in the earth and return to their homeland. Subsequently, with Bai Jin's fire-based abilities, the remains, clothing, and box were reduced to ashes. Yi Lang led Tang Xiaowan to the balcony of the top floor. The ashes scattered in the wind. Yi Lang's eyes glistened with moisture, while Tang Xiaowan wept profusely. They stood in silence for a moment before turning to leave. In this apocalyptic world, death had become the norm, while survival posed the greatest challenge. With the deceased laid to rest, a sense of relief finally settled in the hearts of Yi Lang and Tang Xiaowan. Tang Xiaowan's affection for Yi Lang reached a perfect score of 100. On their way home, Tang Xiaowan's gaze towards Yi Lang shifted, implying that now that the elder had passed, he had entrusted her to him, and it would be remiss not to take action after so many years of the elder's careful guidance. Yi Lang certainly felt the intensity of Tang Xiaowan's gaze and gently squeezed her hand. Her fingers trembled slightly, her face flushed with a hint of crimson, her eyes reflecting both anticipation and anxiety. Upon returning home, Yi Lang resumed watching the surveillance footage, discovering that the patrol team had begun to target the mutated vines. A dozen or so ability users managed to sever a few vines and eliminate a tumor. Yi Lang observed closely, ensuring there were no hidden tactics, which put his mind at ease. Throughout the afternoon, Tang Xiaowan was enveloped in a peculiar mix of excitement and tension. Occasionally glancing at Yi Lang and then lowering her head to adjust her clothing, her fingers unconsciously entwined. At that moment, the support of the four elder sisters became evident. One offered gentle comfort, another shared her own experiences, a third assured with a pat on the chest, and the last promised to provide assistance whenever needed. This helped to gradually calm Tang Xiaowan's emotions. During dinner, Tang Xiaowan hardly touched her chopsticks, her eyes frequently darting towards Yi Lang, her heart racing like a startled deer. Thankfully, Bai Xiao thoughtfully served her some meat dishes, softly encouraging, "Xiaowan, don't be nervous, eat more meat to replenish your strength." Tang Xiaowan obediently took a few bites. Yet her mind remained restless. This tension persisted until Yi Lang took her hand and led her to the bedroom, gently closing the door behind them. Chapter 77. Truly the beloved junior sister, immune to all poisons, perceptive. With a familiar formula, yet another batch of exquisite delicacies is about to be unveiled, generously without an increase in price. Some may appreciate it, while others may not. Those who find it unappealing may simply skip ahead to the final note on physical condition. I wish all readers a daily indulgence in exquisite culinary delights. Ding system notification, exquisite cuisine. Purple sweet potato taro cheesecake, container of purple sweet potato taro cheesecake, has been distributed. Ding system notification, exquisite cuisine. Mango sago, 5-liter container of mango sago, has been distributed. Ding system notification, fried cake, 1-pound container of fried cake, has been distributed. Ding system notification, McSwirl, bucket of McSwirl, has been distributed. Ding, congratulations, host, for achieving the first milestone of the 100 affection task. Ding completion rate, 80 good. Ding congratulations, host, you have earned 10 free attribute points now added to physical condition. Ding congratulations, host, you have received a body part enhancement. The enhanced area is the head. Ding congratulations, host, you have acquired a body enhancement trait, immunity to all toxins. Ding congratulations, host, your entire body has been enhanced once. And you have gained the enhancement talent, insight, perceiving the emotions and movements of living beings within a certain range, predicting enemy attacks, etc. Ding congratulations, host. McSwirl has been added to the system's daily basic provisions. The food and water in the system's basic configuration have doubled. Currently, the daily provisions include 24, 576 loaves of bread, 192 buckets of water, 608 large watermelons, 48 packets of spicy strips, 512 roasted ducks, 2 servings of hot pot, and 1 McSwirl. Ding detected that the host has achieved a full body enhancement, now upgrading the strength module. Host, Yi Lang. Physical condition, 883. Please continue to enhance your strength, striving to reach 100 points to unlock new modules. Mental state, 01. Please allocate points carefully. Enhanced traits, climate resilience 1, immunity to toxins 1, enhanced talent, insight 1, enhanced areas, full body 1, right index and middle fingers 2, attribute points, physical points, 0, free attribute points, 0, pain. Pain. The agony of this enhancement surpassed all expectations. Yi Lang, disregarding any thought of a second attempt, dashed into the gym at 2 in the morning, fervently wielding his blade. Sweat poured down like rain, his muscles quivered at their limits, and each swing of the blade felt as if it were tearing at his very soul. Gradually, Yi Lang sensed the pain diminishing. The great sword in his hands became increasingly light, as if it had melded with his body. Moreover, his perception sharpened, the trajectory of the sword's movement vividly materializing in his mind, allowing him to foresee the outcome of each strike. The commotion Yi Lang created roused the four women, Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, Yao Shi, and Xiong Ting, who were already restless from the noise. Upon witnessing Yi Lang's bare form rushing into the gym, they exchanged bewildered glances. Bi Xiao approached, unable to restrain herself. Xiao Lang, what is the matter with you? Yi Lang gasped for breath. I need to release some pent-up energy. Bai Xiao rolled her eyes. Haven't you already vented enough? Yi Lang was momentarily at a loss for words, retorting with irritation. It's the restlessness brought on by my enhanced strength. Aunt Bai Xiao. You're quite lewd. Bai Xiao ignored the man's teasing, scoffing softly as she fetched a bottle of water and went to Tang Xiaowan's side. Seeing Tang Xiaowan, who appeared as pitiable as a battered kitten, Bai Xiao felt a pang of compassion. She gently stroked the cat, ears atop Tang Xiaowan's head, softly inquiring, Xiaowan, are you all right? Tang Xiaowan struggled to lift her head, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes, as she weakly replied, I'm fine, thank you, Sister Bai Xiao. Her voice, though faint, resonated with a remarkable resilience. After sipping some water, Tang Xiaowan seemed to regain a bit of her spirit and anxiously asked, Sister Bai Xiao, how is second senior brother doing? He suddenly ran off earlier, looking quite urgent. Bai Xiao responded curtly, what else could he be doing? He.s. venting like a madman. Don't worry about him. This is a normal reaction to his increased power. Take advantage of the fact that he.s. preoccupied and rest well. As she spoke, Bai Xiao lifted her fluffy tail and began to treat Tang Xiaowan. Meanwhile, Yi Lang had been swinging his sword for 2 long hours, gradually calming the turbulence and pain within. He finally halted, his body drenched in sweat, took a deep breath, and began to examine the system prompts in his mind. Firstly, his physique had reached 883, now 17 times that of an adult. Yi Lang felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him, his muscles more defined, as if each one was proclaiming its formidable explosive power. Then came his subsequent system prompts. What modules or abilities would be unlocked upon reaching a physique of 100? The system offered no clear answers, merely reiterating the need to enhance his strength and explore further possibilities. Next, Yi Lang noticed the mental attribute, which now displayed a specific value, 01. Moreover, the system advised him to proceed with caution regarding skill points, further confirming his suspicion that the system seemed to reject mental power. Then came the traits. The interaction with Tang Xiaowan, marked by an initial goodwill of 100, yielded an unexpected benefit, immunity to poisons. Thus, whether facing venomous plants or treachery from foes, he would be able to navigate them with ease. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder why this level 1 trait felt so feeble. Not merely the characteristic of being impervious to toxins, but also the immunity to temperature fluctuations is noteworthy. This trait has been tested by Yi Lang. It is now June 14th, and while the nights are still somewhat chilly, Yi Lang has found no need for a blanket during his slumber, feeling not a trace of cold. Of course, he still instinctively keeps his legs tucked under the edge of the blanket, a habit ingrained in him. Moreover, Yi Lang had previously attempted to place his hand in the refrigerator's fresh compartment, experiencing no sensation whatsoever. However, when he ventured into the freezer, he could still feel the biting cold, indicating that this immunity to temperature is not entirely absolute. What if he were to elevate his level to 2 or even higher? Yi Lang's heart brimmed with anticipation, contemplating that perhaps as his level ascends, these attributes will yield even more astonishing effects. Next came the most exhilarating aspect for Yi Lang, the talent of insight. Not only could he perceive the emotions and movements of the beings around him, but he could also anticipate the attacks of his adversaries, enhancing his capabilities significantly. This insight bore an uncanny resemblance to the observation hockey from the world of pirates. Closing his eyes, Yi Lang attuned himself to his surroundings, gradually detecting the faint fluctuations of the girls' auras, the sounds of their heartbeats, their breaths, and even the footsteps of Bai Xiao returning to her room were all distinctly clear. As his focus intensified, Yi Lang seemed to gain a kind of X-ray vision, perceiving the emotional shifts within the girls, Bai Xiao's tranquility, Tang Xiaowan's joy, while Bai Jin, Yao Shi, and Xiong Ting exhibited a more complex tapestry of emotions. These 3 youthful maidens were interwoven with desire, shyness, and a hint of jealousy. It appeared that their outward harmony belied a deeper undercurrent of emotions, temporarily concealed for Yi Lang's sake. These sentiments unfolded in his mind like a vivid tapestry, enveloping him in an unprecedented sense of security. Though the ability to discern the emotional fluctuations and movements of the girls might seem trivial, it would prove invaluable in combat. He could gain foresight into his enemy's intentions, anticipate their maneuvers, and even identify vulnerabilities before they struck, a power that could undoubtedly alter the tide of battle at critical moments. Yilang had not anticipated that his junior sister would bestow upon him such a remarkable gift. It was nothing short of a weapon of warfare. If he could refine this insight to its utmost potential, he would be well equipped to confront any foe with composure, standing invincible. With this thought, Yilang cast a fierce and fervent gaze toward Building 2, as though he sought to incinerate all adversaries to ashes. Chapter 78. The old woman's daughter-in-law and precious grandson glancing at the clock, he noted that it was just past 4 in the morning. The night was deep. Yet Yilang felt no inclination to sleep. He perceived that Tang Xiaowan was fast asleep, and Bai Jin, cradling Yao Shi, was also lost in dreams. Only Xiong Ting remained, curiously tugging at Bai Xiao's arm and inquiring about something. Yilang ultimately resolved not to disturb the slumbering trio. In the morning, everyone joyfully partook in the breakfast prepared by Yao Shi and Bai Xiao, the aroma wafting enticingly through the air. Tang Xiaowan had shed her youthful innocence, revealing a hint of the allure of a mature woman. At that moment, she gazed affectionately at Yilang, her eyes brimming with tenderness and reliance. Yilang felt a stir within him and silently used his perceptive abilities. Indeed, he discerned that the emotions of the other 4 women had also subtly shifted, mingling envy with a profound affection for him. A smile involuntarily crept upon Yilang's lips. Truly, women are natural performers. After their meal, the ladies tidied up the dishes while Yilang turned his attention to the surveillance monitors, keenly observing the patrol team for any unusual activity. He discovered that, early in the morning, they had been engaging in games with others' wives, which eased his mind, prompting him to prepare for a workout. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Yilang furrowed his brow slightly and approached the entrance with caution. His insight revealed that it was the same elderly woman from yesterday, though her aura had weakened further. Upon opening the door, he found her still begging for food, but her countenance appeared more haggard, and her voice was feeble. Yilang declined once more. The woman merely flickered a hint of disappointment in her eyes before slowly turning away. Observing her as she sought assistance from other residents, Yilang gently closed the door. He turned to the invisible Yao Shi and inquired, "Yesterday, I gave her 2 bags of bread, correct?" "Yes, that's right, boss," Yao Shi replied. Yilang shook his head, saying nothing further. The stench of blood from the old woman had intensified, and now both of her legs appeared to be limping. Wasn't there enough bread for her? Moreover, the elderly lady was so frail. She likely had no more than a couple of ounces of flesh on her entire body. Yilang sat on the sofa, his brow furrowed. He truly did not wish to meddle in the affairs of others, especially at such a critical juncture before the impending battle. Yet, the peculiar state of that elderly woman made it impossible for him to remain complacent. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to intervene. Those who practice martial arts adhere to the principle of clarity of thought. Particularly on the eve of a great conflict, any lingering concerns may inevitably affect one's performance. Yilang rose, instructing Yao Shi to follow him, and they stepped out together. However, the scene that greeted him upon exiting sent a jolt through his heart. The frail yet resilient elderly woman lay at the elevator entrance, her complexion ashen and her breath faint. Yilang hurriedly approached and supported her, softly asking, "Madam, what has happened to you?" With great difficulty, the old woman opened her eyes, her voice barely a whisper. "Mr. Yi, I fear I cannot hold on much longer. Please, take me home. My daughter-in-law and Guogua are hungry." Yilang's heart tightened, and he urgently turned to Yao Shi, saying, "Quickly call Bai Xiao to come here." "No need," Yilang continued before Yao Shi could act. The elderly woman's skeletal hand had already fallen limp, clearly indicating that life was nearing its end. Yilang stood in silence for a long while, until Yao Shi softly inquired, "Boss, what should we do next?" Did Yilang slowly lift his head. He first gently rolled up the old lady's pant legs and gasped. Both of her legs were injured. How could she still walk? Yao Shi exclaimed in disbelief. Yilang's eyes were as cold as ice. Injured? This was no mere injury. It was a wound inflicted by her own hand, severing flesh from her body. What? Why? My heavens! Ignoring Yao Shi's outcry, Yilang carefully lifted the old lady and made his way to the elevator, determined to confirm one final matter. Upon arriving at room 1514, Yilang utilized his perceptive abilities to gauge the atmosphere within. Instantly, his expression turned even colder. He forcefully kicked the door open. Inside, he was met with a rosy-cheeked woman and a plump boy voraciously devouring bread. A bowl nearby contained meat chunks, glistening with droplets of oil. Startled by the intrusion, the woman dropped her bread in a panic, while the young boy stood frozen. Displaying her fiery temperament, the woman, without fully assessing the situation, shouted, "Who the hell are you? How dare you invade my home?" But in the next moment, her words were abruptly silenced as she recognized Yilang. Her face turning pale as she stammered, Yilang. The woman hastily rose, only to see the old lady in Yilang's arms. Her complexion draining of color. Feigning a dutiful daughter-in-law, she rushed forward, wailing, "Mother, what has happened to you?" However, Yilang delivered a swift kick, sending the advancing woman crashing to the ground. She cried out in agony, blood spilling from her lips, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at Yilang. The boy, frightened, shrank into the corner, eyes filled with fear, yet he clutched the piece of bread tightly, clearly afraid of losing it. Yilang gently set the old lady's lifeless body down, his cold gaze sweeping across the room as he spoke in a deep voice. "The first time I turned a blind eye. The second time, did I not provide you with bread? Why must you consume her?" The woman's complexion shifted drastically, and in the next heartbeat, she erupted in furious curses directed at the old lady. How typical of this old hag. All she does is eat and drink. She cannot fight off monsters nor procure food. She deserves to die, dragging us down and still daring to complain. What can I do if my precious son is hungry? The woman screamed, her voice raw, as if she had suffered an immense injustice. Yilang let out a cold laugh, his murderous intent intensifying. That old lady has not an ounce of flesh left. Where has it all gone? Upon observing the mother and child, one cannot help but notice their rosy complexions and robust physiques, which are clearly the result of prolonged indulgence. Have your consciences been devoured by dogs? Not even your own kin are spared. The woman fell silent, a flicker of despair crossing her eyes. Yilang advanced menacingly, his voice icy as he inquired why. "When you clearly possess bread, do you still resort to devouring a frail, old woman? Tell me." Fear finally gripped the woman. Tears mingled with blood streamed down her face as she trembled and replied, "It was her own doing, not mine. She, in her compassion for her grandson and the lineage of the old Lin family, chose this path. It has nothing to do with me." Laughter erupted from Yilang. Tinged with fury, his voice as frigid as frost. "Has she been informed that you still have food?" He then forcefully kicked open the locked cabinet beside him, revealing it brimming with provisions. The woman turned pale, rendered speechless. Yilang looked down upon her with cold disdain and stated, "Do you comprehend that she limped up and down the stairs begging for scraps? Did you know she clung to your names until her last breath? Did you know she begged me to deliver her body to you after her demise?" The woman collapsed to the ground, tears pouring forth. The little boy also burst into tears. Yet, Yilang's keen perception discerned that neither of them felt a shred of remorse. Only fear of the unknown and a voracious desire for survival lingered. Yilang approached the woman slowly, his voice deep as the chilling winds of hell. "You are unworthy of humanity. Today, I shall act as the hand of justice." Chapter 79. The True Punishment. The catalyst being a gun. "Boss, why did you only break the limbs of that wicked woman and spare her life? The boy should perish as well," asked Yao Shi, indignation and confusion evident in her tone. Cradling the old woman's lifeless body, Yilang replied nonchalantly, "That would be too lenient for them. I have taken their food along with the old woman, and the door is sealed shut. What do you think that little glutton will resort to in his hunger?" Yao Shi was momentarily taken aback, terror flashing in her eyes before transforming into a sense of relief. That vile woman would initially attempt to soothe her beloved son. Upon realizing it was futile, she would descend into despair and curse. However, the little boy had already tasted the bitterness of hunger. His instinct for survival would compel him to continue. When she witnessed her precious child devouring morsels, the profound agony and endless regret she would experience would serve as her greatest punishment. She would suffer far worse than the old woman. The old woman had sacrificed herself for the love she held in her heart, whereas that wretched woman would come to understand the dreadful consequences of betrayal and greed amidst her despair and fear. Ultimately, in the betrayal of her own flesh and blood, she would endure a suffering more profound than death itself. At this moment, the viewers in the livestream room were in a frenzy, bombarding the screen with comments. Just when disaster strikes, one still stirs the pot. How infuriating, utterly infuriating. A user remarked, Langu, forgive me for previously criticizing your compassion. You are truly a living bodhisattva. A young man, revealing his black trousers, added, Langu, it's hard to sheath a 50-meter blade. Let us speak up earlier next time. The mastermind behind the scenes proclaimed, Langu is remarkable. Indeed, under Yilang's direction, Yaoshi initiated the livestream. He aimed to utilize this medium to unveil the stark reality of a world devoid of governance, a genuine apocalypse. Strangely, Yilang felt a transformation within himself, becoming more transparent and composed. This sensation intensified as he scattered the old woman's ashes into the wind, as if he had perceived the duality of human nature amidst the apocalypse. Yilang closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and silently wished, may this wind carry away all resentment and evil. There was something Yilang refrained from voicing, primarily fearing the viewer's inability to bear it. His intuition suggested that the chubby boy bore no resemblance to the man in the wedding photo displayed in the room, although merely a conjecture. When recalling the vile actions and greedy nature of that wretched person, it was highly probable that the chubby boy was not of the old Lin family lineage. How pitiful the old woman was. Upon returning home, Yaoshi indignantly recounted the events to Bai Xiao and the others. The girls erupted in righteous fury, vehemently cursing the wretch to a miserable fate, exclaiming how utterly heartless he was. Yet Yilang remained unaffected, quietly gazing out the window. At that moment, his mind was tranquil, as if all disturbances had receded. The spark he had anticipated was ignited, though it brought him discomfort. This morning, the patrol team had exterminated yet another cockroach. They were now engaging in games with the women from logistics, while observing their husband's praise and support for the patrol team in the group chat. Xiaobi, look at what your husband posted, claiming he is the benefactor of your entire family. Ha ha! Didn't TU inform him that your debt of gratitude has already been repaid? Zhang Chang's words and actions caused Su Hui's complexion to pale. She bit her lip, a flicker of humiliation crossing her eyes. Su Hui stifled her tears, enduring silently, yet inwardly vowed that one day these beasts would pay for their transgressions. Unaware of Su Hui's emotional shift, Zhang Chang continued to mock and jest without restraint. When he eventually emerged, the living room was filled with members of the patrol team, their faces beaming with pride. Zhang Chang, you rascal. You were the last one to come out. The crowd erupted in laughter, and Zhang Chang, scratching his head with a smug expression, replied, What can I say? Our Zhang family's men are exceptionally capable. Isn't there an old saying about the Zhang family and the Li family? Ha ha ha. Su Yanba's lips were nearly curling into a smile beneath his mask. Astonishingly, he had become the one with the greatest endurance in just 5 minutes. Unlike the readers, who seemed to require at least half an hour to muster their composure. The struggle to suppress laughter was excruciating, prompting Su Yanba to emit a soft cough in an attempt to mask his embarrassment. Fan Yi, with genuine concern, remarked, Xiao Su, your cold hasn't yet subsided. Don't take your youth for granted. You must take care of your health. Have you been burning the midnight oil again? Su Yanba forced a wry smile and nodded, secretly relieved that the mask concealed his expression. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. Their exchange went unnoticed by others, as Zhang Chang remained lost in his own satisfaction. Zhang Xiang, Jiang Fangzhou, and others were still savoring the recent battle, itching to re-engage. However, their inadequate abilities rendered them powerless, leaving them to lament their fate. As time passed, the voices of the patrol team grew louder, their arrogance swelling as if the entire world lay within their grasp. Inevitably, the topic of Yilang resurfaced, yet the ensuing silence was short-lived. This was due to Jiang Fangzhou brandishing a firearm. What the hell? Is that a real gun? Captain, where did you get that? The crowd erupted in excitement, surrounding Jiang Fangzhou, their eyes wide with shock and curiosity. Even Fan Qi rushed out from a nearby bedroom, disbelief etched across her face. Jiang Fangzhou couldn't help but steal a glance at Fan Qi's disheveled attire and the two seemingly exhausted figures in the bedroom behind her. Regaining his composure, he raised the gun triumphantly and declared, I acquired this from a brother before the apocalypse. What do you think? It should be more than sufficient to deal with that brat Yilang, right? More than sufficient indeed. With this, Yi Lang will be as helpless as a chick at our mercy. Dare to resist? One shot, and he's done for. Ha ha ha. They envisioned a future where Yi Lang's food and women would belong to them, their laughter echoing through the cramped living room, as if they had already ensnared Yi Lang. Captain, may I hold it? One asked eagerly. You can touch it, but don't aim it at anyone. Be careful not to misfire. Jiang Fangzhou proudly handed it over, prompting a rush of greed and fervor as everyone clamored to touch the weapon. When it came to Su Yanba's turn, he inadvertently coughed violently twice. His hand trembled uncontrollably while holding the gun. The next moment, a deafening bang shattered the silence, plunging the small living room into a state of shock. Su Yanba's eyes widened in terror as smoke curled from the muzzle. I didn't mean to. I just coughed and my hand slipped. Listening to Su Yanba's murmurs, the crowd exchanged glances. At that moment, Jiang Fangzhou cast a glance at the crater on the ground and suddenly erupted into a fit of wild laughter. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. Young Su is inexperienced and inevitably slipped. However, we must be cautious to avoid truly harming anyone. Though the others were still haunted by fear, they were also uplifted by Jiang Fangzhou's exuberance, and the atmosphere once again became lively. Su Yanba, amidst the teasing of his peers, shyly returned the pistol to Jiang Fangzhou. Yet, as he settled back into his seat, his heart continued to race. There was no other choice. He had resorted to such a desperate measure. After all, it was a gun. What if the senior had not reviewed the surveillance footage? Would he not be shot on sight? Meanwhile, Yi Lang was fixated on the monitor screen, his expression exceedingly grim. How could the trigger be a gun? It simply could not be. Chapter 80. A miraculous solution and the rescue of the wife. How could Jiang Fangzhou possess a firearm? In a country where guns are prohibited, how could he have one? The Dragon Nation officially enacted a comprehensive gun ban in 1996. This decision was rooted in numerous considerations, with the 1993 armed conflict between Maitan Village and Jinggang Village serving as a particularly shocking catalyst. On September 11, 1993, Maitan Village initiated hostilities by firing homemade cannons at Jinggang Village, igniting a large-scale conflict that reverberated throughout the nation. In this confrontation, firearms and various improvised weapons displayed astonishing power. Both sides deployed 4 artillery vehicles, 95 homemade cannons, 57 improvised firearms, along with 233 kilograms of explosives, over 600 detonators, and 255 homemade grenades. The battle raged for a full 34 hours, transforming the scene into a veritable hell on Earth. Over 5,000 combatants participated, resulting in 3 fatalities, 40 severe injuries, and more than 100 minor injuries. Maitan Town was left in ruins, with banks, warehouses, and shops destroyed, transportation disrupted, schools closed, and factories halted, leading to economic losses amounting to millions. The conflict between Maitan and Jinggang villages starkly revealed the tremendous dangers of unregulated firearms. In light of such a tragic lesson, the Dragon Nation resolutely committed to a comprehensive gun ban. The enactment of the Dragon Nation Gun Management Law on October 1st, 1996, effectively eliminated the possibility of citizens possessing firearms and ammunition without permission. How could a chairman of a homeowners association possess a gun? Where did Jiang Fangzhou's firearm originate? Who was the mastermind behind this? Yi Lang's expression grew increasingly grim as he contemplated countless possibilities, yet he had never anticipated the involvement of a firearm. Although his physical strength was several times that of an ordinary person, in the face of a gun's threat, even the strongest physique seemed utterly powerless. Previously, he had faced terrifying monsters and numerous foes with composure. At this moment, the cold, unyielding barrel of the gun instilled in him an unprecedented sense of fear. Indeed, Yi Lang was frightened. This valiant man was experiencing a feeling of powerlessness for the first time. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and his heartbeat thundered like a drum. He retrieved a cup of cola from the system space and gulped it down in an attempt to calm the turmoil within. The icy sensation of the cola coursed down his throat, yet it could not dispel the chilling dread that enveloped him. Suddenly, Yi Lang was taken aback as he watched the portal to the spatial realm, visible only to him, slowly close. His pupils constricted, and a flicker of realization flashed through his mind. Whether it would work or not could only be determined by trying. With this thought, Yi Lang shouted towards Bai Jin, "Little sister, hurry here." Bai Jin rushed over at the sound of his voice, a hint of confusion flickering in her beautiful eyes. Shoot me. Use a fireball to shoot me. Bai Jin was taken aback, shaking her head repeatedly. Brother, what are you saying? How could I bear to shoot you? You should shoot me instead. Yi Lang's expression darkened. Stop the nonsense. Just shoot as I instructed. Reluctantly, Bai Jin bit her lip, gathering her fire-based abilities as crimson flames surged in her palm. Taking a deep breath, she aimed at Yi Lang, and the fireball hurtled forth. Yi Lang stood firm, not flinching, and just as Bai Jin was about to cry out in panic, a pack of Wei Long snacks appeared in Yi Lang's hand. Miraculously, the fist-sized fireball vanished in a thin air. Ha ha! With a burst of wild laughter, Yi Lang embraced the bewildered Bai Jin and began to spin her around joyfully. Meanwhile, within apartment 1702 of Building 2, the members of the patrol team were exhilarated, as if they had already envisioned Yi Lang kneeling in surrender, pleading for mercy under the gun's threat. Damn it, I want to play with this woman right in front of him. This was the boast of the Green Hat Alliance, led by Zhang Xiang and Sun Yang. I will take all the supplies from his home, making him taste to spare. This was the angry outcry of those, led by Jiang Fangzhou and Zhang Chong, who had been denied their requests for resources. I will beat him to death. This was the furious roar of those, led by Chun Dajiang and Fan Siyuan, who were terrified by Yi Lang. Confidence surged within the group, as if victory was within their grasp. After all, it was a gun. No matter how strong one might be, under the gun's muzzle, one could only submit. Captain, I can't hold back any longer. Let us act now, one member urged. Yes, Captain, we have guns. Why should we fear him? Another chimed in. Let us finish him off. Jiang Fangzhou pressed down his hand, speaking calmly. Let us not rush. We'll wait until nightfall to act. For now, let us return home to gather our strength and enjoy some quality time with our families. We shall strike at our best when the time is right. Though the others were reluctant, they could only restrain themselves for the moment, nodding in agreement before departing. In apartment 1507 of Building 3, Bai Yu gazed at the lipstick mark on her husband Zhang Xianglai's neck, a wave of sorrow and disgust washing over her. This was an open betrayal, devoid of any pretense. Unable to contain her anguish, she demanded with a harsh tone, Whose lipstick is that on your neck? Are you willing to forsake our family? Yet, Zhang Xianglai displayed no semblance of remorse, sneering dismissively. Is it permissible for you to be promiscuous while I must remain chaste? Are you even human? You forced my hand. I did it just to put food on the table. You coerced me. Tears streamed down Bai Yu's face as she trembled, pointing a shaking finger at Zhang Xianglai. How dare you say that? I never compelled you to beg for food. Why did you not resist? It seems you reveled in it. I remember all those vulgar words you whispered in your dreams. Zhang Xianglai let out a cold laugh, his gaze turning increasingly frigid. Alas, your lover is destined to meet his demise tonight, he intoned ominously, a sinister glint flickering in his eyes. Bai Yu's tears flowed uncontrollably until she finally retreated to the bedroom, curling up in a ball and weeping bitterly. After an indeterminate time, her sobs subsided. Slowly, she sat up, an expression of crimson realization gracing her face. After much internal struggle, she retrieved her phone, her fingers trembling as she sent a message. Meanwhile, Yi Lang was already prepared, though there was little preparation to be done. He donned a white shirt paired with security pants, a blade slung at his waist. His steely gaze fixed on the window. Armed against the threats outside, he deemed the rabble unworthy adversaries. The sound of notifications chimed, and Yi Lang glanced at his phone, a smirk of amusement spreading across his face. Bai Yu from 1507. Yi Lang, the patrol team plans to take action against you tonight. Be cautious. Chen Suqin from 1205. Bad man run. My husband and his friends are coming to kill you. Wang Fei from 1316. Darling, my Lu Peng is out to get you. You must hide. Yang Xiaoyan from 1507. I've stalled my husband. You should leave quickly. Chapter 81. A leap into the unknown. Revelry, bloodshed, and swift action. Yi Lang observed the solidarity of these wives, a smile tugging at his lips as warmth surged within him. Indeed, the quickest path to a woman's heart lies through such acts of valor. The second message arrived promptly. Without a reply, Yi Lang bid farewell to Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, Xiong Ting, and Tang Xiaowan before stepping out with the concealed Yao Shi. The night enveloped them like ink, the starlight sparse. Yi Lang gently embraced the invisible Yao Shi, his voice soft. Are you afraid? Not at all, Yao Shi replied softly, her eyes shimmering with determination. However, the barrage of comments in the live stream was filled with sentiments of fear. Brother Lang, last time it was daytime. Let us not leap from the building at night. Okay, commented Jiacho Bingon. Darling, please don't jump. The night can be perilous, said Ji Nunai Zibu to husband. Hurry back, urged Mina. Yi Lang chuckled, addressing the audience. Rest assured, this time it's not very high, merely the 16th floor. The viewers breathed a sigh of relief. You scare me, dear. Just 2 floors is a piece of cake for you, Jinunai Zibudo exclaimed. You gave me quite a fright. But why are you jumping from the top floor to the 16th? Inquired Tian Xian Duan Lu Bao Bao. In the next moment, the viewers understood. Yi Lang stood at the edge of the rooftop, taking a deep breath, his gaze resolute. With a powerful push from his legs, he created a fissure in the ground and shot forth like an arrow. The live stream erupted in chaos. Oh my! Exclaimed Mina. What the? Guspid Golgoda. That's the 16th floor of the opposite building. Yi Lang's figure traced an arc through the night sky, precisely penetrating the window of room 1601 of building 2, landing heavily on the bedroom floor. Dust billowed, and the floor cracked under the impact. Senior, in the room, Su Yanba stared at Yi Lang, astonished, his mouth agape, struggling to find words. You jumped over 20 meters like that? While carrying someone? Su Yanba rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and then awkwardly greeted the invisible Yao Shi. Hello, senior. Yi Lang laughed softly, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Aren't you going to call for your mother? Can I? No. Yi Lang and the invisible Yao Shi replied in unison, causing Su Yanba to scratch his head in embarrassment. With a wry smile, Su Yanba shifted the subject. Senior, they're gathering at 1702 at 9 o'clock. Should we set up an ambush to catch them off guard? Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. No need. We'll confront them head on. Slaying them is not the goal. The true aim is to unearth the mastermind behind it all. A flicker of doubt crossed Su Yanba's eyes, quickly replaced by determination. Understood, senior. Let us fight side by side. You can forget that. I intend to solo this. You stay home and continue studying the treasures left by the senior. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not. Su Yanba's face flushed as he hurriedly defended. I truly haven't tea. I was just taking a look. Yi Lang patted Su Yanba on the shoulder, reminding him, remember, the trash bins must be emptied regularly. They can become quite odorous. With a chuckle, Yi Lang led Yao Shi out of the room, leaving Su Yanba blushing and stunned in place. After a brief moment of embarrassment, Su Yanba regained his composure and began to pack his belongings, as a senior had instructed him to head to Wuyo building first. Upon reaching the 17th floor, Yi Lang observed the patrol team preparing to depart. Noticing their backs turned towards him, Yi Lang issued a short yet scornful remark. The members of the patrol team suddenly turned around, their initial astonishment swiftly morphing into fury. Jiang Fangzhou glared fiercely, clenching his fists. Yi Lang, we weren't looking for you. Yet here you are, delivering yourself right to us. You beast! How dare you trespass on our territory? Ha ha! Today marks your end. Zhang Xianglai and the others displayed sinister smiles, their words brimming with malice. Unfazed, Yi Lang merely smirked coldly. Your confidence is misplaced regarding my demise. With that, he slowly unsheathed the large knife from his waist. The atmosphere grew tense, and viewers in the live stream flooded the chat with comments. Sensing the impending confrontation, Yi Lang advanced, the blade glinting ominously under the lights, each step exuding an air of authority. Captain, shoot him! Zhang Xianglai turned to Jiang Fangzhou, confidence radiating from him. Yi Lang continued his advance, the knife scraping against the ground with an unsettling sound. Captain, you can fire now, Zhang Chong, slightly anxious, urged Jiang Fangzhou. Yi Lang pressed forward, the knife now raised one-handed, his gaze sharp as an eagle, fixated on Jiang Fangzhou. What are you waiting for, Captain? Shoot! Shin Dajiang shouted, panic evident in his voice. Observing the surveillance camera overhead finally moving, Jiang Fangzhou took a deep breath and slowly raised his gun, aiming at Yi Lang. Ha ha ha! Didn't see this coming, did you? We have guns. Ha ha ha! Kneel and beg for mercy, Yi Lang. Are you scared now? Await your demise, the patrol team members grinned, feeling triumphant as Jiang Fangzhou finally took action. The livestream fell into a hush, no one anticipating that in a country where firearms were prohibited, someone would possess a weapon. In the next moment, comments urging, hurry, husband, run, Lango, flooded in, the tension reaching its zenith. Yet, Yi Lang remained undaunted, a cold smile gracing his lips as he continued his advance. Amidst the heartbeat of the viewers, Yi Lang's steps remained resolute, the blade's edge menacing. Jiang Fangzhou's fingers slowly squeezed the trigger, the air seeming to freeze in anticipation. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the stillness, and the barrage of comments came to an abrupt halt as every gaze fixated upon Yi Lang. To everyone's astonishment, Yi Lang was indulging in spicy strips. The viewers in the live stream were bewildered, as were the members of the patrol team. Even the stunning woman behind the surveillance monitor widened her beautiful eyes and smirked slightly, murmuring to herself, "This little man is indeed clever." Jiang Fangzhou was momentarily stunned. Fingers poised on the trigger, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Bang! He fired again, but this time Yi Lang was sipping cola. The barrage erupted into chaos, with comments flooding in. What kind of sorcery is this? The tyrant is actually Brother Lang. Is this some kind of magic trick? Yi Lang smirked disdainfully, stowing away the spicy strips and cola as he continued to advance. Bang, 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 bang. Jiang Fangzhou's hands trembled as he fired repeatedly. Yet the bullets bizarrely vanished before the feasting Yi Lang. The live stream exploded with excitement as comments surged. This is impossible. Is he a master of human outlines? Does Brother Lang possess such formidable resilience that bullets have no effect? Could it be that my husband is a dual-element ability user? Regardless of the uproar in the live stream, Yi Lang's steps remained resolute, his gaze icy. The members of the patrol team, however, were thrown into disarray. Zhang Chang's face turned pale, his legs weak to the point of nearly collapsing. Chen Dajiang gritted his teeth, his voice trembling as he asked, "What kind of witchcraft is this?" Jiang Fangzhou, quick to react, turned and fled. As if triggering a chain reaction, the patrol team members shrieked in panic and scattered, the scene descending into chaos. Yet, how could they outrun Yi Lang, whose physique exceeded 80 points? Yi Lang snorted coldly, his form like lightning, swiftly closing the distance to the fleeing individuals. Then, with swift and decisive strikes, he executed them one by one. Chapter 82. Severed in Two for Accelerated System Ability Users? Blood splattered, and screams echoed as each member of the patrol team fell. With a series of swift strikes, the 14 members of the patrol team were reduced to 28. Indeed, they were all bisected by Yi Lang, their upper bodies severed from their lower halves, creating a gruesomely bloody spectacle. Yi Lang's expression remained impassive, devoid of any revulsion or nausea, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Within the live stream, the barrage ceased, leaving everyone speechless, profoundly shaken by the horrifying scene. Yi Lang approached Jiang Fangzhou, brandishing a large knife, its tip lightly touching the ground as he coldly demanded, "Where are Fan, Yi, and the person behind him? Speak, and I shall grant you a swift end." Jiang Fangzhou howled in agony, desperately attempting to stuff his spilling entrails back into his body. Upon hearing Yi Lang's words, he remained silent, a flicker of obsession crossing his eyes, and he unexpectedly burst into laughter. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he stammered, "I won't tell you." Yi Lang's gaze turned icy, and with a flash of his blade, Jiang Fangzhou's head was severed, blood gushing forth. He pressed onward, arriving before Zhang Xianglai, who was already pale as a ghost, dazed and unable to fathom that he had been cleaved in two. Yi Lang regarded him with a cold, disdainful stare, delicately lifting Zhang Xianglai's chin with the tip of his blade, and in a chilling tone, inquired, "Where is Fan Yi?" Blood poured from Zhang Xianglai's abdomen, and he emitted a muffled groan, his eyes filled with terror. Yi Lang, growing impatient, furrowed his brow, and with a swift flick of his blade, Zhang Xianglai's head fell to the ground with a thud. He chose not to question the others, for those who had been bisected could only endure for a mere 10 to 20 seconds at most. Yi Lang turned, his gaze as frigid as ice, sweeping over the scattered halves of the patrolling members. He found no trace of the sinister Fan Yi, the Fang Zhangchang, the spiky Lu Hui, or the solid Sun Hao. Even that woman, Fan Shi, was nowhere to be found. Where had they gone? Were they not meant to lure me into this final confrontation? Where are they? Yi Lang's mind was clouded with confusion, his brow tightly knitted as he surveyed the scene, the stench of blood pervading the air, yet revealing no clues. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted, and a chilling voice emerged from the shadows. "Yi Lang, you are indeed formidable." The master did not misjudge you. Following the sound, Yi Lang beheld Fan Yi, Zhang Chong, Lu Hui, and Sun Hao emerging from the darkness, their faces adorned with cold smirks. The live stream, having finally returned from the gruesome scene, erupted with comments. Ji Kuan, this scene is all too familiar. Do you remember? Last time it was that claw, and now there are 4 of them. Go, Brother Lang. Double ponytails. Oh, they're all so ugly. My husband is handsome. Go, darling, defeat them. Peachy, didn't I tell you that the word defeat is poorly chosen? Darling, annihilate them. Yi Lang revealed a cold smile, his gaze sharp as a blade. So, you finally dare to show yourselves? Your tricks end here. Fan Yi remained silent, merely raising his claw, which glimmered with an eerie light. At the same moment, 2 menacing fangs protruded from Zhang Chong's mouth. Lu Hui's body erupted with countless spikes, gleaming ominously, while Sun Hao's skin hardened like iron, seemingly impervious to harm. Yi Lang took a deep breath, his muscles tensing, the large blade in his hand spinning, its edge shimmering with cold light. I suggest you refrain from using blades. Breaking them would be unfortunate. Enough of this nonsense. Yi Lang scoffed, and with a sudden, forceful downward strike, he unleashed a tempest. Yet, Sun Hao swiftly dodged, turning his back to face the blade, the sound of metal clashing echoing thunderously. Sun Hao let out a cold sneer as his iron fist struck back fiercely. Yi Lang swiftly retreated, causing debris to scatter across the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Fan Yi advanced, his claws aimed directly at Yi Lang's throat. Yi Lang deftly sidestepped it, countering with a swift slash aimed at Zhang Chong's fangs, sparks flying in the air. Lu Hui unleashed a barrage of stabs like rain. But Yi Lang skillfully parried with his blade, the glint of cold steel intertwining with the metallic scent of singed air. Gazing down at his dulled knife, Yi Lang felt a pang of regret. This blade, which had effortlessly cleaved through cockroach shells, was now blemished in the throes of this fierce battle. He gently lowered the broad blade, clenched his fists tightly, and a colder light flickered in his eyes. The wind from his punches howled as they surged towards Fan Yi's face. Taken aback by Yi Lang's fierce demeanor without the knife, Fan Yi momentarily hesitated before swiftly dodging to the side. Yi Lang's fists surged forward with the force of a tempest, closing the distance in an instant. Realizing he could not evade, Fan Yi was met by Sun Hao's iron fist, the two forces colliding and sending shockwaves through the air. With a resounding crack, Sun Hao's arm fractured, even his iron-like skin showing signs of distress. The other 3, sensing the gravity of the situation, steeled themselves and launched lethal attacks in unison. Yi Lang moved like a bolt of lightning, evading left and right, employing both fists and feet to repel Lu Hui's stabs, kicking Zhang Chong aside, and driving Fan Yi back with his claws. Like a ferocious beast, Yi Lang navigated through their assaults with precise strikes and a calm demeanor, unyielding in the face of danger. In the live stream, the audience was electrified by this visceral combat, the barrage of comments flooding in. What a formidable display from Brother Lang. True men stand tall. This is genuine combat. The screen became a torrent of enthusiasm, the stream's popularity soaring. Though Sun Hao's iron fist was fractured, his fury intensified. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his full strength. Dark smoke billowing from the cracks in his skin, his power surging once more as he struck at Yi Lang with a forceful blow. Fan Yi, Zhang Chong, and Lu Hui followed suit, their assaults growing ever more ferocious. A glimmer of seriousness crossed Yi Lang's eyes as he took a deep breath, his muscles swelling to the point of tearing his white shirt, revealing sculpted contours like those of a chiseled statue, veins bulging, and his fists gaining even greater momentum. The clash of their powers sent shockwaves through the air, fracturing the ground beneath them. Yi Lang's fists cut through the air like dragons, each blow resonating with the sound of breaking air as he withstood the collective onslaught. Sun Hao's iron fist fractured yet again, but he refused to yield. Seizing the moment, Yi Lang braced against Fan Yi's claw, retaliating with a punch that sent Zhang Chong staggering back. He then dodged Lu Hui's stabbing strike and delivered a crushing blow to Sun Hao's chest, causing him to spit blood and stagger. Capitalizing on this momentum, Yi Lang pressed the attack, delivering a devastating strike that left Sun Hao's ears bleeding. As he fell to the ground, Fan Yi and the others, undeterred, intensified their ferocity, surrounding Yi Lang with lethal strikes from all sides. Yi Lang's gaze was resolute, his steps steady. With a swift left punch, he repelled Fan Yi, followed by a flying kick that sent Lu Hui sprawling. In a seamless motion, he pivoted and delivered a powerful elbow strike that shattered Zhang Chang's shoulder. The sound of bones cracking distinctly audible. Zhang Chang let out a wretched scream before collapsing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Yi Lang spun around and executed a snapping kick, his foot connecting squarely with Zhang Chang's temple. A muffled thud echoed as Zhang Chang fell, lifeless. Fan Yi and Lu Hui exchanged a glance, an unyielding determination flickering in their eyes, and unleashed their most formidable attacks. Their eyes glowed with a sinister light. Fan Yi's upper body sprouted a myriad of black scales, his claws extending to a length of 2 feet, sharp as daggers. Lu Hui's muscles swelled, his skin flushed red, with spikes becoming denser and sharper. The duo launched a combined assault, a tempest of energy surging forth. Yi Lang inhaled deeply, the sound of his bones cracking resonating through the air as he boldly met their charge, his fists striking out like meteors. The collision of their forces erupted, their silhouettes intertwining in an instant. Yi Lang's punches surged forth, clashing against the claws and spikes, the sound of bone on bone deafening. Fan Yi and Lu Hui were pushed back several paces, blood trickling from their lips, astonishment etched in their eyes. Yi Lang pressed the advantage, delivering a punishing blow to Lu Hui's groin. Lu Hui howled in agony, his form twisting grotesquely. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Lang's fingers shot forth like lightning, aiming for the vulnerable gap in Lu Hui's throat. Blood sprayed from Lu Hui's throat as he collapsed, convulsing before falling still. A rush of exhilaration coursed through Yi Lang, compelling him to unleash a triumphant howl, his blood boiling with fervor. He stifled that impulse, turning to face Fan Yi, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. "Where is that wretched master who sent you to your doom?" Fan Yi gritted his teeth, the black scales shimmering as he swung his claws in a desperate last attempt. Yi Lang snorted derisively, evading like a specter, and landed a devastating punch to Fan Yi's chest, the sound of shattering bones echoing in the stillness. Fan Yi coughed up blood, his body soaring through the air like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, devoid of any strength to resist. "Speak. If you remain silent, you'll have no chance left." Fan Yi struggled to lift his head, a glimmer of obsession flashing in his eyes, his lips trembling as he spoke weakly. "Yi Lang, I truly envy you. We are merely the master's dogs, easily discarded at any moment. But you, the master is willing to be your dog. Silence. Do not insult the master." At that moment, a sharp cry rang out, and a swift ice arrow shot towards Fan Yi's throat, piercing through flesh and skin. Fan Yi's gaze dulled, and he breathed his last. Yi Lang turned to find Fan Qi standing coldly, remnants of frost still lingering in her hand. The swiftness of her spell casting astonished him internally, though he maintained a facade of composure. Just as he was about to speak, a captivating figure emerged from behind Fan Qi, rendering him momentarily speechless, his expression turning grave as he stood frozen in place. "The little man, at long last we meet again." It is beyond words to describe Yi Lang's current state of mind. He fixates intently on the woman who has bestowed upon him profound ecstasy, yet has also subjected him to endless humiliation. And Ning, a woman of unparalleled beauty, embodies an indescribable allure. Her cascading hair flows like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her bright eyes resemble the tranquil waters of autumn. And beneath her delicate brows lies a finely sculpted nose. Her rosy cheeks, reminiscent of soft peach flesh, are framed by lips as fiery as a blazing flame. Clad in a form-fitting ebony gown that accentuates her swan-like neck, her slender waist leads to a pair of long, graceful legs. The red velvet high heels she wears produce a captivating sway, and every gesture she makes radiates sensual charm. At this moment, not only is the hidden Yao Shi entranced, but the audience in the live stream is also left in awe, their screens flooded with comments, astonished by Ning's extraordinary beauty. "Is she a fairy?" asks Ji Kuan. "What a stunning woman. Et glim lao dan san kai. I think I'm in love, my wife." Declares Qian Lu Yi Qiong. "Wife," chimes in Yuan's flower roll. "Mommy," expresses Ai Yi Sui Zhongqi. And Ning approaches gracefully, each step seeming to tread upon Yi Lang's heart, evoking a myriad of sweet and painful memories. Yi Lang clenches his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, yet he remains unable to quell the tumult within. Why is it you? The woman whom I love to the core, yet also loathe to the core. Little man, do you have nothing to say to me? Yilang's eyes blaze crimson, his throat constricting, his voice hoarse. And Ning, are you the mastermind behind all this? And Ning chuckles lightly, a glint of mischief dancing in her eyes. You guessed correctly. Little man, why? Tell me, give me a reason not to kill you. The corners of Ning's mouth curl into a captivating smile as she beckons to Fan Shi. Then seriously states, Little man, you have one final test. Kill her, and I will reveal everything to you. Yilang instinctively prepares to refuse. He vows never to let Ning manipulate him again. Yet suddenly, a system prompt resonates, sending a jolt through him as he gazes at Ning with a complex expression. Ding! System has detected a task target that meets the requirements. Name, and Ning. Age, 20. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 100 gene. Inner self, 100 points. Only the host is a man. Comprehensive score, 100 points. 100 is the maximum score, although it meets the system's requirements. The host is advised to consider carefully. Ding. Detected a task target that meets the requirements. Initiating affection level for the task target. And Ning. Affection level, 100. 9 lives, no regrets. Why? Why does this woman, akin to a seductress with a penchant for pleasure, have only one man? Why is her affection for him a perfect score of 100? Why does she go to such lengths to torment herself? In Yilang's heart, a cloud of doubts loomed large, yet the answers could only be gleaned from Ning's lips. Very well, this shall be my final concession to you. Should the response prove unsatisfactory, I shall not hesitate to exact my vengeance upon you. He inhaled deeply, his gaze resolutely fixed upon Fan Shi, his fists clenched tightly. Fan Shi, entranced, cast a fleeting glance at Ning. Then her eyes shimmered with a cold light as she addressed Yilang with a chilling tone. Diminish your disdain. I am not one of those inept natural ability users. With a swift motion, Fan Shi unleashed a piercing ice arrow. Rather than confront it head-on, Yilang nimbly evaded, the arrow grazing past him and stirring a gust of frigid wind. Indeed, Fan Shi proved herself formidable, capable of launching successive ice arrows. A shiver coursed through Yilang as he hastily retrieved a can of cola and took a sip. Observing Fan Shi's prowess, the live chat exploded with comments. Is this truly a natural ability user? How can she fire ice arrows in rapid succession? What is going on? The speed of her casting and attacks is astonishing. Yilang is really playing it cool, drinking cola at a time like this, but where did the ice arrows go? Noticing the disappearance of the ice arrows, Fan Shi frowned slightly, and with a sudden gesture, several ice spikes jutted from the ground, aimed directly at Yilang. Yilang quickly stowed the cola back into his spatial portal. Fan Shi, surprised that her efforts had yet to yield results, was caught off guard as Yilang seized the opportunity to launch himself at her like a cannonball. Fan Shi stomped her foot in frustration, causing the ground to instantly crystallize into a mirrored ice surface. Yilang, shifting his weight, shattered the ice layer with a powerful stomp, surging toward her. In a moment of panic, Fan Shi conjured an ice wall, yet Yilang's right fist struck with tremendous force, creating a human-sized breach as the shockwave swept through and sent her long hair flying. Suddenly, a ghostly blue hue flickered in Fan Shi's eyes, and within a 3-meter radius, the temperature plummeted to an unbearable chill. Yilang's movements slowed dramatically, his muscles seemingly bound by an invisible adhesive. In a moment of clarity, he instinctively employed the reverse abdominal breathing technique, silently reciting the mantra of the 8 extremes: unity of heart and intent, unity of intent and energy, unity of energy and strength. With a sudden breath-holding exertion, he bellowed, "Break for me," and unleashed his right fist, imbued with spiraling force. Fan Shi barely managed to encase herself in a layer of ice. The ice shattered instantly, forcing Fan Shi back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Seizing the moment, Yilang pressed forward, his right fist hurtling towards Fan Shi's chest like a meteor. A flicker of fear passed through her eyes as she retreated rapidly, forming hand seals, and frost swiftly coalesced into a formidable ice shield. Yilang's fist struck fiercely, causing the ice shield to tremble violently, cracks spreading across its surface. Gritting her teeth, Fan Shi braced herself as the ice shield suddenly erupted, transforming into a multitude of ice shards aimed at Yilang. He took a bite of a spicy strip. In her moment of distraction, Yilang's fist pierced through the ice shield, creating a gaping wound the size of a bowl in Fan Chi's chest. Her body was suddenly propelled backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Fan Chi watched as Yilang approached with measured steps, while her consciousness was gradually engulfed by an excruciating cold. She cast one final glance at Ning, murmuring softly, her eyes slowly losing their luster. Yilang had triumphed, yet the victory was anything but effortless. Was this truly the same feeble, nature-based ability user? The speed of his spellcasting, the swiftness of his attacks, and the potency of his abilities far surpassed any nature-based practitioners he had encountered. Yilang's countenance darkened. Could this signify a new, evolutionary phase for nature-based abilities? Alarm bells rang within him. If he were to face several more adversaries like this, would he be able to cope? At that moment, Ning's eyes flickered with a glimmer of satisfaction before she spoke. Congratulations, my dear. You have passed the final test. I will reveal to you all that you wish to know. Chapter 84. Memories of Bliss and Humiliation. Do you still remember our first encounter? Ning's deep-set eyes shimmered with ripples, as if transcending time and space, returning to that fateful night of their initial meeting. Yilang certainly recalled. At that time, he had been thrust into the spotlight of public opinion, his heart pierced by the words of his senior and junior disciples like needles. Burdened with resentment and confusion, he entered a bar for the first time in his life, a dimly lit space filled with raucous music. He consumed drink after drink, attempting to numb himself with alcohol. In a moment of hazy clarity, he lifted his gaze and found Ning standing by the bar, her black dress accentuating her snow-white skin, breathtakingly enchanting. A subtle smile graced her lips, yet her eyes revealed a trace of imperceptible confusion and helplessness. At that moment, Yilang felt the strings of his heart being gently tugged, and inexplicably, he found himself drawn toward her. To his surprise, Ning did not reject his advances or invitations to drink. One of them had a poor tolerance for alcohol. Their cheeks flushed and their gazes dreamy after just a few glasses. The other, consumed by sorrow, continued to drink without pause, oblivious to the taste of grief. Before long, both were enveloped in a haze of inebriation, their proximity gradually diminishing. Eventually, they stumbled out of the bar and into Yilang's rented apartment. The subsequent events unfolded like a dream. Only memories of their candid exchanges and intertwined emotions under the influence of alcohol remained. That night, amidst the intertwining winds and rains, the thunder outside seemed to provide a soundtrack to their interactions. It was also on that night that Yilang's nightmares began. He was certain that Ning was his first, yet her subsequent insatiable demands astonished him. Her wildness and fragility intertwined, leaving him ensnared in a web of conflict and confusion. During that period, their days revolved solely around eating and sleeping. Even a vigorous athlete like Yilang found it difficult to endure as the dual exhaustion of body and spirit pushed him to the brink of collapse. Moreover, Ning gradually found herself discontent with mere tenderness. Her demands grew increasingly bizarre, infused with an ineffable thirst for knowledge. At first, Yilang endeavored to fulfill her whims. Yet her requests became ever more excessive and peculiar, her insatiable curiosity instilling a sense of dread within him. She began documenting their encounters, resembling a meticulous scholar. Yilang felt his very essence being eroded, his dignity dissipating under the relentless onslaught of desire. Just as Ning was poised to step into the realm of the written word, Yilang finally erupted. He forcefully pushed her away, his eyes brimming with resolve and anguish. Trembling, he declared, "Enough." In that moment, he realized this relationship had long since twisted beyond recognition and must come to an end. However, Yilang underestimated Ning. In a remarkably short span, she transformed from an innocent girl into a siren capable of ensnaring hearts. Her gaze shimmered with cunning and allure as she parted her crimson lips and whispered, "Did you think you could escape, my little man?" Her fingers glided gently across his cheek, sending a chill through him, yet searing his heart like a branding iron. Ultimately, Yilang found himself unable to refuse a woman of such exquisite beauty, radiating an irresistible magnetism. Moreover, he could not ignore the love he felt emanating from her. This humiliating interaction persisted for some time, during which Yilang's soul felt as though it were being torn asunder, love, and pain intertwining into an inextricable knot. Even more terrifying was his realization that he had begun to derive pleasure from this perverse experience, as if manipulated by an invisible force, unable to extricate himself. He attempted to struggle, yet each time he was ensnared by Ning's gaze, suffused with affection and seduction. When Yilang resolved to escape this vortex, even he could not pinpoint the moment. Perhaps it was during a sleepless night, gazing at the flickering neon lights outside, when clarity surged within him, awakening the realization that he could not continue to sink into despair. A greater impetus, however, was found in the moment he embraced the smoothness of Ning's form and softly inquired, "If that day you had encountered someone else instead of me, would this all still transpire?" "Yes," came her succinct and resolute reply, piercing his heart like a dagger. He finally understood that Ning's desires were not solely for him, but rather an intrinsic part of her being. In that instant, Yilang's heart shattered completely. He recognized that he must depart, lest he be utterly consumed by this endless abyss. Thus, he fled, gathering his belongings in the stillness of that night, quietly vacating the rented room. As he walked through the silent streets, Yilang experienced an epiphany. In the face of free will, all temptations and pleasures appeared starkly insipid. He inhaled the crisp night air deeply, as if to dispel the shadows that loomed within his heart. The shadows cast by the streetlight stretched long, as if mocking his past. Yilang's footsteps grew increasingly resolute. He understood that only by severing ties completely could he embrace a new beginning. Nearly half a year had slipped by in the blink of an eye, and who would have thought he would encounter her again? Moreover, she was the very orchestrator of the troubles that had plagued him during this period. How could this not leave him astounded and filled with loathing? What astonished Yilang even more was that, after their separation, this compulsive individual had not sought solace in anyone else to fill the void. Strangely, her affection for him remained at a perfect score of 100, which significantly dulled the murderous intent that had once consumed him. But why was this so? And Ning still wore that familiar, cunning smile as she softly uttered, "Long time no see, my little man." Yilang's heart tightened. Before him stood a vision of breathtaking beauty, yet the allure that once enchanted him now sent chills down his spine. "Why, my little man, you are my sole obsession. It must be you, and only you." Her captivating gaze seemed to draw him back into an endless whirlpool. Yilang fought to suppress the turmoil within, responding coldly, "Everything in the past is over. I now have 5 women. I do not need you." Yet Ning advanced, a playful smile gracing her lips. "5? What of 10? Do they understand your body as I do? In other words, can they compare to me?" Her voice was deep and alluring, as if invisible hands were tearing at his reason. "Do not try to enchant me with your powers. I am not afraid." Yilang gritted his teeth, meeting her gaze with unwavering resolve. And Ning's smile faltered for a moment, a flicker of surprise crossing her features before she regained her composure. "It seems you have truly changed, but do not forget that some things are etched into one's very bones." Yilang clenched his fists, vowing silently that this time he would not be manipulated by her again. However, he was suddenly engulfed by a wave of softness as Ning's presence washed over him. Their lips brushed, igniting familiar warmth that caused his heart to tremble violently. In that moment, the defenses he had erected crumbled. "My little man, you are still so easily swayed. Who said my abilities were merely enchanting?" And Ning chuckled lightly, her fingers transforming into deadly blades aimed directly at Yilang's throat. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw a punch, but it was thwarted by an unyielding barrier, sending a jolt through his arm. And Ning stood there, mockingly observing him, her red lips parting. "Your little woman who could become invisible is no more." Chapter 85. Is Ning not human? Take me. I desire a different death. Panic surged within Yilang as he shouted urgently, "Yao Shi, where are you? Do not waste your efforts. I have already transported her to Building 3, just while you were indulging in your pleasures." A hint of pride laced in Ning's tone, yet a barely perceptible sorrow flickered in her eyes. Yilang was consumed by murderous intent, charging forward with clenched fists aimed at Ning. However, she did not flinch. Instead, she gazed calmly at him, seemingly oblivious to the impending blow, devoid of fear of death, only a trace of reluctance. Just as the wind from his fist was about to brush against her, Yilang's punch abruptly halted. Something was amiss. Was she seeking death? In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Ning let out a light chuckle. "What is wrong? Did a mere glance soften your heart?" Do not forget, I am a Ning, who can effortlessly manipulate the hearts of others. With that, the transparent blade in her hand shot towards Yi Lang with ferocity. Yi Lang sidestepped just in time, the blade narrowly missing him, carving a deep gash in a wall behind. He let out a cold snort, immediately launching his counterattack, his form like a flash of lightning, fists raining down. I know many of your secrets, you know. For instance, your abilities seem to strengthen when you interact with beautiful women. Yi Lang's expression changed dramatically, his grip tightening as he pressed towards Ning's vital points. And Ning's figure flickered, evading effortlessly, a smirk gracing her lips. Moreover, it seems there is something within you that rewards you with delicacies. What could it be? Surely it is not a system. Alarm bells rang in Yi Lang's mind. And Ning had found the path to his demise, and he could not afford a moment's hesitation. His gaze sharpened, all his strength coalescing into his fist. He struck with ferocity, and Ning's smile faded as she swiftly retreated, yet she was still caught by the gust of his punch. A trickle of blood escaping from her lips. She pressed her crimson lips together, blood dripping onto the ground, her eyes flashing with resolve as she continued. Tell me, what do you think would happen if I revealed your system's abilities to everyone? Yi Lang's murderous intent intensified, his right fist morphing into a powerful hammer aimed at Ning, as if the air itself were being torn apart. Yet, Ning suddenly stood her ground, refusing to dodge, bracing herself to take the hit. Her body flew back like a severed kite, crashing heavily into the wall, blood streaming from the corner of her mouth. Yi Lang watched the blossoming crimson on Ning's body, his heart tightening. He felt no satisfaction, but rather an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloping him. He sensed her longing for death, yet he was unwilling to comprehend the profound meaning behind it. Knowing his abilities, understanding his system, even perceiving his innermost thoughts. And Ning had to die. It was only now, witnessing her obvious descent into death, that a softness began to stir within Yi Lang's heart. After all, during his most vulnerable moments, Ning had bestowed upon him boundless tenderness. He approached slowly, gazing at her exquisite face, the blood at the corner of her mouth resembling a striking red plum blossom, and softly inquired, "Why? Does it not hurt?" And Ning smiled faintly, her breath weak yet resolute. "I must take my leave. Dying by your hand is hardly painful at all." Yi Lang's clenched fist trembled slightly, a flicker of anguish passing through his eyes. With keen perception, he discerned the rapid ebbing of Ning's life force. He knelt beside her, tenderly brushing his fingers against her cheek, and murmured, "Who are you truly? What purpose drives your actions?" And Ning nuzzled his palm with lingering affection, her gaze drifting. "I too am uncertain of my own identity. All I know is that I do not belong here. Encountering you has been my only reality, yet alas, I must part from you." Coughing up a mouthful of blood, she continued, "The red sun is merely in its nascent phase. This is just the beginning, with the real trials lying ahead. Little man, while your strength may suffice, your heart lacks the requisite ruthlessness. I cannot ascertain whether this is right or wrong, but it is the sole offering I can make for you. So every time I wish to revel in joy, you contrive some trouble for me? The F.A. Lang Squad, the Iron Hand, the Demon Claw, the Patrols, Fan Chi, and even yourself are all meticulously orchestrated pieces in your grand design, guiding me towards greater strength step by step. Do you truly believe I would accept this? Little man, I know you harbor doubts, yet it matters not. I am willing to undertake these actions for you, regardless of your consent." And Ning gazed at Yi Lang with an almost dreamy expression, the blood at the corner of her mouth a vivid crimson. Yi Lang discerned the profound affection in her eyes, as striking as the blood that marked her lips. Yet was it not too contrived? This devotion solely to enhance his power? Or perhaps to hasten his ascent? With the system at his disposal, could he not survive in a genuine apocalypse? But surely there must be a reason for her fervent obsession. Why was she so relentless? Previously, she had been consumed by similar passions, fervent to the brink of madness. Clenching his fists tighter, his nails biting into his palms, he pressed on. "Why me? Did you not claim that this would occur with anyone else?" And Ning chuckled softly, her gaze playfully dancing over Yi Lang. "Jealous little man, I knew you would dwell on those words. I do not wish to deceive you. Truthfully, I could have chosen any man to arrive here. Yet, I selected you and have committed to you. That is sufficient." Gently, and Ning pried open Yi Lang's tightly clenched fist, her fingertips brushing against the wounds in his palm. her voice growing ever fainter. Did I frighten you before? Acting like a lunatic, hee hee, but I could not help myself. It felt as though some force compelled me, leaving me unable to escape. No, initially, there was indeed something driving me, but later, it transformed into sheer comfort and affection. That time was the happiest and most genuine of my life. Yilang listened to Ning's breath growing shallower, yet her words remained as elusive as a riddle, his brow furrowing deeper. Ning, who are you truly? What do you know about the apocalypse? Answer directly. Ning's breath grew fainter, yet she endeavored to speak. I am not human, perhaps not even alive. But what I am, I truly cannot recall. I long to share everything I know with you, yet something seems to hinder my utterance. The apocalypse is not merely a catastrophe. It represents an imbalance in the cosmic order, a trial that all civilizations must confront. Moreover, it is instigated by your own actions. Or rather, those of the pioneers. This is of your own making. Little man, remember, only by becoming sufficiently powerful can you unveil the truth behind it all. Furthermore, your own constitution is the true key. This world is fraught with dilemmas, crumbling and absurd. In this fractured and absurd reality, the more unusual the occurrence, the more significant its cause. You must not only strive to be the strongest man, but also follow your desires. Pursue what you wish and whom you wish. For this is crucial, though I cannot fathom why. Yilang gritted his teeth, observing the flickering flame of Ning's life, yet he mustered the strength to respond. A surge of unprecedented determination swelling within him. He began to trust in Ning's words, not solely due to the sincerity in her tone and the profound affection in her gaze, but also because of that 100-point affinity. Moreover, throughout this journey, his mindset and strength had indeed undergone a metamorphosis. He inhaled deeply, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. And Ning, I shall remember your words, to live well, grow stronger, and uncover the truth. And Ning smiled with relief, a tear slipping from the corner of her eye. That is good. I shall wait for you in another world until the day you discover the answer. Do not rush. Time holds no significance for me. In this shattered realm, growing stronger and following one's desires is of utmost importance. Yilang gazed at the woman he loved yet loathed, a mixture of emotions swirling within him, unable to sever the bond that still tied him to her. Though many of her words remained unspoken, Yilang found himself forming suspicions. He tightly grasped her hand, as if to engrave her warmth deep within his heart. As Ning's breath grew ever fainter, just when Yilang thought she would depart entirely, her voice suddenly clarified. Little man, take me. I wish to change my fate. Chapter 86. The Final Gift, System Upgrade, Chi Release. Yilang was taken aback, his heart swelling with an indescribable emotion as he beheld the determination in Ning's eyes. He gently leaned down, kissing away the tear at the corner of her eye, whispering, all right, Ning, I will undoubtedly find you. In his arms, Ning transformed into a wisp of light, dissipating into the air as if she had never existed. Upon witnessing the dumplings in the system space, Yilang could no longer contain himself, and silent tears streamed down his face. Everyone, including Bai Xiao and Tang Xiaowan, was oblivious to the fact that his favorite dish was dumplings, particularly those filled with chives. Only Ning was privy to this secret, as if her silent confession warmed his lonely heart. Beyond that, the words she whispered to him during moments of mental blankness were the most precious gifts of all. Those utterances, which even the system could not comprehend in his moments of emptiness, were solely his own secrets. Ding! System notification, ultimate cuisine, chive and egg dumplings distributed. Ding! System notification, ultimate cuisine, chive and pork dumplings distributed. Ding! System notification, ultimate cuisine, chive dumplings distributed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the initial milestone of 100 affinity points. Ding! Completion, 100, ultimate, truly, and Ning understood his body better than he did himself. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining a body enhancement, focusing on the arms. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a self-healing characteristic. Ding! Congratulations, host, dumplings, chive and egg, chive and pork have been added to the system's daily allocation. System's basic food and water provisions have doubled, currently 49 152 loaves of bread, 16 384 barrels of water, 9 216 large watermelons, 4 096 packets of spicy strips, 1,024 roasted ducks, 4 servings of seafood hot pot, 2 McFlurries, and 1 serving of dumplings. Ding! Congratulations, host, for adding 10 free attribute points to Constitution. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reaching a Constitution of 100 points. Initiating the system update process. Upon seeing the system update notification, Yilang, despite his profound sorrow, felt a flicker of anticipation. However, the system update would require 3 days, and in this apocalyptic world, such a span could bring about countless variables. A tinge of worry surged within him. Ding! System update completed. Update contents. 1. System space function upgraded. Please explore the new features at your discretion. 2. Host attribute interface optimized, with updates to realms and characteristics modules. 3. System devouring function activated, allowing the consumption of other systems for upgrades. 4. Task goal detection capability enhanced. The host power module has been updated to host Yilang physique 1003. According to physique points classification, 0, 100 points for body refinement, 100, 1000 points for essence condensation, 1,000 to 10,000 points for air mastery, spirit, 0, 1, enhanced traits, invulnerable to heat and cold 1, immune to toxins 1, self-heal 1, enhanced talent, insight 1, enhanced areas, whole body 1, arms 2, right index, and middle fingers 3, pain, excruciating pain, a torment beyond measure. Yilang felt a deeper anguish than when he had endured the agony inflicted by Tang Xiaowan, as if every nerve in his body were being torn apart. Yet, the physical pain paled in comparison to the sorrow that gripped his heart, and Ning's words resonated with undeniable truth. Who are you? How could you possess such profound knowledge of the system? Moreover, as Yilang contemplated the system's devouring function, memories of a Ning flooded back to him. In that moment of bewilderment, and Ning had mustered her strength to whisper in his ear, "Little man, I have left you many intriguing people and treasures. Consume them, and you shall grow stronger. Also, your blade can be restored. Remember to seek it out on your journey. Do as you wish, pursue whom you desire, and do not restrain your heart. Do not place your full trust in the system. Keep a sliver of caution, just as you are doing now, with your mind blank. And I love you. This is both the first and the last time, little man Yilang." Yilang repeatedly reflected on Ning's final words, a tumult of emotions surging within him. Each phrase pierced his heart like a blade, yet they also fortified his resolve to find Ning. It appeared that he was not the sole possessor of system. Others might wield various systems as well, which heightened his vigilance. Yet, it also ignited a spark of exhilaration within him, as if he had unlocked the door to a new realm. What transformations might arise from devouring the systems of others? To what heights could his own strength ascend? Lost in these musings, Yilang began to explore the changes within the system space. He grasped his blade and stored it within the system's confines, silently willing it to reappear in his hand, which it did. Following the upgrade of the system space, not only could he store the food rewarded by the system, but he could also now retain and retrieve external items. Unlike before, when he had to cleverly exploit the spatial door opened by accessing food to seize his enemy's attacks, Yilang's eyes brightened with realization. He concentrated, and upon the spatial door opening, a bullet swiftly shot forth, striking the wall with a resounding bang. Yilang's heart raced, a flicker of delight crossing his gaze. Did this not imply that he could not only confiscate his enemy's ranged assaults, but also retaliate in kind? Yilang conducted another experiment, and indeed, Fan Chi's ice arrows could be launched. A flicker of inspiration crossed Yilang's mind. He then began to examine the capabilities of the new realm of condensed essence. It required a physique of 100 points, and only a man with 20 times that could attain the condensed essence stage. The subsequent void realm was even more astonishing, necessitating over 1,000 points of physique. However, this ability was undeniably formidable. Yilang extended his right hand, raising his index and middle fingers. The energy within him converged at his fingertips like an electric current. With a slight exertion, a sound echoed as an invisible force shot forth, leaving a dent in the opposite wall. The mark bore a striking resemblance to the bullet holes from earlier, and satisfaction flickered in Yilang's eyes. The might of this energy was comparable to that of a handgun, and it boasted an infinite supply of ammunition. As long as his energy remained, he could unleash it continuously. Was this not akin to the Six Meridian sword? Moreover, the energy could be released silently and invisibly, presenting an excellent concealment. Who would suspect 2 fingers extended towards them? Yilang took a deep breath, contemplating the immense advantage this ability could confer in future battles if mastered. He then attempted to clench his fist, rapidly gathering energy at the heart of his palm. With a sudden strike, he left another small dent in the wall. He noted that the depth was shallower than that of the mark made by his fingers, understanding that this was related to the enhancement level of the body part used. Continuing his experiments, Yilang unleashed energy from various body parts, noting the differing effects. His fingers proved the strongest, followed by his fists, while his feet exhibited the least power, though they still managed to leave shallow marks on the wall. If these strikes were to land on an opponent, would they not result in broken bones and torn muscles? His ranged attack capabilities had indeed ascended to a new tier. Yet, he felt the distance was somewhat lacking. He estimated he could reach about 5 meters at most. If he could channel the energy through a blade, perhaps he could extend the reach of his attacks and even enhance their penetrating power. As Yilang caressed the cracked, serrated blade in his hand, a glimmer of anticipation crossed his eyes. He involuntarily glanced at a circular dent on the opposite wall, significantly larger than that made by his fingers, and a triumphant smile spread across his face. Such power was truly invincible. Chapter 87. The end of the novice period, the frigid apocalypse. Only I know. Just as Yilang reveled in his triumph, his phone suddenly blared a piercing alarm. He quickly reached for it, and the screen displayed an alarming emergency notification. The novice period of the Red Sun will conclude at midnight today, and the frigid apocalypse will descend. Yilang's heart jolted, his smile vanishing as a frown creased his brow. The message lingered for mere seconds before vanishing without a trace. Taking a deep breath, Yilang swiftly gathered his thoughts. He understood that the true challenge was about to commence. After casting a final glance at the battleground where he had confronted a Ning, Yilang felt no lingering attachment and turned to ascend to the rooftop. This time, he leaped effortlessly onto the roof of Building 3. Once he steadied himself, he was suddenly embraced. It was Yao Shi, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Boss, I thought I would never see you again." Yilang gently patted Yao Shi's back, his tone resolute, "Do not fear, I am here." Holding her, who resembled a koala, he hurried inside. Along the way, Yilang inquired, "Did you receive that urgent notification?" "What urgent notification?" Yao Shi shook her head, her vision blurred by tears. "I was inexplicably transported here, and my phone is broken. I haven't received any messages. After returning home, I tried to reach you, but I couldn't get through. I've been anxiously waiting here for you." Seeing her on the verge of tears again, Yilang tenderly wiped away her tears and comforted her softly. "It's all right now. Let us hurry home." Upon returning, the other women swiftly gathered around, expressing their concern with a flurry of questions. Yilang gently separated by Jean, who was clinging to his leg, and Tang Xiaowan along with Bai Xiao and Xiongting, who were hugging his arms, and asked, "Did you all receive that urgent notification?" The women exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Yilang's brow furrowed deeply. "You don't know that the extreme cold apocalypse is arriving tomorrow at dawn?" For a moment, the women appeared momentarily stunned, their expressions vacant. "Extreme cold apocalypse," Yilang exclaimed, but their reactions remained as if they had not heard him. He took a deep breath, a suspicion forming in his mind. He retrieved his phone, opened Dolong, and swiftly searched for crucial information about the extreme cold apocalypse, only to find the screen blank, as if the term had never existed. After scrolling through dozens of videos, there was no trace of the extreme cold apocalypse. Yilang was convinced that this information had been obscured by some force, visible only to him, or perhaps to those with nearly zero mental strength like himself. This further confirmed his belief that mental strength was not a desirable attribute. With a heavy heart yet a steadfast gaze, he urged, "Everyone, quickly gather your things. We are leaving tonight for Wuyo Tower." The women nodded in agreement and promptly sprang into action. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance, their belongings neatly packed. There was no need to bring food and water, so they only took essential clothing and their phones. Noticing the orderly arrangement of luggage in the living room, Yilang cleared his throat to capture their attention. With a flourish, he declared. Suddenly, the luggage vanished into thin air. "Wow, boss, have you awakened a new ability? Space manipulation? Senior brother, you are incredible. Brother, your power is simply astonishing. Brother-in-law, Tingner adores you." As Bai Xiao was about to compliment him as well, Yilang smiled and waved his hand. Let's continue packing. Gather all the treasures from the wardrobe and the nightstand. Everything can be taken by my husband. Upon hearing this, the women blushed, fully aware of what treasures Yi Lang referred to. They exchanged knowing smiles and quickly began to collect the intimate items they had been reluctant to bring along. Fearing they wouldn't fit, Yi Lang surveyed the surroundings, ensuring nothing was overlooked, and with a swift exhalation, the living room was instantly cleared. It was now 10 p.m., with 2 hours remaining until the dawn of the impending extreme cold apocalypse. Yi Lang hoped to safely escort everyone to the Wuyo building before the catastrophe struck. Just as they were about to leave, Bai Jin exclaimed, "Brother, look at the group chat. Mutated ants are swarming." Yi Lang quickly glanced at his phone screen, his expression shifting dramatically. The group messages revealed a flurry of panic as everyone reported the advancing mutated ants, with the lower floors rapidly falling under siege. Many residents on the lower levels had been devoured by the relentless swarm, their screams echoing in despair. Yi Lang decisively commanded, "Hurry to the top floor." The women reacted swiftly, following Yi Lang's lead. Though fear gripped their hearts, they remained composed. Upon exiting, they encountered a throng of people rushing towards the upper levels. The scene rife with chaos, cries, and hurried footsteps intertwining in a cacophony. Yi Lang maintained his calm demeanor, guiding the group to avoid the congestion as they swiftly traversed the corridor. Upon reaching the rooftop, they found it already crowded with anxious individuals scanning their surroundings. Some quick-witted ones had begun to ascend onto the aircraft. However, chaos reigned as people fumbled about. The limited number of flying vehicles clearly could not accommodate everyone. With a sharp gaze, Yi Lang quickly identified an available aircraft. "Quick, to that vehicle!" The women dashed forward, with Yi Lang close behind. A few onlookers attempted to join them, but upon recognizing Yi Lang, they respectfully parted, creating a path. Yet, the upheaval struck with alarming suddenness. A thunderous bolt cleaved the night sky, illuminating the entire rooftop. Everyone looked up to behold countless mutated birds, colossal and ominous, blotting out the sun in a dark cloud. Their piercing screeches deafening. Strangely, they paid no heed to the humans on the rooftop, instead swirling and soaring as if sensing an impending calamity. The first aircraft to ascend was violently struck by a massive bird, disintegrating in an instant, debris scattering in all directions. Fear washed over the crowd, and no one dared to approach the remaining aircraft. Yi Lang swiftly surveyed the surroundings, quickly locating a concealed corner. He whispered instructions. "Let's take refuge here until the giant bird departs. Remember to remain silent and avoid drawing attention." The others followed closely, holding their breath and huddling in the corner, their hearts pounding like drums. Yi Lang remained vigilant, meticulously contemplating their next course of action. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the upper floor. "Let's out quickly. The man-eating ants are approaching," cried one voice. "Indeed, open the door, or we shall all be devoured." Another echoed, "We have children with us. Please, you must open the door." Outside, several adult men braced themselves against the iron door, their faces etched with fear and determination. "No, I just saw the ants crawling up to the 17th floor. If we open the door now, we are all doomed." One man insisted. "Yes, if we open the door with so many outside, it will be impossible to shut again, and we will all perish when the mutated ants arrive. Everyone hold firm. We cannot allow them to breach the door." The clamor grew louder, shouts and curses reverberating as the iron door was struck with a heavy thud, as if on the verge of being shattered. The men outside strained against the door, veins bulging on their foreheads, sweat pouring down their faces. On one side stood those desperate to escape, their cries filled with despair. On the other, those resolutely defending their position, the scene increasingly chaotic. Suddenly, a voice from within shrieked, "Ah, open the door, they are coming. Help us. Please let us in." Panic ensued. "Are you trying to get us killed?" At that moment, the iron door shook violently as those inside began to pound against it in a frantic bid for survival. Yet the men outside, hearing the cries of anguish, dared not relent. Instead, they pushed even harder against the door, their eyes filled with cruelty and determination. A few more robust men joined in, reinforcing their hold on the iron barrier. Amidst the turmoil, a gentle yet urgent female voice emerged. "How can you be so heartless? Those outside are living beings too." A woman, graceful in stature with a tender visage, stepped forward, her eyes reddened with urgency and her voice trembling. "You must release the people inside. Cannot you hear their desperation? We are all human. Do you not possess a shred of compassion? There are children inside. Her words pierced through the cacophony like an arrow, causing the crowd to exchange glances, their hearts wrestling with conflict. She advanced, grasping the arm of one man bracing against the door, tugging insistently. Please, how can you stand by and let them perish? The man hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features, and he stumbled slightly as the woman pulled at him, causing the iron door to momentarily yield. The woman persisted, continuing to wail as she clutched another man. Release them at once. Is your heart made of stone? A more anguished scream echoed through the crevice of the iron gate, and the woman, with tears streaming down her face, cried out hoarsely. At that moment, several other women stepped forward, vehemently accusing the men of being cold-hearted and unfeeling. The crowd hesitated at the gate, a few were swayed, and the iron door opened slightly. Just as the woman tugged desperately at another man, a loud thud resonated. Yilang kicked her violently, sending her flying 8 meters away, roaring, "Are we not human? Are we not human?" The woman crashed heavily to the ground, curling in pain, blood trickling from her lips. Yilang coldly regarded her, who was clearly gasping for breath, his face brimming with murderous intent. Even if she met the system's criteria, he desired her demise. Ding, task target detected. Meeting system requirements. Name, Wang Sini. Age, 18. Appearance, 92. Figure, 84. Inner qualities, 100. Anti-marriage ideology. Ability, water system 1. Comprehensive score, 92. High-quality female. Meets system requirements. Host. Please take her in promptly. Ding, character target favorability activated. Ding, Wang Sini. Favorability, 32. Favor my foot. Yilang was indifferent to these notifications, his murderous intent intensifying as he coldly remarked, "I've opened my eyes. No wonder they say the apocalypse first slays the saintly. Do you have any idea how many lives will be lost once this door opens? Must we perish just to fulfill your saintly heart?" He did not expect her to comprehend. Her selflessness only served to enrage him further. Observing Wang Sini as she continuously coughed up blood, her delicate face as pale as a sheet, teetering on the brink of death, Yilang felt not an ounce of pity. It was only when she drew her last breath, the light in her eyes extinguished, that he turned, casting a cold glance over the crowd, particularly at the women who had just accused him. Who else wishes to be a saint? Step forward and try. The crowd fell silent, retreating in fear. Yilang's ruthlessness had instilled terror in everyone, and the atmosphere became palpably tense. The iron gate remained firmly shut, the screams gradually fading. Yet no one dared to question further. Ignoring the crowd's reaction, Yilang gazed at the tempestuous sky, the flashes of lightning, and the swirling, mutated birds above, feeling a deep sense of urgency. He knew that time was running short for himself and the 5 women, including Bai Xiao. Suddenly, rain began to fall, the droplets striking Yilang's face, icy and piercing, reverberating in his heart, solidifying his resolve. The rain intensified, and Yilang took a deep breath before turning to Bai Xiao and the others, stating, "We cannot use the flying vehicles. The mutated bird swarm and the torrential downpour pose a lethal threat. The mutated ants are certainly not limited to those within the building. They may very well ascend from outside." As he spoke, Yilang handed a pistol to Tang Xiaowan. She hesitated for a moment before firmly gripping the handle, a flicker of resolve flashing in her eyes. She was aware that the pistol was devoid of ammunition, as her senior had mentioned earlier at home. Yilang then seized the cloaked Yao Shi and swiftly lifted her, addressing the 4 women, "I will jump down with Yao Shi first and will return for you shortly. If anyone dares to attack you, draw your weapons first. If that proves ineffective, retaliate with your abilities and hold them off until I return." The 4 women nodded, their hearts racing but their gazes resolute. Yilang, cradling the concealed Yao Shi, approached the edge of the rooftop. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, he leaped without hesitation, his form vanishing instantaneously into the curtain of rain. The sound of the rain roared like thunder, drowning out the gasps of the crowd. The last time Yilang had leaped from a building, wielding a large knife in search of mutated Venus flytraps, he had carved a path. He spotted a Ford Raptor parked not far from the base of the building, its door ajar, clearly left in haste by its owner. Unbeknownst to him, this truck would serve as a lifeline for the women. Hurrying towards the truck, Yaoshi swiftly climbed inside. Yilang then turned and dashed downwards. The rain obscured his vision, yet he remained remarkably composed. Indeed, mutated ants had infested the walls below the 14th floor, swarming like a tide of darkness. Yilang's leg muscles tensed rapidly, unleashing his full strength in an explosive burst. With a resounding crash, he landed heavily on the 15th floor windowsill, using the momentum to propel himself vertically upwards, reaching the edge of the 18th floor in an instant. The entire sequence, from when Yilang leapt with Yao Shi, placed her in the vehicle, and returned to the rooftop, transpired in less than half a minute. Time was of the essence, and Yilang dared not slacken his pace. Upon his return, the four women exhaled in relief, and Tang Xiaowan's grip on the pistol trembled slightly. Yilang quickly scanned the surroundings, noticing that only a few had observed his leap and subsequent ascent. He then lifted Bai Xiao in his arms, and, addressing Tang Xiaowan by Jin, and Xiong Ting, with unwavering conviction, declared, "Stay safe, I shall return." No sooner had he spoken than he leapt once more, his figure slicing through the rain like an arrow. Bai Xiao clutched Yilang's attire tightly, her strength preventing any cries, fearful of attracting attention. Her eyes filled with trust and determination. Raindrops struck his face, blurring his vision, yet Yilang landed steadily. He swiftly dashed towards the pickup, ensuring Bai Xiao was settled before turning back to race downstairs once more. When Yilang re-emerged atop the building, the expressions of the onlookers had shifted dramatically. The interior was now teeming with mutated ants, while overhead, a swarm of grotesque giant birds loomed ominously, rendering the situation perilous. Yet, Yilang possessed the capability to safely escort individuals to safety. Faced with the imminent peril of their circumstances and the prospect of an easy escape, the crowd's thoughts began to wander, their gazes fixed upon Yilang, eyes glimmering with the fervent desire for survival. Yilang's gaze, sharp and vigilant, swept across the assembly, his mind alert. He contemplated the possibility of eliminating the hundreds on the rooftop, but time was of the essence, and he could not guarantee the safety of the women amidst such overwhelming numbers. A sudden shift in thought ignited a plan within him. He swiftly approached the edge of the building, inhaling deeply before exclaiming, "Everyone remain calm. Below lies a thicket over 2 meters high. We are all endowed with abilities, our bodies enhanced. If we leap down and use the foliage to cushion our fall, we shall land safely." With that, Yilang lifted Xiong Ting into his arms, his gaze resolute as he addressed the crowd. "I shall demonstrate first. Follow my lead." With a powerful leap, he plunged into the curtain of rain, carrying Xiong Ting with him. Chapter 89. Braving the assault of hundreds. Yilang and his beloved the onlookers, witnessing this audacious act, hesitated. Was Yilang's assertion genuine? He might succeed, but did that guarantee their own safety? Yet, remaining atop the building to await their demise was not an option. It was no secret that ants could scale walls. The only reason they were currently confined within was the allure of bloodshed. Once that source diminished, the creatures would undoubtedly swarm to the rooftop. Rather than succumb to inaction, they resolved to take the risk. Exchanging glances, one individual gritted their teeth and leapt down, followed closely by others who began to mimic the act. At that moment, Yilang was indifferent to how many might fall to their demise. His sole focus was on ensuring Xiong Ting's safety. Indeed, even for those with abilities, a fall from the 18th floor, over 50 meters high, was a likely death sentence. The 2-meter-high thicket below would scarcely mitigate the impact of such a height. Even if a few were fortunate enough to survive the descent, they would still face the lurking threat of mutated flora and fauna below. Yilang relied on his speed, capable of swiftly depositing the women into the pickup. He understood that the others' jumps would only lead to more casualties, yet he could not afford to concern himself with that now. As Yilang landed, he quickly shielded Xiong Ting and hurried towards the pickup. At that moment, Bai Xiao, seeing Yilang approach with Xiong Ting, swiftly opened the car door. Without a moment's hesitation, ignoring the anxious gazes of the three women, she shut the door behind him as Yilang turned back once more. He ascended to the rooftop again, his eyes icy and resolute. However, events did not unfold as he had anticipated. The crowd atop the rooftop had descended into chaos upon seeing Yilang, who was soon surrounded by anxious voices. "Yilang, did you not claim that the bushes would cushion our fall? Why has my husband, after jumping down, not answered his calls?" Another voice chimed in. "Indeed, my husband also leapt down, promising to call me, yet I have heard nothing. Are you deceiving us?" Yilang's expression remained calm as he replied coldly, I assure you, I have not misled you. The bushes can indeed soften the impact, but survival ultimately depends on individual capability. It is possible they have sustained injuries or that their phones have been lost, hindering communication. Please be patient. News may arrive shortly. Despite his words, Yilang's actions did not pause. He lifted by Jean, who, being quite loyal, cast a troubled glance at Tang Xiaowan. However, Tang Xiaowan nodded resolutely, a flicker of determination in her eyes. Although the onlookers remained skeptical, they could do little but watch as Yilang leapt down once more, their apprehension mounting as they instinctively surrounded Tang Xiaowan. Their gaze is a mixture of complex emotions. Anxious and helpless, Yilang was acutely aware of the urgency. Tang Xiaowan was an extraordinary ability wielder. Despite her cat-like appearance, she possessed the strongest power among the group. Additionally, she had some foundational skills in Bajiquan, enabling her to protect herself when necessary. Upon landing, Yilang swiftly placed by Jean in the pickup truck and immediately returned, silently praying. The mutated ants had already ascended to the 17th floor. Time was of the essence, and every second was critical. Yilang chose a relatively weak point in the ant swarm and leaped, ignoring the biting of the ants as he forcefully kicked against the building's wall, propelling himself upward to the 18th floor. However, upon climbing up, the scene before him nearly shattered his composure. He saw Tang Xiaowan, her handgun and curved dagger having fallen to the side. With her cat ears erect, tail taut, and eyes glowing crimson, she faced a group of people who had cornered her against the wall. Do not come any closer. My senior brother will not spare you. Though the crowd displayed hints of fear, they continued to approach her. We are fighting for our lives too. Yilang managed to jump down with someone. Why can't he take us with him? Another voice protested. If he refuses, we will capture you to force his hand. Mutated ants are nearly upon us. If we perish, you shall not escape either. Tang Xiaowan gritted her teeth, a glimmer of despair flashing in her eyes, yet she defiantly revealed her sharp claws, shouting fiercely, whoever dares to advance will face my wrath. A few men sneered, their eyes glinting with malice. What a feisty little cat girl. Let us all advance together and compel Yilang to comply. With a roar, Yilang charged like a fierce tiger, delivering a devastating blow that shattered the skull of the foremost assailant, blood splattering in every direction. A murder has occurred. Panic ensued as the crowd scattered in terror. Yilang's gaze turned icy as he positioned himself protectively in front of Tang Xiaowan, sternly declaring, who dares to challenge death, step forward. He then seized a handgun and a large knife, gripping them firmly as he cast a cold glance over the crowd, slowly guiding Tang Xiaowan towards the edge of the terrace. Although fear gripped their hearts, the instinct to survive drew them closer, their eyes gleaming with a mix of greed and despair. If you do not save us, you shall not escape. Indeed, let us perish together. Yilang's heart sank. He could not afford to delay, as the mutated swarm of ants was rapidly approaching. He swiftly embraced Tang Xiaowan and charged forward. Witnessing this, the crowd's expressions turned frenzied, and they howled as they lunged forward or unleashed their powers. Yilang moved like lightning, creating a portal ahead that not only nullified the incoming attacks, but also sent several advancing men flying. However, he could not evade the onslaught from behind and bore the brunt of countless energy strikes on his back, enduring the excruciating pain. With Tang Xiaowan in his arms, he leapt high, soaring towards the curtain of rain amidst the crowd's desperate gazes. In mid-air, he beheld the mutated ants surging onto the rooftop like a tide, the stench of blood assaulting his senses. His inner fury began to dissipate. Those who dared to strike at him would find it fortunate if they were merely bitten to death by the mutated ants. Otherwise, he would crush their bones to dust. Tang Xiaowan gazed intently at Yilang's profile, feeling both touched and anxious. After all, the onslaught consisted of attacks from hundreds. No matter how resilient he was, he could not withstand such force. With a thunderous crash, Yilang and Tang Xiaowan landed heavily on the grass, this time failing to achieve a stable descent. Yilang emitted a muffled groan of pain, spitting blood, yet immediately rolled over to shield Tang Xiaowan. A buzzing sound filled the air as the mutated mosquitoes descended like a dark cloud, their needle-like mandibles glinting ominously. Yilang's eyes sharpened as he swiftly rose, cradling Tang Xiaowan, and dashed toward the pickup truck. Xiaolang, hurry! Brother! Boss! Brother-in-law! The four women cried out anxiously from the truck, their eyes brimming with tears. The door had already been flung open, and Yilang quickly shoved Tang Xiaowan inside before slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. In that moment, the urgency on Yilang's face dissipated. They were merely mosquitoes, incapable of piercing his skin. What was there to fear? As for his back, it was likely just bruised. As long as there was no bleeding, he would be fine. Indeed, despite the swarm of mutated mosquitoes, they could not penetrate his skin. They merely drained the blood stains from him before flying away. Yilang opened the tool compartment beneath the rear seat and retrieved a tow rope. With a puzzled expression on the faces of the five women, he secured one end of the rope to the front bumper of the pickup truck. To their astonishment, he then fastened the other end around his own waist. Amidst their gasps of disbelief, he began to pull the pickup truck forward, step by step. Chapter 90. And Ning was right. The enormous Raimi tears shimmered in the eyes of the five women, their hearts deeply moved. This scene was nothing short of breathtaking. The tow rope tightened around Yilang's waist, his muscles taut, sweat mingling with rain as it trickled down his cheeks. Each step felt as if he was trudging through mud, yet his resolve remained unwavering. Their hearts rose and fell in rhythm with his strides, filled not only with concern, but also admiration and affection. Yilang wielded Tang Xiaowan's large, ringed sword, slicing through the grass with each swing. The pickup truck moved at a steady pace under the force of his strength, its wheels churning through the muck, leaving deep tracks behind. The Wio building was approximately 5 kilometers from the Meishu Jindao community. Fortunately, the road was not overly complicated. Although the towering buildings on either side were ensnared by mutated vines, the path remained clear. According to his estimation, he would reach his destination in about an hour. Yilang took a deep breath, steadied his breathing, and his steps became even more assured. The towering grass swayed in the rain, but his gaze remained resolute, the sword carving through the vegetation like waves parting before him. Suddenly, Yilang halted, alertly surveying his surroundings. His perceptive instincts formed an invisible halo that swiftly scanned every corner. His range of perception extended to a 10-meter radius, rendering any rustle or movement within it impossible to evade his notice. Indeed, a low growl emerged from the grass, and a colossal mutated centipede began to crawl forth. The towering grass was bent under its weight as Yilang gripped the sword hilt tightly, his eyes sharp, quickly repositioning himself in front of the pickup truck. The five women, recognizing the imminent danger from Yilang's reaction, felt their hearts leap into their throats, yet they remained silent, fearing to disturb him. Suddenly, the mutated centipede burst from the grass, its massive jaws gaping wide, exuding a foul stench. Yilang's gaze sharpened, energy surging within him as it enveloped the blade, which now gleamed ominously. With a decisive stroke, he brought the sword crashing down. The ringed sword, imbued with fierce energy, transformed into a silver arc stretching 4 to 5 meters long, cleaving towards the mutated centipede. The creature's hardened exoskeleton was torn apart as if it were mere paper, blood gushing forth. Seizing the moment, Yilang swiftly retreated, vigilantly observing the centipede's response. The mutated centipede writhed in agony on the ground, emitting a tragic wail before finally falling still. The five women exhaled in relief, their admiration for Yilang deepening even further. As the torrential rain of the night washed away the traces of blood, the mutated swarm of mosquitoes did not descend upon him. It was then, illuminated by the moonlight and flashes of lightning, that Yilang beheld the full visage of the mutated centipede. This creature extended over 10 meters in length, its body encased in a formidable exoskeleton, with antennae as robust as steel whips. Yilang felt a surge of relief. Had his strength not increased substantially, enabling him to imbue his blade with energy and transform it into a colossal blade aura, it would have been nearly impossible to slay such a beast with a single strike. Without further contemplation, he began to sever the head of the mutated centipede, soon discovering a fist-sized mass of fluff-like substance. No, it was not merely fluff. Its surface had begun to crystallize, becoming significantly harder when grasped in his hand. Yilang understood that, as the novice phase approached its conclusion, even mutated creatures were undergoing a transformation. After securing it within a spatial realm, he chose to disregard the white flesh inside the centipede's body and pressed onward. A sense of foreboding intensified within him as he anticipated a greater upheaval at dawn. The sky crackled with increasing intensity. Silver serpents of lightning danced about, illuminating the night as though it were day. The downpour cascaded like a waterfall, splattering against the ground. Fortunately, the felled grass served to cushion the wheels of his vehicle, alleviating the resistance of the mud. He inhaled deeply, steadied his breath, and continued onward. The pickup truck started to move slowly, its wheels crunching over the grass with a dull thud. Yilang pulled the truck for approximately half an hour. Turning a corner, he and the 5 women were struck dumb by the sight before them. In the clearing ahead stood an enormous agave, towering in the center of the road. The agave stretched several dozen meters high, its metallic leaves densely packed. It resembled countless colossal blades plunged into the earth, glinting with a chilling light. Akin to a mountain of knives that cleaved the road in two, obstructing Yilang and his companion's path. Upon seeing it, Yilang instantly recognized this as the unique material that Ning had mentioned, capable of repairing and enhancing his beloved blade. A flicker of excitement ignited in Yilang's eyes, and the energy within him began to boil. Ning's efforts were not in vain. The warrior spirit within Yilang flared to life, with combat no longer a source of trepidation. Embracing the spirit of a fighter, prepared to engage and adept in battle, was the hallmark of a martial artist. One who constantly seeks to be fully prepared shall forever remain unprepared. To overcome formidable foes, one must wield the wisdom to discern their strengths and weaknesses, possess the courage to confront their might head-on, and carry the momentum to dismantle their defenses, ultimately leading to the downfall of the strongest adversaries, heralding a triumphant victory. Today, Yilang grasped the essence of the 8 extremes. With his current physique at 1003 and an overall enhancement of 1, coupled with the gateway of space and the outward projection of energy, even faced with this agave, akin to a mountain of blades, an unprecedented fighting spirit surged within him. What is there to fear? Charge forth. Yilang gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, an aura of vigor enveloping him. His eyes ablaze with combat fervor as he charged forward with fierce determination. The mutated sword cane, sensing the imminent threat, retaliated with a 5-meter-wide leaf slicing horizontally like a door, sending waves of air that scattered debris from the ground. Yilang let out a low growl, his leg muscles taut, as he leapt over the impending leaf strike. Before he could even touch the ground, he swung his massive blade downward. A colossal gleam of silver slicing through the air, striking the side of the leaf with precision. The clash produced a cacophony of sparks and a deafening metallic ring. Yet astonishingly, the blade only penetrated halfway. Intrigued, Yilang observed the dark green sap oozing from the leaf's cut and grinned, channeling more energy into his strike, causing the silver blade to expand further. With remarkable speed, he followed the incision and delivered another powerful slash. Clang! Sparks flew as the leaf was severed by the radiant blade, the sword cane emitting a deep roar akin to grinding rock. Dark green sap seeping from the base of the leaf. Just as Yilang began to savor his victory, a sudden flurry of 10 or more secondary leaves from the sword cane snapped off and shot towards him. Drawing from his experience, Yilang remained composed, casually popping a dumpling into his mouth. The massive leaves that were aimed at him were effortlessly absorbed into a spatial portal. In the next moment, they unexpectedly redirected towards the main trunk of the sword cane, an effect of Yilang having taken a sip of cola. The densely packed leaves of the sword cane twisted in unison, forming a colossal iron ball that blocked the incoming projectiles. Seizing the opportunity, Yilang surged forward, energy pulsating as he aimed a tremendous strike at the base of the sword cane. However, in an instant, he leapt sideways, exclaiming in surprise. Chapter 91. Repairing the beloved blade. Finally arriving at Wuyo Tower, suddenly, the ground erupted with dozens of thick roots, resembling steel spikes, surging upwards to impale Yilang from below. With a deft push-off, he sprang back 3 meters like a coiled spring, the roots narrowly missing his clothing as they shot into the air. How dare you attempt to take me out? Yilang seethed with rage, unleashing several bursts of energy from his fingertips, striking the exposed roots like arrows. Boom! The roots exploded instantaneously, dark green sap splattering across his arm, corroding his flesh and leaving a hissing, smoking wound. Yet to his astonishment, the wound began to heal at a visibly slow pace. Taking advantage of the moment, Yi Lang approached the main trunk of the sword cane, ready to swing his blade, when he noticed a dozen leaves above him simultaneously collide, producing a tremendous roar. The air was compressed into a thunderous wave that surged towards him. Without hesitation, Yi Lang infused his entire body with energy, his muscles swelling like steel, as he positioned his blade defensively. At the moment the shock wave collided with the blade's gleam, the ground cracked beneath him, his feet carving two deep furrows. Yet he withstood the force of the impact. "Now it is my turn," he bellowed fiercely. The blade's radiance surged violently, cleaving towards the trunk of the sword grass like a mountain-splitting axe. Crack! A leaf, towering to half his height, was severed at the root, and the sword grass emitted a sharp shriek, more roots surging from all directions. Yet, he did not retreat, but advanced instead, deftly maneuvering, consuming the incoming roots amidst a flurry of dumplings and laughter, drawing them all into the portal of space. At that moment, the apex of the sword grass trunk suddenly glimmered with a crimson light, all the leaves simultaneously pointing towards the sky, trembling incessantly. Suddenly, they converged into a sword chi as thick as a barrel, hurtling towards him like a laser beam. His pupils constricted, realizing this was a fatal strike. He promptly stuffed a dumpling filled with chives and eggs into his mouth, observing the visibly weakened, mutated swordgrass. He seized the moment when it faltered after launching its attack, shattering the ground and surging forward, the blade-s radiance entwining with the residual energy, cleaving towards the central junction of the leaves' roots. Thud! The blade penetrated the core, dark green juice gushing forth like a fountain, causing the leaves of the sword grass to topple and its roots to convulse and rupture underground. He knelt on one knee, watching the colossal entity slowly collapse before him, droplets of the core's essence still glistening on his blade. His hand trembled slightly. The sustained energy had left him fatigued, yet his eyes sparkled with the light of victory. At that moment, Bai Xiao rushed over, her healing powers seemingly boundless, fervently showering him with her abilities. The radiance of Bai Xiao's powers enveloped him, warming his body. Upon seeing her concerned gaze and the three women hastening towards him, his heart swelled with warmth, and he smiled gently, reassuringly saying, "It's nothing. These wounds are trivial." The hidden Yao she could no longer contain herself and directly pinched his arm. "Boss, why must we confront it head-on? We could simply take a detour." "Indeed, Xiaolang. You have no idea how worried we are, and you don't allow us to assist you. We are at least all ability users. We can contribute in some way." "Brother-in-law, what my sister says is right." "Brother, my sister-in-law is right." Without allowing them to argue further, he ushered the 5 women into the vehicle, gently patting their backs, and softly said, "I understand your concern, but taking a detour might lead to even greater dangers. After tonight, you will be able to assist. There's no rush. Moreover, this sword grass must perish. Be good. Wait for me in the car. I will return once I finish dissecting it." The 5 women exchanged glances, though reluctant. They ultimately nodded in agreement. He picked up the large blade and approached the massive corpse of the sword grass, lightly probing with the blade's tip, meticulously searching for the potentially hidden core of mutation. As the blade grazed, an almost fully crystallized sword-shaped core gradually revealed itself, emanating a ghostly glow. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, and he carefully excavated the crystal. The sword-shaped core, gripped firmly in his hand, emanated a sensation akin to being sliced by a razor's edge, as if it could cleave the very air itself. Gazing upon the nearly 100-meter remnants of the sword, a wave of accomplishment surged within Yi Lang. He understood that the value of this core far exceeded his imagination. Moreover, the fact that Ning had specifically mentioned it as a means to repair his beloved blade indicated its extraordinary significance. Yi Lang surmised that had he not utterly vanquished it before dawn, considering the formidable size of the sword and its diverse offensive capabilities, it would have become exponentially more challenging to contend with after the first light. He estimated that its degree of transformation would grow at a geometric rate, potentially piercing through the entire city. Eagerly, Yi Lang retrieved his cracked and dulled ring-headed broadsword, gently aligning the sword-shaped core with the blade. As the core gradually diminished, a sudden silvery radiance erupted along the edge, with the fissures steadily mending, rejuvenating the blade to its former glory. Gripping the hilt tightly, he felt an unprecedented sharpness and power coursing through him. His eyes sparkled with intensity, and a surge of energy enveloped the broadsword, which now radiated an even greater silver blade aura. With a mighty swing, Yi Lang struck the remnants of the sword. The blade aura sliced through the night sky like a bolt of lightning, shattering the remnants into countless pieces. Extraordinary! Yi Lang was nearly overcome with excitement. This blade aura, though not unleashed to its fullest potential, reached an impressive length of approximately 7 meters, surpassing his previous limit by an entire meter. Its power exceeded all expectations. As if it could cleave through any obstacle, he pondered, if his physique were to strengthen further and his energy heightened, could the blade aura stretch to 50 meters? In that case, would slaying superhumans be as effortless as chopping vegetables? Regardless of their ranks, they would all be reduced to mere carcasses. Taking a deep breath to calm his exhilaration, Yi Lang turned towards the vehicle. 5 pairs of eyes fixed upon him, brimming with anticipation and trust. He smiled slightly, grasped the towing rope, and continued to pull the pickup truck forward, leaving behind a resolute and powerful silhouette. Ah, how moving this must be for you all. In truth, the 5 women inside the vehicle were already overwhelmed with emotion. Throughout this arduous journey, whether facing lightning, torrential rain, or various mutated creatures, he had never faltered. This man was sacrificing his very life to shield them from even the slightest harm. Tears glimmered in their eyes, and their hearts swelled with boundless love and admiration. The 5 women had already conspired to surprise him grandly upon settling in the Wuyo building. With each step, Yi Lang's determination grew stronger. The battle had been brief, and judging by their pace, they would undoubtedly reach the Wuyo building before dawn. Yi Lang danced the blood-dringer's frenzied blade like a tempest, with the light of his blade severing all that it touched. Without a seat, Yi Lang named his beloved blade Bloodthirsty Madblade, the blade's radiance stretching an impressive 7 meters long. At 11:30 that evening, Yi Lang finally arrived at the Wuyo building, dragging his pickup truck. He looked up at the edifice, brilliantly illuminated, resembling a lighthouse amidst the darkness. Occasionally, flying vehicles whizzed by, stirring gusts of wind. Outside, enormous mutated vines twisted like giant pythons, climbing to heights of several stories. Clearly, the building attracted the attention of these mutated vines far more than the residential structures. As he pondered this, a medium-sized flying vehicle descended slowly. Its hatch opened, and a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiong Ting stepped out. Chapter 92. An extravagant palace, a climate-controlled swimming pool. Hey, sister. Sister. Xiong Ting and Xiong Yuan embraced tightly, tears glistening in their eyes. After a moment, Xiong Yuan wiped her tears and turned to Yi Lang, expressing her gratitude. Yi Lang, thank you for saving my sister. We shall never forget this kindness. Yi Lang first surveyed the surroundings with his perception, confirming there was no danger before smiling gently. My dear sister-in-law, you are mistaken. Xiong Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized, her cheeks flushing, brother-in-law. Yi Lang gave Xiong Yuan's shoulder a light pat, nodding in satisfaction before hastily ushering everyone into the flying vehicle. Name, Xiong Yuan, age, 21, physique, 93 points, appearance, 92 points, inner quality, 995 points, lesbian sister complex. With some flaws, ability, object manipulation 1, overall score, 93 points, identical. Affection level, 10. Attention. How is her affection level only 10 points? Yi Lang thought, but upon reflection, he understood that her attributes of being a lesbian and having a sister complex naturally caused her to be averse to men. Nevertheless, Yi Lang felt a thrill. There was no greater accomplishment than straightening out a lesbian. The flying vehicle ascended slowly, and Yi Lang remained vigilant, sensing the surroundings. Fortunately, all was calm as the vehicle smoothly arrived at the helipad on the 24th floor. The Wuyo building's research and development tower stood at 38 stories, soaring over 190 meters high. The central section of the building featured 2 helipads, resembling an aerial fortress. Alas, the area below the 18th floor had long been occupied by mutated creatures. Xiong Yuan resided on the 20th floor. As the 18th floor and below had become a forbidden zone, trapped broadcasters and staff were concentrated on the floors above 20. Following the reallocation, the 20th and 27th floors transformed into temporary offices for new media. The live streaming office, operations office, makeup area, social space, and rest areas were all adequately equipped. Even a modest streamer like Xiong Yuan has managed to secure a cramped yet tidy streaming room, complete with a matching lounge. Upon entering Xiong Yuan's lounge, Yilang surveyed his surroundings and noted the simplicity, albeit well-organized. However, it was evident that accommodating so many individuals was unfeasible. Yilang remained unperturbed. Zhao Lang was well aware of his arrival. Sure enough, within moments, Zhao Lang hurried over, flanked by several others, his expression brimming with excitement. Upon spotting Yilang, they immediately bowed in greeting, their tone respectful. "Boss Lang, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. I am Zhao Lang, and the individuals behind me are the heads of our various departments at Wuyo. Greetings, boss. Welcome." The group behind Zhao Lang bowed in deference, their eyes filled with awe and anticipation. This is quite the improvement, Yilang mused, with a figure of such unmatched prowess as their leader. Navigating this minor apocalypse seemed effortlessly manageable. Yilang nodded slightly, eschewing idle chatter, and inquired directly, "Where is our room?" Zhao Lang promptly replied, "Boss, your exclusive suite is on the 37th floor, and we have prepared everything you might require, ready for your occupancy at any moment." Yilang acknowledged him with a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the gathered assembly. "Zhao Lang, you may lead us there. The rest of you may disperse. There will be ample time for discussion later." Zhao Lang eagerly complied. At that moment, Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, Yao Shi, Xiong Ting, and Tang Xiaowan emerged from their rooms. Each woman possessed her unique charm, exuding beauty in all forms, and not a trace of disarray from the apocalypse marred their radiant appearances. Zhao Lang and the others instantly brightened, inwardly marveling at how fortunate Yilang was to enjoy such companionship. They dared not linger in their gaze and quickly averted their eyes. Yilang maintained a calm demeanor, offering a slight nod to the five women before turning to follow Zhao Lang toward the elevator. As the elevator doors closed slowly, they shielded the group from view. As the floors ascended, a surge of ambition welled within Yilang. Indeed, when one possesses sufficient strength, the world yields before them. In the past, the Wuyo building was a realm where a mere security guard like him could not freely tread. Now, it had become his exclusive domain, each step taken upon the pinnacle of power. Before long, the elevator reached the 37th floor, the doors parting to reveal an opulent decor and an expansive space. Zhao Lang respectfully stepped aside, gesturing for Yilang and the women to enter first. As Yilang stepped into this palace-like suite, he beheld a dazzling display of gold and splendor, exuding an air of nobility. The soft carpet beneath his feet felt like a passage into another realm. The women followed closely, their eyes sparkling with astonishment and delight. Zhao Lang quietly introduced, "This is your private domain, a sprawling 200 square meters flat, with the master suite alone encompassing an impressive 500 square meters. It boasts an expansive walk-in wardrobe, meticulously divided for both genders, alongside a luxurious bathroom system which includes a steam room and more. In addition to the master suite, the residence features a family suite, study, elder-s room, guest room, reception lounge, and a maid-s quarters, among other essentials. The leisure entertainment zone is replete with a private cinema, family game room, gym, chess room, cigar lounge, and a wine cellar, ensuring every indulgence is catered for. A remarkable 200 square meter infinity-heated swimming pool commands attention, capable of being electrically controlled, with an oversized fireplace water tank that can swiftly raise the temperature of 300 tons of water to a comfortable level. The floor-to-ceiling windows beside the pool offer a panoramic view of the city's nightscape, creating an ethereal experience as if one is floating among the clouds. Zhao Lang expounded on every detail with admiration and envy evident in his tone. Yilang approached the grand windows, surveying the entire city, overwhelmed by a myriad of emotions. Once he could only gaze up at such heights. Now, he stood atop it all, surveying everything below. Surrounding him were women engaged in soft conversation, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Zhao Lang stepped aside, silently guarding, his admiration for Yilang deepening. Even he, a carefree executive, could not help but yearn for such a palace-like suite upon his first encounter. Yet Yilang remained unfazed, untouched by the opulence. Although this abode far surpassed Xiao Dan's whimsical room and luxury, to him, it was merely an external possession. True strength emanates from within. Yet it must be said, the carefree owner certainly knows how to relish life. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Lang discreetly withdrew. Instantly, the 5 women erupted in exuberant cheers, enthusiastically exploring every lavish feature. Xiaolang, look at this pool, it's enormous. Bigger than our previous house, and we can see outside, just without water. Brother, this is incredible. It even has Dolby Atmos. Boss, the seats in this private cinema are custom massage chairs, and this big screen makes video editing an absolute pleasure. Sister-in-law, their SHS room. My goodness, I could spend my entire life here without stepping outside. Senior brother, the master bed is so large. 6 people could easily lie down. At this, the room erupted in laughter, their gazes towards Yi Lang filled with boldness and fervor. This valiant man, who fought tirelessly, clearing paths through thorns and storms, truly protected them with his very life. How could they not be willing to give everything? What were mere shyness and restraint in the face of such devotion? They longed for Yi Lang to experience the sensations of an emperor, to ensure his comfort from head to toe, granting him a lifetime of ease. Yi Lang, of course, perceived their willingness to sacrifice everything for him. Even pulling the 5 girls' pickup truck with bare hands seemed trivial to him. Yet, in the hearts of the 5 women, the gesture was overwhelmingly moving. Yi Lang felt a surge of self-satisfaction. Though his methods were somewhat cliché, they proved effective, did they not? He said nothing further, merely approached the vast swimming pool and produced countless barrels of water. With a flash of his blade, the barrels were instantly severed, and water cascaded forth, swiftly filling the pool. Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, Yao Shi, Xiong Ting, and Tang Xiao Wan, without any hesitation or shyness, gathered at the poolside, discarded their garments, and gracefully leapt into the water, creating ripples that danced across the surface. Amidst the splashes, laughter resonated throughout the entire suite. They reveled in this rare indulgence and joy, their eyes filled solely with boundless trust and reliance on Yi Lang. Standing beside the pool, Yi Lang gazed at this enchanting scene, his mind preoccupied with nothing else. He swiftly tore off his shirt. However, in the next moment, an indescribable voice echoed in the minds of all survivors around the globe, including Yi Lang and the 5 women. The true apocalypse has begun. Chapter 93. The Arrival of the Frosty Apocalypse? Regardless, desire rises. Yi Lang and the 5 women instinctively looked up, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in their eyes. The previously stormy sky, filled with thunder and torrential rain, appeared as if erased by a colossal brush, vanishing without a trace. In its place lay a dead silence, a stark gray white. Even at dawn, it was as bright as day. A chilling wind surged forth, the temperature plummeted, and a bone-chilling cold permeated the air. Furthermore, through the glass, they observed that the bizarre vines and mutated foliage were rapidly receding, seemingly burrowing into the earth. The once frequent mutated creatures had long since vanished, leaving only endless frost and silence. This overwhelming force of nature instilled a shiver in the bare Yi Lang, yet it also ignited a sense of resolve within him. To grow stronger, only by becoming more formidable could he survive in this true apocalypse. He must protect the women he cherished, as well as seek out a Ning. Yi Lang inhaled deeply, his eyes shining with renewed vigor. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the pool, seizing the opportunity while the power remained and before everything succumbed to complete freezing. Meanwhile, the 5 women, utterly unconcerned with the notion of an impending apocalypse, had already devoted their hearts entirely to Yi Lang. Whatever he desired, they would accompany him and indulge his whims. For reasons unknown, their spirits soared, and soon, the pool was alive with rippling waves. In a void, unseen space, an unexpected rental house stands starkly. Within this dwelling, a breathtaking young woman sits upon a modest bed. Her fingertips gently glide over the sheets, still imbued with lingering warmth, while a subtle hint of happiness graces her brow. Her gaze pierces the void, as if she traverses time and space to glimpse someone, her smile blossoming like spring flowers in vibrant radiance. Little man, the true challenge has commenced. Do give it your all. Yet, suddenly, a grand and unfathomable voice reverberates in her ears. This shall not be repeated. Depart. This night is destined to be anything but tranquil. The temperature plummets, and many survivors, roused by the resounding voice, find themselves unprepared for the bone-chilling cold that swiftly envelopes them. As they look out the window, the world has reverted to its original visage, as if the previously mutated creatures had never existed. The earth, no longer shrouded in a green tide, reveals its earthy hues, exposed rocks, shattered pavements, and wrecked cars, all contributing to an air of desolation. The immense vines that once clung to the structures have vanished, leaving only shattered windows and crumbling walls as testament to their former presence. Confusion reigns as everyone grapples with this abrupt transformation. However, it is not long before spirits lift. After all, it is merely the cold. A few extra layers of clothing and the warmth of air conditioning should suffice. With the absence of mutated creatures, the temperature shift seems surmountable. Yet, the chill is indeed severe. Even with the air conditioning cranked to its maximum and 2 layers of blankets, the cold persists. Not everyone shares this optimism. The warnings from the elders of the Dragon Kingdom and the voice that echoed in their mind suggest that a trial more formidable than the Red Sun apocalypse looms ahead. As time progresses, this foreboding notion appears increasingly validated. The chill intensifies. The heating systems have long since failed, relying solely on air conditioning, heavy garments, and thick blankets proves inadequate against the penetrating cold. Many begin to shiver uncontrollably, yearning for the dawn. But is it merely a shift in temperature? Perhaps this is merely the prologue. The true challenge lies ahead. When a dim sun rises, despair blankets the populace. The world is devoid of any trace of mutated creatures, replaced solely by an endless, frigid expanse. Strangely, not a single snowflake or hailstone falls from the sky. Yet, the air feels suffocatingly frigid, as if frozen solid. A thin layer of ice coats the ground, reflecting a blinding white light. After enduring the night's cold, the morning sun brings no warmth. Fear and apprehension begin to take root in the hearts of the people. If even the daylight fails to dispel the chill, how shall the forthcoming days be endured? Presently, electricity and air conditioning remain. Yet who can assure that the power will not falter? The elderly often assert that electricity and the internet are no longer governed by humanity, but rather by some unknown force. Should the power be interrupted, they would face an even graver test of survival. Unlike the majority of households, the electricity and climate control systems in the 37th floor of the Wuyo building continue to function resiliently. In the early morning, Yi Lang felt as though he were immersed in an endless hot spring, warmth enveloping every inch of his skin, lulling him into a state of bliss he wished to prolong. However, the drowsiness dissipated swiftly, as Bai Xiao, already awake, called for him to rise. Sitting nearby by Jin, Yao Shi, Xiong Ting, and Tang Xiao, one were intensely focused on their studies. Awakening Xiao Lang required a delicate approach. Bai Xiao spoke softly, her voice gentle as water. Xiao Lang was quite fatigued yesterday. We must not rouse him too abruptly. We should gently coax him to open his eyes. Observing the 4 girls nodding and gasping in surprise, it was evident they had acquired a wealth of new knowledge. As Yi Lang opened his eyes, the 4 young ladies gasped and burrowed back under the covers like startled little birds. Only Bai Xiao giggled softly, her eyes brimming with affection and tenderness. Yi Lang embraced Bai Xiao's smooth waist and planted a fervent kiss on her charming face. Subsequently, he dove into the swimming pool. The warm water of the temperature-controlled pool caressed his skin, providing a distinctly different sensation. Submerging himself, he felt enveloped by the warmth, his worries about the frigid weather dissolving entirely, not to mention his innate resistance to the extremes of temperature. Even amidst the cold, he had ways to ensure the girls remained warm. Spotting the enormous fireplace, he nodded in satisfaction. As long as there was ample fuel, the fireplace could continue to operate, ensuring that both the living room and the pool remained as warm as spring. The walls and floors connected to the fireplace would gradually transfer heat to the other rooms, alleviating any concerns regarding warmth for himself and the 5 girls. Meanwhile, the commotion had erupted in Dolang, as a valiant soul had bravely descended to the street to commence a live broadcast. The streamer, known as Little by Dozen Tea Drink, clad in layers resembling a dumpling, ventured into the biting cold. Greetings, everyone. The second bravest streamer on the internet is now out to explore. The outdoor temperature displayed a staggering minus 39 degrees, accompanied by fierce winds that felt like knives against the skin. The good news is there are no mutated creatures outside, huh? You can freely venture out to search for food and water. The unfortunate news is that the outdoor temperature continues to plummet, with predictions indicating it will reach a chilling minus 40 degrees tonight. The host, Xiao Bai, rubbed his frostbitten cheeks and continued. However, there's no need for excessive concern. As long as the temperature remains within reason, if we take proper precautions and minimize our time outdoors, we can still navigate through this safely. Viewers in the live stream flooded the comments. Someone is stealing from others. The host is amazing. Xiao, you are far too audacious. Think of the fate of Zhang. Hurry back. Thank you. Host, I will venture out shortly to find food. I'll just bundle up more. Xiao Bai, well done. Let us distance ourselves a bit and teach those who only hide indoors and hoard supplies a lesson. Seeing the barrage of comments, Xiao Bai felt a surge of pride, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he continued. Thank you all for your support. I will continue to scout ahead and provide you with the latest updates on the outdoor conditions. Please do give me a follow. No sooner had Xiao Bai finished speaking than a tremendous roar erupted from the distance, causing both him and the camera to tremble. He glanced fearfully toward the source of the sound, witnessing a nearby office building shaking uncontrollably, seemingly on the verge of collapse. He swiftly turned back to the camera. Speaking urgently, I apologize, everyone. I suddenly have a stomach ache and will have to stop the broadcast for now. Just as his words fell, the office building collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust and debris soaring into the air. The ensuing scene left Xiao Bai and all viewers utterly astonished. In Chapter 94, the true crisis of the ice apocalypse emerges. Zombies? White Walkers. A colossal creature, nearly the height of the office building, rose slowly from the fog of the ruins. In the next instant, it unleashed a deafening roar that shook the ground beneath. Oddly, within its roar was a hint of agony. As the mist dissipated, viewers in the live stream understood the source of its suffering. The creature was a mutated giant bear, towering at 40 to 50 meters, its body enveloped in thick ice armor, with blue and purple patterns on the surface that flickered with its breath, resembling a volcano ready to erupt. The cause of its torment appeared to be a horde of zombies. No, they were not mere zombies. Their forms bore resemblance to the White Walkers from Game of Thrones, though many of their body parts were grotesquely mangled. The closest one, with half its face covered in ice crystals, slowly turned its head, revealing ghostly blue flames flickering in its decayed eye socket. The remaining half of its lip was crusted with frozen blood, and as it emitted a ghastly noise from its throat, the cold air condensed into tiny icicles between its broken teeth. It hunched its decaying body, sharp ice spikes protruding from its joints, glimmering ominously as it raised its pitch-black, coal-like icy claws and lunged toward the massive mutated bear. The colossal bear roared with fury, swinging its massive claws like mountains, shattering the horde of approaching whites into fragments. In that instant, as ice crystals and putrid flesh splattered, a thick fog of crimson mist erupted into the air. Yet, the thousands of whites seemed undeterred by the specter of death, surging forth over the remnants of their fallen comrades with astonishing speed. One white leaped fiercely, sinking its teeth into the ice armor of the polar bear's ankle. At the moment its fangs shattered, more whites clambered atop one another, their sharp fingers digging deep into the crevices of the ice. The mutated bear unleashed a thunderous roar that shattered the ground within 100 meters, yet it could not dislodge the whites, which clung to it like leeches. Suddenly, cracks resembling spider webs appeared in the ice armor at the back of the bear's neck, as dozens of whites simultaneously thrust their arms into the wound, their sharp ice claws stirring the flesh within. The bear, in agony, shook its head violently, flinging the whites to the ground, but they promptly rose again, ice crystals forming rapidly at the sight of their injuries. The whites relentlessly targeted its eyes and throat, their foul breath mingling with the chill as it seeped through the gaps in the ice armor. At last, the mutated bear erupted in a fury, unleashing a roar that glowed with blue light. From its mouth, a torrent of ice surged forth like a dragon, sweeping through the ranks of the whites, freezing them into statues before they could even emit a cry, only to be crushed into powder under the beast's might. Yet, more whites emerged from the crevices of ice, their bodies torn and reformed by the ice magic, sprouting even sharper ice spikes from their wounds, piercing the bear's flesh like thorns. In the icy mist, the immense body of the beast gradually became stained with blood, the crimson seeping from the cracks of its armor crystallizing before it could touch the ground. Meanwhile, the wave of whites continued to surge, and this war of ice and decay seemed to stretch into eternity. Observing from afar, the streamer Xiao Bai was left in shock, as were the viewers in the live chat. What the hell is happening? Is this even Earth? Can there be such a gigantic bear on this planet? One that grows ice armor and breathes ice dragons? What is that creature that resembles both a zombie and a white? How can it be so agile? How can it leap so high? And how does it shoot ice spikes? The viewers in Xiao Bai's chat flooded the screen with expressions of terror and confusion. One user, Mao Mao Yu, commented, "Could we swap those humanoid monsters for zombies? You know, the kind that limps and has one hand raised for a 6 and the other for a 7. Another user, Sima Guang, smashed Guidi Gang, replied, Mao Mao Yu, wouldn't it be better to replace them with the brain-eating zombies from Plants vs. Zombies? A user known as E.T. lamented, do we humans still have a chance? Even if it's in a zombie apocalypse, I'm not afraid with my iron fists, but how do we handle this dual cultivating magic beast? A young man in black pants chimed in, forget it, I'm out. I'll take the plunge first while you guys keep chatting. The viewers in the live chat were not as terrified of the mutated bear. After all, it was just one formidable creature. There lies an overwhelming dread towards those eerie specters. Their formidable numbers, bizarre capabilities, and relentless, undead assaults instill a chilling fear deep within one's heart. The streamer, Xiao Bai, had long since felt his legs weaken, and in his panic, he completely forgot to turn off the live stream, focusing solely on his cautious escape. Terrified of being detected by those malevolent entities. As fate would have it, a shadow surged forth from the icy mist, lunging directly at Xiao Bai, plunging the live stream into an eerie silence. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, and in his terror, Xiao Bai could only muster a brief, piercing scream. Subsequently, the screen of the live stream began to shake violently, plummeting to the ground. What followed was a heart-wrenching shriek and the horrifying sounds of flesh being torn. The screams abruptly ceased within seconds, as if the very heartbeat of the viewers had come to a halt. Too swift, far too swift, lamented one viewer. As calamity looms, who among our fellow practitioners of extraordinary abilities can confidently face this monstrosity? Another pondered, perhaps it's feasible? Yesterday was certainly impossible, yet after the night's guidance, I inexplicably feel a surge of strength this morning, though I remain uncertain. I too have experienced something similar. Following my encounter with my inflatable girlfriend, I feel emboldened, sensing an enhancement in my casting speed and potency. I should be able to confront one, remarked another. Natural types should refrain from speaking, chided yet another. You claim you can handle one. Why not assert you can manage a multitude? Yi Lang, with a serene expression, shut off his phone, feeling little tumult within. The mutated giant bear was merely comparable in height to the mutated sword demon. He anticipated that these aberrant creatures would possess remote attack capabilities as the dawn approached. Despite their overwhelming numbers and dual mastery of magic and martial arts, they were merely trifles to him. Moreover, the viewers were indeed correct. After the midnight hour, everyone had noticeably grown stronger. He sensed it too, though his own prowess was so formidable that the changes felt less pronounced. With this thought, Yi Lang called out to Bai Jin's sister-in-law, come quickly. At this moment, the 5 women had already donned their attire and watched the video on Dolong. Upon hearing Yi Lang's summons, Bai Jin rushed over, a flicker of confusion passing through her beautiful eyes. Fire a fireball at me. Bai Jin paused, the words sounding strangely familiar. She shook her head vigorously. Brother, how could I bear to shoot you? You shoot me. I'll shoot. Seeing Yi Lang raise his hand and approach her swiftly to deliver a playful smack, Bai Jin pouted and quickly conjured a fireball, aiming it at Yi Lang. Brother, I must warn you, I feel somewhat empowered this morning, so be prepared. All right, enough chatter, brace yourself. With a whoosh, Bai Jin's fireball soared forth, while Yi Lang stood his ground, neither dodging nor consuming any sustenance. Xiao Lang, senior brother, boss, brother-in-law. Chapter 95, Speculations on Superpowers and Desires. The insufficiency of transformation pills the 5 women simultaneously gasped, tears glimmering in their eyes. Meanwhile, Lang Yi robustly received the fireball, his bare body astonishingly unscathed, radiating brilliance amidst the flames. As the 5 women rushed towards him, Yi Lang chuckled softly, opening his arms to embrace them, murmuring, fear not. I would never undertake an endeavor without assurance. Little Lang, you terrified us. How could you receive Xiao Jin's fireball in such a vulnerable state? What if you were injured? Indeed, boss, that was far too reckless. Yi Lang waved his hand to interrupt their worried chatter and continued, you should sense it. Your powers have indeed grown stronger. A flicker of realization crossed their faces, and they nodded in agreement. Yes, brother-in-law, I feel my ice abilities have intensified. The ice spikes are larger and longer. Akin to your. Bai Xiao hastily covered Xiong Ting's mouth, preventing her from uttering anything more inappropriate. This mischievous girl had become increasingly silly since reuniting with her sister, often spouting words that made one blush. Truly, she was both inexperienced and playful. With a light laugh, Yi Lang surveyed the group, his tone turning serious. You have indeed grown stronger, but it is still insufficient, at least not on par with the one I defeated, Fan Qi. As he spoke, Yi Lang examined the information of the women. Name, Bai Xiao age, 36, appearance, 92, figure, 92, inner qualities, 99, widow, quite exquisite, ability, healing level 1, overall rating, 92, Chao Zhe, affinity, 100. The other women's abilities were as follows. Bai Jin, fire level 1, Yao Shi, invisibility level 1, Xiong Ting, ice level 1, Tang Xiaowan, catwoman level 1. Indeed, while their powers had strengthened, they had yet to reach level 2. As for the strength of a level 2 ability, Yi Lang surmised it must be at least on par with Fan Qi's demonic claws. He pondered how many semi-finished crystal cores in Ning had fed them to barely elevate their abilities to level 2. Yes, the fully formed, fibrous, crystalline form within mutated organisms is indeed the crystal core. One could deduce from the near-crystallized sword-shaped core within the mutated Jianma that if it were to fully crystallize, it might lose its ability to repair the great sword. The more Yi Lang contemplated, the more he was touched by Ning's earnest efforts, and his resolve to find her grew ever stronger. There remained one question he needed to verify. Why did the enhancement of superpowers or the elevation of abilities provoke such intense emotional turbulence, or rather, such fervent desires? Last night, the demeanor of several women was distinctly unusual, as if catalyzed by some inexplicable force, rendering them nearly uncontrollable. This sentiment was echoed in the barrage of comments from viewers in that small live-streaming room where the young man abstained from alcohol. What is the ultimate truth of this apocalypse? Why are emotions, mental fortitude, desires, and the system's name, Huan, so intricately intertwined? What does one's almost non-existent mental strength truly signify? Was the acquisition of this system truly accidental? These inquiries perplexed Ning, who felt as though a portion of her own memories had inexplicably vanished. She merely whispered incessantly to Yi Lang during his moments of mental blankness, as if attempting to convey vital information, yet she could never articulate it clearly. Yi Lang rubbed his temples, striving to untangle his thoughts, only to find the enigma deepening. In the next moment, he abruptly shook his head and resolutely declared, "To hell with it all." Just as Ning said, "I shall do as I please, and pursue whoever I desire." After all, there is no fault in following one's whims. He decided to embrace the role of one who refrains from indulgence. With this resolve, he dismissed his earlier hesitations. Yi Lang urged the women to don warmer garments. They needed to seize the opportunity before the temperature escalated to the point where venturing outdoors became unfeasible, and hastened to the zero-cost shopping spree. The women quickly clad themselves in thick layers, following Yi Lang, who was less heavily dressed, as they embarked on their journey to the pharmacy and supermarket. While Yi Lang was not lacking in food and water, there remained a scarcity of essential medicines, clothing, and bedding. Bai Xiao possessed healing abilities, yet such powers could not prevent conception. The supply of transformation elixirs was running low. The women's abilities were not like inner strength that could be summoned at will. With this in mind, Yi Lang noticed that his physique had increased by 2 points, now totaling 1023, and he felt a surge of satisfaction. Moreover, he had procured several snacks such as sunflower seeds, peanuts, chips, and jelly. The women had concluded that their home now boasted an array of entertainment facilities, including a gaming room, a private cinema, and a game hall, yet they were lacking in these delightful snacks to enhance their daily lives. Thus, they unanimously resolved to have Yi Lang work a little harder to gather a variety of treats. What choice did Yi Lang have but to endeavor to fulfill their wishes? In addition to the transformation elixirs, he needed to procure some daily medications and protective supplies, for ailments like headaches and fevers could not be entirely alleviated by healing powers. Hence, a trip to the pharmacy was essential. The supermarket was another necessary stop. Although there was an abundance of bedding and clothing at home, most of it was rather thin. He needed to prepare some thicker items to combat the increasingly frigid weather. As for miscellaneous items, Yilang's system space was ample. He could simply collect whatever he encountered, as Yilang and his companions treaded upon the frost, braving the biting wind. They made their way towards the nearby apothecary with an air of delightful ease. The sound of their footsteps resonated distinctly upon the frost-laden street. Although the 5 young women were clad in bulky attire, their youthful vitality remained unmistakable as they engaged in lively banter and playful antics, creating an atmosphere of relaxation and merriment. Suddenly, a horde of blue-black wraiths, stirred by the commotion, erupted from the shadows, their eyes ablaze with a ghostly blue fire that glimmered with a bloodthirsty gleam. Yet, the 5 women displayed no signs of trepidation, merely regarding the wraiths with curiosity. In the blink of an eye, a massive arc of blade light swept through, cleaving the advancing wraiths in twain. Remarkably, those severed did not perish. Instead, their wounds rapidly crystallized into ice, reassembling with an eerie ferocity. Furthermore, from the points of reformation, menacing icicles sprouted, rendering them even more fearsome. Yilang scrutinized the scene, adjusting his stance before unleashing another arc of blade light. This time, countless ghostly heads fell in response. An uncanny spectacle unfolded. The headless wraiths did not collapse. Some retrieved their severed heads and reattached them, while others charged towards Yilang with renewed vigor. A few even hurled the heads of unknown origins at him. Yilang nodded, formulating a strategy. He ceased further experimentation, unleashing a relentless barrage of blade arcs that precisely shattered the wraiths' heads into fragments. At last, the wraiths could no longer reconstitute, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Sheathing his blade, Yilang approached the remnants with the women, meticulously searching through the debris. Indeed, within the core of these wraiths lay a cerulean crystal, emanating a chilling luminescence, as if harboring some arcane power. The 5 women diligently collected each crystal before continuing on their journey. Chapter 96. Zero-cost purchases and training. The 3 maidens. The 5 women exhibited no fear whatsoever. Rather, their eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. They held an unwavering trust in Yilang, as if his mere presence rendered any danger trivial. "Brother, let one come over so I can give it a try," Bai Jean exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement, her fists clenched tightly. "I've observed their ice spike attacks from a distance. As long as I gauge it correctly, my fireball will strike them perfectly. Sister-in-law, I want to try too." Another chimed in. Yilang smiled and shook his head. "Now is not the time. Let us head to the apothecary first." The 2 women pouted momentarily, but soon regained their exuberance, trailing closely behind Yilang. Upon reaching the entrance of the apothecary, Yilang sensed no imminent danger and pushed the door open. Inside, the apothecary was dimly lit, yet the shelves were meticulously organized with various remedies, and a faint medicinal aroma lingered in the air. Naturally, the first order of business was to check the location and quantity of the transformation elixir. The group, including Yilang and the 5 young women, found themselves perplexed, diligently examining the medicine boxes. Upon confirming the presence of the infant transformation pill, Yilang promptly collected all variants, be they short-acting or long-acting, into his spatial storage, determining to study their specific usage upon returning. After securing the pills, he turned his attention to other shelves, indiscriminately gathering all items into his system space. After a brief discussion among themselves, Bai Xiao, blushing slightly, approached Yilang and shyly remarked, "Little Lang, we may not have enough infant transformation pills. With 5 of us, we could exhaust them within a matter of days. Should we consider acquiring some spirit-restraining pills?" Yilang immediately bristled, his brows furrowing. "What we need that for? Good people don't resort to such things. We can simply visit more pharmacies." Bai Xiao smiled tightly, opting not to press further. In truth, she too was reluctant to use them, not wishing to complicate matters. With remarkable speed, Yilang cleared the shelves of medicines at the pharmacy. The group then ventured to several other nearby drugstores, employing the same method, individually collecting the infant transformation pills while disregarding the organization of other medications, all of which were absorbed into the system space. Subsequently, they arrived at the largest mall in the vicinity. This upscale establishment was far beyond Yilang's financial reach as a mere security guard before the apocalypse. However, Bai Xiao was quite familiar with the place, leading the group directly to the 3rd floor, where a Canada Goose boutique awaited. Upon glancing around, Yi Lang noted the plethora of styles available and wasted no time in collecting them all. The five women visibly perked up, understanding now why $0 purchases in the United States were so notoriously difficult to curtail. It was indeed exhilarating. As they walked ahead, their pace matched that of Yi Lang, who possessed a physique exceeding 100 points. Each time they entered a clothing store, the women excitedly pointed out items, signaling their intent to acquire everything in sight. Yi Lang chuckled, swiftly collecting all garments into the system's space, disregarding seasonal appropriateness. Not only did he gather outerwear, but he also included thermal underwear, sweaters, socks, scarves, hats, and even matching accessories. Furthermore, he collected a myriad of designer items from the boutique, including clothing, bags, shoes, accessories, sunglasses, cosmetics, and watches. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the five women, Yi Lang continued to gather everything with remarkable enthusiasm. Observing their excitement, he couldn't help but smile internally, recognizing that women possess an innate passion for shopping and luxury goods. Of course, Yi Lang was equally thrilled, as these luxury boutiques offered a plethora of women's lingerie and stockings. While the five women would be the ones utilizing them, the enjoyment would ultimately be his as well. He resolved to procure as many as possible, for even a modest collection would not suffice for his needs. As he continued to collect items, he playfully teased the women, eliciting peals of laughter from them. Certainly, the dedicated lingerie boutique was not to be overlooked, showcasing an array of styles, materials, and brands of undergarments and stockings, split crotch, open back, strappy, lace, and much more, leaving Yi Lang in a state of delightful bewilderment. The five ladies, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in joyous laughter, enthusiastically pointing out their preferred designs, urging Yi Lang to hastily collect them into his spatial realm. Without hesitation, Yi Lang swiftly cleared the entire display. Once the garments were secured, they proceeded to the bedding section. Yi Lang led the five ladies directly to the home furnishings area, where an exquisite selection of high-end bedding, sheets, and pillowcases awaited. With a grand gesture, he unreservedly swept them all into his system, leaving the home goods section entirely bare in an instant. Next, Yi Lang turned his attention to the daily necessities: shampoos, body washes, toilet paper, sanitary products, cosmetics, skincare items. All were meticulously gathered without a moment's pause. The five ladies cheered with exuberance, as if they were immersed in a lavish shopping gala. With the most vital items secured, Yi Lang nodded in satisfaction. Noticing that there was still ample time, he led the visibly exhilarated five ladies towards the jewelry section. The dazzling diamonds, exquisite necklaces, and shimmering bracelets were a feast for the eyes. Yi Lang remained unyielding, and with a mere wave of his hand, all the jewelry was collected into his system. The ladies' eyes sparkled even brighter, showering Yi Lang's cheeks with affectionate kisses. Were they not in public, they would have undoubtedly indulged in a spontaneous display of unabashed affection. Yi Lang felt an increasing sense of pride, relishing this unique sense of accomplishment. The five ladies nestled closely beside him, their gazes filled with admiration and dependence. As for food, Yi Lang and the ladies did not even broach the subject. With Yi Lang present, they could simply conjure any meal they desired, rendering such mundane items unnecessary. Casting a glance around to ensure nothing was overlooked, Yi Lang smiled softly and departed with the ladies in tow, leaving behind a deserted mall that seemed to whisper tales of their frenzied escapade. Upon exiting, they noticed a group of wraiths lingering in the distance. This time, Yi Lang chose not to eradicate them all, but instead selected a few smaller specimens for the three ladies to practice their skills. Bai Jin, possessing the most courage, stepped forward first. Upon encountering a wraith that Yi Lang had spared, she was initially startled by its grotesque appearance, but quickly regained her composure. Taking a deep breath, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes as she conjured a fireball, which she hurled with fervor. The fireball howled as it struck the wraith's arm, engulfing it in flames and reducing it to ash. Yet, the wraith did not succumb. Instead, it lunged towards Bai Jin with renewed ferocity. Bai Jin appeared noticeably flustered, her steps retreating slightly. Yet, Yi Lang showed no intention of rescuing her, merely urging, "Steady yourself, focus your mind." With her teeth clenched and a flicker of determination in her eyes, Bai Jin swiftly wielded her hands, conjuring a more formidable fire gun that pierced directly at the forehead of the white. The fire gun whistled forth, striking true to the white's brow. exploding its head in an instant, causing the creature to collapse. Observing Bai Jin, who was panting and steadying her unremarkable chest, Yilang nodded with satisfaction. Times had changed. They had previously possessed little combat capability, and Yilang would not allow them to perish needlessly. Now, endowed with a modicum of strength, it was unacceptable for them to remain caged like canaries. Of course, exceptions were made for by Xiao and Yao Shi. Gazing at the crystal cores within the system's space, a vague idea began to form in his mind. He wished for these women to grow stronger, so that in the future, tasks such as sweeping away and eliminating minor foes could be entrusted to them. He envisioned himself merely preparing an array of culinary delights for them at home. The thought of the numerous cooks in the Wuyo building, nay, the multitude of customers, with himself as the sole male chef, brought a chuckle to his lips. Chapter 97. On the research of crystal cores, ethereal matter. Subsequently, Xiongting also summoned her courage and vanquished a white. Her ice-based powers were more potent than Bai Jin's, as she conjured an ice arrow comparable in size to Yilang's, which instantly obliterated the white's head. Witnessing Xiongting's calm demeanor, Yilang silently approved. Next, it was Tang Xiaowan's turn. Biting her lower lip, a glimmer of resolve flickered in her eyes as her cat ears and tail manifested, allowing her to leap nimbly. Her speed surpassed that of the white, yet her attacks appeared somewhat clumsy, with several close calls of being struck. Yilang furrowed his brow, preparing to intervene, but Tang Xiaowan suddenly unleashed her strength, delivering a blow that shattered the white's head. Panting, Tang Xiaowan wore a smile on her face. Yilang exhaled a sigh of relief, contemplating. The prowess of the three women had begun to surface, yet they required further honing. Struggling against a single white was one matter. What if they faced several or a horde? Moreover, Tang Xiaowan's method of attack was overly simplistic, lacking in versatility, which paled in comparison to the fiery and watery abilities of Bai Jin and Xiongting. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yilang devised a plan. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, he was greeted by Su Yanba's jubilant voice. "Senior, I heard from Brother Zhao that you arrived last night. Why didn't you call me? Where are you now? I'll come find you." Yilang chuckled and replied, "Nothing of great importance. Why would I bother you? We're just out for a stroll. We'll be back shortly." At that moment, the voice of Zhao Lang came through the microphone. "Boss, I have just informed everyone at Wuyo that you have arrived. Everyone is quite excited and eager to meet you. Given the dire circumstances, we all need your presence to uplift our spirits. Please let us know when it would be convenient for you. Everyone is waiting in the Wuyo building. Hoping to see you soon." Yilang felt a stir in his heart. "In that case, please notify everyone to gather in the conference room at 6 this evening. I will be there." After hanging up the phone, he led the three women as they swept through the area, vanquishing the otherworldly foes while making their way to nearby supermarkets. This journey naturally honed the combat skills of the three women, as they either fought solo or collaborated, gradually developing a sense of camaraderie. Moreover, Yilang confirmed his initial assessment that system-based ability users currently held a distinct disadvantage compared to nature-based ones. Even though Tang Xiaowan possessed a certain martial arts foundation, it still proved inadequate in actual combat. In contrast, Bai Jin and Xiongting exhibited marked improvements. One enhanced her casting speed, while the other diversified her attack methods. For instance, Xiongting was able to gradually employ the ice shield and earth spike techniques that Yilang had observed in Fan Qi's combat style the previous day. Though she was still a novice, she managed to execute these techniques with increasing proficiency. Bai Jin, despite wielding fire abilities, demonstrated agility in creating firewalls and fireballs among her various attack strategies. Yet, Tang Xiaowan was left to rely solely on her agility and strength, lacking versatility. This revelation left Yilang somewhat perplexed. How could the advantages between system and nature-based abilities shift so dramatically? Was there some peculiar law at play? Unable to decipher it, Yilang decided to set aside his confusion and focus on the present. After all, regardless of whether they were system or nature-based ability users, they were but dust and rubble before him. With a chuckle, he acknowledged his formidable physique, fortified by the space gate for defense, empowered by the release of his vital energy for offense, and boasting a triad of recovery, defense, and attack that rendered him virtually invincible. Not to mention his extraordinary insight, which allowed him to anticipate his enemy's movements. With a slight smile gracing his lips, he continued onward with the women. collecting the crystalline cores from the otherworldly foes along the way. After emptying several supermarkets of their supplies, they finally arrived at the Wuyo building. The entrance bore the scars of battle. The lower floor's glass and walls were utterly transformed, yet the structure remained steadfast. They took the elevator straight to the 37th floor. As the 5 women entered their warm sanctuary, they instantly relaxed. Eagerly shedding their heavy winter clothing and undergarments, they rushed into the temperature-controlled swimming pool. Splashing water and peals of laughter filled the room, and Yilang, watching them frolic like 5 enchanting mermaids, couldn't help but smile. It appears that in the future, one must indeed prepare a greater quantity of infant transformation elixirs, as this signifies a definitive commitment to the alliance. Yilang did not hastily join the women. Instead, he turned and walked towards the expansive study. He retrieved several thumb-sized crystal cores and began to scrutinize them meticulously. The transition from a fibrous state to crystallization, the layered structures of both entities, the essence influencing the mind confirmed by the 5 women, and Ning's guidance, and the sensations he currently held in his grasp all solidified his conjecture. Yilang cradled the crystal core in his hand, gradually circulating his vital energy. Subsequently, he activated his perceptive abilities, keenly observing the subtle changes within the crystal core. Under the influence of his vital energy, the core quivered slightly, its surface shimmering with a faint luster. In the next moment, it began to slowly melt away, transforming into delicate strands of luminous dust. As the dust dispersed into the air, Yilang did not flinch. Instead, he inhaled deeply, welcoming the ethereal particles. Upon entering his body, the luminous dust first invoked a chilling sensation in his mind, swiftly followed by an overwhelming surge of various emotions, murderous intent, lust, greed, rushing forth like a tidal wave, seemingly drawn by some enigmatic force. Strangely, these sentiments did not spiral out of control, nor did they cloud Yilang's consciousness. Rather, they became akin to tamed wild horses, gradually settling into tranquility, rendering his mind ever more serene and his thoughts clearer. Moreover, Yilang sensed an enhancement in his acuity. His awareness of the surrounding environment significantly heightened, as if every gentle breeze were imparting information to him. Not only that, it appeared to awaken a more profound fighting spirit and strength within him, inducing a combat state akin to an explosive surge experienced by those with extraordinary powers, yet more enduring and stable. As the surface dust continued to dissipate, the core gradually revealed its essence, a swirling, ethereal blue mist, solid to the touch yet exuding a curious state that straddled between solid and gaseous forms. Yilang gazed intently at this azure mist. An inexplicable wave of repulsion and distaste surged within him. With sharpened focus, he summoned the 5 women. At that moment, the women had just donned the various luxurious brand sleepwear purchased through 0 yuan shopping, their faces still adorned with a lingering blush. Observing this scene ignited a desire within Yilang that had previously remained dormant. Yet he swiftly quelled the impulse and stated earnestly, "Who among you will assist me in testing the effects of this crystal core?" "I will. I am willing." "Me." The 5 women spoke almost in unison, their voices imbued with determination and trust. "Auntie and junior sister, come here." Yilang decisively selected his subjects. He first handed a complete crystal core to both the aunt and the junior sister, who accepted the cores with care, their wide eyes fixed intently upon Yilang, unmistakably displaying a clear yet naive curiosity. Xiongting hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether she could swallow it whole. Yilang's expression darkened, and he impatiently commanded her, "Activate your abilities." "Oh, understood, Master." The 2 women finally responded, beginning to channel their powers into their palms as instructed by Yilang. The crystal core, stimulated by their supernatural energy, shimmered with a faint glow once more, and in the next moment, it transformed into strands of energy that penetrated their bodies. The crystalline exterior and the ethereal substance within seamlessly merged, showing no signs of separation. Yilang furrowed his brow, inwardly affirming his suspicions. He continued to observe the changes in the 2 women with keen insight. Before long, Xiongting and Tang Xiaowan began to tremble slightly, with a tumult of emotions and desires rapidly surfacing, igniting the latent powers within them like kindling to a flame, causing their energy fluctuations to intensify. Yilang noticed Xiong Ting's gaze towards him becoming increasingly peculiar. Tang Xiaowan's cat ears and tail emerged, twitching continuously. Without further ado, Yilang exerted a slight force, causing his garments to rupture instantaneously. Chapter 98. Secrets of the Apocalypse. Crumbling Desires? With a physique of 1033 points. Yilang smirked while munching on sunflower seeds. He handed 2 orbs of ethereal blue mist to Xiong Ting and Tang Xiaowan, speaking in a calm tone now. Try absorbing this. The obedient Xiong Ting and Tang Xiaowan gritted their teeth, about to nod in agreement, when Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, and Yao Shi suddenly approached, grasping Yilang's arm and urgently interjecting. Why not let them take a break and allow us to experiment? Boss, we want to try too. The 3 women, with one persuading and the other 2 playfully pouting, sought to take the burden from Xiong Ting and Tang Xiaowan. Yilang chuckled heartily and reassured them. This time, there will be no side effects, so rest assured. Upon hearing this, the 3 women immediately felt at ease. Meanwhile, Xiong Ting and Tang Xiaowan had already begun to channel their abilities to absorb the ethereal blue mist, doing so with greater speed and efficiency this time. Yilang and the 3 women observed intently as the transformation occurred, noticing that this time, the 2 women appeared calm, their breaths gradually stabilizing, and the fluctuations of their powers harmonizing. Yilang nodded, concluding that as long as they did not absorb the external crystalline components, the ethereal substances could enhance their abilities without adverse effects. Xiong Ting and Tang Xiaowan slowly opened their eyes, feeling a warm, comfortable sensation enveloping them, banishing any lingering fatigue. Upon checking the system, he found that their ability levels remained at 1, but he was not concerned. He rose and calmly addressed the 2 women. Shoot at me. Xiong Ting and Tang Xiaowan were momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended Yilang's intention. Xiong Ting unleashed her ice arrow, which was even larger than Yilang's, aiming directly at his exposed abdomen. She had long harbored this wicked thought. However, Yilang's robust physique rendered her attack futile, as the ice arrow disintegrated into powder upon contact. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaowan revealed her feline claws and tiger-like fangs, launching a fierce assault on Yilang's chest muscles with both scratching and biting. Enough! What else can you do besides drenching me in saliva? Yilang quipped. At this remark, Tang Xiaowan instantly bristled, her cat ears perked up and tail thrashing, determined to engage in a relentless battle with her obnoxious senior. Her fierce demeanor elicited peals of laughter from the other girls, who restrained her to prevent her from wasting her energy in vain. Amused, Yilang gently patted Tang Xiaowan's cat ears and said softly, "Do not cause a ruckus. We have important matters to attend to." With that, he summoned Bai Jin to use her powers to incinerate the crystal core. Under Bai Jin's fire abilities, the crystal core initially flickered with a faint glow, but as the temperature rose, it gradually turned crimson, ultimately cracking with a sharp sound and disintegrating into powder. It appeared that fire could not separate the 2 components of the crystal core. Yilang instructed Bai Xiao to fetch a knife from the kitchen. He carefully positioned the knife's tip against the crystal core and applied a slight pressure, yielding no response. Increasing the force, the kitchen knife snapped in 2 with a crack. Observing only a shallow scratch on the surface, the crystal core remained as solid as ever. Yilang then retrieved his broad-bladed sword. Securing the crystal core in place and adjusting the angle, he struck down fiercely. The blade collided with the core, producing a shrill metallic screech. With a decisive sound, the crystal core shattered into powder once more. Clearly, neither magical nor physical attacks could separate the inner and outer parts of the crystal core. Thus, for an ability user to enhance their power by absorbing the core, they must do so in its entirety. Taking a deep breath, Yilang felt the fog in his mind begin to lift. The crystalline surface of the core did not enhance the strength of one's abilities. Rather, it incited negative emotions within the ability user, such as lust, greed, and murderous intent. Yet, to elevate one's power by absorbing the core, one was compelled to absorb it wholly. This led to a singular conclusion. Emotions such as lust, greed, and murderous intent were the ultimate objectives, with lust being particularly pivotal. Yilang's gaze deepened as he continued to ponder, gradually achieving clarity, coupled with the various abnormal reactions of humanity following the apocalypse, such as the unrestrained indulgence in lust and pleasure even in dire circumstances, it became apparent that many were willing to sacrifice life-saving resources for fleeting desires. On the night of the icy apocalypse, numerous individuals exhibited extreme states of lust. Furthermore, absorbing the crystal core would inevitably provoke a surge of repressed desires, making self-control exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the system incessantly emphasizes the significance of affection. All these elements point to a singular conclusion. The primal desires that dwell within the human heart are the pivotal factors in this apocalyptic collapse. Yilang gazed upward at the vast, white expanse of the sky, murmuring to himself, "Why must it be desire? If the truth of the apocalypse is indeed intertwined with this, then the entity orchestrating all of it must be utterly absurd." At this moment, in an imperceptible void, within the confines of a rental apartment, the young woman appeared to sense Yilang's confusion. Her lips twitched slightly, and her exquisite forehead manifested several tangible black lines. In the expansive conference room on the 30th floor of the Weo building, the seats were densely packed with individuals. In one particular section, 200 to 300 stunningly beautiful, voluptuous, and elegantly attired female streamers were present. They were all abuzz with excitement, whispering fervently among themselves. "Everyone, please be quiet." A sweet, melodious voice resonated, and the room fell silent in an instant. A charming woman clad in a flowing red gown ascended the podium, smiling as she surveyed the audience before slowly speaking. "Today marks a momentous occasion for Wuyou. I believe you all have guessed it. We're about to welcome a new boss. No, a new leader. Haha, forgive my slip of the tongue, for I, like all of you, am unable to contain my excitement. This leader is not only the most formidable ability user in this apocalyptic landscape, but also the beacon of hope and guidance for our future. He is brave, handsome, and strong." Yilang, standing outside, listened to the unending praise, his toes nearly digging into the floor in discomfort. The 5 women, including Bai Xiaowu, were already in fits of laughter, their jovial figures swaying with mirth, causing a dizzying effect. Yet, the way they gazed at Yilang clearly indicated their profound admiration for the accolades bestowed by the female host. Meanwhile, Zhao Lang and Meng Hao, among others, dared not glance away, fixated on Yilang, scrutinizing his expression. Yilang seemed to be lost in thought, yet he was not angry. He merely nodded calmly and inquired, "Who orchestrated this?" Zhao Lang quickly interjected, "It was our planning team, S. Xiao Ma Bid, who conceived this welcome ceremony tailored just for you. There will also be a large screen showcasing your illustrious achievements, along with speeches and performances." Yilang shook his head, exclaiming with resignation, "This is truly excessive. I'm not accustomed to such displays. Let us forego these segments. I will simply say a few words to introduce myself." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lang and Meng Hao exchanged anxious glances, uncertain of how to proceed. In an instant, Ma Bai's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he stammered, "B-boss, I didn't mean to. It's all my fault. I failed to grasp your intent." However, Yilang gently patted Ma Bai's shoulder, his tone softening. "Dear Ma, do not blame yourself. Although you did not comprehend my meaning, you must shoulder the responsibilities that lie ahead." With that, Yilang pushed the door open and entered the conference room, prompting Zhao Lang and Meng Hao to hastily follow suit, leaving Ma Bai standing in place, his expression shifting from confusion to a sudden realization, followed by unbridled joy. A refined young man within the group leaned towards Meng Hao and inquired softly, "So, does the boss scold or commend Ma?" Meng Hao replied tersely, "Is there any need to ask? After the meeting, promote Ma to team leader of Group 3. You handle it personally." Meanwhile, on the podium, the charming young woman noticed Yilang approaching and promptly adjusted the microphone, smiling as she addressed the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend a warm round of applause to our esteemed leader, Yilang." Chapter 99. The hundreds of beautiful hosts at Weo Media instantly. The conference room erupted in thunderous applause, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. The hundreds of graceful, alluring hosts rose in unison, their cheers filled with admiration and anticipation. Of course, the male hosts, staff members, and management also stood to applaud, yet Yilang's gaze clearly overlooked their presence. The system notifications in Yilang's mind rang incessantly, akin to a telegram, prompting him to mentally suppress the notifications. At this moment, the host became aware of the cancellation of the subsequent segment, She merely smiled faintly, her composure unshaken. After all, she was a seasoned host with experience in numerous events and exceptional adaptability. As Yi Lang beheld the familiar figure on stage, he could not help but utter the famous phrase, "Shall we take the stage?" Han Ying's delicate face flushed crimson, a glimmer of shyness and surprise flickering in her eyes. Before she regained her professional smile and softly replied, "Boss, why not come up and say a few words first?" Yi Lang quickly recognized the ambiguity of her statement, but did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he smiled and confidently ascended the podium, his gaze sweeping across the audience as he spoke with steady, powerful tones. "Hello, everyone. Thank you for your warm welcome. I shall forego self-introduction, as I believe you have all seen my videos. I am here today to announce that Weo Media is now under my stewardship. Who is in favor, and who is opposed?" The conference room fell into a profound silence, with attendees exchanging glances. After a brief moment, Su Yanbo stood up first, proclaiming loudly, "I am in favor." Following this, applause surged like a tidal wave once more, with core members like Meng Hao also expressing their support, further intensifying the fervor of the atmosphere. Yi Lang smiled with satisfaction, observing the sparkles in the eyes of the female streamers. Internally, he nodded, recognizing that what women, particularly those navigating the apocalypse, crave most is a sense of security. This sense of safety cannot stem from hollow promises, but rather from tangible protection. Thus, being somewhat domineering will not incite their aversion. Instead, it will foster a sense of reliance. This was evident from the persistent chimes of approval echoing in his mind. As for the male streamers and staff, their discontent was of no concern to him. They could stew in their dissatisfaction if they wished. As he spoke, Yi Lang sensed a flicker of discontent in a few gazes, but he remained unfazed and continued. "The harshness of this icy apocalypse is something I believe we all comprehend. The White Walkers, the colossal bears, and other mutated creatures resembling them pose a significant threat. Yet, the most perilous aspect remains the continuously plummeting temperatures." He then cast his gaze toward the area occupied by the female streamers. These stunningly beautiful women were flawlessly embodying the adage of prioritizing elegance over warmth. Their snow-white skin and gracefully elongated legs could easily mislead an observer into thinking they were on a runway rather than enduring a frigid apocalypse. Some of the female streamers, feeling the intensity of Yi Lang's gaze, instinctively straightened their postures, lifting their chins with pride, their flirtatious glances unmistakably directed at him. A few among them exhibited the greatest audacity. One playfully lifted her hem to reveal her long, exquisite legs, while another deliberately leaned forward, showcasing her ample cleavage, unabashedly flaunting her youth and allure. A handful of them struck Yi Lang as familiar. They had accompanied him through countless lonely nights with their videos before the apocalypse. If memory served him correctly, they were the former streamers Mina, Mi Air, Sister Nan, Director Wang Yumei, and Xiao Shuishi, among others. Additionally, he recognized the likes of Huya's mischievous Kunking, Che Laoban, Long Leg Shi, and Chun Momo, as well as Ruo Linlin. Meanwhile, the original female streamers from Dolong, Xingo, Qi Sha, Si Erjiu, Zhando Tian Shi, Shui Rue, and Sun Er Ning had been thoroughly educated by these veteran artists from Douyu and Huya. Yi Lang couldn't help but smirk, acknowledging that Yao Shi was indeed his benefactor, as the initial affinity of these female streamers was quite substantial. He shifted his focus back to the assembly and continued. "For now, we still have electricity, which means our struggles aren't insurmountable yet. However, no one can guarantee how long it will last. Therefore, the focus of our broadcast should shift from food to essentials, such as clothing and bedding." Noticing some puzzled expressions among the crowd, he smiled and added, "If anyone has questions, feel free to voice them." Immediately, hands shot up from the crowd below. Yi Lang pointed to a girl with dimples, who stood up and, with a clear voice, inquired, "Boss, it's the ice-cold apocalypse now. Can we really obtain clothing and bedding through our live broadcast?" Yi Lang, pondering the depraved nature of this world, replied with conviction, "Of course we can. Trust in your expertise. As long as we can arouse the desires of the old perverts, there will surely be some willing to indulge." Furthermore, as Yi Lang scrutinized this live streamer named Hua Suihua, his tone became playful. "If even you, the gift-giving queen, cannot attract them, then no one else will." Laughter erupted in the conference room, and Hua Suihua's cheeks flushed, yet she defiantly responded, "Then I invite you, boss." to witness how I'll make those old perverts willingly part with their money. This was an implicit agreement. Yi Lang then called upon a bespectacled mature woman. She adjusted her glasses and calmly stated, "Boss, didn't T.U. mention that the power could be interrupted at any moment? How can we ensure the stability of the broadcast and maintain the audience's attention?" Yi Lang nodded in approval, saying, "As expected from a master's degree student from Beijing Normal University, your considerations are thorough. You need not worry about this. Even if the power fails and all appliances cease to function, mobile phones will still be operational. After all, some may prefer us to be deeply engrossed." The mature streamer, known as Zai, nodded, appearing to grasp the concept, and returned to her seat. Many in the male streamer and staff sections had grown weary from raising their hands. Yi Lang scanned the room again and selected a somewhat dazed girl with a missing front tooth. She immediately flushed with anxiety. Yet with encouragement from her three similarly dazed companions, she stood up and stammered, "B-boss, aside from the live broadcast, we—" "Oh, let me take this," interrupted a clear-eyed girl beside her, boldly adding in a husky voice, "Boss, as supernatural beings, do we need to do anything else besides broadcasting?" Yi Lang regarded the four obviously eccentric yet endearing streamers with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Certainly not. In fact, only a portion of the streamers and supporting staff are needed to maintain the broadcast. The remaining supernatural beings will be reasonably assigned by Zhao Lang, Meng Hao, and myself based on their abilities. We will form dedicated combat, logistics, and rescue teams, each fulfilling their respective roles. "All right, understood, boss," responded the four girls, Xiao Cheng Nailu, Cranberry, and Nguyen Shi Yang, exchanging smiles and chattering among themselves. Yi Lang withdrew his gaze, continuing to search for other girls raising their hands. Meanwhile, the male streamer and staff sections had long since lowered their hands, realizing that in the eyes of this boss, the focus was entirely on the female streamers, leaving them with little relevance. While secretly cursing the lecherous old man, there was also a sense of understanding. After all, which man is not like this? Yi Lang's gaze ultimately settled on three mature and alluring older women who were playfully jostling each other, until the one in the middle, the most voluptuous, bravely stood up. In Chapter 100, where competition breeds Yi Lang's good fortunes, the voluptuous demoness tugged at her attire and, with a fervent tone, inquired, "Boss, how should we select this particular group of hosts? Furthermore, how should we allocate the rewards from the hosts, such as food and other resources, as well as the supplies obtained by the combat teams, along with logistics and rescue efforts?" Yi Lang couldn't help but cast another glance at the two curvaceous women, not to mention the two other tenacious older women, who were desperately raising the slits of their skirts, seemingly eager for immediate graduation. Yi Lang steadied himself, opting not to answer the question directly, but instead gestured for Xiong Ting to come on stage. Once Xiong Ting ascended, Yi Lang introduced her to the audience. "This is Xiong Ting, my woman, and also my sister-in-law. She is certainly not your colleague, Xiong Yuan." Upon hearing this, both Xiong Ting and Xiong Yuan, dressed in androgynous attire, blushed simultaneously, and a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Disregarding the commotion, Yi Lang continued, "Next, you will witness my sister-in-law's display of abilities." Xiong Ting took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with determination as her hands slowly rose, instantly conjuring several thick icicles that shot out diagonally from the ground. With a swift motion of her hand, the ice arrows were released, striking the icicles with precision. The icicles shattered with a resounding crack, transforming into a flurry of ice shards that cascaded down. Before the audience's astonishment could fade, an ice wall had formed in front of Xiong Ting, reflecting a chilling brilliance. She smiled faintly, withdrew her powers, and gracefully turned to leave, leaving the venue in profound silence, everyone dumbfounded. At that moment, Xiong Yuan was utterly astonished. Was this truly her once awkward elder sister? What had Yi Lang been feeding her to transform her so dramatically? She was not the only one pondering this. Whispers filled the air as people marveled at Xiong Ting's prowess. The natural ability users in the audience were particularly exhilarated, as this implied that they too had the potential to become equally formidable. Yi Lang stepped forward, producing a crystal core the size of an egg, and declared, "The novice phase has concluded, and the ice apocalypse has arrived. However, it is not entirely a misfortune. What I hold in my hand is a crystal core extracted from the brain of an otherworldly creature. Upon absorption, it significantly enhances one's abilities. In the future, the only reward for Wuyo will be this type of crystal core. The number of cores obtained by the combat teams will be distributed according to their contributions, with logistics and rescue efforts treated similarly. Hosts will also receive corresponding cores based on their donations and influence, ensuring fairness and justice. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, their eyes glimmering with anticipation and determination. Strength is paramount in the face of apocalypse, and Yilang's words undoubtedly instilled a glimmer of hope among the crowd. Yet, alongside hope, there lingered insatiable greed and desire. At that moment, several pairs of eyes in the audience met, a current of undercurrents swirling among them. None of this eluded Yilang's keen perception. He smiled faintly, unfazed. The petty schemes of the lesser beings were hardly enough to warrant his attention. Turning his gaze towards the direction of the Tauntauns' Demon King, a subtle smirk graced his lips. The discourse on rewards and distribution had concluded, and it was time for the hosts to make their choices. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Lang and Meng Hao promptly took the stage, as the management established a 3-day evaluation period. All hosts and their teams were required to showcase their charm and prowess through live broadcasts and other means within the stipulated time. The final selection would be based on a comprehensive assessment of tips, resources, and popularity. During the evaluation, all methods and forms were permitted, provided they did not obstruct other hosts, allowing for a free reign of creativity. Upon hearing Yilang's declaration, the venue erupted into a cacophony of discussions. All hosts and team members eagerly prepared themselves, their eyes glinting with ambition and determination. Each aspired to be among the select few, vying for the alluring crystal core rewards using their most adept, risk-free methods. After articulating these decisions, Yilang descended the stage with an air of calm. Before exiting, he cast a glance at Xiong Yuan, who instantly comprehended the implication. It was time to repay her debts. In truth, she had prepared herself the night before. Despite her aversion and disdain, for the sake of her sister and her own survival, she steeled herself to accept this reality. Taking a deep breath, Xiong Yuan sprang to her feet and hurried to catch up with Yilang and her sister. After Yilang's departure, she returned to the stage, clearing her throat as her gaze swept over the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, displayed on the screen is the QR code for the WeChat group. Please remember to scan and join. There are 3 groups: the general group, the male host group, and finally, the female host group. Once you join, kindly note your online name and real name. The boss is already in the group, so hurry up. As her words faded, the crowd hastily pulled out their phones, eager to scan and join the groups. Meanwhile, Yilang had muted notifications for both the general and male host groups and pinned the female host group at the top. His smile grew ever more radiant. This lecherous expression sent a chill down Xiong Yuan's spine, leaving her feeling helpless. Was she truly expected to betray her own inclinations to cater to him? Although he had saved her sister and herself, she did not harbor feelings for men. Gritting her teeth, Xiong Yuan's heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. In order to survive, she had no choice but to temporarily compromise, suppressing her inner resistance as she stepped closer to the unknown abyss. The elevator swiftly ascended to the 37th floor. Upon the doors opening, Xiong Yuan was immediately taken aback by the opulent space that resembled a palace. It was only when Xiong Ting gently urged her to sit on the plush sofa that Xiong Yuan regained her composure. Xiong Ting softly reassured her little sister. "Do not worry, it is quite comfortable." Xiong Yuan managed a strained smile, yet her heart was wrenched in anguish. "You may find it comfortable, but I have no fondness for men." Meanwhile, Yilang paid no heed to Xiong Yuan. He was reclining on by Jin's lap, his eyes closed as he reviewed the information swirling in his mind. There was an overwhelming abundance of data. Astonishingly, there were as many as 42 eligible anchors. No wonder it was often said that the beauties of Dolong were countless, with Wuyo Media accounting for half. The quality of these female anchors was indeed exceptional, each a gem among 1,000. Yilang's smile stretched almost to his ears. If all of them had a perfect affinity score, wouldn't his interaction stats soar? Speaking of affinity, Yilang scrutinized the scores, noting that almost none fell below 40 points. A few even exceeded 70. Indeed, those were the 3 fan leaders, Bad Control, Mina, and Mier. Even at their current affinity levels, each could grant him 4 points of vitality. Yilang's grin widened, a sight that alarmed Xiong Yuan considerably. Struggling to suppress her discomfort, Xiong Yuan discreetly surveyed her surroundings, finding even the luxurious decor uninteresting. Suddenly, Yilang's expression shifted. He noticed that a female anchor named Chun-Qing had a staggering affinity score of -23. Yilang furrowed his brow, pondering to himself, what has Chun-Qing against me? What could have caused her such distaste? He made a mental note of her name and scrolled through the list of female anchors, discovering that Chun-Qing's online alias was Rabbit. He recalled that she was a character from the anime world, with striking pink hair and an undeniably cute appearance. But why did she harbor such aversion towards him? Yilang resolved to keep an eye on Chun-Qing, contemplating whether to sever ties directly or grant her another chance before making a final decision. Chapter 101. The Reborn? Sisters in pairs, joy multiplied on the other side. After the meeting concluded, Chun-Qing disregarded the invitation to discuss matters with her planning team and instead retreated to her room. She retrieved her phone and composed a message to someone she referred to as Hubby. Hubby, I encountered that Yilang I mentioned to you this morning. He held a meeting with us today and insisted on a competition for the live streaming slots. Just looking at his lecherous expression makes me feel nauseous. Who doesn't understand his ulterior motives? The husband is indeed the best, for not only does he love me alone, but he has also promised to take me to a warm abode filled with an abundance of food and precious resources. My dear husband, Chun-Qing loves you dearly. Please hurry and come to fetch me. At that moment, a young man withdrew his arm from beneath several women adorned in maid attire. He opened his phone and, upon seeing Chun-Qing's message, a cold smirk crept across his lips, his eyes glinting with a chilling ferocity that surpassed the icy exterior of the world outside. Chun-Qing, you have finally taken a bait. In my previous life, I toiled tirelessly to gather resources for you. You, along with my dear brother, not only betrayed me, but also took advantage of the blankets I risked my life to reclaim, indulging in treachery. This time, I shall ensure you find no solace in life nor death. Then, as if struck by a thought, his brow furrowed slightly. Who exactly is this Yilang? I had never heard of him in my past existence. Moreover, everything has changed since my rebirth. In my previous life, there was no novice period. It was merely the frozen apocalypse. Electricity and internet had long been severed, unlike now, where not only was there power, but the internet was also operational. There were various fringe streamers, and even individuals who could offer life-saving resources in exchange for rewards. Everything seemed absurd and utterly broken. Were it not for the warden system granting me resources for apprehending deserving wrongdoers, I might have struggled to survive in this drastically altered world. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to uncover the true nature of Yilang before methodically dealing with Chun-Qing. His movements roused the three women resting on the bed, who sat up groggily. One of them, rubbing her eyes, inquired, Master, what is it? Wang Feng shot them a cold glance and replied nonchalantly, Nothing, return to sleep. The three women, clad in revealing maid uniforms, dared not ask further and obediently lay back down to rest. Wang Feng then approached the window, gazing out at the frozen cityscape, his mind racing with calculations. He harbored little concern for Yilang. From the videos he had seen, he was merely a formidable ability user within a system. Having apprehended three notoriously wicked beauties, he had acquired a submachine gun with infinite ammunition. Dealing with a singular system ability user should pose no challenge for him. As a reborn individual possessing a system, he was the unequivocal protagonist in this apocalyptic realm. Countless beauties awaited his command, and he intended to ascend to greatness step by step through the system. Eventually, he would exchange for even more powerful equipment, such as a planet-destroying cannon, to obliterate the apocalypse and rescue innumerable beauties from peril. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a confident smile crept upon his lips, his eyes shining with ambition and cold resolve. However, he could not afford to dwell on Yilang at the moment. His priority was to rescue the trapped lowly from the art school. The girl was not only his first love. Even after he chose to be with Chun-Qing and relinquished her, she bore no resentment and instead remained by his side, offering silent support. Wang Feng took a deep breath, swiftly donning his cold-resistant combat attire and wielding a high-caliber submachine gun with infinite bullets. He then silently chanted in his heart, causing the entire room, along with the three women on the bed, to vanish instantaneously into the confines of his system prison. Wang Feng then summoned a motorcycle, its engine roaring as he sped away, navigating through the frozen streets towards the art school. At that moment, Yilang had finally absorbed all the information in his mind and looked up to see Xiong Yuan biting her lip, enduring her discomfort. He let out a cold laugh and spoke. What's the matter, sister-in-law? Are you planning to go back on your word? Xiong Yuan bit her lip, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes as she quietly replied, Brother-in-law, I haven't tea. I'm just a younger sister. Please don't make it difficult for me. I know her. She would never go back on her promise. She just feels embarrassed. Can you give her a little time? Xiong Ting plopped down in Yi Lang's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and softly pleading. Xiong Yuan cast a complicated glance at Xiong Ting, a wave of indescribable sorrow surging within her. How could her sister know that she actually did not like men, and that her affections were clearly directed towards Xiong Ting? Unbeknownst to Xiong Ting, Yi Lang was fully aware. A mischievous smile crept across his lips as his hands wandered unabashedly over Xiong Ting's form. Naturally, Xiong Ting was unwilling to appear foolish in front of her sister, yet while sitting down was easy, rising was a challenge. Faced with an unavoidable situation, Xiong Ting's face flushed crimson as she bit her lip, struggling to suppress her embarrassment, and whispered, Brother-in-law, my sister is still here. Tonight, I'll comply with your wishes. Yi Lang caught a glimpse of Xiong Yuan's pale countenance, the incessant ringing in his mind growing louder. Without restraint, he leaned in directly, their lips meeting, breaths intertwining. Xiong Ting seemed to surrender, closing her eyes and yielding to Yi Lang's advances. Xiong Yuan felt a pang in her heart and could no longer endure the sight. Her expression darkened as she attempted to rise and leave. However, just as she took a step, Yi Lang's cold voice halted her. Stop. Xiong Yuan froze, slowly turning back, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, fighting to keep them at bay. Yi Lang smirked coldly and continued, What are you running from? Did you not foresee this scenario when you sent your sister to find me? We have crossed far worse thresholds. Surely, you don't believe I sheltered your sister merely to play a game of Ludo with her? Xiong Yuan clenched her jaw, her tears stubbornly held back, her voice trembling. I was wrong. Yi Lang sneered. What exactly was your error? Xiong Yuan took a deep breath, her voice trembling as she spoke. I should not have failed to recognize the situation. I ought to honor my commitments. As she spoke, she slowly raised her hand, preparing to unbutton her shirt. Yi Lang grasped her wrist firmly, his tone icy. Do you think your lifeless demeanor can evoke any emotion in me? Xiong Yuan's hand lingered in the air, tears finally slipping down her cheeks. In that moment, she resembled a vulnerable girl, fragile and helpless. Yi Lang nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself, this is more like it. A girl should embody her femininity. What is the point of her behaving like a tomboy every day? As he gazed upon Xiong Yuan, whose features mirrored those of Xiong Ting, but whose aura was starkly different, an unfamiliar sensation stirred within him. He tilted her chin, observing the faint defiance in her face, and leaned in closer. Instinctively, Xiong Yuan attempted to withdraw, yet Yi Lang held her tightly, rendering her immobile. With her eyes tightly shut, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Yi Lang showed no mercy. His lips descended upon hers unabashedly, his tongue forcefully parting her lips, invading her breath. Not content with merely kissing, his hands roamed over her body, one that he knew all too well, identical to Xiong Ting's. Before long, Xiong Yuan's initial resistance transformed into bewilderment, and finally, she succumbed. Her hands weakly resting on Yi Lang's shoulders, her breath erratic, her gaze unfocused. Only then did he release her. Observing the rising affection level for Xiong Yuan in his mind, he smirked slightly. A lesbian? An older sister complex? She simply had yet to experience the essence of a true man. Chapter 102. The marvelous use of crystal cores. Enhanced cigars. Enough with the chatter. Let's get to it. Playing video games and engaging in prop competitions are trivial pursuits. As Xiong Yuan lay helpless on the floor, Yi Lang looked down at her and coolly instructed, Go back and pack your things. You are moving in today. Xiong Yuan nodded weakly, hastily rising to her feet and fleeing the room. Yi Lang watched her depart, unable to contain himself any longer, bursting into laughter. His mirth was so loud that even Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, Yao Shi, and Tang Xiaowan, who were playing mahjong in the gaming room, heard him. Tang Xiaowan rolled her eyes, exclaiming, Oh dear, this insufferable senior brother of ours. Looks like we're gaining another sister. Biswao chuckled largely, discarding the tile. One card. Let him be. With his unseemly abilities, he is bound to attract more sisters. I'll take that one, she said. Yao Jia, kindly place your tile down. I reckon we still need more resolve. I refuse to believe that if we combine our efforts to exhaust him, he can still think of other matters. Yaoshi let out a light laugh and put down her cards. Your words come easily, yet with his constitution, who has ever been the first to succumb? Bai Jin immediately bristled, drawing a tile that brought her momentary joy, only to realize she had miscalculated. She played a 3-tile in rebuttal. How are you any better? You always evade confrontation, leaving me to take the lead when it matters most. Yaoshi scoffed lightly, taking up the conversation. Let us not mock each other. Have you forgotten the boss said, you suffer from a name that suits you too well, and now you blame me? Bai Xiao, however, was exhilarated as she pushed her nearby tiles aside, exclaiming, all right, enough of your banter. I've won. Ha ha. Quickly, bring me the core. Instantly, the faces of the 3 women fell, each producing a core and handing it to Bai Xiao. This core contained the ethereal substance within the crystal. Yi Lang had absorbed some of the crystallized exterior of the core, distributing the remaining ethereal substance among the women. The name was also coined by Yi Lang himself, succinctly reflecting its essence. The core's inner ethereal part was called nucleus, while the outer crystallized portion was referred to as crystal, aptly corresponding to the name of the crystal core. This was met with unanimous admiration from the 5 women, and Yi Lang basked in their praise for quite some time. At this moment, Yi Lang was in his study, continuing his research on the crystal core. He discovered that the crystal's function extended beyond merely enhancing battle intent to trigger the explosive capabilities of the empowered. It appeared to subtly augment his enhancement traits and insight abilities as well. However, the effects were so minute that they were imperceptible without careful observation. Yet, after consuming several cores, he distinctly sensed a slight elevation in both his enhancement traits and abilities. This revelation filled Yi Lang with sheer joy. The enhancement of his insight ability, immunity to temperature extremes, resistance to toxins, and self-healing capabilities had always been a puzzle to him. Now, discovering that the crystal could marginally enhance these abilities was, without a doubt, a tremendous blessing. The most pressing concern was the immunity to temperature extremes. If he could elevate it to level 2, wouldn't that make the ice apocalypse easily manageable? With that in mind, he resolved to absorb every last crystal core in his possession and sought to acquire even more. Thus, the combat team needed to formulate a well-structured plan. Moreover, Yi Lang's mind turned with a peculiar idea. Since empowered individuals experienced altered states of consciousness and awakened primal instincts upon absorbing crystals, could he utilize the crystals to enhance his battle intent while maintaining mental clarity? The crucial question remained, how could he discreetly activate the outer crystal layer of the core without drawing attention? Surely, he could not simply hold it in his hand and trigger it. That would be too obvious. Yi Lang pondered for a moment, and suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited within him, his lips curling into a subtle smile. One must try in order to know. He swiftly made his way to the cigar lounge on the eastern side. Before him lay an array of neatly arranged cigar boxes, equipped with temperature and humidity control devices. Yi Lang selected the most prominent cigar box, seemingly a cohiba. As a mere security guard, he had never indulged in cigars. However, he had watched the film Grab the Doll featuring Shun Tong, where the cohiba appeared strikingly similar to the one before him. Without a hint of hesitation, Yi Lang opened the box, tore through the packaging, and emptied the contents onto the table. The cigars tumbled out, and he picked the thinnest one among them. With his index finger, he concentrated his energy and carefully snipped the tip of the cigar, then gently hollowed out the tobacco inside, leaving only the outer wrapper and the casing. Next, he delicately embedded the crystal core into the casing and replaced the tobacco, pressing it down with care to ensure no traces were left behind. After igniting it with an oddly shaped lighter he had brought along, Yi Lang mimicked the mannerisms of the distinguished figures from the film, pinching the cigar between his thumb and index finger and taking a deep puff. Coughing vigorously, he exclaimed, "What on earth?" After a few coughs, Yi Lang looked incredulously at the cigar in his hand. Although he had smoked cigarettes before, nothing had ever been this intensely spicy and pungent. Cohiba? More like a harsh experience. A quick search online revealed to him that cigars should not be inhaled into the lungs, but savored within the mouth and on the tongue. With a wry smile, Yi Lang adjusted his breathing, lifted the cigar once more, and took a gentle draw. Almost instinctively, he concentrated his energy at the tip of his tongue, allowing it to gradually adhere to the surface of the crystal core. Indeed, the smoke from the cigar perfectly concealed the luminous dust created by the crystal. Part of it was drawn into his body, while the rest wafted leisurely into the air. Yi Lang felt a refreshing sensation surge through him, igniting his fighting spirit. His eyes brightened with delight. This method was indeed effective. "Bai Jin, come quickly," he called out. No sooner had his voice faded than Bai Jin and the 4 women from the Bai family arrived. Curiously, they gathered around, peering at the cigar in Yi Lang's hand, their faces etched with confusion. "Brother, what do you need me for? This is a cigar, right? I want to try it too." Yi Lang chuckled, waving his hand. No. This is not an ordinary cigar. There's a secret within. Please step back a bit while I test its effects." The 5 women exchanged glances. Perplexed yet obediently retreated a few steps. Taking a deep breath, Yi Lang once again inhaled from the cigar. Amidst the swirling smoke, the 5 women remained oblivious to the shimmering dust mingling within. As he neared the end of the cigar, having consumed nearly 2/3 of it, Yi Lang carefully observed the reactions of the 5 women. Beijing's 5 companions found themselves somewhat perplexed. What was Yi Lang up to? Had he summoned them merely to observe him smoke a cigar? How were they to compliment him later? Should they praise him for the quality of his smoking or the speed at which he indulged? Nevertheless, when a man speaks, the 5 women obediently waited, refraining from asking too many questions. After all, Yi Lang's demeanor while smoking was undeniably charming. His hands, his lips, the movement of his Adam's apple, and his nonchalant gestures made them yearn to embrace him. Noticing the shift in the women's gazes, Yi Lang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The effect was quite apparent. Gradually, a flush crept onto their faces, their eyes growing dreamy, clearly under the influence of the ambience. Yi Lang cleared his throat to mask his amusement and slowly inquired, "How does it feel?" "It feels absolutely wonderful," Beijing replied softly, her voice laced with a hint of softness. The others also sensed a rise in the room's temperature, and they instinctively loosened their collars, revealing their delicate necks as beads of sweat began to trickle down. As luck would have it, Yi Lang felt a bit warm himself. In Chapter 103, they engaged in a rather novel game. "Dear husband," Yi Lang wiped his brow, slightly trembling. The refreshingly spirited Beijing took the lead, and together they began crafting unique cigars for Yi Lang. Each person had a clear role, and soon a batch was completed to Yi Lang's satisfaction, which he stored in his system space. Meanwhile, outside, Xiong Yuan had been sitting for 2 hours, her emotions quite tangled. She was acutely aware of what transpired inside. With her sister also involved, there was no escaping it for her either. Yet, she felt a wave of nausea. She had always preferred sweet, gentle girls and despised men. Did she really despise them? Recalling the kiss and the electrifying sensation brought on by his hands, Xiong Yuan felt a wave of confusion wash over her, her cheeks warming. In this vulnerable state, if the fans in the live stream were to witness her, they would surely erupt with excitement. Yet, Yi Lang, with his keen perception, was fully aware of her inner turmoil. As he emerged from the room clad only in his shorts, Xiong Yuan instinctively diverted her gaze, but her heart raced even faster. Yi Lang chuckled lightly, showing no restraint as he moved closer. Xiong Yuan's body stiffened, a flicker of disdain in her eyes as she prepared to clench her jaw. However, that detestable hand was upon her once more. Caught in a dilemma, she could only grit her teeth and endure. When the other women emerged to witness this unseemly sight, they collectively rolled their eyes. After all, a flower at home lacks the fragrance of a wildflower. They had yet to tend to their own garden, yet here they were, coveting someone else's field. Of course, one individual was quite pleased to see this spectacle unfold. Xiong Ting gazed intently, witnessing the peculiar treatment of someone who mirrored her own appearance. An unexpected longing rekindled within her, causing her body to tremble slightly. Out of the corner of her eye, Xiong Yuan caught a glimpse of her sister, abruptly breaking free, a flicker of indignation flashing in her eyes. Observing Xiong Yuan wiping her mouth repeatedly, Yi Lang smirked and quipped, "Can't handle a little interest? The principal hasn't even been repaid yet." "Ah, you too? Cease your banter." "Well, a normal kind of banter." Xiong Ting chuckled, wrapping her arm around Xiong Yuan's shoulder, her gaze imbued with a touch of affection. She understood that Yi Lang, that mischievous man, was engaging in a rather novel game with her sister. Just a couple of nights ago, while lamenting about this man with Bai Jin, she had seen through his antics. Apart from the devoted Tang Xiaowan and the openly available Yao Shi, she, Bai Xiao, and Bai Jin had all experienced his tactics. It left others feeling quite uneasy. Indeed, Yilang harbored a profound interest in straightening Xiong Yuan out. For him, this endeavor was both a challenge and a source of amusement. What difference did the apocalypse make? Yilang wished to indulge himself while simultaneously enhancing his prowess. This was a daunting task for many, but not for Yilang, especially with Xiong Ting by his side. At that moment, Yilang observed Xiong Ting tenderly embracing Xiong Yuan, both appearing equally disheveled. No, it was not merely their attire that was alike. Everything else was as well. To tackle a challenge of hellish proportions, one must first identify a breakthrough. Clearly, Xiong Ting was the key to Xiong Yuan's breakthrough. Yilang's eyes sparkled with cunning, the corners of his mouth curving upward as if he anticipated something delightful. The sumptuous dinner soon made Xiong Yuan forget her earlier discomfort, her eyes gleaming with desire for burgers, cola, ice cream, pizza, and spicy snacks. There was no need for further discussion. The feeding frenzy had commenced. The five women rolled their eyes in unison, well acquainted with this routine. Although the tactics were somewhat cliché, they proved effective. Under the allure of delectable food, Xiong Yuan found herself unable to resist, her slight compliance beginning to surface. It was akin to training a kitten or puppy. With ice cream adorning the corner of her mouth and a dreamy look in her eyes, Xiong Yuan felt her defenses quietly weakening. Though she instinctively resisted men, the words of refusal lingered unspoken, the sweetness on her tongue seemingly seeping into her heart. When Yilang wiped away the ice cream from her lips with his finger, Xiong Yuan instinctively shivered, her cheeks flushing instantly. Yilang merely smiled, twirling his moist finger without uttering a word. After the dinner, the atmosphere subtly softened, marked by an unspoken understanding. Xiong Ting, as if possessing a remarkable telepathic connection, grasped Xiong Yuan's hand and led her into a bedroom, where they began to share whispered secrets. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao Bai Jin and Tang Xiao one retreated to the game room to engage in a spirited round of Do Di Zhu. Yilang, on the other hand, turned his attention to his phone. As for Yao Shi, he had no intention of letting Chun Qing escape his notice. Yilang promptly accessed the female streamer group chat, and an avalanche of messages surged forth. The male streamer group and the main group, those notifications were silenced. After skimming through the lively chatter in the female streamer group, which boasted a few hundred members, he discerned that two primary themes dominated the discourse. One was Yilang, and the other was live streaming. The comments regarding Yilang were overwhelmingly laudatory and idolizing, with praises flowing abundantly. From his appearance to his demeanor, from his prowess to his cunning, every aspect was extolled to the fullest extent. Yilang felt a sense of elation. He had never encountered such adulation before. While the five women often complimented him, their words were somewhat restrained, reserved for specific moments. The female streamers, however, were refreshingly candid, their unabashed expressions of admiration causing his heart to race. Particularly notable were the comments from his ardent fans, such as the mischievous Hui Kong Kong, who quipped, "It's contradictory. Should I call him husband or boss? Perhaps I shall call him the husband of the boss, Yilang." Another fan, Mina, chimed in, "Silly girl, don't be ridiculous. It should be husband and boss." Yilang, Mier added, "You all be quiet, big husband. Look at how shameless they are. Unlike me, who simply thinks of you." Witnessing the fervent affection from these female streamers, who had accompanied him through countless nights, stirred a profound excitement within him. Furthermore, seeing their admiration soar above 70 points intensified his yearning to meet them in person. After all, in his dreams, they had often been quite forlorn. Suppressing this impulse, Yilang continued to scroll, discovering that aside from the three ardent fans, the bold newcomers from Doulang and the veteran entertainers from Do, you were equally audacious. Some, like Director Wang and Boss Che, unabashedly referred to him as Big Husband, showing no signs of embarrassment. Meanwhile, a few prominent streamers from Douyu, while somewhat more reserved, subtly conveyed their admiration for Yilang, their words laced with cautious exploration. This was understandable, given Douyu's notorious reputation for strict scrutiny. The streamers were mindful of their public image and dared not be too brazen. Yilang harbored a private disdain for such superficial FAAs, recognizing that such crafted personas might deceive the lecherous viewers behind the screens, but held no sway over him. As a seasoned internet denizen, familiar with platforms like Hupa, Taiba, and Jihu, he had seen it all and tasted every fruit of scandal. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the explosive internal scores and the accompanying hints provided by the system. This was glaringly evident to him. At present, Yi Lang possesses an invulnerability enhancement. Otherwise, he would hesitate to partake. Exiting the group chat, he notices a friend request that displays a staggering count of 99. Yi Lang meticulously filters through, approving only those female streamers who meet the criteria of an 85 or above. The ones that do not meet this standard are promptly disregarded. As for male streamers, why bother with them? Upon the acceptance of a friend request, Yi Lang is inundated with a flurry of exuberant messages. He refrains from responding, allowing time for the anticipation to build. Merely a selection process for a streaming slot cannot fully cultivate affection. Yi Lang has devised an array of strategies, some of which are tailored specifically, confident that he will not fall short. If each of the 40 or so were to grant him an additional 10 points in vitality and enhancement, it would be simple enough for him to declare his abstention from beef. Chapter 104. The unique recruitment tactics of female streamers. Should Xiong Yuan accept? Meanwhile, in the 26th floor new media office area, in a lounge, Tun Tun, DUI Mei, and MOZ recline on a bed, all fixated on their phone screens. Tun Tun murmurs softly, "Why hasn't Yi Lang accepted the friend request yet?" Turning to glance at DUI Mei's phone, she notices that DUI Mei is also refreshing the interface. "Oh dear, you're crushing me. Move over." DUI Mei, with an expression of disdain, shifts slightly, muttering, "Who knows what to eat? This is so frustrating." At that moment, MOZ also turns, resting a leg on DUI Mei's waist, expressing concern. "Do you think he might find us old and unappealing, especially with so many younger options available? Will he disregard us 3 old scallions? Get off, you little imp. Who are you calling an old scallion? Just wait until I peel your layers." Tun Tun and DUI Mei are clearly struck by MOZ's words, instantly igniting in playful outrage, turning the atmosphere into a lively fray. MOZ giggles, dodging left and right on the bed, yet her collar is tugged slightly. In a fit of irritation, she retaliates against the two, targeting their collars and waistbands. The trio erupts into laughter, their joyous clamor filling the room. Suddenly, a notification chimes from a phone, and all 3 fall silent, their eyes glued to the screen. DUI Xiao Mei's friend request has been approved, and Yi Lang's avatar pops up. DUI Mei is so elated she nearly leaps up, while Tun Tun and MOZ leaning closer, their eyes brimming with anticipation, disappointment, and a hint of jealousy. DUI Xiao Mei is currently overwhelmed with excitement, unsure of what message to send, glancing at her 2 friends for guidance. Tun Tun quickly gathers her composure and suggests, "Let us send an emoji to test the waters." However, MOZ immediately opposes, "Let us not play coy like little girls. Let us directly send a voice message asking how we can secure a streaming slot." Tun Tun, as eyes light up, quickly nodding in agreement, "Yes, yes. Let us use that sultry voice I taught you to entice him, to utterly captivate him." As Daimei was coaxed by her 2 close friends, one on each side, her cheeks flushed slightly. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the recording button and in a playful tone, asked, "Brother, how can I secure a spot?" Once the voice message was sent, the 3 held their breath in anticipation. Ding dong. At that moment, the phones of Tunton and Mosey vibrated in quick succession, their faces lighting up with joy. In Daimei's incredulous gaze, the 2 seemed to share an unspoken understanding, simultaneously sending a selfie, slightly disheveled, along with a similarly playful voice message. "Brother, we also wish to go live." "Ah, you 2 cunning vixens, dare to pull such tricks? Just wait till I tear your little mouths apart." On one side, the 3 older women only exchanged voice messages and pictures. Meanwhile, the seasoned artists of Huya and Duyu had already showcased their talents in various ways. Some shared provocative photos, astonishing in their boldness, while others posted tantalizing short videos, stirring excitement. There were even live videos, though Yalong chose not to respond. The mischievous Kunking sent a message expressing a desire to perform a pole dance on his live show, even without a pole. Yalong, observing the myriad audacious applications on his phone, couldn't he help but smirk. No wonder those affluent entrepreneurs invest in media and live streaming agencies. It truly is exhilarating. As he scrolled through the screen, scrutinizing each daring application, his brow suddenly furrowed. To his surprise, he noticed some individuals had sent red envelopes. 4 clever individuals had done so. Among them were Xiao Cheng, Wan Shiyong, Lu, and Cranberry, the abstract quartet. At that moment, the four were gathered together, with Xiaoqing and the others gazing at Nalotu with admiration. With a slight smile revealing her missing tooth, confidently declared, "Rest assured, our approach will certainly stand out. Unlike those older women next door still relying on tired seduction tactics, our method embodies innovative thinking. Yilong will surely view us in a different light." The adoration in Xiaoqing's eyes was nearly overflowing, and Wan Shiyong and Cranberry nodded in agreement. Truly, was the most astute among them. Even her missing tooth appeared particularly clever. Yilong, however, looked at the four red envelopes with an expression of disbelief, never imagining someone would be foolish enough to send red envelopes. Wasn't he that an affront? Determined to teach these four naive girls a lesson, Yilong, after accepting the red envelopes, sat on the sofa, gritting his teeth in resolve. Alas, the habit of wanting to open red envelopes at the sight of them before the end of the world was hard to shake off. Noticing that his affection for Xiong Yuan had reached 42 points, Yilong secretly rejoiced, realizing that only an elder sister could reign in her younger sibling. He activated his insight, sensing that at this moment, Xiong Yuan was nestled in Xiong Ting's embrace, while Xiong Ting gently stroked her hair and softly reassured her, "Do not be afraid. Your sister is here." Xiong Yuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded. The warmth of her sister's softness gradually alleviated the disdain she felt towards Yi Lang simply for being a man. Indeed, as her sister had stated, without Yi Lang, her sister would have long perished, and her own fate would have been equally tragic. An unacknowledged sense of gratitude and reliance toward Yi Lang quietly blossomed within her, unbeknownst to herself. Yet a lingering sentiment remained in Xiong Yuan's heart. Girls were truly the best, especially those like her sister, soft, long-legged, graceful, and with such tender hands. Suddenly, Yi Lang, observing Xiong Yuan's hand wandering over his sister, sprang to his feet, ready to intervene. How perplexing this feeling was. It was undeniably his woman she was touching, yet he felt no revulsion whatsoever. However, Xiong Ting perceived the situation differently. She gently restrained Xiong Yuan's mischievous hand, playfully admonishing, "Behave yourself, Yuan Yuan. Yi Lang is outside." With a teasing tone, she continued, "Oh, so now that you have a man, you forget your sister, do you? We used to bathe and sleep together without a care. Now a mere touch elicits this attitude?" With a bemused smile, Xiong Ting playfully patted her sister's shoulder. "You mentioned that was in the past, back when we were younger. Now you are maturing and soon to become a true woman. You must learn to understand." Xiong Yuan pouted, huffing in dissatisfaction, yet she obediently withdrew her hand, secretly grumbling, "Look at Yi Lang, that lecher. There will surely be many multitudes in the future. Does that not imply that those beautiful girls will be lying beside me?" She contemplated Bai Zhao's voluptuous figure, Bai Jin's elegant legs, Yao Shi's youthful charm, and Tang Xiao Wan's delicate demeanor, a flicker of anticipation igniting within her. Her lips curving slightly upward, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable complexity. Thus, it appeared that even submitting to that insufferable man might not be entirely a misfortune. Yi Lang stood outside the door, listening to the incessant clamor in his mind, feeling both exasperated and amused. He had yet to exert his influence. Yet Xiong Yuan's fondness for him seemed to grow due to such trivialities, truly a source of both laughter and tears. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to remain passive for the time being and continue observing. During this period, when Xiong Ting formally introduced Xiong Yuan to Bai Xiao and the others, Xiong Yuan's demeanor was a stark contrast to the one she displayed with him. Holding the hands of the four girls, her smile was radiant. Witnessing this scene and the accompanying notifications of increased affection in his mind, Yi Lang inwardly mused, "Is this correct? To gain Xiong Yuan feels as though I'm sacrificing several others." Before he could ponder further, Zhao Lang's call interrupted him. Chapter 105. The female streamers are all out. Is Chun Qing's husband a reincarnated? Zhao Lang's voice came through the phone. "Boss, are you available? I wish to report on the establishment of the combat and logistics teams." "No need for that. Everything can wait until the live recruitment concludes. By the way, what time is it scheduled for?" "It begins at 8 in the evening and ends at midnight. All teams are prepared, merely awaiting your instructions." Yi Lang nodded. "Just commence as planned. Ensure you monitor the data from the backstage. I will observe a few live streams." Zhao Lang acknowledged and promptly hung up. Yi Lang felt a surge of excitement. It was about to begin. The performances, pole dancing, the grand swing, train rides, window washing, and garlic smashing dance, would unfold one after another, and surely in their advanced versions. The old perverts were in for a treat. As for whether he would feel uncomfortable watching them dance provocatively on camera, that was a jest. After all, how many so-called wholesome streamers were genuinely virtuous? It was merely a game, a chance to gather rewards, and he was impervious to such temptations. As for those who aspired to be his women, anyone with an internal score below 90 was immediately dismissed, including the three prominent fans, Bad Control, Mina, and Mier. Collecting rewards was acceptable, but becoming his woman was out of the question. Yi Lang adhered closely to the teachings of his ancestors. Do not overlook good women, nor let bad women escape. The few who met the standards had been briefed. They could engage in games and casual chats, perhaps yielding results no less favorable than those of the provocative streamers. A playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth, a glint of brilliance flickering in his eyes. Tonight's live stream was not merely a recruitment. It marked the inception of his strategic layout. Yi Lang glanced out at the profound night, tinged with a pallid hue, and a cold smile graced his lips. The temperature had plummeted to around minus 45 degrees Celsius, accompanied by winds exceeding level 6. Even with the air conditioning set to the highest, it was difficult to dispel the bone-chilling cold. Everyone had retreated early into their thick blankets. Shivering, they endeavored to endure the long, dreary night, with the occasional cries echoing, accentuating the night's brutality. Fang Yuan tightened his blanket, leaving only his eyes exposed. Fixated on the flickering live stream, Yu Meng from Wio Media was his favorite beautiful streamer, and he had cultivated the habit of watching her every night since the apocalypse began. Back then, a mere few words or a glance from her could send his heart racing. Post-apocalypse, Yu Meng maintained her composure and unique charm, which drew Fang Yuan in. Despite the harsh environment, her every smile and gesture still stirred ripples in his heart. This spiritual solace became a warm glow in the frigid nights of the apocalypse. As the clock struck 8, the live stream's visuals illuminated instantly. Yet the scene before Fang Yuan rendered him utterly speechless. There stood the previously reserved and demure Yu Meng, now clad solely in a sheer, translucent garment, boldly positioned in front of the camera. Without uttering a word, she began to sway. Her gaze exuded a hint of seduction, and a faint, enigmatic smile lingered at the corners of her lips, as if silently beckoning. The popularity of the live stream surged, and the barrage of comments erupted instantaneously. "Is this the apocalypse? Is this really Yu Meng?" exclaimed one viewer. Another chimed in. "Wake up, my friend. It is indeed the end of days, and that is undeniably Yu Meng. Just look at those intricate tattoos." Confusion reigned as others echoed their disbelief. Fang Yuan's face was a portrait of incredulity. What was he witnessing? The goddess of his heart was dancing provocatively, draped only in what resembled a mosquito net. He rubbed his eyes, questioning his own perception. Yet, the unmistakable tattoos and that carefree demeanor left no room for doubt. This was indeed Yu Meng. A pang of anguish twisted within him, a tumult of pain and confusion. He struggled to comprehend why, even in the face of the apocalypse, Yu Meng would opt for such a daring mode of broadcasting. As his anguish morphed into rage, he clenched his fists, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his flesh. On the screen, Yu Meng remained captivating, the mosquito net gradually slipping away. The last vestige of his hope shattered, a tempest of anger and disappointment entwined within him. He longed to shut off the screen, yet felt as though ensnared by an enchantment, unable to move. Gradually, his eyes reddened, and his rapid breaths echoed hauntingly in the cold night air. Suddenly, he bellowed, "I don't care what this is." His right hand began to tremble uncontrollably. Simultaneously, Chung, Li Minxian, Zhao Miao, Chestnut, Lu Xiao, and a host of carefree female streamers opened their own live streams. Instantly, the devoted fans, who had been waiting in the chat rooms, were profoundly shaken. They gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scenes on their screens, their idol's image collapsing before their very eyes. "Is that really you, Chung?" one incredulous viewer questioned. Chung, with a dazed expression, caressed her skin and smiled coyly. "Well, who else could it be?" Fans, disheartened and caught between despair and fury, began to mirror Fang Yuan's reaction. That night, the carefree female and male streamers spiraled into madness, as did their fans. The scene, a chaotic tableau reminiscent of an absurdist play, unfolded as everyone lost themselves in the revelry. The despair of the apocalypse intertwined with the absurdity of reality, sending the fans' emotions and bodies on a tumultuous roller coaster ride. Certainly, like the charming streamers Xingyo, Serdu, Chisha, Kaizenyo, and Shirue, their style remains largely unchanged from before. They merely indulge in a bit more flirtation, and their gazes have gained an enchanting allure. Upon receiving the notice that they were prohibited from participating in this revelry, they felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, when they learned it was the directive of Yilang, they were initially taken aback, only to be swiftly overtaken by elation. This meant they were reserved exclusively for his eyes. Thus, when viewers observed them, albeit without graduation photos, their entrancing gazes and increased chatter led them to believe they were receiving a special treat. Yet, the reality was that the streamers, reveling in their exclusive status granted by Yilang, secretly delighted in it while outwardly maintaining a facade of nonchalance. Inevitably, their words became a touch more abundant, and their gazes slightly more dreamy. This delightful misunderstanding, however, caused their fans to misinterpret the situation and misdirect their affections. Meanwhile, Yilang found himself outside the live stream room, peering in with mischievous intent. The seasoned performers were indeed different. Unlike the Na'vi newcomers of Dolong, they did not shed their garments indiscriminately. They merely opted for higher slits and lower necklines, yet their vitality remained unyielding. Today, the enchanting Bad Kunking was adorned in an outfit reminiscent of a majestic deer. As the music played, she gracefully swayed her body, creating a scene that seemed imbued with a certain magic, rendering it impossible to look away. As the pulsating rhythm enveloped the atmosphere, Yilang could no longer remain a mere observer, for peering in could not provide the full experience. As the lyrics of Surrounding the Earth fell, Bad Kunking suddenly placed her hands behind her head, her ample bosom drawing 3.5 perfect arcs. The older admirers were utterly captivated, and the barrage of comments in a live stream poured forth like a waterfall, exclaiming, "This is absolutely extraordinary. The seasoned artists are incredible. Let us see 3.5 more." At that moment, Bad Kunking prepared to ascend the pole, ready to perform a stunning inverted maneuver. Chapter 106, The Reborn. System Devours? Snatching Streamers. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of the formidable presence of the 8 Extremes Hurricane, startling her and causing her movements to freeze momentarily. However, upon seeing Yilang send a cheeky emoji, she understood, a smile gracing her lips as she quickly regained her confidence. Ascending gracefully yet swiftly to the pinnacle of the pole, with a sudden release of her grip and a firm squeeze of her legs, she leaned back, using her momentum to spin. Remarkably, she descended from the top of the pole, rotating gracefully solely with the power of her legs. This extraordinary display astounded the audience, and the live stream erupted into fervor, comments surging like a tidal wave. As Bad Kunking gently caressed her chest, gasping for breath while searching for Yilang, she discovered he had vanished from the live stream list. Yilang's feelings towards these seasoned artists were somewhat complex. If one were to draw a comparison, they bore a resemblance to the formidable instructors depicted in action films. If there were opportunities for appreciation or profound communication, Yilang would not shy away, for he has spent many a night and day in companionship. It could be seen as a banquet for his youthful self. However, to suggest that they should become his women is entirely out of the question. After all, not everyone possesses the bravery akin to that of the warrior surnamed Xiao from the magical city, who truly brought teacher Sanzhong into his home. Just as Yilang was about to enter Mina's live stream room to witness the advanced version of the Grand Pendulum, Yaoshi returned, bringing with her astonishing news that left Yilang utterly astounded. What? Chun Qing's husband is a reincarnator? Yaoshi's expression was grave as she handed Yilang her phone, which contained a recording, and spoke. "Boss, Chun Qing's husband is indeed a reincarnator. All the evidence is within." Yilang rapidly scrutinized the video on the phone, which featured the chat records between Chun Qing and her husband. In those records, Chun Qing's husband, Wang Feng, had reached out to her quite early, revealing the truth about reincarnators and stating, "In the apocalyptic future, I perished in order to save Chun Qing, thus leading to my rebirth." He even provided numerous corroborations. However, Chun Qing had not fully believed him until the moment the ice apocalypse descended yesterday at dawn, when she became completely convinced and resolutely decided to follow Wang Feng. Yet, Based on Yi Lang's experience, he was certain that 99 of Wang Feng's words were deceitful. He was certainly not as devoted to Chun Qing as he portrayed. Nor was he the kind of person who would go to any lengths to rescue her from peril, ensuring she lived a comfortable life beyond the apocalypse. This Wang Feng seemed rather inexperienced, lacking sophistication in his tactics to deceive women. While Chun Qing, being involved, could not discern the truth. Yi Lang had played similar roles with Ning, and in comparison to her methods of charming women, Wang Feng's schemes appeared clumsy. With a cold sneer, Yi Lang mused, Wang Feng's identity as a reincarnator may indeed be authentic, yet everything else is mere drivel. Beneath those warm words could lurk deeper machinations and animosities. His gaze sharpened as he swiftly analyzed the situation. The first confirmation was the fact of Wang Feng being a reincarnator with a system. As to why Yi Lang was certain that Wang Feng must possess a system, wasn't that standard for reincarnators? The specifics of the system remained unclear to Yi Lang, but the chat records suggested that Wang Feng could provide a safe and comfortable abode along with an inexhaustible supply of food. This allowed for some conjecture. It was likely akin to a shelter or a reward system. Moreover, Wang Feng's abilities seemed to exude confidence in his exchanges with Chun Qing, to the extent that he appeared to regard Yi Lang with disdain. To comprehend the final segment of Yi Lang's video, one must note that his physical condition was rated at an impressive 90 points. The likes of Jiang Fangzhou and Mo Zhua were easily dispatched, as if plucking fruit from a tree. Such prowess would hardly impress Wang Feng, who evidently possesses even greater strength. But what could it be? Yi Lang furrowed his brow, silently speculating. Firstly, it cannot be supernatural abilities, for the ice apocalypse had merely arrived a day prior. It is improbable that anyone could enhance their powers to such a degree through crystal cores. Moreover, the short-term consumption of fibrous condensates or crystal cores would inevitably birth a monster, as demonstrated by the likes of Mo Zhua, birthed by Ning. Thus, it must pertain to weaponry or something of that nature. Yi Lang felt a modicum of relief. If it were indeed weapons, firearms would be the most plausible, with perhaps rocket launchers being the extent of it. As long as he could identify the opportune moment, his perceptive abilities would allow him to lock onto his position and movements ahead of time. This would enable him to open a spatial gateway before any attack could ensue. Consequently, his assaults would pose little threat. Lost in thought, Yi Lang pulled out a dumpling only to return it, then repeated the act. The spatial gateway could be seamlessly employed at his will, albeit his behavior appeared somewhat eccentric. His external energy was not showcased in the video. This remained his hidden trump card, along with his keen insight, self-healing, and various offensive capabilities stored within the space. Ultimately, judging by Wang Feng's demeanor, he seemed to be a solitary figure, having merely gathered a few women of no real use. In stark contrast, Yi Lang commanded a legion of hundreds of supernatural beings. While they were primarily inexperienced streamers and staff, they could still serve as expendable assets if need be. The thought of using them as cannon fodder evoked no pangs of conscience. In this apocalyptic world, survival eclipsed all else. As his mentor and Ning had advised, one must possess a hardened heart and steady hand to thrive amidst the ruins of civilization. Yi Lang smirked, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. With this, he swiftly organized his thoughts. The immediate priority was Chun Qing. He needed to extract further information regarding Wang Feng from her. Furthermore, he needed to ascertain when exactly Wang Feng would arrive, what he was occupied with, and why he had yet to make an appearance. Without further hesitation, Yi Lang, accompanied by Yao Shi, approached the entrance of Chun Qing's livestream. He intended to take matters into his own hands to prevent any leakage of information. At that moment, Chun Qing, adorned in an outfit reminiscent of Shirenui Mai, was energetically dancing before the camera, her movements sultry yet adorned with a disdainful expression. However, the viewers in her live stream reveled in it, showering her with supportive comments. The keyboard warrior lamented, my wife scolds me. My grandmother often criticizes Zhao Zilong. Who understands? I delight in your disdainful expression while striving to please you. Is it hot in the fields? Exclaims another, how I adore the goddess's contemptuous gaze fixed upon me, as if I were a rat in a sewer, immersed in dampness, filth, darkness, and foulness. My hair is matted together, and this ludicrous, pitiful moment is witnessed by the goddess. Am I a pervert? Even I, a deviant, find this bizarre. yet it reflects the true thoughts of an old lecher who revels in disdain. As these lecherous thoughts enveloped them, Yilang, unexpectedly, pushed the door open. Chun-Ching was taken aback, while the comments exploded in excitement. Brother Lang? How is he here? Has he adopted the rabbit? No, please spare my electronic pet. Yet, Yilang paid no heed to the barrage of comments and strode directly towards Chun-Ching. At that moment, Chun-Ching felt a twinge of pride. She was aware of how desperately those female streamers coveted a place in Yilang's bed. Some shamelessly began to compete for his affection. She, Chun-Ching, looked down upon such degrading women. How could a woman revolve around a man? Numerous men competed for their favor, and she had never shown Yilang any kindness. Yet he approached her, clearly coveting her beauty and grace. Men are truly despicable. In a spontaneous reaction, Chun-Ching resumed her disdainful expression. As if Yilang were a stray dog encroaching upon her territory, her gaze a blend of 3 parts scorn and 7 parts disdain. However, in the next moment, Yilang executed a swift move, catching her off guard. How revolting! A truly nauseating situation. Should she maintain that deadpan expression, he would shove the very filth back down her throat. Chapter 107. A cruel hand destroys the flower. Please insert it back. At this juncture, the nearby staff members were left dumbfounded, frozen in place. Had the live stream not been shut down in time, this scene of abduction would have spread across the internet in no time. Meanwhile, Zhao Lang, who had hurriedly arrived, swiftly handled the situation. Observing Yilang carrying Chun-Ching away, he muttered to himself, how could the boss be attracted to someone like this? Does he have a penchant for being scolded and despised? As Yilang prepared to step into the elevator, he stumbled slightly, nearly tossing Chun-Ching aside. Gritting his teeth, he entered the elevator, inwardly cursing, you little brat, just wait. Upon returning home, Yilang unceremoniously flung Chun-Ching onto the sofa. He then pressed his left hand against her right ear and struck the back of his hand with considerable force. In the next instant, Chun-Ching jolted as if electrocuted. A flicker of fear crossing her eyes as her mouth opened and closed involuntarily. Chun-Ching struggled to prop herself up, shaking her head to gain clarity, only to find Yilang seated across from her. Yilang, you are far too impatient. I am not yet prepared. Would you grant me 2 days to acclimate? True to her profession as a female broadcaster, her adaptability was remarkable. 2 days? Is that so you can summon your husband, Wang Feng, for support? Chun-Ching's complexion shifted dramatically, stammering. How do you know? Yilang sneered, sensing the earth-based abilities within Chun-Ching coalescing in her right hand. He refrained from exposing her. Continuing instead, I offer you a chance for survival. You will answer my questions, understood? I understand your mother. Chun-Ching erupted, her frustration boiling over as earthen spikes erupted from her palm, aimed directly at Yilang's eyes. Yet Yilang was prepared, swiftly grasping the spikes and forcefully driving them into her thigh. A wretched cry escaped her lips, her complexion paling as cold sweat cascaded down her face, the pain rendering her nearly speechless. Yilang regarded her coldly, his tone chilling. Is this your choice? You have another opportunity. Respond appropriately. Fear overtook Chun-Ching. The agony was excruciating, far surpassing any discomfort she had ever experienced. She could only nod weakly, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at Yilang. Her voice trembling, I understand. You may ask. Yilang's expression softened slightly as he inquired, when did Wang Feng contact you after the apocalypse? What did he communicate? Suppressing her pain, Chun-Ching replied with great difficulty, my husband, he contacted me right after the apocalypse began. He instructed me to. A sharp crack resonated as Yilang's palm struck Chun-Ching's face, causing her body to sway, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes filled with humiliation and terror. Yilang wiped the foundation from his hand, his voice icy. If I hear another, I will tear you apart. Clenching her teeth, Chun-Ching fought back tears, her voice quaking as she continued. He instructed me to live well and assured me he would come for me. Yilang calmly nodded. Pressing further, what is his ability, and why do you trust that he can navigate the perils of the apocalypse to reach you? Chun-Ching's gaze momentarily flickered, but she quickly responded, my husband possesses immense abilities, far surpassing anyone else 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Stop, she gasped. I was wrong. I will speak the truth. Please, don't hurt me anymore. As Yilang withdrew the spikes from her leg, only to thrust them back in, Chun Qing could no longer endure the excruciating pain and finally began to speak candidly. My husband, he has a gun, a submachine gun. The firearm he wielded during the video was notably a meter in length, undoubtedly possessing formidable power. Yilang sensed that she was not deceiving him this time, and he nodded slightly, continuing to inquire. Apart from the submachine gun, what other abilities does he possess? I noticed several voice calls and videos on your phone earlier. Did he divulge anything to you? Chun Qing hastily wiped her tears and replied, No, he did not elaborate further. All I know is, please. Insert it back quickly. I beg you, hurry, my blood is draining away. At that moment, Chun Qing was engulfed by sheer terror. Her hands could not staunch the flow of blood gushing from her thigh wound. With an anxious plea, she implored Yilang to reinsert the earth thorn into her injury. Yilang observed her coldly, and only when her complexion began to pale did he decisively thrust the thorn back in with a swift motion. Chun Qing gasped for breath, her eyes wide with fear, and stammered, I will tell you everything. He is a reborn individual, having traversed from the future. He accurately predicted the ice apocalypse, and he is aware of the existence of both the whites and the giant bears. Beyond that, I truly do not know. Yilang nodded, but remained dissatisfied, insisting. Engage your mind. Think carefully about any overlooked details, including your own conjectures and instincts. Otherwise, I shall drive a blade into your right leg as well. As she gazed at the imposing blade in Yilang's hand, broader than her own leg, Xiong Yuan felt utterly despondent. This was not merely a stab, but a potential amputation. I will think right away. Please do not stab my leg. Yilang gazed at the striking woman before him, her pink hair resembling the character Shiranui Mai, with tear-streaked cheeks, yet he felt no pity, even knowing that Shiranui Mai possessed only a scant covering. It mattered little to him. When faced with a threat, he would not discriminate based on gender, but would eliminate all without hesitation. Chun Qing racked her brain and finally trembled as she said, I recall now. He urged me to prepare warm clothing, bedding, and a heater. When I asked if he had made any preparations, he claimed he had no need for them. Moreover, during the video this morning, I saw him standing outdoors clad only in a single garment reminiscent of certain government uniforms, completely unfazed by the cold. Yet I do not understand why. Please, stop tormenting me. Yilang squinted slightly, as if he had caught a glimpse of crucial information. Standing outdoors in a single garment? He himself needed to wear 2 layers of thermal underwear. Could his constitution truly be superior? No, he was confident that, in terms of physicality, he was undoubtedly the strongest. This had been corroborated by Ning as well. If it was not an exceptionally robust constitution, then the issue lay with that single garment. A glimmer of insight flashed in Yilang's eyes as he mused. That garment must possess the capability to withstand the extreme cold of the ice apocalypse, perhaps imbued with advanced technological materials or some form of mysterious power. This garment must serve purposes beyond mere warmth. It likely possesses additional functionalities. Defense? Invisibility? Or perhaps a form of specialized energy protection. Yilang's expression darkened, realizing that his own vigor might not even be sufficient to harm him. Consequently, his advantages would be rendered null. He possessed a portal, while his opponent donned a mysterious uniform, both capable of withstanding assaults. Engaging in direct confrontation would yield unpredictable outcomes. Yilang inhaled deeply, contemplating. If his energy attacks proved ineffective, what means remained to vanquish him? Poison? No. That enigmatic uniform might very well have the capacity to resist toxins. What course of action should he take? Chapter 108. The sister-in-law takes action. Bringing forth sunshine at that moment, Yilang noticed Chun Qing's ashen complexion, clearly a result of excessive blood loss and physical weakness. He summoned Bai Xiao, saying, Aunt, please attend to her. She cannot perish. Bai Xiao nodded, promptly extracting the thorn with a swift motion. Mother, you are all devils. Woe is me. I've already confessed. Chun Qing nearly fainted from the pain, tears blurring her vision. Yet a primal instinct for survival surged within her as she pleaded, I beg you. Spare me. I truly know nothing. Yet, in an instant her cries ceased. Bai Xiao directed her healing abilities towards Chun Qing's wound, a soft, milky light enveloping it, gradually mending the injury and restoring some color to her pallid visage. Bai Xiao exhaled softly, bestowing a gentle kiss upon Yilang before returning to her game of mahjong. Eager not to miss her chance to win, having drawn a favorable hand. She also had to be wary of Bai Jin, that mischievous girl, who might peek at her cards. Observing Bai Zhao's brisk retreat, Yi Lang felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. The girls, having absorbed several cores, had not experienced an elevation in their powers, but they sensed a marked enhancement nonetheless. Moreover, Bai Zhao exhibited no grievance towards his treatment of a vulnerable woman, which slightly lifted Yi Lang's spirits. At that moment, Yi Lang noted an unexpected surge of 10 points in Chen Qing's affinity towards him. Recognizing it as a manifestation of Stockholm Syndrome, a flicker of complex emotions crossed Chen Qing's eyes. Her instinct for survival had inexplicably fostered a sense of dependence on Yi Lang. Why hasn't Wang Feng come to fetch you? Did he not assert his capability and willingness to rescue you? Chen Qing bit her lip, a mix of indignation and resentment flickering in her gaze. Indeed, had Wang Feng arrived sooner, such circumstances might have been avoided. Perhaps she would now be nestled in a warm, comfortable bed, basking in Wang Feng's care, rather than enduring torment and helplessness at the hands of this devilish man. I find myself utterly perplexed. You, too, have perused our conversation history. I have been persistently urging him, yet he continues to claim that pressing matters have delayed him. Yi Lang, wielding a kitchen knife, began to trim his nails and spoke in a measured tone. Take a moment to reflect. Chen Qing's face turned pale instantly as she delved into deep contemplation. She recalled every interaction with Wang Feng, striving to uncover any potential clues. Suddenly, her expression froze, as if she had stumbled upon a revelation, her countenance transforming into one of profound distress. Yi Lang, sensing her emotional shift, felt a surge of delight. Before he could inquire, Chen Qing spoke first, her voice laced with indignation. I believe I have unearthed the truth. Her gaze bore into Yi Lang's, filled with sorrow and fury. You must have sought out that wretched woman. Yi Lang raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Wang Feng's ex-girlfriend, that insufferable woman, had been a persistent specter in his life. No, it was clear that the two of them were inexorably tied. They were entangled in a web of unresolved emotions. As Yi Lang observed Chen Qing break down in tears, he could sense the agony of betrayal and injustice swelling within her. In pursuit of those precious stamina points, he felt compelled to act. He enveloped her in a comforting embrace, gently patting her rigid back. Do not cry. He is not worth your tears. The atmosphere grew awkward, as Yi Lang realized his impatience had led him to this moment. His desire for the stamina points and the ensuing interrogation loomed large. Mere coercion might not suffice. To unravel the inner turmoil and suffering of an individual requires patience and finesse. Yi Lang instinctively believed that the wretched woman Chen Qing spoke of held the key to Wang Feng's demise. After all, she was undoubtedly more significant to Wang Feng than any desire for revenge or torment towards Chen Qing. At this juncture, Chen Qing stood still, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Was this man afflicted with some grave delusion? After having stabbed her thigh multiple times, blood nearly splattering to the ceiling, a mere embrace and a few words of comfort could lead to her forgiveness? How demeaning that would be. Yi Lang, equally embarrassed, found himself unable to release her from his grasp. Nearby, the sisters Xiong Ting and Xiong Yuan exchanged glances, a mixture of astonishment and amusement flickering in their eyes. What was wrong with this man? How could he engage in such base behavior? It defied his character. It was Xiong Yuan, who not only understood women, but men as well. Recalling her older sister's words, she clenched her jaw, tousled her hair, and approached decisively. Ah, sister-in-law, are you at work? Oh, the weather is quite pleasant, isn't it? With a bemused glare at Yi Lang, Xiong Yuan softly addressed Chen Qing. Sister Qing, you should recognize me. I am Xiong Yuan. Chen Qing managed to force a bittersweet smile, nodding her head, tears glistening in her eyes. I know you, Xiong Yuan, she said, her voice tinged with helplessness and a plea for assistance. At that moment, Yi Lang also regained his composure, reflecting that there was no need for embarrassment. Life and death rested solely within one's own thoughts. What was there to feel awkward about? He observed the somewhat dashing Xiong Yuan, curious to see how she would meticulously extract all the information regarding Wang Feng and the despicable individual. Xiong Ting approached, wrapping her arms around Yi Lang's, flashing him a confident smile. Clearly, she had immense faith in her sister's ability to handle women. Xiong Yuan then made her next move. She cast a beseeching glance at Yi Lang, who granted his approval, and together they entered a bedroom with the conflicted Qin. Humph, Yilang hummed twice, signaling that everything was under control. He then turned to Xiongting and inquired, "Why didn't they invite you to join?" Xiongting pouted in a pitiful manner. "Those four kept complaining that I was dull, constantly criticizing me. They said playing with me was like repetitively reshuffling the cards, utterly uninteresting." Yilang chuckled heartily, patting Xiongting's head. "You did seem a bit dull. Doesn't that mean you lost all your cores?" "Yes, not a single one left," she replied, extending her two slender, fair hands to emphasize her point. Yilang could not help but chuckle, pinching her cheek playfully. He then produced 2 cores from his pocket and placed them in Xiongting's hands, grinning as he said, "Don't worry, your brother-in-law will replenish them for you." Xiongting's eyes sparkled with delight, her previous tears replaced by a broad smile as she tightly grasped the cores. "You can just absorb them yourself. Don't play cards with those 4 again, or you'll end up losing once more." She nodded, gratitude shining in her eyes as she softly murmured, "You're the best, brother-in-law. This time, I will definitely win back what I lost." Yilang chose not to intervene further, having given her the cores. How she dealt with them was her affair. Strangely enough, while the girls absorbed the cores with remarkable speed, their digestion rate was considerably slower than that of a complete crystal core. In contrast, his own absorption of the crystal was not only astonishingly rapid, but also yielded more significant effects. His perceptive range had now expanded to 12 meters. However, he knew better than to absorb too many at once, as it would lead to discomfort in both his body and mind. Otherwise, he would have been tempted to rush out and eliminate countless foes, striving to elevate his enhanced talents and characteristics to their utmost potential. Meanwhile, Xiongting lay in Yilang's embrace, fiddling with her phone, occasionally emitting soft hums of amusement. Yilang, however, was not distracted by his own device. His keen perception remained attuned to the movements in the adjacent bedroom. "What's wrong, brother-in-law? You truly possess remarkable skills," she teased. "What's happening now?" he replied, bemused by her antics. "Oh, just a hug," she chirped playfully. "You have gone too far indeed. Yes, your sister has certainly crossed a line. Come here, you scoundrel. I shall confront you." Chapter 109. What? Luoli is my fan? Wang Feng is in for a world of trouble. Xiongting could no longer contain herself, springing up and tearing at her clothes, ready to settle the score with the scoundrel. At that moment, the door to the adjacent bedroom suddenly swung open, revealing Xiong Yuan, who was pulling a blushing Chunqing out. "I'm off to play mahjong. You two carry on." Xiongting hastily gathered herself and fled, leaving Yilang, Xiong Yuan, and Chunqing exchanging bewildered glances. Xiong Yuan cleared her throat, breaking the awkward silence, and with a complex gaze turned towards Yilang, she said, "Shao Qing has agreed to inform you of everything regarding the wretched Wang Feng and that vile Luo Li." Yilang nodded slightly, his eyes deep and contemplative, silently pondering. Indeed, she possesses considerable skill. The affinity level has even risen to 30 points. This grants at least 2 points of resilience. Yet the most crucial aspect remains the information about Wang Feng and Luo Li. It could very well be the key to unraveling the situation. Xiong Yuan then turned to Qin, her tone gentle. "Shao Qing, speak up. Let those 2 scoundrels face the consequences. We will support you from behind." This sentiment felt all too familiar. Yilang cast an odd glance at Xiong Yuan, hesitating whether to uncover her true nature, for her words bore a striking resemblance to his own. Qin bit her lip, a flicker of determination crossing her eyes. "Wang Feng and Luo Li were the ones who strayed first. I cannot be held accountable. That wretched Luo Li is a 3rd-year student at the South City Art Academy, Wang Feng's first love." For a full hour, Qin meticulously recounted the immoral deeds of Wang Feng and Luo Li, exciting both Yilang and Xiong Yuan. They brought snacks and beverages to enjoy while shamelessly inviting Qin to join them. With encouragement from her dear friend Xiong Yuan, Qin opened up completely, sharing more and more details, her emotions intensifying. In the end, the 5 women playing cards inside abandoned their game, drawn over by the commotion. Seeing so many friends rallying in support, Qin's courage surged, her voice growing louder as she exposed the sordid affairs of Wang Feng and Luo Li in vivid detail. "I wish to boil that beast Wang Feng alive." Qin's emotions escalated. By the end, she was nearly in tears, every word dripping with profound hatred. The other women listened with righteous indignation, cursing vehemently. After giving Xiongting an approving glance, Yilang began to sift through the information, extracting useful clues, gradually sketching a clear plan in his mind. At this moment, he felt 90% assured of his success. As the group of girls expressed their curiosity about the appearance of that wretched individual, Chunqing opened Luo Li's Dolong account. Yilang was instantly filled with immense joy, his confidence soaring to a remarkable 98%. Little Flower, 123? Isn't she the one who frequently posts comments in my brother's livestream? Indeed, it is her. Her recent videos are all related to the second brother's livestream, garnering quite a number of likes. Let me check the comments on Little Flower's videos to confirm. Yes, it is indeed her. The girls huddled around the phone, buzzing with discussion, unanimously concluding that Luo Li is none other than Yilang's devoted admirer, Little Flower 123. Yilang chuckled inwardly, feeling that fortune was favoring him. Although the precise value of Little Flower 123's affection remained unknown, it could be reasonably compared to the likes of Bad Control, Mina, and Mier, suggesting that her fondness was at least in the realm of 60 or 70 points, indicative of genuine affection, if not more. After all, Little Flower 123 was among the earliest supporters of Yilang. In truth, even a mere infatuation would suffice, for Luo Li harbored no real feelings for Wang Feng. Indeed, after deliberation, the girls agreed that Luo Li's relationship with Wang Feng was purely utilitarian, devoid of any emotional connection. The timeline of their breakup coincided with Luo Li's acceptance into the art academy, while Wang Feng had chosen to drop out and work. Moreover, Wang Feng had consistently covered Luo Li's tuition fees. Even after opting to be with Chunqing, he continued to secretly pay for Luo Li's education. This was the very point that infuriated Chunqing the most. Upon discovering that Wang Feng sought out Luo Li after the apocalypse instead of turning to her, Chunqing's fury reached a boiling point. Lastly, it was evident that Luo Li's Dolong account had explicitly blocked Wang Feng. Not only could he not see her works, but he was also oblivious to all her status updates. These signs clearly indicated that Luo Li was toying with Wang Feng. She wished to bask in his contributions while keeping him at bay from her true world. Such manipulation might elude a simpleton like Wang Feng, but the girls were well aware of the truth. Yilang, too, discerned these machinations. Luo Li's behavior was a quintessential example of a green tea strategy. Publicly, she portrayed herself as a compassionate white lotus, quietly offering support, while privately, she was cunningly calculating, playing with people's emotions. Thus, if he were to present Luo Li with an irresistible proposition, she would undoubtedly gravitate entirely towards him. Food, a warm abode, and security, these were all provisions that Wang Feng could offer. For a girl from an art school who embodied the green tea archetype, what could be more enticing than becoming a social media influencer? If all else fails, he could bare his abs and use his own allure as leverage. Without hesitation, Yilang promptly set his plans into motion, slightly ahead of schedule. When Lily received a call from Wang Feng saying he was coming to pick her up, she turned to her close friend Fan Ping and remarked, "See, I told you he would come." Fan Ping, brimming with excitement, embraced Lily and exclaimed, "Lily, you are simply amazing. This devoted admirer is indeed infatuated with you. How wonderful. Once he arrives, we can finally escape this dreadful place and live a good life." A smirk played on Lily's lips, and a glimmer of pride shone in her eyes as she softly replied, "I told you, I can easily handle Wang Feng. Now do you believe me?" Fan Ping nodded enthusiastically, her eyes filled with admiration. "Lily, you truly are a master. But is he really as impressive as he claims?" Lily scoffed with a disdainful smile. "Of course, he exaggerates. The real powerhouse is my husband, Yilang. Nevertheless, even if Wang Feng is boastful, he is still better than being trapped here. At least he can take us away." A mischievous glint appeared in Fan Ping's eyes as she whispered, "Then let's use Wang Feng for our benefit, and once we are in a safe place, we can discard him." Lily nodded, a cold smile curling her lips. "Indeed, that's what I was thinking. If only I could be by my husband's side." The two women exchanged knowing smiles and began to pack their bags in preparation for Wang Feng's arrival. If Wang Feng, who was risking his life to rescue her, were to discover their true intentions, his heart would surely shatter. Yet he deserved it. Having lived 2 lives, he still failed to comprehend the tricks of the green tea type, becoming a mere puppet in their hands. Thus, devoted admirers deserve their fate, to be toyed with and then to wonder, why does she only play with me? It must mean she likes me. And as for the warm-hearted man, They were far beneath the devoted admirers. Chapter 110. Husband, I have finally waited for you. Another male host to compete with? When Wang Feng arrived, looking weary from his journey, he found Lily and Fan Ping nearly bursting with joy. However, while Fan Ping was thrilled to finally escape this dreadful place, Lily's excitement stemmed from her earlier agreement with her husband. Her gaze was fixed intently on Wang Feng, her chest rising and falling with anticipation. Seeing the girl he adored looking at him with such affection, Wang Feng could not help but feel moved. He stepped forward and embraced Lily, his voice filled with deep emotion. Lily, at last, I am reunited with you. Yes, I have waited too long for this day. I dreamed of it every night. Lily responded, her eyes sparkling with expectation and excitement as she gazed at the ceiling. Meanwhile, Fan Ping observed the scene, a flicker of barely concealed jealousy crossing her face. All right, I know you two lovebirds share a deep bond, but don't forget about me, the third wheel. Fan Ping joked, attempting to dispel the awkwardness. Wang Feng finally released Luo Li, offering an apologetic smile. I know you, Fan Ping, the best friend of our dear Li Li. Fan Ping graciously extended her hand, smiling as she said, Wang Feng, I will rely on you to take good care of us in the future. Wang Feng regarded this woman, equally beautiful as Li Li, and a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. Of course, we are all family. Fan Ping laughed lightly and patted Wang Feng's shoulder. All right, I won't disturb you two lovebirds any longer. It's getting late. I shall retire to the next room. It was indeed a moment of nostalgia, as Fan Ping cast a teasing glance at Luo Li, her eyes sparkling with mischief. After all, Lily's monthly visitor arrived ahead of you, haha. Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly scratched his head, while Luo Li flushed crimson and playfully chided, Fan Ping, you mischievous girl, hurry and get some distance. Once Fan Ping departed, clutching a thick quilt, Wang Feng gently grasped Luo Li's hand and said softly, Li Li, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Tears shimmered in Luo Li's eyes as she choked out, Brother Feng, as long as you're here, everything is worthwhile. Wang Feng's heart warmed, and he embraced Luo Li tightly, whispering, from now on, I will never make you wait again. Nestled in his arms, Luo Li murmured, yes, I won't have to wait for you anymore. They held each other for a long while, the room suffused with warmth. Wang Feng retrieved bedding from his spatial system and spread it across the bed. A glimmer of surprise crossed Luo Li's eyes as she softly inquired, Brother Feng, are you a spatial ability user? Wang Feng smiled gently and nodded, yes, Li Li, so you need not worry about our future. I will use my abilities to protect you and ensure you live the happiest life. Luo Li nodded earnestly, her eyes brimming with trust and reliance. However, what she truly thought was, who needs your protection? Being with my husband is the true happiness. So what if it's a spatial ability? My husband possesses that too. Moreover, he has an endless supply of delectable food, steaming hot pot, fragrant grilled skewers, and refreshing ice cream, all thoughts of which bring her joy. Not to mention the magnificent mansion that resembles a palace, and most importantly, her husband would make her a social media star. A mere smile in front of the screen could yield resources and those precious crystal cores. Furthermore, considering Yi Lang's sculpted 8-pack abs, and then glancing at Wang Feng's utterly ordinary appearance and physique, the tenderness on Luo Li's face deepened. Let her resolve this small trouble for her husband. As Wang Feng heard the affectionate call, his heart quivered, and he lowered his gaze towards Luo Li, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Even in the aftermath of the apocalypse, she remained steadfast by his side, never departing. Though compelled to be the third party, every time he returned to their little sanctuary, she greeted him with a warm smile. All he provided were some provisions and crystals, yet she cared for him with such meticulous devotion, as if he were the most significant person in her life. Husband, please tell me how you have managed to endure. With so many days ahead, how have you grown so powerful? Your abilities are truly extraordinary, and I'm so happy. Li Li, she exclaimed. Wang Feng gently caressed her hair, taking his time. First, he produced a constant temperature stove and proudly declared, Darling, as long as you are with me, you shall never suffer from the cold or hunger, for my abilities ensure our comfort. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Fan Ping huddled beneath thick blankets, her ear pressed against the wall, faintly catching snippets of their conversation. A deep jealousy painted her features, culminating in her teeth gnashing audibly. At the same moment, Yi Lang was engaged in discussions with Bai Xiao and the others, deliberating on the final details of their plans. Xiong Yuan and Chen Qing were quietly gossiping in the next room. Yi Lang and the women were intently examining the large map displayed on the screen, their fingers tapping on critical locations as they murmured analyses of their forthcoming actions. The women occasionally nodded in agreement, their eyes shimmering with determination. After concluding their family strategy meeting, Yi Lang urged the women to prepare swiftly. He then retrieved his phone, dialed Zhao Lang, exchanged a few words, and hung up before stepping out of the room. In the new media office area, Wang Tianlai, clad only in a tie, danced passionately before the camera, synchronizing with the vibrant drumbeats. Occasionally, he would gesture with his hands, adding fiery effects to his performance. The spectacle was so explosive and audacious that the staff members nearby were left utterly astonished, their expressions a myriad of emotions. Although they found it hard to accept, the female viewers in the live stream were utterly captivated. "The king has arrived, meow. Brother, you're so vigorous. From the heavens. Brother, swing a bit harder. Seeing so much, this young man is the most uninhibited. I adore this wildness." Wang Tianlai's lips curled into a smirk, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Despite his immense disdain for Yi Lang and Zhao Lang, even wishing to trample them underfoot, he was determined to showcase to all who the true deity of Wuyo was. As he observed the flattery and gifts pouring in, his sense of triumph grew, and his movements became increasingly extravagant. However, a few comments in the chat momentarily halted his actions. Double ponytail. Bah, he is significantly younger than Yi Lang. Antenna short-circuit baby. Indeed, his physique and appearance are vastly inferior. I truly fail to comprehend why you would idolize such a character. Wang Tianlai's expression shifted subtly, harboring a deep-seated resentment within. Yet he feigned composure, striving to perform with fervor. Oddly, no one in the barrage dared to counter. Not even the promotional fans of Tian Wang, like Xiang Miao Tian Wai Ku. What a joke. Yi Lang is currently the untroubled leader. Who would dare oppose him? Wang Tianlai inhaled sharply, his gaze growing increasingly fierce, silently vowing that one day he would compel Yi Lang to submit. Suppressing his fury, he continued to dance, attempting to captivate the audience with a wilder performance. Yet the shadow looming in his heart remained unshakable. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door to the livestream room was kicked open, startling everyone present. Wang Tianlai instinctively curled up. Yi Lang, with a chilling expression, kicked Wang Tianlai unconscious amidst the astonished gazes of all. The staff promptly shut down the livestream, just as Zhao Lang arrived on the scene. Witnessing this, his eyes towards Yi Lang were filled with complexity. It was as if he grasped something profound yet struggled to believe it. This was far too extravagant. Chapter 111. Verifying the portal to the living world. Yi Lang, with a mere thought, could tell that Zhao Lang was once again misinterpreting the situation. The corners of his mouth twitched before breaking into a mischievous grin. After Zhao Lang finished his explanation, Yi Lang commanded, "Little Lang, you can either carry him on your back or in your arms. Just bring him to my house." "What? Boss, isn't that inappropriate?" Zhao Lang's face turned pale at the sight of the nearly naked Wang Tianlai. He was a man of integrity, lacking any of the peculiar inclinations of his boss. The thought of touching him made him cringe. "Boss, I can call someone for you. There is no need for me to do it personally." Yi Lang smirked, his gaze fixed on him rather menacingly. Zhao Lang instantly understood that he must have offended his boss somehow. But that shouldn't be the case. He had meticulously arranged everything, nearly treating his boss like a deity. Confounded, he dared not defy Yi Lang and reluctantly inched closer to the heap. He hesitated, caught in a dilemma. To embrace him was painfully eye-watering. To carry him on his back, fearing the discomfort, was even harder to bear. Yet his boss had provided him only these two options. What was he to do? Desperately, Zhao Lang looked at Yi Lang, his expression more tortured than if he had bitten into a bitter herb. His pitiful demeanor instantly made Yi Lang burst into laughter as he turned to leave. Observing Yi Lang's smile, Zhao Lang felt a wave of relief, knowing his boss had calmed down. He seized Wang Tianlai by the collar of his tie, dragging him like a lifeless dog, swiftly following behind. Upon reaching the 37th floor, Yi Lang delivered a fierce kick to Zhao Lang's rear, exclaiming, "I am a true man. Dare to plot against me in your mind again, and I shall make you dance in the nude." Zhao Lang nodded vigorously, forcing a smile, and hastily replied, "I wouldn't dare, boss. I'll take my leave immediately." Once Zhao Lang departed, Yilang turned his gaze towards the unconscious Wang Tianlai with a sense of unease. Could he have been kicked to death? Dragged all this way? And yet he remains unresponsive. He retrieved a blanket and carelessly draped it over Wang Tianlai, following the same routine as with Qingqing. He held Wang's head down and struck with a swift motion of his right hand. A sharp crack resonated through the air as Wang Tianlai's eyelids fluttered, slowly opening. In the next moment, a piercing scream echoed throughout the empty room. Wang Tianlai bolted upright, hands clutching his groin, his face a portrait of agony and terror. Yilang observed with a cold gaze, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Now, tell me, what are your plans to deal with me? Wang Tianlai, overwhelmed with fear, stared at Yilang, his lips trembling and words jumbled. "B-boss, I didn't t—" Suddenly, a pained gasp escaped as he clutched his severed left hand, blood oozing between his fingers and staining the blanket. He instinctively recoiled, his eyes glazed, drenched in cold sweat, pleading intermittently, "Please, boss, spare me." Yilang scoffed, his eyes icy. "What are your plans against me, and who else is involved? You have one chance left. Next time, it will be your head." Wang Tianlai's lips quivered, a flicker of despair in his eyes as he choked out. "We didn't have time to make a plan. We merely discussed it, boss. I truly regret it. Please let me go. I'll talk, don't chop." There's Chun Biao, Su Shiji, Tang Fangju, and 7 others. Yilang sheathed his knife, took a sip of cola, his tone frostbitten as he stood and retreated. Wang Tianlai paused in confusion, but trembled as he stood and continued to back away. However, in the next moment, Wang Tianlai abruptly vanished. Yilang's expression brightened, and he promptly called Zhao Lang, instructing him to bring back those 7 individuals. Zhao Lang, understanding Yilang's true intentions, responded earnestly and immediately dispatched personnel to apprehend Chun Biao and the others. After hanging up, Yilang wasted no time, opening a portal and retrieving Wang Tianlai. The once vibrant figure now resembled a mere shell, his gaze vacant and breath faint. Within moments, he collapsed to the ground. Devoid of life, Yilang furrowed his brow and leaned down to examine the lifeless form of Wang Tianlai. Initially, he noted the absence of any new wounds on Wang's body, yet there was no breath left in him. Could it be that passing through the spatial portal leads to the dissolution of one's soul? Or perhaps it is the consciousness, the spirit? Moreover, what factors could be associated with this dissolution? Might it be possible that Wang's injuries played a role? After a moment of contemplation, a grave look crossed Yilang's eyes. The sample size was far too small to draw any definitive conclusions. At that moment, Zhao Lang entered the room, escorting Chun Biao and others, each appearing ashen-faced. Yilang waved his hand, and Zhao Lang's group promptly turned and departed, displaying no concern about the 7 psychics escaping. In fact, even Chun Biao and his companions shared this sentiment, harboring no thoughts of resistance. They knelt on the ground, heads bowed in confession, their hearts heavy with regret and fear. Yilang, uninterested in their futile chatter, coldly commanded them to stand in a single file. Trembling, Chun Biao and the others rose, aligning themselves with expressions of terror and confusion. Yilang positioned himself behind the last individual, delivered a swift kick, and in an instant, the 7 could only emit a single cry before vanishing, much like Wang Tianlai. Yilang immediately retrieved Chun Biao, scrutinizing his condition. Chun Biao's eyes were vacant, his lips quivering, the breath faint yet not extinguished. Yilang furrowed his brow in thought, before extracting another individual. This person too bore hollow eyes and a weak breath, yet still possessed a flicker of life. After 10 minutes, when Yilang retrieved the final individual, he discovered that the man had already succumbed, his body cold to the touch. Taking a deep breath, Yilang speculated that the space behind the portal must obliterate one's consciousness and spirit, with the duration determining life or death, while physical injuries did not affect the rate of dissolution. However, it seemed to leave the body unscathed, as the physical forms of Wang Tianlai and the others remained intact. Merely their consciousness had dissipated. Pondering this, Yilang gripped his knife tightly and opened the spatial portal, then solemnly extended his left hand into it, unwaveringly focused, ready to sever his left hand should the need arise. Yet, he felt nothing, as if enveloped in void. Upon withdrawing his hand and shaking it, he detected no abnormalities. It appeared that the spatial portal posed no harm to the body, but had a fatal impact on consciousness and spirit. A faint smile of relief finally crossed Yi Lang's face. The most crucial aspect of dealing with Wang Feng had been confirmed. Though he had previously harbored suspicions, the lack of evidence had hindered his conclusions. Now, with validation in hand, he felt a weight lift from his heart. All that remained was to proceed according to the plan. His spatial portal, sufficiently sized, could sustain itself for 3 seconds. Within a distance of merely 5 meters, one can activate the ability. If exceeded, it will dissipate automatically. Ye Lang pondered internally, recognizing the necessity of precise control within this 5-meter range while ensuring that Wang Feng remained oblivious. Apart from the contributions of Chun Qing and Luo Li, the responsibility would fall solely upon Yao Shi. Chapter 112. Yao Shi, the Invisibility Ability 2. I declare you guilty. The 5 women, following Yi Lang's instructions, entrusted all the nuclei in their possession to Yao Shi. Aware that her abilities were crucial to Yi Lang's forthcoming plans, Yao Shi embraced her mission with fervor, continuously absorbing the energy from the nuclei. 1, 2, 3. As the energy surged within her, Yao Shi felt her powers swell like a tidal wave. Each nucleus brought her closer to the brink of a breakthrough. Yet, she remained on the verge without crossing it, that tantalizing sensation igniting both excitement and anxiety within her. Sweat trickled down her forehead, her complexion pale, and her heartbeat thundered. Gritting her teeth, she inhaled deeply, concentrating all her willpower in an attempt to shatter the invisible barrier. The energy within her spiraled violently, seemingly intent on tearing her apart. Yet she persevered, her eyes shimmering with indomitable spirit. But in the next moment, a spurt of blood erupted from her mouth, and Yao Shi's body trembled violently, threatening to collapse. The 4 women rushed to support her, and Bai Zhao's healing abilities swiftly enveloped her, the warm glow gradually permeating to mend her injured form. Yao Shi tightly shut her eyes, feeling the soothing caress of Bai Zhao's powers as the raging energy within her gradually subsided. Slowly, she opened her eyes, revealing a glimmer of determination, and softly urged, "Continue." The 4 women exchanged hesitant glances, yet they nodded silently, handing her the remaining nuclei. Wait a moment. Yi Lang's voice suddenly resonated as he approached Yao Shi, a flicker of concern and admiration crossing his gaze. Yao Shi slightly lifted her head to meet Yi Lang's eyes, managing a strained smile, only for it to falter as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Oh, boss, it hurts so much." Yi Lang gently patted her shoulder, his tone soothing. "It's all right. The pain will soon subside." The others, initially worried, could not help but stifle their laughter at his words, rolling their eyes in response. Particularly Bai Jin, who inwardly scoffed, "Such a liar." At that moment, Yi Lang grasped Yao Shi's hands, his energy gradually infusing her, gentle yet resolute, akin to a spring breeze caressing the surface of a frozen lake. "You have absorbed over 30 nuclei. Although they may lack complete crystalline energy, they are sufficient to enable you to breach your bottleneck. The delay in your breakthrough likely stems from the absence of a higher-tier energy to serve as a catalyst. I surmise that to reach level 2, one requires a level 2 crystal nucleus as a stimulant. While we may not possess one, your husband is undoubtedly more powerful than a level 2 crystal nucleus." Focusing intently, she harnessed her power, guiding it to merge with her extraordinary abilities, breaking through that barrier. Following the instructions, Yao Shi's innate talents intertwined with Yi Lang's vigorous energy, resonating like the stars with the ocean. An unprecedented force surged within her, causing the barrier to finally loosen and shatter in an instant. A warm current flowed through her entire being, her powers suddenly elevated, her eyes radiating brilliance. And a serene smile graced her lips. In the next moment, Yao Shi and Yi Lang vanished before the astonished eyes of the 4 women. "Yay! This is amazing. I can't feel them at all. How extraordinary." The 4 women rejoiced, their earlier concerns transforming into joy. Meanwhile, Yi Lang and Yao Shi were enveloped in a state of invisibility, as if they had melded into the air, perceiving only each other's presence. Yi Lang waved his hand before Bai Jin, who remained utterly oblivious, not even sensing the gentle breeze created by his movement. Yi Lang understood that this was Yao Shi's newfound ability, the pinnacle of invisibility. They exchanged a knowing smile, and Yi Lang effortlessly lifted Yao Shi into his arms. striding toward the bedroom. On the large bed, an unexpected human-shaped indentation appeared, which soon fluctuated in depth. At that moment, Wang Feng gazed at Luo Li, who lay cocooned in the blanket, smiling as she drifted into slumber. A profound sense of satisfaction and tranquility welled within him. Is not a man's duty to protect a woman? Gently tucking in the blanket, his eyes glimmered with tenderness. He silently vowed to safeguard this tranquility and happiness, no matter what the future held. Turning toward the door, he cast a final glance at Luo Li before softly closing it behind him. Meanwhile, Fan Ping, who had been listening intently from the next room, leapt from her bed. She quickly donned her down jacket, tidied her hair, and stealthily approached the door. When Wang Feng returned from the restroom, Fan Ping swiftly slipped out, her voice sultry and enticing. "Fengge, is Lily asleep? I'm feeling a bit anxious. Could you keep me company for a chat?" A flicker of something strange and cruel crossed Wang Feng's gaze as he regarded Fan Ping's amorous eyes, and he nodded gently. Delighted, Fan Ping grasped Wang Feng's hand and quietly led him to her room. "Fengge, you have no idea how much I admire you. Your responsibility and tenderness towards Lily not only make her happy, but also evoke my envy." Her voice was soft, laced with a barely perceptible tremor, and her eyes shimmered with complex emotions. Wang Feng observed Fan Ping's captivating performance, his expression intensifying with intrigue as he softly inquired. "You say you admire me, and envy Lily?" Fan Ping bit her lip and nodded, affirming, "Yes, Fengge, you are the most responsible man I have ever encountered." As she spoke, she grasped Wang Feng's hand firmly, her tone earnest, declaring that Lily was indeed the happiest woman for having encountered a man like him. However, her voice wavered slightly before she resolutely continued. "Oh, Lily, as her close friend, I shouldn't speak ill of her, but at times, she truly fails to appreciate what she has. You are so good to her, yet she is constantly pondering." At this moment, Wang Feng interjected coldly. "Pondering how to abandon me once she reaches a safe place?" Fan Ping was taken aback, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. "How do you know?" Wang Feng's gaze was sharp, as if he could penetrate her very thoughts. "You cunning woman, do you think I am unaware of your little schemes? Jealousy, greed, gossip, slander, and lust, your sins are grievous." As his voice turned as frigid as ice, Fan Ping's complexion drained of color. She trembled and stepped back a few paces, mumbling repeatedly, "I speak only the truth, you. Lily is devoted to you, yet you plot behind her back. If she hadn't sensed it early on, you would have surely succeeded. Do you think I am oblivious to your eavesdropping on our conversations? Do you believe I am unaware of your seductions aimed at me? How naive you are." With that, Wang Feng suddenly produced a chain, swinging it forcefully to ensnare Fan Ping's waist. She struggled in terror, but it proved futile. Wang Feng's cold smile exuded a chilling light. "As the warden, I hereby declare you guilty, sentenced to life." A flicker of fire ignited in Wang Feng's eyes, and Fan Ping seemed struck as if by a heavy blow, her gaze turning vacant. In the next moment, her expression morphed into one of utmost reverence. "Master." Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction, retracting the chain. "Remember, Luo Li is your mistress. Be as loyal to her as you are to me, and never entertain any disloyal thoughts." Fan Ping nodded mechanically, her previous cunning replaced by absolute obedience. Wang Feng then turned to depart, his silhouette austere, leaving Fan Ping standing alone. It was only after he had completely vanished from sight that she gradually regained her senses and crawled back into her bed. Meanwhile, Luo Li, in the adjacent room, discreetly turned off her phone, closed her eyes once more, and her breathing became steady and prolonged. Chapter 113. The Concerns of Female Streamers, a Power Outage. In the office area of Wuyo New Media, the frenetic energy of the female streamers was gradually winding down. Some politely bid farewell to their viewers in the live stream, turning off their cameras. Others fully released themselves, providing one final wave of generous benefits. As the lights dimmed, the streamers removed their headsets, donned their garments, and washed away their makeup, wearily retreating to their respective lounges. In the early hours of the morning, Sun Yijio wearily burrowed into her bed, letting out a soft sigh. She felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. What had once been a passion for her live broadcast before the apocalypse had transformed into a means of survival. Moreover, she was compelled to maintain a constant smile, catering to the increasingly discerning tastes of her audience in this new world. all while cautiously nurturing her popularity. Deep down, she harbored little confidence in her ability to be selected, for even in the face of the apocalypse, she remained steadfast in her unique style. Had it not been for the notification she received today, revealing that the formidable Yi Laoda had called her name, she might have truly considered giving up. The thought of that handsome, exceptionally talented leader sent a shiver through her. Did he choose her for her talent, or was there a deeper significance? She chuckled at herself, shaking her head. What talent did she possess, after all, other than a touch of allure? Rubbing her forehead, her thoughts were a chaotic whirl. Since sleep eluded her, she decided to pick up her phone and open a group chat whimsically titled Feeding the Pig with Medicine, where Huzi was also a participant. Yao Jia, are you still alive? Shi Jia, if you're still breathing, how could I dare to leave first? At that moment, Xiying was nestled in her blankets, scrolling through her phone. Upon seeing the group chat messages, she quickly chimed in, laughing to herself. Yao Jia, you little brat, tuck away your buck teeth, or they LL freeze off. Xiying's smile faltered, and she pressed her lips together, shielding her front teeth. Responding in indignation. One day, I'll bite you. Huzi, come on, stop arguing already. Meanwhile, a naturally beautiful girl, completely barefaced, curled herself deeper under the covers, unable to suppress a giggle at the banter between her two friends. Yao Jia. By the way, I can't believe Yilang took that bunny today. He can't possibly have a taste for that kind of style. Shi Jia. Indeed, that bunny. Yi Laoda's preferences are undeniably peculiar. Huzi. Who is this bunny? What did Yi Laoda do? Huzi looked at her phone, puzzled. She had been so focused during her live broadcast that she hadn't noticed Yi Laoda's movements, and she didn't know who this bunny was either. Yao Jia, do you think we should adopt bunny style too? Shi Jia, if you want to imitate, be my guest. To me, everyone looks like trash. Isn't that a bit insane? Huzi, no, seriously, who is this bunny? Yao Jia, as if I don't know you. You've probably been practicing for quite a while. Shi Jia, well, I'm curious to see how you'll start your performance tomorrow. Huzi, can you please acknowledge me? What role do I play in this group? At that moment, Huzi, sitting up in her bed, her pale skin illuminated by the soft glow of the light, appeared strikingly radiant. Feeling a sudden chill, she hurriedly lay down and pulled the blanket tightly around herself, muttering, "Those two silly girls are teasing me again. It's just because Boss Yi pointed me out first and boasted a bit. Let's see if I don't get back at you tomorrow." She then searched online for rabbit and quickly grasped the context. Yet, understanding aside, did she really have to learn that kind of disdainful gaze? It felt rather strange. Despite her inner hesitation, she found herself imitating it almost unconsciously. It wasn't just the three of them. That night, all the female streamers were competing with one another, attempting to master the art of looking at others as if they were garbage. Some even had twitching lips, yet they persisted in their practice. Meanwhile, Yilang was blissfully unaware of their antics. He was savoring the novel experience that was intangible yet palpable, noticing that his physical prowess had increased slightly to 1053. A smile of satisfaction spread across his face. Taking out his phone, he saw a private message from Xiao Hua 123, who was Luo Li, and could no longer contain his laughter, bursting into hearty guffaws. Joyful occasions invigorate the spirit. Yilang promptly got up and approached the pool, diving headfirst into the warm water. The surface rippled as he swam, his mood exceptionally buoyant. Moments later, with splashes echoing, by Xiao by Jin, Xiongting, and Tang Xiao, Wan leapt into the pool like four enchanting mermaids, sending water flying. Yaoshi remained on the sidelines, needing a moment to gather herself. Moreover, she had to keep an eye on Chen Qing, who was handcuffed, an important bargaining chip for dealing with the reincarnator, the following day. Yilang watched the four bare-skinned mermaids frolicking in the water, and he felt a surge of delight. Since that day, they all gathered around him. The five women had wholly embraced their freedom. Their existence revolved around Yilang. As long as he was comfortable, restraint was a foreign concept. Yilang, fully aware of this, reveled in the abundance of affection. Laughter and merriment filled the air, while Xiong Yuan, clad in a pink bathrobe and standing by the pool, gazed at the scene with mixed emotions, feeling both helpless and envious. Helpless, as she watched her sister Xiong Ting be so uninhibited, almost like a different person. Envious, wishing she could be in Yilang's place. Watching the four alluring beauties encircle Yilang, she longed to be him, enjoying the closeness of four soft, tender girls. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, She tried to calm her racing heart, though her grip on the towel trembled slightly, and a flush crept across her cheeks. Yilang noticed her unusual demeanor, a playful smile tugging at his lips, with a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. He leaned in and whispered something to the four girls. The four women exchanged glances and smiled, gliding gracefully towards Xiong-Yuan. Upon noticing them, Xiong-Yuan felt her heart race and instinctively took a step back. However, as she beheld the enchanting scene illuminated by soft lighting, radiant smiles gracing their faces, skin as pure as snow, and droplets of water glistening like jewels, she found herself entranced by the ethereal beauty of these four women approaching her, causing her breath to quicken involuntarily. With a sudden resolve, Xiong-Yuan bit her lip, relinquished her tightly held towel, and plunged into the swimming pool. Yet, in an instant, the entire room was engulfed in darkness as the lights extinguished, plunging the surroundings into eerie silence. The five women simultaneously gasped in surprise. Xiaolang, what happened? Is there a power outage? Ah, who touched me? Is that you, brother-in-law? Oh, whose hand is that? Xixiang, I'm scared. Hey, who has me in their grasp? This was certainly not Yilang. He had approached the grand fireplace, deftly igniting the logs within, and the flames quickly illuminated the room. As the light returned, it revealed the four women's startled yet still beautiful faces, along with Xiong-Yuan's eyes, sparkling with a mix of pride and satisfaction. Yilang returned to the poolside with a mischievous grin, whispering, "It wasn't me. Guess who it was?" Bai Xiao and the others exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting confusion and curiosity, before they collectively turned their gaze towards Xiong-Yuan, narrowing their eyes with a smirk that hinted at mischief. Xiong-Yuan, was it you? It must have been her. Everyone, seize her and bring her over to Xiaolang. Don't spare her. Let's give our little sister a proper lesson. Watch me execute the 8 extremes, fists grasping the object from the bag. Xiong-Yuan, overwhelmed by laughter, ultimately surrendered as the four women propelled her towards Yilang. Observing Xiong-Yuan in her disheveled yet playful state, Yilang couldn't help but chuckle silently. With her remarkable skills, he had received numerous prompts indicating a rise in affinity. Now reaching a total of 79 points, he lamented the missed opportunity. However, with the arrow knocked, he had no choice but to release it. Chapter 114, Breakdown, a Functional Phone and Network. 8 young ladies. At Xiong-Yuan's startled exclamation, Yilang swept her up in his arms and strode towards the lounge chair by the pool. How dare you take liberties with my wives? Let's see how I deal with you. Just then, a jarring phone ring shattered the romantic atmosphere. Yilang frowned, setting Xiong-Yuan down and moving to the table to answer his phone. An urgent voice on the other end conveyed, "Boss, the entire Wuyo building has lost power. Everyone is in a panic. Without air conditioning and lights, the indoor temperature will soon plummet. How are we going to endure this night?" Yet, Yilang remained calm, replying in a steady voice, "Don't worry. Wuyo has plenty of blankets and warm clothing. Even without electricity or air conditioning, it will be uncomfortable. But no one will perish. Moreover, what do we, in the realm of Wuyo, possess aside from our streamers?" On the other side, Zhao Lang paused, uncertainly responding, "Talent? Talent, you say? It's the phones, you simpleton." Yilang retorted, "Look at your own phone. Is the battery at 100%? Is the signal full?" Zhao Lang, still puzzled, replied, "Yes, the battery is full, and the network is strong. What's the issue?" Yilang, momentarily taken aback, quickly realized, cursing inwardly, "It's infuriating to deal with you gifted ones who fail to grasp that this is a crumbling apocalypse." He stated directly, "You, Hinmeng Hao, gather all the phones from Wuyo. I have 3,000 phones here. Distribute them uniformly, ensuring each person receives 5. After a moment of thought, Yilang added, "One of me phone counts for 2. Zhao Lang eagerly nodded in agreement, but couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what is the purpose of distributing so many phones to each person?" Yilang, exasperated, could only respond patiently, "Let everyone use their phones for illumination. Then turn on a flashlight and place it under their blankets for warmth." "Oh, I understand now. You're truly wise, boss," Zhao Lang exclaimed before hanging up and immediately taking action. Yilang, however, gazed out at the sky, feeling an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Although the reality was ludicrous, it undeniably existed within this shattered world. Power had failed, yet phones and networks remained operational, and the battery did not deplete, almost as if mocking them. Was this truly the world they inhabited? Why did no one else seem to recognize this? observing the several women lounging by the poolside, excitedly scrolling through their phones. He noted their utter oblivion to the paradox of having internet access during a blackout and the inexplicable full battery life. Yilong couldn't help but shake his head in bitter amusement. Perhaps only he could glimpse the underlying logic of this apocalypse. The entire Earth seemed transformed into a vast furnace of desire, entrapping each individual within its grasp. Meanwhile, phones live broadcast risk of videos, and all that could arouse human emotions and desires became the sole solace in this apocalyptic realm. Though Yilong surmised the intentions of the creators behind this world's demise, he remained perplexed. It was all too absurd, too twisted. Was this truly a realm steeped in lust? Yet this world undeniably existed. Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, Yao Shi, Xiong Ting, Tang Xiao Wan, Ajun, along with the 8 young women from Mei Shu Jin Dao, all evoked an intensely real sensation within Yilong, devoid of any pretense. They bled, sweated, cried, and thirsted, just as he too would sweat and lose blood. How could this possibly be a false world? He inhaled deeply, attempting to clear his thoughts, only to find them becoming increasingly tangled. Yilang shook his head, resolving not to delve deeper. And Ning had given him the key. As long as he continued to grow stronger, one day he would unveil the truth of this world. When that time came, regardless of how absurd or unbelievable the truth might be, he would have to confront it. At that moment, Bai Xiao approached Yilang, extending her delicate, damp fingers to smooth the furrows on his brow, softly saying, "Xiaolang, do not dwell on it. We have a fireplace and this warm bathing pool. Do not wear that troubled expression." "Indeed, brother," chimed in Bai Jin, sister-in-law, "and I cannot abide seeing you so forlorn. No matter what happens, we will stand by your side and face it together." Yilang opened his arms and embraced Bai Xiao and Bai Jin, feeling the warmth of their bodies, as the sense of absurdity within him gradually dissipated. Soon, he noticed Yao Shi, Xiong Ting, and Tang Xiao Wan also gathered around, resting their heads on his shoulders, murmuring words of comfort. Yilang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Whatever it may be, as long as I perceive it as real, then it is indeed real. The 6 of them shared a harmonious moment. However, one person felt somewhat awkward. Xiong Yuan gazed at Yilang, encircled by 5 women, her teeth gritting in frustration. "You were just like that, and now you act this way. Come and deal with me. Is it just that you're all talk and no action?" I had to muster considerable mental fortitude to convince myself. If you don't confront me, how will I continue to take advantage of them? At that moment, everyone in the Wuyo building gradually received several mobile phones. The female hosts then trembled as they shed their clothing and burrowed into the icy blankets. They hastily activated the flashlights on the phones. The warmth from the light and the temperature of the phones soon rendered the bedding cozy. Meanwhile, due to the power outage, the indoor temperature slowly approached the frigid -60 degrees outside. Yet, the thick blankets and the warmth from the phones made them feel as though they were nestled in a tiny haven. The night was no longer so unbearable. In contrast to the Wuyo building, the night in Meishu Jindao felt even colder. Bai Yu and her 7 companions huddled together in room 1706 of Building 3, tightly enveloped under numerous layers of blankets. They nestled closely, their body heat intertwining to form a barrier against the biting wind. Bai Yu softly hummed a lullaby, attempting to soothe everyone's spirits. Chen Suqin tightened the blanket around her and spoke. "Do you think Yilang will come to fetch us?" "He will," came the reply. "Otherwise, he would have informed us, hiding in the elevator shaft." Lu Min's assured tone warmed the hearts of everyone present, as if the biting cold had been somewhat dispelled. They clung tightly to one another, their eyes shimmering with anticipation for the future. One could almost detect the lingering scent of a man upon the bed. And despite the frigid exterior, these 8 young women felt a comforting warmth within. This night was destined to be a challenging one. Many struggled to maintain their body heat in the absence of electricity. Some nestled closely with their families, sharing warmth and strength. Others piled all their blankets and clothing upon themselves, striving to ward off the penetrating chill. A few chose to forego sleep entirely, wrapping themselves in blankets and huddling by the fire, awaiting the dawn. Yet, they all overlooked, or perhaps chose not to acknowledge, that the daytime temperatures were equally terrifyingly low. The sun merely offered an illusory solace. As time progressed, some managed to endure until the break of day, but many others remained forever frozen in that frigid night. The cold, upon the severance of power, finally revealed its most cruel visage. Chapter 115. Infuriating Wang Feng. Please enter the trap in the early morning. As Yilang extricated himself from his limbs, the horizon began to lighten. Beside the fireplace, Xiong Yuan was yawning as she added a peculiar fuel to the flames. To One's astonishment, it was bags of unopened bread. When Xiong Yuan had seen the mountainous pile of bread the previous night, her eyes had widened in disbelief. She gazed at Yilang, astonished, her surprise transforming into words. You possess such an abundance of bread, and you intend to use life-saving bread as firewood? Yilang nodded without providing further explanation. His calm demeanor stirred a tremor within Xiong Yuan. Though confused, she no longer questioned him. Meanwhile, Yilang noticed a prompt in his mind, signaling an increase in favorability, which brought him quiet joy. He understood that whether a woman herself or a woman who favored women, none could resist a man who offers them hope. Xiong Yuan and Chen Qing, who was handcuffed to the bed, indeed shared this sentiment. Being in the presence of a man who possessed resources and strength instilled in them an unprecedented sense of security. At that moment, the 5 women gradually awakened, rubbing the sleep from their eyes. Upon seeing Yilang, a sense of calm enveloped them. They supported each other as they rose, assisting the weak Chen Qing, yawning and carrying warm water from beside the fireplace to freshen up. The previous night, Yilang had channeled all his accumulated energy from Xiong Yuan into Chen Qing. Initially, Chen Qing's favorability stood at 47 points, granting Yilang 3 points of constitution. This favorability gradually increased, reaching 76 points. The subsequent 2 encounters added another 7 points to Yilang's constitution. Additionally, with the collaboration of Bai Xiao and her 4 companions, Yilang's physical attributes have now ascended to a remarkable score of 110. As for Chen Qing, despite her beauty and commendable figure, she is not one he would consider, as her inner qualities fall short. Yilang perused her profile. Name, Chen Qing. Age, 24. Figure, 89 points. Appearance, 90 points. Inner qualities, 55 points. Strict with herself, lenient with others. Ability, Earth Element 1. Overall score, 89 points. Little fairy. Affection level, 76. Infatuated. He intended to discard her once he had utilized her. While he would not resort to violence, he might occasionally entertain himself by toying with the little fairy. Subsequently, Yilang contacted Xiaolong, instructing him to assemble the designated combat team. They were to gather for training at 8 p.m. promptly in the lobby on the first floor. Xiaolong acted swiftly, notifying everyone. Meanwhile, Yilang opened Dolong and sent a message to Luo Li, informing her that the plan was set in motion. At the same time, the several women who had completed their grooming convened by the fireplace. Chen Qing appeared somewhat anxious, but upon meeting Yilang's composed gaze and the presence of her many sisterly companions, her spirits began to settle. She retrieved her phone and called Wang Feng. At that moment, Wang Feng was busy storing Luo Li's luggage and the temperature-regulated stove in the system space. Upon answering the call and hearing Chen Qing's voice, his brow furrowed slightly, yet he maintained his patience, inquiring about the situation. Chen Qing glanced at Luo Li, noticing her unchanged expression, which eased Wang Feng's heart somewhat, prompting him to continue. What has happened? You will not intervene as your wife is about to be taken by another man? Wang Feng's expression shifted drastically. His fist clenched as he spoke in a low voice. Tell me what is going on. Chen Qing's voice trembled slightly as she replied. Yilang has organized a competition, ostensibly for the purpose of vying for live-streaming slots, but in reality, it is to select a consort. Fortunately, I received notice this morning that I was chosen. I'm the 5th. The first 3 female streamers emerged looking pallid. One even fainted. The 4th has just entered, and I estimate it will be my turn in about an hour and a half. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng was seized by a surge of anger. He had traveled tirelessly through the night and had been engaged in lengthy discussions, completely unaware of Chen Qing's circumstances. Though he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Chen Qing himself, she was still his nominal girlfriend, and he could not tolerate such humiliation. Yet, the presence of Luo Li nearby made him reluctant to involve himself with that woman. While he felt a deep-seated conflict within, he resolved to prioritize his current situation, rationalizing that the wretched woman could not compare to Luo Li. Moreover, he considered the possibility of a trap, despite his formidable prowess. He could not afford to take unnecessary risks. Wang Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and coldly addressed Chen Qing. You figured it out yourself. After hanging up the phone, he glanced apologetically at Luo Li and softly explained, well, Chen Qing and I've already ended things. In fact, I wish she were dead. Let us not concern ourselves with her. I will take you to my villa where you can stay in peace, away from her influence. However, at that moment, Luo Li gazed earnestly at Wang Feng, her tone resolute. Darling, no, we cannot ignore her. You are a man of great stature, my beloved. How can you endure such humiliation? Do not worry about my feelings. Regardless of whether you care for her or not, this is the apocalypse. You are so formidable. What does it matter if you have more women? Wang Feng was deeply moved by Luo Li's words. He embraced her tightly, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes as he whispered, Thank you, Luo Li. You are truly wonderful. I can promise you that even if I were to take in more women, they would merely be servants. You are my one and only. I shall protect you and ensure no one can harm you. Given this, wait for me here while I handle this matter. I will return to fetch you shortly. Yet, Luo Li shook her head, looking at Wang Feng with affectionate eyes, softly stating, I want to go with you. Being by your side provides me with the greatest sense of security. You are so powerful, equipped with a speedy motorcycle, assault rifles, and tactical gear. Dealing with a mere system ability user should be a trivial task for you, right? At that moment, Luo Li's expression suddenly turned filled with hatred. Don't you think it would be the greatest punishment for Chen Qing to witness our intimacy and then suffer in agony? I loathe her for stealing you away and for causing you distress. Wang Feng felt a surge of emotion as he observed the resolve in Luo Li's eyes. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded. All right, we will go together. Coincidentally, Wang Feng received a series of photographs from Chen Qing, evidently taken without consent. The women in the images were familiar faces, several attractive female streamers. Some were captured entering a room, either excited or reluctant, while others stumbled out, disheveled. A few images depicted a prominent influencer, pale and unconscious. One particularly striking photo was a close-up of the influencer's leg, stained with blood, a shocking sight. Accompanying the images were Chen Qing's words. Look at how others share my photos. I too shall meet a similar fate soon. You cannot bear to see it. Yet others will rise against you. Chapter 116. Have both the person and the car vanished? Wang Feng's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Aside from the fact that Chen Qing was his girlfriend, what infuriated him further was that the female streamers in the photographs appeared utterly depraved, deserving to be his subordinates. Moreover, several of them were streamers he had greatly admired before the apocalypse, now disgracefully sullied by that ability user, Yi Lang. As the owner of a system, Wang Feng held little regard for an ability user. Even though he himself was an ability user in his past life, he now understood the immense power of the system. What significance did a nature system, or even a dual or multi-system ability user hold? Before the system, they were merely insignificant insects. Yi Lang, before me, the sovereign of the apocalypse, he is nothing more than a trivial jester. A cold snort escaped Wang Feng's lips, and a wave of intense killing intent surged within him. Clad in the combat gear provided by Wang Feng, Chen Qing and he quickly gathered their equipment and prepared to leave. Darling, we almost forgot about Ping Ping. Is she still asleep? I'll go wake her, Chen Qing said. Wang Feng swiftly pulled Luo Li back, whispering, Don't wake her. Let her sleep a little longer. Just send her a message. Luo Li nodded gently and quickly composed a message to Ping Ping. Wang Feng, recalling Fan Ping, whom he had already imprisoned within the system, smiled but chose not to say anything further. He planned to explain the matter of the system to Chen Qing once they were settled. They exchanged a knowing smile, gathered their essential supplies, and quietly exited the room. In the morning light, Wang Feng and Luo Li sped through the streets of the desolate apocalypse. The roar of the motorcycle's engine drowning out the pursuing ghouls, who could not catch up with their fleeting forms. They traversed the dilapidated, frost-laden districts, their hearts set on a singular goal, to eliminate Yi Lang. Meanwhile, Yi Lang had already made thorough preparations. The only route from the Southern Art Academy to the Wuyo building was a major road. All other paths were blocked by ruins. Bai Xiao stood atop the building, peering through a telescope, keenly observing the movements along the southern road. Meanwhile, Xiong Ting, Bai Jin, and Tang Xiao led a train combat simulation team, concealed in various corners along the latter half of the road, ensuring that should Yi Lang and Yao Shi fail, they would be the critical force for interception. As for a few members who harbored fear and dissatisfaction, before Yilang even made a move, the three women decisively eliminated them. When it came to their men, especially on the eve of war, no oversight could be permitted. The designated markers had already been strategically placed, ensuring only Luo Li understood their significance, while Wang Feng would remain oblivious. Yao Shi, having absorbed several more cores, attempted to further augment her ability strength. In truth, Yao Shi was being overly cautious. At that moment, her level 2 invisibility ability rendered her motionless, making it difficult even for Yilang's peak level 1 perception to detect her presence. Indeed, Yilang was relentless, tirelessly absorbing the crystals throughout the late hours of the night. He concentrated all the energy in his hands, deliberately directing it toward enhancing his insight abilities, which astonishingly culminated in a peak level of 1. A cold smile crept upon Yilang's lips, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. A reincarnator possessing a system? So what? Your ex-girlfriend is mine, and your current girlfriend is also mine. Are abdominal muscles merely for display? Is affection to be casually acquired? Though it may sound harsh, today I find myself with an aversion to hard fare, preferring something softer. As for any concerns regarding the probing capabilities of Wang Feng's system, Yilang felt no trepidation at all. Given that his own system's probing range was limited to mere dozens of meters, it stood to reason that Wang Feng's system would similarly be constrained, perhaps not exceeding his own. This is not mere confidence, but rather a faith in the capabilities of his system. Despite its unconventional nature, this system was undeniably powerful. After all, did one not notice its boastful demeanor following the latest update, claiming to possess a devouring function, while devoid of emotions? Yilang could still sense its disdain toward the systems it was destined to consume. His intuition had always been remarkably accurate, possibly linked to the enhancement of his insight abilities. The limited range of a few dozen meters, combined with the speed of a motorcycle and his current reflexes, was ample to tackle unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, there was still Luo Li to consider. At this moment, everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating the impending moment. Wang Feng was racing toward them on his motorcycle, his expression focused, completely unaware of the lurking intent to kill. Luo Li's heartbeat harmonized with the roar of the motorcycle engine. She was devoid of any malicious or negative emotions, only nurturing a vision of a beautiful future. This was precisely why Yilang spared no effort in painting a splendid blueprint for her. Although Luo Li was confident in her ability to handle Wang Feng, Yilang reminded her to perpetually envision a promising future. He even employed a subtle psychological suggestion he learned from Ning, leading Luo Li to believe that Wang Feng was the reason she could be accepted by Yilang, thereby preventing her from developing any aversion toward him, just in case. In dealing with this reincarnator, Yilang was meticulous, strategizing each step with care. The art of strategy lies in winning hearts. Even if all his schemes failed, Yilang had contingency plans, albeit at a significant cost. Wang Feng's motorcycle surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, racing through the dilapidated streets. Upon encountering a chasm, the vehicle effortlessly leaped over the rise, its body steady as a rock, a testament to the system's craftsmanship. As they rounded the next bend, a rare expanse unfolded before them. The road was far more even than before, with significantly fewer stones littering the path. A flicker of caution crossed Wang Feng's eyes. Yet his gaze revealed not a single suspicious shadow. The system's scanning function detected no anomalies. Furthermore, there was still some distance from the Wuyo building. Wang Feng began to feel a thrill of excitement. For a true enthusiast of speed and adrenaline like him, such road conditions represented the ultimate stage. No traffic lights, no vehicles or pedestrians, no speed limits, only the rush of wind howling past his ears. Beneath him roared the top-tier motorcycle produced by the system. And seated behind him was his beloved girl, enveloped in the unrestrained apocalypse. Without a second thought, he twisted the throttle fully, the engine roared, and the speed surged instantaneously, as if intending to leave the entire world in its wake. Meanwhile, behind him, Luo Li's eyes brightened at the sight of a massive Saint Laurent sign, composed of 3 capital letters. She clutched Wang Feng's waist tightly, pressing her head close to his ear. As they sped past the Saint Laurent sign, Lu Li Shota Agzuwaranli slept. Almost simultaneously, she abruptly released her grip around Wang Feng's waist and leaned to the side. Wang Feng instantly sensed something amiss. Captivated entirely by the abrupt syllable and Luo Li's movement, he slammed on the brakes, but with a speed exceeding 400, halting immediately was impossible. The wheels merely paused for a fleeting moment. In the next instant, Wang Feng and the motorcycle bizarrely vanished into a void. Chapter 117. We have triumphed. And then what? Huzzah! Ha ha! The exhilaration of victory surged like a tidal wave as Yi Lang and Yao Shi suddenly appeared, embracing each other tightly. Yao Shi's eyes glistened with tears of joy as she exclaimed, "We did it! We finally did it!" Indeed, at that very moment, I was overwhelmed with excitement and gratitude. "No need for thanks, though I seem to be in a bit of trouble," came Luo Li's labored shout from where she had collided with the wall, leaving a substantial dent. Yi Lang snapped back to reality and rushed toward Luo Li, concern etched across his face. "Xiaohua 123, are you all right?" Struggling to sit up, Luo Li's lips bled, yet she weakly retorted, "Do I look all right? If you were my idol, I would have punched you." Yi Lang wasted no time. He swiftly lifted Luo Li, with Yaoshi instinctively clinging to his back. They then began to sprint, their figures darting like the wind through the streets. Quickly approaching the Wuyo building, Bai Xiao had already observed everything through her telescope and was now rushing towards them. Once they gathered, Bai Xiao wasted no time. Without waiting for Yi Lang to speak, she unleashed her healing abilities upon Luo Li as if they were free. Luo Li's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, and her breath became steady. After her injuries improved somewhat, Luo Li felt a sense of discomfort being held by Yi Lang, especially with the stunningly beautiful Yao Shi and Bai Xiao standing nearby. With her face flushing, she softly implored, "Please set me down." Yi Lang gently placed her on her feet, and once she steadied herself, Luo Li offered an awkward smile. "Hello, I am Luo Li. You may call me." She began. "Little sister, I am Bai Xiao, and it is a pleasure to meet you," Bai Xiao interjected, immediately grasping Luo Li's hand with a grateful expression. "Thanks to you, little Lang was able to triumph over formidable foes. You are a great benefactor to our family." At this moment, Yao Shi stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Luo Li, I am Yao Shi. I truly appreciate your assistance." Luo Li felt a bit flustered, but stood tall to respond. "As for matters concerning my idol, I naturally have an obligation." Yi Lang, however, chuckled lightly. "How did he become an idol? Wasn't it husband?" Observing Luo Li's cheeks flush with embarrassment, Yi Lang refrained from teasing her further and called out loudly, "Everyone, let us head back quickly. It's freezing outside." As he spoke, he casually dispatched a few wraiths, leading the group back towards the building like herding ducks. Meanwhile, Bai Jin, Xiong Ting, and Tang Xiao received the news and immediately rushed towards Wuyo building. Though their combat team consisted of only 100 members, each was brimming with enthusiasm, and they had developed some degree of camaraderie, resolving a dozen wraiths along the way. They successfully arrived at Wuyo building. Upon reaching the 37th floor, the three women swiftly shed their clothing and plunged into the temperature-controlled swimming pool, leaving Luo Li in a state of shock. Was it really this straightforward? Her idol's methods were indeed formidable. Could she be so easily manipulated? Yet, upon seeing the steaming pool, an undeniable impulse surged within her. After a moment of hesitation, however, restraint ultimately prevailed. At that moment, Chun Qing, who had already removed her handcuffs, approached Luo Li with a mischievous glint in her eyes, a cold smirk upon her lips. In the gym, Yi Lang was currently surveying the vast array of fitness equipment. He lifted a dumbbell here and a barbell there, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. However, when his gaze fell upon the massive pure copper lion nestled in the corner, his eyes brightened instantly. He strode over with purpose, his eyes fixed on the magnificent creature before him. The lion, resplendent in gold, stood over 2 meters tall, including its base, exuding an imposing presence. Yi Lang inhaled deeply, his hands gripping the bronze legs of the lion tightly. With a sudden exertion of strength, the lion began to shift slowly, the base emitting a dull, scraping sound. Yi Lang nodded in satisfaction, confirming that it was not solid but possessed sufficient weight. At that moment, he once again consulted the system. System? Must the devouring of another system occur only when the host is on the brink of death or has already passed? Affirmative. What is Wang Feng's current state? And why has the system not yet consumed his? Wang Feng is neither on the brink of death nor deceased. The system cannot forcibly consume. Yi Lang furrowed his brow, recalling that it had taken merely a few minutes for the aide from Wang Tianlai to succumb mentally. Now, half an hour had elapsed, and Wang Feng was still holding on. System, please monitor Wang Feng's vital signs closely. Initiate the devouring procedure as soon as the conditions are met. Understood. During the devouring process, can the spatial gate be opened normally? Affirmative. Will Wang Feng die upon being consumed by the system? Negative. After confirming a series of inquiries, Yilang felt reassured. Standing beside the lion, he gazed coldly out the window, awaiting Wang Feng's ultimate collapse. Meanwhile, Chunqing and Luo Li finally clasped each other's hands, the atmosphere laden with tension. Li, thank you for aiding my husband. Qing, I should be the one thanking you for assisting my husband so significantly. Li, your husband must not be called carelessly. Is not your husband Wang Feng? Your husband is indeed Wang Feng. My husband is Luo Li. Speak up. Who is your husband? Luo Li's cheeks flushed, biting her lip as she whispered, My husband. Chunqing, you're being too much. Haha, merely jesting, do not take offense. Chunqing chuckled, a glint of mischief in her eyes. However, this time I am the elder sister, you know. You. Luo Li, exasperated, clenched her fists but found herself at a loss for words. Unlike the 37th floor, the 100 members of the combat training group, upon returning to their quarters, swiftly shed their heavy winter garments and dove into their beds. The biting cold, plummeting to over 60 degrees below zero, compelled them to tremble uncontrollably even beneath the covers. The scant warmth provided by the blankets and a few mobile devices was utterly insufficient against the penetrating chill, each breath crystallizing into white mist. They gritted their teeth, striving to maintain their body heat, all the while pondering a singular thought. Is this what the first training session entails? Our leader is rather unimpressive. Yet, their leader, Yilang, was wholly absorbed in his preoccupation with Wang Feng, indifferent to their sentiments. Wang Feng, like him, is a host of the system, suggesting they share certain commonalities. Perhaps it is this very affinity that has enabled Wang Feng to endure for so long within the realm of erasure. Yilang took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. He harbored suspicions that required validation, and he sought to unearth more secrets regarding the apocalypse from the reborn Wang Feng. Thus he waited, anticipating the moment when Wang Feng's spirit would shatter completely. Time passed, second by second. Yilang's device chimed softly several times. One message from Bai Xiao indicating that Chunqing and Luo Li were on the verge of fighting. Out of respect for Yilang, the women refrained from excessive actions, opting to await his intervention. Another message from Zhao Lang suggested that the leader ought to offer some encouragement to the combat training group. Even mere words would suffice, even if no tangible motivation was provided. Then, there was Ma Bide, who had orchestrated the spectacle of beloved female streamers vying for attention. He pondered whether to propose a more genuine engagement, believing the leader would appreciate it. Chapter 118, System Upgrade, Wang Feng's Gift. From Aids Ding. System Notification. Detected target for consumption is in a state of near-death, mental. Commencing consumption process immediately. Ding. System Notification. All items within Wang Feng's space, including 4 individuals, will be automatically transferred to the host space. The instant Yilang heard the system notification, his eyes sharpened with intensity. He abruptly opened the door to the space. A figure, head tilted, surged forth with astonishing speed, only to crash violently into a colossal lion forged from pure copper. The impact reverberated throughout the gym, causing the very structure to tremble. The sound of shattering bones was unmistakable, and a spray of blood erupted from Wang Feng. Yilang observed coldly, his blade gleaming ominously, aimed directly at Wang Feng's throat. Clearly, Yilang's concerns were unfounded. Wang Feng's situation differed from that of Luo Li. Luo Li had first fallen to the ground and skidded before colliding with the wall, sustaining grave injuries as a fox-eared esper. Wang Feng, however, had directly struck the copper lion, and such force was hardly something even the system's combat gear could entirely mitigate. Seeing Wang Feng, whose pupils still flickered with life, in such a dire state finally eased Yilang's worries. At that moment, Wang Feng was truly on the brink of death, both physically and mentally. Ignoring the system's consumption process, Yilang shouted towards Wang Feng, "Is your mental power at 0-1?" In an unexpected turn, Wang Feng, despite being on the verge of annihilation, suddenly widened his eyes. From somewhere deep within him, a flicker of belief ignited, and he struggled to form words through bloodied lips, hastily uttering a few terms: system, spirit, evolution, otherworldly beings. Suddenly, there was a profound silence. Yilang gazed at Wang Feng, who had completely lost his vitality, and a surge of complex emotions welled up within him. In the final moments of life, Wang Feng, also a system host, surprisingly relinquished his hatred, determined to convey vital information at the cost of his own life. Indeed, Yilang sensed the final emotional fluctuations of Wang Feng, devoid of hatred. There was only a sense of release and anticipation. Yilang comprehended not only the message Wang Feng was trying to convey, but also the depths of his heart. Wang Feng wished to express that a lack of mental strength, or even having none at all, was undoubtedly a crucial condition bound to the system. Another revelation caused Yilang to frown deeply. The notion that the otherworldly specters could evolve was alarming. Presently, even a level 1 ability user struggled against a single specter, which was partly due to their lack of practical combat experience. However, if specters could indeed evolve, what chance would ability users have for survival? Yilang was merely referring to ordinary ability users. Someone of his caliber did not fall under that category. A level 2 specter remained utterly powerless before him. Yet what of level 3, 4, or even higher specters? He would have to weigh his own capabilities carefully against such threats. Taking a deep breath, a flash of resolve crossed Yilang's eyes. Becoming stronger was the only path forward. Regardless of how the specters evolved, he must stand at the pinnacle. As for Wang Feng's inner turmoil, Yilang understood that upon realizing he had perished at the hands of a fellow being rather than the scorned ability users, his feelings were complex, imbued with both reluctance and liberation. Moreover, it seemed he harbored many unanswered questions. If there were another like him who could elucidate those doubts, perhaps his death would hold some value. After all, he was about to meet his demise. To die harboring hatred was meaningless. It was better to leave behind a glimmer of hope. Furthermore, who could guarantee that Yilang wouldn't meet his end while seeking that hope? Ding. System absorption completed. Commencing upgrade procedure. Upgrade time, 9 hours. Yilang was momentarily taken aback. The last time he reached 100 in physical strength, the upgrade took merely 3 seconds. This time, however, the system upgrade required 9 hours, indicating the significance of this enhancement. Yilang removed Wang Feng's combat suit, but discovered he could not don immediately. It required authorization from the system host. He was not in a hurry. It was only a matter of time. After cleaning it with water, he stored it in the system space. As for Wang Feng's remains, Yilang also placed them into the system space with the intention of burying them when the opportunity arose. At that moment, Yilang's gaze finally shifted to the 4 women he had retrieved alongside Wang Feng. They were now huddled together, clad in revealing maid outfits, their expressions visibly dazed. Yilang comprehended that his spatial system lacked the capability to harbor living beings. Even a mere second spent within his system could inflict a tremendous shock on one's psyche. He gazed upon the 4 alluring women, each possessing a curvaceous figure. One of them must be Fan Ping, the close friend mentioned by Luo Li. Yilang approached them and calmly declared, "Wang Feng is dead. I am now your new master." Upon hearing the term master, the 4 women, adorned in maid attire, quivered slightly, their eyes flashing with a hint of loathing. In the next instant, they erupted into an emotional breakdown. Wang Feng is dead. Ha ha ha. Dead? Damn it. I want to kill him. Woo woo. Observing their emotional collapse, Yilang felt a flicker of sympathy stir within him. The torment of having one's thoughts controlled by another is indeed an unspeakable agony. Thus, their emotional outburst upon learning of Wang Feng's demise was entirely understandable. Yilang remained silent, watching as the 4 women gradually calmed after their emotional release. Their gazes became vacant, tears mingling with dirt, yet a serene smile adorned their faces. Yilang too smiled, having discharged their hatred towards Wang Feng. A glimmer of gratitude for the one who had rescued them began to emerge in their eyes, a sentiment reflected in their growing fondness for him. Apart from Fan Ping, the other 3 women were named Li Qingmei, Zhang Tingting, and Lu Xian. They all resided in the same neighborhood as Wang Feng, but had little interaction with him. They could not fathom why Wang Feng labeled them as arrogant and contemptuous, ultimately subjecting them to servitude. The humiliation they endured, coupled with their compulsion to obey, culminated in a sense of liberation following Wang Feng's death. Yilang observed the 4 women, their bosoms heaving, and suddenly grasped the meaning behind Wang Feng's accusations of their supposed moral depravity. The women could not help but fixate on Yilang, their eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. Though he claimed to be their new master, the sensation was markedly different from that associated with Wang Feng. This strikingly handsome young man exuded a strength surpassing Wang Feng's, coupled with a gentle demeanor and a warm smile that starkly contrasted with Wang Feng's brutish nature. They felt an instinctive trust towards this young man before them. As if a new hope had dawned, Yilang noted the transformation in their gazes, along with the positive feedback resonating in his mind, and smiled as he retrieved his cigar, indulging in its calming embrace. Chapter 119, Bullet Immunity, Reward Settlement, a lavish hot pot feast amidst the swirling smoke. Yilang effortlessly crafted an exquisite culinary masterpiece for all four. Without even tasting the delicacies he had prepared, they were escorted away by Bai Xiao. It was not that Yilang was devoid of compassion. Rather, the intrinsic scores of these four women were disappointingly low. The highest score of Fan Ping was merely 65, and she had cohabited with 2 former boyfriends. Regardless of their comings and goings, Bai Xiao would orchestrate everything meticulously. The women were merely instruments for enhancing one's own strength. There was no need for him to expend excessive energy on them. Of course, Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, Xiong Yuan, and Xiong Ting were distinct, offering a compounded enjoyment that Yi Lang found appealing. Subsequently, Yi Lang produced a submachine gun. Its length exceeded 1 meter, its surface a deep black, exuding a chilling metallic sheen. The barrel was slightly elevated, presenting a particularly menacing appearance. As Yi Lang grasped the handle, he felt its substantial weight and silently acknowledged its quality, a testament to the system's craftsmanship. Moreover, Yi Lang noted that the gun bore no magazine. Intricate runes were etched along its body, seemingly imbued with some arcane power. He understood that the secret to the gun's infinite ammunition lay within these runes. Without much hesitation, Yi Lang aimed the gun at his right index finger. He had long been curious to test whether he could withstand a bullet. The gun fired, the bullet slicing through the air and striking his finger. Yi Lang grimaced, feeling a sharp pain, yet there was no trace of blood. His finger remained unscathed. A surge of confidence welled within him. It appeared his physique had attained an astonishing level of resilience. However, merely testing his finger was insufficient. Yi Lang resolved to experiment further. He aimed the barrel at his left arm and pulled the trigger, the sound reverberating sharply. The pain made him gasp. Yet, although his arm did not bleed, it bore a deep bruise. Clearly, while his arm could endure the impact, it did not emerge unscathed like his finger. Determined to continue, Yi Lang pointed the gun at his thigh, firing once more. The searing pain compelled him to curse aloud. To his astonishment, a 10-centimeter projectile had lodged itself halfway into his flesh, blood seeping from the wound. He quickly extracted the bullet, and the injury began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, the blood gradually vanishing. Although not as swift as Bai Zhao's healing abilities, his self-repair had evidently improved significantly. Laughing heartily, Yi Lang's eyes sparkled with fervor. The fact that he could withstand a submachine gun, a product of the system, signified that he no longer feared the threat of any firearm. With a constitution score of 126 and a minimum enhancement of 1 throughout his body, he had entirely liberated himself from the fear of conventional weapons. It was no wonder Yi Lang was elated. Anyone truly knowledgeable about firearms would understand their formidable power. Be it a rhinoceros, elephant, whale, or even a dinosaur, none could withstand the might of a bullet. Carbon-based life forms were utterly fragile in the face of such weaponry. Yet carbon-based life forms are fragile, whereas Yi Lang is not. He has since become as resilient as adamantine. Bullets merely tickle him. Although firearms produced by the system, equipped with armor-piercing rounds, could still injure his flesh, the essence remains the same. Yi Lang took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with renewed vigor. He resolved to eliminate more foes while the otherworldly specters had yet to fully evolve, thereby elevating his various enhancement traits to their pinnacle level. Additionally, he hoped to elevate all the women to level 2, thus augmenting their self-defense capabilities against the increasingly formidable threats posed by the specters. Yi Lang decided he would embark on this endeavor after lunch. The longer he delayed, the greater the peril presented by the specters. As he glanced at the clock, it struck 12:30, marking the completion of his dealings with Wang Feng. Despite his intentions to expedite the process, the consecutive enhancements to his physique had consumed considerable time. Yi Lang retrieved his phone to check on several messages, a faint smile gracing his lips. 3 minor issues had been resolved simultaneously. He dialed Zhao Lang. instructing him to gather all members of the Wuyo team in the garden restaurant on the 37th floor. He also sent him a few lists, requesting that he arrange for additional planning. Subsequently, Yilang exited the gym. Upon his emergence, the women immediately surrounded him, expressing their concern. Chun Xing and Luo Li, momentarily setting aside their rivalry, hurried over, their eyes filled with worry. Yilang waved his hand with a reassuring smile, assuring them that everything was fine, as Wang Feng had been dealt with. Cheers of jubilation erupted from the women, their taut nerves finally easing. Yilang then shared the arrangements for the noon gathering, instantly lifting the atmosphere. In a break room within the new media area, Sun Erning struggled to extricate herself from the thick cocoon of blankets. The frigid air sent a shiver coursing through her, causing goosebumps to rise on her flawless skin. Shivering, she donned multiple layers of warm clothing, barely fending off the biting cold. Unable to contain her grievances, Sun Erning muttered, "This Yilang is something else. On such a cold day, he still expects us to go to a restaurant. Even if it were a feast of delicacies, it would be impossible to enjoy. Moreover, I risked freezing to death this morning, exposing my bare thighs for performance. Not only did I receive no reward, but I didn't even get a word of consolation." Yet, despite her complaints, Sun Erning's hands remained busy. She quickly tidied her makeup, inhaled deeply, pushed open the door, and shivered her way toward the garden restaurant on the 37th floor. Simultaneously, the members of the combat simulation team also emerged from their warm beds. Though discontent lingered, they swiftly donned their attire and proceeded to the garden restaurant. As the male and female hosts, along with the staff, gradually awakened with a mix of complaints and anticipation, they made their way to the garden restaurant on the 37th floor. Upon her arrival, Sun Erning was momentarily taken aback by the enchanting scene before her. The restaurant radiated warmth, adorned with vibrant flowers, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of spring. Moreover, a rich aroma of hot pot wafted through the air, revealing numerous neatly arranged tables, each bubbling with steaming broth and an array of fresh ingredients, tantalizingly displayed. Sun Erning blinked in disbelief, unable to fathom that amidst this winter's chill, a hot pot feast awaited her, with dozens of tables set for the occasion. "Miss Sun Erning, your seat is here. Please follow me." A smiling waiter guided her to a window-side table, already set with exquisite cutlery and a bottle of cola. Sun Erning, still in a daze, mechanically took her seat, her gaze lingering in disbelief on the steaming hot pot. As she settled in, more guests began to trickle into the restaurant, their exclamations of astonishment echoing around her. "Hot pot, fresh from the sea. How is it so warm? And cola? Is the boss Doryman?" The crowd marveled, their eyes shimmering with delight. Soon, over 500 carefree individuals filled the seats, their faces glowing with happiness and contentment. In this icy apocalypse, the existence of such a warm haven, complete with a steaming hot pot, felt like a dream. Before long, people began shedding their heavy winter garments, rosy-cheeked from the warmth, as the sounds of friendly banter gradually drowned out the bubbling of the hot pot. Laughter and joy resonated throughout the restaurant. It was unclear who first spotted Yilang, but soon everyone stood to greet him with enthusiasm. "Boss, Yilao, great leader." Yilang entered the restaurant accompanied by Bai Xiao and the four maids. Smiling and waving at the crowd, the ladies, dressed in elegant attire, took their seats in succession. Yilang approached the podium, his tone gentle yet resolute, to keep it brief and prevent any further impatience, especially for those eager to dig in. His gaze fell upon a table in the middle left, where Xiao Cheng and her three companions, along with three older women, were fixated on the hot pot, their lips betraying the unmistakable hint of drool. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Undeterred by their bashfulness, Yilang continued. "Today's hot pot feast should be credited to the 100 members of the combat team." Instantly, those 100 members straightened, their faces beaming with pride. Among them were Sun Erning, Yao Jia, Shi Jia, and Hu Zi, four female hosts delivering a captivating performance. At this moment, the four of them blushed, their eyes sparkling with joy as they humbly bowed in gratitude. Most notably, the contributions of Chun Xing and a new member, Luo Li, stood out. The two ladies, rising shyly amidst the applause, revealed Chun Xing's slightly reddened eyes, while Luo Li appeared somewhat nervous, yet could hardly conceal her excitement. Without further ado, everyone eagerly dug in. As the words left their lips, thunderous applause erupted, and cheers rang out in succession. Everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks, unable to wait to savor this seemingly ordinary feast before the apocalypse, which had become extraordinarily precious in its aftermath. The steaming hot pot exuded an enticing aroma, with slices of meat swirling in the broth, dipped in sauce, melting in their mouths with tenderness and juiciness. Conversations flowed as they dined, their faces aglow with satisfaction. Periodically, praises for the leader echoed among them, expressing gratitude for such a warm gathering amidst the winter of despair. Any lingering dissatisfaction with Yi Lang had long vanished, replaced by boundless appreciation and admiration. The gazes of many female hosts towards Yi Lang grew more fervent, though there was a hint of something peculiar that they could not quite place. Listening to the constant notifications of rising affinity in his mind, Yi Lang felt a quiet sense of gratification, validating his meticulous planning for this hot pot feast. Observing the blush of excitement on the delicate faces of the female hosts, Yi Lang smiled subtly, his thoughts drifting to the impending ripeness of their affections. The laughter and chatter of the group resonated throughout the restaurant, creating a vibrant and warm atmosphere. This sumptuous hot pot feast lasted a full 2 hours, until everyone, clutching their full bellies, reluctantly set down their chopsticks. At that moment, the servers timely brought out slices of watermelon, prompting another wave of cheers. Additionally, Yi Lang thoughtfully prepared McFlurry ice cream for the named contributors. The 4 beautiful hosts even enjoyed hot milk tea, inciting envy among the others and planting a seed of hope within all. The leader would not forget the contributions of anyone. This warmth was akin to the sun, quietly melting the frost within their hearts and igniting their enthusiasm. Each person silently resolved to contribute more to the team and to their leader. The fragrant steam of hot milk tea wafted through the air as Sun Earning took a gentle sip, tears of gratitude shimmering in her eyes. Oh, the leader is truly wonderful. At the same table, Yao Jia, Shi Jia, and Huzi expressed similar sentiments, warmth swelling within them. Their demeanor, however, sparked a flicker of envy and jealousy in the eyes of several other female hosts at the table. At that moment, Xingo, Si Ergio, Jean Do Tianshi, Shui Rue, and Hua Sui Hua exchanged glances, each recognizing the determination mirrored in one another's eyes. A sumptuous feast of hot pot delighted both hosts and guests alike, while Yi Lang commenced preparations for the forthcoming expedition to hunt the otherworldly beings. The first order of business was, of course, to retrieve the temperature-regulating apparatus surrounding the restaurant. Within Wang Feng's system space, only 4 of these devices were available, yet they managed to envelop the entire establishment, maintaining a climate as warm as spring. However, the energy consumption was substantial. Within a mere span of time, the display indicated that a third of the energy had already been depleted. If employed solely for heating a single bedroom, it could likely sustain warmth for about a month. Yet, the method of replenishing this energy remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Yi Lang was not anxious, confident that answers would emerge following a successful system upgrade. Upon returning home, the 4 maids had already prepared the attire and equipment required for Yi Lang and the 8 women. After meticulously inspecting the gear to ensure its accuracy, he led the 8 enchanting ladies on their journey. The outdoor temperature in the afternoon had plummeted further, hovering around -65 degrees. The biting cold wind rendered everyone's skin feeling as if it were being sliced by daggers. Even Yi Lang could not suppress a shiver, while only Luo Li, clad in the authorized combat attire, appeared unfazed, as though she were in a greenhouse. Yi Lang, accompanied by the ladies, strode confidently down the frost-laden street without any pretense of concealment, inevitably attracting wave after wave of the otherworldly beings. The creatures howled and charged forth, prompting Yi Lang to tighten his grip, his blade radiating an intensified glow. Amidst the flurry of sword and shadow, the otherworldly beings fell one after another. Yi Lang intentionally allowed a few of the creatures to escape, providing the ladies an opportunity to hone their combat skills. Bai Jin, Xiong Ting, and Yao Shi, each nearing the pinnacle of level 1 in their extraordinary abilities, showcased remarkable combat prowess against the isolated otherworldly beings, their coordination seamless and their strikes lethal. However, Yi Lang's keen gaze detected that the otherworldly beings had grown slightly stronger compared to the previous day. This subtle shift, though minor, hinted at greater challenges on the horizon. Yi Lang's focus was on continuously enhancing both his and the ladies' capabilities. Naturally, the combat team needed to keep pace, but ensuring the leadership status of the women was paramount. Indeed, Yilang aspired for Bai Jin, Xiong Ting, and Tang Xiao wanted to become leaders of various combat divisions. For now, their leadership abilities could be set aside. At the very least, the three women were fiercely loyal to him and demonstrated exceptional execution. If necessary, he could always appoint several deputy leaders or assistants. Under Yilang's deliberate training, the practical combat skills of the three women rapidly improved, allowing them to face the otherworldly beings with increasing composure and precision. Additionally, Xiong Yuan's telekinetic abilities provided Yilang with a pleasant surprise. Compared to Bai Jin and Xiong Ting, she required fewer steps to solidify her manifestations, enabling her to cast spells at a quicker pace. Although her combat experience was lacking, causing her to feel somewhat flustered in the face of the otherworldly beings, her potential was undeniable, prompting Yilang to prioritize her development. It seems imperative to swiftly enhance Xiong Yuan's favorability, thereby reaping the maximum benefits, including the potential for physical augmentation and the acquisition of bodily enhancement characteristics. At this moment, Xiong Yuan is acutely aware of Yilang's penetrating gaze, her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. She grapples with conflicting emotions, unable to comprehend the complexity of her feelings towards Yilang. She is certain of her attraction to girls, particularly her sister, and remains indifferent towards any man except for Yilang. Indeed, she realizes that she can no longer remain unaffected by this domineering, lascivious, and formidable man. The mere thought of engaging with him sends her into a flurry of confusion and discomfort. Yet, the prospect of surrendering to Yilang and subsequently mingling unabashedly with the enchanting girls surrounding him fills her with exhilaration. This intricate blend of emotions leaves her both torn and eager, her heart in turmoil. Yilang, sensing Xiong Yuan's inner conflict, feels an insidious thought taking root within him. Chapter 121. The enhancement of abilities leads to beauty. The ladies are enraptured. Resolute in his decision, Yilang continues to purge the otherworldly beings alongside the ladies, diligently instructing them to refine their combat techniques. The collection of crystalline cores from the defeated entities continues to grow. However, the origins of these otherworldly beings remain a mystery, their numbers seemingly boundless. Initially, Yilang presumed these beings were akin to zombies, mutated from human corpses. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discerned that they were not the result of such transformation. Though they possess flesh and blood, they do not resemble humans. Rather, their forms are predominantly composed of ice, as if derived from an unknown energy source. Moreover, if they were indeed mutated from human corpses, why do they lack any remnants of clothing? A couple of them might be comprehensible, but the absence of clothing on all of them defies logic. Additionally, the sheer number is staggering. How many human corpses could there possibly be in the vicinity of Wuyo building? Despite the lengthy duration of their extermination efforts, the numbers show no signs of dwindling. In fact, they appear to be increasing. A sense of unease stirs within Yilang, hinting at a concealed secret beneath the surface. This feeling intensifies as he gazes into the eerie blue flames flickering in the eyes of the otherworldly beings. Staring into them feels akin to peering into a profound vortex, igniting an irresistible urge to plunge into its depths. Yilang furrows his brow. It seems his plans must accelerate. After 3 hours of relentless combat, the otherworldly beings continue to surge forth. Observing the substantial accumulation of crystalline cores, Yilang decides to return to Wuyo building with the ladies. Upon arriving home, 4 beautiful maids approach them, respectfully assisting Yilang in shedding his garments and offering him warm towels. At that moment, Luo Li catches sight of Fan Ping, clad in a revealing maid outfit, and a glimmer of playful amusement flickers in her eyes. Fan Ping sensed Luo Li's gaze upon her, a wave of shame washing over her, yet she feigned composure as she lowered her head to adjust her garments. A profound sense of grievance stirred within her, yet she recognized that this was the path she had chosen. It was a lamentation of fate's cruel whims, despite her appearance and figure being equal to Luo Li's. She found herself bowing before her. This sentiment intensified as she offered Luo Li a cup of steaming tea, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Luo Li accepted the teacup, savoring a delicate sip, a flicker of triumph dancing in her eyes, her lips curling into a slight smile. Fan Ping, consider yourself fortunate. Being taken in by the male idol is indeed a blessing. Cease your self-pity and cherish this opportunity. If you serve him well, you shall become an object of envy for many. Fan Ping bit her lip, a tumult of emotions swirling within her, yet she could only nod in agreement. She was acutely aware that Luo Li's words held a kernel of truth. In this desolate world, merely catering to a man could secure a warm and safe existence. A rarity indeed. Moreover, she felt a semblance of uniqueness. At least in Yilang's eyes, she was more than just an ordinary maid. She garnered more of Yilang's favor than the other three maids, a fact she had sensed during their time at the gym. Although Yilang could be brusque with her, there were moments of tenderness. In contrast, he treated the other three with a chilling indifference, as if they were mere tools. Was it perhaps because she had never been touched by Wang Feng? Fan Ping mused quietly, contemplating that this might be her distinctive value. With a gentle sigh, a glimmer of determination shone in her eyes. She would diligently serve Yilang and treasure this hard-won sanctuary. Meanwhile, Yilang was in his study, absorbing the energy from the crystalline surface of the cores. Clad only in a pair of boxers, beads of sweat glistened on his bronze skin. The study housed one of the 4 temperature-regulated stoves, with another in the bathroom, one in the bedroom, and a 4th in the game room. The expansive living room remained unneeded, as the warmth from the fireplace sufficed to heat the entire area, complemented by the perfectly tempered water of the heated swimming pool. The maids had donned their alluring designer sleepwear after a refreshing bath and were now engaged in a game of mahjong in the game room. At this moment, Yilang reveled in the gentle massages from Fan Ping, Luo Li, and Chen Qing. His eyes closed in concentration as he guided the energy flowing within him to enhance his abilities. It was then that Fan Ping cast a glance at Luo Li, a hint of playful amusement in her expression, silently musing that it appeared the master had no place for her in his affections. Luo Li, fully aware of her position, though initially resistant to the reality, eventually came to terms with it, just as she had advised Fan Ping. Serving Yilang and securing protection was indeed a rare stroke of fortune. While she felt a pang of disappointment, she reminded herself that survival was paramount in this apocalyptic world. In contrast, Chen Qing's thoughts were less convoluted, rather than lamenting the blood-soaked chaos. She cherished the tranquility of the moment. Yilang's eyelids fluttered slightly, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. I stated plainly that if she wished to be my woman, she could only have me as her sole partner. However, both of you have shown me kindness. Thus, I shall ensure your safety and a comfortable life. This suffices as an explanation. He will have more women in the future and cannot devote all his energy to this matter. If it were not for their past favors, he could have simply sent Bai Xiao forward. Fan Ping and Luo Li nodded in silence, their hearts tinged with sorrow, yet they understood this was the best outcome. They exchanged knowing glances, mutually deciding to accept reality and continue to serve Yilang with utmost dedication. At this moment, Fan Ping also put aside her disdain, recognizing that Yilang had spoken words intended for her ears. Even though Chen Qing and Luo Li were not the mistresses, they were not individuals that could be easily dismissed by mere maids. Yilang sensed the women's mindset and, satisfied, continued to absorb energy with his eyes closed. The energy flowed through him like a gentle stream, quietly enhancing his self-healing abilities under his deliberate guidance. Thanks to his combat suit, he was no longer in a rush to shield himself from the elements or toxins. As Yilang steadily increased his strength, the women also found their rhythm, the sounds of mahjong and laughter resonating in the air. This time, Yaoxi's luck was impeccable, winning several rounds and buoying her spirits. She cast a triumphant glance at Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, and Tang Xiaowan, her lips curling into a smile as she lightly tapped her mahjong tiles, producing a crisp sound. The three women, unwilling to be outdone, furrowed their brows, deftly selecting and playing their tiles in an attempt to turn the tide. Sisters Xiongting and Xiong observed the game in tacit understanding, occasionally whispering to each other, the atmosphere both tense and joyful. At this moment, Bai Xiao drew a promising tile, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes. She fixed her gaze on Yao Shi, a teasing smile forming, but suddenly paused, uncertainly asking, "Xiao Shi, have you done your makeup?" Yao Shi, slightly puzzled, replied, "Elder sister, didn't T we just finish bathing? At home, doesn't T the boss dislike us wearing makeup? How could I possibly have done so?" Bai Xiao scrutinized her closely, noticing Yao Shi's rosy complexion, elegantly arched brows, and clear eyes, confirming that she indeed had not applied any makeup. How strange. Why do you seem even more beautiful? Haha. Thank you for the compliment, elder sister. You are beautiful as well. Xiaoxi, I'm not merely flattering you. I genuinely believe you look particularly lovely today. At this moment, Bai Jin and Tang Xiao one also paused their game, their gazes landing on Yaoxi's face, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, you do look radiant today, almost like a different person. Tang Xiao once softly echoed, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. Feeling somewhat uneasy under their scrutiny, Yaoxi touched her cheek and smiled. Perhaps it's just my good mood. Winning brings a natural joy. It seems that the reason extends beyond mere appearance. Bai Jin suddenly spoke. Could it be related to the enhancement of abilities? Upon hearing this, Yaoxi felt a stir within her. Could it truly be the influence of their powers? The women present instantly became exhilarated. The notion that the enhancement of abilities could lead to beauty was simply irresistible. They hastily set aside their mahjong and gathered around Yaoxi, eagerly inquiring about the intricacies of this enhancement. In the study, Yilang, having absorbed the energy from over 40 crystals, had reached the pinnacle of his self-healing capability at level 1. He sensed he was nearing his limit, and a whirlwind of negative emotions began to flash in his mind, causing him to glance at the three women with a slightly unsettling gaze. Just as he resolved to take a shower and return to draw energy from Luo Li, he stepped outside only to be met with 6 pairs of exceptionally eager eyes, more fervent than his own. I want it. I want it first. You little brat, daring to compete with your mother. Sister-in-law, you are not my mother. Stay behind me. Chapter 122. The opportunity for my sister-in-law has arrived. Retaining the project, Yilang was somewhat bewildered, unsure of what was transpiring. As he stood there in just a pair of shorts, nearly having them torn apart by the 6 women. What you all up to? Be careful, or I might just crush you. As Yilang issued his playful threat, the 6 women finally released their grip on his shorts, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. Yaoxi then softly explained, Boss, they believe that after my ability enhancement, I have become more beautiful, and they are eager to see for themselves. Finally grasping the situation, Yilang scrutinized Yaoxi and noted her undeniable radiance. He then opened the system's detection information, which now displayed her details as follows. Name, Yaoxi. Age, 19. Physique, 91 points. Appearance, 93 points. Inner self, 995 points. Enjoys gaming. Ability, healing, 2. Overall score, 92 points. Gentle and easy to persuade. Affinity level, 100 indeed. Her score had improved slightly. Yilang nodded. The enhancement of abilities certainly contributed to her beauty, though his unique root healing method played a crucial role as well. Upon seeing Yilang nod, the women felt reassured that the enhancement of abilities could indeed elevate one's appearance, causing their gazes toward him to grow even more fervent. As for whether the root healing method was genuine or not, did they have any fears? Their only concern was whether the treatment was sufficiently thorough. After all, which woman does not wish to become more beautiful? Even Xiong Yuan, the bold and confident one, was no exception. Yilang mused that this was indeed the opportunity he had been waiting for. He cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. I understand that you all desire to enhance your beauty, but I have only absorbed a little over 20 crystals just now, and I am already feeling the limits of my capacity. Adding the previous ones, it amounts to barely 40 crystals, which are hardly sufficient for the enhancement of 2 abilities. Who shall I choose? Except for Yaoxi, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the eyes of the other 4 women. Xiao Long, Bai Jin, and I were the first to follow you. Indeed, brother, choose me and my mother. We are a mother-daughter duo. Oh, spare me. Just a moment ago, you were calling her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, choose me and my little sister. We are a pair of blooming beauties. Second brother, how about I have the old man speak to you personally? Except for Xiong Yuan, the other 4 women display their charms. And Yilang's shorts fell back into the clutches of these enchanting women. In truth, the 5 women were well aware that enhancing their abilities was only a matter of time, yet they yearned to compete. For the allure of becoming beautiful was simply too enticing, especially the thrill of personal transformation that others could only envy for those few days. Moreover, they wished to gauge their significance in Yilang's heart through this opportunity. In reality, Yilang would not base his decision on personal preferences. He valued the enhancement of strength above all. Observing Xiong Yuan's fervent gaze and her already impressive affinity score of 84, Yilang felt a stir in his heart and softly declared, This time, I shall choose Xiong Ting and Xiong Yuan. Yay! Xiong Ting exclaimed joyfully, leaping with excitement, while Xiong Yuan wore an expression of deep gratitude. Although the remaining three women felt a tinge of disappointment, they harbored no objections to Yi Lang's choice. Upon witnessing Xiong Yuan's affinity score soar to 90, Yi Lang felt an inner delight. He doubted that Xiong Yuan could remain indifferent in the face of beauty enhancement. Moreover, Yi Lang's smile was utterly uncontainable as he imagined how effective this strategy would be for Xiong Yuan. Surely it would be even more potent for the carefree group of female streamers. Just picturing that scenario made Yi Lang's lips curl into a grin. Xiong Ting and Xiong Yuan each took hold of one of Yi Lang's hands, hurriedly dragging him towards the bedroom, fearful that by Jean and the others might resort to some extraordinary means. Amused by their eagerness, Yi Lang thought to himself that this tactic was indeed brilliant. Upon entering the bedroom, the sisters intertwined their legs and sat gracefully on the bed, their gazes fixed intently on Yi Lang, a blend of anticipation and nervousness evident in their expressions. Yi Lang marveled at the striking resemblance between the two sisters. Xiong Ting was adorned in a delicate pink lace nightgown, while Xiong Yuan wore a flowing light blue silk robe, both radiating beauty akin to twin blossoms. After admiring them for a moment, until a blush crept onto Xiong Yuan's cheeks, Yi Lang took out the crystals and handed them to the sisters. As the crystals entered their hands, a spark of excitement flickered in their eyes, and they eagerly commenced the process of absorption. The energy from the core gradually flowed into their bodies, and the intensity of the sisters' extraordinary abilities began to rise slowly. At this moment, Yi Lang observed quietly, calculating the rate at which their powers were enhancing within his mind. 1, 2, 3. As the nuclear energy continued to infuse, the sisters' expressions grew increasingly serious, as if they were bearing an immense burden. Yet, the determination in their eyes shone brightly, evidently indicating that their longing for beauty and strength transcended the pain they endured. As dusk approached, the sisters had absorbed a total of 20 cores, and their powers finally reached their limits. Both were drenched in fragrant sweat, their hair clinging to their cheeks, yet their gazes remained remarkably vibrant. Yi Lang noticed beads of sweat adorning their graceful necks, their throats involuntarily moving up and down. However, he knew it was not the right moment. He grasped each sister's hand and began to channel his energy to guide their extraordinary abilities toward the invisible barrier that constrained them. With a crisp sound, the barrier shattered, and their powers surged forth like a torrent. The sisters' bodies trembled violently, yet smiles of relief blossomed on their faces, as though they had cast off an enormous weight. In an instant, Xiong Ting conjured an ice arrow the size of a person, shimmering with cold light, capable of morphing freely in shape. Meanwhile, Xiong Yuan astonishingly levitated the heavy wooden bed, along with herself and Xiong Ting, into the air. Upon confirming their power upgrade, the sisters disregarded the enhancement of their abilities and excitedly took out their phones to snap selfies. When they beheld their reflections on screen, their faces more radiant than before, they joyfully embraced each other in celebration. However, their exuberance inadvertently revealed a glimpse of intimacy, igniting a fire within Yi Lang. Yet, he did not intervene. Instead, he silently exited the room, gently closing the door behind him to grant the sisters their privacy. Outside, Yi Lang remained calm, sensing the joyous laughter of the sisters within the room, his eyes shimmering with profound light. Inside, after their jubilant outburst, the sisters lay on the bed, exchanging knowing smiles. Xiong Ting tenderly tucked her sister's hair behind her ear and softly said, "Little sister, before the apocalypse, we had nothing. After the end, we now live such a carefree life. I never imagined it would be like this." Tears glistened in Xiong Yuan's eyes as she tightly grasped her sister's hand and whispered, "Yes, sister, you cannot fathom how terrified I was when you called me, saying you were starving. I wished I could fly to your side instantly. I would rather perish with you than be left alone. Little sister, sister." In the next moment, the two sisters embraced tightly, tears silently cascading down their faces. Uncertain of how long they held each other, Xiong Yuan's hand began to wander. She gently caressed her sister's back and softly murmured, "Sister, just like when we were children. Will you stroke my back, please?" Xiong Ting gritted her teeth, contemplating the words spoken by the man, and chose to remain silent in her refusal. A flicker of excitement flashed in Xiong Yuan's eyes as her delicate hand trembled slightly, gliding over her sister's skin, exuding a familiar warmth. Xiong Ting closed her eyes, allowing her sister's gentle caress to wash over her, memories flooding back like a tidal wave. In their childhood, it was much the same. Her younger sister was endlessly curious about their identical bodies, often playfully teasing Xiong Ting. At that time, Xiong Ting merely viewed her sister's antics as mischief, unaware that such intimacy had long been deeply rooted in her heart. As they matured, similar incidents occurred a few times, each time ending with Xiong Ting scolding her sister and halting her from going too far. In truth, Xiong Ting understood that their bond had transcended the simplicity of sisterly affection. Her sister remained oblivious to this, thinking Xiong Ting was unaware. In reality, Xiong Ting simply did not dislike it. Now that the man wished to indulge in this playful manner, perhaps it was time to grant her sister some sweetness. After all, when with Bai Xiao and the others, they would occasionally tease each other and share light-hearted moments. Sensing her sister's tacit approval, Xiong Yuan's heartbeat quickened, and her touch became increasingly tender. Just as her hand was about to venture lower, Xiong Ting gently pressed down on it and whispered, "Sister, the upcoming reserved activities require brother-in-law as consent." Xiong Yuan's cheeks flushed as she halted her movements. She was well aware that this was a sweet trap set by Yilang and her sister for her. At that moment, the fervent glow in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a mischievous smile. It must be quite cold outside. Meanwhile, Yilang could no longer conceal his delight upon seeing Xiong Yuan's affection level at 99. Maxed out. The exquisite dish, fish-flavored shredded pork, is currently being prepared. Duration: 3 hours. Process: stir-frying. Ingredients: pork with ear mushrooms, carrots, etc. Ding! System notification: exquisite dish, fish-flavored shredded pork has been released. Once the dish that Xiong Ting adored was completed, Xiong Yuan began to place her orders. Ding! System notification: exquisite dish, KFC family bucket has been released. Ding! System notification: exquisite dish, Juawei duck neck has been released. Ding! System notification: exquisite dish, KFC family bucket has been released. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the first milestone of reaching 100 affection points. The completion level reached 80. Deemed satisfactory. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 free attribute points, now added to physique, bringing the current physique to 137 points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a physical enhancement, specifically for the left leg. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new physical trait, water evasion. Additionally, a KFC family bucket has been incorporated into the system's daily provisions. The food and water in the system's basic configuration have been doubled, currently comprising daily rations of bread, bottled water, large watermelons, spicy strips, roasted duck, 128 portions of seafood hot pot, 64 McFlurries, 32 dumplings, and 1 KFC family bucket. Yilang has finally grasped the much-anticipated business model of two, delving deep into its vast potential. He began to conceive ways to integrate this model into his daily culinary creations, ideally collaborating with Bai Xiao and others to explore the perfect fusion of gastronomy in the two business model, aspiring to ascend to the super mode of two. A gleam of brilliance flickered in Yilang's eyes. This was not merely a pursuit of culinary excellence, but an ultimate application of business acumen. However, before Yilang could bask in his triumph for long, Bai Xiao and her companions, unable to contain their excitement, rushed in. They paid no heed to Xiong Yuan's shyness, surrounding her and gazing intently at her pretty face. Naturally, Xiong Ting was no exception, yet she had evidently acclimated to the enthusiasm of her sisters, confidently raising her face for them to see. Wow, it's truly effective. Xiong Yuan, you look stunning now. Ting Jie, your skin is so smooth. Alas, where's our senior brother? Unbeknownst to them, Yilang had quietly slipped out in shorts. The cooking oil had run out. Even the finest ingredients would struggle to yield a delectable dish. Moreover, the three girls' eyes gleamed with desire, as if they wished to devour him whole. Such dynamics can become rather unpleasant when the female side takes the lead. Of course, if there are those who enjoy such scenarios, let it be as if I never spoke. After a playful bout among the girls, dinner time arrived. Adjusting the thermostat to the optimal temperature, the dining room was instantly imbued with warmth akin to spring. Yilang and the 8 girls gathered around a long table, served by 4 beautiful maids, relishing the KFC family bucket prepared collaboratively by the Xiong sisters. Post-dinner, Yilang immersed himself in the study, with little interest in the upcoming streaming competition the next day. The time for the system upgrade was drawing near, and he was immensely eager to discover the new features it would unveil, hoping for delightful surprises. As the countdown to the system upgrade approached its conclusion, Yilang held his breath, synchronizing his heartbeat with the ticking seconds. Ding! The system upgrade is complete. The current assimilation system is the Warden system, which has been integrated into an auxiliary system. It retains the 3 core functions of the Warden system while allowing for functional expansion based on the host's customized needs. Ding! Post-upgrade. The host will receive double physical points when crafting exquisite cuisine with eligible task targets. Ding! The dimensions and range of the system's spatial portal have doubled, now measuring 44 meters and encompassing a radius of 10 meters. Ding! The enhancement characteristics and talent evolution functions have been activated. When the level reaches the pinnacle of level 5, the host may ascend to the next tier upon fulfilling certain conditions. Ding! The core functions of the auxiliary Warden system await configuration. 1. Prison space. The original space can detain those convicted and subjugate them both physically and mentally. Upon integration into the auxiliary system, the prison space becomes inoperative and must be bound to a physical structure in reality to activate. Once activated, the layout and facilities within the prison can be customized according to the host's desires, including cells, interrogation rooms, and more. 2. Prison marketplace. Originally exclusive to the Warden system, it now offers a broader selection of goods, though all prior food options have been removed. 3. Upgrades, marketplace, and energy currency. The original Warden system operated on enslavement value. Each apprehended eligible criminal would yield corresponding enslavement value. Following integration, a new currency mechanism must be established by the host, which must be equal to or exceed the enslavement value in emotional energy. 4. Personnel management. This includes the apprehension of prisoners, management of inmates, and customization of standard uniforms and equipment, with detailed configurations requiring further planning by the host. Yilang gazed at the multitude of notifications, his emotions swirling within him. This must be the intriguing concept that Ning had mentioned. He wondered if it would indeed bring him the possibilities he envisioned. First and foremost, the enhancement of capabilities through the system upgrade itself. The doubling of physical points when crafting exquisite cuisine signifies a swifter enhancement of his strength. Regrettably, he thought, had he known, he would have retained Xiong Yuan a bit longer. Nevertheless, he shook his head dismissively. He could not be shackled, and the essence lay in pursuing his desires freely. Moreover, the increase in the size and release range of the spatial portal significantly augments Yilang's power, rendering him more agile in both combat and defense. Lastly, the characteristic and talent evolution function unveils boundless possibilities. If he were to elevate his insight talent to its utmost potential, would he acquire the ability to foresee the future upon promotion? At that moment, he would not only excel in combat, but could also orchestrate plans with greater foresight. After his ascension, would he be immune to the elements? And self-healing? Could he achieve the ability of rebirth from a single drop of blood? The current circumstances remain shrouded in uncertainty, awaiting validation after reaching the pinnacle of level 5. The integration of the Warden system instills a profound sense of anticipation within him, once tethered to a real-world structure. The activation of the prison space will present fresh challenges and opportunities. Yilang inhaled deeply, a glimmer of resolve flickering in his eyes. He meticulously absorbed this information, his vision for the future becoming increasingly lucid. Subsequently, Yilang began to examine the intricate settings of the auxiliary system. Chapter 124. The true function of the Warden system. The system's initial prompt regarding the Warden's auxiliary system is quite intriguing, pending configuration. This indicates that, as the host, he possesses considerable autonomy to customize the system according to his personal needs and preferences, as long as he remains within the fundamental framework established by the system. Yilang is free to unleash his creativity. Firstly, concerning the prison space, the system stipulates that it must be linked to a real-world building. Whereas previously one could confine individuals within an internal space, it now necessitates a physical anchor. Despite the inability to imprison the living directly, Yilang harbors no disappointment. In truth, he holds a somewhat dismissive view of the Warden system's parameters. In earlier times, the prospect of enslaving beautiful women and confining them within his internal space might have ignited his interest. However, Since learning that this is a world on the brink of emotional collapse, Yilang's perspective has irrevocably shifted. Passion, emotion, and desire must flourish under the auspices of free thought, which is crucial to Yilang's plans. Thus, he had long contemplated the configurations of this auxiliary system. Primarily, the prison space, or the spatial vessel awaiting his design, requires the binding to a real architectural structure. There is no hesitation in this regard. Nothing is more suitable than the Wu Yao building. As for the original layout and facilities of the prison space, these can be modified according to necessity. The function of the prison marketplace is also significant. While food items have been excluded, other goods such as tools and equipment hold substantial value. For instance, the temperature-regulated furnace and combat suits, not to mention the submachine gun with infinite ammunition, are immensely useful, albeit at a steep price. The temperature-regulated furnace, for instance, previously commanded a price of 20 points of enslavement value. To enslave a woman rated at 80 points would yield only 80 corresponding points of enslavement value. The combat suit and submachine gun demand an exorbitant 200 points of enslavement value. Wang Feng may have accessed a novice gift pack within the system, for it would be otherwise implausible for him to afford a submachine gun and 2 combat suits. Yilang's own system mirrors this. Although his initial interaction with Bai Xiao yielded a mere 9 in quality and his favorability score has yet to reach its zenith, the system still rewarded him with a body enhancement. It seems Wang Feng is in a similar predicament. Yilang glanced at the other items and noticed that some basic goods were relatively affordable. For instance, the enhanced infant elixir caught his eye, costing merely 1 unit of servitude value for a box. In stark contrast, immensely powerful weapons such as cluster bombs and Dongfeng missiles demanded an exorbitant amount of servitude value, rendering them nearly unattainable. Yet, Yilang was not deterred by these steep prices. This was due to his third core ability, currency, which he could define himself. As long as it was not less than the servitude value, emotional energy would suffice. Yilang had already contemplated this aspect. What could be more fitting than desire? As for the final point, personnel management, he only required partial control. His primary focus was on mastering desire, aiming to inflict a thorn in the side of the creator behind the scenes, rather than merely indulging in the pleasure of control and servitude. After all, compared to enslavement, Yilang had always preferred a touch of gentle training. The ultimate goal was to be the most pleasurable man in this apocalyptic world. By now, the clock had struck 10 in the evening. Yilang planned to initiate the binding and transformation of the Wuyou building after allowing everyone to exit in the morning. Regarding personnel arrangements, he needed to instruct Zhao Lang to deploy additional hands to avoid any potential mishaps the following day. After all, every individual was a talent, and Yilang felt a pang of regret at the thought of losing even one. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Zhao Lang. On the other end, Zhao Lang was nestled in bed with a fairly attractive female streamer, evidently having just concluded a vigorous engagement. Upon seeing Yilang's call, he sprang upright, causing a chill to envelop the woman beside him, who muttered her displeasure. Undeterred by the cold, Zhao Lang swiftly donned his clothes and hurried to the bathroom to answer the call. "Boss, what can I do for you?" Zhao Lang's tone was filled with respect. After the lavish hot pot feast earlier that day, he had completely devoted himself to Yilang. Not only was Yilang powerful, but his resources were also abundant. Following such a leader was the greatest assurance of survival in this apocalypse. Zhao Lang, come to the reception room on the 37th floor immediately. Zhao Lang promptly agreed, though he was puzzled as to why his boss would summon him at such a late hour instead of engaging in more pleasurable pursuits. Nevertheless, he acted swiftly, slipping into his boots and dashing out the door. In a short while, Yilang spotted Zhao Lang's hurried figure. As soon as he entered the spacious reception area, Zhao Lang was enveloped by a warm atmosphere. He recognized this as one of Yilang's tactics, having witnessed it earlier in the garden restaurant. Yilang gestured for him to sit down and smiled, saying, "I know you're curious why it's so warm here. This is also one of the reasons I called you." As Yilang placed the incubator on the table, he observed Zhao Lang's astonished expression and continued, "This is an incubator. Take one with you when you leave." "Boss, you are truly my savior," exclaimed Zhao Lang, suddenly kneeling and exclaiming in gratitude. "Get lost. If you keep this up, I'll hand you over to manhwa," Yilang retorted. Wait. With the atmosphere like this, let me lighten it a bit. How could I trade such a precious gift?" Zhao Lang quickly rose, his face adorned with a grateful smile as he carefully accepted the incubator. "This incubator will suffice for you for about 10 days to half a month. If you notice the energy levels running low, remember to come to me for a recharge. Zhao Lang nodded repeatedly, secretly relieved to have aligned himself with the right person. The significance of this incubator was self-evident, and the trust bestowed upon him by his boss deeply moved him. Perceiving Zhao Lang's gratitude, Yi Lang nodded slightly and continued, "Now that the rewards are distributed, let us discuss serious matters. Tomorrow morning at 8, I want everyone from Wuyo to exit the building first. I need to meet each person individually." Zhao Lang paused, his expression shifting mischievously as he pondered something. "Boss, are you finally going to bestow enlightenment upon all the female anchors?" I understand. Since Chui Chui is now my woman, please be kind, boss. Rest assured, I will. I'll make you regret that." Yi Lang interrupted, delivering a swift kick that sent Zhao Lang flying 3 meters away, followed by a barrage of curses. "I mean everyone from Wuyo, including you. If you misinterpret my intentions again, I'll have you and Xiaolan and Yang Yang form a girl group and debut. Now hurry up and arrange that." Clutching his backside, Zhao Lang got up awkwardly, sheepishly apologizing, "Boss, I was wrong. I'll go arrange it right away." With that, he seized the incubator and hurriedly exited, privately thinking that if he were to end up like those 2 temptresses, dressing in women's clothing and dancing seductively, he might as well leap out the window. Chapter 125. Yi Lang's True Intentions. I start the Hellion sect in the apocalypse. Yi Lang watched Zhao Lang's disheveled figure disappear through the door, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was quite satisfied with this little brother. Although Zhao Lang often misunderstood him as a lecher, his efficiency in tasks was commendable, and his loyalty was unquestionable. Most importantly, he was perceptive, were it not for Yi Lang's objective of seeking both pleasure and physical enhancement. Zhao Lang's suggestion would have been exceptionally fitting. The threats he had made were merely to convey to Zhao Lang that he was not the lecherous figure he presumed. It seemed the effect was quite favorable. Thinking of those 2 enchanting male anchors from Wuyo, Yi Lang couldn't help but shudder. Orchids and Yang Yang epitomize femininity, surpassing even the most enchanting of women. Their every expression, from a subtle frown to a playful smile, blurs the line between genders. Moreover, a significant number of connoisseurs with peculiar tastes are particularly enamored by them, drawn to their allure rather than more conventional female streamers. Although Yi Lang finds this perplexing, he remains respectful, recognizing that after today, all streamers, irrespective of gender, are invaluable resources if they can enhance his emotional gratification. As Yi Lang squinted out the window, the night deepened, dotted with twinkling stars. He reclined in his leather chair, finally feeling a sense of relief. Though he remained silent, he harbored a degree of wariness toward Wang Feng, the reincarnated host of the system. Judging by Wang Feng's impressive equipment, it was evident that, without the cooperation of the 2 women and his own cunning, such effortless success would have been unattainable. Furthermore, Wang Feng had yet to fully harness the true potential of the Warden system. Yet, reflecting on this, Yi Lang understood, a sycophant, especially one caught in the manipulative grasp of 2 women across lifetimes, would inevitably meet a tragic fate, no matter how formidable the system. While the notion of servitude may seem reassuring, it stifles creativity and ambition, especially in this fractured apocalypse where desire reigns supreme. With his mood lightened, Yi Lang opened Dolong, scrutinizing his own boundary-pushing female streamer with a critical eye. At that moment, Mina adorned herself in a pristine white wedding gown, alluringly low-cut, cinched at the waist, and with daring slits. This was her 3rd outfit of the day. The previous 2 included a high-slit stepmother dress and a form-fitting low-cut skirt. Although the earlier ensembles garnered attention, Mina understood precisely what this audience of seasoned admirers craved. This particular attire was her magnum opus, a true representation of her artistry. Now, after an exhilarating dance, Mina was breathless, her skin glistening with perspiration. She gently bit her crimson lips, her eyes narrowing with a playful defiance. Merely standing in her wedding gown sent the viewers into a frenzy. The comments flooded in with fervor. I thought the disdainful face was the highlight of today, but witnessing my wife's battle attire is beyond expectations. And wife, the grand display. Mina, observing the chaotic enthusiasm in the chat, smiled subtly. With over a decade of experience, she was well versed in the psychology of these fervent admirers. She instructed her assistant to bring in a full-length mirror propped behind her. The mirror reflected Mina's exquisite back, accentuating her curves, while the lace of her gown grazed her thighs, enhancing her enchanting allure. As she gestured, the prelude of the grand pendulum began to resonate. Mina commenced a gentle sway of her body, her gaze remaining disdainful, yet her movements became increasingly alluring. Each twist, in turn, tantalizingly tugged at the heartstrings of the seasoned onlookers. Moreover, her attire, designed with a plunging neckline and high slits, allowed glimpses of her charms with every motion. Prior to the apocalypse, she would have discreetly adjusted her outfit to maintain a sense of intrigue and to avoid restrictions. However, now that she had graduated, her fears had dissipated. She was more concerned with the heights of her hemline and the depths of her neckline. This newfound boldness surged as she noticed the arrival of the 8 Extremes Gale. Mina had been waiting, or rather, all the female streamers were anticipating Yilang. To this end, they maintained expressions of disdain, as if viewing everyone else as mere detritus. Yet, despite their waiting, Yilang did not appear. Instead, it was the seasoned onlookers who found themselves at a loss. What was this? Were they to be scorned for merely seeking a hint of allure? Indeed, they were aware that the streamers likely held them in contempt. Yet, such blatant disdain had not been so openly exhibited before. Shouldn't there be a tacit understanding among adults? A mutual acknowledgement of unspoken desires? What had changed? Was life no longer worth living? Consequently, many seasoned viewers harbored discontent and exited the live stream. It was a matter of pride. If they were to be looked down upon, they could just as easily turn to other streamers. However, upon entering other live streams, they were taken aback. Why were they met with scorn here as well? After cycling through several channels, the disdainful expressions of the female streamers were strikingly similar, prompting these viewers to question their existence. Of course, some relished this dynamic. As Mina's movements grew bolder, many viewers in the chat began to tremble with excitement. With the music reaching its zenith, Mina suddenly raised her hands above her head, gripping her elbows. In sync with the rhythmic crescendo, she began to sway, her voluptuous form on the verge of spilling out. It was akin to a tumultuous train journey, swaying and rocking, creating an indescribably explosive yet beautiful spectacle. The sacred symbol of a pure white wedding gown, her disdainful expression, her curvaceous silhouette, and her daring dance formed a visually intoxicating feast. At that moment, Yilang was not merely captivated, he was utterly enthralled. When Mina finally adjusted her attire to conceal her exposed form, Yilang's presence had vanished. He had straightened up from the study and swiftly made his way to one of the guest rooms, whereby Xiao had set up a constant temperature heater. Inside, Qinqing and Luoli lay in their pajamas on separate beds. The rivalry between the two had long since dissipated, replaced instead by a sense of shared empathy. Yilang articulated clearly that they could never be liked by Xiao and her 5 companions. This realization brought them a touch of melancholy. Yet they understood that men often harbor such sentiments, even if they do not manifest in the present. Perhaps they did in their youth. Thus, the two accepted their situation with remarkable swiftness. While they could not emulate Bai Xiao and her companions, their status was undoubtedly far superior to that of the 4 maids. Consequently, they refrained from wallowing in self-pity. In a world on the brink of collapse, such displays were unwelcome. Forming an alliance was undoubtedly their most prudent course of action. If they continued to bicker, they risked being supplanted by that wretched little vixen, Fan Ping. After all, Yilang's feelings for Fan Ping were distinctly different from those he held for the maids. Just as they pondered how to collaborate in securing a fraction of Yilang's affection, the door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. In the midst of their anxious yet exhilarated gazes, Yilang strode in and declared to Luo Li, "I have come to repay my debt of gratitude." Luo Li was tempted to question who exactly was expressing gratitude here. Was it customary to repay kindness in such a manner? Who sends their benefactor away almost permanently? Yet, Yilang paid no heed to such thoughts. Women might utter falsehoods, but their feelings were an unwavering truth. Upon seeing Luo Li's affection rating soar to a remarkable 96, Yilang couldn't suppress a proud smile. This was not merely a result of the male god effect. It was the fruit of Yilang's diligent and earnest efforts. Of course, the other benefactor did not disappoint either, with her affection rating also climbing to an impressive 90. Clearly, Luo Li and Qinqing had genuinely set aside their prejudices. This alliance was not mere lip service. Yilang's physical attributes received a boost of 10 and 1 points respectively, bringing his total to a commendable 148 points. The doubling effect on his physical capabilities filled Yi Lang with immense satisfaction. The cycle of pleasure leading to strength, and strength yielding further pleasure, had created a positive feedback loop. Yi Lang's objective was to accelerate this cycle's momentum. Tomorrow would be a pivotal step forward. With anticipation coursing through him, Yi Lang drifted into slumber. The following morning, Yi Lang awoke to a familiar warmth. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the beaming smiles of his two devoted benefactors, their hair neatly styled. Indeed, while they may be like green tea, they were ever so considerate. Encouragingly, he patted the heads of the two industrious little bees and quickly rose from bed. After partaking in a delightful breakfast prepared by the two women, Yi Lang led them to the plaza in front of the Wuyo building. At that moment, several Earth-type supernatural beings had constructed makeshift earthen walls within the plaza, where everyone from Wuyo anxiously awaited inside. Outside, Zhao Lang and a dozen security personnel were maintaining order. Moreover, he placed the temperature-regulating furnace, gifted by Yi Lang the previous day, at the center, ensuring that even amidst the frigid cold of -70 degrees, a semblance of warmth enveloped everyone. When Yi Lang appeared, all eyes instantaneously converged upon him, as if the chill itself had been dispelled. Indeed, Yi Lang produced 2 additional temperature-regulating furnaces, positioning them on either side of the square, which instantly set forth a wave of warmth, banishing the cold, albeit at a rather swift rate of energy consumption. Yi Lang refrained from explaining anything to the crowd. Instead, he silently invoked the auxiliary system, binding the prison space to the Wuyo mansion. In an instant, an invisible force enveloped the entire building, and a 3-dimensional blueprint of the mansion vividly materialized in Yi Lang's mind. Every corner and passageway was clearly discernible, as if he held dominion over the entire expanse. Ding! System notification. Auxiliary system prison space binding successful. Please name the prison space, such as prison. Related layouts and facilities can be customized per the host requirements. The prison mall, personnel management, and currency modules are officially activated. Relevant functions and rules can be tailored to the host's needs, but must not contravene the fundamental principles of the original system. Upon witnessing the system's example of a prison, a sardonic smile crept upon Yi Lang's lips. The system, he decided, would be named Yihuan Zone. Ding! System notification. The auxiliary system is the warden system. The space is designated as prison space. Please correctly name it, such as prison. Yihuan Zone. Ding! System notification. Naming failed. Please adhere to system rules and renominate. Yihuan Zone. Ding! If you disagree, then I shall forego the auxiliary system. You may expel it as easily as you absorbed it, or alternatively, find a new host. Ding! System notification. Naming successful. The auxiliary space bound to the real structure is now named Yihuan Zone. Yelang no dit kalmni. With the successful naming of Yihuan Zone, the original layout and facility names intended for the prison transformed into the various regions and functional modules of Yihuan Zone, clear and detailed. The Wuyo Mansion, comprising 38 floors, underwent minimal alterations post-renaming. Only the designations of the areas displayed by the system shifted to reflect the exclusive titles of Yihuan Zone. For instance, the 37th floor became the Lord's Residence, the 36th floor morphed into the dining hall, garden restaurant, and the executive office area was rebranded as the Elders Hall, while the battle preparation area transformed into the Guardians Hall, among others. The accommodations for disciples varied somewhat, according to the previous warden system's classification. The 1st to 4th levels of cells were delineated as the outer gate disciples' quarters, inner gate disciples' quarters, core disciples' quarters, and the personal disciples' quarters, new media office area. There are also several special areas, such as the assembly hall and the martial arts arena, each meticulously established with comprehensive functionalities. Yi Lang gazed at the modern architecture in his mind, yet the names resonated with the charm of classical sex, which elicited a hint of mockery within him. How delightful! Yi Lang chuckled softly, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his eyes as he looked into the distance. After binding the building, Yi Lang began to configure the permissions and functionalities of each area one by one. For instance, the Sect Master's residence was accessible only to him, while others required his approval for entry, facilitated by elevator and access control authorizations. The Elders Hall demanded specific identity verification through card swipes, and the Law Enforcement Hall featured a secret passage leading directly to the outside world via a dedicated elevator. As for the disciples' quarters, Yilang specially designated areas for training, akin to a live broadcast room, and a relaxation space resembling a lounge. Each area was designed with modern management principles while seamlessly integrating the distinctive characteristics of classical sex, ensuring clear delineation of permissions without interference. Unfortunately, due to a lack of power, many functionalities remained mere ornamentation. Additionally, there were certain areas Yilang chose not to configure immediately, leaving them open for future adjustments based on prospective needs. After all, the number of female streamers, or rather, sect disciples, was still insufficient. Upon completing the binding and initial configurations, Yilang exchanged a few words with Zhaolang before entering the building. Stepping inside, despite the structure and layout remaining unchanged, Yilang felt an intriguing atmosphere where the old and new harmoniously intertwined. Arriving at the reception room on the first floor, he sank into a leather sofa, pondering his next course of action. The immediate priority was to bring all of Wu You's members, including Bai Xiao and the others, into the fold. This was an essential step corresponding to the original system's procedure for detaining prisoners. Next, he aimed to replace the original system's currency, slavery points, with desire points, which would be utilized for upgrading the building and facilities, as well as unlocking and purchasing items from the system's marketplace. Finally, of course, he intended to recruit beautiful female streamers as disciples from various locales, not only to enhance his own attributes, but also to accumulate desire points for himself. This would truly realize the dual utility of beauty, maximizing its worth. With this thought, Yilang couldn't help but chuckle mischievously to himself. At that moment, Bai Xiao was the first to enter. The room was warm and inviting, and as Bai Xiao shed her winter attire, her form-fitting sweater accentuated her curves. She approached Yilang with a radiant smile, gently inquiring, "Little Lang, how does one enter the sect? You were so cryptic yesterday. Surely you can tell me now? Let's get started." Zhao Lang mentioned that all members need to see you individually, and we shouldn't delay our meal. Yilang gazed at Bai Xiao's exquisite features and voluptuous figure, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, "Remove your trousers." Chapter 127. An Indecent Initiation Ceremony. Sect Masters Lady, Concubines, and Maids. "Ah, Little Lang, are you here? There are so many people waiting outside." "Very well, since you insist, I shall comply." "Stop it, you temptress, just half will suffice. Have you never received an injection before?" Yilang swiftly grasped Bai Xiao's hand, urgently halting her from continuing to disrobe. Just moments ago, Bai Xiao had exhibited no hesitation, speaking while shedding her garments, and now she was on the verge of removing her final piece. Yilang realized that these women would never refuse any of his requests, no matter how outrageous they might be. While he felt a sense of gratitude, the urgency of the moment dictated that this was not the appropriate time for such indulgences. Thus, he suppressed his impulses and gently placed his hand above. Feeling the astonishing warmth, Yilang steadied his mind, silently reciting his thoughts. Initially, Bai Xiao merely felt the overwhelming heat of a large hand, making her somewhat weak. Although it was not a truly sensitive area, it was enough to cause her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. Yet in the next instant, a sudden sharp pain caused Bai Xiao to cry out, "Ah, Xiao Lang, this truly feels like an injection. It hurts." Yilang observed a small heart-shaped mark on her fair skin, appearing surprisingly delicate and charming. Resisting the urge to kiss her, he softly explained, "The Wu You building is now my private domain. This is a unique mark I bestow upon you. With it, you shall possess freedom and privileges here," commonly referred to as an initiation ritual. Bai Xiao gazed at the heart in the photo on her phone, her eyes brightening with delight as she looked at Yilang. "Isn't it just a little quirk? Why make such a fuss about an initiation ritual?" "I understand." Yilang's expression darkened, and he playfully slapped her, exclaiming, "Enough! Tonight, I shall show you the true initiation. Summon your little sister." Bai Xiao yelped in pain, rubbing herself as she pulled up her pants, muttering softly, "Humph. One person for 6. Do you really think you can handle me?" "What? Nothing. I'll call Xiao Jin over right away." Watching Bai Xiao depart, Yilang shook his head in resignation, realizing she was merely teasing him. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao chuckled inwardly, her steps light as she exited the living room, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Surely, her evening would be just a tad longer, wouldn't it? Hee. Who says a mature woman cannot wield the subtle tactics of a young girl? It is quite clever indeed. Before long, Bai Jin arrived. Bursting through the door, and immediately beginning to undress. Hey, what are you doing? Didn't you say we were here for an injection? Brother, you must hurry. There are so many people behind us. Yilang wasted no time and swiftly delivered a sharp slap. Put your clothes back on quickly. Stop fooling around. Do it halfway and hurry up. It's affecting our efficiency. Bai Jin, noticing the redness in Yilang's eyes, stuck out her tongue and obediently dressed herself. Alone, one cannot hope to contend with him. It is wise to first collaborate and administer the injection to avoid a futile onslaught. With a cry of pain, Bai Jin now bore a small heart-shaped mark upon her skin. Roll. Quickly summon Yao, she came a command. Understood, Dr. Yi, the girl replied with a giggle. Yilang cast a disapproving glare at the young girl before proceeding to examine the personnel management interface of the subsidiary He-Huan Sect system. To his astonishment, the previously blank roster now prominently displayed the names of Bai Xiao and Bai Jin, signifying their successful initiation. Following the system's rather unconventional initiation ceremony, the two women had officially become members of the He-Huan sect. As for the peculiar nature of this initiation, the system elucidated that, according to its original design, it was necessary to establish the task target's guilt and elevate their enslavement value before they could be confined within a prison space. In contrast, the newly configured He-Huan sect system required the stimulation of the target's desire value, alongside their voluntary acceptance of a mark, to complete their initiation. It wasn't strictly limited to a mark. Wearing a standardized, made uniform, akin to the original system, could also serve as a sign of consent for joining. Nevertheless, Yilang opted for the mark, deeming it a more direct and effective means. Imprinting upon the intimate area would undoubtedly generate desire value, providing a clearer indication of the individual's willingness. Moreover, donning a uniform would impose significant limitations on a streamer, especially one who skirts the edges of propriety. Yilang noticed a flickering icon next to the names of Bai Xiao and Bai Jin, signifying their appointment. Without hesitation, he designated them as the sect master's ladies, and their authority was instantaneously activated. Back on the 37th floor, Bai Xiao and Bai Jin felt a gentle resonance in their minds. A newfound familiarity with the entire Wuyo building, as though they had resided there for many years, each corner emanating a sense of belonging. They exchanged glances, and the phrase sect master's ladies surfaced in their minds, filling them with warmth as they grasped Yilang's intentions. Shortly thereafter, Yao Shi, Xiong Ting, Tang Xiaowan, and Xiong Yuan also completed their initiation, thereby increasing the number of sect master's ladies to 6. United, the 6 women shared glances brimming with emotion and resolve, their bonds growing ever deeper. Following their initiation, Chun Xing and Luo Li were appointed as concubines by Yilang, while the 4 maids instantaneously transitioned to the status of handmaidens. Wen Fan Ping was appointed as the head handmaiden. Her surprise was palpable, tears shimmering in her eyes. For women, having a title brings a sense of security, regardless of the circumstances. Yilang, now genuinely exhilarated, anticipated the forthcoming initiation of the female streamers. However, he was unprepared for the first female streamer, who caught him off guard, akin to a novice soldier. The mischievous figure stood at the doorway, her eyes glinting with cunning and a slight smile playing upon her lips. She was one of the earliest leaders among Yilang's devoted fans, unwavering in her support for him. When Yilang faced accusations of being a ruthless executioner, she stepped forward fearlessly. When he was ridiculed by the entire internet, she stood resolutely by his side. Upon his arrival at the Wuyo building, she was quick to express her allegiance. Unfortunately, she remained unaware of Yilang's daily endeavors, and they had yet to find a moment alone together. Thus, when she learned that he wished to meet her privately, her heart swelled with excitement. Finally, she had caught him at the right moment. The man she desired had not slipped through her fingers. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the door, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and resolve. Yilang, upon seeing her emerge from the cold winds, yet maintaining her exquisite makeup and a beaming smile, felt an involuntary flutter in his heart. She was the woman who had accompanied him through countless lonely nights, the one he had genuinely supported with his own hands. Calling her teacher would not be an exaggeration. Now, she stood before him, clad in winter attire that could not conceal her alluring figure and captivating charm. Her gaze was enchanting yet not overbearing, her expression subtle yet captivating. Before Yilang could utter a word, she gently parted her lips, her voice sultry. Darling. This is our first meeting alone. I'm so delighted today. As she spoke, she gracefully shed her heavy winter coat, revealing a carefully chosen set of thermal lingerie that accentuated her graceful curves. Yilang's eyes involuntarily roamed, his heartbeat quickening. Yet, to say that he was consumed by lust, unable to control his desires, would be an overstatement. He merely wished to embrace his impulses freely, seeing the unabashed intensity in Yilang's gaze. The mischievous figure felt a newfound admiration for the man. In this post-apocalyptic world, with such formidable strength, was he still expected to behave timidly as before? To confront one's desires and master them is, in itself, a form of power. The mischievous figure silently praised him, her smile widening as she approached him, lowering her voice to a whisper. "Darling, whatever you wish to do, I will agree, but time is of the essence. We must be swift." Listening to her enticing words, Yilang felt a stir within him, yet he feigned composure and nodded. "I need to conduct an initiation ceremony for you, marking your official entry into my wuyo. The symbol will be a mark upon your private area." A flash of brilliance crossed her eyes, and a blush crept onto her cheeks as she leaned closer, her voice soft and teasing. "And where would you like that mark to be?" She slightly parted her crimson lips, her gaze dreamy yet tinged with shyness, embodying the essence of a maiden newly introduced to the world. Her coy demeanor, reminiscent of a white lotus poised to bloom, captivated the eye. A glint of mischief flickered in Yilang's eyes, and in the next moment, he opened his mouth wide and pressed it against her rosy lips. The girl, taken aback and clearly unprepared, found herself unexpectedly devoured amidst their playful tugging. However, she soon softened, her hands instinctively climbing to his shoulders, beginning to respond in a rhythmic manner. Yet, at that moment, Yilang mused that no matter how enchanting she might be, her allure had already been unraveled by his growing fondness, transforming their playful tussle into a mere light-hearted game. As the girl gradually began to falter, Yilang, with an unorthodox approach, executed a flanking maneuver that left her defenseless. In no time, she was overwhelmed, her defenses crumbling like a besieged city. Just as she was on the verge of surrender, Yilang abruptly delivered a sharp slap. The sound echoed, and she blinked in confusion, as if awakening from a dream, her hand instinctively covering the spot where she had been struck, a blush blooming on her cheeks. How could she have been bested by a boy younger than herself? This was illogical, given her semi-professional status. Yilang then commanded, "Turn around, bend over, and hold onto the chair." Without thinking, she complied, suddenly feeling a chill wash over her. The next moment, a sharp sting pierced her, and she exclaimed, "Oh dear, what are you using to poke me? It hurts." Yilang, noticing a small heart-shaped mark on her jade-like skin, felt a surge of satisfaction as he smiled. He snapped a photo and handed her the phone. She received it without hesitation, still bent over, her back to him. The vibrant red heart caught her eye, sending a tremor through her heart. "Darling, what is this? Is it a mark to signify that I belong to you?" Despite the playful banter, she revealed her allure, proving herself to be an adept tease. Yilang chuckled softly in reply. "This is merely an entry marker. Take a moment to feel the essence of Wuyo Mansion and see how it differs from before." Quietly, she began to absorb the atmosphere. "Wow, darling, why does Wuyo Mansion feel so familiar? It feels like home. I wish I could stay here forever." Yilang nodded with a smile, observing the vivid blush before him, swallowing hard as he spoke. "Now that you have officially joined my realm, feeling this way is entirely natural. However, could you speak to me directly? Aren't you afraid of catching a chill?" It seemed she had just realized her position and hurriedly adjusted her clothing. "Oh dear, you're so naughty. Why did you wait until now to remind me? You've already seen everything." She playfully stamped her foot, a blush gracing her cheeks, yet her eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. As Yilang observed the enchanting figure before him, feigning modesty, her bashfulness stirred something within him, and a wry smile crept upon his lips. Without further ado, Yilang commanded, "As a carefree broadcaster, it is imperative that you adhere to the law and refrain from excessive tax evasion. You shall not stream tonight. I intend to conduct an investigation." The mischievous girl beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Oh, dear husband, I shall cooperate fully this evening and reveal all my evaded taxes." Watching her skip away with a light-hearted gait, Yilang soothed the little wild wolf, for the time to feast had yet to arrive. Next to enter was Mina. Upon seeing her still adorned with a disdainful expression, Yilang wasted no time, delivering 2 sharp slaps. Mina cried out in surprise, covering the back of her head and gazing at Yi Lang with a look of wounded innocence. If you continue to wear that morose face, I shall strike you each time I see it. Do you understand? A flicker of hope crossed Mina's eyes, but realizing Yi Lang's genuine disapproval, she lowered her head and softly replied, I understand. It will not happen again. Pleased with her response, Yi Lang proceeded to explain the initiation ceremony. Mina's reaction mirrored that of the mischievous girl, both displaying absolute compliance. Yi Lang felt a throbbing vein at his temple. If they continued in this manner, the day would stretch indefinitely. Much like the mischievous girl, he ordered Mina to submit to an investigation that evening, after which she departed with a satisfied smile. The next one, Mi-er, received the same treatment. After completing the initiation ceremonies for the 3 seasoned performers, Yi Lang felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, primarily from emotional fatigue, as these 3 seasoned artists were relentless, each eager to undergo the investigation, seemingly emboldened and even pleading for it. When it was the turn of the 3 older women, Dai, Mei, Moz, and Tun Tun, the atmosphere improved somewhat, though they too were bold, persistently requesting to move closer. Their demeanor was not as unabashed as the previous trio. The initiation ceremony was completed without much delay. However, at last, Tun Tun insisted on changing her position, tugging at her collar to reveal her assets. Reluctantly, Yi Lang acquiesced to her request, and to his surprise, the new position indeed looked quite appealing. Next came the abstract quartet's Xiao Cheng. Before she even entered, Yi Lang was greeted by a voice that belied her appearance, exuding an unexpected bravado. Boss, what is up? Shut it, close your mouth at once. Cheng Ying was taken aback, promptly silencing herself and standing obediently before Yi Lang. A perfectly fine woman, yet alas, she had an unrestrained tongue. Were it not for your utility, I would have long since rendered you mute. Cheng Ying had undoubtedly heard many complaints regarding her contrasting voice. She merely chuckled, indifferent as she fixed her gaze on Yi Lang. In a moment, when I tell you to listen, if you dare to speak, I shall render you mute, he warned, to which she nodded in understanding. Observing Cheng Ying's eager nods, Yi Lang felt satisfied and commanded, remove your trousers. Chapter 129. Completing the initiation ceremony for all female streamers upon hearing Yi Lang's words, Cheng Ying froze instantly. Her face flushed crimson as she attempted to speak, only to be silenced by Yi Lang's piercing gaze. She could only shake her head vehemently, yet moments later, she was nodding fervently. The conflict between shaking her head and nodding left her blushing, and ultimately, she burst into tears. Yi Lang, however, was devoid of the inclination to engage in any playful tug-of-war reminiscent of his interactions with the mischievous and Na'vi girls. The extent of her theatrics was clear to both her and Yi Lang. As he perused Cheng Ying's information, name, Cheng Ying, age, 26, body, 86 points, appearance, 90 points, inner qualities, 69 points, loves fish, special ability, sound wave 1, overall rating, 88 points, average level for female streamers, affection level, 70, enthralled, Yi Lang sneered. Fully aware that Cheng Ying's struggles were mere pretense, he remained silent, observing her performance with an impassive demeanor. As her sobs gradually diminished, she looked at Yi Lang through tear-filled eyes, finally comprehending his seriousness and her current predicament. Yi Lang was no mere viewer in the streaming room. He was not easily swayed by her act. Occasionally, she herself believed in the persona she maintained, yet Yi Lang's calmness rendered her exposed. Ultimately, Yi Lang successfully guided little Cheng through her initiation ceremony, allowing her to depart. The subsequent girls, Nai Lu Tuo, Cranberry, and Wan, also followed a similar path. Ensnared in their own personas, Yi Lang felt compelled to assist them in extricating themselves from this entrapment. Fortunately, they were relatively sensible and completed their initiation with ease. When it was Nai Lu Tuo's turn, a minor incident occurred. This young girl seemed to have immersed herself too deeply into her role, becoming somewhat dazed and abstract. As Yi Lang prepared to administer her injection, she first removed her outer high-waisted plush pants, followed by her cotton pants, thermal leggings, and autumn trousers. Yi Lang was left astounded. How many layers had she managed to put on? Did she not visit the restroom? With a silly grin revealing a missing tooth, Nai Lu Tuo explained, I was afraid of the cold, so I wore more. In the end, Yi Lang, with a furrowed brow, diligently marked her with a little heart. causing her to squeal in pain. Holding a pile of trousers, she dashed out of the room, leaving Yi Lang shaking his head in resignation. The female anchors behind him quickened their pace. Figures like Yu Meng and Chang Xiu understood their positions well and dared not play any more tricks. They had long heard of Yi Lang's methods. He was merciless when it came to cutting ties. The video of him slicing through challenges while simultaneously indulging in food still lingered online. Wasn't it merely a matter of administering a disciplinary injection? To them, it hardly posed a threat. However, there were those who genuinely felt bashful, such as the shy Sun Ijo before him, whose cheeks flushed like ripened apples. Her head bowed in avoidance of Yi Lang's gaze. Her hands clutched the hem of her trousers tightly, her knuckles turning white, and a mist of emotion shimmered in her eyes. Upon glancing at her profile, Yi Lang discerned that her shyness was authentic, not a mere act. Name: Sun Ijo, Unhappiness Remedy. Age: 24. Figure: 90. Appearance: 94. Inner quality: 90. Young encounter with a rogue. Ability: Beast Mastery Level 1. Overall score: 93. Emerging from the mud without being a flower. Affection level: 78. Infatuation, despite recognizing Sun Ijo's genuine embarrassment. Yi Lang remained unmoved. There are many others waiting behind you. Do not waste time. If you agree, you belong to me, Yi Lang. If not, you may leave. Sun Ijo bit her lip, took a deep breath, and slowly raised her head to respond softly yet resolutely. I am willing. Please be gentle. Yi Lang nodded with a smile and gently completed the initiation ritual, observing Sun Ijo depart with a faltering step, as if fleeing. A smirk of satisfaction graced Yi Lang's lips. A respectable woman, indeed, held a certain allure. Subsequently, the female anchors who met Yi Lang's criteria, whether shy or anxious, completed the initiation ritual one by one. Witnessing these respectable women, who would ultimately contribute to his strength, submit, and become his own, a profound sense of fulfillment blossomed within Yi Lang. For a man, coaxing virtuous women into the depths of his world and guiding fallen women towards redemption, such accomplishments were pleasures beyond compare. After the women of inner merit had completed their initiation, Ye Lang's Xiao waned. Those whose appearances did not meet the 85-point threshold were swiftly presented with two options: either comply or leave. Before long, all the women present had undergone the initiation. The clock struck 2 in the afternoon. The male anchors and staff in the square were already suffering from hunger and cold. Although there was a constant temperature furnace, being outdoors for such an extended period had left their bellies growling in protest. At this moment, murmurs of discontent began to circulate among the crowd. With only a little over 200 left, when will it finally be our turn? Indeed, the chill in the air was biting, and if they continued to wait, they would surely freeze like popsicles. Shoo, keep your voices down. You all know the methods employed by the boss. Don't court danger, came a warning. The crowd trembled in the frigid wind, their eyes reflecting a mix of helplessness and urgency. Despite their dissatisfaction, they dared not voice any rebellion. At that juncture, Zhao Lang spoke up. Next, form groups of 10. Those whose names are called may enter. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, a wave of confusion washing over them. Were women not supposed to enter one at a time? Why were they being grouped in 10s? Nevertheless, they quickly complied with the directive, forming lines and entering as instructed. In the reception room, Yi Lang leisurely smoked a cigar, observing the 10 male hosts who entered. His gaze swept over each one, his tone icy. Extend your hands and stack them together. The male hosts exchanged glances, their confusion palpable, yet none dared to defy him. They obediently extended their hands, intertwining them. Yi Lang gently placed his hand atop theirs, channeling his energy. In the next moment, they felt a sharp sting as a red heart suddenly appeared on the backs of their hands. That will do. You may leave, he commanded. The male hosts departed obediently, their minds swirling with questions, yet they refrained from asking further. They could sense a stronger connection forming with the Wuyo building, as if an invisible thread bound them closer. Grouping them into 10s significantly enhanced efficiency. Within 10 minutes, the initiation ceremony for all male disciples was complete. Once the ceremony concluded, Yi Lang exhaled a sigh of relief and glanced at the clock. It was 2:10 in the afternoon. Most individuals within the Wuyo building were now ravenous, having spent the morning waiting in the cold without even a sip of water. However, Yi Lang was unfazed by their discontent. Having joined the Hahuan sect, they had truly become his disciples. their fates intertwined with his own. A few complaints were of no consequence. Moreover, he was confident that soon there would be no further grumbling. Yilang accessed the personnel management interface, selecting basic provisions, and placed orders for bread, water, roast duck, and spicy strips. Instantly, the food materialized before those who had returned to their designated rooms, the aroma wafting through the air. Chapter 130. The True Purpose of the Harem Sect. Some are anxious. This chapter primarily introduces the various regions, facilities, and methods for acquiring emotional value within the Harem sect. Readers who find this uninteresting may skip ahead, but it is crucial as it lays the foundation for the protagonist's relentless pursuit of beauty. Wishing you vitality and robust health. Yilang timely sent a message in the group. The initiation ceremony has been completed. From today onwards, everyone officially joins my realm of tranquility. Thank you all for your hard work. Now you may indulge in the culinary delights and restore your strength. As soon as the message was dispatched, the group erupted with excitement. Boss is amazing. Darling, I adore you. You are my deity. Compliments poured in like a tidal wave. As everyone expressed their gratitude and admiration for Yilang, their previous grievances dissipating into thin air. In reality, acquiring resources during the increasingly challenging live-streaming landscape had become a daunting task. Despite the abundance of fervent viewers enchanted by borderline streamers in this chaotic apocalyptic world, resources remained scarce and competition fierce. Many streamers and teams were barely scraping by. Yet, the fact that the boss could conjure up sumptuous food from thin air was nothing short of miraculous. Any lingering doubts or ulterior motives had vanished after the initiation ceremony, as it seemed Yilang had become their sole pillar of support and faith. Soon, everyone eagerly seized the food before them, relishing each bite and wearing expressions of pure satisfaction. Hunger and fatigue were swept away, replaced by the joy of indulging in delightful cuisine and heartfelt appreciation for Yilang. After sharing a meal with the women, Yilang retreated to his study. There remained one final task to accomplish, and only upon its completion would the Harem sect truly take root in this absurd apocalypse, establishing a lasting bond with the unseen creator behind it all. Yilang accessed the currency interface of the Harem sect system. At that moment, it displayed that the currency system awaited configuration. He noted two primary components that required attention. The first involved the selection of a substitute currency, while the second pertained to the mechanisms of currency acquisition, upgrading, purchasing, and consumption. Without hesitation, Yilang opted to replace the previous enslavement value currency system with one based on desire value. As for the second component, due to the constraints of the original system, he made only slight adjustments. Firstly, the original system's task objectives, which yielded corresponding enslavement values, were transformed. Now, as long as the disciples of the Harem sect were within the building, any means of stimulating the desires of the viewers before their screens would generate the corresponding desire value. Although the quantity produced was modest, it was continuous. Each time a viewer was stirred, it would yield a mere 1,000th of a desire value. While that may seem insignificant, if a prominent borderline streamer attracted millions of viewers in a single night, even if only 1/10 of them were provoked, it could yield a substantial 100 desire values. There were indeed several such borderline streamers in the realm of tranquility. Moreover, in addition to nearly 300 other streamers, Yilang did not intend to retain such a multitude. 100 individuals would suffice. The initial plan was to have 80 female streamers and 20 male streamers. The remaining individuals could hardly generate a few points of desire value in a single night. It would be far more efficient to assign them to various groups responsible for combat, medical care, logistics, and order, thereby forming a highly effective team. Consequently, these 100 charming individuals would collectively yield several thousand points of desire value each night. This method proved to be significantly more efficient than the original system's means of acquiring enslavement value. After all, even if there were dozens or hundreds of inmates achieving scores above 80, a single transaction would yield merely a few thousand points of enslavement value, far inferior to the continuous output of desire value. Furthermore, Yilang harbored a bold idea. If he were to incorporate all fringe streamers from across the nation and even the globe into the Harmony sect, the entire world's desire value would coalesce at his fingertips for his own utilization. Thus, the clandestine creator, who painstakingly sought to acquire or deliberately incite human desire value, would find themselves dealt a severe blow by his actions. As for concerns regarding unforeseen repercussions or retaliatory strikes, Yilang had already gleaned insights from Ning. This chaotic, absurd apocalypse, initiated by humanity's own hand, would preclude any external interference. All consequences must be borne by humanity itself, regardless of whether the outcomes might be favorable or detrimental. Regarding the second aspect, there was little room for further specifications. The consumption for upgrades and various items remained consistent with the original system's parameters, merely substituting enslavement value with desire value. Combat suits still required 200 points of desire value, and the enhanced version of the infant pill still necessitated only 1 point. Previously, the limited selection of items available in the shop had been diminished further by the removal of food options, leaving only a scant few. To unlock additional items, one would need to modify or enhance the prison space. Of course, this was now the Harmony sect. Yilang observed that the Harmony sect was still in its nascent stage. All disciples resided in the outer gate area, which was rudimentary and lacking in facilities. In truth, the rooms everyone occupied had not changed at all. However, for reasons unknown, the system still classified this as the outer gate. To progress, it was imperative to elevate the overall comfort level of the sect, encompassing the leader's residence, the elders' hall, the disciples' quarters, and various other areas. Naturally, comfort is a subjective concept, contingent upon human experience. It refers to the enhancement of material conditions and the pleasure and satisfaction derived from spiritual fulfillment for all individuals, including the sect leader, the leader's spouse, and the disciples. With a moment's contemplation, Yilang grasped the fundamental reasons behind this necessity. It was exceedingly cold. Apart from the main hall, the other rooms and areas of the Wuyo building were unbearably frigid. One could hardly believe that those female streamers could find any pleasure in such an environment. Leaf Lang devised a plan, resolving to commence with improving the room temperature. Observing that the constant temperature furnace required 20 points of emotional value, and noting that the Hahuan sect currently had nearly 500 members, he felt no anxiety. Initially, having established a connection with the building, Leaf Lang instructed the system to implement certain modifications within the Wuyo building. Areas deemed unnecessary, such as the Technology Showcase, International Exchange Center, Applied Technology Research Zone, and Data Computation Center, were all transformed into spaces for the disciples to cultivate and rest, streaming rooms and lounges. Furthermore, to attract more female streamers, he reconfigured the lounges into dormitory-style accommodations, featuring 6-person, 4-person, double, and single rooms, each corresponding to the varying statuses of outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, and direct disciples. However, with the current low occupancy, everyone resided in single rooms, and Leaf Lang had yet to appoint these streamers and staff, as the previous streamer selection competition had not concluded. Moreover, the personnel for the combat and logistics teams had not been finalized. Thus, once the disciple rankings were established, each level of disciple would transition to their corresponding resting quarters, significantly reducing the number of constant temperature furnaces required. After untangling his myriad thoughts, Leaf Lang noticed the confirmation button presented by the system. Without hesitation, he decisively chose to confirm. Yet at that moment, it felt as though the entire world froze for an instant. He sensed an indescribable presence gazing upon him, as if his blood had congealed and his heartbeat had momentarily ceased. Ha 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 ha. In the next breath, Leaf Lang erupted into laughter, a sound of pure exhilaration, akin to a bird freed from its cage or a fish leaping from water. Chapter 131. Silence. The departure to retrieve 8 young ladies in that same rented room. The young girl laughed joyfully, delighted for someone else. Suddenly, a grand voice resounded. And Ning has betrayed, guilty, punished with eternal silence. The girl cast one last glance at the small man in her phone, chuckling softly, "Little man, it's up to you now. This time, I'm truly finished." In the next moment, and Ning, along with the rented room and the unknown space, vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Once the settings took effect, the emotional value associated with the subsidiary Hahuan sect system began to rise slowly. Leaf Lang understood that this increase was not solely due to the streaming activities of the Wuyo group. Anyone within the Wuyo building could generate emotional value, a fact corroborated through experiments conducted with several women. Yilang stepped out of the study and into the grand hall. where he spotted Xiong Yuan applying skincare oil on Tang Xiaowan. She chattered incessantly, "Xiaowan, your skin is so beautiful, so smooth. You must take care of it and not neglect it just because you're young. With this cold weather, your skin is especially prone to dryness. If you find it troublesome, I can help you apply it." Yilang observed a mischievous and somewhat lewd smile dancing across Xiong Yuan's charming face. A glance at the system prompt from the Huan sect revealed Xiong Yuan, lust value 001, causing a dark line to form on his forehead. He approached directly, startling the playful Xiong Yuan, while Tang Xiaowan, who had been enjoying the moment with her eyes closed, was awakened by the commotion. Upon seeing Yilang, her cheeks flushed slightly, a sense of inexplicable nervousness stirring within her. Watching the two women lower their heads like children caught in wrongdoing, Yilang offered a playful smile. "Both of you lie down, hand over the skincare oil, and I shall assist you." Xiong Yuan and Tang Xiaowan exchanged glances, bewildered yet compliant. They lay down as instructed. Yilang observed the two women, their figures gracefully entwined, as he began to skillfully apply the skincare oil. It soon became evident that Xiong Yuan and Tang Xiaowan could indeed generate lust value. Particularly when applying the oil to certain areas, their lust values surged rapidly, with system notifications flashing persistently. Yilang chuckled inwardly, finding amusement in the situation. This method could certainly enhance future festivities. Next, he sought out by Xiao, by Jean, and the other women, experimenting with various techniques to verify their lust value generation. He even spared no effort with the two maids and 4 servants, each displaying distinct reactions, some shy, others curious, but without exception, their lust values significantly increased. Yilang began to grasp the patterns of lust value generation. Different methods yielded varying effects on different individuals, yet generally, closer physical contact yielded superior results. After concluding the experiments, Yilang washed his hands and retrieved a glass of cola, savoring the refreshing fizz as it burst on his tongue. Leaning back on the sofa, he contemplated his next steps. With all matters concerning Wuyo Mansion satisfactorily arranged, it was time to recruit beautiful female streamers from various locales. Naturally, the first order of business was to bring the 8 young ladies from Meishu Golden Island over. It had been nearly 4 days since they arrived at Wuyo, and it was high time to fetch them. As Yilang opened his phone, he noticed numerous messages from them over the past few days, all inquiring when he would come for them, their tones brimming with anticipation and longing. Reflecting on how he had scarcely regarded them as individuals in recent days and realizing their deep reliance on him stirred an unusual sensation in his heart. After sending a message to Bai Yuyu, informing her that he would pick them up the following morning, Yilang let out a gentle sigh and turned off the screen of his phone. At this moment on beautiful Villa Golden Island, Bai Yuyu saw the message from Yilang and immediately leaped up in exhilaration. "Ah, Yilang is coming to pick us up." Her excitement rendered her oblivious to the cold as she bounced around the bed, even forgetting that she was clad in nothing. The other 7 maidens also sprang from their thick blankets, their faces alight with joy. Upon confirming the message, the 8 women embraced one another in a flurry of elation, their eyes shimmering with tears of happiness. "It's so cold. Let us return to our blankets to warm up first. We'll pack our bags shortly," someone suggested, prompting everyone to shiver back into the comforting warmth of their covers. Bai Yuyu snuggled deeper into her blanket, her eyes gleaming with delight as she murmured softly, "At last. This day has arrived." Lu Min held Bai Yuyu tightly, her eyes glistening with tears. "Sister Yuyu, we can finally leave this place." Although Yilang had left them bread and water, it had long since frozen into solid blocks. These past few days had been unbearably tough. Chun Suqin nestled closer, squeezing between the two, and whispered, "Indeed, and what about that flying creature from yesterday? It terrified me." Fortunately, it had fled upon hearing that they were Yilang's women. Otherwise, one could only dread the outcome. Bai Yuyu recalled the creature's appearance from the previous day. A shiver ran down her spine. She quickly took out her phone. "We must inform Yilang to be cautious. If that creature is still nearby, it could be perilous." At that moment, Yilang was resting on the sofa with his eyes closed when his phone suddenly vibrated. He opened his eyes to see the message from Bai Yuyu and frowned slightly. A creature resembling a bird that can fly? This must be an aberrant ability user targeting them. With this thought, Yilang resolved to act without waiting for morning. He immediately rose and leaped into the pool. After gauging the vast expanse of the pool, Yilang took a deep breath, silently invoking the opening of the spatial portal. In an instant, a speeding motorcycle burst forth, creating a tremendous splash upon hitting the water. Not only that, the motorcycle continued to surge forward. Yilang, quick-witted, grasped the handlebars and, utilizing the water's resistance, managed to gradually bring the speeding motorcycle to a stop at the other end of the pool. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the pool was sufficiently large and long, or halting the motorcycle would have proven troublesome. The maidens and servants, alerted by the loud commotion, rushed over to investigate, and upon seeing Yilang unharmed, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. They then began to clear the mess by the poolside, none questioning the sudden appearance of the motorcycle. Yilang carefully inspected the motorcycle upon bringing it to an open area, and after ensuring it was undamaged, he felt at ease. Truly, a product of the system. Its quality was outstanding. The motorcycle, adorned in a sleek silver and black design, glimmered with a chilling brilliance. The motorcycle, broad and elongated, boasts smooth and graceful lines, exuding a sense of stability and grandeur, reminiscent of the bold aesthetics of American choppers. To his surprise, it bears a striking resemblance to the exaggerated steed featured in Ghost Rider. Instantly captivated by this rugged machine, Yilang could not resist the urge to mount it, gripping the throttle as the engine roared to life, akin to the growl of a wild beast. The girls, witnessing Yilang's exuberance akin to that of a child discovering a grand toy, exchanged knowing smiles. Time pressed upon him, and Yilang swiftly returned the motorcycle to the system's space, bidding farewell to the girls before hastily departing. Upon reaching the hall, he pondered for a moment before retrieving the submachine gun produced by the system. Aimed at the open portal, he unleashed a barrage of fire, the sound echoing with relentless ferocity. Chapter 132. The Abnormal Birdman? He continued this onslaught for a full 5 minutes. A conventional submachine gun could theoretically unleash around 1,000 rounds, disregarding factors such as magazine changes and weapon stability. However, the system's model fired at an even greater velocity, and in these 5 minutes, it conservatively discharged no fewer than 10,000 bullets. Faced with such terrifying firepower, even he had to weigh his options carefully. Yilang began to regard the avian adversary with considerable seriousness. Donned in combat gear, he sped towards the luxurious Jean Island on his motorcycle. Meanwhile, the girls at Jean Island, upon receiving Yilang's message, promptly dressed and packed their belongings, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Unbeknownst to them, a colossal humanoid bird circled ominously above the island. Qin Yu, observing the flurry of activity through the curtains, felt a flicker of cruel delight in his elongated yellow eyes. He had already discerned the presence of the 8 women, and when he hovered near the window, intending to intimidate them for his primal urges, one woman's utterance of Yilang's name ignited an instant thrill within him. He recalled the formidable and twisted abilities of that system-powered individual. Before he had manifested his own wings, he had watched videos of Yilang in battle, left astounded by his terrifying prowess and grotesque actions. The image of him casually feasting while cleaving others in two was enough to disturb even a beast like Qin. Indeed, Qin was a beast, as evidenced by his tactics of using hundreds as bait to lure away hordes of aberrant spirits. He reaped the rewards, collecting the cores of the spirits and the colossal beast while using the innocents' wives and children as tools for his depravity. At this moment, a tumultuous blend of anxiety and exhilaration surged within him, as if his very blood were boiling, his feathers quivering with anticipation. The thought of devouring the brain of such a powerful and twisted being was tantalizingly exquisite. On the other side, Yilang raced down the road on his motorcycle, his thoughts remarkably composed. Should the Birdman still be present, he knew he must prepare himself for battle. Knowing that the opponent is a creature of the skies, it is evident that their position must be at a considerable altitude. Do they dare to launch a surprise attack? That remains to be seen. Within mere kilometers, Yilang swiftly discerned the outline of the luxurious Jean Island villa. The motorcycle, crafted by the system, indeed proved to be extraordinary. Not only was its speed remarkable, but its stability was unparalleled, maintaining a smooth ride even on the roughest of terrains. As he neared his destination, Yilang heightened his vigilance, casting a discreet glance skyward without making any overt movements. Suddenly, a multitude of ice spikes, each as tall as a person, plummeted from the heavens, propelled by gravity like deadly swords. In an instant, a dumpling materialized in Yi Lang's hand, the portal to space devouring the descending ice projectiles. The moment the spikes vanished, he looked up, preparing to unleash 20,000 rounds through the space portal, only to find no trace of the Birdman. No feathers, no sign of presence. A cold smile crept across Yi Lang's face. How cautious they were. With his peak insight abilities, Yi Lang had developed a keen intuition for impending danger. Confident in his reflexes and the capabilities of the space portal, he felt prepared to confront any ambush. Noticing the absence of the Birdman, he remained discreetly alert as he continued onward. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the entrance of Jean Island Villa, his gaze sharp and observant, scanning the surroundings. Once he confirmed there were no anomalies, he proceeded inside. Upon entering the building, Yi Lang exhaled in relief. He swiftly ascended to the 17th floor, surveyed the area, and pushed the door open. Inside, 8 lovely maidens had already prepared their belongings, and upon seeing Yi Lang, their faces lit up with joy. "You're here," they exclaimed. "Husband? Who called me husband?" Yi Lang inquired with a playful smile. Lu Min's cheeks flushed a soft crimson as she quietly replied, "It was me." The other women stifled their laughter, and the atmosphere instantly lightened. With Yi Lang's arrival, the anxiety and unease that had gripped the 8 women evaporated, replaced by a profound sense of reassurance and reliance. At that moment, however, Yi Lang was multitasking, remaining vigilant for any lurking dangers while engaging in light-hearted conversation with the 8 maidens, keenly observing their every subtle expression and attuned to their emotions. Upon realizing that the 8 women exhibited no signs of distress, and that the affection levels of the 7 were all above 70 points, Yi Lang felt a slight sense of relief. Among them, Lu Min held the highest affection rating, astonishingly reaching 85 points, beloved. Lu Min's information is as follows. Name, Lu Min. Age, 19. Figure, 86 points. Appearance, 90 points. Inner qualities, 64 points. Ability, wood element 1. Overall rating, 88 points. Affection level, 85. She is indeed quite beautiful, young, and charming. However, her inner quality score is rather low, relegating her to the role of a mere diversion. The other women, apart from Bai Yu, have their information visible to Yi Lang. It cannot be helped. Bai Yu had donned a wedding dress, achieving a bridal overlay that elevated her overall rating to 86 points. Originally, her score was a mere 84, but Yi Lang had no intention of discarding her. After all, she had lent him assistance, and with her abilities upgrade, her overall rating could potentially rise. Most importantly, Yi Lang recalled that Bai Yu's inner quality score was 90 points. A woman with such a high score in inner qualities is not one to be overlooked. Moreover, as Yi Lang surveyed the other 7 women aside from Lu Min, a wicked thought began to brew within him. If one were to consider the circumstances, all 7 had recently lost their husbands, qualifying them for the overlay of widows. No doubt, Yi Lang felt a surge of excitement, yet he was reminded of the Birdman outside and quickly reined in his emotions. Judging by the Birdman's swift attack and immediate retreat, it seemed he was not the type to act recklessly. It was either a probing strike or the actions of someone psychologically unhinged, intent on orchestrating some scheme. From the descriptions of the women and Yi Lang's deductions, the latter seemed more plausible. Otherwise, the Birdman would not have reacted as he did yesterday. If he truly feared Yi Lang, he would not have shown himself again. He could have simply seized or killed the women outright, rather than leaving them to wait for him to take the bait. This predicament left Yi Lang in a quandary, as taking the women away would necessitate a choice between his own safety and their protection. Contemplating this, a cold smirk crept across Yi Lang's lips. A pervert? He relished the thought of confronting such a foe. Casting a glance at the position of the curtains, he scoffed internally. Indeed, the bird's vision was remarkable, able to discern movement within the room through the drapes. This allowed him to roughly ascertain the Birdman's location, and if he could merely see, the possibilities for action were vast. Meanwhile, hovering in the air, Qin Yu observed the 9 figures inside with an increasingly sinister smile. He was exhilarated, eager to witness whether Yi Lang would choose to safeguard himself or the women. After all, he could fly. Yi Lang's attacks would not reach him, while his own could continuously rain down upon Yi Lang, empowered by gravity. He relished the sight of his enemies struggling in despair, their helpless expressions truly addictive. The mere thought of soon executing the 8 women and subsequently tormenting the impotent and enraged Yilang to his demise sent a thrill of excitement through Qin Yu's heart, his eyes glinting with a cruel light. Chapter 133. The Birdman Calls Daddy. Yilang raises his bride. Qin Yu's heart brimmed with malevolent thoughts, yet his gaze remained fixated, unwavering, on the shadows within the room. After his transformation, his eyes had sharpened to an eagle-like precision, enabling him to perceive movements through the most minute of gaps. Though the finer details eluded him, the general actions of those inside were not beyond his scrutiny. With the enemy visible and himself concealed, he felt confident in his control over every move they made, unafraid of the outcome. But could Yilang truly be manipulated so easily? At that moment, Yilang held his breath, suddenly appearing on the outer wall of the building's opposite side. With fingers embedded in the surface, he clung like a gecko, silently scaling down to below the 18th floor's ledge. After quietly calculating the angles, Yilang stealthily ascended to the 18th floor through the blind spot near the entrance. Concealed behind the wall, he continued to mentally tally his observations. Once assured he had left nothing to chance, he retrieved his phone and sent a message to Bai Yuyu. Upon hearing the notification, Bai Yuyu glanced anxiously at her phone by the bed, confirming it was indeed a message from Yilang. She slowly raised the sharp knife she held, plunging it fiercely towards her companion leaning against the sofa. Meanwhile, Qin Yu in the sky sensed something amiss within the room, momentarily taken aback. Why were they turning on each other? A chill ran down his spine as he swiftly adjusted his angle to discern the situation inside. But in the next second, a surge of murderous intent surged upwards, sending a jolt through his scalp. Startled, Qin Yu instinctively flung himself backward, desperately trying to create distance. Yet, it was too late. A torrential downpour of bullets rained down upon him. He barely managed to raise one wing, feebly shielding his chest. The next instant, the sharp clatter of metal colliding was followed by the sickening sound of bullets piercing flesh and bone, accompanied by Qin Yu's anguished cries that echoed through the air. Yet, the feathers, once as hard as iron, proved somewhat effective. They not only deflected a portion of the bullets, diminishing the force of impact, but also caused Qin Yu's form to veer away from the bullet's primary trajectory. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, Qin Yu desperately flapped his wings in an attempt to flee. However, the sight that met his eyes in the next moment shattered his resolve. Yilang, in the very instant the bullets were unleashed, launched himself upward with tremendous force, soaring like an arrow into the sky. Upon witnessing that Qin Yu had indeed evaded the bullets and was attempting to escape using the momentum, a cold light flickered in Yilang's eyes. Suddenly, the door to the spatial realm opened, and a massive blade-like leaf shot forth from within, as wide as the door itself. The leaf did not soar toward Qin Yu. Instead, Yilang abruptly stepped onto the leaf, harnessing its immense thrust to accelerate instantaneously, darting toward Qin Yu like a meteor. Witnessing this, Qin Yu was engulfed in terror, attempting once more to alter his course. Yet Yilang's velocity was overwhelmingly swift, closing the distance in an instant. Moreover, the large blade in Yilang's hand magnified several times. The blade's radiance, nearly 10 meters long, sliced through the sky like a silken ribbon. "Father, spare me." Qin Yu's voice was abruptly silenced, the colossal blade sweeping past him, cleaving his wings and body asunder. Blood cascaded like a waterfall, and his mutilated form plummeted towards the ground. Yilang fell alongside him. This scenario was one with which Yilang was well acquainted. He swiftly adjusted his posture and crashed to the earth like a cannonball, sending dust swirling. "Ugh, that was a bit high, my legs are numb," he muttered, rubbing his legs as he emerged from the deep crater. Even though he wore a combat suit produced by the system, this height was indeed outrageous, leaving his calves tingling. Surveying the surroundings, he casually dispatched a few approaching aberrations with a swift strike. With a cold gaze, Yilang confirmed there were no further threats before beginning to examine the remnants of Qin Yu. He harbored a peculiar interest in the avian creature that had undergone a transformation just 3 days after the apocalypse. Yilang crouched down, meticulously observing the gathered remnants of Qin Yu's severed limbs and wings. He discovered that this avian being had not entirely transformed. Its hands had morphed into wings clad in rigid feathers, while the bases retained human skin, and the skeletal structure was an amalgamation of human and avian traits. Yilang furrowed his brow, pondering, how had this transformation occurred? Why did he assume this avian form? Lacking any leads, Yilang continued to search through the remains, eventually examining the internal organs and brain matter, seeking clues regarding the transformation. Yet he found no anomalies. Perhaps the impact had been so severe that the structural integrity had been obliterated, or perhaps this transformation inherently left no trace. Yilang sighed, rising to his feet. Choosing not to linger on the matter, he swiftly returned to the luxurious villa on Golden Island, ascending to the 17th floor. Upon entering, he was met with the anxious and concerned expressions of 8 young women. Their relief washed over them upon seeing Yilang unscathed, and they hurriedly surrounded him to inquire about the situation. Yilang spoke little, merely recounting the events briefly before urging them to prepare for departure. Their belongings had already been stored in the system space, including the punctured girlfriend, who could be mended with some stitching and adhesive. Just as they were about to leave, Li Yusin, disguised to match Yilang's stature, suddenly grasped the sleeve of his garment, her eyes filled with pleading. Yilang, could you possibly take this bed as well? If it's inconvenient, then forget it. Yilang glanced at Li Yusin, who was now the same height as him in her high heels, and nodded in agreement. He understood that this was a temporary sanctuary and a form of solace for the 8 young maidens, a bond that had formed. All right, let's take it. With a wave of his hand, Yilang summoned the ballet crib into the system's space and swiftly led the women downstairs. They casually found an abandoned vehicle, where the women squeezed in, managing to fit. After placing a temperature-controlled furnace inside, ignoring their gasps of astonishment, Yilang grasped the lifting support point of the chassis and exerted a sudden force, effortlessly elevating it as if it were a mere toy. He then seized the opposite support point and, with ease, hoisted it above his head, proceeding steadily onward. Without glancing at the expressions of the 8 maidens, Yilang could intuitively sense their mingled shock and gratitude, almost wishing to bear him a child in that moment. The system's prompt in his mind confirmed this sentiment. The journey was fraught with rugged terrain, yet Yilang traversed it as if walking on level ground, each step steady and powerful. In his hands, it seemed weightless. The women inside clutched the handrails tightly, their heartbeats quickening with every jolt, their gazes filled with increasing dependence and admiration. They encountered no further dangers on the road, merely a few waves of wraiths, which Yilang dispatched effortlessly with the force of his foot. His shoes bore several holes, leaving his feet somewhat chilly. Although the wraiths posed no significant threat, their strength had noticeably increased. At this rate of daily evolution, it was likely they would ascend to level 2 in no time. While Yilang remained vigilant, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. For, should the wraiths advance to level 2, the crystalline cores within their minds would similarly transform into level 2 cores. Would his abilities, insight, immunity to the elements, and self-healing also progress to level 2? Yilang was uncertain, feeling that his current energy might surpass that contained within a level 2 core, creating a sense of discomfort. If even a level 2 core could not facilitate his advancement, would he have to wait for the wraiths to evolve in a level 3? Suddenly, he recalled the mutated giant bear and the recent Birdman encounter. A thought struck him. Perhaps, apart from the wraiths, these mutated beasts could serve as a catalyst for his own progression. Chapter 134. The 3 esteemed artists arrived together. Battle robes having faced no further perils, Yilang successfully arrived at the Wuyo building with the 8 maidens in tow. Naturally, the first order of business was to conduct their initiation ceremony. Yilang brought them into the grand reception hall on the 1st floor, where he sank into the plush sofa. Without hesitation, he uttered the 3 words, "Remove your trousers." The state of the 8 maidens mirrored that of Bai Xiao and her companions at that time. After a journey filled with emotion and astonishment, they hesitated not for a moment. They quickly shed their garments in unison, their movements synchronized, their eyes brimming with trust and obedience. After assigning heart symbols to the 8 young ladies and designating them as his concubines, Yilang led them to the 37th floor. Inside the room on the 37th floor, Bai Xiao and her companions had been awaiting their arrival for quite some time. Upon seeing Yilang enter with the 8 young ladies, they warmly greeted him. The 4 maids immediately stepped forward, attentively assisting in the removal of their clothing and shoes. Bai Xiao and her companions were acutely aware that, regardless of the magnitude of their gratitude towards their man, they, as Yilang's women, ought to reciprocate with heartfelt gestures. Yilang observed this scene with a smile, a wave of warmth swelling in his heart. The 6 women of Bai Xiao truly epitomized as partners, while the other women were merely fleeting encounters devoid of deeper connections. The 8 young ladies were evidently astonished by the opulent and warm palace, their eyes shimmering with surprise and disbelief. Yet, realizing that all this was made possible by the extraordinary man Yilang, they quickly accepted their circumstances. It seemed that anything occurring around Yilang was hardly surprising. All matters pertaining to women were entrusted to Bai Xiao and her group, while Yilang immersed himself in his study, endeavoring to organize his thoughts. First and foremost, by the end of this evening, the choice for the host would be finalized. As for the combat and logistics teams, Zhao Lang and Meng Hao had nearly completed their arrangements, requiring only final confirmation. Once the non-host candidates were determined, they would allocate individuals to various groups based on their unique abilities. Notably, Junior Wei Yanba proactively sought to join the combat team. His rationale, as expressed to Yilang, was his enjoyment of the thrill and challenge of battle, yearning to fight alongside Yilang. However, Yilang learned from Zhao Lang and the others that the true motivation behind Wei's request stemmed from his recent weight loss. In a building filled with beautiful senior sisters, Wei found himself overwhelmed. Almost every night, the sound of tissues being pulled could be heard. If this continued, his health would inevitably deteriorate. He needed to channel his pent-up passion through combat to reclaim his essence. In truth, Zhao Lang and the others had considered matchmaking him with a female host. Yet, Wei could only call out mommy in the online realm, while in reality, he struggled to utter a word before the senior sisters. What a predicament! Yilang inwardly chuckled. Aware of his plight, Zhao Lang and the others acquiesced to his request, hoping that battle would offer him a new lease on life. Once the host candidates and members of each group were established, Yilang would appoint disciples at various levels. The 100 hosts and combat team members would serve as core disciples, while other group members would initially be classified as inner disciples, gradually nurtured until they matured, at which point they could be promoted as circumstances allowed. Of course, should their performance falter, they could be demoted to outer disciples or even expelled from the sect. This arrangement not only serves to invigorate the disciples' enthusiasm, but also ensures the team's efficient operation. Following the appointment of the disciples, the next step involves acquiring desire points, upgrading residences and facilities, and unlocking additional merchandise slots to enhance overall strength. Moreover, the training and combat of the battle group must be promptly organized. Yilang's ambition is to improve his physical prowess while reclining at home with beautiful women. As for obtaining crystal cores, that is certainly the responsibility of the battle group. In pursuit of this noble ideal, Yilang must ensure that every aspect operates with optimal efficiency. This is the most suitable and effective method for him to augment his capabilities. Additionally, seeking out beautiful streamers in various locales is paramount. The greater the number of beautiful streamers, the quicker the acquisition of desire points, which in turn accelerates the growth of corresponding resources and strength. Through such a virtuous cycle, Yilang's influence and power can steadily ascend to its zenith. Outside, Bai Xiao, noticing Yilang's relaxed demeanor and the cessation of his fingers' rhythmic tapping on the table, approached softly and said, "Xiao Lang, the arrangements are nearly complete. The guest room to the west has also been tidied up. Bai Yu mentioned that the 8 of them wish to stay together and can simply sleep on the large bed you brought." Hearing this, Yilang's lips curled into a smile as he nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall proceed as they wish. Now let us dine." Embracing Bi Xiao, he made his way to the dining area. With a flourish of his hand, he summoned a sumptuous feast that filled the air with enticing aromas. Bai Yu and the others, clearly astonished by Yilang's extraordinary ability, widened their eyes in disbelief. Previously, when Yilang had disregarded them, meals had been pre-prepared, but witnessing this miracle firsthand instilled in them a newfound respect and curiosity towards him. Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, Yao Shi, and Xiongting, observing the bewilderment of their neighbors from the luxurious villa, understood their astonishment and confusion. They encouraged the guests to sit down and savor the meal while introducing Yilang's unconventional talents. Yilang had informed them that anyone who entered the Wuyo mansion would never betray him. Thus the women no longer held back any secrets. Upon hearing this explanation, Bai Yu and the others were utterly astonished and comprehended the ulterior motives behind Yilang's previous antics. At the dining table, aside from Bai Xiao, the other women were relatively young, and with the lively personalities of Bai Jin, Tang Xiaowan, and Yao Shi, The atmosphere quickly transformed into one of exuberance. They chatted and laughed, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Observing this scene, Yilang silently nodded in approval. This ambience was precisely what he desired. Regardless of their private interactions, they must present their finest selves in his presence. Bai Xiao excelled in this regard, and had it not been for his need to investigate 3 veteran artists that evening, he would have surely rewarded her handsomely. However, upon reflection, given his physical constitution, foregoing sleep was not out of the question. It would merely entail a bit of hardship. After dinner, Bai Xiao graciously invited the ladies to the game room. The spacious game room was well equipped with a variety of games and featured a constant warmth that enveloped the space. The ladies reveled in their merriment, their laughter echoing throughout the room. Meanwhile, Yilang busied himself with preparations to welcome the 3 esteemed artists, contemplating how to glean greater wisdom about art and life from them. As the appointed hour approached, the trio of renowned artists arrived together. Bad Control, Mina, and Mier had clearly put considerable effort into their appearance. This was evident as they shed their down jackets, revealing their striking outfits. The 3 ladies had arrived clad in revealing battle attire. Bad Control donned a fitted, thigh-high slit chong sam that accentuated her graceful figure. Mier sported a playful yet alluring bunny police officer costume, while Mina, of course, wore a wedding gown. Before Yilang could utter a word, the 3 ladies cheerfully exclaimed in unison, "Big husband, how delightful!" Yilang gazed at them with satisfaction, a sense of fulfillment blossoming within him. These were 3 treasures of the artistic realm, his mentors. In this chaotic end of days, he found himself with the extraordinary opportunity to lavish hospitality upon the child he once was. To receive such generous attention thrice over was an indescribably wondrous feeling. Chapter 135. Embracing the essence of art. Hosting the child within, I shall refrain from calling you by your real names. Your stage names add a certain charm, he declared. You mentioned preparing a performance for me, so let us commence. I eagerly anticipate your display. The 3 ladies exchanged knowing smiles. But it was Mier who stepped forward first. With a graceful demeanor, Mier glided to the center, offering Yilang a gentle smile before assuming a poised stance. A petite, red whistle resting between her lips. In the next moment, the lively music of the train dance burst forth, and Mier suddenly blew the whistle, her expression transforming into one of entrancing allure as her waist began to sway. Yilang, captivated, straightened in his seat. Witnessing the dance live was far more exhilarating than any video could convey, each movement tugging at his heartstrings. Mier's dance was fervent and rhythmically compelling, her body occasionally twisting, advancing, and retreating, allowing Yilang to appreciate every nuance of her performance. Soon, they reached the climactic section. Just when Mier had been moving with fervor, she abruptly halted. With her slender fingers, she delicately slid her police cap to the center of her forehead, pressing it down gently, a wicked smile curling at the corners of her lips. In the next instant, Mier surprisingly produced a black lace ribbon from her chest, deftly tying it around her enchanting eyes. She then tilted her head back, casting a bewitching gaze at the seated Yilang, and began to rhythmically sway her hips, her chest thrusting forward. It is challenging to articulate Yilang's emotions at that moment. If one were to attempt, it would be to express an urgent desire to embark on an investigation. Today is destined to be a long and enchanting night, filled with unexpected delights. After the performance, Mier bowed breathlessly and retreated to the side. Mina then gracefully approached, her wedding gown flowing behind her like a fallen angel gracing the earthly realm. Subsequently, Yilang bore witness to the breathtaking spectacle of the Grand Hammer dance donned in a stunning battle attire. Upon its conclusion, Yilang felt as though he had been cast in molten iron, his entire body rigid and unbearably hot, teetering on the brink of losing the last vestiges of his reason. At that moment, the captivating Bad Control approached, gently grasping Yilang's hand and drawing him to the center of the stage. She, fully aware of his impending eruption, resolved to stoke the flames of his desire even further to leave an indelible mark on his heart. Earlier that day, when Yilang declared his intention to investigate the 3 women, Bad Control had already sought out Nu. The latter, perceptive to Bad Control's desire to teach them the art of pole dancing, readily acquiesced. Moreover, Mina and Mier displayed astonishing talent in dance, mastering most of the pole dance movements in a remarkably short span. The trio then dedicated a few hours to perfecting their routine, incorporating striking combinations, all in preparation for this very moment. Though their emotions had already been stirred, they were resolute in their pursuit. Leaning close to Yilang's ear, Bad Control whispered softly, "Are you ready?" Before he could respond, they began to sway in unison. Yilang finally comprehended the true essence of what the lecherous viewers in Bad Control's livestream had referred to as the pinnacle of pole dancing, its meaning transcending the mere presence of a pole. He endeavored to maintain control, yet ultimately, the performance did not reach a conventional conclusion. For over 20 years, Yilang had never dated a dancer, only aware of their superior flexibility. Now, however, he realized that their capabilities extended far beyond that. They were treasures, each harboring infinite possibilities, akin to an unexplored ocean waiting for him to chart its depths. Yilang transformed into a seasoned captain, navigating his vessel through the uncharted waters of desire. On the distant shore of this wild sea, he experienced boundless satisfaction and awe. With splashes all around, he leaped into the temperature-regulated swimming pool. The water was perfectly inviting, washing away the sweat and fervor that clung to him, calming the tumult within. Floating on his back, he gazed up at the ceiling, a smile spreading across his lips, his eyes shimmering with reminiscence. Regrettably, he knew he could not continue. The flames ignited within him were too fierce to extinguish, and prolonging this would surely lead to calamity. Glancing at the time, he realized it was almost midnight. A staggering 6 hours had passed. Had it not been for his remarkable physique, rated at 148 points, it would have been quite challenging for anyone else to endure. However, his physical capabilities have now escalated to an impressive 178 points. Through Yilang's diligent efforts, his likability soared, ultimately surpassing the crucial threshold of 90 at the last moment. Emerging from the pool in all his glory, Fan Chi promptly draped a towel around him, tenderly assisting in drying his body. Inevitably, her cheeks flushed crimson. This physique was nothing short of perfection. Each muscle sculpted to perfection exuded an irresistible allure. As her fingers brushed against his skin, her heart raced, and a hint of infatuation sparkled in her eyes. Observing the prompt in his mind regarding his desirability, Yilang's lips curled into a subtle smile, chiding her inwardly not to be so enamored, as he had to tend to the mischievous one soon. Fan Chi, regaining her composure, nodded gently, a flicker of shyness crossing her features. She turned towards the master suite, and upon pushing the door open, she could not suppress a gasp. Where on earth is there a place to set foot? Meanwhile, Yilang had arrived at the gym, slightly acclimatizing to the rapid increase in his physique. Despite the abundance of equipment, it felt somewhat trivial to him, yielding little effect. He decided to forego the machines and approached the massive pure copper lion, grasping its front leg to commence his strength training. At this point, Yilang's physique was already 34 times that of an average adult. Combined with the effects of physical enhancement, training with the pure copper lion was indeed fitting. Before long, beads of sweat adorned his body. Once he felt adjusted to his newly augmented physique, he paused. As anticipated, precisely at midnight, Zhao Lang's call came through. "Boss, the selection for the live broadcast has been finalized. Based on the comprehensive statistics of popularity and resources over the past 3 days, 80 female streamers and 20 male streamers have been shortlisted. I have sent you the list for your review. Please let me know if any adjustments are needed." Yilang opened the document sent by Zhao Lang, but had barely begun to read when Zhao Lang's voice chimed in again. "Boss, the personnel configuration for the combat, logistics, and medical teams have also been preliminarily determined. The document has been sent to you for your approval." Yilang nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "All right, I will review it thoroughly. If there are any issues, I will notify you tomorrow morning. You and Meng Hao should rest early. A sumptuous breakfast awaits in the morning." Instead of the expected expressions of gratitude, Zhao Lang fell silent for a few moments before vociferously retorting, "Boss, serving you is our duty. How can you mention rewards? We will give our all regardless of incentives. If you continue this way, we will not accept it. Get lost. Your breakfast is gone tomorrow," Yilang quipped back. After hanging up the phone, Yilang let out a helpless chuckle. His little brother always reverted to his mischievous nature within 3 minutes of being serious. However, Yilang was not upset. Having such a lively character by his side in this apocalyptic era was indeed a rare source of amusement. Upon entering the study, Yilang began to peruse the documents. The content on the first page brought a knowing smile to his face. This little brother was truly worth having. Chapter 136. The Division of Disciples concludes, Bai Xiaojin has become a caregiver. The first page clearly stated that several special individuals had been selected, exempting them from the ordinary screening process, and instead, Yi Lang would personally decide their fate. Among them were 3 esteemed artists, and notably, a female streamer who could not dress provocatively was included on the list. In reality, according to uniform standards, these individuals would have been eliminated. They were exempted due to their missed day of participation, directly coming to Yi Lang for artistic enlightenment. Though the female streamers exerted every effort, they were regrettably dressed too conservatively. While other streamers had graduated, they had yet to leave school, rendering any comparison futile. Nevertheless, Zhao Lang and his companions understood Yi Lang's intentions and promptly placed them on the special list. This flattery was perfectly executed, and Yi Lang silently nodded in approval. It was no wonder that ancient emperors always had ministers who could read the room. Zhao Lang possessed a hint of ancient wisdom. Meanwhile, at Zhao Lang's home, the atmosphere was warm and inviting. Zhao Lang, Meng Hao, Ma Bide, and others were gathered in the living room, indulging in spicy strips. The route to procure supplies for live streaming had become futile. Even the most fervent of admirers could not deny the overall decrease in resources and the gradual rise in mortality. Furthermore, without electricity, the remaining power from the flying devices would not last long in the frigid temperature of -70 degrees. These 3 days were likely the last frenzy for the avid admirers. In fact, many had come to this realization. Apart from exchanging compliments about how excellently they had completed their tasks and garnered their leader's favor, Zhao Lang and his companions were also discussing the forthcoming development issues without concern. Chewing on his spicy strips, Zhao Lang furrowed his brow, pondering. If we run out of supplies, what significance does our live streaming hold? Will we truly descend into a state of entertainment-induced oblivion? Meng Hao set down his spicy strips and replied solemnly, Indeed, we must devise a long-term strategy. We need to consider our leader's perspective to alleviate his burdens. At that moment, Ma Bide, with a smile, interjected, Leaders, I believe that since our leader has organized this selection, it signifies he has already contemplated the forthcoming circumstances. Therefore, let us proceed according to his arrangements and observe the changes. Upon hearing this, the others in the room displayed expressions of agreement. Zhao Lang even patted Ma Bide on the shoulder, nodding, Xiao Ma is right. We must indeed maintain our composure. You are indeed a talent. It was worthwhile for me to promote you. Ma Bid'eaton immediately revealed a humble and grateful smile, expressing her thanks. However, Wang Ming, the planning manager, felt somewhat displeased. Why should this little Ma perform so exceptionally? Does she not regard me, her manager, at all? Wang Ming harbored a quiet resentment, though a smile adorned his face. Indeed, Ma is the pride of our planning department. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Yi Lang had finally finished reviewing several documents sent by Zhao Lang. Most of the allocations were quite reasonable, yet a few details required adjustment. Firstly, there were too few makeup artists. Yi Lang understood that Zhao Lang and his team aimed to fully utilize everyone's talents, but the shortage of makeup artists would significantly diminish the quality of the live broadcasts, adversely affecting the audience's experience. With 100 hosts, at least 20 makeup artists were necessary. Yi Lang took up his pen and annotated the documents before contemplating the next item. Zhao Lang and his team lacked a profound understanding of special ability users. Yi Lang decided to transfer several special ability users from the logistics team to the combat team for focused training. Though abilities such as size manipulation and magnetism seemed weak at present, their potential was immense and they could become pivotal forces in the future. Seeing no further issues, Yi Lang directly sent the documents to Zhao Lang. He then accessed the Hahuan Sect system to begin assigning ranks to all disciples under Wuyo. The first 100 hosts and 100 combat team members were designated as core disciples. Members of the host team, logistics team, medical team, and others were categorized as inner disciples, a tier lower. As for Zhao Lang and the management team, they were initially classified as elders and deacons, subject to future adjustments. Next, for the troublesome control and the dozen or so female hosts who had been singled out, Yi Lang designated them as direct disciples. After carefully reviewing the list to ensure its accuracy, he saved it and sent it to Zhao Lang. As for the management of living arrangements, live broadcasts, and related activities, that was Zhao Lang's responsibility. Although Yi Lang had previously been a security guard, He was well aware of when to step back and when to intervene. After establishing the training plan for the combat team for the following morning, Yi Lang exited his study. By this time, the women had already returned to their respective rooms. The spacious flat, akin to a palace, boasted numerous rooms: a master suite, secondary suites, a family room, guest rooms, children's rooms, and even a maid's quarters, all sufficiently accommodating even double the current number of occupants. Furthermore, Yi Lang had exchanged for several temperature-regulating stoves to ensure each room maintained a comfortable temperature. Yi Lang glanced at the current lust value, which had reached 672 points after a night of live streaming and the contributions of everyone in the building. It seemed the hosts of Wuyo had truly given their all. With such an abundance of desire points, one could purchase dozens of battle outfits, and the enhanced transformation pills could easily sustain all the female streamers for an entire month. Chuckling wickedly, Yi Lang casually acquired 6 pills and made his way to Bai Xiao in her companion's room. The 6 women were still awake, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Despite being mentally prepared, it was inevitable that they felt somewhat let down. However, upon seeing Yi Lang enter, their spirits lifted and any lingering grievances dissipated. Men, by nature, are inherently flirtatious, especially in this apocalyptic world where Yi Lang possessed such remarkable abilities. As long as he returned home, that was sufficient. They neither could nor wished to concern themselves with anything else. Yi Lang leaped into their midst, eliciting a chorus of delighted laughter from the 6 women. He offered no words of consolation. There was no need. Instead, he directly presented a collection of cores to Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, and Tang Xiaowan. The 3 women eagerly accepted the cores, excitement radiating from them. Little Lang, brother, senior, hurry up. We need to advance to handle important matters. As he spoke, Yi Lang distributed a transformation pill to each of the 6 women. They shot him a playful glare, but despite their light-hearted rebuke, they obediently consumed the pills. Bai Xiao and the others began absorbing the energy from the cores, feeling it circulate swiftly within them, their skin emanating a faint glow. Yi Lang watched with a smile, internally acknowledging their progress. The 3 had previously absorbed a considerable amount of energy, and with the new cores, they quickly reached a bottleneck. Yi Lang then channeled his energy to help them break through. Instantly, there was a flurry of excitement and admiration as the 3 women eagerly took out their phones to capture selfies. Indeed, compared to the enhancement of their abilities, Bai Xiao and her companions were far more concerned with becoming more beautiful. This was a consequence of Yi Lang's indulgence. He had pampered them excessively. He hoped that during tomorrow's training, the women would not shed tears. Yi Lang casually reviewed the current information of the 3 women. Bai Xiao's details were as follows. Name: Bai Xiao, age 36, appearance 92 points, figure 94 points, inner quality 99 points, widow, extraordinarily exquisite, ability, healing 2, overall score 93 points, Chow thief, affinity 100. Bai Xiao's appearance score remained unchanged, yet her figure score increased by 2 points, raising her overall score to 93. Previously, she was voluptuous. Now, she was even more enchanting. She resembled a perfectly ripened peach, tantalizingly alluring. This gave Yi Lang a clear and vivid perception of the nurturing mother figure. Chapter 137. No, what I desire is a cat-eared girl. The information regarding Bai Jin was as follows. Name: Bai Jin, age 18, appearance 90 points, figure 92 points, inner qualities 100 points, host first recharge, ability, fire type 2, overall rating 91 points, model-like figure, affection level 100. Ignoring the mention of the host's first recharge and the model-like figure, Yi Lang pulled Bai Jin closer, scrutinizing her for both sides. Indeed, she met the criteria. At that moment, Bai Jin felt the changes within her and was overwhelmed with joy, nearly moved to tears. Who could understand the troubles of a young girl? The feeling of inferiority, when everyone seemed older than her, had led her to secretly weep several times. But now, she finally felt a surge of confidence. Yet, it seemed that everyone was still older than her. Contemplating this, her emotions became complex again. Stealing a glance at Yi Lang, she noticed his beaming smile, which brought her a sense of calm. Fortunately, her exquisite legs were unique, and her brother's admiration was just as it should be. Sensing the fluctuation of the young girl's emotions, Yi Lang affectionately ruffled her hair and reassured her, "Little sister, don't overthink it. Your beautiful legs are enough." Besides, your sisters and I are here for the rest. Bai Jean's cheeks flushed slightly, but warmth spread through her heart. She nodded vigorously, resolving to pay more attention to her leg care routine. Yilang then proceeded to check Tang Xiaowan's information. Name, Tang Xiaowan. Age, 18. Appearance, 95 points. Figure, 93 points. Inner qualities, 100 points. Host first recharge. Ability, cat ear girl 2. Overall rating, 94 points. Little Bear Annie. Affection level, 100. The overall rating for his junior sister remained unchanged, but her appearance score had slightly increased. Her already exquisite face had become even more radiant. Moreover, Little Bear Annie? How delightful. A lowly character is certainly welcome, and she is just a tad older than Bai Jean. This thought led Yilang to glance at Yao Shi. If his junior sister was Little Bear Annie, then Yao Shi was undoubtedly Big Bear Annie. Though petite, her proportions were astonishingly exaggerated, almost explosive. This figure was merely slightly smaller than Bai Zhao's. Watching Tang Xiaowan excitedly take selfies with her phone, Yilang couldn't help but smile. Seeing his junior sister so joyful filled him with satisfaction. Although the approach may have been somewhat unconventional, it could be considered a fulfillment of his master's wishes. Moreover, it is quite intriguing that after the enhancement of Tang Xiaowan's cat-eared girl abilities, her demeanor seems to have undergone a subtle transformation, exuding an air of vivacity and cunning. Yilang licked his lips, parched and eager, and urged little junior sister quickly transform. The other 5 ladies gazed at Tang Xiaowan with expressions of anticipation and curiosity, evidently captivated by the allure of the cat-eared girl. Bai Jean could scarcely contain her excitement, her eyes sparkling with delight. Tang Xiaowan's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently bit her lip, her powers surging within her. In the next moment, she gradually transformed before their very eyes into a sprightly and adorable cat-eared girl. Her fluffy ears twitched delicately, and her soft tail swayed gently. Even her hands morphed into supple paws adorned with pink pads. However, the rest of her body, including her petite, rosy feet, retained the appearance of a human girl. Yilang gazed at his playful and charming junior sister, clad in nothing but a cartoonish nightgown, feeling utterly enchanted. In truth, he was not the only one smitten. The surrounding girls burst into delighted smiles, eagerly snapping photos and gently caressing Tang Xiaowan. "Hey, don't be so handsy, it tickles," Tang Xiaowan playfully protested, her voice possessing the soft, endearing quality of a kitten, lacking any semblance of intimidation. The 5 girls seized this rare opportunity, continuing to tease her, their laughter ringing out. Tang Xiaowan, naturally displeased, dodged away while pouting. "You're all too much. Little Jean, I'll say it again, don't put your tail in your mouth." Ultimately, she appeared utterly exhausted, sprawled on the bed, breathing heavily, her cat ears drooping weakly. "I'll turn back now, and I want T transform again, you naughty bunch." Yet at that moment, Yilang's voice chimed in, "No, I want the cat-eared girl." The following morning, everyone enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast, all lovingly prepared by themselves, consisting entirely of their favorite dishes. The ladies relished their meal, their faces radiating satisfaction. After breakfast, the 3 veteran artists reluctantly took their leave, their pitiful expressions almost softening Yilang's heart. Although they were beautiful and skilled, their inner qualities fell woefully short. Yilang understood and respected this. For these 3 had been mentors for many years, providing solace to countless otaku. While understanding was one thing, not everyone could be as indifferent as that warrior from Modu, unconcerned with Teacher San's past, transforming everyone into their own. As the saying goes, physical connections are permissible, but emotional ones are not. Thus, as Yilang observed the trio's reluctant departure, he offered no entreaties, merely smiling and waving farewell. The 8 young ladies observed the scene before them with a twinge of relief. After being appointed by Yilang the previous night, the term concubine had lingered in their minds, an expression not difficult to comprehend, and they certainly understood its implications. Initially, they felt a sense of grievance. Yet upon witnessing the 3 enchanting beauties being dispatched by Yilang without a second thought, their discontent evaporated, replaced instead by a flicker of pride. They realized their unique standing in Yilang's heart, and this recognition felt immensely precious to them. Yilang, to some extent, could discern their thoughts, and indeed, his feelings toward them were somewhat special. Firstly, the 8 women had assisted him in the past, although the text message they sent did not bear significant consequence. He appreciated the sentiment behind it. Secondly, as residents of the exquisite Golden Isle, he felt a familiarity and closeness to them. Most importantly, apart from Yishui, they were all widows, their husbands having been slain by Yilang himself. He could only muse that the legacy of Wei Wu is timeless. And the Chancellor has not deceived him. The unique abilities of these 8 women were intriguing. Among them, 5 possessed the common elemental powers of fire, water, and earth. However, Chen Suqin stood out with her ability to transform her legs into a fishtail. Her powers differed from those of Tang Xiaoan and Luo Li, who each had distinct forms, one resembling a cat girl and the other a fox girl, classified under special abilities. Chen Suqin, according to the system's evaluation, was deemed an ordinary systemic ability user. Her profile read, Name, Chen Suqin, age, 27, appearance, 90, physique, 86, inner qualities, 88, only one deceased husband. Ability, systemic, leg transformation, 1, overall rating, 87, Chow thief, affection level, 82, beloved. This revelation left Yilang contemplating. A transformation of legs into a fishtail should signify a mermaid. So why was she classified as an ordinary systemic ability user? Chapter 138, Bunny Girl. The combat team's first training session among Yilang's women. There were not many ordinary systemic ability users, with only 2, including the recently departed Mina. Mina possessed a systemic ability, right arm transformation, enabling her right arm to morph into diamond, both impenetrable and seemingly capable of negating other powers. Meanwhile, Li Yusin, like Tang Xiaoan and Luo Li, belonged to the special ability category, astonishingly identified as a bunny girl. Li Yusin's information is as follows. Name, Li Yusin, age, 25, appearance, 86 points, figure, 92 points, inner qualities, 82 points, exemplary wife and mother, special ability, rabbit ear girl 1, overall rating, 88 points, heavenly long legs, affection level, 83, beloved. Li Yusin stands at an impressive height of 175 centimeters, and when adorned with high heels, she nearly matches Yilang's stature. Thus, within the opulent confines of the Golden Island, she can masquerade as Yilang to ensnare that avian individual. Her long legs surpass even by Jin's in length, swaying gracefully as she walks, making it difficult for onlookers to avert their gaze. Considering her rabbit ear girl ability, when combined with those striking legs, the impact is undeniable, and she is undoubtedly a feast for the eyes. In contrast, there is Bai Yu, whose overall score is merely 84 points, failing to meet the system's minimum criteria, thus rendering her information inaccessible to Yilang. Moreover, she herself is unaware of her own special ability. This only piques Yilang's curiosity further. Coincidentally, Mina arrived donned in a wedding gown, prompting Yilang to have Yu try on a wedding dress, which indeed resulted in her entering the bridal overlap state. Upon wearing the wedding gown, Bai Yu's information is as follows. Name, Bai Yu, age, 25, appearance, 85 points, figure, 84 points, inner qualities, 90 points, newlywed husband deceased by host, special ability, ability restoration 1, overall rating, 86 points, bridal overlap state, affection level, 84, beloved. Surprisingly, Bai Yu possesses the unique ability of ability restoration, much to Yilang's delight. Together with Bai Xiao, who provides healing, they form an impeccable partnership. Furthermore, Yilang is intrigued by this bridal overlap state. If Bai Yu achieved this special status due to her recent marriage and an overall rating of 84 points, why has she not transitioned into a widow state following her husband's untimely death? After a moment's contemplation, Yilang deduces the reason. Bai Yu must don mourning attire to trigger the widow state, while the wedding dress is crucial for the bridal overlap state. Yilang gasps in astonishment. This system is indeed quite unconventional. Yet, why does he feel an inexplicable thrill? One can only say that the desire to don mourning attire resonates deeply within. These whimsical thoughts flicker through Yilang's mind. What perplexes him most is the distinction between ordinary ability users and those with special abilities such as cat girls, fox girls, rabbit girls, and that avian individual, all of whom exhibit enhanced physique and body part transformation. What fundamentally separates them? The system seems to have established a clear classification between these two types of ability users from the outset. Furthermore, The types and locations of the anomalies exhibited by ordinary system ability users are incredibly diverse. The system merely provides information regarding the altered areas, leaving the specific transformations to the keen observation of the naked eye. Among those witnessed by Yi Lang, one individual had their hands transformed into monstrous claws. Another's body had become as unyielding as iron. There were also spikes and claws, alongside Chen Suqin and Mina. The forms of these ability users varied dramatically, lacking any discernible pattern, unlike nature-based abilities, which possess clear attributes and similar effects, coupled with the elusive special ability users. How many unknown secrets does this crumbling, apocalyptic world conceal? Yi Lang found himself lost in contemplation. The existence of these ability users rendered the already absurd world of the apocalypse even more enigmatic. Unable to fathom these complex questions, Yi Lang resolved to set them aside and focus on the present. At this moment, the clock struck 8 in the morning. Zhao Lang sent a message indicating that the combat and medical teams had assembled in the first floor hall, awaiting Yi Lang's instructions. Gathering his thoughts, Yi Lang swiftly descended the stairs with all the women, except for the 4 maids, heading towards the hall. In the hall, Zhao Lang and the others wore serious expressions, and upon the arrival of Yi Lang and his companions, they approached with anticipation. Standing before the 106 combatants and 4 medical personnel, Yi Lang nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Lang and his team had organized the combatants into various squads according to their respective abilities. Among them, the system ability users were the most numerous, comprising over 30 individuals. The 6 special ability users were singled out into their own team, drawing particular attention. They felt a twinge of anxiety, as their powers appeared significantly weaker compared to the others. Yet, Yi Lang offered them an encouraging glance. He understood that the potential of special ability users should not be underestimated. Yi Lang also assigned his women into corresponding combat squads based on their abilities. Tang Xiaowan and Li Yusin were placed in the system ability user squad, while Bai Xiao, Bai Yuyu, and the 4 medical ability users were distributed among various teams to ensure adequate support for each group. Yi Lang was pleasantly surprised to discover that among the nearly 500 ability users in Wuyou, there were indeed 4 medical ability users, which was undoubtedly good news. The 6 special ability users, in Yao, she would be directly led by him, while the remaining team leaders and vice leaders were appointed from among his women. He disregarded any principles regarding the distribution of capable individuals, choosing instead to trust his own people. Subsequently, without uttering any motivational or encouraging words, Yi Lang and his entourage set forth with great determination. Their objective aimed squarely at the external threat of the aberrations. In truth, many harbored feelings of trepidation. This group comprised either streamers or white-collar workers, all of whom had never experienced genuine combat. The existence of the others has long been a subject of discussion online, with tales of their ferocity and might circulating widely. Typically, it requires the combined efforts of 3 to 4 extraordinary individuals to barely contend with a single other, not to mention the fact that they appear in formidable groups, despite being endowed with unique abilities. The prospect of facing such a formidable adversary inevitably instills a tinge of fear within their hearts. Nevertheless, they dared not defy Yi Lang's command and pressed on, steeling themselves against their trepidation. Not far into their advance, a deep growl echoed from a distance, tightening the group's collective anxiety. Yet Yi Lang remained unperturbed, nodding calmly. The 4 women, Bai Jin, Xiong Ting, Xiong Yuan, and Tang Xiaowan, donned combat attire and swiftly charged toward a small cluster of others, their movements agile and their coordination impeccable. With their abilities at level 2, they unleashed their powers, swiftly vanquishing the group of others, leaving only a few remnants to be deliberately directed toward various team members. Though apprehension lingered, witnessing the gallant display of the 4 women bolstered the spirits of the others, who activated their own abilities and launched coordinated assaults against their designated others. The isolated foes, unfortunately for them, were swiftly overwhelmed by the combined efforts of dozens of extraordinary individuals, leaving no trace behind. Among them, the one from a specialized team suffered the worst fate, being torn to shreds under the onslaught of over 30 relentless attacks. In Chapter 139, the power of magnetic abilities is revealed. Yi Lang's women particularly distinguished themselves, a testament to the urgency of their training. Yi Lang observed the battlefield with a composed demeanor, silently approving of the unfolding events. Despite the initial chaos among the teams, their leaders instilled enough courage to take action, marking a promising beginning. Just as the group basked in the exhilaration of their triumph over the others, Yilang issued a command. Zhao Tianyu, you and your team go and extract the crystal cores from the others' brains. Zhao Tianyu, the magnetic ability wielder, turned pale at the order but steeled himself, nodding resolutely as he approached the remains of the others with several teammates. Armed only with a kitchen knife, they cautiously dissected the shattered skulls, retrieving the crystal cores from the viscous, icy substance within. Gua Yunyun, the luminous ability user, was dismayed by the sticky residue coating her hands, and soon found herself unable to bear it, retching uncontrollably. However, the task must persist. Zhao Tianyu suppressed his discomfort and directed his team to continue the extraction. Yilang observed their every move and expression with a cold gaze, remarking, "There are no useless abilities, only those who fail to utilize them effectively. Your powers are no less potent than fire or ice. In fact, they may even surpass them. Yet, you have chosen to doubt yourselves. My expectations of you are not high. As long as each of you can single-handedly defeat another, then you shall be spared from this task. Otherwise, from today onwards, all the crystal cores will have to be excavated by you. Do you understand?" Zhao Tianyu and the others exchanged glances, though a sense of reluctance lingered within them. They comprehended Yi Lang's intentions. However, the thought of confronting a ghoul alone sent shivers down their spines. Were their abilities truly formidable? Yi Lang's words stirred tumultuous waves in their hearts, and a flicker of determination mixed with hesitation shone in their eyes. As the battle progressed, their powers became increasingly refined, and their teamwork grew ever more harmonious. Yi Lang began to command a reduction in the number of individuals assigned to confront a single ghoul. Initially, the number was decreased from 10 to 7, then to 4. Each adjustment quickened the heartbeats of the team members, yet every victory bolstered their confidence. Yi Lang's gaze was as cold as ice, yet revealed a subtle, almost imperceptible approval. Ultimately, when two ability users teamed up to vanquish a ghoul, the arena erupted in thunderous cheers. Everyone felt a swell of pride in their growth and breakthroughs. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu finally mustered the courage to speak. He no longer wished to be underestimated. The repeated extraction of crystal cores and the peculiar glances from his peers felt like thorns in his back. Taking a deep breath, he approached Yilang. "Boss, I wish to attempt confronting a ghoul alone." Yilang scrutinized him, pausing in silence for a moment before slowly nodding. "Go ahead. Remember, your abilities are not inferior. The key lies in confidence and skill." Bai Jin promptly summoned a smaller ghoul, which lunged at Zhao Tianyu with a fierce roar. As it approached, the ghoul's icy spikes suddenly shot forth, and Zhao Tianyu's expression hardened. An abandoned car door nearby was swiftly sent flying to intercept the spikes. Seizing the opportunity, he activated his magnetic power, propelling the car door forcefully towards the ghoul. The impact caused the creature to stagger, firmly pinning it in place and preventing its advance. In that moment, Zhao Tianyu's kitchen knife shot forth with precision, striking the ghoul's head. The ghoul emitted a piercing shriek, thrashing violently, and miraculously broke free from the door's obstruction, continuing its assault on Zhao Tianyu. A rush of anxiety gripped Zhao Tianyu as he felt a flicker of panic. He hastily summoned all his abilities, sending shards of metal hurtling towards the ghoul. Yet, the ghoul responded swiftly, its claws slicing through the air to knock away a multitude of iron fragments. The remaining debris clattered against its body, producing a sharp sound, but failing to inflict any substantial harm. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu felt a mounting sense of dread. Why was this ghoul so tenacious? Just as he feared, the ghoul unleashed another barrage of icy spikes. Zhao Tianyu hurriedly maneuvered the surrounding metal pieces to form a protective shield. Yet one icy spike managed to slip through the gaps, hurtling directly toward his chest. In a critical moment, Yilang's figure flickered, shattering the spike with a swift motion. "Zhao Tianyu, your strength extends far beyond this. If one could engage their intellect, it would be clear that one might encase and secure it with a car door or a metal sheet, rather than merely obstructing its path." As Yilang spoke, his hands remained in motion, bending the car door to envelop the abominable creature. Furthermore, do not entertain the notion of a direct assault on its head with the metal sheets you control. The creature will undoubtedly defend itself. Instead, aim to incapacitate its legs first, Even causing it to stumble can afford you a precious opportunity for a counterattack. With a decisive kick, Yi Lang shattered one of the creature's legs, causing it to collapse to the ground, struggling yet unable to rise. As its icy spikes released intermittently, he seized the moment, directing all metal pieces toward its head, prioritizing an attack on its eyes. If he could obliterate its brain, it would be utterly vanquished. Merely inserting a knife would not suffice to deliver a fatal blow. Zhao Qianyu watched in a daze as Yi Lang conducted this impromptu lesson, clarity washing over him, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of emotion. Other team members gradually gathered around, attentively absorbing Yi Lang's guidance, their eyes shimmering with admiration and understanding. Yi Lang surveyed the group and raised his voice. All of you, remember, battling an abominable creature is akin to engaging in a game against monsters. It revolves around offense, defense, control, evasion, and movement. Master the rhythm, adeptly adjust your sequence, and apply your skills flexibly, whether faced with a single creature or a horde. You will navigate the encounter with ease. Each of your abilities encompasses offensive, defensive, and controlling capacities. The crux lies in calm judgment, agile transitions, and discovering the strategy best suited to the current circumstances. Timing in evasion and movement is paramount. Fleeting openings often dictate life and death. Remember, do not let fear govern you. Maintain your composure to unleash your true potential. Upon hearing Yi Lang's words, the group nodded, their eyes gleaming with determination and eagerness. Among them, Su Yanba's gaze burned particularly brightly, as if ignited by a fervent flame. When it comes to combat skills, he might be considered average, but when it pertains to games, he feels no fatigue. The principles of monster encounters and fights within games are fundamentally the same. Elude your opponent's strikes, avoid being incapacitated, while ensuring you can hit and overpower them. It is as simple as that, Su Yanba thought, experiencing a moment of enlightenment as a young gamer. He instantly grasped the essence of Yi Lang's words. Subsequently, Yi Lang led the group to slay several more abominable creatures. Through practical exercises, they gradually mastered the rhythm, their pairings becoming increasingly harmonious, with attacks and defenses perfectly intertwined. Some team members even ventured to face a creature alone. Though the endeavor was challenging, they ultimately succeeded. Su Yanba's performance was particularly remarkable. He expertly applied techniques from the game, effortlessly manipulating a solitary creature, swiftly obliterating its head with precision. Indeed, my esteemed junior from the School of W, your prowess is truly formidable.